You clearly obtained the highest quality golden attribute. Yet not only are you not happy, but you even turned around and sold it for a pittance, and bought 100,000 seemingly worthless white attributes. Others are laughing at you for being foolish, not knowing that you have awakened the godly system. This system can not only infinitely stack white attributes but also infinitely fuse them, thus awakening god-level attributes that have never appeared before. You were just about to tell your girlfriend Zhang Jiao this news when she slapped you across the face. Zhuo Fan, you useless piece of trash. Stop pretending to be dumb. What about the golden attribute you promised to give me? My male god is about to graduate, and I promised to give him the golden attribute as a birthday gift. How can you go back on your word? Zhang Jiao, are you mistaken? A golden attribute costs 500 million. You want me to give you 5 billion to please your male god? Get a grip. Zhuo Fan's eyes were filled with mockery. He was not willing to do what the original owner was willing to do. Zhuo Fan, you useless piece of trash. Hurry up and give me the golden attribute, or I won't talk to you anymore. Zhuo Fan raised his hand without hesitation and said, "Go away. Stop bothering me." After saying this, he strode away. Turning the corner, Zhuo Fan waved his hand and started shouting, "Golden attributes, freshly out of the oven, priced at 500 million. First come, first served." Zhuo Fan's shouting immediately attracted the attention of many people. This guy must be a fool. Golden attributes are valuable but have no market. This kid has gone crazy, actually selling them for 500 million. Another person snorted. You don't know this. Zhuo Fan was originally considered a rich second generation. His parents passed away 6 months ago. He is giving up being a rich young master to become a sycophant. I heard he sells golden items to celebrate the birthday of the goddess's man. Moreover, this golden item seems to have been desperately retrieved by his parents from outside the Great Wall. He really is a spendthrift. Are you really going to sell this golden item? A middle-aged man in martial arts attire looked at Zhuo Fan with burning eyes. After all, this is a golden item, and the starting price might not even be enough to buy it at 500 million. Qin Zhubai couldn't help but be curious. As the commander of the Demon Suppression Army, he had been stationed at the Great Wall for many years without ever possessing a golden item. Sell it, cash on delivery. I urgently need the money. Zhuo Fan's awakened talent can only be embedded with white items, and golden items are of no use to him. Okay, Qin Zhubai responded and didn't say more, directly and decisively transferring the money through the communicator. Ding! 500 million yuan has been credited to Alipay. Zhuo Fan checked the account balance and handed over the golden glowing item to the other party. Looking at Qin Zhubai turning to leave, Zhuo Fan let out a gentle sigh. This 500 million could buy thousands of white items. After that, Zhuo Fan returned home and dove into the training room, using the 500 million earned from selling items to purchase white items. Next, he just had to wait for the items to be delivered and directly fuse them. Tomorrow is the last test before the martial arts exam, and Zhuo Fan needs to achieve better results to obtain more resources. On the other side, Zhang Jiao was sulking when her phone suddenly rang, and it was her idol Meng Yuntao calling. Zhang Jiao hurriedly tidied up her mood and chose to answer. Zhang Jiao, what are you doing? I'm about to embed the third golden entry. Where's your golden entry? Meng Xiao. It's not that I don't want to give it, but Zhuo Fan suddenly turned against me and even sold the golden entry on the spot. What? That waste Zhuo Fan? Yes. Not only did Zhuo Fan refuse to give me the golden entry, but he also hit me. What does it have to do with me if he hit you? However, the money from selling the golden entry must be returned to me. That's mine. Meng Yuntao sneered. I am now at the peak of the second stage. Dealing with trash like Zhuo Fan is as easy as using a finger. Remember, that kid is just playing hard to get. Tomorrow I allow you to go with me, and we will get the golden entry back. On the other side, Zhuo Fan sat in the training room. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing batch fusion. This fusion consumed a total of 300,000 white attributes, gaining 150,000 white attributes plus 1. The system continued with batch fusion, and after 10 fusions, the attributes finally emitted a bright green light. Then, after fusing 6 more times, only 4 green attributes remained. Giant Bloodline, Strength increase of 9,830%, Health value increase of 9,830%, Golden Bell Shield, Defense increase of 10,000%, Speed, Attack speed increase of 10,000%, Peerless Monster, Cultivation speed increase of 10,000%. With just a glance, Zhuo Fan's eyes widened. This increase was simply too outrageous. Zhuo Fan directly opened his attribute panel. Name, Zhuo Fan. Level, 1 attribute, White Infinite. Age, 21 years. Health, 15,800. Strength, 15,700. Defense, 10,000. Speed, 10. Attack speed, 10,000. This was simply invincible at the same level, not to mention at the same level, even when facing a second-level opponent, he could easily cope. After fusing all the attributes, Zhuo Fan simply had a quick breakfast and headed straight to the school's training ground. Today was the day for the test. On the martial arts school's training ground, Zhuo Fan rushed straight to the testing platform. Zhuo Fan, who gave you the courage to sell the golden item? Don't you know that item belongs to me? Just as he entered the training ground and hadn't taken a step, he was met with a cold shout. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. Zhuo Fan, what are you dawdling for? Quickly take out the golden item that Meng Xiao needs, or you'll be in for it. Zheng Jiao slightly raised her chin and said, you little brat, don't play tricks. I don't care about your business with this woman, but if you dare to sell what belongs to me, I won't let you off easily. On the other side, Meng Yuntao, dressed in a white suit, also narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, a hand rapidly enlarged in front of him, as if enveloping endless power. A crisp slap echoed, and under this immense force, Meng Yuntao was sent flying, crashing hard onto the ground more than 10 meters away. Noisy, openly disrupting my test. Isn't this asking for a beating? How is this possible? You actually dared to lay a hand on Meng Xiao? Hearing Zhang Jiao's exclamation, the crowd in the training arena was immediately drawn to the sound, and many people looked in the direction from which the voice came. That must be Zhuo Fan, right? I heard he sold the golden attribute. How does he still have the courage to make a move? If I'm not mistaken, the one being beaten is Meng Yuntao from the Meng family. Meng Yuntao is actually a second-tier powerhouse, and he was unexpectedly knocked away by Zhuo Fan. What is going on? Could it be that Zhuo Fan has been hiding his strength all along? You are the one called Meng Yuntao, right? Meng Yuntao lay on the ground with a face full of shock. That seemingly casual slap had actually caused him multiple fractures. How did you do it? How could I possibly lose to a waste like you? But what greeted Meng Yuntao was another slap. Who is the waste? Take out all the pocket money on you, or I will start tearing out the entries. Meng Yuntao gritted his teeth and still handed over his communicator. After their communicators touched, only a crunch was heard, and then Zhuo Fan nodded in satisfaction. He's seen it. PayPal arrived with $1 million. $1 million isn't much, but it's better than nothing. Chapter 004 My Demon Suppression Armies people. You dare to touch them too? Holy, what is this guy doing? Even if it's okay to beat people in the martial arts arena, how can you rob them in public? One time, one exclamation after another was heard in the large martial arts arena. The students all looked at Zhuo Fan in surprise. Wasn't this guy a waste? How could he be so bold? Isn't this looking for death? This is the drill hall. There are quite a few powerful people that are going to be there to watch the ceremony today. Isn't this guy looking for excitement? A light warning, loss of test qualification, or direct expulsion. It can't be because of weak strength. Directly choose to swing, right? I think so, but this slap to whip away a second-rank powerhouse doesn't look like a swing, since this kid dares to do it in the martial arts arena. Isn't this clearly looking for excitement? In the crowd, all sorts of comments came from the crowd, but Zhuo Fan turned a deaf ear. What happened? The martial arts arena is a heavy testing ground today, so you can't mess around. A low voice came from the crowd, and their gazes were, once again, attracted. It's over. The law enforcement team is here. This kid is finished. Bumping into the school law enforcement team. Isn't this obviously looking for excitement? Ha ha, even if an immortal came, it would be hard to save the good, right? Noticing the change in the field, many people frowned. More people were teasing. This punk, making a move on me in public. You guys quickly take him away. Meng Yuntao, who was lying on the ground, sat up with strong support, but in his gaze towards Zhuo Fan, there was a look of resentment. This guy actually dared to make a move? Isn't that a death wish? Bring it down. One of the law enforcement members in the lead glanced at Zhuo Fan and then at Meng Yuntao, who was lying on the ground. This Meng Yuntao in the school is still considered some fame. After all, this guy in the Meng family is also considered a core member. If something does go wrong at school, they can't afford to take the blame. Dravan, however, tightened his fists. With that, take a deep breath. It was he who took the initiative to make a move. I just fought back, and you guys are going to take me away without investigating clearly? Zhuo Fan raised his eyebrows while looking towards the viewing platform a little further away, where quite a few people had noticed the situation over here. Committing an offense in public. Come with us first. The man at the head of the group, however, grunted softly. Are you kidding me? In full view of the public, they actually dared to make a direct move to take away whatever the reason was. What if I don't? Zhuo Fan raised his eyebrows, his eyes suddenly cold. No, that's not up to you. The man in the lead let out a cold laugh, and with a cross of the spear in his hand, he stabbed towards Zhuo Fan. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air spread out, and the faces of many people around them changed abruptly. School law enforcement team members, strength are extremely strong, generally use the employment system, hired from outside the school. These people have an demonic beasts killed experience. The main killing, heavy actual combat. Even if the law enforcement team heavy, the strength of the weakest existence, but also not ordinary students can resist. Humph. Dravan, however, grunted softly. Since we have suffered an injustice, we have to make a big deal out of it. What does he have to fear? Juefan stood upright. His eyes were filled with a few moments of murderous aura, and the surface of his body flashed with bloodlight as his chi and blood flowed. Bang! As his eyes swept over, the tip of the blazing gun was getting closer and closer, but Juefan didn't care about that. The fist and the tip of the gun collided. Muffled noises spread out, and there was a vague flash of fire. Juefan's figure was as steady as a mountain, while the law enforcement member on the other side, however, quickly retreated. The strong force caused his figure to explode back, a full dozen steps before he could stabilize himself. How is that possible? The man let out a cry of shock, and even though he tried his best to suppress the palpitations in his heart, the horror in those eyes could not be concealed. He was the vice captain of the law enforcement team, and his strength was already at the peak of the 3rd rank, not to mention his strong blood. His reflexes were even better, but he couldn't even deal with a student who hadn't graduated? Again, Juefan, however, had a bland face. At the same time, the heart is also shocked. The gap between the ranks. It is true that the gap cannot be bridged. If it is an ordinary first order, second order, to meet their own fists, is bound to be seriously injured. How is this possible? Letting off steam. Ha! Exclamations of surprise came from the surrounding crowd. Yeah, that's the peak of the 3rd rank. Such an existence being forced back? It's too fake, isn't it? This person, the Demon Suppression Army, will take him. Don't go too far, Juefan. It's too much, isn't it? It's just as well that you sold out the golden words before the test, but you actually disturbed the order of the testing ground? An icy cold voice came from the direction of the podium. Dravan, however, narrowed his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, this is the deputy head of the grade, Mangchobai. It is a dog that flatters the lower and upper classes. It has long been rumored that the other party has interests entangled with certain big families and always does something to eat and take advantage of the others. I didn't realize that this dog actually wants to suppress himself. Skill is not as good as others, but still want to make a nuisance of yourself. Is it really true that the people of my Demon Suppression Army are so good at bullying? A voice like muffled thunder, wrapped in the power of chi and blood, rolled out, causing the faces of many people in the surroundings to steeply change. The power of this, could it be a clan-level powerhouse? That vice-captain of the law enforcement team's face was a shade of green and a shade of white as he looked at Juefan with a gaze of shock and suspicion. Unusual martial artists. It's just 1 to 9 steps above the 9th order. There were even supreme patriarchs. That voice just now, it came from the podium. He had accidentally offended a shocking figure. Disperse, the injured carry away. Lu Hong waved his hand and looked at Juefan with increasing caution. That's all. If you have the chance, you must find a chance to get close to each other, so that the teenager will not pursue the matter anymore. After the revival of aura, everything is honored by strength, and in the Demon Suppression Army, there were countless strong people. Naturally it was not a small person like him who could offend. Dravan froze as well. Look in the direction the voice came from. That voice, why does it sound familiar? Juefan frowned, thinking quickly, and soon the corners of his mouth hooked into a smile. A big shot from the Demon Suppression Army? Juefan's brows stretched, feeling more and more that he had done the right thing by selling the words in the first class. With a patriarch-level powerhouse intervening, things were quickly calmed down. Silence, all. The 6th simulation test, about to begin. All cadets, please, get ready. Chapter 005, Terrifying Cultivation Speed. Exploding. As the test opens, the scene quickly quieted. All students participating in the test entered in an orderly fashion. Juefan, on the other hand, was in no hurry and rented a temporary cultivation room at the martial arts arena. Anyway, the test hadn't started yet, and he hadn't tested his cultivation speed after fusing the words. Stepping into the cultivation room, Juefan locked the door and designed the name of his class as a cue word through the artificial intelligence settings on the doorstop. As soon as his own class starts testing, he'll be the first to be awakened. Time passes in an instant. Half an hour later, Juefan withdrew from the state of initiation. In the next second, Juefan couldn't help but be surprised. Wimpy? He subconsciously looked at his attribute panel and, at first glance, the whole thing was shocked. Name, Juefan. Grade, 2. Word, white, infinite. Age, 21. Blood and Chi, 31600. Strength, 31,400. Defense, 20,000. Speed, 20. Attack speed, 20,000. Is that so unbelievable? This was the benefit of a high word increase. He had only practiced for half an hour and leveled up by 1 level, and as a result, all of his attributes had directly doubled. Before that strength, when he met that fool Meng Yuntao, he was able to slap him away. Now he doubles his attributes. Even if there were 2 more Meng Yuntao, they wouldn't be a match, right? Think about it. The corner of Dravan's mouth turned up. According to reason, as long as the blood value exceeds 10,000 in the test has reached the level of martial arts pride. Frankly speaking, this kind of strength, want to go to which martial arts school? Basically no problem. And even some of the unusual martial arts school guaranteed places is the blood value exceeded 10,000. And Zhuofan's blood value was now 30,000. Doesn't that mean that he's a heavenly pride among heavenly prides? With a secret nod, he stepped out of the cultivation room, on the martial arts field, in front of the testing table. Testing has begun in an orderly fashion. On the other side of the viewing platform, there were also the heads of the major colleges and universities, who would occasionally pick a few good seedlings from the students who were tested, who could directly cross over the martial arts examination and enroll in the school without test. Many students walk up to the testing table with confidence and soon walk down disappointed. This is the last test before the martial arts exam. My chi and blood values have increased by 300 from last time, so I should be stable. Hey, isn't that the loser who sold the golden words? What's the point of coming here when you've sold all your words? Many of the students in the same class quickly noticed Zhuofan and started pointing. You still don't know? He single-handedly challenged Meng Yuntao and forced back the guards. He seems to be quite something. The other man frowned as well, and a hint of eccentricity appeared in his gaze toward Zhuofan. Zhuofan, it's your turn soon. Go up. Lu Qinghe smiled lightly. Her gaze toward Zhuofan was filled with softness. Dravan, however, nodded gently. This is his homeroom teacher, Lu Qinghe. According to memory, since the incident at home, Lu Qinghe hadn't paid much attention to herself. Teacher, there's no rush. Zhuofan, however, shook his head. This test was nothing more than a walk in the park for him, and he was in no hurry. Look, Goon, what's the point of coming here if you're afraid to test? It can't be that the strength that erupted before was high on drugs, right? Otherwise why did you rent the cultivation room? The surrounding crowd spoke in tongues. A test? Ha! Tests are affirmations for geniuses, but for wastes, it's a blow. Chen Jiang laughed coldly, his eyes filled with playfulness. One sentence later, Chen Jiang took the lead. Chen Jiang, a classmate of Zhuofan's, had seen Zhuofan sell the gold words and guessed that Zhuofan no longer had a future. Even if they possessed the ability to explode for a short period of time, most likely they had used some secret method. He placed one hand on the tester, and the value on the instrument, which was constantly jumping, finally settled at 3,000. Chen Jiang raised his eyebrows, a few hints of triumph hidden on his face. This kind of blood value was enough for him to enter WU. Rubbish, go up, what a disgrace to our class. Chen Jiang dropped a sentence and listened to the comments of the surrounding crowd with a smile on his face. Shut your mouth, for trash like you, I can beat 10 with one hand. Zhuofan raised his eyebrows, his face was odd, not to mention, with his 30,000 chi blood value, he could indeed hang this guy for 10. What's all the bragging about? Can you test the chi blood value more than me? More than me, I'll eat live. Chen Jiang raised his eyebrows. Zhuofan, however, shook his head. In his opinion, such behavior was the act of a child. It was not much fun, but since someone was actively seeking death, he could not be spoiled. I'm waiting for you to eat. Zhuofan narrowed his eyes and walked towards the test bench step by step. On the test bench, there was only one chi and blood tester. After all, for martial artists, chi and blood was the foundation and determined the upper limit of a martial artist. If the chi and blood value was high enough, the future achievements would naturally be unlimited. Noticing Zhuofan on stage, many people shook their heads gently. There was even mockery in the gaze that looked at him. Zhuofan, however, did not care about this, took a step forward, stretched out his white palm, and pressed it on the tester. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment Zhuofan's hands touched the tester, the value on the instrument, then, jumped wildly. 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, and it's growing rapidly. Drop, drop, drop. In the next second, the chi and blood tester let out a piercing alarm. Stop, class, stop right now, hurry. The safety officer standing on the test stand froze on the spot, his eyes filled with shock. What's going on here? Could it be that his blood value had exceeded the range carried by the tester? That's impossible. The simulation test before the martial arts exam, 10,000 chi and blood values are rare, and this machine, which can carry the pressure of 20,000 chi and blood values, how could it be alarmed? Boom! Next, a boom spread out, and the tester actually emitted white smoke, as if it would explode at any moment. What's the situation? What happened? In the direction of the viewing platform, Principal Chen Jianghe and a group of heads of colleges and universities who had come to watch the ceremony rose, looking towards the test bench where Zhuofan was. That face was filled with shock. The safeties don't know what's going on, but they know exactly what's going on. Is this using the blood value to hold up the instrument? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One big brother after another began to rise into the air, coming in the direction of where Zhuofan was with an eager face. This Zhuofan, what heavenly guts! Even if it's a nuisance before the match, he's actually destroying the testing apparatus? This time, even the demon suppressor army won't be able to protect him. An icy voice with a few moments of teasing came from the distance. Zhuofan, however, narrowed his eyes. This is Meng Qiubai's voice. It seems that this old man, the heart of a thief, is not dead. Chapter 006, 300 million reward. Retest. Chapter 006. Meng Qiubai. It's a sideline of the Meng family, and normally, even if you want to show your loyalty, you can't find the opportunity to do so. Well, that's good. As long as this Zhuofan was taken down, it would be a great achievement no matter what. On the viewing platform, many people had noticed the previous situation, but Meng Qiubai took the lead and came to the testing platform first, gazing at Zhuofan with an icy gaze. Zhuofan, you don't have a lot of guts. It's just that you hurt someone with your hands before the test. Why did you deliberately damage the instrument? He narrowed a pair of eyes, in which a cold aura flickered, but in the depths of those eyes, there was the slightest hint of undisguised teasing. Boom! Hear that? Underneath the test bench, a cacophony of laughter erupted. What is this? It's not even if this guy sold the gold words, but when testing, he actually broke the instrument? What's wrong with that? Each tester, precious as it is, to say it's worth its weight in gold is an understatement. I can't believe this guy broke it? What a waste. How can we test it if we break the instrument? Yeah, this guy is simply a mourner. Under the stage, many people began to hurl insults, and where Ning Chuan's class was located, the cursing was the most vicious. Although Chen Jiang finished the test, he scolded Zhuofan. That was even more not polite at all. He looked over with mockery on his face. Hey, this kid actually tried to make me eat? Let's see what he's arrogant about now. Zhuofan had a teasing face. This guy broke the instrument. Doesn't that mean the chi blood value is 0 egg? Ha ha ha, laugh me to death. This guy is obviously unaware of himself. This is good. Being expelled is light. It's not even possible to lose the qualification for the martial arts examination. The other people around followed suit. Zhuofan, simply a bastard, actually making a move on Meng Xiao. This is great. After breaking the tester, I'll see how he'll deliver. On the other side, Zheng Jiao had a sneer on her face. Looking in the direction where Zhuofan was, his gaze was filled with resentment. On stage, what happened? Without waiting for Meng Qiubai to continue to lash out, a thick voice came from behind him. A white-haired old man, standing with his arms folded, swept a glance at the smoking test bench and his gaze landed on Zhuofan. Testers rarely have problems. Could it be that your soul power is too strong, causing the instrument to be unable to withstand it? The old man had crane hair and a kind smile. Dravan, however, nodded gently. Headmaster, it should be like this. It's just that some people are adding fuel to the fire. Zhuofan nodded his head, but deliberately looked at Meng Qiubai on the other side. What do you mean? What I said is true. Meng Qiubai, however, froze. This kid didn't sell his golden words. How could his soul power exceed the standard? The principal, however, smiled without saying anything, looked to the observer on the other side. Headmaster, when this student took the test, his chi and blood values skyrocketed, and if I'm not mistaken, his chi and blood values have already exceeded 20,000, and that's the limit that the tester can withstand. The observer was also shocked. He's been a spotter for some years, never had a situation like this before. 20,000? Hearing this, everyone present was dumbfounded. How was this possible? It was reasonable to say that within the martial arts school, the first-rate Heavenly Pride had never exceeded 15,000 in chi and blood value. How did this kid do it? Even the principal, who had expected this, froze on the spot. Over 20,000? Ha ha ha. It seems that the seedling that my demon suppressor army has its eye on is really not bad. Not far away. Bright laughter spread out. Dravan looked away as well. The man had spoken out to help him before. Now look again. But was stunned. Originally Zhuofan thought, this is the father's old friends in the army. To help him is also in the father's face. But I did not expect to actually be him? Dravan was dumbfounded. Isn't this the same guy who bought his own gold phrase? General Qin. Right now this matter has not been verified clearly. It's better not to jump to conclusions. Meng Qiubai narrowed his eyes with an eager face. If this guy is really recognized as a genius, he's done for. What? This tester is made of fine steel, which even has a divine iron component, so why don't you destroy one and I'll take a look? Qin refused to go north but raised his eyebrows. The gaze that looked at Meng Qiubai grew colder and colder. He couldn't figure out why this young man in front of him was selling gold phrases, but now it seemed that the other party was bound to have a strange encounter. Otherwise, how could he have more than 20,000 blood value? This, headmaster. Meng Qiubai froze and hurriedly looked at the principal. I think, what General Qin said is good. Your name is Zhuofan? Chang Huaishan had a smile on his face. He served at the first martial arts school for many years, but I've never met such a gifted student. Yes, Zhuofan laughed softly and exhaled gently. Good job. If my first martial school is full of geniuses like you, then the rise of my great Xia is only a matter of time. Chang Huaishan laughed openly, his eyes filled with appreciation. What? This? The surrounding crowd froze. The mouths of those present were wide open. It was clear what it meant to be able to have more than 20,000 blood values at this stage. Many people on the stage also stared in disbelief. Hearing Chang Huaishan smile, even a fool would know that it was an acknowledgement of Zhuofan. Zhuofan, you're very good. Given your rapid progress, the school will provide you with $300 million to motivate other students. Chang Huaishan's gaze fell on Zhuofan. He had heard a little about Zhuofan's selling of the golden words and had some guesses of his own. The boy is mostly short of money. Who else would sell the golden words? Thank you, principal. Hearing this, a smile flashed across Zhuofan's face. His first objective had been achieved. Showing talent in front of a crowd, it was bound to receive extra attention. And as long as there was a prize, the problem of cultivation resources could be solved to a large extent. After all, in the martial arts path, every step forward required a large amount of money. Words are the most central resource for cultivation though, but in addition to this, there is also a need for feats, martial arts, and even more so, a variety of equipment and weapons. All of this can cost money. No need to be polite. You have fought for the glory of my first martial school. This is all what you deserve. Chang Huaishan was full of kindness. Actually, enrollment in the first martial arts school is not a big deal. As the one martial arts school in Ningzhou, there is a good supply of students. But there are not many good geniuses. With a signboard like Zhuofan, there was no telling how much benefit it was going to bring to the first martial arts school. $300 million is indeed not a small amount for an individual. It could be lower than the existence of a volume like the first martial arts school, which could be taken out by biting its teeth. Headmaster, I don't think it's possible to conclude his chi value right now. On the other side, Meng Qiubai, who hadn't spoken before, clenched his teeth, his eyes full of ice. The instruments are broken. It doesn't make sense at all. Besides, it's a waste that even the golden words have been sold off. How is it possible to have such a high blood value? Meng Qiubai's words immediately attracted a lot of attention, and many people looked along. Off stage, there were also a few gazes that were filled with hope. Right. How could this guy have 20,000 blood value? Chen Jiang on stage gritted his teeth. Chapter 007, Second Test, another one? Meng Qiubai, however, laughed coldly. The eyes swept over Zhuofan. Zhuofan, a martial artist's chi and blood value is the foundation. No matter what method you use to break the tester, none of it changes the end result. If you take the initiative to admit your mistake now, perhaps the final punishment can be lighter. Meng Qiubai appeared to be following the order of things, but there was an icy coldness in his gaze. Many people around them heard this, but they frowned. Meng Qiubai was the great director of the first martial arts school, and on such occasions, his every word and action could represent the school. Recognize the mistake? What's wrong with me? Zhuofan has long seen through this Meng Qiubai. 2 lifetimes of his what scenes have not seen, and now raised his eyebrows. That face more than a few points of coldness. That's right, headmaster. Our first martial school. We don't have this kind of student who doesn't recognize his mistakes. Expel him in order to ensure the innocence of our first martial school. The smile on Meng Qiubai's face flickered. Since this guy was dead set on not admitting his mistake, the next thing you know, you have room to maneuver. You shut up. On the other side, Chang Huaishan lightly grunted, his face becoming more and more gloomy. After so many years, the first martial arts school had finally produced a genius. Was this Meng Qiubai on the wrong medication? Chang Huaishan swept his gaze across the room. The voice also became low. Since there are quite a few people who are curious about Zhuofan's chi and blood values, why don't we measure it again? Chang Huaishan looked at Zhuofan. He had been observing Zhuofan. This Zhuofan had been calm and relaxed. It didn't seem like he was faking at all. It looks like it's asking about other people. However, Chang Huaishan's gaze fell on Zhuofan, obviously seeking Zhuofan's opinion. All at the principal's discretion. Dravan bowed his head slightly. However, someone has slandered me. This matter can't be let go like this, right? Zhuofan, however, looked at Meng Qiubai on the other side. Zhuofan thought that he was not a good person, and this Meng Qiubai had been targeting himself because of Meng Yuntao's matter. Right now, since there is an opportunity, how could he just let it go? Hear that? Several people froze, but Chang Huaishan laughed, his eyes full of appreciation. Well said. The people of my demon suppression army are not just to be bullied. On the other side, Qin refused to go north and also lightly hummed. The heads of the other colleges and universities around them also nodded their heads. After seeing Zhuo Fanfa's talent, they all had the intention of recruiting him. So naturally, they didn't have a very good impression of Meng Qiubai. You, as the grade director, I am also considered your teacher. You can't move to honor your teacher? Meng Qiubai, however, froze. This Zhuofan made a fool of him in public. Damn it, division commander? Dravan grunted lightly. Just you. You deserve it? Headmaster, if he is the one who slandered me, I need a statement. Zhuofan, however, didn't care about Meng Qiubai at all. He was just the grade director. He didn't have any real power at all. The principal was standing in front of himself. Zhuofan didn't have time to break it up with a fool. This, just as well. Since you questioned the students, Director Meng, you must be punished if it turns out to be your problem. If Zhuofan's blood value exceeds 20,000, you might as well take the blame and resign. Chang Huaishan, however, did not give any face at all. The crowd around them froze. Then he revealed a meaningful smile. To say that to be a human being, one must also always be good. Otherwise, this Chang Huaishan's strength is average. But Can in the first martial arts school principal position, sat for so many years. Human feelings must be very in place. If Zhuofan's blood value reaches 20,000, that's bound to be a competition for many colleges and universities. At that time, what's one Meng Qiubai worth? Might as well just send Zhuofan a delivery favor. And Dravan froze. He naturally knew Chang Huaishan's intention. After nodding at Chang Huaishan, but his heart became more and more emotional. It seems that no matter what time, strength is the fundamental of the fundamental. I agree. Meng Qiubai gritted his teeth in death. He determined that Dravan had faked. It was also determined that there was no way I was going to get out of school. In any case, the Meng family in Ningzhou, there are still a few points of influence, but in full view of the public, Meng Qiubai did not dare to make a mistake, and could only temporarily agree. Principal Meng, I'll arrange the next thing. The instruments of our demon suppression army should be a bit more accurate. On the other side of the room, Qin Refusal North, who hadn't said anything, took 2 steps forward. Drop a line. Without waiting for the crowd present to react, the palm of his hand flipped. A palm-sized tester appeared in Qin Refused North's hand. This instrument, which is our carry-on duty, is not the same in the army as in the school. As you should know, the test value of this instrument of mine is 30,000. Qin refused to smile up and explained at the crowd around him. With pleasure, General. It's still the advanced instruments in the army. Chang Huaishan laughed and arched his hand at Qin Refused to go north, while the others around him were also filled with envy. Every single one of this kind of instrument was worth a lot of money, and the one in Qin Refused to go north's hands would be worth even more. Qin refused to go north, but he didn't care about the crowd around him. His eyes fell on Zhuofan. Little fellow, we meet again. Greetings, General. Dravan nodded gently. Start? Qin Refused to north also nodded, looked at each other and smiled. No more words. He is a soldier, not so much bending and twisting. Ha, Dravan, however, froze. General, or let's get another one? Zhuofan, however, scratched his head in embarrassment. According to the system's display of his chi blood value, his chi blood value had already exceeded 30,000. It would be embarrassing to use this tester and have it blow up again. What? You? Qin Refused North froze, displaying consternation. Then he looked at Zhuofan violently, his gaze flashing with essence. You mean? Qin refused to say what came after North did not say. Zhuofan also understood what the other party was trying to express and just nodded his head gently. Qin refused to go north with a solemn expression on his face as well. There were a few more points of shock in those eyes. This young man in front of him was truly not simple. He's at most a second-ranked martial artist now, right? The blood value actually exceeded 30,000, which was more or less outrageous, wasn't it? Go, then you follow me to the Martial Alliance. Qin Refused North's gaze flickered, and as he spoke, he fiercely reached out, grabbing Zhuofan's shoulder and striding towards the test bench below. What are you, General Qin, doing? Zhuofan hasn't finished the chi and blood test yet. The others around them froze, but no one stood in the way. Only Meng Qiubai froze, and that face was filled with ice. This Qin Refused to go north is indeed a person from the Demon Suppressor Army, but to be so protective of the calf is a bit excessive, isn't it? Speaking, Meng Qiubai took 2 steps forward and stopped in front of the two. Get out! Qin refused to go north with a slightly cold face. There was a bit more coldness in his eyes. In the middle of the campus, the chi blood value was already over 30,000. This was a genius among geniuses, and absolutely nothing could go wrong. If someone gets in the way, just kill them. Why bother with the nonsense? Pop. Speaking Qin refused to North raised his palm toward Meng Qiubai face to draw. An enormous force swept over, wrapping Meng Qiubai and sending him flying backwards toward the back. Chapter 008, The Bell Chimes. Top power. Put. A soft thud spread out. Meng Qiubai's body, under this huge force, was like a kite with broken strings, flying out backwards. It smashed down hard on the ground not far away. This, General Qin. A lot of people around them froze. What's going on here? Qin refused to go north for many years to guard the Great Wall, always killing and decisive. This time he came back for no other reason than to help the army to search for talents. But, it's not like it's a direct hit, is it? Even Chang Huaishan froze. Even if this Meng Qiubai had problems, he was still a member of his first martial arts school. How could others dispose of him at will? It's a matter of great importance. So you may head to the Qingzhou Martial Alliance headquarters. I'll be waiting for you there. Qin refused to go north and didn't explain. Do not even look at Meng Qiubai. That Meng Qiubai, although it is also a third-order martial artist, but that grade, in his eyes, completely insufficient to look at. Fight, kill, anyway, that kind of goods, from the beginning, feel that do not look good. What? Yes, Chang Huaishan was prepared though, but when he heard this, he couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. To the Martial Arts League? Wouldn't that mean that this Zhuofan's talent had long exceeded the crowd's imagination? The test continues. I'm going to follow General Qin. Chang Huaishan took a deep breath and quickly thought of a certain possibility. Even with his full power to suppress it, the smile at the corner of his mouth simply could not be suppressed. Ha 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 ha, my first martial school. This is a dragon among men coming out. Chang Huaishan laughed out loud, then quickly ascended into the air and headed in the direction where the Martial Alliance was located. The crowd that remained at the scene was dumbfounded. What's the situation? This scene of twists and turns had long since left the crowd a little confused. But, the heads of the other colleges and universities present, however, looked at each other. Another sweep of the test site. They kind of see it. To be able to make the two bigwigs so excited, this student must not be simple. Although, there were still tons of students on the floor and none of the test results were in. But, none of the thousands of students present could match that one. Immediately. Follow it up right away. It's the only way to grab a raw deal. A group of bigwigs looked at each other. Without saying a word, one by one, they rose up in the air. The students whose chi and blood values had already exceeded 20,000 couldn't be shortchanged by another family. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One big brother, after another, rose into the air. Many people who stayed at the scene were shaking their heads and sighing. Not that they didn't want to compete, but with the school's current situation, even if they wanted to compete, they didn't have that capital. That kind of amazingly talented students were destined to belong to first-class colleges and universities. If they wanted to grab it, it would be with no intention of doing so. The test continues. The safety officer on the test bench, a flash of bewilderment in his gaze, eventually spoke aloud. Subsequently, students are taking tests one after another, and order was quickly restored to the scene, but many of the students had odd faces. From time to time, he looked in the direction where the Martial Alliance was located. The Chi and Blood test. Naturally, the Martial Alliances was more professional and more accurate. If there are no special circumstances, it was bound to be impossible to use the power of the Martial Arts Alliance. The other side. Qin refused to go north and brought Zhuofan with him, heading all the way to the Martial Alliance. Qin refused to go north as he was already a sect master level powerhouse, and his speed in the air was extremely fast, and in just the blink of an eye, he arrived outside the main gate of the Martial Alliance. Qin refused to go north and briefly discerned the direction. Then he walked toward the testing hall, while Zhuofan was speechless. How excited does this big brother have to be? It's like a hawk catching a chicken all the way here? But, Zhuofan also had to sigh. This Zhongshe level powerhouse was just extraordinary, not to mention the speed. The flight was also extremely smooth. I wonder, at this cultivation speed of his, when will he be able to become a patriarch level powerhouse? Soon, the two reached the outside of the testing hall. The Martial Alliance was the most magnificent building in every state capital. This testing hall was just the same, tens of meters high, and at the entrance was a bronze gate, which was carved with intricate patterns and even engraved with quite a few words. So with just a glance, one could tell that this place was extraordinary. Qin refused to take a step towards the main gate before the guards outside the gate could inquire. Qin refused to throw out a blood-colored token with a flip of his hand. That guard's gaze, which changed from bewilderment to reverence, opened the gate without saying a word. The two of them entered it before Zhuofan felt that his feet were on the ground. That's so nice. It's better to keep your feet on the ground. Let's start. I am really surprised that your kid can actually bring such a big surprise. If the blood value exceeds 30,000, you will definitely be the #1 person in the young generation. And I, the Huaxia, will give you the green light all the way. Sheen refused to burn his eyes northward. As a powerful person guarding the Great Wall, Sheen refused to go north, knowing all too well what genius actually meant. Just protected well enough. Geniuses grew extremely fast, and it wouldn't take long for them to become a mainstay. Dravan reached up and touched his nose. Why did he feel that it was not a bad feeling to be in the limelight? Dravan nodded. Stepping towards the front of the tester, there was a flash of essence in those eyes. He held out his right hand and pressed it against the tester. Boom! With a muffled sound, the power of chi and blood of the entire body bulged out. Powerful strength was infused into the tester in an instant. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. After the blood value exceeded 30,000, it was actually still rising. Eventually, steady stop. Although the Qin refused to go to the north, who was standing on the side, was prepared. His eyes still widened after his gaze landed on the string of numbers. 31,600. Stinging red font. Reflections. Hiss. It made the killjoy bigot suck in a breath of cold air. His gaze towards Juefan also deepened. What's wrong with that? This kid is just a senior in martial arts school. This strong chi and blood value was only a little more than that of an unusual third-ranked martial artist. He has gold words related to increasing chi and blood? You are simply a demon. This matter, I will report it to the headquarters. If it is expected well, your future cultivation resources have a fall, even including words. Sheen refused to take a deep breath from the north, and his eyes deepened. Dang, 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 snapped. The dull, mellifluous sound of the bell spread. What's going on here? In the next second, Juefan's eyes widened. This is the sound of bells and chimes. Only when a new patriarch is born, there will be the sound of bells and chimes. But that's 7 chimes. Sheen refusing north seemed to have seen the confusion in Juefan's eyes and glanced at him before opening his mouth to explain. Dravan nodded gently. Dang, dang, dang. 3 more voices, spreading out. Sheen refused to go north, but his eyes widened. Dang, 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 dang. Another series of chimes. Sheen refused to go north and closed his mouth. Instead, there was more than a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. What is going on here? Never met one before. A full 10 voices. Even those old masters didn't have this treatment, right? Chapter 009, Recruiting with All Eyes. Giving astonishing dragon guards. Chapter 9. Outside the testing hall, the people who were still traveling in the air stopped. That originally hopeful face was filled with a few oddities. Immediately afterward, the oddity turned into shock instead. Is that a chime? The ones present are all first-class powerhouses, and even if some of them are not as strong, they are still high-ranking existences, and they know very well what the sound of the chime actually means. It's a sign of the birth of a strong man. Could it be that a new powerhouse had been born in Great Xia? But, even if one achieves the position of patriarch, that is only 7 chimes. Is this someone ordaining a god? It's not right, is it? There should only be 2 people in this testing hall, Juefan and General Qin. Juefan is just a high school student. How could he achieve the position of a patriarch? It can't be General Qin, but it's unlikely. It seems like he only stepped into the sovereign's shoes 2 years ago. He's not a top powerhouse right now. It's impossible for him to be sealed as a god. No, there is another possibility that the Protectorate General and the Guardians, a few of them appeared during the test. You mean? The group of bigwigs on the periphery reacted with a jolt. Many people's gazes were filled with horror. Yes, only those with outstanding talent have this treatment. It can be said that every existence that meets the long ringing of the chime, as long as they don't fall, they will certainly be the backbone of my daxia in the future. This is not a loud statement, but resounding. A group of people heard this, but they violently felt as if their hearts had missed half a beat. Breath caught in his throat. This person is Juefan. Snapped. A number of people in the room responded. Essence flashed in his eyes. I don't know what I'm counting on. Gentlemen, I will leave you for a moment. Suddenly, one of the people in the crowd reacted, dropped a sentence, and flew off into the distance. And only after leaving the crowd's field of vision did he take out his communicator, and reported the reasonable situation to his academy at fire speed. And, almost at the same time, the others in the room reacted as well. But then these people were not so good-natured, simply didn't greet the surrounding crowd at all, and after just glancing at each other, they quickly left, with a few more moments of celebration in those eyes. Such genius, how can you give it away? Now, all that can be done is to quickly report the situation and get the permissions as fast as possible. It is also the only way to increase the success rate of solicitation. There were 7 or 8 big shots who came together. 4 of them, all of them scurried further away to communicate with their own academies, while the other 3 looked at each other, and from each other's gazes, more than a little bit of helplessness could be seen. They naturally knew what was going on with this Juefan, but with the strength of the school in which it is located, there are no qualifications to fight for at all. he could only speed up his flight and arrived outside the gate of the Martial Alliance first. Even if they weren't qualified to solicit, they still had to be there as soon as possible to catch a glimpse of the genius's true appearance. It's something we haven't met in 10 years, is it? Isn't it? Unfortunately, such a top genius is only qualified to be recruited by the 4 great academies. Instead, it's less interesting. This 4 great academies of Qingzhou. I wonder what they are thinking. It's not that I'm looking down on them. Right now it's just a test before the martial arts exam. When the martial arts exam starts, these 4 great academies won't be able to rank at all. They're thinking beautifully. Wanting to make the first move? One person in the crowd lightly grunted. Several people in the room nodded lightly when they heard this. That is indeed true. Such a stunning genius, even in the whole of China, it was ranked. It is true that these institutions of learning in the Green State are somewhat inadequate in the face of the national colleges and universities. Hurry up. We must get first-hand information. Yes, this kind of situation has not been seen for many years. We can't miss this kind of opportunity. As long as we get the first-hand information, it must be the front-page headlines. The crowd was discussing. Not far from a group of reporters with long guns and short sticks, then took the lead. A few people looked at each other. There was more than a touch of helplessness in his eyes, but it is not just them, these colleges and universities, staring at the geniuses. It can be said that in the world where strength is honored, anyone is staring at these geniuses. The value of force has become the world's first productive force. In other words, even if the words it possesses itself are not suitable for combat, you can also make a good career in the society and become a human being. This is where strength reigns supreme. As long as one has enough strength, then one can have the wind at one's back and the rain at one's back. The other side. In the testing hall, Sheen refused to go north, but his face was odd. This bell and zither ringing was indeed a good thing, but it would likewise bring the eyes of the entire Qingzhou all together here. Next, guess it's going to be wonderful. Zhuofan, I reckon that your strength will still improve before the martial arts exam. Sheen refusal north, have limited abilities, but I'm also willing to contribute to the rise of the geniuses of the human race. This, you take. Sheen refused north's gaze flickered, but his face was permeated with a smile. Sheen refused north flung his hand, and flung the blood-colored token over. Zhuofan was stunned, but he still reached out and grabbed it. But that face was permeated with a few oddities. The token was blood-red in color, and on the blood-red token, there was a hot gold dragon character. The dragon character looked like a dragon flying, but Zhuofan vaguely felt that the token seemed to contain some kind of energy. This token is capable of mobilizing a team of amazing dragon guards at will. In addition, there is also a piece of my intention stored inside, so if you encounter danger, you can use it at any time. Sheen refused to smile lightly as he looked at Zhuofan with an ever brighter gaze. He does have a connection with this kid. Sheen refused north, had good talent, but he hadn't even obtained a golden word until he met Zhuofan. It was also because of this one golden word, his future position among the border army will be more secure. This token is precious though, but as an extra payback, there's nothing wrong with that. This is too expensive. Dravan, however, froze. He knew that every patriarch was a powerful and incomparable existence, not to mention the surprise dragon guard. This shocking dragon guard was the strongest under the sovereign among the border army, usually 10 people in a squad. Moreover, the actual combat experience was extremely strong, and there was even a rumor that the power that erupted from these 10 surprising dragon guards united together could cut down a Zongshire. But they are all first-class life-preserving cards. If it were an ordinary person, they would have never even heard of it, let alone be able to own it. You kid, don't be embarrassed. That golden words are far more useful to me than you can imagine. These are even my payment to you. Sheen refused to go north but gently shook his head. He was a military hero. It's natural to say whatever comes to mind. Thank you, General. Zhuofan's gaze flickered, and his heart couldn't help but warm up. He knew that Sheen refusing to go north was one aspect of worrying about his safety, and even gratitude wasn't the most important thing. It's for fear that he will meet with an accident before the martial arts exam. Chapter 010 Giving Away Treasure. Competing for Promises. Chapter 10. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Next, the school is on vacation, so you'd better go into seclusion and cultivate. The surprising dragon guards will arrive as fast as they can and guard your safety throughout. Sheen refused to go north and gave 2 more explanations. Dravan, however, was slightly stunned. General Sheen, a great favor is not appreciated. Zhuofan's heart was on fire. He was alone in the world, with no family. It was not uncommon for his father's comrades in arms to take care of themselves for a few moments, but that was also entirely for his father's sake. It was the first time that Zhuofan had ever felt that someone was paying such attention to him. There's no need to thank me. The human race is in danger. I'm just doing what I should do. Sheen refused to go north but shook his head slightly. Dravan nodded heavily. He had inherited the memories of his original body, so naturally he was clear about the situation in this side of the world. Xia was the most powerful existence among the few existing countries, but even so, every year, in order to fight against the demonic beasts and against the evil devils, he would pay a huge price. It was the presence of a pillar of the human race like Qin refused to go north. It's the rest of the Daxia people that have a peaceful life. Your rapid growth is what we wish to see. Qin refused north, dropped a sentence and took the lead in stepping out the door. But, the moment the thick bronze door opened, Qin refused to go north but froze. He knew that a situation like Zhuofan's would most create a huge sensation, but he hadn't thought that such a sensation could actually reach this level. There was already a crowd outside the door, and there was fire in the eyes of these people looking over. General Qin, hello, we heard the bell chime long before. You were in the testing hall before. Can you tell us what happened? Yes, General Qin, what happened before? Is it possible that you have stepped into the God realm? General Qin, is it convenient for you to tell us about the situation? The crowd outside the door was like a tidal wave coming in. Even if Qin refused to go north in advance, he froze on the spot. Not me. I don't know what's going on. Also, there's a lot at stake today, and there will be an official statement soon. When the time comes, everyone will naturally be clear about what's going on. Qin refused to look northward as he swept his gaze across the room, with a bit more coldness in it. That's a casual thing to say. However, the words "what's at stake" were bitten very hard by Qin refused to go north. The people present, hearing these words, their faces changed slightly. Many of them realized what had happened. A few of them took a step back. A sentence that the matter was important was already enough to explain a lot. They didn't have the need to harden themselves up yet. It's Zhuofan's talent to invoke the chimes. Qin refused to turn north, his gaze carrying a smile as he looked in the direction where Zhuofan was. Dravan took one step at a time. Qin refused to go north with these words, which immediately made Zhuofan become the center of attention in the room, and everyone's gazes fell on Zhuofan. Mr. Dravan, student Zhuofan, on behalf of the Qingzhou Martial Arts University, I invite you to join our academy, and for the 4 years that you attend the academy, we will bear all of your cultivation resources except for word eating. A man with gold-rimmed glasses, full of smiles, didn't care about the reporters around him, but took the lead and rushed forward. Student Zhuofan, on behalf of the Martial League, I invite you to join the Martial League's Special Action Team. Our school system is 3 years. As long as you are willing, all the cultivation resources, including words, will be borne by our Martial League. Another middle-aged man with a stout figure wore a smile on his face. He spoke in a jarring, but understated manner. The man who spoke first, but froze on the spot, although he was the first to contact Zhuofan. In comparison, the other party's conditions were obviously a bit more appealing, which was not at all comparable to him. Qingzhou Wushu University, which was also a top-ranked academy in Qingzhou, but compared to the Martial Arts Alliance, it was nothing. In a world where strength is fundamental, the words of the Martial Alliance were extremely powerful. The authority was more sufficient, and the guarantees that could be given were naturally more. Dravan heard this. However, the pupils could not help but shrink. The conditions given by the other party could not be described as not generous. If it wasn't for his own special situation, he would have agreed to it in the first place. Zhuofan was currently a solitary person and wanted to improve his strength by leaps and bounds. This was indeed a good path to take. But, he couldn't have the academy prepare a bunch of white words every time. Could he? Thanks. I'll think about it. Zhuofan nodded lightly. Creating a situation like today's, in fact, Zhuofan had already thought of it a long time ago. But, now that he has shown his talent, there will be more options. And, there was no martial arts exam at the moment, and Zhuofan didn't intend to decide at night. Zhuofan student, the matter of entering the academy is still more important. Our Qingzhou Martial Arts University has absolute sincerity. Here are 10 qi and blood pills. I hope that under your hands, before the martial arts exams, these things are very helpful to you. A lot of help. The head of the Martial Arts Alliance is smart. It was also prepared. Zhuofan didn't agree right away. He had already thought of a certain possibility. But, although Zhuofan hadn't grown up yet, the talent shown was already enough. After all, that's a long chime that you haven't seen in years, and it can be considered a rare genius. It is much more useful to befriend at this present time than to do so after the other party has achieved success. Student Zhuofan, although our academy is not as good as the two of them, but our sincerity is enough. As long as you join our academy, all your future expenses will be borne by our academy. And not only can you not have to take the martial arts exam, and starting today, you will be given a living secretary to organize everything. So if you need anything else, feel free to communicate with me. Here is a set of earth-ranked techniques. You will soon be able to use them. Please take them. Before Zhuofan could react, someone else around him opened his mouth, and before Zhuofan could see the person, The other person had already placed a scroll, and shoved it into his hands, move extremely fast, and the others around them, sensing this scene, also struck out. Shove everything you can get your hands on into Zhuofan's hands. But, he only had 2 hands, and soon these things were too much to hold. Zhuofan, however, froze, not knowing what to do for a moment. One could only look at Qin refused to go north at his side. Qin refused to go north as if he had anticipated Zhuofan's situation and nodded at him with a smile. Noticing Qin refused north's attitude, Zhuofan also let out a sigh of relief. Although he didn't say anything, his meaning was clear enough that these things could be taken, as it is, and he's less of a burden. Under no circumstances, Zhuofan can only these things, one after another into their own space belt. This space belt has been considered an unusual existence. After all, the human race stood for so many years. There are good at the space department of the great powers. Will be spatial storage of this function developed, and Zhuofan's space belt was also given to him by his father after he became an adult. It's not unusual to just put some essentials in there, but I never thought it would come in handy today. Student Zhuofan, please don't make a hasty decision. On behalf of the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance headquarters, I officially extend an invitation to you. If there are any needs, you can just ask. On the other side, a figure came in a hurry. Before the person arrived, that urgent voice had already reached his ears. Chapter 011 Top Treatment. The Martial God himself. Chapter 11. This, Kyoto Martial Arts League? Everyone in the room froze. You know, it's just a practice test. How could you actually alert the Kyoto Martial Arts League? For a time, the people present have been silent. Many people's eyes are colorful, although the people are silent, but the heart also clearly know that the Kyoto Martial Arts League shot. They are these so-called well-prepared colleges and universities. There is practically no competition anymore. Martial Arts League headquarters? Thank you all, I will consider it. Zhuofan took a deep breath, a touch of lightness in his gaze. This time, it was once again the crowd's turn to be surprised. It was understandable that Zhuofan couldn't look at ordinary colleges and universities, but he couldn't even look at the Martial Arts League in Kyoto? That's more or less too much. Under the present world system, the Martial Alliance could be said to be the backbone, with great authority. Let's not talk about entering the Martial Arts League. If one could have an official position in the martial arts leagues around the world, one would already be a human being. This Zhuofan actually chose to refuse? The people in the room were speechless for a moment. Dravan, however, was in no hurry. He understood that he was weak behind him, and if he wanted to develop as quickly as possible, he would have to rely on a certain large force, and the solicitation from the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance was indeed the most suitable at the moment. But Zhuofan had another calculation. After all, with a fusion word sealing system in place, Dravan's promotion will be very fast, even ridiculously fast. Nowadays, there were still a full 7 days before the college entrance exam, and he was not quite sure himself how far he could grow in these 7 days. Mr. Dravan, our Martial Alliance headquarters, the 3 major academies under the jurisdiction, you can choose one to attend at will. In addition, the female martial god has already arrived in Qingzhou. She will personally extend an invitation to you. If you are willing to join the Martial Alliance, you can become, at this moment, a martial god disciple. The person who was rejected before took a deep breath, like some kind of determination. Gritting his teeth, he spoke up then. This statement was made. Everyone in the room froze. Everyone's gaze toward Zhuofan changed. What kind of concept is that? There are 9 grades of martial artists, and above the 9th grade, it is the Zone Master Powerhouse. Above the Sovereign, there were even martial gods. Daxiao was founded to this day, but the 3 great Valkyries, and the female Valkyries were among them. Ranked second, the Valkyrie herself recruited? It is already a top-notch treatment. Besides, it was clear in the minds of all. 3 great gods of war, one of whom sits in Kyoto. The other man guards the wall. The last person, on the other hand, was the backup force, and the 3 great wushu gods were busy in their own ways. You actually came in person for Zhuofan? These 3, all of them are not talented people. All of them are giants on one side. The multitude of people who could come to solicit talents on behalf of each academy were all dignified existences. And what's more, they were the topmost existences of each academy, especially the one from the Martial Arts Alliance, serving the Martial Arts Alliance War Department. It's a first-class Rock Springs bigot. But, even with such an existence, in front of the 3 great martial gods, it could only be a persistent star competing with the White Moon. It's not even on the table. Although there was no lack of sect master level powerhouses among the people present, it was precisely because the people had already achieved the position of sect master that they clearly knew how difficult it was to reach the god realm from sect master. How many people, who had stepped into the sovereign realm for decades, but, for countless years after that, no more inches were gained. Nowadays, a Valkyrie herself came down to solicit. Needless to say, this has been top-notch treatment. Even if Shuofan had been prepared for this, when he heard this, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. That was a female Valkyrie. The Valkyrie actually personally solicited herself? That means, the talent he has shown himself is enough for the higher-ups to take notice? That was a god-level powerhouse. It could be said that a god-level powerhouse was the pillar of every country? If it was expected, well, the reason why Great Xia was in every country was the most powerful existence, not because of anything else. It was just that the other countries only had one god realm, but Dacia, and yet, there are three of them. Such strength. When looking around, no matter which country it was already a crushing force. Hiss, the people present froze for a long time, and eventually couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. It's downright scary. The god of Wushu? That unusual character that existed in legends actually wanted to personally recruit Zhuofan? Originally, Zhuofan was planning to wait for a week afterward, when his strength had risen again, and then he could make a choice among the many academies. Since the god of Wushu himself came down. Instead, it saves the trouble of following up. Zhuofan took a deep breath, and the corners of his mouth hooked into a smile. Well, since that's the case, then when the martial god arrives, I'd like to hear what the martial god thinks. Zhuofan nodded solemnly. Aha! Hearing Zhuofan speak, many of the people present subconsciously nodded their heads, but the nod came halfway through. Sudden stop. What the hell? You've got a lot of nerve. It's nice that you're talented, but you kids need to get it right. That is one of the three great martial arts gods of Dacia. The other party personally came down to solicit, which is something that ordinary people cannot meet in their lifetime. You're actually going to sell it? And the idea of martial arts gods? What could the god of Wushu have in mind? The god of Wushu is willing to recruit you. What else do you want the god of Wushu to think? Is that what people say? But, on second thought, the crowd in the room finally calmed down again. The reason why Dravan dared to say that's also having strength in itself. After all, it seems like this kid is only at the first rank now, right? At the first rank of the district, there was already a chi blood value that broke 30,000. It even triggered a long chime, and these people present almost forgot when the last time the chime had been long. In other words, don't look at Zhuofan's youth. Once he grows up, this achievement is definitely not lower than the achievements of the three great martial gods. For ordinary people, the position of martial god was indeed unattainable. But, for geniuses, that's different. If you give enough, if you grow well enough, the position of martial god was basically a nail in the coffin. Besides, Zhuofan would soon have another martial god master. There are such underpinnings. Achieving the position of martial god was no longer a concern. Should we contact the dean? At least we have the dean, who is also a martial god. Yes, the other families don't have this qualification. We still do. Someone in the crowd immediately spoke up, but Zhuofan was slightly stunned. By all accounts, it was indeed the case. After all, there were three great martial gods in Dacia. The three great martial arts gods in various colleges and universities have served. Nominally, really, a lot of colleges and universities can say that they have a martial arts god level powerhouse sitting in the town. Martial god Chen has already arrived. All of you. The crowd was still discussing. Not far away, a silhouette came in a hurry. Before the person landed, he opened his mouth aloud. Hearing these words, the people present were stunned. Following the voice to look, a delicate figure stepped in. The silhouette was not fast, but it was still in sight in the blink of an eye. The delicate figure was heroic, and a set of Xian armor was added to the body, which outlined the delicate figure to the fullest. Martial God Chen. Welcome Martial God Chen. The people present came forward and spoke aloud. Chapter 012, The God of Wushu's Own Legacy. Enter the Academy of the God of Wushu. Zhuofan also followed the crowd's gaze. This look was not to be taken in stride. He originally thought that the titular female martial god was actually so young. With this Xian armor, he appeared even more heroic and looked to be in his 20s. The Valkyries just showed up, then was surrounded by the crowd in the center of the arch. After all, the goddess of Wushu unusual either sit in Kyoto, or to patrol the Great Wall. In front of these colleges and universities in charge, is also considered to be a party of big officials, but most of them have not seen the goddess of Wushu. Now the Valkyrie herself is there. The crowd naturally rejoiced. Chen Xingfang swept her gaze over the crowd, only nodding her head gently. Pretty face on the smile is missing. Give a person a refusal of people outside the cold. The crowd also know the female martial arts god character. Even so can only follow the side of the body. Do not dare to count. Chen Xingfang feet pace ceaselessly. Instead, his eyes searched the crowd. Soon, the bright eyes then fell on Zhuofan. You are the Zhuofan who triggered the 10 chimes of the bell? A smile flashed across the female martial god's face. noticing Zhuo Fan nodding his head. Only then did he look at the head of the Martial Alliance's war department on the other side. This person was her subordinate. Chen Xingfang had arranged for someone to come to Qingzhou at the first opportunity when she knew that Zhuo Fan's test had already triggered a vision. All the treatment that can be given has been given to the top, but student Zhuo Fan did not immediately agree. The head of the Martial Alliance's war department bowed his head slightly, his face filled with helplessness. He was confident that the treatment he had given was the best he could do. An ordinary person would definitely be able to jump up and down with excitement upon hearing such a treatment, but this teenager in front of him was different. He had always been bland and calm, and based on this kind of heart alone, he was already destined to be no ordinary person. Zhuo Fan, you triggered the 10 chimes of the bell. This matter has a great impact. If the demon race and evil demons receive the news, they will definitely be unfavorable to you. That's what I came here for. Chen Xingfang's gaze flickered as those beautiful eyes looked toward Zhuo Fan. A genius like you hasn't appeared in years, and those geniuses that appeared before and grew up are very few. Do you understand? Chen Xingfang's voice was clear and cold, while the others around them, who were in a supreme position, couldn't help but fall silent when they heard this. Naturally, he knew that Chen Xingfang was speaking the truth. This period of time before the martial examination is extremely crucial, and I can guess what's on your mind. The strength at the moment is not your limit, right? Chen Xingfang looked towards Zhuo Fan, seemingly not waiting for Zhuo Fan's response, while Zhuo Fan gently nodded his head. What a stunning talent the female martial god was. In front of such a character, Zhuo Fan did not want to hide. Several universities in Kyoto are at your disposal, because Kyoto is safe. In addition, I have come here to tell you that I can accept you as a personal disciple, and teach you once in half a month to protect you as a patriarch. Chen Xingfang didn't make any ink, even though there were many people present. Instead, she didn't hide her intentions. What? This? Without waiting for Zhuo Fan to think about it, one exclamation after another came from the surrounding crowd. The people present did recognize Zhuo Fan's talent, but I never thought that the Valkyrie would actually take it so seriously. Directly accepting as a personal disciple? Wouldn't that mean that Zhuo Fan would be able to directly step into the sovereign realm in the future even if he lay down and cultivated without doing anything? After all, for an ordinary person, stepping into a sovereign was already a very difficult thing to do. For 99% of the population, this is essentially impossible. But, when there were God realm powerhouses interceding, it was naturally different. In addition, after entering the academy, you will be a special grade student. You will be arranged to live in the higher resource area, and there will be 10,000 merit badges per month. Chen Xingfang didn't wait for Zhuo Fan to respond, but rather finished the conditions she could offer at once. That's a condition that's just. Doesn't this mean that my great Xiao will soon be able to produce a new patriarch? The crowd present once again let out an exclamation of surprise. They had already felt the Valkyrie's determination before, but they hadn't felt that it had reached such a level. Dravan froze as well. He hadn't originally thought that these things could go so smoothly. The first time you show your talent, you can attract the attention of a female Valkyrie? Dravan nodded. Without saying a word, he bent over and saluted. Greetings to Master. The other party had already made such an offer. If Zhuo Fan didn't agree, he would be more or less ungrateful. Well, I didn't have enough time to come this time. We'll still meet in Kyoto after March. You take it. Chen Xingfang gently nodded her head. As he spoke, he casually tossed out an item. Whoosh! Dravan was also stunned. Reach out and grab. At first glance, his face was full of oddities. It's actually a phrase? And it's still a purple word. Although purple words were not as good as golden words. In this world where strength was honored, words were hard currency and could be sold even if one didn't need them. If it is expected to be good, the attributes of this purple phrase were bound to be uncomplicated. If it was a specialty, it would start at 300 million at the very least. Master came in a hurry and didn't have any special preparations, but at your current stage, you should be stepping into the second stage very soon, and since that's the case, you should be able to use this purple word. Chen Xingfang's gaze flickered as he spoke indifferently. Thank you, Master. Master, given the subtext, which of the 3 universities in Kyoto do you think is suitable for me? Zhuo Fan's face was filled with sincerity. He was alone before and had no one to turn to, but now it was different. Now that we have the Master, then it's natural to inquire about it. After all, this Chen Xingfang was already a God realm powerhouse, and such an existence was not comparable to his current self in terms of either insight or vision. The 3 great universities in Kyoto, one is devoted to the way of literature, one to killing, and one to synthesizing. Hearing Zhuo Fan inquire, Chen Xingfang also got serious. She took a deep breath and spoke eloquently, while the others around her all perked up their ears and listened. Unusually, how could they qualify for this? Today, to be able to hear Chen Xingfang's analysis, that was also thanks to Zhuo Fan's light. Dravan nodded gently. And, a genius like you will definitely be the backbone of my human race in the future. So taking the path of killing is more suitable for you. Each of the 3 universities has its own strengths. What do you think? Chen Xingfang's gaze flickered. As he spoke, he once again looked at Zhuo Fan. All in accordance with master's arrangement. Zhuo Fan arched his hand. Good. Since that's the case, then let's go to the Martial God Academy. I have a fixed residence in the Martial God Academy, so if I teach you at that time, it will also be much more convenient. Chen Xingfang nodded. A few more points satisfied with this disciple. At such a young age, to have such a talent and still be able to not be arrogant or impatient is indeed rare. Yes. Zhuo Fan nodded. When the school year starts and you head to Kyoto, you can look for your senior sister. Leave your contact information and I will have your senior sister contact you. Under Chen Xingfang's gaze, Zhuo Fan hurriedly took out his own communicator and the two exchanged contact information. Good. Master has to be busy. Take care. Chen Xingfang nodded, and then with a point of his foot, his entire body rose up. Chapter 013, Qin refuses the North's invitation. Demon Suppressor Army. Martial God Chen Xingfang came fast and went even faster. After determining the matter of Zhuo Fan's enrollment, he turned to leave after giving a brief explanation. Seeing Chen Xingfang leave, the gazes of the people looking at Zhuo Fan changed. This one. Before, he was still an ordinary student, but right now, he had already become a martial god progenitor. Such a position was already insurmountable for ordinary people. Zhuo Fan was bashful. He had the system present, and the increase in strength was only a matter of time. But, this test, Zhuo Fan could be said to have gained a lot. Not only did he obtain some academy's complimentary treasures, but he even obtained a team of amazing dragon guards. Another purple word from the master. This word, if it were to be realized, would be worth at least $300 million. Congratulations to progenitor Zhuo. Congratulations. There was already a hint of respect in the gazes of the crowd as they looked at Zhuo Fan. In the eyes of the crowd, this one was already a future patriarch, and even if he worked a little harder, the position of the god realm was not without guarantee. Dravan nodded gently at the crowd. Everyone, I still have to go home to cultivate, so I won't accompany you. Zhuo Fan arched his hand at the crowd. This time there was quite a lot of harvest. Zhuo Fan still planned, after going home, to count the harvest, and realize the things that he couldn't use, as soon as possible. The money realized can be exchanged for white words. Continue with the fusion. Only then was the progress of his strength assured. Congratulations to the progenitor. On the other side of the room, a glint of light penetrated into Qin Refusal North's gaze. Actually, as the first person to invest in Zhuo Fan, Qin refused to go north knowing that the god of Wushu was coming. He already knew that he had invested correctly. Don't you dare to meet with me. Zhuo Fan shook his head slightly. A look of helplessness. In fact, Zhuo Fan, in his 2 lives, still preferred to keep a low profile. Nay, with the talent that he had now exposed, as well as becoming the martial god's personal heir, in the future, he was afraid that it would be impossible to keep a low profile even if he wanted to. What are your plans after the martial arts exam? Qin Refusal North's gaze flickered. The talent that Zhuo Fan had erupted with was indeed extraordinary. If the 2 months of summer vacation were utilized properly, the strength would certainly be able to go further. No plans yet. Do you have a good arrangement? Zhuo Fan shook his head slightly. It was only a few hours since he exposed his strength, but in these few hours, Zhuo Fan had experienced too many things and had not yet settled down to think for the future. Since this is the case, why don't you go to the Great Wall to practice? You have to know that talent is talent and strength is strength, which are, essentially, 2 things. Qin Reject North's gaze flickered. As a patriarch-level powerhouse guarding the Great Wall, Qin Reject North hit the nail on the head. Okay, I'll get ready. Dravan froze and nodded slightly. He naturally knew the importance of practical combat experience. It was just that his original body's talent before was really limited. Even traveling to the wall would be a death sentence. He had the intention to kill the demon, but needed to make a series of preparations. Well, since you have plans, I can stay in Xinzhou for the time being. It just so happens that I'd had to visit some close friends in the recent period of time, and my return this time was supposed to be for the purpose of bringing newcomers to the Great Wall. After the martial arts exams, Qin refused to nod his head gently to the north, and he didn't know why. There were a few innate favorites for this kid Zhuo Fan. The other thing that Qin refused to say was that he did have some missions this time when he came to Qinzhou, and the golden words, which was a special harvest. Since he had already obtained the golden words, his strength was bound to be further advanced. He had to grab a hold of himself and digest the power of the words. Therefore, it was able to stay in Qinzhou for a longer period of time. After a brief exchange between the two, Qin refused to leave on his own initiative. Zhuo Fan, on the other hand, went all the way out of the school. Get home as fast as you can. Original. Zhuo Fan's goal was still to improve his strength properly and make final preparations for the martial arts exam, so that he could shine on top of it afterwards. But nowadays, Zhuo Fan also didn't expect that he would directly enter the most well-known martial arts school in Kyoto with just a simple test, and it became a Valkyrie pro-life. With this layer of identity, the martial arts examination had lost its original significance for Zhuo Fan. He's very clear. Although his own talent was good, because of the special nature of the system, if he wanted to progress at a rapid pace, he would need to keep smashing money. Even with the support of the master, even with the support of some academies and martial arts alliances, it was still somewhat unrestricted to maintain a high rate of progress. After all, ordinary martial artists only need a few words to cultivate. The words serve only to increase. But, for Draven, he could have almost unlimited words, while the strength would be great. The same system of its own would transform into a gold-swallowing beast. That naturally requires making money. How do you make money in a world where strength is king? That's naturally killing demonic beasts. Kill demonic beasts. Zhuo Fan knew very well that today's peaceful and prosperous world was nothing more than an appearance, but it was only because of the existence of the Great Wall and the top human powerhouses guarding it that it was so peaceful and stable. Whether it's the need to fire progress, or for the most basic survival, Zhuo Fan all want to improve their strength as soon as possible to hone themselves in real combat. If they can go to the Great Wall to kill demonic beasts, they can burst out a large number of words. In a way, it also relieves one's financial stress. The last time he sold the golden words, Zhuo Fan already had most of the funds to purchase into white words, and those white words, long since consumed. Next, he needs more white words. Good thing. The purple words that Master Teacher had given himself should be worth around 300 million. With the 300 million, the strength will go further. But, Zhuo Fan, however, was in no hurry to purchase the words. If there were no accidents, after the martial arts exam, he would be heading to the Great Wall to train himself. It was unusual for those young masters of good families to have at least 2 months to relax after the martial arts exam, but he was different, and since he had no one to rely on, he had no choice but to rise to the occasion. But, traveling to the wall can't be just an empty phrase. Starting today, Draven then needed to make a series of preparations. Weapons, other equipment, even battlefield consumables. It all needs to be prepared. Although going to the Demon Suppressor Army, the Demon Suppressor Army would also prepare some standardized equipment, and the quality of those equipment was quite good. But after all, it was only standardized equipment. Zhuo Fan briefly considered it, and still planned to purchase his own equipment. After all, compared to the massive consumption of purchasing words, weapons were still affordable even though they were also the most expensive of all equipment. Back home, Zhuo Fan first looked up some information on the internet. The weapons that martial artists can use, or more, it can be said that the knife, gun, sword and halberd, axe, battle axe, hook and fork, 18 kinds of weapons. What kind of all have? Beyond that, and a few more common ones, Draven simply checked it out. Then he had already determined the weapon he was going to use. Knife. Zhuo Fan didn't know a lot about knives, but he knew very well that no matter what kind of type of knife it was mostly known for being domineering. While his own chi and blood were thick, other people might not be comfortable with using a sword, but for Zhuo Fan, it was just right. As for the rest of the outfit, Zhuo Fan was only briefly aware of it, and then planned to get up. Knife? He reached up and stroked his chin, his eyes flashing with precision. What is the right kind of knife to use? Chapter 014, The Stranger's Sword, Terrifying Cultivation Speed. Knife? Zhuo Fan's eyes flickered. Soon, that eye suddenly lit up. Really talk about knives. Zhuo Fan still had calculations in his mind. Knives, in fact, are divided into many kinds. The more famous there are many, such as Tang Hung knife. However, this kind of horizontal sword, which was generally used as a saber, in Zhuo Fan's opinion, required subtle maneuvering, and with the right saber technique, this kind of saber could explode with good killing power. But, distance from the knife that Draven wanted in his heart, there's still a gap. The other type of knife, which has a completely different direction than the horizontal knife, is something to consider. That is the Stranger's Sword. The Stranger's Sword also originated from Tang, so it was also called the Tang Stranger Sword. Unlike the horizontal sword, the Stranger's Sword was a two-handed weapon, which was much more suitable for Zhuo Fan. After all, he had strong chi and blood, and his strength was also stronger compared to other martial artists. With the Stranger, it is much easier to utilize one's strengths. Snapped. Zhuo Fan remembered a kind of game he had played in his previous life, and the broadsword inside the game could be described as powerful and handsome to use. Then it's him. But, Zhuo Fan searched around the internet and didn't find any pictures of the Stranger's Sword. There is no way around it. Zhuo Fan could only draw the broadsword in his mind, through his own memory, and fine-tuned it. In order to be convenient and practical, Zhuo Fan chose to open the blade on both sides, and extended the handle, so that a knife, erected, is more than one person high, although not flexible enough, but to kill the demons and destroy the devil is absolutely good to use. To make up for the lack of flexibility of the stranger, Dravan was also going to equip himself with a short blade. This way, even if the stranger is restrained, you can still maximize your combat power. Do it all. Zhuo Fan will be his own design of the picture of the stranger knife. Sent to the Qin Refused to North. Qin Refused to North itself is the sect master strong and long-term in the demon race combat. Weapons related to the time. Qin Refused to North is bound to understand more than their own. Before, when he sold the golden words, Zhuo Fan had a record of the transfer from Qin Refused to go north. The two added their contact information to each other after they were in the Martial Alliance test hall. After sending the design of the stranger's sword over, Zhuo Fan requested Qin Bei to help him keep an eye out for reliable forging masters. And as for the materials to be used in the forging, Zhuo Fan had yet to fully consider them. It was intended to be done after listening to Qin Refused to go north. After, Zhuo Fan took stock of his hall. The heads of several major universities, in order to pull themselves together, had indeed given out quite a few goodies. In addition to blood-clotting pills, which are ammunition that you need to use when cultivating, Zhuo Fan took stock of the rest of the harvest. Aside from the purple words given to him by his master teacher, the remaining things were worth tens of millions of dollars. Dravan needs a huge amount of money to buy words. A few tens of millions may seem like a lot, but it's still a bit of a drop in the bucket for him. Immediately, Zhuo Fan could only sell the purple words that his master had sent him. Although purple words were rare, after all, they weren't in the same class as golden words. Even if he wanted to sell them, it wouldn't cause too much of a stir. Instead, Dravan uses online transactions. This is more than enough to cut down on a lot of hassle. It takes time to sell words. Even if Zhuo Fan wanted to immediately improve his strength, he still needed to wait. Then Zhuo Fan entered the cultivation room and began to meditate and cultivate. His current cultivation speed was indeed very fast. After all, there is a word increase. If you want to improve your strength as soon as possible, cultivation and actual combat are indispensable. But, in order to start higher, it is essential to do the condensation of qi and blood first. Zhuo Fan had a plan in his mind, so he silently operated his gongfu to enhance his qi and blood values. Early the next morning, Zhuo Fan woke up from his meditation. He first checked the results of his overnight cultivation. Name, Zhuo Fan. Level, second order. Word, white, infinite. Age, 21. Air and blood, 41. 600. Strength, 41,400. Defense, 26,000. Speed, 20. Attack speed, 22,000. Sweep up this boosting effect. Zhuo Fan's gaze suddenly lit up. Wimpy? Want to be so awesome? Originally, Zhuo Fan still thought that this cultivation speed of his was too terrifying, but on second thought, it was accepted. After all, the increase in his cultivation speed was terrifying. It has reached 1,000,000%. With such an increase, cultivating for one night was equal to 10,000 times that of an ordinary person. Then, it is only normal that it is reflected in the increase in attribute values. Practicing all night, Zhuo Fan also felt that his stomach was empty. After all, after a substantial enhancement of the power, the body is required to absorb enough energy. Then Zhuo Fan simply cleaned up and stepped out the door. After all, he now belongs to the wind and waves. Zhuo Fan, however, didn't want to draw too much attention to himself, so he planned to go out in a low-key manner and have some breakfast before continuing his cultivation. If it is expected to be good, soon the money for selling the purple words will arrive. As long as all of these were turned into white words, one's strength would be able to have a further increase. The other side. Zheng Jiao sleepily opened her eyes. Ding dong, ding dong. Just hearing the voice coming from the communicator, Zheng Jiao's face had a slight change in color. What is this? Yesterday had experienced quite a lot of things, and the school had gone on vacation directly after completing the last practice test, and the day before the martial arts exam. One needed to go to the school to enter a little bit of information, and then one could take the martial arts exam without any problems. So, Zheng Jiao had planned to sleep until she woke up naturally today. Who knows, but was awakened by the sound of a communicator. Could it be Zhuo Fan that originally wanted to curse a waste, but when the words came to his lips, he suddenly couldn't say them. Yesterday, she was standing right under the test bench, although she was farther away and didn't clearly see the qi and blood values that Zhuo Fan tested out, but also vaguely heard something. Zhuo Fan's qi blood value seemed to be very high, and even alarmed many of the cadets' bigwigs, who took the initiative to try to be nice and wanted to let Zhuo Fan enroll in the school free of charge. If, in fact, such people are losers. What is she? Zheng Jiao couldn't help but feel a little annoyed in her heart when she thought of this. Why hadn't she thought of that before? To be nicer to Zhuo Fan? Now, This guy was able to enter school without a test, yet she still had to take the martial arts exam. With this thought in her mind, Zhang Jiao opened WeChat, and then the holographic projection function was automatically opened, and the content above WeChat was projected. But, just a glance, Zhang Jiao then completely froze. Ding dong, ding dong. The communicator was still beeping continuously, and under Zhang Jiao's gaze, the messages on top of WeChat were refreshing rapidly. Zhang Jiao, you stinking, I've been victimized by you. The first message Zhang Jiao saw belonged to her male god, Mang Yuntao. Mang Yuntao wouldn't send her a message at all when it was unusual, but she still chose to put Mang Yuntao's message on top. Zhang Jiao closed Mang Yuntao's dialogue box with some annoyance. After all, yesterday, Mang Yuntao had struck out at Zhuofan in the martial arts arena, and instead of getting the word, he had even seriously injured himself and lost his qualification for the martial arts examination, which was indeed quite tragic. With that, Zhang Jiao began to quickly skim through the other messages. Eyes swept over the class group, the Patriarch's Own. This is Chapter 015, Pro-Transmission Influence, Wretched Zhang Jiao. Zhang Jiao's gaze was fixed, the god of wushu himself. The appeal of those few words was no less than knowing that the old neighbor who had previously been picking up rags every day had suddenly won $5 million in the lottery. Besides, it's surprising that this message actually appeared in the class group. Subconsciously, Zhang Jiao clicked in. The class group was extremely lively. There were non-stop messages refreshing. Many students were excitedly exchanging information. Seeing this scene, even if Zhang Jiao was in a bad mood, she was attracted by such news for a while. Do you guys know Zhuofan? It's that Zhuofan who sold the golden words before. I heard that not only was he recruited by the major colleges and universities, but yesterday outside the gates of the Martial Union, the god of wushu was personally present and accepted him as a personal disciple. Upstairs bro, did you just wake up? We've been talking about this all night. Yes, the news is most likely true. To be able to become a martial god's own disciple, at the very least, one can achieve the position of a patriarch. How come I don't have such good luck? Upstairs, wake up, that's luck? To be able to become a martial god progenitor, what is needed is definitely not luck. The news in the group was like an explosion, one after the other. Seeing such a message, Zhang Jiao was instantly unsettled. How is that possible? Dravan? Is it really Dravan? He actually became a martial god progenitor? What does it mean to be a martial god's personal heirloom? Isn't that a direct lie to win for the rest of your life? After all, since the recovery of the aura, everyone was able to grasp the greatness of the words, and in the whole of Daxia, there were only 3 martial gods. These 3 martial gods, the backbone of Daxia, were able to mobilize resources, and the influence they possessed was definitely not something that ordinary people could imagine. Snapped. Zhang Jiao looked like she thought of something as she tapped off the class group's message box. He then glanced at the time Mang Yuntao had sent himself a message. The time when the message was sent. It was actually early in the morning. Most likely the guy had received some kind of message right after he woke up from his coma. Thinking of this, Zhang Jiao's face turned ugly. If Zhuofan became a martial god progenitor, then one's own days would not be easy. If you offend Mang Yuntao again, it was no joke that one would not have a foothold in the entire Qingzhou. Zhang Jiao took a deep breath. Reaching out with trembling hands, he tapped out a line. After thinking about it, she allowed it to be deleted again. In the end, Zhang Jiao mustered up enough courage. Meng Xiao, listen to my explanation. I didn't know that things would develop to this point. No matter what, we now have a common enemy. Zhang Jiao edited a long string of messages and chose to send them. Ding. Sorry, the message you sent has been rejected by the other party to receive. Please add the other party as a friend first. The tone came, followed by a red exclamation mark. Zhang Jiao's face changed again. What's going on here? Mang Yuntao just deleted her friend? How's that work? When she first looked at Mang Yuntao, she had sent breakfast to the other party for 2 months before she asked for the other party's WeChat. How did it get deleted? Zhang Jiao narrowed her eyes. Her face was a shade of green and white, and eventually, there was a trace of resentment in the depths of those eyes. All of this, because of Dravan. If it wasn't for Zhuofan, how could it be like this? Bang! Next, the muffled sound traveled. Zhang Jiao was violently startled and subconsciously looked towards the doorway, and as she watched, a robust figure appeared in her vision. Dad, what are you doing? Why don't you knock when you come into my room? I haven't gotten up yet. Zhang Jiao's face changed steeply. How could she not expect that her father would actually kick open the door of her room directly and enter the room? Rebel girl. Zhang Yuan lightly hummed, and there was more than a hint of coldness in his eyes. As an adult, Zhang Yuan was also a second-stage martial artist, but when he was young, he didn't find the right words for himself, so much so, that there are only 2 green words, and both of them are in the speed increase category. So, although there is some talent, At the moment, he can only work in a job from the takeaway to support his family. But it is because Zhang Yuan did not become a real martial artist, the regret in his heart suppressed for many years. Unusual can only through a variety of channels to understand some martial artist-related information. Early this morning, he then saw the shocking news in the group chat. The Valkyrie actually came to Qingzhou. Moreover, a personal disciple was taken in. At first, Zhang Yuan was also excited about the arrival of the female Wushu god. After all, the vast China, there are only 3 Wushu god. The Wushu god is usually busy with his affairs. It is not easy, can appear in Qingzhou. After all, the Great Xia is now 36 states, and Qingzhou is not the most important of these states. For the Valkyrie to arrive in person, such news was already powerful enough for the unusual. But soon Zhang Yuan couldn't be happy anymore because the news that appeared one after another almost scared him to death. The Valkyries did appear in Qingzhou, and it's for one person. That person is Zhuo Fan. At first, Zhang Yuan just felt that the name was a bit familiar, but after some understanding, he completely sat down. Dravan? Dravan, isn't that the same dog licker his own daughter was with before? Yesterday, my daughter was still mad at the lickspittle because she didn't get the word she wanted. But this guy became the god of Wushu himself. What kind of status is that? He couldn't imagine it anymore. Zhang Yuan walked forward quickly, but the anger in those eyes flickered continuously. Rebel girl, you rebellious daughter, we are all going to be killed by you. Zhang Yuan's face was hideous. He was extremely doting on this daughter of his in unusual times, and could be said to be responsive to all requests. But he did not expect that this rebellious daughter would actually bring such a great calamity for the family. What are you doing offending Dravan? Do you know that he is now a martial god progenitor? If he wants to get you killed and our whole family killed, he doesn't even need a single word. Just a look is enough. Zhang Yuan's roar completely made Zhang Jiao freeze on the spot. Dad, Pop. Zhang Yuan, however, didn't give Zhang Jiao a chance to open her mouth. Swinging round, he slapped Zhang Jiao in the face. You pack up right away. Right away. We'll go to Zhuo Fan's place right away to apologize. If we go late, we don't even know how we'll die. Hurry up. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath. He tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. But still, he opened his mouth in an almost growling voice. Zhang Jiao froze. She just felt aggrieved. What did she do? It's like she didn't do anything. Didn't she just sleep at home? What's wrong with the world? I can't believe it's crazy enough to do this. What are you still waiting for? Hurry up. If you don't go and apologize, I won't have you as my daughter today. At worst, we'll sever our father-daughter relationship right away. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath. The god of Wushu himself. He no longer dared to think what the concept was. This Zhuo Fan is now mostly dealing with all sorts of powerful people and hasn't come back to his senses. If he waits for him to react, I'm afraid that his whole family will no longer have a chance to live. I'll be right there. Zhang Jiao took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. I'll give you 10 minutes. Try to clean up as beautifully as possible. If Zhuo Fan can't see you, we can only die. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath and spoke almost word for word. Chapter 016, lining up to apologize. Fusion again. Hearing this, Zhang Jiao froze again. Tears of aggravation welled up in her eyes. But she seldom saw her father like this, and her heart was angry, annoyed, and more than anything else, scared. Even now, her mind was blank, couldn't figure out at all why things had turned out the way they had. However, Zhang Jiao did not dare to delay at all, although the heart is reluctant, but still one by one to do. 10 minutes later, she, in addition to the ugly face a little bit, has come out of the pavilion, in the lead of Zhang Yuan, quickly ran toward Zhuo Fan's home. Zhuo Fan had become a martial god progenitor. This was no joke. If you're late, there really isn't any wiggle room. The two were one in front of the other, with indescribable apprehension in their hearts. 10 minutes later, the two of them were already standing in front of Zhuo Fan's villa. Unlike usual, there were quite a few people outside the villa. Even Zhang Jiao saw quite a few anchors who were holding their cell phones and turning on their broadcasts. The matter of Zhuo Fan becoming the martial god's own disciple had been spreading like wildfire throughout the entire Qingzhou since last night. Plus the bells and chimes were ringing long and loud. This has already become a topic of conversation among the people of Qingzhou. After tea, journalists, big businessmen, heads of various colleges and universities, anchor. There were even some students who were about to take the martial arts exam, rushing towards the villa where Zhuo Fan was located, worshipping frantically, hoping to borrow Zhuo Fan's luck and achieve a relatively good result in the martial arts exam. Zhang Jiao took in this scene and her entire body was dumbfounded. Original. She had thought that the so-called martial god's personal transmission was just a front, perhaps the same name by mistake. Zhuo Fan has had some changes in the last few days, but it's not so outrageous, is it? But, seeing such pomp and circumstance outside the door, Zhang Jiao was silent. Next, Zhang Jiao became even more silent. She saw a familiar figure, but that figure was already lying on top of a stretcher at this time, with its body wrapped in bandages in many places, although it had already come to the front of the villa, but it was indeed being carried. That's the Meng family. Meng Yuntao. Behind Meng Yuntao, there was another person being carried, none other than Meng Qiubai. Meng Qiubai's situation, better than Meng Yuntao, but the left side of his face was swollen high, and it looked like a pig's head. Meng Qiubai leaned on his crutches, lowered his head, and didn't say a word. It looked a little funny, like a pig walking upright. Meng Qiubai is not far away. Another person stood with his nose pinched. He was carrying a bag in his hand. Although his face was full of disgust, he didn't dare to throw it away. It was none other than Chen Jiang. Seeing this scene, Zhang Jiao blinked fiercely. The eyes were filled with dismay. This, how can you be so outrageous? What? It's only been one night, and all the people who offended Zhuofan are here, and so self-conscious? This Chen Jian was just because he mouthed off about how he wanted to eat before Zhuofan's test, and he actually even had this ready? Zhang Jiao shook her head slightly. No wonder there wasn't a single person in a 10-meter radius around this Chen Jiang. Even Meng Yuntao, who was lying on top of the stretcher, and Meng Qiubai, who was on crutches, looked at Chen Jiang with more than a hint of dislike in their gazes. Pop! Without waiting for Zhang Jiao to react, Zhang Yuan, who was standing beside Zhang Jiao, smacked a mouth. Look, what are you looking at? Hurry up and call Zhuofan. This is your only chance. If Zhuofan doesn't forgive you, you can't blame me for being ruthless. Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes and stared at Zhang Jiao with hatred after slapping him. Zhang Jiao gritted her teeth, trying to argue, but in the end, it was all that could be held back. Even Meng's family came to the door to apologize. What was she worth? Okay, I'll hit it right away. Zhang Jiao took a deep breath, the resentment in her heart long gone. What's the joke? This Zhuofan was now the martial god's own heirloom. As long as Zhuofan opened his mouth, she could easily be admitted to the university, and as long as Zhuofan was willing to help her, her future would be nothing short of smooth sailing. Now, I don't know how many girls, scrambling, want Zhuofan's WeChat, right? Thinking of this, Zhang Jiao raised her hand and looked at her communicator, tapped on Zhuofan's WeChat. Zhuofan, I'm now outside your house. I apologize for what happened before. In fact, you should be able to understand that those things I did before were just to stimulate you, so that you could know the shame. Now that you have become a martial arts god pro, I really, Zhang Jiao's fingers, quickly flicked above the keyboard. The second message, however, she stopped only halfway through editing. Next, Zhang Jiao's eyes widened and she blinked fiercely. She didn't want to believe that what she was seeing was actually real. Greet her. It's the red exclamation point. She's been deleted by Dravan. This, Zhang Jiao froze on the spot, not knowing what to do for a moment. Yeah, call right now. Zhang Jiao's gaze lit up, but she was greeted by a short, busy tone. The other side. Zhuofan held his cell phone in his hand and looked at the many messages. Most of them are congratulating him for becoming a patriarchal protege, but these classmates Zhuofan basically has not contacted since he added his friends, and now when he sees each other's messages, he also directly chooses to ignore them. Zhuofan looked at the message from Qin refused to go north. Qin refused to go north and had already promised to help Zhuofan find a top-notch forger. However, it was also stated that the top forges are generally busy and may need to be booked in advance and there will be a wait. After expressing his understanding, Zhuofan said thank you and then put his cell phone aside. It was only then that Zhuofan looked to his side. He had gotten a call for a delivery in the morning after he had returned from breakfast. The one purple phrase that his master gave himself yesterday, Zhuofan had already exchanged it for cash and placed an order for all of them to become white phrases. This time, Zhuofan exchanged the remaining funds in his hand from before, plus the funds from selling the purple words, full of money, all of which had been exchanged for white words. The next step is simple. 600 million. After purchasing the white words, was a full 600,000 pieces. 600,000 white words, piled together, had an even more shocking effect than the 300,000 they had caused last time. But, Zhuofan had already experienced something similar once, and this time he seemed extremely calm. He took a deep breath. Eyes swept over the word mountain. Ding! Fusible words detected. May I ask the host, is it a batch fusion? A crisp beep sounded out, and Zhuofan couldn't help but be energized. Previous fusion words. It's a full 300,000 pieces. After fusing a dozen times got 4 green plus 5 words. This time, Zhuofan narrowed his eyes, and his mind quickly began to calculate. Fuse it. Ding! The fusion was successful. Do you know if it will continue? Continue fusing. Zhuofan laughed lightly. After one fusion, he still had 300,000 white words in his hand. How could he stop? Ding! Fusion successful. Do you want to continue fusion? The system tone came again. Without thinking too much, Zhuofan continued to order the fusion. After 10 fusions, all these white words of Zhuofan's were transformed into green words, but after taking a look at the number of remaining words, Zhuofan decided to continue fusing. The base of the word is too big this time. After 10 fusions, he still had close to 600 green words in his hand, far from the effect he wanted. But it's not even close. Chapter 017, Full Increase. Vegetarian and fun-loving? Staring at over 600 green words, Zhuofan couldn't help but show a smile. He can only set 4 words now. It is only after the 3rd rank that you will have a new word bit. Therefore, generally speaking, when a martial artist reaches the 3rd stage, it is a qualitative improvement. For each martial artist, the first realization is a 4-word jam. After the 3rd rank, there is an additional word slot for each rank. For a 9th order martial artist, there are then 10 word cardinalities. After, it was then necessary to fuse the power of the words through the entire body, so that the position of sovereign could be achieved. So, it was the power of the words that was extraordinarily valuable. In other words, the stronger the words, the higher the future achievements. And, right now Zhuofan was only a 2nd-ranked martial artist. He possessed such a powerful attribute. According to his speculation, even against the so-called 3rd-ranked martial artist, the other party would not necessarily be an opponent. If these new words are fused, he's bound to get stronger. After experiencing this fusion for a few times, Zhuofan also realized that his fusion words were actually equivalent to strengthening his words. Zhuofan also realized that his fusion of words was actually equivalent to strengthening the words. And every time it was strengthened, the attributes were directly doubled compared to before. Every 10 fusions, the words can change rank. Just for example, after the white word fuses 10 times, it becomes a green word. And at the moment, in Zhuofan's hands, he then possessed nearly 600 green words. The 4 green words that had already been inlaid before had been fused multiple times and could not continue to be fused with these words. Dravan briefly observed. Then the decision was made. Take the remaining 585 green words and continue to fuse them. Keep fusing. Zhuofan opened his mouth, and the words continued to start fusing. After 5 fusions, Zhuofan still had 18 green plus 5 words left, and he originally had 4 green plus 5 words embedded in his body, adding up to a total of 22. Without hesitation, Zhuofan removed the 4 green words he had already set. Immediately after, it was a feeling of weakness. After all, the body has become accustomed to the powerful force of the word, and now that it suddenly has to be removed, weakness is inevitable. But, this is your own villa. The defense of the practice room, too, was first-rate, and there was no security problem at all. Zhuofan stared at the remaining 22 words and continued to fuse them. Before giving the order, Zhuofan deliberately used the previous 4 words as the base words. This way, even with a new fusion, the attribute increase is based on the original. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The word fusion is successful. Keep fusing. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The fusion is successful. 2 crisp beeps spread out, and Zhuofan looked along, only to realize that the original 22 words had turned into 5. Immediately, Zhuofan's face looked odd. According to his calculations, there should still be remaining energy. After all, after so many fusions, even if the energy of the remaining pairs was not enough to form a new word, it was still extremely huge. But, after glancing at the system panel, Zhuofan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The remaining energy, which had been stored in the system, would still be able to be used if the fusion was turned on next time. Staring at the 5 words in his hand, Dravan would smile. 4 words were selected and reset. Just a quick screening, Dravan then made sure of it. Originally, he also realized that speed was his shortcoming, trying to replace one of them. However, the 5 words that were fused this time didn't have a speed increase, so he had no choice but to reset the giant bloodline, Golden Bell, Extreme Speed, and Extreme Demon. The 4 words. It seems, it was still necessary to raise the cultivation level as soon as possible, into the 3rd order. After all, after reaching the 3rd rank, it opens up new word jams. For this, he already had a plan in mind. When his own weapons were in place, he would directly follow Qin refused to go north to the Great Wall. Only by practicing in blood and fire would he be able to improve the fastest. Immediately, Zhuofan looked at the 4 words. Giant's Bloodline plus 7, Strength increase, 39,320%. Blood value increased 39,320%. Golden Bell plus 7, Defense increased by 40,000%. Extreme Speed plus 7, 40,000% increase in attack speed. Jedi Demon plus 7, Cultivation speed increased by 40,000%. Seeing the attributes of the 4 words, Zhuofan's gaze lit up. There's just no comparison between this fusion of words 5 times, and fusion of words 7 times. 2 more fusions, though, but the attributes were directly quadrupled compared to before. That's just counterintuitive. It's reasonable to say that a normal 4th-ranked martial artist would have this attribute, right? But he was only at the 2nd rank now, but he could actually have the attributes of a 4th-rank martial artist? Sure. What Chuafan was comparing was just ordinary 4th-rank martial artists. There were some powerful 4th-rank martial artists that were bound to be able to explode with quantum strength. Sure, this is just the so-called base attribute increase. A battle is won or lost by many factors. Combat skills, beliefs, and even weaponry are all influences. Seeing the increase of the 4 words, so terrifying, Chuafan was instantly satisfied. Almost without hesitation, Chuafan took these 4 words and inlaid them. Immediately, he stared at his attribute panel. Name, Chuafan. Level, 2nd order. Word, white, infinite. Age, 21. Air and blood, 71. 300. Strength, 71,300. Defense, 36,000. Speed, 20. Attack speed, 32,000. Seeing such an attribute, Chuafan however froze. Wimpy? What the hell is this? It's not possible that this system is a black system, is it? His words were close to a 40,000-fold increase, so how come the system panel wasn't quite right? System. Chuafan started a conversation with the system with a black face. How's that work? After all, he, Chuafan, had put a lot of effort into saving this money, and now he was actually hacked by the system? According to his own calculations, each attribute now, at the very least, cost more than 40,000. Otherwise, what's the point of working so hard for so long? Is there an error in your calculation of the properties? My word increase, basically, is over 40,000 times, so if I follow what you're doing, won't I be working for nothing? Ding! The words can only increase the host's basic attributes, and cannot increase all of the host's attributes. In addition, the host's weak body does not fully stimulate the power of the words, and the embodied values will naturally be discounted and partially consumed according to your human understanding. The system's cold mechanical voice spread out. Dravan, however, froze. The eyes were full of dismay. What's going on here? How can you do that? That is to say, if one enhances one's workout, or after deliberate training, one's own attributes can still be substantially increased? But, alright, shut up. But after getting this bold, Chuafan couldn't help but darken his face. These are the words that make this dog system say them in a serious way. Why doesn't it taste right? Isn't that a disguised way of saying you're a novice and a fun lover? But, it was a good thing that this word fusion was completed successfully, and it could not be said to be a big gain for Chuafan. After briefly organizing his thoughts, Chuafan picked up his communicator and put it back on his wrist. Student Chuafan, if your family needs help in the recent days, our Martial Arts Alliance will take care of it. Student Chuafan, you may be practicing. Due to the people outside your house, there are just too many. We kindly make an offer to help you maintain order. In the communicator, there were 2 more messages in WeChat. It left Chuafan speechless for a while. Too many people? What the hell is this? Chapter 018, full of people. Shouldn't you thank me? Chuafan had been in the cultivation room since he returned in the morning. Once the words were delivered, he began to fuse them. There was no concern at all about what was going on in the outside world. The person who had sent the message before was the person in charge of the headquarters of the Martial Alliance, and since he had already decided that he would enter the Martial God Academy 3 months later, it was necessary for the 2 of them to leave their contact information. But Chuafan did not think about it. What the hell is a big crowd in front of your own house? Okay, I just finished practicing. I don't know what's going on yet. Chuafan returned the other party's message. That's what got me up. Still wearing his practice clothes, he took a step out the door and glanced outside, but his entire body froze. Wimpy? What the hell is this? In the next second, even though Chuafan was prepared, he couldn't help but freeze. Is this crowded? That's too much, isn't it? Own home. This is turning into a zoo. Chuafan looked out through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, and there were crowds of people outside, and even the road a little farther away was already full of people. Dravan had originally planned to go out and take a look, but I didn't realize there were so many people out there. Dravan is having a headache. Instead, the communicator rang. Dravan glanced at it before choosing to answer it. The one who came to the phone was none other than the one they met yesterday, the head of the Martial Arts Alliance. The other party had a good relationship with his master, and when all was said and done, he was considered one of his own. Good day to you, Joe Proctor. The call was answered, and the other party's respectful voice spread out. Upon hearing the other party's name, Chuafan but froze. The title was new, and enough to show that the other party valued him enough. We've been controlling the flow of people around the villa, but there are just too many people. Why don't you step in yourself? We met yesterday. It was really hasty. and I didn't have time to introduce myself. My name is Tu Hong. I myself serve in the Martial Alliance, and in the Martial God Academy. I'm the Vice Dean, so we're also considered our own people. There's no need to be polite with me. Progenitor Joie. Tu Hong was self-acquainted and had already begun to make introductions as he spoke. Progenitor Joie. I also know that it's important for you to cultivate, but the heat of the martial god progenitor is too high. If you don't step forward, there will only be more people behind you. We, the Martial Alliance, can intervene, but after all, Qingzhou is your hometown, so this would not be very good for your reputation, either. Tu Hong thought about it and spoke seriously. Dravan was clear. These people out there, it was all for him, the martial god himself, to put it bluntly, but anyone who is on good personal terms will certainly not choose to get together at this time. So, in the beginning, Zhuo Fan had no intention of hitting on these people. What kind of passion can these people have? Isn't it just blocking the door for a few days? When the time comes, not being able to see yourself, you will naturally choose to leave. But, it was only after hearing Tu Hong's words that Zhuo Fan reacted. What the other side said was not unreasonable, and since it was impossible to avoid it, it was fine to meet. Okay, I'll be right out. Zhuo Fan nodded gently. Some things can't be helped. What do you mean? People are afraid of being famous? Originally, one's own 30,000 plus chi blood value was already shocking enough, but, subsequently inducing a long chime, not to mention becoming a martial god's own. It was no wonder those people outside were so enthusiastic. After all, in this Qingzhou, wasn't he the only one who could become the martial god's own heirloom? Plus, this great Xia, there are only 3 martial gods. Dravan put down the phone. With that, he pulled open the door to the room. It's out. Your pro transmission is out. Outside the door, there were originally quite a few people, so of course there were people from the Martial Arts Alliance guarding around their villa, and the general public couldn't get close, but a large number of people were gathered not far away, and the moment they opened the door, they instantly became the center of attention of the whole place. Worthy of being the martial god's own heirloom, he's looking over in our direction. Is he interested in me? A short-haired little girl in the crowd. After meeting Zhuo Fan's gaze, her face flushed slightly and her eyes became more shy. Ha! I advise you to come to your senses. What is the status of this Zhuo progenitor? With one like you, do you think he'll look at it more than once? Progenitor Zhuo, I heard that your chi and blood values had exceeded 30,000 when you tested, and that you had induced the bell and chime to chime long. Is this true? Noticing Zhuo Fan coming out, the crowd around him immediately boiled over. Many people's faces carried a look of excitement. Hello everyone, I'm Zhuo Fan, and for the recent period of time, I need to go into closed-door cultivation. I felt everyone's enthusiasm, but in order not to cause more trouble, I hope that you'd better leave as soon as possible. As the great summer is being watched by the demon race and evil demons, we might as well cultivate more and improve our strength as soon as possible. I hope that one day I will be able to join you all in killing demons at the Great Wall and conquering outside the domain. Zhuo Fan took a deep breath, but a smile permeated his face. Since a number of people were now willing to listen to him, there was naturally nothing for him to say more. Worthy of being Zhuo's personal heirloom, we listened to Zhuo's personal message, and our gathering here will indeed bring a lot of pressure to the Martial Alliance. The crowd nodded their heads when they heard Zhuo Fan's words. A few have already started to leave. Saw the scene. Dravan was also relieved. If you have this many people at your own door all the time, seriously, that's just not comfortable doing anything. Well, Zhuo Pro Transmission, it has to be you. Not only is your talent good, this awareness is much higher than the rest of us. Yeah, we're still listening to Zhuo's Pro Transmission, and seeing as it's already noon, my mom yelled at me to go home for dinner. Noticing that someone had already left, the others around them also walked into the distance. But, there are still some people left on the scene. Those who were willing to leave before were those who had already seen Zhuo Fan's appearance and heard Zhuo Fan's words, and it wasn't in vain to stay here for such a long time. But the crowds who were a bit farther away were stretching their necks to look at Zhuo Fan. Soon, the crowd around them dispersed for the most part. Dravan was about to turn around and go home. After all, he had only just fused the new words and had yet to find a chance to try out the power of the new words. Zhuo Fan, please wait. Zhuo Fan was about to turn around when a somewhat timid voice came from not far away. Dravan, however, froze. The next moment, it raised an eyebrow. Dravan, why don't you answer my calls? Didn't I do all that before to motivate you? I'm really optimistic about you. I tested you like that before, and I've suffered without merit. Do you think we can continue to be together? The one who opened his mouth was none other than Zhang Jiao, who was not far away. Zhang Jiao's face was filled with hope. The gaze that looked at Zhuo Fan was filled with brightness. Zhang Jiao, you are a first-class rake girl in my eyes. I couldn't look at you before, and it's even more impossible to look at you now. A flash of disgust flashed through Zhuofan's gaze. Even at this moment, Zhuofan's loathing for this woman had reached its peak. If it was said that this Zhang Jiao's previous approach was what the original body was used to, then this current approach could be self-inflicted. You, Zhang Jiao, however, didn't expect Zhuofan to be able to say such harsh words. Frowning at the moment, Zhuofan, wait. Zhuofan was about to turn around and leave when another voice spread out behind him. Hear that voice. Dravan, however, froze. In fact, Zhuofan knew before that a fishing girl like Zhang Jiao was bound to be there, but he didn't expect that even a guy like Xinjiang had come. Just, in the next second, Zhuofan froze. What's with this guy? As soon as he appeared, the others around him actually dispersed. Chapter 019, Xinjiang eats Xiang. Meng family apologizes. Xinjiang had a constipated look on his face, just raising his head to look at Zhuofan. He quickly lowered his head. I'm ready, when do we start? Xinjiang's voice wasn't very loud, but Zhuofan heard it clearly. The others around them froze when they heard this and subconsciously looked at Xinjiang. Actually, after Zhuofan became a martial god progenitor, a lot of his past experiences were raked up. The crowd didn't just know about Meng Qiubai and Meng Yuntao, even Zhang Jiao knew that. However, very few people knew about this Xinjiang. However, Zhuofan had still underestimated the influence of the so-called martial god's own legacy. The crowd quickly responded. I know this guy. It seems like before Zhuo progenitor went up to the test bench, this guy bet on whoever lost to eat. Yes, that's the guy. We're from the same school. At first this guy was very arrogant, but after the test was over, his qi blood value was only 3,000. Many people around him had teasing in their eyes. Chen Jiang originally didn't know how to speak. After hearing this, his face turned red and he could only lower his head even lower. What happened before? It was me who did wrong. And I've already prepared the stuff. As long as you can get over it, I'll do whatever you want me to do. Chen Jiang lowered his head, his voice trembling a little. Dravan, however, froze. Is this the first time he's seen someone come to the door looking for a fight? You say, whoever loses eats? Zhuofan's face was bland and his eyes were playful. Yes. Chen Jiang clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with dismay. He kept his hands behind his back, and although Zhuofan didn't see what he was holding in his hands, even with guessing, he clearly knew that this guy had already prepared Xiang. Alright, then you eat, and after you're done, send me the video. Zhuofan waved his hand, his face full of eccentricity. He doesn't have that hobby yet, to watch this guy eat back in the day. You, Chen Jiang, however, froze, face a burst of green, a burst of white, so many people around watching. He actually did not even leave a little bit of mercy? If today's incident was spread, how would he be able to gain a foothold in Qingzhou in the future? What? You're ready to show in public, and you're offering to eat it, so what? Still hoping that I will stop you? Taking Chen Jiang's performance in his eyes, a flash of ice coldness flashed across Zhuofan's countenance. He had been a man of two lives, and he could tell what was in this guy's mind just by looking at him. If one really wants to admit fault, definitely not in this way. Chen Jiang, however, froze, and he still wanted to argue, but meeting the gazes of the crowd around him, not a word could be said. Willing to gamble? If you can't do it, don't take Xiang to disgust people. Zhuofan shook his head. In fact, this matter, he did not put it on his mind from the beginning to the end, but never thought that this guy actually took Xiang to the door. He, Zhuofan, was now on the tip of the storm, and any little thing that happened could be magnified infinitely. Since this guy is trying to make a fool of himself, so why spoil him? Eat. Yeah, the Drek Pro legend is right. You're all set. Why don't you eat? Prince Shi doesn't have eyes to see. We have eyes to see. The others around them also reacted, looking at Xinjiang with a faint teasing look in their gazes. Chen Jiang's face sank like water, trying to weasel his way out of it, but there were so many voices around him talking about it that they didn't give him a chance to open his mouth. Progenitor Zhua, my Meng family, has produced an unfilial son. What Meng Yuntao did, our Meng family had no knowledge of it before, and it was only after he knew that you had become a progenitor that he took the initiative to confess, knowing himself that the matter had become a big deal. My Meng clan made the first punishment after learning about this. A middle-aged man strided forward, his eyes glowing with helplessness. Meng Yuntao is not a child of my Meng family from now on. If progenitor Zhua is still not offended, this person can be handed over to the progenitor to deal with. That middle-aged man's eyes were filled with scorn as his gaze flickered repeatedly. In addition, Meng Qiubai is originally a Meng family sidekick, and the things he does are all temporary decisions he makes on his own. This person will be expelled from the Meng clan in the future and will no longer have any relationship with my Meng clan. The middle-aged man's voice was loud, and everyone present heard all of this clearly. Dravan just nodded lightly. To put it bluntly, these people have a mouthful of Zhua's proximity. just fearing the identity and status of the master, fear of getting into trouble. But, as it was, there was no need for him to be polite with these guys. Good, this apology is accepted. Zhuo Fan gently nodded his head, but no expression was visible on his face. The middle-aged man was overjoyed. It was as if he had never thought that this matter would pass so easily. Thank you, Progenitor Zhuo. We admire Progenitor Zhuo for being so broad-minded. The other party saluted at Zhuo Fan, and then waved his hand at the few people around him. Immediately, a few people stepped forward. Dravan froze. This Meng family is actually prepared? There were 7 people stepping forward, and in each of their hands, there was a brocade box. The box is extremely fine. Zhuo Fan just swept a glance and withdrew his gaze. Here, a gift prepared by my Meng family's meditation. As an apology, there are 2 purple words in it, and on top of that, there are 3 chi and blood pills. Within the last 2 brocade boxes are the Cloud Tower VIP card, which my Meng family is responsible for, and the Supreme Membership card of the Green Cloud Workshop. The middle-aged man slowly opened his mouth, his eyes revealing a few more points of anticipation. This time, the Meng family could be said to be hemorrhaging money. 2 purple words, a full 600 million. The 3 chi and blood pills were also worth more than $100 million. As for the last 2 cards, they could not be measured in terms of unusual value, because after holding these cards, Zhuo Fan would permanently enjoy discounts for spending money in the relevant industries, such as practicing rooms, chi blood testing, or weapon forging and so on. Zhuo Fan had no intention of pursuing the matter. After all, the other party's attitude of recognizing his mistake was quite sincere. But I didn't expect it. The sincerity of the Meng family had exceeded his own imagination. The sincerity of the Meng family is very good. I do have a shortage of cultivation resources lately, and I also need a set of equipment, as well as weapons. These I will head to the Cloud Tower and the Green Cloud Workshop to shop for. Zhuo Fan gently nodded his head. Being able to say such words already proved that Zhuo Fan had no intention of pursuing the matter before. Progenitor Zhuo's atmosphere. My Meng family still has some skills in Qingzhou. If Progenitor Zhuo needs it, he can send it at any time. The middle-aged man stepped forward, and from the hands of these few people, received a single brocade box, delivered to Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan didn't check the contents of the box, but instead, he put it all inside his spatial belt. The Meng family had come to reconcile. If they were to get their hands on these things, it would be like adding insult to injury. This Meng family was able to develop to this point. There were bound to be quite a few smart people. From the other party's attitude towards this matter, Zhuo Fan could already tell quite a lot. Noticing Zhuo Fan accepting these gifts, the middle-aged man gently exhaled. Progenitor Zhuo, my name is Meng Yuanshan, the Cloud Tower and the Green Cloud Pavilion. I'm in charge of them all. This is my business card. If there's a need you can find me at any time. Meng Yuanshan respectfully presented his business card. Zhuo Fan didn't hesitate and accepted it directly. Not to mention the attitude of this Meng family, he also had some recent needs for weapons and cultivation resources. Alright, that's it for today. Everyone disperse early. Zhuo Fan's gaze swept across the room, eventually nodding gently at the crowd. It had to be said that becoming a personal disciple of the martial god, this feeling, was really good. Zhuo Pro Transmitter. Chapter 020 Yun Lu. Why are you kid here? Zhuo Pro Transmitter. Dravan was about to turn away. Anxious voices spread out behind them. Dravan looked again. This becoming a personal disciple of the martial god did have many benefits, but, this mouthful of Zhuo's own passages, it's annoying enough to hear it too much. Zhuo Fan shook his head and looked along, and as far as his eyes could see, a robust middle-aged man stepped in. Just the first time he saw the other party, Zhuo Fan froze. He actually had no impression of the person in front of him. Zhuo Pro Transmission. I'm Lu Hong. Seemingly seeing Zhuo Fan's confusion, the man hesitated but still burst out his name. That's right, school escorts. I spoke out to you. Before, Lu Hong hesitated, but still burst out his identity. After all, at the moment Zhuo Fan is already a martial god pro. Such a status, just a few words laid out here, is not something the average person can afford. He wouldn't think that Zhuo Fan was so good at talking that he would forget about him. Oh, Dravan froze. The face was full of helplessness. He had originally thought that his understanding of the martial god's personal transmission was sufficient. After seeing Lu Hong, in a jolt, he realized that his understanding of these words is still not quite enough. The god of Wushu himself. It's amazing that even such a character can be influenced. Moreover, although Zhuo Fan hadn't forgotten what happened that day, he was also clear that it wasn't something to go for revenge. It's okay, you don't understand what happened that day. I just hope that this is the last time that you guys, even though you are escorts, have to focus on escorting. Zhuo Fan thought about it and eventually added a sentence. Okay, got it. Zhuo Procuratorate adults do not remember the small man. I really was blinded by lard that day. Lu Hong gritted his teeth, his tone filled with sincerity. Zhuo Fan waved his hand, signaling that the other party could leave. Lu Hong hesitated for a moment. After all, he was different from a high family like the Meng family. He couldn't take any decent gifts, and in the end, he could only listen to Zhuo Fan and turn around to leave. After all, Zhuo Fan's identity is different now, and since this matter has already been talked about, the other side would stop targeting themselves. Things are all worked out. Zhuo Fan also exhaled softly. He remembered earlier, which is the head of the college, mentioned to him? At that time, the other party said that he could have a life secretary if he needed one, and at that time, Zhuo Fan did not realize what the situation was. Now that I think about it, this life secretary, it's really necessary. Otherwise, how else could he cultivate properly when he was constantly distracted by similar things? After dealing with these things, Zhuo Fan waved his hand and told the others around him to disperse. That's when he turned around and went back to his room. After returning to his room, Zhuo Fan took out all those gifts from the Meng family and did a simple inventory. He was now aware that these things smelled real good. Purple words are also incredibly valuable, so it's good to get out. Realization was also very easy. The last promotion had drained Zhuo Fan of all his funds, and he didn't have much on him. He was originally worried about where the funds to build his own weapons would come from, but now it was good. With these things sent by the Meng family, he could immediately begin to build the weapons of his choice. Think about it. Zhuo Fan didn't go through the trading platform and sell words anymore. That's a little slow for Dravan. But, since Cloud House is a place of business, it should be able to acquire words as well, right? Noticing that there was no one else outside the door, Zhuo Fan felt relieved to go out, straight to the Cloud Tower. Half an hour later, Zhuo Fan stood outside the Cloud Building. This Cloud Building, to put it bluntly, engaged in a variety of industries related to martial artists, such as providing cultivation places, as well as sparring stadiums. At the same time, weapon forging services are also available, and customization services for all kinds of gear. Since it's a large trading market, acquiring words isn't a problem. Standing outside and taking a look, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but sigh. This Meng family is really extraordinary. This Cloud Building basically has become a landmark building in the neighborhood. Not only is it grandiose, from another level, it is a symbol of the Meng family's identity. Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan's gaze was filled with smiles as he stepped into the Cloud Building. Honorable guest, may I ask what service you need? Zhuo Fan entered, and the welcoming guest at the door flashed his eyes and greeted him as fast as he could. Dravan didn't hesitate. The one supreme card that belonged to Cloud Tower was taken out. I need weapon forging services, and I need your top weapon forging masters to serve me. Zhuo Fan's face was bland. Mr. Shua, I'm sorry, please wait a moment. The welcome guest froze and immediately ran towards the inside of the hall. Dravan, however, froze. What's going on here? Could it be that this card that he took out is not good? Soon, a woman in her mid-20s with long hair and professional attire stepped in, led by the welcome guest. Before the woman even approached, there was a hint of a smile on that face. Mr. Dre, unfortunately, the Forge Master is not here today. He just went out. If you are sure you need it today, I can have him return now. The other party just swept a glance at the supreme card Zhuo Fan had taken out. He was already smart enough to realize that the identity of this young man in front of him was more than likely not simple. Dravan nodded gently. Well, I still hope it's soon. Dravan's eyes flickered. It won't take more than a few days. He was about to head to the Great Wall to practice, and even though the weapons wouldn't be used for a while, he would have to have the familiarization process. Naturally, the faster the better. Okay, you wait a moment. The other party sensed Zhuo Fan's insistence, then nodded and left with quick steps. Walking a short distance to the side, he dialed a number on his communicator. It did not take long to come back again. Mr. Shua, please wait a moment. The Forge Master will return soon at your service. The other party kept a polite smile. Although there was some delay, Zhuo Fan didn't care and just nodded gently. Please go to the VIP area to rest first, and the first time the Forge Master returns, I will bring him to you. The other party had been observing Zhuo Fan and was relieved to notice that Zhuo Fan was not angry. After all, the card he had in his hand, routinely, only a clan master level powerhouse could move it. The other party was so young that he could casually take out this kind of card. His family was bound to be uncomplicated, and such an existence was the last thing they wanted to offend. Soon, at the door beyond the main hall, a car stopped. An old man, over 100 years old with gray hair, stepped out of the car. Essence flashed in his eyes. Old Yuan, you dog, didn't you already promise me? It's not easy for me to come back once, and it's not easy to talk to you. How can you do such a thing? The old man got out of the car, but a burst of abuse came from behind him. Hear that? A few people present appeared to have slight changes in their facial color. This guest present, with his honorable status, couldn't let what was going on outside affect the guests' experience of coming to Cloud Tower. Although they couldn't see what the teenager's identity was, such a person was not someone they could offend. Mr. Shua, wait a moment, we'll deal with the matter outside right away. The professional dress girl took a deep breath, then quickly walked towards the door. Zhuofan, however, had an odd look on his face. There's no rush, I also want to see what's going on. Zhuofan had a smile on his face. The voice was quite familiar to him. How can you talk to me like that? You scion who doesn't know how to honor your elders? The Cloud Tower has a summons, and that's for me to decide? Your demand can only wait. That spirited old man, however, laughed and cursed. The eyes were full of helplessness. At the same time, Zhuofan walked to the door, meeting the two men one in front of the other. You, why are you kid here? A voice with surprise came out. Both 021 chapter Forging Swords, the value of 10,000 merits. Outside the door, Qin refused to north froze. Inside the door, Zhuofan had a smile on his face. Earlier, when he heard the shouting outside the door, Zhuofan already knew that the person outside the door was Qin refused to go north. Well, come over and build the stranger's sword. Zhuofan nodded gently. After the martial arts exam, we will be leaving. We need to get our weapons first and familiarize ourselves with them. Zhuofan looked at Qin refused to go north beside him. This should be Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan, I want to build a long knife and I need to trouble you. Zhuofan arched his hand at the other party. Well said, well said. Yuan Lao nodded his head. The essence in his gaze towards Zhuofan flashed. He knew before that the identity of this person in front of him was not simple. He did not expect that. The other party was actually so courteous, and the good feeling in his heart increased by a few more points. With that, Zhuofan looked at Qin refused to go north. Qin refused to grin north. Old Yuan, since the people are already here, I'll leave the rest to you. Qin refused to north and laughed, taking out the drawings in the process. Here, this is the stranger's sword that the young man before you needs. I've already prepared all the materials. You'd better start construction today. Qin refused to grin at the north once again. As soon as I heard that, old Yuan's face produced a subtle change in color. Qin refused the northern amount of words. He naturally understood them. This young man, is Qin refused to the north to help forge the knife of the one, messed up half a day, the hole into the oolong. In that case, the two of you will follow me to the forging hall. Elder Yuan nodded his head gently. In fact, for this knife that Zhuofan needed, he had already seen the drawings yesterday, and also possessed a relatively complete forging idea, and the materials that Qin refused to be prepared by Bei were also prepared according to his needs. If nothing goes wrong in the middle, the grade of this sword after forging was definitely not low. Well, let's go. Qin refused to go north and patted Zhuofan's shoulder. I told you who has such a big face now. Even my Qin rejects North's beard dared to intercept it, so it's Shua's own pass. The current status of the Zhuo progenitor is quite a bit higher than even newly promoted sect masters like us. Qin refused to go north without suppressing his voice. The crowd around him froze when these words were exited, but Elder Yuan, who was walking at the very front, narrowed his eyes. Is this the legendary Zhuo progenitor? As it is, that forging must necessarily be done with care. He Yuan Huan's forging skills. This is not bad. Also have the intention to go to Kyoto to develop, but in Kyoto is not familiar with the place. Even if you go, may not be in the development of Qingzhou good. This hesitation will be wasted for many years. Pro-Chancellor Zhua, indeed a hero is a young man. The first time I saw you, I thought that this young man was extraordinary. So you are Pro-Chancellor Zhua. Since this weapon is used by Zhua himself, I will do my best. Yuan Huan laughed and looked at Zhuofan with a bit more laughter and enthusiasm that was not hidden at all. Dravan, however, touched his nose, nod lightly. Then thank you, Elder Yuan. He hadn't expected that his identity would actually come to good use here. Zhuofan had gained some new insights into the status of the so-called martial god's progenitor. Subsequently, the three entered the forge hall. The materials were prepared by Qin refused to go north. All of them were good Shen iron. Progenitor Zhua, I wonder what attribute you are trying to increase by using this weapon. Power, or something else? Yuan Huan became more and more attentive after learning about Zhuofan's identity and took the initiative to ask without waiting for Zhuofan's response. Zhuofan, however, froze. He hadn't considered this before either. The stranger was chosen because of the ease of juggling. As for the rest, his own attributes, which were not low, he knew for the first time that a forged weapon could actually increase his own attributes. Elder Yuan, is this still a bad idea? This kid's qi and blood is thick. If he grows at this pace, he will definitely be a blood bull in the future. And with this blade of his, you will follow the direction of enhancing qi and blood. Then, leave the slots for the words, preferably ones that can be replaced. After all, the materials I used are the best, and if nothing goes wrong, This blade is also something that can grow with his own strength. And if the word jam can be replaced, it will be even more perfect. Without waiting for Zhuofan to open his mouth, Sheen refused to go north. On the other side had already said all of his thoughts. All of them. Hear that? Dravan, however, froze. Wimpy? This world really isn't simple. He also finally realized why forging a weapon. He needed to find a forging master. This forging master's thought process, it really wasn't simple. It could actually apply the power of the words inside the weapon, and it's possible to change words? It's not Bullseye's mom. Open the door for Bullseye. That's a lot of bull. Well, I don't know much about weapons, so since General Qin has some considerations, let's follow what he says. Essence flashed in Zhuofan's gaze. He fused words before. There was indeed 1 green plus 7 left, which hadn't been used yet, and I had originally planned to save it for the next fusion before deciding, but I didn't realize that it could actually be used on a weapon. But there's something special about that 1 green word of your own. It's best not to show it in front of people. Good. The thought process has already been finalized. You guys can take a rest in the VIP room. Just leave the rest to me. Yuan Huan was obviously accustomed to such things and nodded his head gently. Sheen refused to leave with Zhuofan. What? So impatient to enter the Great Wall? Sheen refused to go north as if he had read Zhuofan's mind. Well, how can a good man hide in a big backwater? Zhuofan laughed lightly and shook his head. Well, is the equipment ready? Sheen refused to go north and stared at Zhuofan. His gaze towards the teenager became brighter and brighter. He didn't know why. He felt that the teenager in front of him wasn't simple when he purchased the words that day. The other party appeared to be teenagers. Fade actually managed to fade in the face of the golden words. Now it seems, the realization of the day was true. It was no wonder that the other party had become a patriarch progenitor at such a young age. If you don't ever prepare your equipment, you can go to the Demon Suppression Army to exchange it by virtue of merit. Inside the treasure trove of the Demon Suppression Army, there are quite a lot of good things, all of which cannot be bought outside. Sheen refused to go north and nodded, before adding, Zhuofan, however, froze, his face filled with helplessness. Even if the treasure trove of the Demon Suppressor Army had a lot of good things inside, for the time being, it didn't have anything to do with him. He didn't have any merits yet. What? Did you forget? You're always a pro legacy. When your master left, he explicitly said that every month you have 10,000 merit badges. Sheen refused to go north, but he looked helpless. It seems that this kid has recently acquired too many good things and has forgotten how many good things he has. That's 10,000 merit badges. 10,000 merit honors is astronomical for under his own share. With this 10,000 merit honors, your operation at the Great Wall will go much smoother. Sheen refusal North's gaze flickered. Dravan, however, froze. Merit? If what is expected is correct, this merit badge should be considered hard currency at the wall. Let's put it this way. Inside the treasure trove of the Demon Suppressor Army, under the 3rd layer, the best set of armor only requires 3,000 merit badges. Sheen refused to go north and sensed that Zhuofan hadn't realized the core issue before he opened his mouth to elevate it. Me, vulva? Dravan, however, froze. It seems, this master teacher of his own, he was much more generous than he had thought. Zhuofan didn't even need to ask about the value of the armor. An armor that could enter the treasure trove of the Demon Suppression Army was definitely not simple. You should prepare first. After the martial arts exam, we'll set off together. You can first pick a martial arts skill such as the sword technique, and improve your practical combat ability as soon as possible. Sheen refused to go north with a straight face, a few more points of anticipation in his eyes. Chapter 022, Against Heaven's Words, Starting the Great Wall. This kid, but the first person ever to exist who hadn't even graduated from high school and was being madly snatched up by major colleges and universities. Besides, not only did he invoke the long ringing of the chimes, but he was also accepted by the god of Wushu as his personal disciple. He was still looking forward to Zhuofan's performance at the Great Wall. The two of them chatted a few more times. Zhuofan then borrowed the Cloud Building's cultivation room and cultivated. He now had outstanding talent and his cultivation was progressing at a rapid pace. He had just fused the new words and had not yet tested the effect. Time passes in the blink of an eye. Soon, 2 hours later, Zhuofan withdrew from his cultivation and felt his own chi and blood values, feeling that they had filled up again. At this time, the two of them, Sheen refused to go north and Yuan Huan, were already standing outside waiting. Dravan stepped out the door. Pro-Chancellor Zhua, we've already built the stuff. You can go ahead and try out the blade. Words if you need them, we can provide them as well. Just pay a 20% discount. Yuan Huan smiled lightly. Zhuofan nodded along, and the three of them walked towards the forging hall together. Soon, come to the forge hall. Zhuofan's gaze was immediately drawn to the long, black as ink blade on top of the knife rack. The long knife was close to 2 meters long. It is black as ink and the handle is long enough for a two-handed grip. The body of the blade was also ink-colored, but it emitted a bit of cold aura, while the back of the blade was extremely wide. Zhuo Fan took a big step forward and held this stranger's blade in his hand, casually waved 2 times. Feel the weight, also just right. With such a weapon in hand, their combat power is indeed to increase a lot of. Zhuo Pro Transmitter, here's the rest of the material. I forged a short blade for you. Yuan Huan seemed to have sensed that Zhuo Fan was still satisfied with the stranger's sword, so he bowed slightly and presented a short blade, longer than an ordinary dagger, but extremely small. The dagger was bladed on both sides. Just by looking at it, I felt chills. Immediately, Yuan Huan conducted a simple test. The 2 blades not only sharpened iron like mud, but also blew away hair. Based on this alone, they had already claimed to be the so-called divine weapons. Zhuo Fan looked at the 2 blades and became more and more satisfied. He turned his hand over and put the stranger's sword inside his spatial belt, then left the short blade in his hand to play with. Master Yuan, I am very satisfied with the blades this time. You quote a price. Zhuo Fan's gaze was filled with sincerity. Yuan Huan, however, did not speak. Instead, he looked at Qin refused to go north. Ask what price. Our Jin Demon Army and their Cloud Tower have quite a bit of cooperation. This blade of yours is considered a gift from the Jin Demon Army, and you are also considered a specially recruited member of my Jin Demon Army, so there's no need to be polite with me. Who knew that Qin refused to go north but waved his hand, his face filled with indifference. Ha, this, not so good, right? Zhuo Fan, however, froze. This Qin refused to go north from beginning to end, and helped himself a lot. If he was to be made to bleed again this time forging, Zhuo Fan was feeling that it wasn't quite right anymore. Humph, what's the point of being polite to me? If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that it would be difficult for my strength to progress any further. I appreciate the strong and hope that the strong will grow as soon as possible. You don't need to be burdened. This blade is afraid that it will be most useful in your hands. Qin refused to go north and shook his head. Good, then I will not be polite. Zhuo Fan, however, was stunned, but since the other party had said so, he really couldn't say anything more. Present, then the short blade was put away as well. The 3 then chatted some more. Zhuo Fan left Yuan Huan's contact information before the 3 bid farewell. Back to the villa, Zhuo Fan flipped his hand and took out the 5th word of the fusion. The green words in the palm of his hand glowed and swirled with aura. Dravan looked down. It's a green +7 word. The attributes are pretty good. Armor break +1000%. Bleeding +2000%. Nesting grass. Just by glancing at the properties of the words, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Is this word, is it too anticlimactic? It's almost like it was made for this weapon, right? Not only does it have an armor-breaking effect, but it also has a running water effect. In other words, if one used this to kill a demon, no matter how thick the opponent's armor was, it would be useless in front of them. Touch, and you die. Zhuo Fan, on the other hand, had been satisfied to the extreme with the effect of such a pair. Having this with this green word would be nothing short of awesome. Zhuo Fan couldn't wait to find a great demon right then and there to try his hand at it. Subsequently, Zhuo Fan contacted the head of the Martial Arts Alliance, inquiring about himself. He needed the long knife blade technique. After the other party heard Zhuo Fan's need, he was also slightly stunned. The long knife, although it existed in this world, there were not many people who used it, let alone the blade technique. The other party promised to help find it. Zhuo Fan could only put down his communicator for the time being. There's nothing going on left or right. Zhuo Fan cultivated some more in the afternoon and felt his qi and blood, which was a few points fuller than before. In the evening, the head of the Martial Arts League called. Tell Zhuo Fan, long knife method, indeed did not find, but found a local order of heavy knife method. Cyn asked Zhuo Fan need. Zhuo Fan thought for a while, or decided to see a heavy knife method first. Subsequently, the other party sent the knife technique to Zhuo Fan via email. Zhuo Fan then hungrily absorbed the content of the heavy blade technique. He himself was a martial artist with strong qi and blood, and already had a certain foundation. Practicing such a blade technique was not much of a problem. Basically a little goes a long way. Soon, the time came the day before the martial arts exam. Early in the morning, Qin refused to call north. On the phone, it was noisier around. Qin refused to go north. Progenitor Zhua, where are you? Qin refused to go north with a thick voice, but Zhuo Fan froze. I'm still at home. Zhuo Fan, however, was stunned. Although Qin refused to north as a general, but the two of them had spent a lot of time together before. He felt that Qin refused to north has no general's frame at all, and seldom asked so formally. Well, if you wait a moment, my men will be here shortly. We have decided that we will enter the Great Wall today, as the manpower is almost ready. Qin refused to go north and laughed lightly. Dravan, however, froze. The eyes were full of dismay. Tomorrow is the martial arts examination. Why are you entering the Great Wall today? Zhuofan more or less didn't quite understand. It's a long story. These people we specially recruited, although not as good as you, are all first-class geniuses of the human race. You are all the future of my Grand Xia. Do you really think that we have to wait for the end of the martial examination before we officially set off? There were a few more points of depth and Qin refused North's smile. Dravan, however, was silent. He had actually always known that the struggle between the human and demon races was extremely cruel. The struggle between both sides was thought to be all about you and me. If the demon race knew the exact time of the start, then the fate of this batch of geniuses could be imagined. You haven't experienced real battles. Battles seem hot-blooded, but behind them, in fact, are fresh lives. We can't joke with the lives of geniuses. As for the surprising dragon guards, when you arrive at the Great Wall, they will naturally fall under your command. Qin refused to go north and pulled a couple more lines, putting down the phone. Dravan, however, had the corners of his mouth turned up. You can't take the martial arts exams, but you can finally get into the wall. This is where it really starts, isn't it? But, in theory, with this 70,000 chi blood value he had now, even if he were to take the martial arts exam, wouldn't that be bullying? Chapter 023 Jin Demon Army. No genius. Attacked. Soon, the two fully armored Jin Demon Army soldiers arrived outside Zhuofan's villa. After confirming their identities, they got on the army green chariot, which on the surface didn't look anything special, but had actually undergone some modifications and reinforcements, and demons and devils below the third rank were basically unable to break through the defense. Actually, it wasn't that Daxia didn't have more advanced materials, just, increasing the strength of the material is no longer very meaningful. Demons above the third rank were actually similar to human martial artists. Their strength had taken a qualitative leap, and simply relying on defense had been basically unable to stop such an existence. Original. The special enrollment of the Demon Suppression Army was to depart together in a car. But, Zhuofan was, after all, the martial god's personal heirloom, and there was also a heaven-defying talent. So such a great summer talent naturally had the qualification to ride alone. This was the first time Zhuofan had left Qingzhou. It was also the first time I had seen the world outside the city. The vehicle soon reached a supply point on the edge of the city. Before Zhuofan could check the situation in detail, he was called by Qin refused to go north. Zhuo progenitor. There is no such thing as progenitor or not in my Demon Jin army. If you want to gain a foothold in my Demon Jin army, you have to show strength. You and those new recruits, riding together. No comments, right? Qin refused to go north. The corner of his mouth turned up, revealing his morose white teeth, but Zhuofan had a bashful look on his face. That's nothing. Going into the military is still a lot different than being in school. Since he was going to join the Demon Suppression Army, he naturally knew the rules. No problem. Zhuofan nodded bashfully. He was even somewhat looking forward to encountering the demon race earlier on this trip to the Great Wall, just in time to try it out. The knife isn't sharp. Soon, Qin refused to go north and led Zhuofan to the compartment belonging to the new recruits. This kind of car is relatively speaking, then a little more simple. Large truck with a carport. A car can carry a lot of people. Dravan got into the car. Starts sizing up the people in the car. Inside the wagon, all new recruits. However, what surprised Zhuofan was that the age of these new recruits was quite a bit older than him. The so-called genius. More of them, all in their early 20s. Many of them already had a vaguely competent air about them. Graduating from college and going to the Great Wall. I'd like to see how capable the demons are. Look guys, that one over there. Why does it look like a high school student? Is my human race already like this now? To actually need high school students to go into battle, isn't that a mistake? Hearing the surrounding discussion, Zhuofan's face was bland. He originally thought, the so-called geniuses are selected from high schools, but they are not expected to be college students? With this kind of strength, you can already compare yourself to a college student? Don't get it, do you? Soon someone inside the carriage spoke again. That one isn't simple. Exempted from the martial arts exam because the 6th mock test had a chi and blood value of over 30,000. The colleges and universities in the entire Qingzhou have been boiling over, and for him it can be said that they have offered a super high price. And in the end, it was the headquarters of the Martial Alliance that directly stepped in and specially recruited him to enter the Martial God Academy. Murmurs rang out around them. Dravan, however, was helpless. He originally thought that no one would recognize him after he entered the Demon Suppression Army. Who knew I'd just get in the car and run into something like this? What? Great Summer Martial Arts Academy? Is that true? I've heard that none of the ones who come out of the Great Summer Martial God Academy are simple. And there's even a rumor that every single one who walks out of the Martial God Academy is a patriarch seedling. It's the Great Summer Martial God Academy. Ah, and there's something even more explosive. This is the martial god's own disciple. one of the three great martial gods, Chen Qingfeng, was personally present to accept him as his personal disciple. Boom! This statement was made. The entire compartment instantly exploded. Many pairs of gazes went to Zhuo Fan, the god of wushu himself. Isn't there only three great martial gods in the entire Grand Xia? Just based on this, Zhuo Fan has already left them behind by countless streets. Alright, shut up, all of you, like you've never seen the world before, snapped. An impatient voice came from the other end of the wagon. He was still some distance away from the crowd that had been discussing earlier, and in the noisy carriage, he didn't really hear what they were saying, but only vaguely heard that a certain genius was in the carriage, and the crowd was marveling at him in succession. What's wrong with a bunch of guys who haven't seen the world? What's wrong with the blood value? What happened to genius? Let me tell you, on the battlefield, we don't look at what's genius or not. A high chi and blood value? What's the use? The man narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the crowd. Let me tell you, my demon suppressor army, there are no geniuses. Over the years, I don't know how many, like you geniuses, went to the first day of the demon suppressor army, will be dead. I don't know what I was thinking, but I actually picked you guys. Aren't you guys just hiding in the big backyard and living a peaceful life for 20 years? I've been killing demons all these years, and I'm still no better than the geniuses you guys talk about, right? This person opened his mouth. The others around them immediately lowered their voices. But, Zhuo Fan was talented in his own right. Recently, I have been practicing every day and my strength has improved again. Still sensitive to sound. Although these people around him lowered their voices, Zhuo Fan was still able to hear them talking. Soon, Zhuo Fan then knew the identity of the person who had opened his mouth earlier. The other party was specially recruited into the Demon Suppression Army 3 years ago. The same was specially recruited in high school, all the way to kill in the Great Wall, but did not go to college. Although it is comparable to the age of these people in front of me, but there is an extra aura of killing on his body. But you can't get it inside the school. Shut up all of you and get your strength back. Even though we've changed our departure time, the journey isn't really going to be peaceful, and you won't be in the mood for chatting anytime soon. The man from before spoke once more. Hear that? A number of people around the room closed their mouths. Don't dare say much at all. Just a few people's gazes looked in Zhuo Fan's direction from time to time. Dravan was just as different as they were. After all, the other hadn't been to college yet. Zhuo Fan, however, did not care about these gazes around him, simply closed his eyes and rested his mind. In this noisy environment, there was no way to cultivate. But essence, for a martial artist, is also something very important. Instead of having time to listen to all these people around you talking about it, it is better to keep the mind inwardly focused. The car had been started a long time ago, and sitting in the car, one could clearly feel that it was lurching. The car lurched more and more violently as time went on. Time is like water. When Zhuo Fan opened his eyes and looked out the window of the car, he realized that the scene outside had changed drastically. The land around them had turned black. There were no longer blue skies and white clouds either. What there was also just blood-colored skies. After taking a deep breath, Zhuo Fan was even able to keenly feel that there were some raging heat currents in the air. Is that the abyss? Dravan squinted his eyes, familiarizing himself with the abyss as quickly as possible even though the car was still moving. Boom! A violent boom spread out, and many people around them changed their faces. Open your eyes. What are you doing? Speed up. Don't you want to live? This is more than likely a demon race attack. Get off. All get off. Full alert. Suddenly the angry roar resounded in the carriage. Zhuo Fan indeed froze. Demon race attack? Here, isn't it still inside the Great Wall? But, hearing this hiss, Zhuo Fan didn't hesitate and rolled out of the car, standing on top of the vast inky earth. Chapter 024, Second Kill. Strange Shadow Demon. What's the holdup? Full alert. Zhuo Fan had just gotten out of the car when a voice with coldness behind him spread out. For this voice, Zhuo Fan was still familiar with it. Wasn't this the veteran who said that genius was nothing in the car before? Earlier, the other side reprimanded others for those words. Dravan heard it all. But, the guy never took it personally from start to finish. Zhuo Fan naturally pretended not to hear. Not so much now. Hearing the other party's words, Zhuo Fan slowly turned his head, a hint of sternness in his eyes. He had observed the man long ago. It's just a way to get a presence in front of the recruits. Excuse me, Zhuo Fan, doesn't eat this. Just a glance. The man then froze and then scrunched his neck. Immediately, he turned his head to look the other way. Noticing this scene, Zhuo Fan, however, shook his head slightly. It was true that he was not quite the same as an ordinary recruit. Not only did he have a strong blood value, but he also had a customized weapon with a terribly strong word on top of it. Whichever of these it was, neither is something that an unusual recruit can have. Dravan was confident. Even if he meets a situation, even if he meets an attack, It won't affect him in any way in the face of an attack of this magnitude. Zhuo Fan didn't panic after getting out of the car. While observing the situation around them, the other side was paying attention to the movements of the demon race. Just a glance, Zhuo Fan then discovered, in the distance, the situation of the battlefield. The one that was attacked was not their car, but the head car in front of them, and next to the head car, stood Qin refused to go north. And Qin refused to go north itself was so powerful that in the first moment of getting out of the car, his whole body flashed with blood light. In just a breath of time, around the head carriage, the corpses of a dozen demonic beasts had already fallen. The other side. These recruits who had just gotten off the bus had drawn their weapons and looked around in panic, but Zhuo Fan shook his head slightly. There was no way. These recruits were all university graduates, and the general threshold for entering a martial arts school was 3,000 chi in blood values. The reason why these recruits chose to go down into the abyss was mostly because their own chi and blood values didn't have too high a growth direction. The standard for entering a higher martial arts school was 3,000 chi and blood values, and if one spent 4 years in a higher martial arts school, there wasn't a blood value that broke 10,000, and that was the only way left. Practicing between life and death, there might be a chance, and most of these recruits present didn't have very high blood values. This is the reason for their panic. Zhuo Fan finally understood how much of a gap there was between himself and ordinary people since he had the system. His blood value nowadays was close to 70,000. Among second-ranked martial artists, there was simply no chi and blood value at this level. Routinely, the pinnacle of a first-order martial artist. But it's only 10,000 chi values. These thoughts flashed through Zhuo Fan's mind, and his eyes became a bit more stern. Since he has such a gift, that should indeed kill more demons. Immediately, Zhuo Fan slowly drew his short blade out and held it in his hand. He was still unfamiliar with the battlefield, and once he used the stranger's sword directly, he would basically quickly become the focus of the battlefield. Draven wasn't afraid though, but in the face of the unknown, he didn't want to get himself in trouble. The sharpness of the short blade, Zhuo Fan had seen it before, and even though this short blade, because of its small size, had no way to set words, it was still enough to use. Draven reached out and gripped the short blade. Afterwards, the power of chi and blood was poured into it. Buzz! Suddenly, a bloody light erupted from within this short blade that was originally as black as ink. Above Zhuo Fan's body, it also flashed with blood-colored light. Even if he didn't push his chi and blood with all his strength, in the moment of running the gong method, the chi and blood value on Zhuo Fan's body was several times more dense than the others around him. Perceive such a change. Zhuo Fan shook his head helplessly. No way. Let's leave it at that. Draven sighed. Roar! At the moment of stimulating the power of chi and blood, Zhuo Fan then became the target of the demonic beast's attack. The two wolf demons with bloodlight flickering on their bodies roared angrily and rushed towards Zhuo Fan. Draven, however, narrowed his eyes. Although this wolf demon was only a first-order demonic beast, but its physique was robust, not to mention that the power of chi and blood was also quite thick. If it was an ordinary first-order martial artist, against such a wolf demon, it really didn't necessarily have a chance of winning. Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes and quickly took 2 steps back. The body was pressed against the wagon to keep his back safe. The other side, his eyes, on the other hand, were dead set on the 2 wolf demons. These 2 wolf demons were only of the first rank and had no weapons in their hands, so they were basically already considered low-end demonic beasts. Immediately, Draven bowed slightly. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. The 2 wolf demons were walking side by side, and they had to be fast enough to take care of them. On Zhuo Fan's word increase, the speed was only 20, but it was already a regular speed. Good on. His attack speed increase was extremely strong, and as long as he launched an attack, it was simply not something that a first-ranked demonic beast could resist. With a flash, Zhuo Fan appeared in front of the wolf demon. The 2 wolf demons were both dumbfounded. It was unusual for them to meet humans and go straight up to kill them. Weak humans, on the other hand, are usually only able to passively resist. Is this human in front of you not in his right mind? You're going to go up and give away your head? Almost at the same time, the 2 wolf demons raised their wolf claws and slapped at Zhuo Fan's head. Extremely fast. Draven, however, was unmoved. Under the 40,000 times increase in attack speed, the dagger Zhuo Fan stabbed out instantly formed a residual shadow. Put, put. There were just 2 soft sounds, and Zhuo Fan swung his dagger twice in an instant. The dagger slashed the wolf demon's neck with precision. Gurgling blood rushed out of it, and the wolf demon's vitality, too, was rapidly draining away. Bang! With a muffled sound, the 2 wolf demons collapsed to the ground, and even at this moment, there was still a hint of confusion in the wolf demon's eyes. This human, the speed of the strike was just too fast, so much so, that they didn't have any time to react at all, and when they did, they had already lost control of their bodies and fell to the ground, their vitality broken. That's it? Zhuo Fan, however, shook his head slightly. The demon race was indeed powerful, but Zhuo Fan, under the powerful increase, dealt with 2 wolf demons at the same time with almost no effort at all. In the next second, Zhuo Fan but froze. A strong sense of crisis surged to his heart. Zhuo Fan backed up as he did so. On the other hand, he hurriedly urged his qi and blood with all his might. The power of qi and blood was still useful in many ways. If he urged it with all his might, he could completely withstand the attacks of all the demonic beasts under the 3rd rank. Clang! In the next second, the sound of gold and iron clashing spread. Dravan, however, narrowed his eyes. Turn and look. Behind him, there was a blurry shadow that was reintegrating into the darkness. Shadow demon. It's a shadow demon. Everyone be careful. Suddenly, cries of alarm spread through the crowd. Dravan, however, froze. For this shadow demon, Zhuo Fan had still heard of it, although it was only the peak of the 2nd stage of existence, but it would be invisible. Invisibility is equivalent to a passive skill. As long as it does not launch an attack, it can always be invisible. No one can find it at all. Key, this thing is extremely fast. When an ordinary martial artist meets a shadow demon, they can only die. Put, put, put. This was followed by several soft sounds that spread around the area. This shadow demon didn't win with one strike and didn't continue trembling with Zhuo Fan, but changed targets. Just the blink of an eye. Not far from Zhuo Fan, 2 men and a woman were then cut by the shadow demon's throat. Seeing this scene, killing intent flashed in Zhuo Fan's gaze. He narrowed his eyes slightly. It looks like a daze. In the next second, the dagger in his hand stabbed out at a weird angle. Whoa whoa whoa, whoa whoa whoa. Shouting sounds spread out as a lime green figure slowly current out. Chapter 025, The Stranger's Sword. All round, with the screams, that one figure manifested. Zhuo Fan just looked at it and frowned. He didn't realize that it wasn't actually a shadow demon. Instead, a form that a shadow demon could only possess after entering the 4th rank. Shadow demon and dark shadow demon. Although there was only a one-word difference, the dark shadow demon did possess a much more powerful strength. Relatively speaking, there would be fewer restrictions on stealth pairs. No wonder this shadow demon was able to easily take away the lives of 3 people when he struck earlier. You were alone and killed it? The other side. The veteran who had satirized Zhuo Fan earlier came over quickly, his eyes filled with shock. This is a shadow demon. No, this is a higher level of shadow demon. This thing is not only fast, and hidden very clever. I'm afraid it is an unusual 4th order experts. Against this thing, to get dead, all need to make some effort to do, but never thought. Actually by Zhuo Fan easily succumbs? Well, this guy sneaked up on me and I caught him. Dravan nodded gently. The face was full of bashfulness. You can spot him? The man froze, and there was more than a touch of shock in his gaze toward Zhuo Fan. Dravan nodded again. The man was completely frozen on the spot. Turning, the man changed his smile. All those remarks he made before, although he didn't target Zhuo Fan on the surface, they were all running towards Zhuo Fan. Now, it was found that Zhuo Fan had a strong draft and was also supported by various titles, and if he himself had a strong strength, his future was bound to be unlimited. There are words. Next, the man darted over to the shadow demon and grabbed the words that burst out of the shadow demon's body. Hand it over to Dravan. It's a green speed increase phrase. At market price, it would be tens of millions at the very least. This is yours. The smile on the man's face was somewhat pleasing, and although Zhuo Fan saw it in his eyes, he didn't care much, since it is strength that comes first in the demon suppression army. He just needs to show his strength and he shouldn't mix badly. This is a 4th ranked shadow demon. You actually just came and took credit for it. The man glanced at it, and a touch of shock was even more evident in his gaze. Killing a 4th order demonic beast alone, that's 4,000 merit badges. Besides, it was a special shadow demon. Killing a shadow demon directly doubles the merit. In other words, after Zhuo Fan killed this shadow demon, he would directly have 8,000 merits. In the demon suppression army, there is another rule. As long as the merit value is over 5,000, then you can lead a squad of 100 men. Become a squadron leader. Those with 3,000 merit badges will be able to become captains of yes-man squads. It is the role of strength. Right, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Yang Qinghai. Yang Qinghai's gaze was filled with scorn. I'm also the squadron leader, the one in charge of your recruits this time. The other smiled and introduced himself. Before, Yang Qinghai was about to speak, but he was interrupted by Zhuo Fan waving his hand. It's okay, I understand. Strength is honored. Zhuo Fan shook his head. Is it true that your chi blood value is over 30,000? Really powerful. I have entered the abyss for more than 3 years. By now the blood value is only 20,000 out. You are just too strong. Yang Qinghai sensed that Zhuo Fan's interest wasn't very high. and a touch of helplessness flashed in his eyes. He naturally knew why. However, the strength that Zhuo Fan was now displaying forced him to face it squarely. It should be a bit higher now. Zhuo Fan shook his head slightly. While he spoke, his eyes were scanning the battlefield. After a short period of panic, these recruits had basically gotten into a state and were effectively clearing the surrounding demonic beasts. What? This? As these words left his mouth, Yang Qinghai froze once again. There was more than a hint of dismay in his eyes. Higher? Wouldn't that be? Dravan, however, didn't care what he said. The dagger in his hand snapped out in a direction. Put. With a soft thud, another shadow demon, by Zhuo Fan's dagger, was stabbed in the throat. By the time the current one comes out, it's already dead. Yang Qinghai immediately ran forward. The words that exploded from the shadow demon were picked up and sent to Zhuo Fan. Seeing Zhuo Fan strike with his own eyes, Yang Qinghai was already speechless. That's a bit too dashing, isn't it? That's at least a third-order demonic beast, although not as powerful as the shadow demon. At the very least it is the most difficult shadow demon to deal with as far as, just die? Too? All dead? Yang Qinghai's eyes widened and his face was filled with eccentricity. Not right. When this unusual demonic beasts go out, a team of demonic beasts can only have one shadow demon. Could it be this shadow demon? Even among the demon race, it was a relatively special existence. It can't be like a cabbage on the side of the road that you just come across. No, the situation is not right. Yang Qinghai narrowed his eyes. Roar. When Yang Qinghai heard the roar, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. His eyes filled with shock. Woohoo! This damn demonic beast. How could two teams appear together? Yang Qinghai's face changed color. This batch of newcomers, it seems that there is not much left. After all, unusual just a team of demonic beasts appeared. Are very difficult to deal with? The team, but also to appear not a small number of casualties. Now actually two teams? Zhuo Fan also frowned slightly. The reappearance of a large number of demonic beasts caused the situation of the battlefield to rapidly change, and the situation that had stabilized before was wiped out. Dravan looked on though, yet there was nothing too good to do. He was indeed strong, but after all, there was only one person. He took a deep breath, rushed out again. After the trial and error at the beginning, Zhuo Fan already had a basic understanding of the strength of the unusual demonic beasts. As long as he didn't go deeper, as long as he wasn't targeted by the powerful demon race, there was basically no problem in ensuring his safety. Clang! With a sound of gold and iron clashing came, Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes and brought out his stranger's sword. No way! He wasn't particularly homely, but couldn't watch, with his own eyes, these figures who had previously been sitting in the car talking and laughing, die one by one. Zhuo Fan's chi and blood were already extremely powerful. Right now, another weapon in hand, he roughly looked at these demonic beasts, and none of them were actually of a very high rank. Even if you rush in, you can basically do a crunchy messy kill. As it is, there's nothing to hesitate about. The long blade that was close to 2 meters, in Zhuo Fan's hands, it was like a swimming dragon, plus the armor breaking and bleeding enchantment on the words. Basically, every time he swung, there were several demonic beasts that fell under Zhuo Fan's blade. Put, put, put. A light ringing sound spread out. Zhuo Fan's stranger's blade. It was like chopping melons and cutting vegetables. No matter what kind of demonic beast it was, it's basically a slash. Noticing this scene, Zhuo Fan's heart, too, settled down completely. After all, the only bonuses he currently has in his words are blood and defense. Other than that, that leaves the attack speed bonus. This situation, Zhuo Fan was really worried that his attacks were somewhat insufficient. But those worries, it seems, are now superfluous. 10 minutes later, there was no longer a single demonic beast standing around, and Zhuo Fan's 100-member squad, all of them are dumbfounded. Which, is this still human? Killing demonic beasts was like chopping up melons and cutting vegetables even. And, this second team of over 100 demonic beasts, no matter what kind, were all wrapped up by him alone. What's wrong with that? Zhuo Fan, however, will be in the hands of the stranger's sword. Martial arts Tiger Wind. There is a high speed of attack. The surrounding crowd has been unable to see Zhuo Fan's movements. Clang! With the last muffled sound, a demonic beast not far away also fell to the ground. Zhuo Fan stood tall with the stranger's sword in his hand, but the killing intent that had yet to dissipate remained in his gaze. Chapter 026 Refuse North City. Fat City Master. Put. The other side. The long spear in Qin refused to go north. It pierced through the head of an 8th-ranked demonic beast, and blood splattered everywhere for a while. The bloody aura filled the entire battlefield. The remaining high-level demonic beasts were killed one by the veterans escorting the new recruits. A battle of modest proportions. Completely over. Qin refused to kill the last demonic beast before he stood in the air, looking in Zhuo Fan's direction with a few moments of appreciation in his eyes. He knew it. Such genius is not simple. Just one battle. Then it verified what was in the mind. The other side. Yang Qinghai had a shocked look on his face. Not only did you kill 2 shadow demons, you wiped out a team by yourself? Yang Qinghai was completely nonplussed. He mouthed the words. It took a long time to come back to his senses. You've got enough merit to be a brigadier general. First captain. That is the existence of 1,000 Jin demon army that can be mobilized. Is this guy going to be so outrageous? He only entered the abyss on the first day today, and before he arrived at the Jin demon army's residence, he could already create such a sensational effect. If he stayed in the Jin demon army, it wouldn't be long before he could grow into a dazzling existence like Qin refused to go north. What does it mean to be a genius? Now that's what I call genius. As the battle ended, the crowd gradually converged. Although the battle had gone very well, and even because of Zhuo Fan's presence, the losses of the human recruits weren't considered to be large. But even so, after a previous battle, the attrition was close to 1/3. Many of them, because they were unprepared at the beginning, were sneak attacks. More often than not, they were killed outright by powerful demons when they fought with them. The moment Zhuo Fan's gaze swept across the entire battlefield, but a touch of helplessness permeated his face. This is war. As long as it's a war, there's no such thing as an undead person. Qin refused to take a step north and came to Zhuo Fan's side. This is the abyss. If you are so brilliant in your first battle, you won't be any worse in the future. Qin refusal North's gaze flickered continuously. We won this battle greatly, but this is the territory of the demon race, so in order to avoid any complications, quickly clean up the battlefield, and in half an hour, we'll be heading to the Great Wall. Qin refused to go north and clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with helplessness. As a great general, Qin refused to go north naturally. In every war, people die, but the war between humans and demons has been going on for a long time. Many years, without end. Countless people rose up before them. It's the only way to have a home behind you. Zhuo Fan retracted his gaze. He had killed over 100 demonic beasts alone this time, avoiding great losses for the demon suppression army, so he thought that no matter if it was the harvest on the words or the merit, it would not be too small. Progenitor Zhuo, this isn't a simple hand of yours. After I see the demon suppression army, that armor is still free for you. Qin refused to go north and shook his head slightly. He's just a glance. One would know how glorious Zhuo Fan's previous battle record was, except for the blood-stained stranger's knife. On this kid, there wasn't a speck of blood on him. This was enough to prove that in the previous battle, although he had a bright battle record, he didn't use his full strength at all. I really don't know how brilliant the results caused by such a teenager would be if he used his full strength. Armor? Hear that? Zhuo Fan's gaze lit up. Although his current means of attack is relatively single, but with the strong blood, survival is absolutely no problem. If Yo with the armor's support, in the future, when he meets the Earth-stage demonic beasts, it's not just straight across the road? Soon, the battlefield has been cleaned up. The crowd rallied once more. Only, when he cleaned up the battlefield before, Zhuo Fan didn't move, but allowed Yang Qinghai to make a series of arrangements. Not much longer. The words obtained from killing the demonic beasts before had been sent into Zhuo Fan's hands. Over 200 white words in all. There are also more than a dozen green words. Zhuo Fan, who had seen big scenes, was directly indifferent to these words. After all, hundreds of thousands of words, all of which had been fused by him. The dozens of words in front of me, there really isn't much to see. But the good thing is, there are many demons in this abyss, and if you kill them, you can have words. As for blue, purple words, that could only be found on high-ranked demonic beasts. Demonic beasts below the 3rd rank could basically only produce green words, which was the reason why words were so precious. Zhuo Fan killed over 100 demons. I can't believe there isn't even one blue word. The battlefield was cleaned up. The crowd continued on their way, but Zhuo Fan's gaze was filled with a few smiles. This battle, he also counted himself as having proved himself, and in the future, his days in this demon suppression army would more than likely be able to be better for a day. The rest of the journey was not very far anymore. It was also very smooth. Before dark, the crowd then saw a huge city, held horizontally on the earth. Although the distance was still far, the outline of the giant city could already be seen. To the outskirts of town, the crowd got off first, then lined up for a safety check, and the process of checking it out is a long one. Although there was Qin refused to follow the whole process, but the process of inspection also lasted for half an hour. For such a situation, Zhuo Fan is acceptable. After all, this city in front of us, that's a heavy human town. There must be absolutely no surprises. It makes sense to conduct a thorough examination. Naturally, after the inspection, Zhuo Fan then stepped into the city called Reject North City. The city, all black. The height of the city wall was hundreds of meters, and the thickness was more than 100 meters. And after getting close to the wall, One could smell that the wall carried a faint bloody smell, and above the huge stones that made up the growth, there was vaguely a crack. See this scene. Zhuo Fan then knew how gruesome battles had been experienced here, and this refuses to go north of the city. It is then divided into two parts, the inner city and the outer city. The outer city, which was inspected before, was relatively filled with heavily guarded soldiers, but unlike the outer city, this inner city was much more open, because with the tight and thorough protection, this place had instead formed a fixed living area. Entered the inner city, this group of recruits, and a secret sigh of relief. Many people had a look of relief on their faces. From the time they entered the abyss, their spirits had been taught, but at this moment, it was different. This refused North City, although it was in the middle of the abyss, was absolutely safe, and in the 100 years since it was established, it had never been breached, and that's exactly why. Entering the rejected North City also meant absolute safety. By the time they reached the rendezvous point, all the other recruits were placed in the barracks. Only Zhuo Fan was pulled by Qin refused to go north. Zhuo Fan, since you have such strength, you don't need to train amongst the recruits. In this refuse North City, I, Qin refuse North, have the final say. Qin refuse North waved his hand. The city lord here is also an old friend of mine for many years. I'll take you to meet him now. Qin refusal North waved his hand, his eyes full of appreciation. This kid in front of me is really not simple. Every year, he brought back countless genius seedlings from the outside. Even those college students were too far behind compared to Zhuo Fan. This kid had such combat power in his first battle, and with such feats, he had to be introduced to the city lord to get to know him properly. The two left one after the other. Within a short time, he was standing outside the city lord's mansion. To Zhuo Fan's surprise, just as the two reached the door, a middle-aged man with an obese figure stepped forward to welcome him, and then hammered a fist on Qin refused to go North's chest. You old thing, you said long ago that you had an opportunity this time out. What is this? You wouldn't have gotten a pussy back after you went out, would you? The obese man narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhuo Fan on the other side. A hint of strangeness came out of his eyes. Chapter 027, The City Lord Wants to Poach. 40,000 merit badges. This is the Zhuo progenitor who induced the long ringing of the bell zither, right? I've received the battle report. One person destroying the team. Mighty. Fatty laughed. As soon as we met, the fat man was praised. Zhuo Fan could only touch his nose helplessly, originally thinking that he could no longer hear the name of Zhuo's proximity in this Reject North City. This is the city lord of Reject North City, Zhang Tianqi. Qin refused North shook his head and laughed as he rushed to introduce Zhuo Fan. Dravan nodded, arching his hand at Zhang Tianqi. Greetings, City Lord Zhang. Zhuo Fan had a smile on his face. This sentence was said in an unassuming manner. The two people around him looked at each other and smiled. In their gazes towards Zhuo Fan, there were a few more points of appreciation. At such a young age, he had so many titles on his head. He had just come to reject North City and had actually made such a feat. Yet he was still able to remain unassuming. It's true that heroes come out of the woodwork. It's been a day of traveling, hasn't it? Walk, let's eat first. Zhang Tianqi laughed and guided the two into the compound. The three of you have a word for it. Dravan just listened quietly. In between, he did hear a lot of news that surprised him. However, he never opened his mouth. Soon, the three of them went to the banquet hall together. The three had just sat down. A soldier in armor stepped forward and placed a document on the table. Zhang Tianqi laughed and glanced at the two people present, signaling them to wait a little. Immediately, under the watchful eyes of the two men, Zhang Tianqi opened the file bag and drew out the documents from inside. Ha ha ha, awesome, worthy of being the martial god's own heirloom. Back in our days, we didn't have this kind of elegance. Zhang Tianqi laughed and looked at Zhuo Fan with a few more points of appreciation in his gaze. This young man, indeed, is not simple. You guys were attacked on the road this time. If it wasn't because of Zhuo's proximity, I'm afraid something would have gone terribly wrong. Zhang Tianqi finished reading the contents on the document before he heartily lamented. Qin's refusal to run north has a corresponding eye. When he heard this, he then looked deeply at Zhuo Fan. The appreciation in that gaze, however, did not diminish at all. This battle, killing first-order demonic beasts, 65 of them, killed second-order demonic beasts, 23 of them, killed 11 of the third order. This, actually got a shadow demon killed, and a shadow demon. This battle, Pro-Chancellor Zhuo, you are the first credit. If it wasn't because of you, these newcomers, more than likely, would have had problems. Seeing this, Zhang Tianqi's face also solemnized. Even the Qin refused to go north, who had been prepared for this, couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. A battle power like Zhuo Fan's was indeed nothing in the eyes of the likes of them. But, knowing that this guy was only at the second rank, even if he had 30,000 blood value, he wouldn't necessarily be able to accomplish such a task with ease. Mostly this kid. The strength of the last few days again improved. In addition, Qin refused to North cannot think of other possibilities. In fact, Zhuofan's fighting process, Qin refused to North has seen the overall feeling down, Zhuofan in terms of skills, but also some poor. But the combat power that erupted was simply heaven-defying. Plus, he was only at the 2nd rank now, but he was actually able to get a 4th rank shadow demon killed. No matter what tactics Zhuofan used, this kid was extremely uncomplicated. Zhang Tianqi, however, shook his head slightly. That face was all shame. Previously, I was worried that something would go wrong if Zhuo progenitor passed on to us, but now it seems that my worries were completely redundant. Zhang Tianqi's face was filled with smiles, realizing that such a genius had appeared in his place. He's got a lot to offer. It's just that I don't know. Brother Zhuofan, are you willing to stay in our demon suppression army all the time? Zhang Tianqi laughed and looked at Zhuofan with a deeper and deeper gaze. When these words came out, several people present were stunned. Dravan froze as well. That's not quite right, is it? I just had my first day today. Why are you digging? Besides, I'm waiting to go back to college. How can you do this? Old Zhang, what nonsense are you talking about? Behind Zhuofan is Lord Martial God. The Lord has already made all the arrangements. Qin refused. North's gaze flickered, his face filled with eccentricity. Honestly, if it wasn't for Chen Qingfeng, an existence like Zhuofan, the demon suppression army would naturally want to recruit one more such a raw combatant. It was naturally much easier for them to guard the wall. Moreover, people are already students of the Martial God Academy, so this isn't appropriate. Qin refused to add North again. Zhang Tianqi was slightly stunned. It was also known that what he had said earlier was more or less inappropriate. At that moment, he shook his head slightly. Forget it, let's get down to business. The credit you've made this time is indeed great. Slaying these 100 or so demonic beasts should easily be a second-class merit. I've already calculated the merit value for you. 55,000 merits. Zhang Tianqi smiled. Actually, this second class is real. Merit words, he did give more. One was because of Zhuofan's identity, and the other was because Zhuofan had just arrived and basically couldn't survive in this reject North City without merits. Could give more. Zhuofan can grow faster. When it came to treating people with strength, he, the city lord, had never been petty. The two people present, other than Zhuofan, the remaining two, both of whom were Zongshi-level powerhouses, were almost done with their meal. Dravan could only listen quietly. Next, the two began to discuss how to get back at the demon race a bit. After all, this time the demon race massacred the recruits, although the losses were still bearable. But after all, it was these brutes who had struck out, and no matter what, this had to be returned. The demon race is indeed strong. However, in terms of momentum, the human race has always been in full force. What's wrong with strong demons? Strong also wants to fight, kill too. In the face of such beasts, the only way to guarantee the safety of Reject North City and the dozens of state capitals behind it was to have a harder fist than them. Zhuofan didn't listen very carefully to things on these levels. For one, although his status wasn't low, after all, he was only at the 2nd rank now. Strength is still not enough. It's better when you're buried in a meal. In addition, this extraterrestrial meal, Zhuofan had not tried before. Seriously, these things were really quite delicious. Finished eating, the crowd exchanged a few more pleasantries. Only then did they each go back to rest. Zhang Tianqi naturally stayed at the city lord's mansion. As for Qin refused to go north, he also had his own mansion. Zhuofan, on the other hand, was arranged in the great general's mansion in the Qin refusal of the north. Speaking of which, this place was considered to be the safest place in the city of refusal of the north. Soon, Qin refused to go north and Zhuofan then returned to the great general's mansion. After the two of them chatted a few more times, Qin refused to go north and then asked his own personal guards to arrange for Zhuofan to go and rest. The personal guards brought Zhuofan to a room before stopping. The door to the room was unlocked. Zhuofan just gently piles the door of the room and it was opened. Step into the room. Zhuofan nodded in satisfaction. Outside the domain, it can be said that inches of land, all the new recruits, can only sleep on top of the big bunks, and also have to drill at a fixed time every day. But Dravan obviously doesn't have to. He was now getting the kind of treatment that a typical first sergeant, or a lieutenant of a higher rank, would get. Subsequently, Dravan took out his own communicator and looked at it, surprised to find that there is actually a signal here. Isn't that too good? In a place like Reject North City, the communicators could still be networked, which couldn't be more blissful. Chapter 028, Huge Gap, Killing Demons Again. Chapter 028, but the next second, Dravan, however, froze. There is indeed a network in this rebel North City, but this network isn't quite like the outside world, because this is the so-called intranet. Although it is able to access the internet for some information, it is not able to communicate with the outside world. But, even so, Dravan was also satisfied. This treatment he was getting now was many times better than even an unusual heart condition. Killing a demonic beast for the first time today though, but in Zhuofan's mind, he had already been prepared. Moreover, having dinner with 2 big shots at night, Zhuofan felt even more that killing demons didn't seem like a big deal. Just kill it. At the very least kill the demon. Merits can be earned, and meritocracy can be more useful than unusual currency. Immediately, Zhuofan went through the intranet and entered the Mall of Reject North City. All the cities in the abyss were connected by the Great Wall, which became the front line of defense against the demon race. And merit values, on the other hand, are hard currency here. Basically, as long as you have the merit value, you are able to trade for anything. Dravan entered the mall. First, I briefly checked my own profile. Name, Dravan. Identity, the Martial Gods Personal Heirloom. Freshman at the Martial Gods Academy. Strength, Budo 2nd Dan. War Merit, 2nd Class Merit *1. Merit, 50. 000. Zhuofan just swept a glance and his eyes lit up. It seems, Master's father is really good to his own. Before she said that she would give herself 10,000 merit badges. Originally Zhuofan thought that at the very least, he would not be able to get this thing until after the school year started, when he enrolled in school, but I didn't expect it, and now it's all been given to yourself? Zhuofan laughed. There was more than a little bit of relief in his eyes. He didn't have the slightest hesitation, since he had the merit value at the moment. He naturally had to utilize it to strengthen himself. Immediately, Zhuofan first looked inside the merit exchange. He remembered that before the Qin refused to North mentioned to himself, merit this thing in the refusal of the North City, is hard currency, and this great wall of the treasure trove inside, there are a lot of their own and the outside spend money cannot buy good things. As it is, Dravan is going to have to look for it. Present, Zhuofan quickly found the set of armor that Qin refused North had mentioned earlier. The value of the armor is 6,000 merit badges. However, Zhuofan is now a 2nd class honoree. I did not expect that this mall is still more humane, and can actually be discounted. You get a 20% discount for 2nd class honors. Zhuofan did not hesitate to most directly buy this set of armor. After all, before the start of the school year, he had to practice in the refusal of the North City. There is a suit of armor in the body, not only handsome problem, but also to the greatest extent, to solve the problem of their own safety. After Dravan clicked to place his order, the address was chosen to be the Great General's mansion in Reject North City. If nothing else, by this time tomorrow, the armor would be able to be worn directly on one's body. Immediately, Zhuofan looked at other things inside the mall. It's a good look, but all you can do is shake your head. The mall does have everything inside. As long as there are merits, there's only what you can't think of. There's nothing you can't do. If we were to say that this merit mall is similar to something, Zhuofan can only think of it. Universal Taba. Immediately, Dravan snapped to attention. Quickly opened the search box to search. White word, 1 merit. Green words, 100 merit. Blue word, 10,000 merits. Purple word, 1,000 merits. Golden words, 200,000 merits. Unavailable. To be added. After seeing this scene, Zhuofan shook his head slightly. He naturally knew that in this world, words were fundamental, and words were the most thorough in terms of power enhancement. But, there are no openings to drill here. His own 50,000 merit badges were actually just 5 blue words. This blue word, for other people, could be said to be a huge help for eyesight, but for Zhuofan, it wasn't very useful. But, now that you see the value of the words, Zhuofan then had a plan in mind. Last time, Zhuofan had used a full 600,000 white words before he was able to make his strength a qualitative leap, and he planned to raise all of his word grades, all of them, to blue before school started. At that time, the strength could be advanced by a large margin again. But, if it was raised to blue, it would more than likely need a few dozen more fusions, and the base number of words needed for that would be more than 600,000 at the very least. That is to say, at the very least, he had to earn a full 600,000 or more merit badges before he could reach his goal on this trip. Kill demonic beasts though. It wasn't very difficult for Zhuofan, but the difficulty was how to gather all these demonic beasts together for himself to kill. The mind is set on the goal. Dravan was in no hurry. According to the original plan, today was supposed to be the day to take the martial arts exam, but after one of his own tests, he had already reached the end of high school students, and there was no need to take the martial arts exam. Plus, his own attributes now were already very counterintuitive. The blood value had exceeded 70,000. Having 70,000 chi blood value and having to take the martial arts exam, how else can the other students live? But, counting from today, there were still 2 full months left, and these 2 months were enough for him to save up a wave of merit value, so that his strength, once again, could be raised. Also, Zhuofan also knew very well that right now, he was only at the second stage of the martial arts path and only needed 4 words. The pressure to blend up isn't quite there yet. However, as his strength increased, every time he ascended, for Zhuofan, he had to increase his investment, and because of the nature of fusion words, this investment generally increased geometrically. It seems, I still have to work on myself next, otherwise this is just too much pressure later on. Early the next morning, Zhuofan then got up early and traveled to, together with Qin Reject North, the Demon Suppressor Army's compound. It will be, the reason why he appeared here was to come for training, and only by killing demons with the Demon Suppressor Army every day would he be able to have a good training effect. Entered the barracks. It is just some regular lectures. It was not Qin Refused North's turn to do these things. Zhuofan, on the other hand, stood with these new recruits. After a night of fermentation, what Zhuofan had done had already spread amongst the recruits, and the way many of the recruits looked at Zhuofan had changed completely. Even, many of the girls, in their gazes towards Zhuofan, had already gained an extra trace of sizzle. They all knew that Zhuofan's original background was not simple, and so powerful. In other words, the recruits who were on the same team as Zhuofan yesterday all survived because of Zhuofan. If it wasn't for Zhuofan's outburst, there was no telling how many people would have ended up dying. Disguised, many people then took Zhuofan as their savior. After a brief training session, it was then necessary to sweep and clear some areas around the city of Refuse North. The entire abyss was the territory of the demon race and the demon race, and many places had a large number of demon race dramas, and if these demon beasts were not cleared, with the passage of time, a large beast tide was likely to form, and at that time, instead, it would become a security risk. The rejected North City had towered over this great land for a full 100 years, and those patches on the walls already spoke volumes. 10 miles to the southeast, a group of demonic beasts has been found. A squad is needed to clean up. Who will go? While Zhuofan was thinking, the scouts not far away quickly darted in while bringing the news. While the first captain at the head narrowed his eyes, the eyes swept over these newcomers in the room. Dravan, however, froze. There are demonic beasts to kill? That can't be denied. Demonic beasts were merits, and the same could be obtained for words, and he felt his teeth ache at the simple thought that he would have a full 600,000 white words in the gap. Chapter 029, Second Kill, 6th Order Snake King. I'll go. The thought flickered. Zhuofan was not to be outdone. Originally, a group of newcomers were still a little scrupulous. After all, they had just faced the scene of the demonic beast yesterday, and still had palpitations, but at this moment, with Zhuofan taking the lead, the gazes of the others suddenly brightened up. Zhuofan's strength was all seen yesterday, with Zhuofan preying on them. For the other newcomers, the probability of danger occurring this time was rather small, and there's a decent chance of being able to miso merit, as long as one went out on a mission and came back alive after all. Even if one didn't kill a few demonic beasts, that was still rewarded with a base merit value. It's unusual for these newcomers to have such a great opportunity. We're going too. I'm going too. Among the group of newcomers, the one with the fastest reaction speed had already opened his mouth. The remaining few were first stunned, then they frowned and enthusiastically signed up. The newcomers who didn't have time to react had a few moments of chagrin on their faces. The crowd had just entered the abyss and arrived at Reject North City, faced with a brutal environment, has realized the importance of words, and moreover, knows that merits can be exchanged for words. For ordinary people, this is already considered an opportunity that can change their destiny. Captain, let me ask, as a veteran, can I go? On the other side, Yang Xinghai was looking forward to it. He had long realized that Zhuofan was not simple. Following Zhuofan, not to mention whether there was any merit earned, at least the person was absolutely safe. Plus there was a basic merit value reward. How to do the math for a good deal. As a veteran, he knew better. Survival came first. Veterans can participate. There are quite a few demonic beasts out this time. We need a total of 300 people. In principle, it's a chance for everyone, but I didn't expect that everyone would be so enthusiastic. Since that's the case, let's have all 3 squadrons together. The captain at the head of the group waved his hand, but a hint of approval came through his eyes. This class of newcomers is considered the most enthusiastic of all the newcomers in recent memory. If all the human races could be so united in their hatred, what room for survival would there be for the demon race? Hear the first sergeant clap. Many of the people present had a look of excitement on their faces. They were able to participate in this mission, and that was proof that they could earn merit. After you save up enough military labor, won't that be enough to get the words? Whatever, it's all good for a change. Subsequently, 300 men in full gear, This used half of the veterans and half of the new recruits, breaking up all the new recruits in the ranks of the veterans, and it was only under the model of the old leading the new that the group of new recruits were able to grow up quickly, and this was a common strategy used by Dacia in the fight against the demons. The demons are strong, that's why the damage to the people is usually so great, so the wall, which is in the middle of the abyss, needs to be replenished often. Then the cruelty of the abyss has been illustrated. Soon, 300 men in full gear. Zhuofan was also in the group, and because the scale of this operation was not small, Reject North City had specially arranged for military vehicles to escort the crowd to the venue. Not much longer. The crowd then got off at the mission site. Scattered demonic beasts had already appeared around. The crowd assembled briefly and then assigned tasks. At Yang Qinghai's request, he managed to get into a group with Zhuofan. Countless demonic beasts began to emerge in all directions, and after a brief moment of panic, the newcomers quickly adapted, quickly covering up the surrounding demonic beasts under the leadership of the veterans. The shouts of the human race and the roars of the demonic beasts spread out on the battlefield. Many of the newcomers even started charging towards the demon race, and for a while, the charging demonic beasts were actually completely suppressed. When Zhuofan saw the scene, he couldn't help but stare. This was probably the reason why the human race stood. Even ordinary people could quickly learn how to deal with demonic beasts the next time after being attacked by them. Dravan withdrew his gaze. A few points of severity were revealed on that rigid face. The surrounding demonic beasts quickly drew closer to the direction where Zhuofan was. This time, Zhuofan did not hesitate. Clang! With a soft thud, the stranger's sword appeared in his hand. One person. A knife. It immediately attracted the attention of many demonic beasts on the battlefield. Kill! Zhuofan narrowed his eyes and rushed out ahead of the others. And the target was the demonic beast that rushed at the very front. This demonic beast was tall. It had actually learned to walk upright, and on the huge tiger's head, a pair of eyes flashed blood red. In that tiger's claw, actually carrying a blood-stained large knife. If it was expected well, this demonic beast, at the very least, is above the fourth order, otherwise it is absolutely impossible to snatch the weapon in the hands of a human, and the other party is able to grow to the fourth order. There must be quite a number of human races that have died tragically in the hands of the other side. The thought flashed by, and Zhuofan rushed up with a big stride. The stranger's sword in his hand swung round to build up his strength. Clang! With a muffled sound, the sound of gold and iron striking once again spread. Ka-ching! With a soft sound, the large sword in the opponent's hand was actually cut in half by the sharp stranger's sword. But the power of the stranger's sword was more than that. With the powerful attack speed boost, Zhuofan's attack already appeared as a stump. Not to mention ordinary demonic beasts. Even most humans couldn't see his moves. In the eyes of the crowd, Zhuofan looked like he had slashed out countless knives in an instant. Next, the tiger demon had already collapsed on the ground, and while the bloody aura around it filled the air, Zhuofan had a bland look on his face. Yang Qinghai's eyes flashed. There was more than a touch of movement on his face. If he was not mistaken, that tiger demon was at the very least a peak fourth stage existence. I can't believe it's another cut? This new guy. There's something sick about him. Peak 4th ranked demonic beasts were actually already the backbone of the demon race, and they might all be the leaders leading the operation this time. Just like that. Dead? Van, do you have to be so strong? Yang Qinghai ran forward and helped Zhuofan put away the exploded words. The gaze that looked at Zhuofan had a few more points of admiration in it. Zhuofan, however, didn't care, holding the stranger's sword in his hand. Charge in. As the saying goes, an inch is as good as an inch. In just a dozen breaths, around Zhuofan, a large number of demonic beasts fell. This time, he was already stained with blood, but Zhuofan had a bashful look on his face, because none of the blood was his, but that of these demonic beasts around him. Roar! The roar came out violently. Many of the people around them had a steep change in color. This kind of roar meant that the demonic beast that came was strong. But, even so, the crowd didn't choose to retreat at the first moment. In the face of demonic beasts, even if the other party was very strong, there was no reason to retreat. If all of them gathered together to defend, there was still a ray of hope. If at this point, routing, they could only be covered up one by the demonic beast army. Although the crowd lacked practical combat experience, but at least in terms of knowledge, they were already considered high achievers, and saw these things clearly, but there were still a few people with scorn on their faces. Some of the less courageous ones were even gripping their weapons with hands that were gently trembling. Yang Qinghai's face color also appeared to change. Van, what do we do? According to the scent, this demonic beast most likely exceeds the 5th rank. This is no longer something we can deal with. Yang Qinghai's face was slightly white. As a veteran, he knew better what kind of situation the crowd was facing right now. No harm done. You guys back up and organize your defense. Zhuofan, however, narrowed his eyes. If he was an unusual second-ranked martial artist, he would most likely not have much resistance in the face of such a situation. But he had confidence in his attributes. Have more confidence in your weapons. As long as this great demon gave himself the opportunity to strike, then the result, there was only one. Roar! Another roar spread. A large snake, more than 10 names long, sprang out violently, straight to Zhuofan. Chapter 030, Beheading the Snake King. Purple word. Zhuofan's eyes narrowed slightly, in which killing intent flickered. He naturally saw that this snake demon had indeed been of the 6th rank. Moreover, it wasn't the kind of existence that had just entered the 6th order. Moreover, this snake demon, with a relatively powerful body, should be the king of snakes if what was expected was good. Hiss! Without waiting for the crowd to react, someone in the crowd behind them sucked in a breath of cold air. So many snakes, what should we do? Yes, so many snakes, easily solving hundreds of us. Ooh, I don't want to die yet. I don't want to die. If I had known, I wouldn't have gotten out of this mission. Cries were already coming from the crowd behind them, but Zhuofan narrowed his eyes slightly, his face slightly unsightly. Even if one was able to deal with this snake king, if the large force behind them were to collapse, the consequences would be extremely serious. You guys go on defense and take care of the other snakes. This beast, leave it to me. With a roar, Zhuofan quickly rushed towards the snake king. The snake king's eyes flashed, in which the blood-red light was full of oppression, twisting his body to rush up. This snake king's body looked bulky, but in reality, the speed was extremely fast. Just in the blink of an eye, appeared in front of Zhuofan. A sympathetic, salty aura cleansed away, and Zhuofan's heart trembled. This snake demon wasn't like other demons. Maybe there was poison in this breath. Dravan grunted lightly. The whole body's chi and blood bulged, swinging the breath away. Immediately, the stranger's sword in his hand subconsciously slashed out. Snort! With a soft thud, the stranger's sword slashed above the snake's body. The snake's defense was not bad, but in front of the stranger's blade, it was still like a block of tofu. With the armor breaking and bleeding effects, the Snake King froze as well. Roar! Another roar spread out. The Snake King's anger was completely transformed into strength. The speed was even faster than before, and with its open mouth, it bit down towards Zhuofan. The surrounding crowd, seeing this scene, but completely froze. This Snake King is the 6th rank, right now actually being easily broken defense. Duck! Panicked voices spread from the crowd behind them. Zhuofan but keenly found that the other low-ranking snake demon around the formation produced a change. Violently, Zhuofan but coldly laughed. It seems that this Snake King's wisdom is still a little bit. This guy will not be a mistake. He has the command of the team behind him, right? That's what initiated the rush. But, however, he did not expect that the first attack, instead of having an effect, would injure himself. So, it was only then that the strategy was quickly changed. In that case, this is interesting. Zhuofan believed that if he gave himself enough time, even grinding could easily grind this thing that didn't know how to die to death. After all, with the blessing of the bleeding effect, as long as they were able to break through the defense, these demonic beasts would only be able to die in front of themselves. But right now, this Snake King was not only fighting with himself, but he even started to command the surrounding snakes. As it is, Zhuofan could only resolve the fight as quickly as possible as well. Otherwise, the crowd behind them could be injured. This result was not what Zhuofan wanted. Look at the head of the welcoming snake. Zhuofan narrowed his eyes. In the face of the danger that was close at hand, Zhuofan, however, did not flash and did not avoid. After all, even if this guy is powerful, but his own chi and blood is strong, and his defense can be described as horrible, even if it is a blood for blood, this Snake King, it is not his own opponent. Dravan, you, however, when this scene was seen in the eyes of the surrounding crowd, many people were shocked. What's wrong with Dravan? Could it be that the Snake King's aura scared him silly? Zhuofan was the soul of this team. If Zhuofan had an accident, then everyone would be routed, and the end result would be self-evident. Roar! The Snake King noticed Zhuofan standing still, and an essence flashed in his blood-red eyes. Immediately, accelerating his speed, he bit into Zhuofan. Zhuofan, duck, get out of the way. The crowd behind them became more and more anxious, and there were more points of helplessness in their eyes. It seems, this Zhuofan is only famous. That battle yesterday made him famous. I didn't expect that just the next day, his original form would be revealed. Many people shook their heads. The face was full of disappointment. It seems, genius is indeed genius. Growing up is really not easy. This Zhuofan appeared to be a genius. If he was killed by the Snake King today, then all the previous myths would be completely shattered. And young Qinghai froze. The Zhuofan in his eyes had always been brave and invincible. So how could he, possibly, make such a low-level mistake? But, under the gaze of the crowd, Zhuo Fan remained frozen on the spot. It was directly swallowed by the serpent as if in its mouth. It's over. Zhuo Fan. Zhuo progenitor. Taking this scene in, everyone's face changed. Done. Dravan is really finished this time. Everyone was clear about one thing. The body of a 6th-ranked demonic beast was extremely strong, and once a demonic beast got close to them, it was a dead end. Besides, this Zhuo Fan had been swallowed by the great snake. Everyone hold on. We'll immediately call for help from headquarters. Don't panic. Once our formation is scattered, the demonic beasts will immediately take advantage of the situation. And such an outcome is something that no one can afford. The anxious voices of the veterans in the group spread out. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Zhuo Fan had already been sacrificed, but those present had to choose to live. Yang Qinghai's face color has been difficult to see to the extreme. His face a burst of green, a burst of white, and even that gaze, there is also a trace of trance. How is that possible? Powerful as Zhuo Fan, he didn't have the slightest resistance. So what should they people do? Despair. Infinite despair. The other side. Countless snake demons. All of them gathered towards the crowd, and in just the blink of an eye, they were about to be in sight. Clang. Next, a familiar voice spread out. Yang Qinghai, who was originally desperate, narrowed his eyes. Clang, clang, clang. In just a few breaths of time, the sound of gold and iron striking each other came one after another, and the sound became louder and louder. Roar! In the next second, a voice accompanied by a shocking rage spread out from the snake demon's mouth. As the crowd watched in horror, the huge snake head looked like it had been bombarded by a bomb. Blow up straight away. For a while, blood splattered everywhere. The crowd saw this scene, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. There was more than a little alarm in the eyes of the This is. Everyone froze. Immediately, a figure with blood all over its body stood upright. In his hand, the long knife, blood splattered everywhere. Clang! Another slash was made. That snake demon's huge body was staggering and could fall down at any time. Zhuo Fan, who had reappeared, narrowed his eyes and wore a smooth smile on his face. A beast in the district is actually so thoughtful. Well, how can you not let it die? This, Zhuo's personal biography. Awesome. Hang on. What grass? A beast of the 6th rank. Kill it when you say so. Should you be so bullish? Various cries of shock spread out from the crowd behind them. Zhuo Fan, however, had a bland look on his face. He had already known that this beast had extremely strong defense, and high defense and thick blood. If he used the slow grinding method, although relatively speaking, it was relatively safe, but in reality, maybe when the beast reacted, it would immediately escape. And, Zhuo Fan recognized his shortcomings extremely well. That is not enough speed. Once the beast chooses to flee, then yourself, there will be nothing you can do. Might as well wrestle with it then. Accompanied by the cheers of the crowd, the huge body of the snake demon fell to the ground. Phew! Zhuo Fan also gently exhaled. Immediately afterward, that stern gaze looked towards the snake demon's body that had fallen to the ground. Underneath that body, there was a flash of purple light. See this scene. Dravan's eyelids fluttered. Wimpy? So much luck. Chapter 031, 2 months. Kill the donkey? Next, Zhuo Fan's figure turned into a stream of light, directly rushing towards the figure that fell to the ground. That's a purple word. Generally speaking, demonic beasts above the 5th rank might indeed burst out purple words, but that probability was still extremely small. And, although the Snake King was powerful, it was only of the 6th rank. It can only be considered lucky that purple words can be popped even in this situation. It's not about luck anymore. It's about too much luck. But, on second thought, Zhuo Fan then realized that it was mostly because this Snake King was powerful and had the identity of a Snake King, and was ultimately killed by himself in seconds, and all sorts of coincidences allowed Zhuo Fan to obtain a purple phrase. With this one purple word, his next fusion of words was infinitely closer. Whatever, this is all heavenly. It's simply not too awesome. Zhuo Fan had begun to look forward to when he, himself, would be able to encounter such a powerful demonic beast again. This demonic beast is strong though, but the rewards for yourself are also first class. If I can kill 2 more heads, wouldn't that be a new breakthrough for yourself right away? Zhuo Fan grinned, but the crowd behind him, however, had already exploded. The cheers came in bursts. Zhuo Fan, however, narrowed his eyes. Right now is not the time to be happy. After all, although this Snake King is dead, but there are still quite a lot of other demonic beasts around. Wait for all these demonic beasts to be exterminated, then it is not too late to be happy. The Snake King is already dead. Next full counterattack. The veterans in the crowd behind them naturally noticed the change at the first moment. With a roar, the rest of Drew reacted. Yeah, right now is the best chance. They can just kill the demon. And, originally, these snakes were ferocious and abnormal. but now without the leader's orders, their fighting strength was weaker than before by more than 20%, and this situation was the most suitable for making a move. Kill, 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 kill all these beasts. The shouts of killing shook the sky, and Zhuo Fan also joined the battle in passing, but the large force behind him had already joined the battlefield, so even if Zhuo Fan had the intention to kill the demons, he couldn't kill many. One can only put away the stranger's sword. With the short blade in his hand he had already reaped. Even so, Zhuo Fan fought extremely efficiently, and in just a few breaths of time, a dozen or so low-ranked demonic beasts fell down. Soon, the battle is nearing its end. A full 300 demonic beasts died at the hands of this team of the Demon Suppression Army. Brother Fan, this is a 6th-ranked demonic beast. If you count the merits, at least 100,000 or more. At this rate of growth, you, on the other side, Yang Qinghai took a deep breath and looked at Zhuo Fan as if he had seen a ghost. The guy in front of me is just too strong. He didn't even know how he should describe the one in front of him. This is simply demonic. I also didn't expect that this beast was of the 6th rank. If I had known earlier, I probably wouldn't have had the courage to make a move. Zhuo Fan shook his head slightly, his face filled with eccentricity. Actually, he knew it from the start. But there is an art to hiding it so as not to demoralize the others. Soon, the team had already cleaned up the battlefield and returned to their quarters with joy. It was only after entering the rejected North City that the crowd's taut nerves were completely released. In the abyss, there's danger everywhere. The only place where humans can recuperate is in this city. Return to the premises. Zhuo Fan, however, received a message that the armor he had redeemed had arrived. He headed to the receiving office to receive the armor. After that, he returned to the great general's residence. The armor was worthy of the value of 6,000 merit badges, and the identity fit on the body. It doesn't feel clunky either. What caught Zhuo Fan's eye the most was that the armor was handsome enough. Pair it with your own stranger's blade. Simply heroic. If I had to find a word to describe it, it would be handsome as hell. Armor nonetheless includes chest armor, leg armor, and the heart guard. Basically, the key vitals have been protected. With such close protection, as long as they didn't encounter a high-ranking demonic beast above the 8th rank, even standing still by himself, I'm afraid none of these beasts can do much for themselves. Soon, the Demon Suppressor Army once again offered recognition to Zhuo Fan, directly issuing merit. 130,000. 100,000 of them belonged to that Snake King. The other 30,000 were from Zhuo Fan killing those scattered demonic beasts. Time is like water, turning the corner. In the blink of an eye, dozens of days passed. On Zhuo Fan, there were already a few points of competence. Skin and 2 months ago, compared to, has been permeated with a tan. If he himself did not say, even if others saw such an image, most likely would not connect him with the high achievers of the Martial God Academy. In 2 months' time, Zhuo Fan besides going back to the great general's residence to sleep, for the rest of the matter, he had been mingling with the people of the Demon Suppression Army, going out on missions together during the day and going into the cafeteria together. As for Yang Qinghai, he had completely turned into Zhuo Fan's little fanboy. This day, Yovan is eating. Xin refused to step north. Zhuo Fan, we're going to plan a counterattack against the demon race. The reason is naturally that sudden attack by the demon race 2 months ago. Are you going to participate? Xin refused to go north for the past 2 months and had become completely numb. As long as Dravan is on a mission, there is no task that cannot be accomplished, to the extent that it didn't matter what kind of performance Zhuo Fan made or how many merits he had now. Xin refused to go north, all understandable. Even Zhuo Fan's battle power had begun to affect the battle power deployment of the Demon Suppression Army. Although, this impact is not yet significant, but, have to admit it, is this kid Zhuo Fan really strong? The Great War? Hear that? Zhuo Fan's gaze suddenly lit up. A few hints of anticipation were hidden on his face. The Great War? The Great War is good. Not only can you kill demons in large numbers, you can also meet high-ranking demonic beasts. And besides, as long as it's a big battle, high-ranking combatants are already in the vicinity. And to put it bluntly, their own safety, with an absolute guarantee. In that case, what's there to worry about? Attend. Must attend. Zhuo Fan laughter, through a few points of bright and happy. 2 months of time and these soldiers of the Jin Demon Army, day and night. Zhuo Fan also feel that he is more and more like a soldier. General Qin, I wonder if we can participate? Yang Qinghai, on the other side, froze. Qin refused to come north to invite Zhuo Fan, although he had been following Zhuo Fan for the past 2 months, but for this kind of thing, he still had to listen to the arrangements from above. Naturally, Qin refused to go north but froze, glanced at Yang Qinghai. This Yang Qinghai was just a nondescript existence before, but ever since Zhuo Fan came, this guy was extremely attentive, and in the past 2 months, even if it was just miso merits, he had accumulated nearly 20,000 merits. You can be promoted to the rank of captain at any time. But, Dravan, after this battle, you'd better hurry up and leave. Qin refused to go north and stared at Zhuofan. A slight shake of the head. What? Zhuofan, however, froze. Before this demon suppressor army had to find ways to pull themselves together. Today, what's going on? You're actually kicking yourself out? If you damn well don't leave, all of my old man's positions should be yours. What else do you want? Qin refused to go north but froze. What's going on? Are you playing dumb? In the past 2 months, how many demons have you killed and how much credit have you made? Aren't you aware of that? This, Dravan, however, froze. Is it that much of a stretch? Chapter 032, 2 million merits. Return. Chapter 032. What's wrong? You're still not convinced? You've been here for 2 months, and you've gotten your hands on millions of merits. If you don't leave, the treasure trove of our devil-suppressing army is going to be emptied by you. You know? Qin refused to north hemmed and hawed, his eyes glowing with appreciation. This young man, although he is not very old, his ability is truly extraordinary. Millions? Isn't it just 2 million merit badges? Zhuofan reached out and rubbed his chin. In fact, he had already planned to. This stuff, there's nothing to it. Since there's a merit badge system, it doesn't seem like a big deal to brush up on some merit badges, does it? And again, empty 2 million merit badges and no immediate replacement for words. Listen, is this human? Not just 2 million merit badges? You know I entered the abyss for so many years, but only a few million merit badges. This merit badges, at most, for a golden phrase, you kid is good. 2 months actually get a golden phrase? Qin refused to go north and shook his head helplessly. Dravan, however, froze. If you say so, that's pretty true. In these 2 months, he had done what Qin had been doing for 10 years. So what was there to not know? Well, after participating in tomorrow's combat, I'll leave immediately. Zhuofan nodded seriously. Hearing this, Qin refused to roll his eyes as North rolled his eyes even more helplessly. If possible, he wanted this guy to leave right away and not wait for anything to finish participating in the fight. In fact, in such a large-scale battle, it was the higher-ranked combatants that could become the dominant force. Although Zhuofan was able to kill the 6th-ranked demonic beasts, however, the impact on the battle situation was very limited. Dravan, however, laughed softly and shook his head. All in all, he was still very satisfied with what he had gained from these 2 months at the Great Wall. A full 2 million merit badges. 2 million merit badges he had figured out how to use. If all of them were exchanged for white words, it would still help a lot to increase one's strength. That's right, Shuo boy. Qin refused to go north with a solemn expression on his face. You've been at the peak of the 2nd rank for a long time now, haven't you? How long are you going to suppress the realm? Qin refused to go north and stared at Zhuofan, but there was a hint of suspicion in his gaze. Zhuofan, however, froze. This Qin refused to go north is worthy of being a patriarchal-level powerhouse. His vision is still very poisonous. He actually saw that he was at the peak of the 2nd rank with just a glance? Actually, Zhuofan had already reached the peak of the 2nd rank a month ago, and to say that he had broken through, it really didn't take much effort, but he was now living in the great general's mansion after all, and a large number of white words that he wanted to send into the abyss were a bit unrealistic. Even if they could be sent in, Zhuofan would have to worry about the safety of these words. Security is not necessary for this. Although, it was also possible to buy enough white words and reject North City, and even here was the most. But the attributes of these words were not uniform and were very confusing, not to mention that it was too easy to even buy white words in large quantities to attract other people's attention. Zhuofan only had such a thought for the time being, and then simply gave it up. It would be better to wait until he returned to Qingzhou and then plan. It's all a lot easier when you get to Qingzhou. I just feel that my qi and blood are weak and floaty. I need to settle down more, and after I get out of the abyss, I will make a breakthrough. Zhuofan casually found a reason and excused himself. Qin refused to go deeper when he arrived. After all, Zhuofan's master was the current martial god. Maybe it's Master Wushan, who has other considerations. Good, the operation is set for this night. When the operation starts, you'll move with me. Qin refused to go north without saying much. Nodding, he turned to leave. Zhuofan's gaze flickered with essence. Acting with Qin refuses to go north? This was not bad. At the very least, if they participated together, they would basically not encounter any danger. There is a set of battle armor to protect your body. There was also the stranger's sword in his possession, so as long as he didn't encounter any high-level demonic beasts, he would be absolutely fine. That night, the night is dark and windy. Zhuofan had a suit of battle armor added to his body, white bright armor, also the illumination of the bloody moonlight, showing a few demonic. The stranger's sword appeared in his hand out of nowhere. The 2-meter-long blade gave off a bit of cold light under the blood moon. Dravancher narrowed his eyes. Although it had been 2 months since he entered the abyss, he still hadn't fully adapted to the environment in the abyss. Other than that, it was more or less wrong that this silver moonlight had turned the color of blood. Led by Qin refused to go north. Thousands of troops headed straight for the gathering place of the demon race, in order to ensure the success of the operation. This time the participants in the battle were basically all high-ranking combatants, and Zhuo Fan also followed them. Originally Zhuo Fan did not want to perform too well in an unusual battle. After all, it would be too easy to attract the attention of the demon race. But, this time, with Qin refusing to act together with North, Zhuo Fan simply let go of his guts. Kill it, let's kill him this time. After all, there won't be many days in the future when you can rake in the credit like this. After entering the Martial God Academy, it would be much tougher than now to gain merit. This night, the demon gathering is disrupted. A group of thousands of people trashed several gathering points. The 10 great patriarchs of the human race came together to kill the 5 great demon kings. Demon King. It was in existence on the same level as a human patriarch, but the battle power that could be erupted was much stronger, being able to easily face the siege of several great masters. Even when faced with a martial god, he also had the power to fight. This time, Reject North City had joined forces with the other surrounding cities to play a big game for the demon race. The killing was amazing. As for Zhuo Fan, in this battle, he had killed several 7th-order demonic beasts, and according to the calculation of the merit value, the merit earned was close to 200,000. And so it was. The merits in Zhuo Fan's hand had exceeded 2,200,000. That is to say, these merits can be exchanged for 2,200,000 white words. The sky is cloudy. Zhuo Fan then packed his bags and prepared to leave. After all, last night, the demon race was in turmoil. Leaving this morning, even if the demon race can receive the news, it is impossible to make a move this morning. Leaving at this time is instead the safest. Another bumpy day after the homeward journey. Later that night, it was only then that Zhuo Fan saw that the sky around him had gradually turned into a normal color, and the moon in the sky had also become a normal silver glow. After noticing the scene, Zhuo Fan took a deep breath. It's better to be comfortable outside the abyss. The air is so fresh, not to mention, once out of the abyss, it felt inexplicably peaceful. Soon, the escorted car arrived in front of the villa. Dravan jumped out of the car. After a full 2 months away, everything around the villa seemed to be unchanged. After passing the verification of face recognition, Zhuo Fan stepped into the villa. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The crisp beeping sound came. Zhuo Fan's face, however, carried a touch of oddity. Seriously, it had been a long time since he had heard a crisp ringing sound coming from inside WeChat. After all, after entering the abyss, the communicator had no signal at all. Let's not even talk about WeChat. Even normal calls can only be made from a fixed location. Good on. This one was rewarding to say the least. A full 2,200,000 merit badges. Zhuo Fan is to think about how to use these merit values to ensure that his interests are maximized. Zhuo Fan showed tapping on his WeChat. At this glance, he froze on the spot. No reply to messages for 2 months. His WeChat tip has become 9.99 plus. See so many messages. Zhuo Fan only feels scalp numb. So many messages. Really do not know to reply to when. But Zhuo Fan still roughly browse a little, lest there is something missing. Chapter 033, Purchasing Words. Someone from the academy tapped on the tweets. Dravan was quick to notice. A number of them are daily greetings from classmates. These were messages that Zhuo Fan did not choose to reply to. After, Zhuo Fan saw another message from Chen Qingfeng. Chen Qingfeng didn't say much, but just shared a business card with Zhuo Fan. Look at the avatar, it's a very pretty little girl. Immediately, only then did Zhuo Fan look at the message left by Chen Qingfeng. This is your senior sister's Prestige from the Martial God Academy. After arriving at the Martial God Academy, you can contact her for everything. She can organize everything for you. Seeing these 2 words, Zhuo Fan but would smile. It seems, this martial god master of his own was still very attentive to himself, and should be clear that he would come out from inside the abyss in the recent days. Before leaving a message at this point in time, Zhuo Fan didn't say much after a brief reply. Immediately, Zhuo Fan replied to the other people's messages, all of which were unusual and better connected classmates. Zhuo Fan also saw that inside WeChat, there were some messages to add friends. Zhuo Fan briefly looked at them. Basically they were all people he wasn't very familiar with. Since that was the case, Zhuo Fan simply ignored these messages. But, after seeing the other entry, Zhuo Fan's eyes lit up, because if you look at the avatar, this is the principal of the first martial arts school, Chang Huaishan. For this principal, Zhuo Fan's impression is still good. The other party's attitude towards students is better than many teachers, and there was always a smile on his face. Amiability notwithstanding, it does live up to the name. In addition, Fan naturally remembered that Chang Huaishan had promised himself a reward of $300 million. Although Fan this time into the abyss of the harvest is not bad, to say the least is not at all bad that 300 million, but there is better than none. Will soon go to school in Kyoto, this kind of after if the hands can be more money, really good. Thinking of this, Fan chose to agree. Progenitor Joie, you are really a busy man, but I've been keeping an eye on it these days, so if you provide us with your card number, we'll put all $300 million into your card. Who knows? Fan's side just passed the friend request. On Chang Huaishan's side, he then immediately replied to the message. As if he had thought of something, a touch of eccentricity appeared on Fan's face. This is the principal of the first martial arts school, before in their own eyes, but also definitely considered a first-class big shot, even if it is not particularly busy. This every day holding the phone, is considered how? Even if it was a vacation some time before. The principal is also relatively free, but hasn't school been getting ready to start in recent times? Thank you Principal Chang. I took a trip into the abyss 2 months ago. There was no signal in the abyss, and the first time I came out, I saw your application. Fan briefly explained the situation. After all, Fan's impression of this principal was not bad. Ha ha ha, I knew that your progenitor is good. You are the genius that came out of our first martial arts school. After arriving in Kyoto, if there is any trouble, you can contact me at any time. I'm in Kyoto. I still have quite a number of colleagues. Chang Huaishan immediately opened his mouth. Dravan smiled again. Okay, I will if I need to. Fan smiled softly and replied to the message. Progenitor Joie, I have another uninvited request. I wonder when you will be leaving for Kyoto, and if you have the time, could you come back and give the students a lesson? Chang Huaishan asked this politely. Dravan was also stunned. Teaching students? Speaking up, he, Fan, is still a student now too. Fan shook his head slightly. The exact time, I'm not sure yet, but if I'm free, I'll go back and take a look. Fan replied to the message. Chang Huaishan replied again. Fan didn't bother to see what Chang Huaishan said, but prepared to immediately purchase new words, conduct the integration. Although the Martial God Academy hadn't officially opened yet, he had to prepare in advance to do so. Ding dong, Fan was about to turn off WeChat, but unexpectedly, WeChat actually rang again. Dravan was slightly stunned. Look to the newsfeed. So you're my little brother? Master has already said that you're very good, but think about it, you're both Master's personal disciples, so you must not be bad. Junior brother, I don't know when you'll arrive in Kyoto. Be sure to contact me when you arrive. Your everything senior sister will arrange. The other party sent the message over quickly. Fan glanced at it, but a few oddities came out on his face. Speaking of which, it's sister. How did Fan feel that this little girl was not very old? Either that or they were better protected as children and never suffered. Either way, Dravan loved it all. Subsequently, Dravan orders directly online. More than 2 million merit values were exchanged, all of which were converted into white words. White words were the cheapest. With these over 2 million white words, he should be able to replace all these green words of his own, with blue words this time, right? Dravan smiled. The ordering frenzy began immediately. Do all that. Only then did Fan walk out of the cultivation room with satisfaction. This night, instead of cultivating, Fan lay down on his wide bed and had a beautiful sleep. Nothing else. At least in the abyss of these 2 months, Fan engaged in quite tired. Although every night can rest, but that kind of environment, which is as comfortable as their own home, this sleep woke up. It was only then that Dravan felt the warmth of the sun, spilling onto his cheeks. Knock knock. When Dravan opened his eyes, he heard a crisp knock on the door. Dravan was slightly stunned. It's from the door of the word, right? It had to be said that the distribution of the demon suppression army was really efficient. Sighing in his heart, Fan quickly got up. Wearing pajamas, he pulled open the door of the room. Just a glance, Fan but froze. What is this? Have the ones delivering these days been replaced with big beautiful women? Hello? The beautiful woman standing on the opposite side of the room, sensing Fan's frothing, greeted him first. Hello, you are Fan. However, subconsciously opened his mouth, but the beautiful woman standing on the opposite side, whose eyes swept over Fan's body, subconsciously reddened her face. Fan, however, froze and followed the other's gaze. So that's what happened. He had just woken up from a nap and was still in his pajamas, not to mention the body, which was a proper 8-pack. At this time, little Fan is still stumped. This is too much. Next, little Van went down. Fan's face was as usual. Hello, may I ask, are you Mr. Fan? That beautiful woman subconsciously widened her eyes when she saw this scene, but fortunately Fan was still standing in front of her, so even though the other party was shocked in her heart, she didn't show it too obviously. Wimpy? Dravan, however, was confused. This, you know my name? That. Well, then, this is going even further. However, as if he could see the searching in the other party's gaze, Zhuofan could only nod his head gently. It's me, student Zhuofan. We are from the Martial God Academy. This time we have come because it is about to be time for school to start, and we are here to escort you into the campus. The beautiful woman laughed lightly, and her gaze towards Zhuofan had a slight change. This one, it's the legendary Zhuo's own pass. It seems really uncomplicated. Many people inside the school were talking about it, and now that they saw Zhuofan's appearance, the other party basically had a judgment in their mind. This strength, naturally, is nothing to write home about. The key, the man is quite handsome. No wonder it was able to become a pro-life. Chapter 034, Arriving at the Academy. He is Zhuofan? So it is. Dravan, however, blinked. He had thought it was the big man carrying box after box of words and delivering them to him, without ever thinking about it. I actually met someone from the Martial Arts Academy. You guys wait a moment. I'll be good in a minute. Pop. Without waiting for the crowd outside the door to react, with a soft sound, Zhuofan closed the door of the room. Phew, he exhaled softly. The beautiful woman outside the door, dressed in professional attire, with gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of her nose, was a professional woman at first glance, and might be a teacher in the Martial God Academy. This won't become his teacher later, will it? Dravan shook his head. That's all. It's not self-inflicted either. Who would have thought that a beautiful woman would show up in the middle of the morning? Soon, Zhuofan washed up and changed into a set of clothes. Opening the door to the room again, it became clear that there were a number of people standing outside the door. Hello, Zhuofan student. Since school is about to start, we had contacted you before, but we never got in touch, so come of your own accord. Sorry. The beauty pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of her nose, her eyes smiling a little. Ahem. It's okay. I only returned from sending the abyss yesterday. There is no signal in the abyss, so it's normal to be out of contact. Zhuofan waved his hand, more than a hint of embarrassment on his face. Immediately, Zhuofan looked behind the beautiful woman, and he had to say that the manpower escorting him this time was quite a lot. Together with some people in the distance, there were dozens of them standing outside the villa's door. Why don't we all come in for a drink first? Some of the things I ordered haven't arrived yet. After we can receive them, we'll set off again. Zhuofan was also helpless. We'll pass on the water. We'll just stand outside and wait. Also, my name is Bai Ling. I'm the leader of this escort operation, and I'm a 9th-ranked martial artist myself. These few behind me are all 8th-ranked martial artists, and those in the distance are at least 7th-ranked. We are a total of 52 people, specifically responsible for the safety of Zhuo's pro-transmission. Bai Ling lightly laughed, then explained to Zhuofan. So much? Zhuofan, however, froze. It seemed that the Great Summer Martial God Academy was still recognizing his identity as Zhuo's personal heir. Not much. After all, you are the genius of geniuses. It's only right that we do this. Bai Ling's gaze flickered and she couldn't help but nod secretly. This Zhuofan was worthy of being able to become a martial god's personal heirloom, and he was still able to face the likes of them without being humble. In addition, the Martial Alliance has also sent additional manpower, and the status behind me and I are representing the Martial God Academy. Bai Ling continued his introduction. Dravan nodded gently. He was well aware of the territory of Daxia. It is perfectly safe except within the city. Elsewhere, demons might appear at any time. It was no wonder that the Martial God Academy paid so much attention to it. Those who were able to join the Martial God Academy were basically geniuses among geniuses as well, and anything that happened to any of them would be a huge loss for the human race. So, strengthening the escorts is what should have been done in the first place. Such a team would be able to retreat in one piece even if they met a sec-level demonic beast. Sweeping a glance at the crowd behind him, Zhuofan also completely put his heart down. It wasn't too far from Kyoto, and in 3 or 4 days at most, the crowd would be able to arrive. Another 10 minutes passed. Several army green combat vehicles were parked in front of the villa. Immediately, started to move things down to the bottom one box at a time. These people came from the Demon Suppression Army. Naturally they were delivering words to themselves, but after noticing that many of the people present were strong, the people who came to deliver the goods became more and more respectful to Zhuofan. After checking the number of finished, Dravan signed it, with a wave of his hand. He then took these words and put them all inside his spatial belt. Since the escorting team had already arrived, Zhuofan had no reason to keep them waiting. You can only arrive in Kyoto and settle down, then find a suitable place to fuse the words. The crowd stepped onto the low-altitude craft and headed to the next city. After all, low-altitude flying machines were extremely energy-consuming, and one could only travel to the next city first and replenish their energy before continuing on to Kyoto. What was originally a 4-day journey actually took only 3 days on the road. Early on the third day, Fan was then already standing outside the gates of the Kyoto Martial Arts Academy, just in time for summer. Even in the morning, it was blazing hot. Fan glanced at the line in front of him that he couldn't see the end of at a glance, but his face carried a touch of eccentricity. Dasha originally had a huge population base, so when it comes to days like this, queues are basically inevitable. But, in unusual times, those lined up, those could be martial artists, geniuses with martial talent, but in front of the Budo Academy, they're also just freshmen in line to check in. Fan also sensed that in a place like this, there was a chance that his name of Zhua's own heirloom wouldn't work so well. After all, there are geniuses all around. What's going on? We joined the Martial God Academy and we actually have to line up? This great Xia Martial God Academy. It's too not taking us martial artists seriously, isn't it? I at least have a blood value of over 10,000, which is a cut above some college students. What do these people want? Letting me queue up here? Wouldn't that be a waste of my time? Grumbles came from the crowd from time to time. Come on, it's only 10,000 blood value. What's the big deal? My chi blood value is already 20,000. What did I say? You think this is still a small place like your home? Quite a few people didn't have a very good attitude towards this kind of person, and just after listening to a few sentences, they couldn't help but open up. Student Fan, you come with me. Behind him, a soft voice came. Dravan, however, froze. Subconsciously, he looked behind him, but without realizing it, Bai Ling, who was previously in the escorting group, had a smile on her face and made a gesture of invitation at Fan. Fan, however, froze, his face filled with oddities. What's going on? Earlier, he had watched the White Spirit and the Martial Alliance's escort team make a handover, and when he saw people lined up over here, he took the initiative to come over. See how this means that you still think you are not required to stand in line? Student Fan, ordinary students, all of them do need to queue up here, but your chi and blood value is already very high and you are a martial god's personal heirloom, so of course you have a special channel to enter the academy. Bai Ling seemed to have seen Fan's doubts. Without waiting for Fan to open his mouth, he took the initiative to explain. Helplessly, Fan nodded. No way. He had originally planned to keep a low profile, but with this, he was considered to have shown his face among all the newcomers, and in the future, he was afraid that if he wanted to keep a low profile, it would be difficult. Led by the White Spirit, everything that followed went very well. Under the envious gazes of a group of people, Fan walked directly to the front of the group. With that, from the hands of the teacher who greeted the new students, he took the registration information, and just simply checked it, and then directly signed to leave. What's wrong with this guy? Why is he still cutting in line? Noticing that Fan had entered the academy so easily, many of the people behind him frowned, and a few of them made dissatisfied noises. Cutting in line? Look at that. Is that cutting in line? You don't recognize Bai Ling? That's a 9th-ranked martial artist. Legend has it that he's not far from being a grandmaster. Bai Ling is so polite to him. You think the dude is simple? Yeah, that's Fan. Didn't even take the martial arts exam, directly exempted from the test. The last test before the martial arts exam. The chi and blood values are already 30,000. You're comparing with him? Various voices came from the crowd. Fan, however, had an odd look on his face. Are all these people so well informed? Chapter 035, Sister Zhang Miaoxue, District A. The agitation at the school gates passed quickly, because the queue didn't take much time. Fan soon entered the academy. Immediately, Dravan looked to his communicator. His master had already told him that after arriving at the academy, he could look for his senior sister, which Fan had already contacted last night. Dravan immediately sent a message to the world. Soon, a tall and delicate figure then appeared in the field of vision. You are Fan, senior brother Zhua, right? The beautiful woman was wearing a set of white practicing clothes, which set off the delicate figure more and more dusty. Although it was a schoolmate, Fan could obviously feel that the other party's age was not very big. Your senior sister Zhang? It's better to see than to hear 100 times. I didn't expect that senior sister would actually be so beautiful. Fan smiled and took the initiative to extend his hand. The hands of the two, surplus to requirements, then quickly separated. Zhang Miaoxue, however, froze, her eyes filled with dismay. It was clear in her mind, although she was also Chen Xingfang's disciple, in reality, she was nothing more than a named disciple. Although becoming Chen Xingfang's registered disciple was also a great honor, in front of Fan, a personal disciple, it was nothing at all. Even when it really came down to it, Fan was her senior brother. Senior brother is really modest. This character, senior sister, I like it, since you called me senior sister. Then in the future, in this martial arts academy, if there is anything, you can look for me. Senior sister will cover you. Zhang Miaoxue froze, and then her cheeks blushed slightly. Speaking, thumped that chest. Dravan, however, froze. It was just a quick glance, and then he quickly averted his eyes. I was going to pick you up directly at the gates, but I didn't realize you were already in the academy. How about this? Where are you subbed? I'll take you to the dormitory first, and after settling in, senior sister, I'll give you a reception tonight. How about it? Zhang Miaoxue laughed out loud, a few more points of pleasure in her eyes. This junior apprentice brother of his own was not only gifted, and it still looks like it's pretty good to get along. Since this was the case, it was only natural for one who was a senior sister to behave as a senior sister. Dravan, however, froze. It is true that he does not know where he lives. The teacher who was in charge of the reception before, didn't tell her either? Zhuofan took out the pile of things that his teacher had given him earlier, and soon, from within that, he found a key. Zhang Miaoxue, however, froze. It's fine, the entire academy sister is very familiar with. No matter where you live, sister will designate to send you there. As Zhang Miaoxue spoke, from Zhuofan's hands, she took the key, and her face became a bit more indifferent. Holy, but the next second, Zhang Miaoxue directly exploded. Senior, you. Zhang Miaoxue blinked her eyes fiercely, afraid that she had misread it? It can't be. How can this junior, who just arrived at the school and is still a freshman, live in District A? Zhuofan, however, had a mouthful of foggy water and was not at all clear as to why Zhang Miaoxue could have such a great reaction at one time. It was simply outrageous. Senior brother, you actually live in District A? It's just the last villa though. A complicated look flickered in Zhang Miaoxue's gaze. This was worthy of being the master's personal disciple. This is a treatment that you just can't compare to. Zhuofan also froze. In fact, he had been quite busy for the past 2 months since the mock test had ended. Although he had joined the Martial God Academy himself, he actually wasn't very clear about these rules of the Martial God Academy, and after hearing Zhang Miaoxue's words, he was also at a loss. Senior sister, I'm not very clear about these things. It's just the key that the teacher in charge gave me when I entered the academy. Zhuofan was also helpless. He wasn't the so-called Zone A. What exactly did it mean? Let's go. Since master teacher has arranged it this way, she naturally has her own reasons. I'll make it simple. This Martial God Academy is supposed to be honored by strength, and the competition is still great. In this case, those who are able to live in District A are all first-class geniuses. You can understand that these 36 people in District A are the strongest 36 inside the academy. You're only a freshman now, and you've already entered Region A. I can only say that master teacher holds you in extremely high regard. Zhang Miaoxue said this, and Dravan got it. And the residential area of our academy, the division is still very strict. There are 4 levels A, B, C, D. District A, which is among the highest. This is the villa area, with only 36 buildings. District B, with 72 buildings, and as for District C, with 108 buildings, these are all detached villas, and the environment of the villa area is good, and the richness of the aura is also very high. Even if you live here and do nothing, your strength will improve. As for the last area, it's no different from an ordinary academy. It's a group dormitory. After hearing these words from Zhang Miaoxue, Zhuofan finally understood. Why did Zhang Miaoxue react so strongly after she learned that she lived in District A earlier? And, in these areas, there's a rent charge, like the A district you're in, which requires 5,000 merit badges of rent a month. Rent cannot be in arrears. Zhang Miaoxue continued her introduction. Dravan, however, froze. He suddenly remembered that his master had previously promised himself 10,000 merit badges every month. That is to say, it was basically a long-term meal ticket, and even if he wasn't strong enough in the short term, he would still be able to live in District A. Junior brother, you're really marvelous. Let me tell you, in fact, those who enter the Martial God Academy have a dream. That is, through 4 years of hard work, to live in the A district. That will be extremely helpful to the cultivation and strength of the enhancement. It's still you. As soon as you came, you directly entered Zone A. This is a direct step towards the peak of life. As Zhang Miaoxue spoke, that gaze was all bright colors, not hiding, in the slightest, the envy in it. Zhuofan sort of understood this time. Entering Zone A required not only strength, but also an extreme ability to fight in real life. Otherwise, even if you live in by virtue of your strength, if you don't have a way to earn merit, that's going to move right out soon too. The two talked as they walked. Soon, the surroundings had become more and more remote, and at first there were some people visible, but later, there was no one at all. Dravan wasn't surprised by any of this. After all, this is Sector A. The manpower, on this side, was already very small. Nearly 10 minutes later, the welcome in front of the two men was opening up more and more. When they were about to reach the foot of the mountain, Zhang Miaoxue stopped and pointed at one single house after another in the distance. Junior brother, that's area A there. You should be able to feel, even if we haven't entered area A yet, that the air around us is getting better and better. Zhang Miaoxue continued to introduce, and Zhuofan just nodded his head gently. Such a change. Naturally, he found out. Finally, the two stood before a villa. Zhuofan was even able to see that in a few villas not far away, there were silhouettes flickering, but they didn't come out. Only inside the nearest villa, a delicate figure poked out. What a surprise! A newcomer to District A? Chapter 036 Sisters Teaching. Active Challenge. Zhang Miaoxue, you woman, why are you so rude? Didn't I initiate the questioning? On the other side, a girl with long black hair poked her head out of the window. There was a few moments of anger in his eyes. Junior brother, hello, welcome to be my neighbor. The girl, sensing that Zhang Miaoxue was not taking care of herself, simply changed her target and stretched out her white jade hand, waving at Zhuofan. Dravan, however, froze. No words were spoken either, just a polite nod. There was a touch of suspicion in those eyes, and he keenly sensed that this senior sister of his, more than likely, was not dealing with this woman. In that case, it's better to keep your mouth shut yourself. She, notorious watery flower, no power strength in herself, already a senior in college before being in District A35. Don't bother with her. Zhang Miaoxue lightly hummed, her eyes flashed with a touch of indifference. You, the girl also froze, not expecting Zhang Miaoxue to give herself so little face. But, after glancing at Zhuofan on the other side, he still didn't have a seizure. It's true that I don't have much to offer, but some people are now in District B, right? The girl raised her eyebrows, a faint smile in her eyes. Zhang Miaoxue, however, shook her head with a teasing expression. Some people, but they are so bold. Aren't you a senior? Sister, I'm only a sophomore this year. You're comparing yourself to me? Do you still have face? Zhang Miaoxue changed her previous appearance, and as soon as she heard that woman speak, she immediately sneered back at her. What's wrong with that? Zhuofan sort of understood. In this martial god academy, basically strength can represent everything. As it is, when you come here, you must cultivate yourself well. By the way, I forgot to tell you that I should be challenging you soon. I hope you won't cry out then. You've already been 4 years before you're in Zone 35. You're still quite capable. Zhang Miaoxue dropped a sentence. Then there was no turning back. Straight away, he opened the door to his room with Dravan's key. After the two entered the villa, Zhang Miaoxue looked at Zhuofan. That's how your senior sister I am. Treating the kind that have no strength and still wish to pretend, always have no good face. You just get used to it. As Zhang Miaoxue spoke, an unsweet smile once again hung on her face. Dravan just nodded lightly. Originally, he saw that Zhang Miaoxue should be a good girl with good strength, and indeed he did not expect that his senior sister actually had another side. But, in other words this is really quite good too. At the very least, there is no fool in the eye, basically no bullying, and with this kind of protection from the world, he, Zhuofan, should still be able to live a good life in the future in the Martial God Academy. I knew it. Zhang Miaoxue, however, shook her head slightly. However, you haven't had much contact with the master yet, and this is actually considered a request from the master for us. Master has said before that the path of martial arts is actually very difficult. Resources are limited. Anything useful is limited. If you don't fight, how else can you progress? Zhang Miaoxue shook her head slightly. Like that woman. I give in to her today and she dares to bully me tomorrow. It's plain to see. Zhang Miaoxue looked seriously at Zhuofan. Senior brother, your talent is very good, and it's likely that you'll grow directly into a first-rate existence of the human race. However, you also have to remember that your identity has changed a lot compared to before. You are no longer a high school student, and at that time, many times you have to be disciplined. Zhang Miaoxue's pretty face also had an extra touch of seriousness. And you're a martial artist now, a martial god progenitor. All these halos, they're there to make you better. You can only have a better future if you go all the way forward. Only then will you be able to grow up completely. Deepness flickered in Zhang Miaoxue's gaze. Dravan nodded in agreement. He had been fighting in the abyss for 2 months. There was also an extreme recognition of these things that Zhang Miaoxue had said. Senior brother. Senior brother, after you've experienced it, you'll be clear. Zhang Miaoxue turned around and looked at Zhuofan with a touch more seriousness in her gaze. Martial artists, when you face a strong person, you have to keep a low profile. When you face one whose strength is not as good as your own, then he is a waste and you don't have to take it to heart. Zhang Miaoxue looked like she was pretending to be profound. Zhuofan blinked his eyes. Senior sister. You're right, but that girl from before, her strength seems to be stronger than yours. shouldn't we respect that? Zhuofan was also a bit confused. Her? She doesn't count. And besides, this is a school. Even if she's not happy with me, then there's no way she's going to rush up and do something directly to me. Besides, even if she's as strong as she is now, I'll be able to surpass her within 2 months. So all of this is nothing. Zhang Miaoxue shook her head slightly. Moreover, we are both disciples of Master Teacher. Who is Master Teacher? That's the top martial god. If the two of us wimp out, what will be harmed is the face of Master Teacher. How can this be? Besides, you and I aren't the same yet. You're our master's personal disciple. You should do things better than me. After finishing these, Zhang Miaoxue also felt that it was almost time. Only then did he turn around and head outside. It took 2 steps before stopping. Junior brother, I forgot to ask, what is your current strength? Zhang Miaoxue had a curious look on her face. I am now at the peak of the 2nd rank. Zhuofan didn't hide anything about this. After all, he himself was already at the 2nd rank 2 months ago. Now that there were 2 more months, it was quite normal to reach the peak of the 2nd order. Tell you what, then, between the two of us, we can make a pact. When someone of your own class takes a shot at you, you'll just have to take care of it yourself. If the 3rd rank of the martial Dao strikes out at you, you can only take care of it yourself. But if anyone above the 3rd rank dares to bully you, I, as a senior sister, can never watch. And when the time comes, senior sister will help you stand up for yourself. As long as there's one after that, these people will definitely be honest. And all of them will never dare to bully you again in the future. Zhang Miaoxue narrowed her eyes and spoke with a serious face. Also before the 3rd stage of the martial Dao, it's actually all essentially the same. As long as there's enough qi and blood power, you can basically break through without any problems. If I'm not mistaken, you should have been suppressing your realm all along, right? Zhang Miaoxue's gaze immediately lit up. It was reasonable to say that with this talent, Little Master's inevitable word level was not low. The speed of cultivation, then, is not destined to be slow. Yes, actually, I still want to make the qi and blood more condensed. Zhuofan gently nodded his head. Well, that's the right way to think about it. And with a steady hand every step of the way, there's bound to be no problems. Let's wait until after your 4th rank. This stage from the 4th to the 7th rank actually mainly cultivates the divine soul. At that time, Master will also tell you some specific practices. It's still a bit too early to tell you about this now. Zhang Miaoxue nodded her head gently. It's also already late, so I'll have dinner with you in the evening. And your senior sister, I still have to go back to Area B to get ready. Zhang Miaoxue stood up. A few more points of reluctance in those eyes. Actually, if Zhuofan didn't live here, she wouldn't really have had the chance to go to District A at unusual times. By the way, junior brother, you are the martial god's own heirloom. Everything you enjoy now is a privilege. You can also not accept anyone's challenge. Don't forget this point. But, some people are destined to deal with you in other ways. And this is something you have to be more careful of yourself as well. Zhang Miaoxue gave another explanation. A few smiles permeating her face as she intended to turn around and leave. Zhuofan, however, had a change of heart. No one else can challenge him? That's a lot less fun. Senior sister, then can I challenge someone else? Zhuofan blurted out, his eyes faintly revealing a bit of anticipation. Chapter 037, Cohabitation, Master's Consideration. You want to challenge someone else? Hearing this, Zhang Miaoxue was taken aback. To know, this was the Kyoto Martial God Academy, and those who were able to enter the school were usually geniuses among geniuses. Besides, freshmen are generally limited to living in the C and D sections. Then Zhuofan's meaning, it's already very obvious that he's going to challenge Region A? The 35 people at the front of Area A were currently at the 7th rank of the martial arts path. At this level, it can basically be said to hang Zhuofan. After all, at this level, it is already possible to use soul power. And at that time, whether it is reaction speed, or the quality of all aspects, it will be exponentially increased. It was simply not something that the 2nd stage of martial arts could face. Yes, Dravan, however, felt nothing. The increase in his attributes in all aspects had been so powerful that even 7th-ranked demonic beasts had died in his hands in more than one way. Otherwise, how is it possible to accumulate 2 million merit badges? So, even if these people were stronger, they were still inferior to demonic beasts. This was the source of Zhuofan's confidence. Junior brother the path of martial arts, although you have to compete, but the goal should also be appropriate. The gap between you and these people is actually still very large. At the very least, when you are able to use your soul power after the 3rd stage, you will be qualified to compete with these people. Zhang Miaoxue took a deep breath. Well, okay. Regarding his true strength, Zhuofan had no intention of showing it yet, just a slight nod. But it is indeed important for you to improve your strength now. After all, this Zone A, for you, is not free all the time. It's only free for the first 2 months, and during these 2 months, no one else can challenge you, but after 2 months, others can challenge you. Zhang Miaoxue stared at Zhuofan. Aha! Zhuofan didn't care much about that. Even if there was little progress in his strength within 2 months, he was not afraid. After all, he had done quite a bit of killing in those 2 months in the abyss. Strength is constantly improving. Furthermore, he still had a bunch of words that hadn't been fused, and once those words were fused, his strength was bound to improve tremendously. At that point, these people challenge him? Even if they were to challenge, it would be like kicking the can down the road. Alright, let's not talk about this. I still have to go and earn rent, or else I won't be able to afford to pay even the rent of District B. Zhang Miaoxue got up and headed out. Dravan, however, froze. It was reasonable to say that the cultivation resources in this district were first class. In this case, the soul power of Zone A was very abundant. Wouldn't it be a waste if you couldn't use it yourself for a while in this situation? Senior sister, it might take me a long time before I can enter the 4th stage of the martial arts. I can't use the soul power here. This place is also big enough. Why don't you just move in and we'll live together? Zhuofan's eyes flickered. By all rights, this Zhang Miaoshue's family shouldn't be too bad. There was absolutely no need to worry about rent. It's amazing that you have to keep busy in order to earn merit value in this situation. Suffice it to say that the value of meritocracy is important. If sister could live here, it would be more or less economical. Can it be? Zhang Miaoshue's eyes widened at once, her face filled with dismay. She did think that in 2 months' time, she was going to be in the A zone. But I didn't expect it to come in such a way. But, not only was there an abundance of spiritual chi in Area A, but the soul power was also quite abundant, and it wasn't comparable to Area B at all. This state of affairs, living in on your own does have many benefits. Even, the lifting can all be sped up quite a bit, in a way. No way. I'm your senior sister, how can I take advantage of you? Zhang Miaoshue's face produced a slight change in color. I'll pay your rent. It's 5,000 per month here for you. I'll cover half of it. How about it? Zhang Miaoshue's face was filled with apprehension. This is District A. After all, it's the best lot inside the entire college. Spending 2,500 merit badges to be able to live in this place is like waking up from a dream with a smile. Dravan, however, froze. Originally, there was no cost for him to stay here. It was a special treatment from the martial god himself. Now, sister lives in and covers half the rent. For Dravan, it's a sure thing no matter what. No problem. A smile permeated Zhuofan's face. Mainly this elder sister is pretty and can give herself merits. How can one think of such a thing as comfortable? Good. It's still my youngest junior brother who is good. So quick to know to consider for senior sister. Soul power you can't use, but chi and blood is the top priority for you. I have chi and blood Dan rewards every week, and this thing is no longer of any use to me. How about this? I'll give you another chi blood elixir every week. That in itself is a reward for living in Area B. Zhang Miaoshue's gaze flowed. There was a little more anticipation on his face. Okay, then thank you senior sister. Zhuofan, however, didn't want to bother over such a small matter. Something like the chi and blood pill was definitely good. The words could enhance the basic attributes, but the chi and blood pills belonged to an acquired modification of the chi and blood, able to make the chi and blood values more vigorous, and definitely belonged to the good stuff. So much for counting. This senior sister of his own, what he could provide for himself every month, at the very least, exceeded 4,000 merits. Where do you usually find such a good thing? With that the two men's communicators touched. The 2005 merit badges then went straight to the account. Also, this is a top-grade chi blood Dan. This is something you are in need of right now. Don't rub it in with senior sister. As Zhang Miaoshue spoke, she threw a chi and blood Dan over. Zhuofan reached out and grabbed it. His eyes flashed with essence. That's it for now then. Originally I was planning to earn merits to go, but now I still have to go back for a trip. Not only do I have to move my luggage, but I also have to sublet that place in my Area B. Zhang Miaoshue was in a good mood for a while. The problem of accommodation was solved. It's still a District A with such good resources. This is something to be happy about no matter what. By the way, since you live in District A, you're entitled to District A. You're also allowed to go on welfare. Chi and blood pills, soul condensing pills, they are all good things. These belong to the benefits given by the academy. Don't take them for nothing. Zhang Miaoshue rushed at Zhuofan to give an explanation before she left. However, Zhuofan's eyes flickered with essence as he turned his thoughts. Although he couldn't use the soul condensation pill, he was clear about one thing. The stronger the chi and blood, the soul power needed at that time, the more huge. These soul condensing pills they can't use now. Maybe they can be used very soon. If this thing is saved up, at that time, they will definitely have a great use for it. After Zhang Miaoshue left, Zhuo Fan also opened the academy's forum and briefly looked at the situation. Looking down this way, Zhuo Fan realized that what the senior sister said was indeed good. There existed a variety of lists in the academy, and from the situation of these lists, the academy did encourage students to compete with each other, and only then. It's the only way to make students strong and soar. But, turning to Dravan, however, he froze, and if resources in competition were so fierce that, when one occupies a position in the A section, then naturally one is squeezed out by oneself. It's obvious that someone is going to hate themselves. But, since the master has made such an arrangement, there is naturally a reason for such an arrangement. He had already entered the Martial God Academy, so naturally he could only rise to the occasion. Man, what's not to like? Chapter 038 Martial Arts Third Order. Fusion again. Chapter 038. Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan would smile. Actually, he knew very well that this was the beautiful master teacher which was looking for a whetstone for himself now. However, none of this mattered. As long as it was strong enough, it doesn't matter what whetstone or not. As long as strength can soar, all is not lost. And, as a new student, being put in this position by the master would indeed offend many people at once. But, Zhuo Fan is even more clear that all of this is based on strength. Since this is the case, then he will improve his strength properly. As long as the strength is improved, then the rest is basically not too big of a problem. Think about it. Dravan opened his own cell phone and accessed the intranet. This look instantly put his mind at ease. It seems that no matter where you are, merit belongs to hard currency. Inside his own account, there were still 400,000 merit badges lying around. If it is placed in an unusual time, this hundreds of thousands of merit has been enough to let himself lie flat. But right now, it is different. In this martial arts academy, basically everywhere need to use merit. Even if the account inside the 100,000 merit, Zhuo Fan is still a little uneasy. In fact, there are these hundreds of thousands of merit badges. It could also do a lot more. But for Zhuo Fan, all of that wasn't enough. The next fusion of words, though, was enough. However, once after the 4th rank of martial arts, it would require more than just words. It would also require a synchronized increase in soul power. But, regardless of the stage, the role of the word, is great, is equivalent to a car engine, with a strong power. Then everything is much easier. And, Zhuo Fan thought again that if he didn't enter the abyss, some of the secrets on his body were not really easy to explain. But, it was because of this experience in the abyss that Zhuo Fan could completely say that his strong strength was tempered by actual combat. So, naturally, he or she will not be in any trouble. Immediately, Zhuo Fan had previously pulled up the system panel. Name, Zhuo Fan. Level, 2nd order. Word, white, infinite. Age, 21. Air and blood, 91. 300. Strength, 91. 300. Defense, 46,000. Speed, 43. Attack speed, 42,000. Taking a look at his system panel, Zhuo Fan was instantly satisfied. Actually, in the past 2 months since entering the abyss, Zhuo Fan had been fighting the demon race every day. The effect of the fight is also very obvious. He naturally remembered that before he entered the abyss, his own chi blood and strength was already 70,000 out of 100,000. In 2 months' time, the chi blood had only increased to just over 90,000. According to the previous growth rate, these 2 months may seem like a very slow growth, but in reality, Zhuo Fan knew that there were many people who even if they exhausted their entire life, their chi and blood values may not break 10,000, and his attributes like this were already enough to be called heaven-defying. Besides, he went from getting the system, to speaking now, but it's just 3 months, 90,000 blood values in 3 months? It's definitely the anticlimax of anticlimaxes. On average, the increase in chi and blood value every month had exceeded 30,000. If not because of the real data in, Zhuo Fan simply did not like to imagine that in just 3 months, he had already grown to this point. This was also the reason why Zhuo Fan was able to decimate a 7th-order demonic beast, if it was expected. According to the current attributes, even if he challenged those so-called geniuses above the heavenly ranking, he would still have the qualifications to kill them in seconds, because this attribute is just too powerful. Immediately, Zhuo Fan did not immediately fuse the new words. He knew very well that the current quality of his body was not the peak at all. To fuse the words, it was better to adjust his own state to the best to be considered perfect. Immediately, Zhuo Fan took out the chi blood pill that his senior sister had given him. This was at least a top-grade chi and blood elixir. With a talent like his own, with one chi and blood pill down, his chi and blood power, again, was able to increase by quite a bit. And, Dravan had decided, after having this chi and blood pill, he could completely carry out the 3rd stage of martial arts in one go. After entering the 3rd stage of Budo, his word slot, there would be one more. At that time, then the fusion of words would be what Zhuofan needed. Holding the chi and blood pill in his hand, Zhuofan ran his gong method. In the twinkling of an eye, the moon was already in the middle of the sky. Zhuofan subconsciously opened his eyes, only to find that the chi and blood pills in his hands had already turned into strands and strands of powder. Immediately, Zhuofan stood up and couldn't help but tighten his fists, with a few oddities on his face. It seems, this chi and blood elixir is really good. These few hours of cultivation, he instantly felt that his body was filled with power, and with the operation of the gong method, the power of chi and blood instantly flowed all over his body, washing and refining every part of his body, making it stronger and stronger. It seems like it's time to enter the third stage of the martial arts path. Zhuofan squinted his eyes. Right now his body was in the best condition. There are basically no surprises when you make a breakthrough at this time. Boom! Next, Zhuofan ran his gong method, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. The path of martial arts has, in fact, always been like this, only capable of courage and refinement. Break me! Zhuofan let out a low roar in his heart as the powerful chi and blood force began to cleanse his entire body. Immediately, this power quickly spread toward the limbs and bones. Ka-ching! Immediately afterward, with a soft sound, Zhuofan's gaze suddenly lit up. That's it? Even if Zhuofan was prepared, there was a hint of consternation in his eyes. In fact, Zhuofan had read some information about other people's breakthroughs, and every breakthrough in the martial arts was not only difficult, but there was even some danger. Dangerous? What danger? He only felt as if he had used less than a second for this breakthrough, right? Even breathing is not something that can be done in a second. After successfully advancing to the third order, Zhuofan felt a few more points of inexplicable power in his body. Feeling such power, Zhuofan, however, froze. Could this be soul power? However, on second thought, Zhuofan could actually understand that this soul power is a power that can only be completely mastered after the fourth rank. He is now entering the third rank, and is actually very close to the fourth rank, so it is normal to be able to feel the power of soul power in advance. Immediately after, Zhuofan then took all the words and stacked them all up. This is at least a villa in District A. This villa, with many areas, was more versatile than his own villa in Qingzhou, and naturally, it also had a specialized cultivation area. Zhuofan took a step in, took all the white words, all of them. It's also fortunate that it's a villa. The place of cultivation was large enough. Otherwise, I'm afraid that these more than a million words would not be able to be put away even if they were simply piled up. As soon as these words appeared, Zhuofan could clearly feel that the aura around him began to gradually converge. Even, Zhuofan was able to vaguely sense that an aura vortex had formed above the roof of the villa. See this scene. Zhuofan's eyes widened at once. This word fusion was not the first time Zhuofan had performed it. He knew very well that every time he had performed a fusion of words before, this had never happened. Could it be because the aura of Zone A is rich? Or is it because every time before, not enough words were fused? The first few times he fused words, Zhuofan had used a maximum of 600,000 pieces, but this time, it had directly doubled, and it was normal to have a change in Ingdong aura. Ding! A large number of fusible words have been detected. May I ask the host, do you want to do a batch fusion? A crisp system beep sounded out. Zhuofan's gaze lit up. Fusion. This 1,200,000 words did not come easily. It was something he had worked hard for 2 months in the abyss to obtain. And, after this fusion, one's strength, too, was bound to make great strides. Chapter 039, Fusion complete. Sister move in. Chapter 039. Ding! A large number of fusible words have been detected. May I ask the host, do you want to do a batch fusion? A crisp system beep sounded out. Zhuofan's gaze lit up. Fusion. This 1,200,000 words did not come easily. It was something he had worked hard for 2 months in the abyss to obtain. And, after this fusion, one's strength, too, was bound to make great strides. Zhuofan gave an order. Eyes flickered constantly. The 1,200,000 words in front of him quickly fused. The volume was instantly twice as small as before. After one fusion, 1,200,000 white words instantly turned into 600,000. Ding! A large number of fusible words have been detected. May I ask the host, do you want to fuse them? The system beep spread out again. Dravan narrowed his eyes. Keep fusing. The words in front of him began to merge rapidly as the sentence was uttered. Ding! Fusion successful. Ding! Fusion successful. The crisp system beeps kept coming, but Zhuofan was waiting quietly. Finally, after 9 fusions, together with that one fusion just now, there were a total of 10 fusions. After 10 fusions, the words in front of him finally changed from white to green. The green light flickered, and the aura rippled throughout the practice room. Dravan, however, narrowed his eyes. This time, one moved twice as many words as the last time. After 10 fusions, Zhuofan also obtained 1171 green words. Keep fusing, Zhuofan gave the order after briefly scanning the scene. There was a hidden color of anticipation in his eyes. After the last fusion, his original phrase had turned into a green +7 phrase. So in terms of attributes, there was a tremendous growth. Ding! Congratulations, host, the fusion is successful. Ding! Congratulations, host, the fusion is successful. The crisp beep spread out, and Zhuofan continued to wait. Phew! Not long after, Zhuofan gently exhaled. His eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at the several words in his hands. Right now, after a full 17 fusions, Zhuofan was left with 9 green +7 words in his hand, and counting the 4 he had inlaid on himself earlier, he was left with only 11 green words. But, snapped, Zhuofan's eyes lit up. He did remember that on his own Stranger's Blade before, there was still one embedded. So when exchanging words, Zhuofan specifically considered the armor breaking and bleeding effects. So, full of 12 green +7 words in hand, Zhuofan took a deep breath and took out all the words that were fused in himself, and used them as the basis for the fusion. Keep fusing. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the successful fusion. A crisp system beep came, but Zhuofan stared at the words in his hand. After the 12 words were fused, there were also only 6 left, emitting a glowing green light, only that Zhuofan keenly realized that such a light was a few points deeper than before. Dravan didn't expect it either. A full 1,200,000 white words actually just made the fusion level of these words doubled. Giant bloodline +8, strength increase, 78,640%. Blood value increased 78,640%. Golden bell +8, defense increased by 80,000%. Extreme speed +8, 80,000% increase in attack speed. Jedi demon +8, cultivation speed increased by 80,000%. Slasher +8, armor break +2000%, bleed +4000%, Tengi +8, +80,000% movement speed, certain chance to enter sneak. Looking at the 6 green +8 words in his hand, Zhuofan directly came to a wuzzle. This, simply, is counterintuitive. Although, it was only an increase of 1 over the last reinforcement level, but in reality, the attribute effect, it was directly doubled. Simply don't be too rebellious. Fade was the effect of doubling this word, all of which had already topped his own 2 months of hard training. That is to say, but in the abyss, the one time he killed the Snake King in seconds, he could have such strength. Wouldn't it be that if he touched that Snake King, the Snake King would have to karma? Thinking of this, an excited light flashed in Zhuofan's gaze. Against the day. Against the day. It's just too anticlimactic, it seems. Continuing to fuse words is the way one should go for the con. And Zhuofan simply took an inventory, and it became clear that it was not far until his next fusion of words. This white word is not worth much individually though, but the next time by himself, he would need a full 2.25 million pieces at the very least to continue the fusion. In other words, isn't that more than $2 billion? Thinking about this, Zhuofan immediately felt that the fusion words didn't smell good anymore. And that's just the green word. If, in the future, one could only fuse with white words, one must not go bankrupt? Subsequently, Zhuofan shook his head and temporarily shook these thoughts out of his mind. What happened in the future could only be said later. But right now, it was better to put these fused words to use first. These green +8 words have such unbelievable attributes already. About the same as his own strength after utilizing these words. Directly doubled. Which was no joke. Subsequently, Zhuofan directly took these words and fused them all into his body. After all, these words were the ones that, from the beginning, he had been using, and they belonged to the homologous words, and it was extremely convenient to fuse them. Soon, Zhuofan then took these words and refused them. With that, it was only then that he looked down at his attribute panel. This is not to be seen. At first glance, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Name, Zhuofan. Level, 3rd order. Word, white, infinite. Age, 21. Blood and Qi, 142. 600. Strength, 142,600. Defense, 72,000. Speed, 80,000. Probability of sneaking. Attack speed, 72,000. Just a quick glance at the attribute panel, Zhuofan was instantly satisfied. It seems, the 2 months he'd been in the abyss hadn't been in vain. These 2 months had been hard, but the increase in strength had been real. With this kind of attribute, even if he met a strong person of the 8th or 9th rank, he would still be able to deal with it easily. Even if, those so-called strong people, who had fused their soul power, had better control over their bodies than they did, and were better at developing their potential than they were. In Dravan's opinion, none of this mattered. No big deal in the face of absolute attribute monsters. No matter how gimmicky the move is, If you let yourself be caught, it's basically a slap in the face. Reassemble the words. Zhuo Fan only felt that in his body, the power of qi and blood had filled up a lot. However, the only thing that made Zhuo Fan unsatisfied was that he always felt that the system was withholding something from his word power before you fused the words yourself. In fact, the attributes have already improved quite a bit. It always felt like it wasn't as powerful as I thought it would be after the fusion was done. Helplessly shaking his head, Zhuo Fan this time did not ask the system. For this dog system, Zhuo Fan basically has already figured out. Fortunately, he has not asked. Do it then naturally it is related to the degree of their own development of the body. At first, Zhuo Fan did not really believe in all this, but, after listening to his senior sister's introduction to the later realms, Zhuo Fan was instead more willing to believe that the focus of the later realms was indeed on the control of soul power. He'd hoped this situation, after entering the fourth order himself, could change for the better. After a brief moment of relief, Zhuo Fan allowed his body to adapt to the power of the words before getting up and walking into the bathroom. Although fusing words didn't consume much of his mind, he did sweat quite a bit when he was practicing earlier, and he did need to clean himself properly. Not long afterward, Dravan wiped his toned body with a bath towel, passed by the living room, but then he suddenly saw a delicate figure. TSK, it's still the youngest junior brother. This body is really bright. Zhang Miaoxue was looking at a pile of luggage, standing outside the door. Noticing Zhuo Fan coming out, her eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 040 Grievance. Are you looking for a fight? Dravan, on the other hand, was stunned. Then he looked at Zhang Miaoxue, and with just a glance, Zhuo Fan saw quite a bit of information he needed. Zhang Miaoxue's luggage was not much, and even if these things were just placed at the door, they were also packed in a well-organized manner. So one could tell that this Zhang Miaoxue must be a very organized person when it comes to her unusual life. And the usual look of a big grin must be faked, too. It seems, Wu Do, all really have to fight. Not to talk about Wu Dao. This is just a sophomore girl if you talk about Wu Dao, this is also considered a first-class genius. After all, before he came, according to Zhang Miaoxue, she is at least the first place in the B district. And Zhang Miaoxue was only a sophomore at this time, and she had such strength in her sophomore year. In another year or two, being a mainstay in Division 1 is basically banked on. Senior sister moves pretty fast. Zhuo Fan, however, shook his head and laughed lightly. It's not like there's anything you can't see if you're just not wearing a top anyway. Alright, don't look. Hurry up and help me move things. Zhang Miaoxue, however, crossed her arms and stood at the door. Dravan, however, froze. It dawned on him what happened to some girls who couldn't unscrew the caps of bottles, and frankly, it wasn't unscrewing them. It was just necessary at some point. I'll change and be right there. Dravan dropped a sentence and stepped into his room. When he came out again, not much luggage was left at the door. Zhuo Fan sent these things, by hand, into Zhang Miaoxue's room. Zhang Miaoxue was in high spirits. It's been a giddy day all day. After all, this is Sector A. District A was already the best residence in the Martial God Academy. Speaking of the environment was something relatively secondary, but living here, even if you did nothing, it was also extremely beneficial for cultivation. Purely this point was basically something that all martial artists could not resist. Let's go. Pack up and I'll treat you to dinner. Zhang Miaoxue clapped her hands. She didn't have a lot of luggage. It's quicker to pack up. 2. Dravan, however, nodded gently. He had experienced quite a lot in this day today. Not only had he arrived at the Martial God Academy, but he had also successfully advanced to the 3rd rank, and he had also refused the words. And when Zhang Miaoxue said this, Zhuo Fan was instantly a little hungry. After all, he had just made a breakthrough and was in need of massive amounts of energy to replenish, so that he could have greater progress. No, wait. In the next second, Zhang Miaoxue's voice came out, and a touch of eccentricity came through in her gaze toward Zhuo Fan. Nope. The aura on junior brother's body right now was definitely not right. Zhang Miaoxue was so startled that for a while Zhuo Fan did not know what to do, and could only stand in place, waiting quietly, but there was a hint of eccentricity in those eyes. No wonder you're a personal disciple and I'm just a named disciple. It's just not the same. How did you make a breakthrough when I was just moving a house? No, you are just breaking through. Why do I feel that your breath is so thick? This qi and blood value. Speaking, Zhang Miaoxue frowned. She even has a kind of illusion. In front of this kid's qi and blood value, how is it stronger than himself? It's indeed a breakthrough, but it's rather unfortunate that the qi and blood pills have run out. Zhuo Fan shook his head helplessly. What? This time, it was Zhang Miaoxue's turn to be surprised. The qi and blood elixir. It's used up? That is a qi and blood dan. Unusual martial artists use qi and blood dan to cultivate. At least 1 month. This guy was simply a monster. How did you run out of chi and blood pills just by breaking through a third stage? TSK, 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 it's marvelous. No wonder Master Teacher is so optimistic about you. Your kid's words, there won't be a cultivation increase, right? Zhang Miaoxue narrowed her eyes, but there was a hint of suspicion in her eyes. That look was vividly like a private detective. Dravan, however, just smiled. There is indeed a cultivation increase. And, that's a bit of an anticlimactic increase on its own. Forget it, it's a big deal that you broke through. And the fact that you're letting me stay in District A today is, quite frankly, taking advantage of me. In that case, let's eat first, my treat. Soon Zhang Miaoxue withdrew her gaze. There was a renewed hint of laughter in those eyes. After all, Zhuo Fan was the personal disciple of his master, so it was only natural that he had some overachievements. The fast rate of progress of a senior brother was good from any point of view, and there was no need to dwell on these at all. Subsequently, Zhang Miaoxue also returned inside her room. After a brief change of clothes, he stepped back out. Immediately, the two then went out together. Led by Zhang Miaoxue, the two of them went to the school cafeteria together. But instead of choosing to eat in the large cafeteria, he turned left and right into a small cafeteria. Zhuo Fan, who was following behind, however, froze, and in his heart he didn't call it curiosity. This cafeteria's location was so hard to find that it could actually survive. Is there something special about it? Without waiting for Zhuo Fan to inquire, Zhang Miaoxue, who was standing on the other side of the room, led Zhuo Fan and walked to a seat not far away. There was more than a hint of a smile on that face. Humph. Senior sister said that she wouldn't treat you badly. Let me tell you, this meal is a full 500 merit value. Zhang Miaoxue shook the list in her hand. Hearing this, Zhuo Fan also slightly raised his cold. To know, even if it's a cultivation paradise like Area A, isn't it just 5,000 merit values a month? But I didn't expect it. A meal at such a small cafeteria actually required 500 merit values? 500 merit values was no longer a small amount, nor was it at all something that an average person could afford. All of the ingredients here come from demonic beasts, but these demonic beasts are all screened. Not only are they edible, but their flavors are all first-rate, so 500 merit values is nothing. Furthermore, these things are able to grow chi and blood when eaten, and they are indeed the most suitable for you right now. Zhang Miaoxue continued to explain. Dravan listened attentively. Then thank you, senior sister. When he was in Reject North City, Zhuo Fan knew very well what the so-called merit value actually meant. That's definitely a more glamorous presence than bills. Zhang Miaoxue was able to treat herself to a meal with 500 merit badges, and she had indeed put her heart into it. Zhang Miaoxue, I didn't expect such a coincidence to actually meet you here. The two had just taken their seats. A familiar voice came from not far away. Hearing these words, Zhang Miaoxue's face immediately collapsed. Who did she think it was? So that's the woman from the daytime? Zhang Miaoxue's face sank and did not open her mouth. There's someone else. The woman narrowed her eyes. Look, the new guy in Sector A, he's the one who took your spot in Sector A. The woman hummed softly, looking to her side. Hear that? Several people in the room were stunned. Taken? Location of District A? Zhuo Fan was bashful. Then again, there's nothing wrong with that. After all, the location of each cultivation area had been set in stone long ago. When Zhuo Fan arrived, naturally one of them had to go to Area B. But, this kind of thing wasn't something that Zhuo Fan could decide on his own either. And, that more unlucky one, the original last place in District A, was now standing with the woman from the daytime. Yang Bing, are you looking for a fight? Although I'm in a good mood today, I don't mind slapping you twice. Before Zhuo Fan could open his mouth, Zhang Miaoxue, who was sitting opposite Zhuo Fan, had already stood up. Chapter 041, Playing Crooked. Smart Qin Yang. Zhang Miaoxue's face was gloomy, deadly staring at Yang Bing. Yang Bing also froze. She naturally did not expect that just one sentence could easily ignite Zhang Miaoxue's anger. Zhang Miaoxue, you crazy woman. What's wrong with you? Wasn't I just joking? It's all known that you defend your junior brother, but there's no need for you to defend him to this extent, right? Yang Bing lightly hummed, her eyes full of eccentricity. Originally what she said, the others around them didn't hear it, but not at the moment. When Zhang Miaoxue roared like this, quite a few gazes from the surroundings were attracted over at the first moment. If you really have any means, lay it out in the open for me. If you let me know that you have any means that are not human, don't blame me for being impolite. Zhang Miaoxue narrowed her eyes, looking at Yang Bing with a murderous aura still permeating her gaze. This one. Yang Bing couldn't sit still at once. Purely in terms of strength, she was indeed not afraid of Zhang Miaoxue. But, once Zhang Miaoxue got serious, none of those people behind Zhang Miaoxue could be offended by him. But soon, Yang Bing had an extra smile on his face. Regardless, one's own words, earlier, had been spoken. If there are no surprises, the next thing you know, you'll be able to watch the good stuff. The man beside Yang Bing grunted lightly, and his face turned ugly. Qin Yang, what are you looking at me for? It's not like I squeezed you out of your spot. You're upset. You find him. Injustice has its head and debt has its owner. You're such a big man. Don't you even understand this point? Yang Bing lightly hummed, then pointed in Zhuo Fan's direction. Dravan stayed in his seat the whole time. Hear these words coming from around you, without even raising an eyelid. On the contrary, it was Zhang Miaoxue who had an icy gaze and had always put on an appearance of wanting to kill someone. Qin Yang, however, raised his eyebrows. With that, he put down the chopsticks in his own hands, and then drew out a paper napkin on the tabletop, symbolically wiping his mouth. With more laughter in his eyes, he took one step towards Dravan. On the other side, when Yang Bing saw this scene, he secretly tightened his fists. It seemed that the words he had said earlier were already having an effect. That's the price. Zhang Miaoxue, that woman, wasn't she arrogant in front of herself at noon? It didn't matter that he hadn't given himself face at that time. Then he was going to get it all back now. Think about it. On Yang Bing's face, there was more than a touch of anticipation. Besides, this Qin Yang he knows, its own background is not bad, and has always been no lightweight. If this hand, no lightweight, this is enough to Zhang Miaoxue this little hoof drink a pot, right? But, next, Yang Bing, however, froze. Even Yang Bing, who was sitting opposite Zhuo Fan with a guarded face, could not help but be stunned. Hello, my name is Qin Yang. I'm a senior. I know some people at school. Little brother can look for me if he needs anything in the future. Qin Yang wore a smile on his face and put his stance very low as he spoke. Dravan was also stunned. With that, he reached out his hand. Zhuo Fan, freshman, if there is a need, I will. Zhuo Fan was not condescending, with a faint smile on his face. It looks and is very decent. The two men simply shook hands and quickly separated. Well, little brother is not simple. The simulation test is already powerful against the sky. I heard that you are inside the abyss, but also made a lot of merits. I am now a senior, but I have to say that I can't compare to you. Qin Yang slightly shook his head. There were a few more points of appreciation in the gaze that looked at Zhuo Fan. The two had a conversation. Alright, little brother won't delay you from eating. The two of us will gather again sometime later. Not long after, Qin Yang waved his hand. The two made small talk. Not a word at all about what Zone A and Zone B are. Qin Yang waved his hand and returned to his position. Only then did he smile in Zhuo Fan's direction. Little brother, knowing his fate, no need to be polite with me. This meal is on me today. Qin Yang laughed. That looked extremely generous. On the contrary, it was Zhang Miaoxue, who was sitting opposite Zhuo Fan, who froze on the spot. It took a while to respond. What a situation. How is this not following the script? That doesn't make sense. Don't bother. Next time. Today is my home turf. I was supposed to treat my junior brother to dinner. Zhang Miaoxue came with such a sentence in a salty manner, and Qin Yang could only nod without saying anything more. The other side. Yang Bing's face, however, turned ugly. What is this? How can this guy in front of me? He's the one who let himself go looking for trouble, and after all this time, this is what he gets. At noon, one is already disgraced, and with this, wouldn't that be even more so? Qin Yang, what's wrong with you? You're making me look down on you with this look. Do you realize that it's because of that man coming that you lost your spot in District A? Are you a man? You still want to invite her to dinner? Yang Bing was completely taut. Yang Bing, if you want to die on your own, just go on your own. Please don't bring me along. Qin Yang, however, snorted lightly. You're not sure? Who is he? That one is a martial god progenitor and came with Zhang Miaoxue. What is Zhang Miaoxue's status in the Zhang family? You're telling me to go after him? You wouldn't be unaware of that, would you? How terrifying this guy's fighting prowess is in the abyss. And you're asking me to trouble him? It just occurred to me. Is it that you don't have enough brains? Or do you think I don't have enough brains? Qin Yang shook his head slightly, and his eyes had more than a hint of blandness in them. You probably don't know yet. You know that Qin refused to go north, right? People like that are all inextricably linked to this guy. I'm telling you, anyone around him is not someone you can offend at this level. Now do you know what I'm talking about? Qin Yang shook his head. There was more than a hint of helplessness in his eyes. I'm the one with more brains than the others? I'm looking for trouble from him. I'll trouble you first. Use a brain. Qin Yang dropped a sentence and turned that gaze with a faint teasing. I'll tell you what. I've actually been thinking about how to get a spot in the A division again for a long time. It's much easier than offending him. Qin Yang laughed. There were more than a few oddities on his face. Yang Bing, however, froze. Qin Yang such an operation, so that she did not react from the beginning. Right now at this time is even more somewhat unable to react. Ha ha ha, it's no big deal to tell you. I'm all set anyway. Qin Yang laughed. There was more than a hint of a smoothness in his eyes. I can't afford to offend the 36th in Region A, but becoming the 35th in Region A doesn't seem to be much of a challenge for me. Does it? Qin Yang dropped a sentence and got up to leave, leaving only Yang Bing frozen on the spot. There was a flash of green and white on that originally pretty face. After a long time, not a word came out. The other side. The two of them, Zhuofan and Zhang Miaoxue, left one after the other after finishing a meal. Something worth mentioning was that this Qin Yang would indeed come to things. When he left earlier, he specifically settled the bill and added 3 pounds of demon beast meat specifically for Zhuofan. Originally, the two of them had ordered quite a lot, and after these 3 extra pounds, they were a bit propped up. But, for 2 people, these can be good. In that case, there is naturally nothing to be polite about. You can only leave after you've eaten. Zhuofan, however, had some feelings in his heart. It seemed that none of those who were able to enter the Martial God Academy were simple. That Qin Yang, isn't that an example? So much so, that it made that Yang Bing shot completely crooked? Chapter 042 Reward for the list. A brand new start. Zhang Miaoxue was on her way back. So much so that Qin Yang was nagging. Junior brother, this Qin Yang is indeed very smart. But, he did this. I always feel that there is something missing. The master arranged this way. Originally intended to let these people to experience you. Now it is good. How do you have more allies? Zhang Miaoxue had an odd face. Looking at Zhuofan was like looking at a monster. This godless progenitor is the martial god progenitor. How come everything is treated differently from yourself? But, Zhuofan's face, however, had a hint of helplessness on it and threw Zhang Miaoxue a blank stare. Is this a different treatment thing? If it wasn't for the fact that before, the senior sister had slapped the table and thrown her face again, that kid Qin Yang might have done something. Forget it, don't want to think about this. Maybe you were different from others from the start. Your senior sister is now a martial arts 6th degree as well. You wait a bit, when senior sister's martial arts reaches the 7th stage, it'll be almost the same as those guys. At that time, senior sister will take you. Let's bully others. Zhang Miaoxue's face was bland, and her eyes were filled with a hint of hope. Zhuofan, however, froze, his eyes filled with helplessness. He, Zhuofan, had been a man for 2 lifetimes, and in fact, there were already few, if any, childish thoughts in his mind. After all, the green words that he was still only inlaid with were already powerful to the point of being terrifying, and in this condition, if he continued to fuse words and continue upgrading, he didn't know to what extent his strength would be powerful. And, the academy for Zhuofan, just a relatively high-quality cultivation place, for unusual these fights, in Zhuofan's eyes, completely like a child playing house, and there is nothing that can be said about the place, and that's exactly why Zhuofan instead felt that this current state was the most suitable for him. Forget it, senior sister is seeing that you don't seem to be that interested in these matters. Zhang Miaoxue waved her hand. Suddenly he became all mysterious. But elder sister told you that there is something that you are definitely interested in. What? Zhuofan, however, froze, a smile reappearing on his face. What? You really don't know? Zhang Miaoxue blinked her eyes. Her face was all helpless, but on second thought, she realized that it was normal for this junior brother of hers not to know. After all, he had just arrived at the academy on the first day, and even the location of the dormitory was something that she had helped to find. I don't know. Dravan shook his head. His eyes roamed over Zhang Miaoxue's marvelous body, but there was a hint of suspicion in his eyes. This senior sister of his own was more or less a quirky one. But, before, how did Dravan not realize it? The 3 districts, A, B, and C, actually correspond to the 3 lists, and the rewards that students are able to receive are actually related to the lists. That's what makes 3 districts so hot. If you can't try rushing the list. Senior sister can only tell you that the things on the list are still very valuable. Zhang Miaoxue smiled, but her eyes revealed a look of sophistication. Dravan nodded gently. Right, rushing the list was indeed a path, and he was already enjoying the academy's topmost treatment even though he was now living in District A. But, after all, it was still a freshman who had just enrolled, and there was no way that the school would not allow them to rush the list, right? If you really don't allow yourself to rush the list, that's what's going to be a problem. Reward. Zhuofan's gaze brightened even more. Original. He had no interest in them, but when it came to rewards, he wouldn't be sleepy. But the next second, Dravan rubbed his chin. By all accounts, he's in District A, which is already a school to the top. He always can't keep moving up the challenge, right? Although after this word fusion, Zhuofan was confident that he must be strong enough. But, Isn't it more or less unreasonable to go hang with a senior as a freshman just entering the program? Thinking of this, Zhuofan shook his head slightly. A lot. He reacted again. In fact, the reason why he rushed the list was for those rewards. As for whether he could make a splash or not, for Zhuofan, it was no longer that important. Oh senior sister, what you call Region A? There are only 36 people, and I myself am the last one. I can't challenge the 35 in front of me, can I? Zhuofan shook his head slightly. It was a bit shocking, but Zhuofan was still planning to, after inquiring about it. This, Zhang Miaoxue also froze, her face filled with dismay. That's true, this kind of thing hadn't happened to her before, but it's fine. Your senior sister has at least been at the school for 2 years. I'll find someone to ask for you. Zhang Miaoxue's gaze flickered, and as she spoke, she had already taken out her own communicator. Dravan nodded gently. It seems, it's still master teacher who thinks more comprehensively. With such a senior sister in front of him, that basically solved everything. This, doesn't it fall under the category of being a Pepto-Bismol? Soon, Zhang Miaoxue then opened her mouth with an excited face. This matter, I specifically asked the teacher in charge, and the teacher's side directly agreed, because you are a new student. Everything is according to the standards of new students. Right, I forgot to tell you that in fact, these 3 districts, A, B, and C, correspond to the 3 lists of heaven, earth, and humans. Zhang Miaoxue was all smiles. What about the last district? Dravan butted in slightly. The last district to put it bluntly, the last district, basically all newcomers. For newcomers, rushing the list shouldn't have much meaning, purely looking for sins. Zhang Miaoxue didn't hide it in the slightest, a touch of eccentricity permeating her face. There was even a gnashing of teeth as he spoke. Hear that? Dravan, however, froze. It occurred to him with a jolt that this elder sister of his shouldn't have had too good a time in her freshman year. Otherwise, it could never have looked like this. Zhuofan just shook his head and laughed lightly, not revealing her. Zhuofan still recognized his own strength very clearly. Although he was only at the 3rd stage of the martial arts path and hadn't even reached the stage of fusing his soul power, after all, his own basic attributes were too unbelievable, and he had also been fighting in the abyss for 2 months. In this case, even if it's a punch list, that effect should be good too. Actually, he knew very well that as long as he wanted to advance quickly, it wasn't a difficult thing at all, because his own chi and blood values were extremely abundant, and if he wanted to advance to the 4th stage of the martial arts path, he might only need a few days of hard cultivation. After all, the increase in his speed of cultivation was also extremely counterintuitive, but Dravan didn't want to be so quick. One reason was that, once one advanced, one would have to fuse new words. With one more jam, that pressure simply increases instantly, which is not a situation Zhuofan wants to see. The other reason, naturally, Zhuofan for the 4th order. There are still some doubts, although the senior sister said has been largely different, but Zhuofan still want to understand themselves after saying. The two had a conversation along the way. It soon arrived outside of Villa 36 in Area A. Zhuofan waved his hand at Zhang Miaoxue and went back inside his room. Although today was the first day of arriving at the Martial God Academy, it was still not a small harvest for Zhuofan. He still needed some time to settle down a little on his own. Early the next morning, Zhuofan sat on the balcony of the 2nd floor and slowly opened his eyes. Last night Zhuofan didn't rest, but directly turned on his cultivation. After all, he had just reached the 3rd stage of martial arts. The realm still needed to be consolidated. There were countless geniuses in this martial arts academy, and since they wanted to rush the list, they naturally had to improve their strength. Chapter 043, Seeing by Ling again. Wilderness Survival Training. Chapter 043. The night's cultivation had naturally left Zhuofan in a good state. Turn around and go downstairs. Dravan, however, froze, not yet walked to the downstairs. Zhuofan will happen to meet. In the practice room stayed all night Zhang Miaoxue. Zhang Miaoxue is obviously in a good mood. After seeing Zhuofan, but also to Zhuofan gently waved his hand. Those eyes were full of laughter. After all, like himself, he had practiced all night. There is no makeup, the original combed neatly long hair, but also casually draped behind the head. It looks a different kind of charm. She wore a white practicing suit, and although the practicing suit was loose, it was still difficult to conceal the delicate figure. Little senior brother morning you. Zhang Miaoxue waved her hand and was about to turn around, but her gaze was dead fixed on Zhuofan. You this guy, in it only after a night, you this blood value change so big? Zhang Miaoxue froze. When the two of them went out for dinner yesterday, Zhang Miaoxue had also seen it. At that time Zhuofan had just entered the 3rd stage of the martial arts. How is this only one night? She then felt that Zhuofan's chi and blood power had already improved by an unknown number of times compared to yesterday. That's just horrible. Zhuofan, however, froze. His face was filled with helplessness. He had only just come into contact with the world for a few days. Some reactions were considered normal. He only hoped that after a longer period of time, his senior sister would be able to get accustomed to this rate of his progress. After all, the increase of words for the speed of cultivation, it's also very scary. Well, it's not bad for District A. I made good progress last night too. If I can stay here all the time, I can improve my previous progress for at least a month. With this month's time, there are quite a few people who are going to be left behind by senior sister again. Zhang Miaoxue came back to her senses. Anyway, this junior sister was notorious for being a pervert. Otherwise it would not have been possible to be accepted as a personal disciple by the master. Zhang Miaoxue was only briefly lost in thought before quickly returning to her senses. Hearing Zhang Miaoxue say that, Zhuofan also gently spat out a breath. At the very least, it proved that Zhang Miaoxue's acceptance is still good, so that there is no need to keep letting himself explain. You wait a bit, senior sister will change her clothes and we'll leave, and take you to eat breakfast. Zhang Miaoxue waved her hand and returned to her room with a bounce. Zhuofan could only nod. Zhang Miaoxue moved quickly. There was no chance at all for Zhuofan to open his mouth. The two of them went out together while Zhang Miaoxue told Zhuofan. The third stage of the martial arts path. There was a special place, although it was necessary to continue to increase the power of qi and blood, but it was necessary to use powerful qi and blood to impact the whole body's acupoints, a total of 50 acupoints. And after these acupoints were flushed open, then it would be able to use the power of qi and blood to penetrate through the whole body. This increases the speed at which the qi and blood run, so that one can enhance one's strength. Every time an acupoint was flushed open, one's own strength could be greatly enhanced. Hearing these, Zhuofan then gently spat out a breath. Although the basic attribute increase of the self-taxed gold at the moment, what is the horror? But the breakthrough is not a little bit less. After all, these increases for their own power cannot be underestimated. Junior senior brother, you must not be impatient. The third stage of the martial Dao is a very important threshold for martial artists. This is basically what carries on the top and the bottom. According to reason, these should be told to you by our master, but master is very busy. These is a person who has come before. Senior sister will tell you first. After arriving at the third stage of the martial arts path, you should not be reckless. You must be steady and stable. After the 52 acupoints are completely penetrated, then the next step will be taken. Zhang Miaoxue's smile was gone from her countenance, and instead, she introduced herself in a serious manner. Thank you, senior sister, I've memorized all of these. Zhuofan gently nodded his head. The power of his qi and blood was many times more powerful than an ordinary person. Something like impacting an acupoint shouldn't be difficult for yourself. However, since senior sister had spoken so solemnly, Zhuofan still needed to take it seriously. According to his own kind of cultivation speed, other people impacting the acupoints may take a long time, but for Zhuofan, 3 to 5 days is already enough. Just don't know by that time his own strength can grow to what point. The two finished breakfast together. It was only then that Zhuofan followed the notice and arrived at the classroom where he needed to attend. Stride into the classroom. Dravan, however, froze. He didn't expect to meet an acquaintance here. Right now there were already quite a few people in the classroom. Zhuofan glanced at the podium. Bai Ling was wearing a direct suit with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and was looking in his direction. Teacher Bai. Sorry I'm late. Zhuofan was apologetic. It's fine, go back. Bai Ling, who was standing on the podium, was also stunned, and surprise flickered in her eyes. For the one in front of her, Bai Ling naturally had an impression. Isn't this the martial god's own Zhuofan? But the next second, astonishment flickered in Bai Ling's gaze. The day before, she had also seen Zhuofan with a few more days between them. At that time Zhuofan was only at the peak of the second stage of the martial arts path, and this was only a day gone, and he was already at the third stage of the martial arts path? This is the strength of the martial god's own legacy? Well, now that everyone is here, let's get down to business. School started yesterday, and everyone has officially begun their cultivation in life in the Martial God Academy. Being able to enter the Martial God Academy is enough to show that everyone here, whether it's strength or talent, is first class. Still, I hope that the next 4 years of practice in life will be dealt with seriously by all of you. Then next, it will be a month-long field training, and you should all know very well that the power we wield is ultimately going to be used against the demon race, so having empty strength is useless. You must bring your strength to bear, fight against the demonic beasts, and kill them. The moment these words came out, the originally quiet classroom exploded. Many people's faces produced subtle changes in color. Bai Ling's gaze flickered as she swept her eyes over each of these students. She knew very well that all the students in this class were first-class geniuses. Even, they were the top students within the top students among the martial arts academy this time. But, no matter how good a student is, he or she will eventually have to go through the real world. However, this time, even though it's a month-long wilderness survival training, I can assure you that as long as you follow instructions, I can guarantee your lives. Bai Ling spoke again, but the students were instantly taken aback. Following directions? And just try? Is this the real thing? Everyone's faces changed once again when they heard this. Only Zhuo Fan's face was permeated with a trace of indifference. Fortunately, he had already entered the abyss once inside the 2 months of the summer vacation, and with the experience in the abyss, this kind of so-called wilderness survival training, in front of Zhuo Fan, was simply child's play. In addition, this time, all the new students will participate. After the field survival training is over, there will be a hunting list for the new students, and the new student who kills the most demonic beasts and fiends will receive a reward from the academy. And that reward, and I can tell you all this in advance, is a purple word. Bai Ling's gaze flickered as she exited with a single sentence, and a flash of excitement flashed across many people's faces. Even Dravan froze too. Holy, purple words, that's worth $300 million at the very least. If he wanted to continue fusing words next, he would need a massive amount of white words, and he had to find a way to get money as soon as possible. If the rewards are so great, what else is there to say? Chapter 044, Exemption from Examination. Second reward. Woohoo! It's still the Martial Arts Academy. Yes, this reward is simply heaven-defying. I've heard that the merits someone has between killing in the abyss for several years may not even be able to exchange for a single purple phrase. Whatever. For this one reward, put up a fight. Sure enough, the conditions of the reward came at one point, and many of the people present became excited. When Bai Ling saw this scene, she nodded her head slightly. She was still very satisfied with the students' performance. After all, inside this class, one counts as one. Definitely the genius among geniuses. Whether they are talented or strength, they are all first class. As long as they have enough fighting spirit, then the next, this wilderness survival training, is still very exciting. Dravan nodded softly as well. This Martial God Academy, it was worthy of being the top academy. The academy has, without realizing it, taken the spirit of competition and run it down completely. In other words, as long as one was in the Martial God Academy, one would unconsciously participate in these competitions. It's that simple. The students, in turn, will be driven by various reasons to join the competition, and without realizing it, this is a kind of virtuous circle. Bai Ling finished those words, his eyes swept across the room, but eventually that gaze was fixed on Zhuo Fan. Mr. Zhuo Fan, the school has filed a record of the 2 months you spent in the abyss during your summer vacation. So, you cannot have to participate in this freshman trial, and directly use your merits from the previous 2 months to compete for the freshman ranking. Bai Ling looked towards Zhuo Fan, and there were a few more points of praise in those eyes as she spoke. She knew that as a martial god's personal heirloom, this student's strength was definitely not ordinary. Boom! What? This? As soon as Bai Ling said this, quite a few people froze, and the classroom, which was originally still sort of quiet, was violently coaxed into spreading. Almost instantly, all eyes were focused on Zhuo Fan. This one was originally rumored to be divine, but the crowd had been close to 2 months without receiving any news from Zhuo Fan. But they hadn't thought that this guy had turned out to have entered the abyss. Abyss? That's the most dangerous place in the world. Bar none. They conduct wilderness survival training, and they will only be close to the abyss, not deep at all. However, Bai Ling's meaning was understood by everyone, and many of them had a few moments of awe on their faces. Okay, thank you teacher, but I can still participate if there is a need. Zhuo Fan nodded gently. Bai Ling was slightly stunned, completely not expecting Zhuo Fan to actually say this. That's a real merit badge. Bai Ling nodded her head gently, then looked at the document in her hand. Mr. Zhuo Fan, in the city of Refusing the North, for 2 months, during which time there were several second-class and third-class merits, and, the day before he returned to the city, he was awarded 400,000 merit badges, as well as a first-class merit. In the past 2 months, the number of demonic beasts that died in the hands of classmate Zhuo Fan can only be described by me as a sea of them. Bai Ling took a deep breath and looked at Zhuo Fan with a slight change in her gaze. Nothing else. This Zhuo Fan is still low-key enough. If it wasn't for the fact that after the school year had started, the various parties had shaken up the synchronization of some information, I'm afraid they wouldn't even know what Zhuo Fan's situation was right now. But, now that it is known, it is natural that a series of measures are needed. Student Zhuo Fan, more than a month ago, was already able to kill a 6th-ranked demonic beast with his own strength. And, the strongest demonic beast we have for this wilderness survival is only a 4th-order combatant, so there is no longer a need for student Zhuo Fan to participate in this freshman trial. Bai Ling took a deep breath, her gaze scanning the students present, and finally spoke with extreme seriousness. What? Vulva? Many of the students present let out another gasp. After all, these students present were all geniuses among geniuses. They knew very well what kind of existence the so-called sixth-order demonic beasts were, and by definition, demonic beasts would have been more powerful than the human race. The combat power of a sixth-rank demonic beast was only stronger than a sixth-rank martial artist. The most crucial thing was that this Zhuofan wasn't a sixth-order demonic beast that had been killed recently. Instead, it was more than a month ago. So what did that mean? Even Bai Ling was a bit surprised after seeing these introductions. It meant that this Zhuofan had already possessed a strong battle power before. A month ago, Bai Ling was well aware of the authenticity of this information. After all, this information came from within the Demon Suppression Army. Besides, there is also the great general of the city that refuses the North, and the official seal of the city's lord. It is the authority among authorities. These two, both are the backbone of the human race. It was impossible to fake on such things, and on another level, both of them were very much recognized for Zhuofan. As it is, then what's there to say? Now that everyone is clear, let's get ready. For this wilderness survival, there is a specialized instructor leading the team, so there is no need to worry about the safety of the students. Bai Ling sensed that the students were digesting the previous information bit by bit, and only then did a trace of a smile appear on her face, nodding at the students present. The final total left another smile on Zhuofan's face before he stepped out of the classroom. But, after taking 2 steps, Bai Ling looked like she had suddenly remembered something before she stopped, her gaze falling back on Zhuofan. By the way, I forgot to tell you, Dravan-san, our Martial God Academy, is affiliated with the Martial Alliance. You should know this, so as long as you have meritorious performances in the Abyss, you can receive massive rewards, which is considered to be the Martial Alliance's affirmation of such behavior. I'll call the resource department directly after class, so after you get out of class, you can go ahead and collect your reward directly. Bai Ling nodded at Zhuofan, and there were a few more points of appreciation in her gaze towards Zhuofan. Thank you, teacher. Zhuofan, on the other hand, nodded, acting very polite. Although he didn't say it on his lips, Zhuofan knew very well that he wanted to perform the next word fusion as soon as possible. All kinds of resources have to be kept up. He had truly never thought that those 2 months in the rejected North City could still bring him such benefits. This is simply awesome. Wouldn't that put himself one step closer to the next fusion of words? Original. Bai Ling then had a favorable impression of Zhuofan, but that was more to give face to the martial god. After all, this was the martial god's personal heirloom. At the very least, it was someone recognized by martial god Chen Qingfeng, and she didn't dare to neglect it. But now, Bai Ling felt that her attitude towards Zhuofan had changed. The reason why this student was able to become a martial god's progenitor, his own talent itself was already very unbelievable. But, with such a heaven-defying talent, he actually worked harder than an ordinary person. Under these circumstances, Zhuofan's success seemed to have become inevitable, and the future achievements of such a student could simply be said to be unlimited. It's because of looking at this, it was only then that Bai Ling intended to use her own way to help Zhuofan a little, and although such help, for Zhuofan, seemed to be nothing anymore, Bai Ling was still willing to do so, no matter if it was as a teacher, or as an elder. She all wanted Zhuofan to have a better future. Bai Ling nodded her head at Zhuofan once again, as a response to his thanks, before taking a step and leaving from the classroom. Noticing that Bai Ling had left, the originally quiet classroom burst into life. Chapter 045, Arrogant Instructor. Zhuofan is finished. Quite a few bold girls. Instead, they were blatantly looking at Zhuofan. Some are more direct. While it was still considered class time, they went straight to Zhuofan. Classmate Zhuofan, you're really great. You're a martial god's protege yourself, and you're still working so hard. You've been in the Great Wall for 2 months. Classmate Zhuofan, can we leave a contact WeChat? I want to have dinner with you tonight. Mr. Zhuofan, you don't seem to have a girlfriend yet, do you? What do you think of me? If it's suitable, the two of us can give it a try. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of clingy girl. I can be salty or sweet too. Dravan, however, was slightly stunned. The eyes couldn't help but tremble gently. These are clearly flower girls. But, in Zhuofan's eyes, these girls, compared to a tigress, were a few points scarier. Zhuofan didn't realize that he was only coming to the classroom for the first time. I can't believe I ran into this. Facing all this enthusiasm around him, Zhuofan couldn't possibly not respond at all. If you guys want to add me, you can do so directly inside the class group, and after I see it, I will agree. Zhuofan gently nodded his head at the few girls who had gathered around him, a smile on his face that looked humble and courteous. Just a simple response that instantly caused a few of the girls around them to let out shrieks of surprise. Dravan was prepared though. It was also instantly startled by such a commotion. The eyes were more than a little helpless. This treatment for yourself. It's catching up with some of the fresh meat in the previous life. Phew. Juefan gently exhaled. Thankfully he wasn't some kind of fresh meat. As for the group of girls, after hearing Juefan's response, a touch of excitement was even more evident in their eyes, and one by one, they couldn't care less about talking to Juefan, but instead, they all lowered their heads and quickly maneuvered their communicators. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. For a while, the communicator in Juefan's hand, on the other hand, came with one crisp ring after another. Bang, boom, but immediately afterward, a light rattling sound spread out. Many people's faces changed steeply, following the direction the voice came from and looking towards the door. At some point, the door of the classroom had already flown out upside down under the impact of the huge force of the. Outside the door, there was already one more, a tall young man in camouflage. The man's skin was dark, his eyes were murderous, and just standing there, without opening his mouth to speak, created an extremely strong sense of oppression. Humph, look at what you guys look like? This is the best class in the martial arts academy? I feel a little ashamed to say it. I was standing inside the building and I could already hear the noise of your class from far away. 5 seconds. I'll only give you 5 seconds. If after 5 seconds, you still look like such a mess, everyone's lunch today will be cancelled. That tall figure continued forward. Draven just looked at it. The color of his face then became odd. He hadn't thought about it. This world was actually so small that it was a bit hard to meet acquaintances even here. Come on man. It was Yang Qinghai. Yang Qinghai originally entered the abyss at an age when he should have been in college, and has also spent quite a few years in Blood and Fire. It is a murderous look in itself. And, in the past 2 months, the originally unknown Yang Qinghai, following Juefan's side, unknowingly, also gained a lot of merit. That identity and status naturally also rose. This year, the freshmen started the school year and were also given the opportunity to lead military training. This is a great thing for Yang Qinghai. Just bringing military training, which is already equivalent to a vacation. These in the eyes of Yang Qinghai, even the new recruits are not as good. That cannot be casually take it? Just for a moment, the students around them, then, had gone quiet. Before, the aura that erupted from Yang Qinghai's body, it is indeed not to say that this is not at all an ordinary student, able to withstand. Everyone naturally looks honest. Yang Qinghai will see this scene in the eyes, but also cannot help but nodded with satisfaction. Aha, it's not bad. It seems that their own deterrence has played a good role, that the next month time, these students, in front of themselves, will also be a lot of honest. They want to start the work. Naturally, it is also much more convenient. And, a girl who had previously sat not far from Juefan. Instead, he rushed at Juefan and spat out his tongue. There was a hint of helplessness on his face. You say, why is this instructor so fierce? If it stays like this, the next month, our days, will be miserable. The girl frowned slightly and looked at Juefan. There were a few prayers in his eyes. It seemed to be trying to get some methods from Juefan. You, that's the girl. What are you looking at? Didn't you hear what I just said? Why are you still talking? Yang Qinghai narrowed his eyes, a hint of coldness in his eyes. What's wrong with this girl? Original. He thought that his warning had been so effective that no one would dare to touch his luck at this time, but he didn't expect that this immediately had someone come out to look for trouble. Tell you what, how can you be strong when you're like this? This is the Martial God Academy. The Martial God Academy is for cultivating strong people, for cultivating pillars that contribute to the human race, not for you to fall in love. Yang Qinghai narrowed his eyes, a cold aura flashing in his gaze. Just, almost as soon as the words were out of her mouth, the girl could only lower her head. There was more than a hint of helplessness in his eyes. That's all. Got caught anyway. If there was anything, she would just bear it alone. She didn't want to affect Juefan because of these things. If it has any effect on Draven, she was worried that Juefan would ignore her back there. Wouldn't that make it worthwhile? For a while, this girl lowered her head, her mind flowing. Juefan, however, his face was as usual. Looking at Yang Qinghai, he really did not realize that this kid, doing things in a set way, how come he did not find out before? This kid has so many advantages? Which boy, just now, was talking to this little girl? Stand up yourself. Yang Qinghai narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze over the surrounding crowd. There was more than a hint of coldness in it. Hear that? Draven raised an eyebrow. Not to mention, he had just heard the girl talking before, but he didn't say a word. And again, even just now, when he spoke, this kid, Yang Qinghai, really didn't have the courage to let him stand up. But, Yang Qinghai's gaze froze, stepping towards Juefan. This one, many of the surrounding boys, looked at Juefan with a slight change in their gaze. Juefan was indeed quite low-key today, but for most of the day, the girls in the class, their eyes were focused on Juefan, which had already made Juefan a lot of publicity. Besides, not only was this Juefan highly talented and strong, his background was so amazing. there is one present that counts, even if all of them were added up. I'm afraid they wouldn't dare offend Zhuofan. But, now how about this? This is an instructor right here. Zhuofan this time can be dead. Even if the background is not bad, even if the strength is strong, this is from the Jin Demon Army. That really cannot necessarily give Zhuofan what face. Yang Qinghai took one step forward. In the class, everyone's eyes were fixed on Zhuofan. However, Zhuofan's face, had not changed one iota. The only one who stood up was the girl who looked at Zhuofan with a hint of worry in her gaze. This, Zhuofan, you're not going to put this on her head, are you? If that was the case, she and Zhuofan were not meant for each other. Chapter 046, Receiving Rewards. Fusion again. A moment. Yang Qinghai had stood beside Zhuofan. That cold gaze stared at Zhuofan. Van, it's been a long time. I've missed you these past few days. Yang Qinghai wore a smile on his face, and a touch of currying favor came through in his gaze towards Zhuofan. You kid, you still do things so staggeringly. Can't you be a little more steady? Dravan raised an eyebrow. The eyes were full of bashfulness. Yes, brother Fan is educated. I was fooling around with you before. Yang Qinghai wore a smile on his face, slightly lowering his head as he spoke. The whole classroom was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at Zhuofan. The gazes of a few people wandered between the two, their faces constantly changing. But in the end, they couldn't say anything. Woohoo! Bull! Van! What's this? You have friendship with all the instructors of the Demon Suppression Army. Just for a moment, the entire classroom exploded, and many people had a hint of fervor on their faces. But, next, Yang Qinghai turned around, grimacing, and looked at the crowd. The class, dozens of people, fell silent. However, the shock in his heart did not diminish in the slightest. This is the strength of the martial god's own legacy? That's an exaggeration. This, Zhuo Profer is simply invincible. Had I known that he was so powerful, I wouldn't have asked him if he had a girlfriend. It doesn't matter if he has a girlfriend or not. Isn't that so? Following a man like that, even if you're just a little one, that's still very happy, right? The crowd around them whispered. Before, I also heard that Zhuofan and our instructors have friendships, and that the instructors are all following Zhuofan to mix their merits. Before I thought this was more or less outrageous, but now it seems like this is completely true. Humph. But if it's not because of this, how could the instructor have this attitude towards our brother Fan? If you received the information long ago, why don't you share it with us? But then again, brother Fan and the instructor know each other, so can't we be a little more comfortable this month? Even if Yang Qinghai was present, the students around them all deliberately lowered their voices as well. And yet, it didn't dampen the students' enthusiasm at all. The crowd was discussing and laughing lightly as the atmosphere grew warmer and warmer. Even that main character who was still inside the classroom had been ignored. Yang Qinghai had a smile on his face. Brother Fan, don't take what happened before to heart. You're my brother. I forgot that you're still a college student now. When I first came in, I didn't notice it at all. Don't take it to heart. Yang Qinghai sensed that Zhuofan hadn't spoken, and only one good thing to say about it. Yang Qinghai took a deep breath and could not help but feel some apprehension in his heart. The two of them were in the abyss for those 2 months, but there was no shortage of hanging out together, and even more so because of Zhuofan. The speed of Yang Qinghai's own accumulation of merits was accelerated by quite a bit. It is also because of these feats. He had now become an expert of the 5th rank of martial arts. Having reached the 5th stage of the martial arts path, this was already considered a mid-level force, and even in the Demon Suppression Army, it wasn't the lowest level of existence. There's the Zhuofan connection again. Just got this opportunity. Being able to teach classes to the students of the Martial Arts Academy and becoming an instructor for this wilderness survival. Yang Qinghai got excited. He had always believed that Dravan could bring good luck. I didn't expect that I would actually meet Zhuofan again for this wilderness survival. Wouldn't it mean that my luck had suddenly gotten better again? Brother Van, I didn't expect to meet you here. So how about this? For this next month, you'll lead the team and I'll give you a hand? Yang Qinghai smiled more on his face. Actually, it was also the first time that Yang Qinghai was in charge of such a thing. There you go. With Dravan, everything is stable. Me, I don't need to participate in this wilderness survival. Dravan, however, shook his head. Actually, it wasn't that he couldn't look at it, but in this wilderness survival, the strongest demonic beasts were only of the 4th rank, and those that were a bit more powerful would be resolved by the senior martial artists in advance. As it is, there would be no point in participating in the trials. That's too bad. Yang Qinghai couldn't help but sigh. His eyes filled with helplessness. Originally, taking students to something like wilderness survival is kinda pointless. It was so hard to meet Zhuofan, and Zhuofan was not participating in this mission. So what could be done? Brother Fan, I get it. Don't worry since you're not around. I'll take good care of my sister-in-law. Yang Qinghai was a smart man, and with a twinkle in his eye, he immediately thought of a new countermeasure. Sister-in-law? We're just regular classmates, and it hasn't been half an hour since we met. Dravan threw a blank stare. Alright then, brother Fan, if you need anything, just order me anytime. Yang Qinghai also put away his jokes. Zhang assured Zhuofan. Good, since there's nothing for me here, I'll leave first. Zhuofan gently nodded his head. Then he stepped away. Ding dong, just leave the classroom. A soft sound then came from inside Zhuofan's communicator. Zhuofan looked down and realized that there were already more than 20 friend requests in his wizards. Seeing this scene, Zhuofan shook his head slightly. It seems, these are the women in the class now. They, all of them, added their prestige. Zhuofan looked at the latest friend request, and there was only one note that said Bai Ling. Zhuofan's impression of Bai Ling is still good. Sensing that the other party added friends, Zhuofan passed the friend application at the first time. Student Zhuofan, I've already said goodbye on the resource department's side. You can go and collect your reward now. Bai Ling's side didn't say anything but very formally informed Zhuofan, who replied with a couple sentences. Then he took a step toward resources. Right now, freshmen throughout the academy are preparing for wilderness survival. On the contrary, Zhuofan was a man of leisure, and he soon found out where the resource department was, to the mouth of the resource sector. Dravan, however, froze. He didn't realize that the two teachers, who were waiting outside the door, were there before he even arrived. Discovered that Dravan has appeared. The two of them looked at each other and took a big step forward. A little more laughter in those eyes. Hello Mr. Zhuofan. These are rewards for you. One of the teachers spoke with a smile. Well, one is the reward for meritorious service of the Demon Suppression Army, and the other is the reward for the 36th place on the heavenly ranking list, which we prepared long ago. If you don't come today, we may have to deliver it to you personally. As the two men spoke, a list was first handed up. Zhuofan just glanced at it and the smile on his face intensified. First class merit, 1 golden word. 3 second class merits, 3 purple words. Qi and blood pill, soul condensation pill, 5 each. Cash reward, $300 million. With just a glance, Zhuofan became satisfied. It seems, this martial arts academy is not stingy at all when it comes to giving rewards. It's really giving rewards. But, turning to Zhuofan, his gaze lit up. Speaking of which, Chang Weishan, the previous principal of Ningzhou's No. 1 martial arts school, had already given himself $300 million a few days ago. Besides, he also had a few purple words in his hand. The Meng family gave themselves 2 purple words to make amends. These 2 purple words would be literally $600 million. When he was in Reject North City, killing demons had also exploded a purple phrase worth $300 million. When he took part in the last operation in Reject North City, he also gained 2 purple words and $6 billion. Together with the rewards from the academy this time, the funds in Zhuofan's hands had exceeded $2 billion. In that case, one is not far from the next fusion of words. A full 2 billion. Wouldn't that be another 2 million white words? Chapter 047, Free Cultivation Room. Open Fusion. Zhuofan also didn't expect the school's secondary rewards to be so generous. As it is, he still had to think of a way to fuse the words as soon as possible, and the enhancement that fusing the words would bring to himself would be obvious. In this way, the rate of enhancement will be accelerated again. Zhuofan also began to look forward to the fact that since the green words could all be so obvious in terms of their enhancement, then if the words were promoted to become blue, just how powerful would this effect be? Zhuofan's gaze flickered continuously. He thanked the teachers and then turned to leave. Now that the funds are almost together, it's only natural to hurry up and fuse the new words as soon as possible. After returning to the villa in District A, Dravan immediately began to place his order. But, after placing the order, he actually magically realized that he was entitled to a discount. The 2.4 million white words that originally required 2.4 billion to buy were actually able to get their hands on them for less than 2 billion. Simply do the math. I can't believe I'm getting 20% off directly. On second thought, he was now a martial god progenitor and was attending the Martial God Academy belonging to the Martial Alliance, so he was considered one of their own. Enjoying a 20% discount is naturally very reasonable. Subsequently, Zhuofan left the address at Villa 36. Then he waited quietly. 2 hours later, there were several cars parked outside the villa. Shipped down a large number of white words, all of them. If an unusual person were to buy white words in such large quantities on a regular basis, there is a chance that all sorts of problems could arise. But, Dravan was different. With the identity of the martial god's personal biography in, no one will not open their eyes to investigate Zhuofan. Besides, even after the investigation, there will not be any impact. At best, his cultivation method, and the way of cultivation of ordinary people, some different. a full 2.25 million white words. It's fully twice as much as the last time. If what was expected was right, this time, these words in one's hand were enough to advance the words to blue. Then this promotion, it would be very scary. After including all the words in the space belt, Zhuofan went straight to the school's cultivation room. Although the aura of this zone A, very abundant, and the soul power is also sufficient, but compared to the cultivation room, it feels a lot worse. After all, the villa in zone A, every month needs 5,000 merit. But, not only was there an abundance of spiritual chi in this cultivation room, but there were all sorts of protective measures. And the practice room is also need to charge. According to the hourly calculation, an hour will need 5,000 merits. According to this charge to calculate, this practice room is absolutely not simple. Zhuofan is precisely because of this point, only resolutely to go to the practice room. He's very clear. The movement would be a little too big if you fused the words yourself this time. That being the case, it would be better to make some preparations in advance, so that even if something unexpected happens, you can respond in the first place. Zhuofan took a step to the cultivation room provided by the school. He flashed his ID card. Just a glance. The teacher, who was still a bit slack, instantly stood up and looked at Zhuofan with a smile in his gaze. This is no joke. This one is the god of wushu himself, and I hear, lately, I've been getting a lot of credit. If there was no accident, this person would be a colorful figure in the entire Grand Xia in the future. This kind of person, how could she, a small teacher, dare to offend the other party? Student Zhuofan, Martial God Chin has explained before that you don't need merit value if you come to the cultivation room during the next 2 months. But our school's cultivation resources are still very tight, so we can only provide you with 3 hours free of charge every day. And for the part that exceeds 3 hours, you will need to be charged. The female teacher looked at Zhuofan. Quickly, he introduced himself to Zhuofan. Dravan, however, was slightly stunned. It seemed that this beautiful master teacher was treating herself really well. You even think of such things for yourself? Although Zhuofan also has a lot of merits on hand now, and is not at all bad at this, but free always smells better than paid. Good, then help me prepare a cultivation room. Zhuofan gently nodded his head. Okay, right now there happens to be one that's vacant. Student Zhuofan, I'll give you a suggestion. Why don't you leave your contact information and let me know in advance if you need to use the practice room? This won't delay you either. The female teacher had a smile on her face. Dravan froze, but nodded gently. This, indeed, is good. Besides, in the last month, all the other students needed to participate in wilderness survival training, but Zhuofan did not. Original. He's still planning these times for himself, but after having the right to use the cultivation room, he was instead looking forward to the next month. On this path of martial arts, talent is talent and hard work is hard work. Just be diligent enough. It's the only way to get yourself farther down the road. After Zhuofan and the female teacher exchanged contact information, he stepped into the cultivation room. Immediately, he first operated his gongfu and adjusted his state to the best. Immediately, then he took all the words that needed to be fused. All of them. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As soon as these words appeared, they gently swirled in the thick aura. The silver-white light instantly filled the entire cultivation room. Dravan, however, narrowed his eyes. Ever since he knew that some special changes would occur after many words were gathered together, he had already thought that the next time he fused words, he must find a safe place, and now it seemed that this was still correct. There are enough words. The energy is then strong enough. If the energy was strong enough, he hadn't mastered soul power yet. It is likely that there will be a problem of not being able to suppress the energy. And after Zhuofan entered the cultivation room, the teacher outside who was responsible for guarding the room, his face appeared to change slightly. She didn't know, though, what Zhuofan was doing in the middle of the cultivation room. However, violent energy fluctuations then came from the entire cultivation room. The female teacher sensed carefully and realized that there was no danger before she gently exhaled. A few more points of envy in her eyes. If what was expected was correct, this Zhuofan was only at the third stage of the martial Dao. At the third stage of the martial arts path, he was able to erupt such a powerful force. If he grew up, he could truly be said to have an unlimited future. Dravan, however, had no idea what the teacher outside was thinking. Instead, he squinted his eyes and quickly adjusted his state, after which his gaze fell once again on top of these words. In full count, Zhuofan had already fused the words many times, and from the novelty at the beginning, he had already seen it. Ding! A large number of fusible words have been detected. May I ask the host, do you wish to fuse them? Yes, almost without hesitation. Zhuofan gently nodded his head. Immediately, the number of words placed in front of them then rapidly diminishes. Ding! Congratulations host. Fusion is successful. Do you want to continue the fusion? The system beep came, and Zhuofan once again gave the fusion command. And the white words that had been piling up around them were rapidly diminishing. Finally, after 10 fusions, in front of Zhuofan's body, only a pile of green words remained. Although the number of these green words was small, the aura fluctuations they produced were extremely dense. Chapter 048 Successful Fusion. Breaking through the 4th rank. Ding! Congratulations, host, the fusion is successful. Ding! Congratulations, host, the fusion is successful. The system beeps kept coming. Zhuofan's gaze, however, held a faint smile. Finally, 8 fusions later, these are the words that become green plus 8. Zhuofan, on the other hand, had originally removed the few words that were originally on his body. This time, Zhuofan, on the other hand, hadn't purchased the relevant words that were capable of fusing weapon words, so he only disassembled the 5 words that he originally had on him. Before and after 18 fusions, 9 words remained. These 9 words, plus the original 5 left on the body. The total number of words is 14. Keep fusing. Zhuofan narrowed his eyes, and a faint smile permeated his eyes. After all the things he had done to fuse the words, he was finally making progress again this time. 14 words, after fusion, only 7 remain. The 7 words, all originally green plus 9, were one step away from being blue words. For these, Dravan was in no hurry. Experiencing one last fusion again, these words in one's hand would inevitably succeed in advancing to the blue color, and at that time, the strength would inevitably increase exponentially. With that, Zhuofan looked at the few words in his hand. Giant bloodline plus 9, strength increase, 157,280%. Blood value increase 157,280%. Golden bell plus 9, defense increased by 160,000%. Extreme speed plus 9, attack speed increased by 160,000%. Jedi demon plus 9, cultivation speed increased by 160,000%. Slasher plus 8, armor break plus 2000%. Bleed plus 4000%. Leap plus 8, plus 160,000% movement speed. Certain chance to enter sneak. Flood plus 8, plus 20% luck. When worn, fuses words and has a probability of making the words fuse plus 1. After reading the attributes of the individual words, Zhuofan immediately stared with wide eyes. The eyes were filled with dismay. This thing, it's just so unbelievable, isn't it? As the word fusion level increased, although Zhuofan could obtain many white words, the difficulty of each fusion had to increase exponentially. Let's not talk about the increase in other word attributes. After having the word flood, Zhuofan suddenly felt that happiness came too suddenly. This flood of blessings may not always be unleashed every time though, but, as long as it was unleashed once, the harvest would be absolutely anticlimactic. As long as it's successfully launched once, that's at the very least going to save yourself a few $1 billion. After all, this time, Zhuofan had spent nearly $2 billion to increase the fusion level of all the words once. The properties of the words are doubling though, but the cost is enormous. And Zhuofan was also more curious as to why words like Hongfu, which was so counterintuitive, would be sold. But on second thought, this word is nothing more than a white word if it is not fused, and even if it has the effect of flooding, that effect is so weak that it is basically useless. Thinking about this, Zhuofan gently shook his head. There was more than a hint of laughter in his eyes. Immediately, Dravan took a deep breath. There was more than a little bit of gratitude in his eyes. After having a word like Hongfu, that was going to save a lot of money. With that, Zhuofan temporarily replaced the words for cultivation speed, replaced directly with a torrent of words. However, after carefully perceiving it, it was discovered that although the aura was extremely dense, other than that, there didn't seem to be anything special about this word. Immediately, Zhuofan took word after word and fused them back together. With that, he contentedly looked at his attribute panel. Name, Zhuofan. Level, 3rd order. Word, white, infinite. Age, 21. Blood and chi, 182. 600. Power, 182,600. Defense, 112. 000. Speed, 130. 000. Probability of sneaking. Attack speed, 111. 000. Wimpy? Just a quick glance at his attributes, Zhuofan's eyes widened at once. That hard? Zhuofan couldn't help but sigh. It's still got to be a fusion phrase. After each fusion of words, one's own attributes were able to easily skyrocket, which was simply heaven-defying. Zhuofan tightened his fists, easily feeling as if his chi and blood and strength had taken a qualitative leap. Zhuofan now had absolute confidence, even if it was an 8th or 9th ranked martial artist standing in front of him. With his current attributes, he also had the power to fight. As the words are reintegrated into the body, Zhuofan also felt that both the level of chi and blood filling and the flow of chi and blood were faster than before. This This was something that Fan had never felt after fusing words the previous times. After all, on second thought, Fan instantly realized. For one thing, one's chi and blood value had already broken through 100,000, and it would be extremely normal for there to be some changes after a chi and blood value of 100,000. And changes in chi and blood. It made Fan's body look like there was a flame in his body that was traveling at a rapid pace. Fan first frowned, his eyes showing more than a touch of helplessness. It seems, it wasn't a good thing for strength to progress too quickly in a short period of time. It takes a little while to get used to unable to do anything else. Fan could only run his gong method and use it to guide him little by little. But, even so, the speed of the chi and blood surging in the body was extremely fast. But, the teacher guarding the door, however, had a steep change in color. Actually, she had been observing Fan's situation, only to violently realize that Fan's chi and blood were flowing extremely fast. And such changes, it was even more terrifying than a high-level martial artist who was already able to control soul power. This situation. But she had never encountered it before. She wanted to check Fan's current situation, but she also knew very well that Fan should be at a critical moment right now. And if she forcefully interrupted Fan, although she could guarantee Fan's safety, she would also cause Fan's chance this time to be completely cut off. Gritted his teeth. The female teacher could only take a deep breath. This one is the martial god himself, so there might be some secret place in his body. Since Fan dared to do this, basically there wouldn't be too much of a problem. The female teacher took a deep breath and finally made up her mind. She snapped to attention, which led her to quickly walk towards the control room of the cultivation room. All the changes in Fan's body. It can only mean one thing, that is, this kid, he should be planning to use the aura of the cultivation room to break through the 4th rank, in which case the chi and blood flow speeds up. Naturally, this is part of the normal course of events. Generally speaking, the aura needed for the 3rd stage to advance to the 4th stage was not a lot, and it could still be accomplished within the villa in District A. Why did he have to come here? Next, the female teacher's pupils shrunk slightly, and her eyes were more than a little surprised. Nope, classmate Fan was the martial god himself. He would definitely not act recklessly. Since he's here, he must have his own considerations. Could it be because his chi and blood values were already so strong that the aura of Area A was not able to support his advancement? Think about it. The female teacher's pupils shrunk slightly. If that's the case, then this thing, it's something. On the other hand, Fan in the cultivation room had a hint of eccentricity on his face. Although he had already run his gong fu, his chi and blood were rushing around, and it wasn't any better. Instead, a faint tingling sensation spread as the gong fu was guided in the incessant pounding of the acupoints in the body. Dravan, however, narrowed his eyes. Is this a breakthrough? Thinking of this, Fan's face changed. Chapter 049 Martial Arts. 4th Stage. Merit Difference. Chapter 049. He was naturally clear that to break through the 4th rank, for him now, it's a breeze. For other martial artists, at the very least, they had to accumulate chi and blood power, and constantly use it to impact the acupoints. It was only eventually that the soul power could be infused into it. In this way, he was able to open up his acupoints and use the soul power in the acupoints to control his chi and blood, and to accelerate the operation of his chi and blood, thus achieving the purpose of enhancing his strength. Phew! Fan took a deep breath and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air before quickly stabilizing his mind. Seeing that he was about to break through, if he simply suppressed it, it was basically no longer possible. In that case, let's be brave. Fan closed his eyes and concentrated, carefully feeling the chi and blood rushing through his body. Dang! The rushing power of chi and blood began to impact the acupoints in his body, thus emitting a crisp and dull ringing sound. Dravan narrowed his eyes. Break! A command. The rushing strength of chi and blood surged toward the acupoints. Boom! With a muffled sound, the first acupoint was easily flushed open. Fan couldn't help but be energized as well. This was the benefit of having strong chi and blood. Breaking through was basically a matter of water and basically without any obstacles. Immediately after, one acupoint after another was rushed open by the thick chi and blood power. And the aura in the cultivation room was being rapidly consumed. Because the aura was dense enough, the surrounding air carried a faint golden glow. But at the moment, the golden glow in the air was rapidly decreasing as Fan consumed it. And the female teacher guarding the door had more than a touch of surprise in her eyes. It seems there was no mistaking her earlier suspicions. This Fan, being a martial god himself, must have terrific means. When breaking through, the consumption of aura could be several times that of an ordinary person. So if it was supplied normally, it must not allow him to break through smoothly. No, the restriction must be opened immediately. Aura is something that must be supplied at full strength. The female teacher made an immediate decision, and a touch of determination was added to her eyes. Though, the school has strict control over the supply of auras. Seeing that the concentration of aura in the cultivation room was rapidly depleting, she no longer had any extra time to report, and at the moment, she could only ensure Zhuofan's normal breakthrough. Otherwise, something might go wrong. The female teacher quickly went back inside her office. On the screen of the holographic projection, after entering a string of control codes, only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. She had been in charge of these things in the cultivation room for many years, and had already seen a lot of things. There were indeed quite a few geniuses in the school, and there were also many people who would be like Zhuofan, and when they broke through, their consumption of aura could be several times that of an ordinary person. In this case, as the teacher in charge, the situation is declared and recorded, after which the students are allowed to proceed with the breakthrough as normal. And, the school is happy about this situation. At the very least, it proved that the school had another genius, and these geniuses grew far faster than ordinary students, and it wouldn't be long before they could become the mainstay of the human race, which was good for the entire Disya. But, the female teacher was also surprised in her mind. There were quite a few geniuses that would indeed be similar to Zhuofan, but, like him, consuming aura at such a fast rate, while it was really the first. But, she now had a full open supply of aura. If nothing else, these should be sufficient. Mr. Lin, it doesn't seem to be in line with the school system if we do this, does it? If it's traced down, we'll all be in trouble. In front of the huge holographic projection screen, the staff member was already frowning slightly, with a hint of eccentricity on his face. Lin Jiao, indeed, had no small amount of authority in the cultivation room. She is responsible for the scheduling of the entire practice room. If it is not an unusual thing, it naturally has the right to decide. But, the reserves of spiritual qi had basically been considered a reserve of strategic goods, and such things were not something that could be easily utilized. Lin Jiao did have a decent amount of authority in her hands, but this thing she was doing now was beyond her authority. It was also because she had some access that she knew more about Zhuofan. Before, it was only after learning that the visitor was Zhuofan that he chose to greet him personally. There won't be any problems, and if there really are any problems, I'll bear them all. Lin Jiao frowned slightly, a hint of determination in her eyes. The other side, a hint of a smile permeated Zhuofan's countenance. Even he himself hadn't expected that his breakthrough this time could go so smoothly. It was only the first time he had utilized the cultivation chamber, and he had actually flushed out all 36 acupoints in his body with ease, according to the information he had learned earlier. This is the kind of thing that never seems to happen. It actually happened to him today. If the cavities are all open, then, the next step would be considered the fourth stage of the proper martial arts path. But, Zhuofan, however, shook his head slightly. He always felt that it wasn't enough, and although he had utilized the rushing qi and blood to flush out all the acupoints in his body, the power of qi and blood was still rushing. What can we do? It'll just have to go on. Zhuofan shook his head again and quickly stabilized his mind. Naturally, he knows very well that, at this critical moment, there can't be any problems. It wasn't that he was greedy for credit either. After all, there is the existence of the system. Words can be fused infinitely. In this case, his own attributes, has long been more than ordinary martial artists, do not know how much more powerful, even if it is now a succession of advancement, which is also considered to be a thick and thin hair. After all, for an unusual martial artist, even a strong 8th or 9th order, I'm afraid that my own attributes, when compared to Zhuofan's, were somewhat inadequate. Sure, that kind of absolute demon with golden words all over his body naturally couldn't be counted. Zhuofan was equally clear that the golden words, that was basically a 1 in a million existence. Similar to Qin refused to go north like a patriarchal powerhouse, did not necessarily have a few golden words. Dravan took a deep breath. Gradually collect your qi and blood, entering the fourth stage of the martial arts path. This was a brand new beginning. However, it was also clear to him that there was probably just as much to do next. Entering the fourth stage of the martial Dao was just the beginning. He still needed to keep using his qi and blood power every day to impact the already open acupoints, so that the space within the acupoints would be large enough. What he had done before was just to punch the acupoints open and allow the soul power to enter the acupoints. But, the amount of soul power that could be held in these acupuncture points would not be decided after simply punching them open. Instead, you can keep consuming qi and blood, and keep washing it away, until, that is, there is enough space within the cavern, until, a large amount of soul power was able to be stored in it and travel through it without hindrance. And, this matter, too, was something that was always to be done after the third order martial artist. Even at the 7th rank, such cultivation had to be turned into a daily behavior, and only some martial artists whose chi and blood power was not very strong would choose to go for a period of time. Only once. But Draven was different. His current blood value of close to 200,000 was more than enough for Ho-Ho. Next, Zhuofan was diligent. He first simply shuffled through his acupoints before getting up and leaving. Walking out of the cultivation room, Zhuofan chatted with Lin Jiao. Student Zhuofan, there is something I need to clarify with you. The aura you consumed before was too large and you need to make up some of the difference. Although Lin Jiao wasn't too kind, but duty calls, naturally she couldn't not mention it. Chapter 050 Zhang Miaoxue is shocked. Another reward? Ha, Draven, however, froze. At first, the beautiful master teacher had only told him that he could use the cultivation room for free every day just by joining the Martial God Academy. Where did this difference come from? Zhuofan glanced at the time on his communicator, and he was sure that he hadn't used it for more than 2 hours. Student Zhuofan, it's like this. When you made your breakthrough earlier, the aura in the cultivation room consumed too much, so I took it upon myself to turn on the full supply. That is to say, the free portion has already been used up by you, so the portion that exceeds that is charged. Lin Jiao shook her head slightly. It seemed that Zhuofan did not know about this. Okay, no problem. Hear that. Zhuofan was also slightly stunned, but the spinning face did not change its color. Can you not go over the limit? For an ordinary martial artist at this stage, a chi and blood strength of 20,000 would already be considered heaven-defying, but he, now, had a chi and blood power that was close to 200,000. It was 10 times that of an unusual martial artist of the same rank. Well, it's nothing to open up the supply. The school has already made a note to supply you with full access to the cultivation room whenever you use it in the future. It should be your beautiful master teacher who opened up. Having such a master teacher is really a blessing. Lin Jiao nodded her head, noticing that Zhuofan paid the difference in merit without hesitation. Lin Jiao's attitude towards Zhuofan was again much better. It seems, this martial god's own heirloom is indeed dignified. If it was an unusual student who stumbled upon such a thing, he or she might have to make a mess of it. Well, Teacher Lin, I'll leave first, and if there are no surprises, in the recent period of time, we'll come over. As he spoke, Zhuofan looked towards Lin Jiao, who was already a strong martial arts Dao 8th stage in her own right. Although he was already in his 30s, he was after all a martial artist who had practiced for years. Not only is her body exquisite, but she has excellent skin. At that age, the temperament is naturally not bad. It couldn't help but make Zhuofan look twice more. Okay, little brother, go slowly. Lin Jiao laughed lightly, and after noticing Zhuofan's gaze, for some reason, Lin Jiao's heart actually had a few moments of joy. Zhuofan is in such a position of status. Getting curious about yourself? Could it be that this little brother was taking a liking to himself? As he watched Zhuofan leave, his eyes were fixed on Zhuofan's robust back, and his heart was in turmoil for a while. Soon, Lin Jiao took a deep breath and, the eyes were fatally helpless. That's all. What was he thinking? Zhuofan, that was the martial god's personal transmission, and although she had only entered the school for a few days, she had heard a lot of talk in private. Zhuofan also had a beautiful young senior sister by his side. So, although Zhuofan was excellent, to be frank between the two, there was basically no possibility. In that case, what's the point of thinking about it? Draven wasn't sure about that. It was just a look from himself, and this beautiful teacher's mind actually had so many thoughts. He stepped away and looked at the time. It was just about noon. He'd better go back to the villa area first. After all, having just entered the 4th stage of the martial arts path, he would need to spend quite a bit of time next, slowly polishing his acupoints. The other students, basically, had already participated in the wilderness survival trials. Zhuofan himself has a lot of merits and does not need to participate at all, so naturally he can only focus on cultivation during the vacation. After returning to the villa, Draven simply took a shower. A nap ensued. Although the advancement to the 4th stage of the martial arts path was relatively smooth, but there was also a considerable drain on Zhuofan's energy. Draven didn't expect it either, so much so that the sleep actually went straight through the night. Wait for Draven to wake up from his nap and go downstairs, but he ran into his senior sister, Zhang Miaoxue. Zhang Miaoxue should also have just finished her cultivation and was wearing a relatively cool body, so she had to go into the bathing room to clean herself up. But, with just a glance at Zhuofan, Zhang Miaoxue froze on the spot. The strange light in those eyes kept flickering. Junior brother, you don't seem quite right. Let's senior sister take a good look. You broke through again? Zhang Miaoxue's beautiful eyes flowed. She was now at the peak of the 6th rank, and was originally more than a star higher than Zhuofan's rank, and with just a glance, she detected that something was not right. Zhuofan, however, froze, his eyes filled with helplessness. Forget it. It doesn't look like there's any way to keep this one under wraps. Originally, There was an agreement between the two of them that after Zhuofan entered the 4th stage and was able to use his soul power, Zhang Miaoxue might have to move out. At the time, Dravan didn't even realize it. It was only 2 days for himself to become a 4th rank. After the 4th rank, it did require soul power. You boys don't have to do that, do you? Even if you want to hurry up and get elder sister out, you can't do it so quickly, can you? I've only been living here for 2 days. Zhang Miaoxue lightly hummed, a hint of grudge on that pretty face. Zhuofan, however, spread his hands and his face was filled with helplessness. He also didn't expect that he would be at the 4th stage of martial arts so soon. Plus, he didn't intend to break through today either. It was just that the simple power of chi and blood was too strong to be suppressed at all. Senior sister, this isn't my fault either. It might be that the aura in Area A is too strong. There's no way for me to suppress my realm at all. Zhuofan had more than a hint of helplessness on his face. Ha? You mean, you broke through passively? Hear that? Zhang Miaoxue's eyes widened at once, her eyes filled with dismay. Everyone else was constantly looking for opportunities to want to break through quickly, and this guy was really pissed off. No one else could find a chance to break through on their own accord. Unexpectedly, he was trying to suppress his realm and actually failed to do so. Is there any justice in this? Is that even human? Wait, it's still not right. Even if you've entered the 4th stage, your chi and blood power shouldn't be this strong. In the next second, Zhang Miaoxue's face, once again, changed, couldn't even help but have his pupils shrink. Ha? Senior sister, you're a monster, aren't you? How do you know everything? Zhuofan was also speechless. How is it that you don't have a single secret in front of this woman? Humph, you're still a bit young in front of senior sister. Zhang Miaoxue, however, slightly raised her chin. Above her pretty face, there was more than a touch of confidence. Dravan could only nod his head gently. Right. How else could it be my senior sister? If I'm not mistaken, you suppressed your realm again? If you don't do the suppression, you might still be able to break through. Am I right? Zhang Miaoxue stared at Zhuofan with a deadly gaze. That's right. How do you know again? Zhuofan didn't intend to hide it either. After all, he or she has a background in the field. Besides, the stronger he was, the more rewards he basically received, and the more he wanted to continue fusing words in the future, the more that would be needed. Plus, Zhang Miaoxue wasn't an outsider, so there was no need for him to hide it. Let me tell you, this situation of yours has appeared in every patriarch before. Have you not understood our master's situation? Zhang Miaoxue's gaze flickered as she looked at Zhuofan as if she was looking at a monster. This time, Dravan could only shut up. All that could be done was to nod gently. And, in your case, you can apply for an award from the school. You know that, right? Don't be in a hurry. I'll call the school right now. Zhang Miaoxue smiled and had already used her own communication machine and dialed a number. Ha? Reward? This time, Zhuofan's eyes glowed. Although his strength had increased relatively quickly, the resources needed, relative to others, had increased exponentially, and if there were no rewards, Zhuofan didn't even know when the next fusion of words would need to be. And what if I break through 3 levels in a row? What did you say? This time, Zhang Miaoxue was completely nonplussed. Chapter 051, Against All Odds. Master replies, Barta. In the next second, Zhang Miaoxue hung up the phone of her own accord. What did you say? She took a deep breath, her eyes full of disbelief. This kid is afraid of going against the odds, right? One must know that Master, as one of the 3 great martial gods, back then, when the realm was suppressed to the point where it could not be suppressed, he had only advanced 2 steps in a row. But now how on earth did this kid do it? He can actually be 3rd ranked? And, Zhang Miaoxue had a feeling that none of the 3rd stage that this guy in front of her was talking about should be at a normal level. Yeah, I should be fine. Zhuofan gently nodded his head, and a trace of solemnity was added to his face. No kidding, absolutely no problem. One must know that his current blood and strength were both close to 200,000. This kind of basic attribute, unusual 8th and 9th order martial artists didn't have. If he didn't want to play it safe, he would have already entered the 5th or 6th order of the martial Dao in one breath. Elder sister, what's wrong? Seeing Zhang Miaoxue's silence, Zhuofan's face however carried a touch of eccentricity. You're a monster. Just wait. This matter, we must inform Master. Zhang Miaoxue took a deep breath, and a touch of solemnity was added to that countenance. Hear that? Dravan nodded gently. In fact, it's not a big deal to let the Master know. To be honest, it had been almost 3 months since he became a pro-disciple, and during those 3 months, he had only met his master once. It was good that the senior sister didn't mention it, but this sudden mention made Zhuofan feel that there was something he missed in his heart. Anymore, this master is not only generous enough, but also strong. The key thing is that the looks are still pretty, and even a glance at them is eye candy. What's not to like about that? Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan's heart already had a few hidden expectations. Zhang Miaoxue gently shook her head. This little senior brother is really a demon. To be honest, she herself had been stuck at the peak of the 6th rank for a long time, which was why she was looking forward to being able to live in the A district. But, this guy had only been living in the A district for a few days? It was actually possible to make breakthroughs one after another, and this comparison only made it seem like one's talent was average. She was also aware that compared to ordinary students, her talent was already heaven-defying enough, but in front of Zhuo Fan, this talent would not be quite enough. Zhang Miaoxue took a deep breath. Once again, he took out his own communicator and dialed a number while Zhuo Fan watched in silence. What? Soon the communicator picked up. Although the holographic projection communication was being used, it was pitch black on the master's side. Seeing this scene, the two present were stunned, but Zhang Miaoxue seemed to be very familiar with such a situation, and without the slightest hesitation, her gaze swept at Zhuo Fan. Senior, junior brother is now at the 4th stage of the martial arts path, and with the soul power surging within his body, he should be able to break through a few more realms. How many? The voice on the phone was flat. 3. Zhang Miaoxue, however, her eyes lit up. Master? Master? Did you hear that? Junior brother can still break through 3 realms in a row. That's even stronger than me. In the next second Zhang Miaoxue was not calm. Her eyes flashed with light and the smile on her face was not hidden in the slightest. Okay, got it. You guys go to my villa immediately and wait. I will go back as soon as possible. The soft and cool voice that accompanied you over the phone spread out. Zhang Miaoxue, however, froze. She wanted to say more, but realized the phone had been hung up at some point. Junior brother, go, ha, Zhuo Fan, however, froze. What is this? Where are you going? Where to? Zhuo Fan didn't know why his senior sister was so excited when he was just able to make consecutive breakthroughs. Just through his senior sister's performance, Zhuo Fan knew clearly that it was afraid that it wasn't simple, and that it should even be related to the potential of the martial artist. You are hiding really deep. If I had known that you were so powerful, I am embarrassed to live here. Did you have a premeditated plan to come here specifically to strike your senior sister? Zhang Miaoxue couldn't care about anything else. The bright light in her eyes kept flashing, and as she said that, she stepped outward, and a touch of excitement was even more evident in those eyes. I tell you, generally be able to be like you, that basically are shouldering the future of the human race. You are also really, why do not tell us earlier? If you tell us, can we not make preparations earlier? Zhang Miaoxue appeared to be complaining, but the excitement above her pretty face was not hidden in the slightest. The two of them went out hand in hand. Zhuo Fan's face looked odd, but Zhang Miaoxue was on a roll and didn't realize anything was wrong at all. Just walked out of the 36th building. Yang Bing, who lived in the 35th building next to him, had already stood at the window at an unknown time, looking at Zhang Miaoxue with a faint teasing look in his gaze. I said, why are some people so protective of their calves? So it's the old cow that's young? Zhang Miaoxue, it's worthy of you. It's only the likes of you that can do such things. I admire you. Yang Bing coldly laughed, only that deep in the bottom of his eyes, a deep and unrecognizable flash of sultriness flashed through. There's something to be said for that. In fact, she kinda liked Zhuo Fan, but I didn't expect that it would actually be shortchanged by the senior sister who protects her calf every day. You two are really something too. Since you've come this far, remember to keep your voices down at night and don't disturb other people's rest. Yang Bing was also slightly stunned. A flash of dismay flashed across his eyes. It's not right, is it? Zhang Miaoxue, this woman, has she taken the wrong medicine? Normally at this time, she would have spoken long ago. What was going on today? It's like you're pretending that you didn't hear yourself? Zhuo Fan is also a little strange, but Zhang Miaoxue does not open his mouth. Zhuo Fan naturally will not have any good feelings towards Yang Bing. He has not forgotten it. Last time this woman was a long-winded woman during dinner. If not Qin Yang is smart enough, he really does not know what will happen. Seeing the two walk away, Yang Bing sighed softly. Even Zhang Miaoxue was already with junior brother. She's not bad anywhere. How come no one wants her by this point? Zhang Miaoxue gradually walked away. Soon it was already about to disappear from sight, and only then did he come back to his senses, the coldness flashing in those eyes. Yang Bing, my old lady is in a good mood today. I'm too lazy to see eye to eye with you. You wait for my old lady to come back. I won't be able to spare you. This hoof. Zhang Miaoxue lightly snorted, rushing at Yang Bing from afar and comparing a middle finger as she spoke. Just like you don't even deserve to carry my senior brother's shoes. You'd better fend for yourself. Zhang Miaoxue dropped a sentence and didn't care what this Yang Bing said, already pulling Zhuo Fan to walk away. Yang Bing was originally a woman who didn't suffer. and after being scolded by Zhang Miaoxue, there was nowhere to vent the fire in her heart. Glancing down at her exquisite figure, her eyes kept rolling. Zhang Miaoxue, Zhang Miaoxue, this is what you forced me to do. He is your junior brother, not your man. If one day he becomes my man, I would like to see if you cry. Yang Bing narrowed his eyes. A flash of resentment flashed in those eyes. She naturally had her own way of dealing with men. She just couldn't believe that Zhuo Fan wasn't a man. Chapter 052 100 Surprise Dragon Guards. Shame on themselves. Abyss. The wall. Chen Xingfang was wearing a piece of Xian armor. A blood-colored lance in his hand was tightly gripped, and his eyes were filled with a strange color. She thought about it and finally dialed a number. I still have some unfinished business on my side, but the safety of my disciples must be guaranteed. 100 amazing dragon guards. They need to use their fastest speed to get to my residence and protect my disciples. Chen Xingfang spoke briefly, but the words were astonishing. Mission level, heavenly. Having said that, Chen Xingfang put down her self-proposed communicator. Her eyes flashed with a cold aura as she gripped the lance in her hand tightly and charged forward once again. Chen Xingfang was one of the 3 great summer martial gods. It was not ranked first, but it was extremely strong. Moreover, because of her special status, she was also the vice president of the Martial God Academy, with great power in her hands, especially in the Demon Suppressor Army. It was a first-class existence. With Chen Xingshang opening her mouth, everything became extremely smooth. It is because of the extremely high status. Her place of residence is extremely uncomplicated. It looked like a quiet lake outside, but in reality, there were extremely many guards, and again, in order not to reveal their location, these guards were basically secret guards, and as soon as they approached the villa by 1,000 meters, they would be monitored. Any discrepancies will be disposed of at the first opportunity. In other words, although this place was within the Martial God Academy, it wasn't something that anyone could enter just because they wanted to. Even Zhang Miaoxue, if she didn't have her master to open her mouth, she wasn't qualified to be close to the villa at all, let alone enter it. Zhuo Fan and Zhang Miaoxue arrived and were stopped by the guards outside the door at the first opportunity. Dravan doesn't have much experience, casually took out his identity card. He became the martial god's own disciple was basically something everyone knew. The martial god's own disciple came here. The crowd naturally did not have the qualifications to stop him. They just simply checked the identity card, and then directly released him. This scene caused Zhang Miaoxue's gaze to flicker slightly and unnoticeably. It had been 2 years since she had become a named disciple of her master. However, the treatment inside these 2 years was simply worlds apart from that of her little senior brother. Not to mention Zhang Miaoxue, Zhuo Fan's status position at the moment was something that even an individual would have to envy. This is no joke. What's Chen Xingshang's status? That is one of the 3 great martial gods. Not only is the strength strong, but the status and position is one of the few in Daxia. To be able to become Chen Xingfang's personal disciple and to be valued so much, naturally he is envied. It's just that Zhuo Fan obtains all of this too easily. It didn't feel like these were out of reach. Senior brother, it's better for the 2 of us to switch. It's better for me to be the senior sister and you to be the senior brother. I've already found out that I'm afraid I'll die of exhaustion if I have to be your senior sister. Zhang Miaoxue gently shook her head. A trace of loss had already been added to that pretty face. That's just blowing people away. This guy has only been at the academy for 3 days now, right? It's only 3 days and it's so valued. However, she, Zhang Miaoxue, had become a registered disciple for 2 years, and during those 2 years, she had been lukewarm. Senior sister, don't talk nonsense. You've helped me so much these past few days. Besides, you've worked so hard and your strength has progressed so fast. So maybe this time when master teacher comes back, he'll see your efforts. Zhuo Fan laughed softly. He knew Zhang Miaoxue's mind, which was why he spoke softly to comfort him. Hear that? Zhang Miaoxue's eyes lit up. A gentle nod followed. There was more than a hint of a smile in those eyes. Right, how could she give up hope? Originally she had planned that before the end of the year, she should have broken through, but now it seems that it is necessary to speed up in order to be able to. Otherwise it will not be long. It will be caught up by their own youngest brother. Then it will be how disgraceful. On second thought, as long as one can enter the 7th order, what will Yang Bing be then? Where else can she be arrogant? As long as he entered the 7th rank, he would be able to immediately challenge Yang Bing, and at that time, even if this woman wanted to be arrogant, she would basically have no capital left. The 2 were led by the guards at the gate, walked a long way. Anyway, it is not a person. Zhuo Fan did not feel bored. Just the closer to the villa, Zhuo Fan's heart the more surprised, and Zhang Miaoxue is even more wide-eyed. Here, it's worthy of being master's villa. Here, no matter if it was aura or soul power, it was several times denser than Area A. Progenitor Zhua, This is Martial God Chen's residence. Make yourselves at home. The guard leading the way gently nodded his head at Chuafan. There was more than a touch of respect on that face. In fact, there was some doubt in this closing heart before. That's how many years it's been. He had some knowledge of Chen Xingfang's habits. No one was able to enter Chen Xingfang's residence at all, and it seemed that Chen Xingfang really held Chuafan in extremely high regard. For a personal disciple of a female martial god, and one that was so highly regarded, he, naturally, did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Chuafan nodded and watched the other party leave. Instead, his eyes looked ahead, and at a glance, even if Chuafan had been prepared, he couldn't help but freeze. Chen Xingfang's residence had an excellent environment. Not only are they surrounded by lush trees, but they are also surrounded by pavilions, rockeries and running water. Besides, this place was still extremely abundant in both aura and soul power. Chuafan even sensed it and realized that the aura here was quite a bit denser than the cultivation room he had entered. He had just entered the fourth order though. He was still using his chi and blood to flush out his acupoints and did not have complete control over his soul power. But after all, he had already flushed out all of his acupoints. All of them. This led to the fact that Chuafan actually had a far sharper perception of soul power than others. It was natural to be able to feel the difference in the master's villa. Mei, Zhang Miaoxue on the other side, hearing Chuafan's words, just nodded her head gently. Chuafan, however, froze. Just a glance. Look could see that Zhang Miaoxue was a little bit not right today. Even the interest was not very high. Senior sister, what's going on? Forget it. Even if I enter the 7th stage, I'm afraid that master won't accept me as a personal disciple. We're not from the same world after all. Zhang Miaoxue shook her head, a touch more helplessness in her eyes. In fact, in this matter of cultivation, talent is still extremely important. After I reached the 6th rank, it was obvious that my talent was no longer that good. The speed of cultivation had slowed down quite a bit, and I simply couldn't be like you. Zhang Miaoxue shook her head once again. Dravan, however, froze. In his perception, Zhang Miaoxue had always been a big-hearted person, and it seemed that this was not a small stimulus today. What's with the sadness, elder sister? It's actually not like that. Have you heard the saying? Learning is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall back? Ha! Zhang Miaoxue froze, blinking her eyes fiercely when she heard this. The eyes were full of dismay. She didn't know what that meant, but she understood the general idea, and Zhang Miaoxue's reaction made Chuafan freeze on the spot. What? Such a common phrase, but Zhang Miaoxue actually hadn't heard it before? This, how is that possible? But in the next second, Chuafan was relieved. Actually, this is normal. Himself is a traveler, and this world is more heavy on martial arts. Just don't know if there is a literary way. If there was no way of the literary way, if one day he couldn't go on with his martial arts path, wouldn't he be able to make a fortune as a copyist? Senior brother, you're right. No matter what's in front of me, I'm going to charge forward. I didn't realize that you actually have a research on the One Dao? Zhang Miaoxue's gaze flickered as she looked at Chuafan with another trace of surprise. Chapter 053 Top Treatment. Blood Money. Chapter 053. It's nothing. It's all just me talking out of my ass. Chuafan shook his head. Although there was some curiosity in his heart, he temporarily suppressed all of it. All of it. It seems, this world is mostly the martial arts flourishing. As for the literary way, through the performance of Zhang Miaoxue, Chuafan is clear. It is likely that Zhang Miaoxue itself is not very good at it. If there is an opportunity in the future, he will figure out these things is not too late. Junior brother, I have to say that our master is treating you really well, Zhang Miaoxue exclaimed. Instead, his eyes looked around. Chuafan also looked away, but didn't find anything special. There are a lot of experts coming around. A lot. Zhang Miaoxue wore a smile on her face. Chuafan, however, froze. This was the residence of his master. This kind of place was difficult for ordinary people to approach. Why would there be a large number of experts? Are you stupid? Master must have other things wrapped around him right now and can't get away. But worrying about your safety is why an expert came. Zhang Miaoxue's eyes twinkled, and there was more of an inexplicable gleam in them. Dravan, however, laughed. Aha, yes, that's what it takes. And as long as he shows enough talent, the problem of resources and whatnot can be easily solved. If he could step into the sect master, he would be the strongest sect master under the heavens, able to easily kill through the demon race and the devil race. Then I really have to thank master. Chuafan's heart surged. Although he and his master Chen Xingfang did not meet a lot, but he could feel that his master was well-intentioned, and he also knew that his master was also using some connections to protect him as a disciple as much as possible. The other side. Chen Xingfang has returned to Kyoto, stopped in front of an ancient courtyard. The courtyard had red walls and green shades, but it was heavily guarded. and the guards were only a little more than Chen Xingfang's residence. Chen Xingfang stepped forward with a smile in her eyes. She did not unload her armor. That a metaphysical armor, the delicate body set off the best, and at the same time let this body above, the killing aura undisguised. It is the god of martial arts. Chen Xingfang took a step into the courtyard, and all the guards along the way nodded their heads gently, none of them stopping them. Soon, Chen Xingfang stood in front of a few old men. Several old men with white hair had been waiting here for a long time. Noticing Chen Xingfang entering the room, several eyes were won. Are there any special circumstances? How could you think of us old guys? After having you upstarts, our days are, indeed, much easier. Yes, if there's anything you guys can handle. When the guards notified just now, I thought that the demon race was going to make a big counterattack, and the old man's lance, it's all ready to go. A few old men looked at each other, and eventually their gazes landed on Chen Xingfang. They are naturally clear. Today's protagonist is Chen Xingfang. Chen Xingfang nodded her head gently. Indeed, there are some things. This personal disciple of mine is quite extraordinary. I intend to raise the specifications of his cultivation, but things at this level are no longer for me alone to decide. Chen Xingfang nodded her head gently. The eyes were colorful. Is it that little doll? I know him. He's been courageous all the way from the mock test. Didn't he just start school a few days ago? One of the old men was interested, and there were a few more points of appreciation in his eyes. Young, he had such a talent, and he had also gone deep into the abyss and practiced for 2 months in the rejected North City. So mindful. As long as it grew up, it would definitely be another big nightmare for the demon race. Raise the package. Absolutely no problem. Let's finalize it and raise it to what level? Chen Xingfang nodded her head gently. It was only a few hours later that Chen Xingfang left. Only when she left, there was already more than a hint of faint laughter in that gaze. This return. Worth it. Since this brat was so talented, then one could indeed help him out as a master teacher. Just hope this kid can grow up fast. If the Great Xia could have one more martial god, when the time came, the Great Xia would face the demon race or the evil demons. Even the whole landscape of the world. It will change. Valkyrie residence. Zhuofan and Zhang Miaoxue naturally didn't know that in just a few hours, the female martial god master had already arranged so many things. Zhuofan used his identity card, opened the door of the villa's room, and the two of them stepped into it. Dravan, however, froze for a moment. He knew that his master's father had a cool temperament, and unusually, his dress was extremely plain, but he didn't expect that the family was also basically the same. And it looked like the master was quite good at enjoying himself. I don't know what method the master used, but he actually introduced the lake water into his home, and made a large fish tank in the living room, in which there were quite a number of swimming fish, which swam alive and well in it. And the center of the large pond has obviously been artificially landscaped. There was also a small island with flowers and plants, all of which did have a different flavor when viewed from the orientation of the doorway. With just a glance, Zhuofan nodded his head gently. Still, the master of this looked good. Although the unusual time is more busy, but as long as you return to the residence, that immediately can get a very good rest. Here, dress up and layout is simply the best combination of man and nature. Just a quick look, then you can see that the place is full of energy. The two had just entered the villa shortly after. A delicate figure stepped in, and when they heard the sound of the door opening, both of them followed the sound to look at it, and a few more points of affection were revealed in that gaze. Master, master, the two of them spoke at the same time, but Chen Xingfang did not open her mouth and only nodded her head gently. She was still wearing the arcane armor that she only wore on the battlefield. She then tossed a new jade token to Zhuofan, only nodding lightly. You guys wait a bit, I'm going to remove my armor. With just one sentence, Chen Xingfang turned around and went upstairs. Junior brother might be able to break through 4 or 5 realms in a row. Zhang Miaoxue took a deep breath and still spoke her guess. Not knowing why, she always felt that Zhuofan was still hiding something. Or rather, with her current strength, she could easily feel the majestic power of qi and blood within Zhuofan's body, when really, it's a bit unusual. Dravan, however, froze. Wimpy? It's not right, is it? He subconsciously looked at Zhang Miaoxue. Did this woman have some special ability? How could she even know this? That's just not scientific. Good. Chen Xingfang just nodded slightly and continued up the stairs after answering, not even stopping the pace of her feet. The Xia's cultivation specifications for you now have reached the highest. All the treatment will also be raised. The time of the cultivation room extended to 6 hours, and within 6 hours, no matter whether it's aura or soul power, it can be supplied without any limitations. In addition, there will also be heaven-ranked martial arts for you. Equipment can also be provided with a piece of heaven rank. Merit value of 30,000 per month. The other thing is that the site of the History Museum can also be open to you in all aspects. You are now at Martial Dao Stage 4. At this stage you are given 10 extreme grade Qi and blood pills per month, in addition to 10 extreme grade soul condensation pills. The token I gave you just now, keep it. If you need it, you can directly take over a city, such as Reject North City. By the way, most importantly, Sheen refused to North had sent you 10 amazing dragon guards. Although you can't use these now, you can use them in the future as well. This quota will be raised to 100. If you still have anything to ask now, you can ask immediately. Chen Xingfang basically said everything that was said during the meeting. Draven just blinked. There was more than a little surprise in his eyes. It seems, it's next month's book. By the way, we're guessing that your words are not simple, are they? So when you enter the 5th stage of martial arts, you can obtain a golden phrase for each stage, or other items of comparable value to the golden phrase. Chen Xingfang looked at Zhuofan's ancient and unperturbed appearance and spoke again. Chapter 054 Receiving Rewards. Master Summoning. Holy. This time, Zhuofan was completely nonplussed. Before he was always trying to get money for more fusion words, though with the state-arranged golden words afterward, the pressure will still be on essentially. But, with this layer, so if you're stronger, can't you get more? Zhuofan had originally known that a strong strength was very important, but he had never thought that strength could actually be important to such an extent. As long as you have the strength, that's basically all you need. Isn't that cool? It's simply awesome. Zhang Miaoxue, who was standing on the side, however, froze on the spot, her eyes filled with dismay. Is this the kind of resource that junior brother can pry into after he has the talent? That's just horrible. No matter if any of them fell on her, or any other martial artist, it would be enough to shock the heavens and even enable her to have a huge increase in strength within a short period of time, without ever thinking about it. This little junior brother had heard so much and actually didn't fluctuate a bit. Isn't that a bit unusual? One time, Zhang Miaoxue only felt that her brain was no longer quite enough. Zhang Miaoxue took a deep breath, and even her breathing was a little short. As a great lady out of a large family, she knew very well in her heart what each of these promises actually meant. She, Zhang Miaoxue, was indeed not simple. She herself was the eldest daughter of the Zhang family, one of the 4 great families of Kyoto. But, the Zhang family is large and numerous. Although the Zhang family could be said to have been successful in battle, and had gained enough status in Xia for so many years, it was indeed a bit inadequate when compared to Zhuofan. The Changs, that's a family that's been passed down for centuries. Even if one was very honorable and very well established, one was simply not qualified to receive a city. But, Draven, however, can. Also, it was the frightened dragon guards, and legend has it that every single one of the frightened dragon guards was a powerful martial artist, and absolutely loyal. As a member of a large family, Zhang Miaoxue was all but ignorant of this so-called surprising dragon guard. Even on her father's level, when they met the shocking dragon guards, they could only obey their orders. But, Draven was good. According to his master's words, this kid could mobilize the surprising dragon guards before, and since then, the number that can be mobilized has actually increased to 100? What kind of concept is that? This had proved that although Zhuofan was still just a student now, he had actually been in a position of power for a long time, which was simply terrifying. Although Zhang Miaoxue tried his best to remain calm, what he heard was already starting to unsettle him. It's simply anticlimactic. Chen Xingfang hadn't been paying attention to Zhang Miaoxue, but instead looked at Zhuofan. By the way, you can drop those classes at school. They're basically of little use to you as well. For your martial arts studies, I will personally come in the future. And as for the other courses, I will also look for the appropriate clan master level powerhouses to teach you. Yes, Zhuofan nodded gently. The face remained calm. I've basically been in the imperial capital for the recent period of time. You can look for me when you're able to advance to the 5th stage of the martial Dao, and at that time, the teaching of your martial skills will officially begin. Chen Xingfang added. An extra smile appeared on Zhuofan's face. Still good. Shizuan was pretty enough, and after becoming Shizuan's personal disciple, she hadn't taught herself anything yet, which was good. After the 5th stage of the martial arts, she could spend time with Shizuan, and the point was that learning itself was exhausting, but with a beautiful woman in the middle, it's a different story. Zhang Miaoxue nodded along. Zhuofan, on the other hand, arched his hand at Chen Xingfang, a touch more gratitude in his eyes. With the master's suppression, in the future, one could basically rest on one's laurels in addition to raising one's strength, right? But, Zhang Miaoxue's face, however, revealed a touch of suspicion. Junior brother, why do I feel that something isn't quite right? Those experts before, they must have been arranged by master teacher. It seems like she cares a lot about your safety. Then why don't you let's stay here and let us leave instead? Zhang Miaoxue had been stimulated quite a bit today, and for a while, she actually felt that her brain was a bit less than adequate. It's not easy? Zhuo Fan, however, shook his head slightly, his face full of smiles. Master is a martial god, and since she stays in the imperial capital, it's for deterrence. With her around, what danger could there be? Zhuo Fan gently shook his head. In fact, these questions, as long as simple thinking, can quickly figure out, just Zhang Miaoshui stimulated. This will not be too willing to use the brain. That's true. Zhang Miaoshui nodded her head gently. Even now, she still felt like what she had experienced today was like a dream, and the inside of her head was like mush. Forget it, don't think about it. Anyway, if my little senior brother is powerful, it will only benefit my world. Today is still a good harvest. In that case, I'll treat you to dinner today. Zhuo Fan waved his hand, his eyes revealing a few moments of relaxed laughter. It seemed that there were indeed many benefits from putting his talent on display. Humph, junior brother? Ah, senior sister. I really didn't look at the wrong person. A smile permeated Zhang Miaoshui's face. As he spoke, he patted Zhuo Fan on the shoulder, and his eyes were more than a few points of pleasure. Humph, you gained so many benefits today. As a senior sister, I won't be polite with you. I'm going to eat more today. Zhang Miaoshui laughed out loud, and Zhuo Fan could only nod his head in cooperation. The two of them talked and laughed and soon arrived at the place where they were eating. Zhang Miaoshui wasn't polite either. Since it was Zhuo Fan's treat, he let go and ate, and in the end, there could only be one result, and that was to eat up. After eating, Zhuo Fan didn't hesitate, went straight to resources. The newly arrived resources were claimed first. 10 extreme grade Qi and blood pills, plus 10 extreme grade soul condensation pills. As for the other rewards, Zhuo Fan was still in school, so he couldn't use them at all and didn't receive them directly. He already had a calculation in mind. Since Master Teacher had been in the imperial capital for the recent period of time and was still within the school, that basically meant that even if he himself was within the academy and made any sort of commotion, Master Teacher would be able to cover it. That being the case, there's nothing to hide at all. Tomorrow, just directly advance to the 5th stage of martial arts. But, Zhuo Fan was still clear in his mind that when advancing to the 4th stage, he only needed to punch open the acupoints and wait for the soul power in the acupoints to fill up before advancing to the 5th stage. This is for Dravan. It's nothing at all. He now had the extreme grade Qi and blood pill in his hands, as well as the extreme grade soul condensation pill, which was enough to withstand consumption. What are the resources used for? Isn't that what it's for? As it is, then there's nothing to be polite about. When the resources arrived, he immediately raised his strength. Besides, he was now full of Qi and blood, so it could be said that he had a lot of backbone. After Zhuo Fan figured this out, he immediately felt that his thoughts were much more enlightened, and when the two of them returned to the villa, Zhuo Fan went straight back to his room. After picking up the communicator, Zhuo Fan re-entered the intranet, checked out his profile. The information has changed slightly. Still, it's much the same as before, and the 30,000 merit value that Master Teacher had said earlier had arrived without any surprise. But, Zhuo Fan had to consume millions of merit badges every time, and 30,000 merit badges was just a drop in the bucket for him. Ding dong! Zhuo Fan was about to put down his communicator to rest when a crisp ringing sound came from it. It was actually a message from Master Chen Qingfeng. Chapter 055, The Night Watchman. The young man is remarkable. Chapter 055. Zhuo Fan was slightly stunned, not realizing that his master was still not resting this late. Present, tapped the message box. There were only 2 messages in total, one of which was a document that Zhuo Fan probably looked at, and it was actually the same things that the master had said to himself during the day today. But, when the master said it, it was the audio version, and now this copy is the text version. The content is actually pretty much the same. To put it bluntly, what was said during the day has become policy. The other was that the master's father had invited himself into a new section of the intranet through permission. This is a board that Zhuo Fan has never even touched before. Vigilantes? Just after seeing these 3 words, Zhuo Fan was stunned. He had known for a long time that the current war with the evil demons was far more brutal than imagined. And within the city, it was mostly due to the demon suppressor army and the night watch that it was so stable. After Master Chief has now pulled himself onto this board, that means he is also a member of the Night's Watch. In other words, it's the upper echelons that have recognized who they are, and what they're capable of. With regards to the vigilantes, Zhuo Fan was very curious, and at that moment, without the slightest hesitation, he clicked in. Immediately, the face recognition function on top of the communicator activates. Identity verification is successful. Congratulations on becoming part of the Night's Watch. The cool system beeps came, but Zhuo Fan's face had an extra smile on it. It seemed that all the previous efforts had paid off. Just a few short months, he has completely entered the core level. Congratulations on becoming a Night's Watchman. Please fight for the future of the human race. For the future of the human race. There was already more than a hint of agitation in the cool voice. Dravan, however, froze. With that, he tapped the screen again, and soon the situation on the screen, once again, changed. The fact that the vigilantes were not open to the public as a separate module was enough to see the importance of this module, and although he was well endowed, he had only come into contact with the core of the vigilantes after such a long period of time. Immediately, Dravan quickly browsed inside the board. Guard mission, the daughter of the city lord of Nanyuan City has been rescued, and she needs to be escorted back to Nanyuan City. Undercover mission, disguise as a demon and carry out an undercover mission. Strength restriction, martial way 8th rank or above. Assassination mission, shadow demon gathering ground discovered. Human strongman needed for chief assassination mission, strength limitation, martial way 8th stage or above. Dravan quickly skimmed the screen. There was also nothing but shock in his heart. What else is there to say? It seems, the strongest of the human race have always been working hard. All these undercurrents were well hidden before, all hidden under a nice facade. The current peaceful life was because there were strong people constantly working for the sake of the human race. Shadow demon. Zhuofan is still very clear. He just entered the abyss. He killed the shadow demon. This thing is indeed very powerful. Ordinary martial artists cannot deal with it, and now discovered the gathering place of the shadow demon. If this mission can be successful, it can be said that the significance of the human race is very significant. Meanwhile, in the Vigilantes interface, Zhuofan realized that it actually didn't matter if it was talent, a city, or various resources. It's actually all divided up into classes. Just seeing such news, Zhuofan was still shocked. He was after all from that era when everyone was equal, but on second thought, he was relieved. After all, the human race was in peril, and under such circumstances, only through the rational allocation of various resources can the human race be invincible. As long as the flame of civilization could continue, there was hope for the future of the human race. If such news was known by ordinary martial artists and civilians, it would definitely cause an uproar. But, Zhuofan, however, is aware that this is the reality. Zhuofan's gaze swept over the top 3 quests, and his eyes flashed with a touch of deepness. He knew very well what kind of thing the demon race really was. Actually, someone went to the demon race undercover. This is the real hero, can become a night watchman. At least there must be 2 basic conditions, one of which is to have enough talent and growth potential, because a natural is to have enough strength. Any one of them can be said to have a great future. However, it never occurred to them that they could actually sneak into the hinterland of the demon race for the sake of the future of the human race. The level of danger is naturally needless to say. Phew! After reading this, Zhuofan gently exhaled, his eyes shining with a touch of sternness. Original. Behind the stability of Daxia, there has always been such a group of people guarding it. But, from now on, he, Dravan, also became one of the Night's Watch. It seems, the previous him still knew too little and thought too optimistically about the war between the mission and the demons. Now it seems, all of this is just scratching the surface of a world that is still very dangerous. In order to survive better, then you can only improve your strength as soon as possible. With these thoughts constantly swirling in his mind, Zhuofan fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, before dawn, Zhuofan woke up. He didn't stay too long, and when he went downstairs with his identity card, his senior sister hadn't gotten up yet. Zhuofan didn't bother and turned around to go out, going directly to the school's cultivation room. Dravan, however, did not expect it. He chose to come over so early in the morning and actually met an old acquaintance, Lin Jiao. Lin Jiao was also stunned. The eyes swept over Zhuofan, which carried a few inexplicable meanings. Lin Jiao naturally knew that Zhuofan, this guy, not only had good talent, but also was considered to have an amazing background, and under such circumstances, he was actually so diligent. You're not letting other students live, are you? Progenitor Zhua, you're trying too hard here, aren't you? Is it something today? Your free time in the cultivation room is only 2 hours a day. You don't have to work so hard, right? Lin Jiao smiled and opened her mouth. After a few days of getting along, in fact, the two of them had gradually become familiar with each other, and Lin Jiao was much more casual in front of Zhuofan. Dravan, however, didn't say much. Just send your ID card forward. Lin Jiao, however, froze. She was too familiar with this action. It was basically a daily routine, but this kid was too direct today, wasn't he? It was still so early. Couldn't the two of them talk for a while? But, she is a teacher after all. She hasn't forgotten her identity. She picked up the scanner on one side, and scanned Zhuofan's identity card, but a touch of eccentricity came out from those eyes. She didn't pay any attention to it before, and only now she realized that Zhuofan's identity card, and the previous one are already a bit different. In the next second, Lin Jiao completely froze. So that's it, what's your level? Next, Lin Jiao's eyes widened. The dismay in her eyes could no longer be hidden. What is this? Just one day gone, Zhuo Fan's identity level actually became top secret? How is that possible? She was an 8th ranked martial artist after all. Even if Zhuo Fan's level had increased, it shouldn't be so that she couldn't see it, right? But, as a cultivation room manager, she was naturally clear that something like a mistake in the identity card was absolutely non-existent. For a moment, the shock in Lin Jiao's heart was like a river turning over. Today's free use, which is 6 hours, I've already processed for you, but good professionalism still made her hold back her curiosity. It was only in the gaze that looked at Zhuo Fan that there was already a hint of scorching heat gradually. Remarkable. This young man, he is truly remarkable. Chapter 056 Consolidation. Impact on the Fifth Order. Let's go. I'll take you to the cultivation room. As he spoke, Lin Jiao had already returned the identity card, immediately, leading the way for Zhuo Fan in the front. For his part, Dravan nodded gently. After all, Lin Jiao was the manager of this place and was very familiar with the situation here, so having her lead the way would naturally be much more convenient. Sister Jiao, everything is convenient with you. Zhuo Fan reached the door and thanked him before closing the door of the cultivation room. You're welcome, and feel free to contact me if you need anything else. Lin Jiao, however, froze. Before, this kid would at least address himself as teacher. What's wrong with Hop today? You even changed your name? But, this kind of address rather made Lin Jiao feel that she was quite a bit younger, although she just nodded and did not say anything. But in her heart there was a hint of extra sweetness for no reason. Although she had a good image and was passable in her own right, she was now 30 years old and hadn't even been in a relationship yet. Immediately, Lin Jiao's face appeared to change slightly. Last time, when Zhuo Fan came over, if I hadn't realized it in time, there might have been problems. I have to show him this time as well. After all, the cultivation room he's using right now, that's the best in the entire school. If something goes wrong, it'll be even worse than last time. As an administrator, Lin Jiao naturally knew the school's cultivation room like the back of her hand. Actually, to put it bluntly, the practice rooms are also graded. It's just that the rank isn't stated in plain sight. Thinking of this, Lin Jiao's face but a touch of redness appeared on her face, and then she quickly went to the office. Inside the office, it was possible to observe Zhuo Fan's situation at any time through this kind of data. But, if it is unusual for students to enter the practice room, Lin Jiao will never be so attentive. After all, Lin Jiao itself is the director level. Unusual to have a lot of things, do not need to go out on their own, under the hands of a number of colleagues, are grabbing to help themselves to do things not to say. She will not be allowed to do the usual observation of the practice room. Today, this situation is different. After all, the one who entered the cultivation room is Zhuo Fan. That is the martial goddess personal transmission. Moreover, she also knows Zhuo Fan's current top secret identity level, which, this must be another special treatment. The probability of growing such a talent is just too high. She didn't dare to slack off at all. All the way into the office, Lin Jiao's eyes were fixed on the data. Sister Jiao, why are you so early? I'll be fine on this side of the observation room. You don't have to worry about any of this. On the other side, the male colleague, who was already wearing gold-rimmed glasses, had a flash of laughter in his eyes. No need. This student's situation is rather special and requires me to observe the entire process. Lin Jiao shook her head slightly. A hint of solemnity had already appeared on that pretty face as she spoke. Sister Jiao, your outfit today isn't bad. It looks good. The male coworker picked up a water cup on one side and received a cup of water from the water dispenser on the other side, placing it on the desktop in front of Lin Jiao before opening his mouth with a smile. Lin Jiao, however, froze. Good. Thinking of Zhuo Fan's previous compliment, Lin Jiao's face flushed slightly. Forget it, I'm already old. Lin Jiao, however, shook her head slightly, and there was a touch of eccentricity in those eyes. Old what? In fact, young people nowadays also like this sister style. I also like it. It's really quite good looking. The male coworker's name was Zhao Yang, and he himself had the strength of the 7th rank, but he hadn't come to the school for a long time yet. It looks just as plain as can be. She had never noticed such a coworker before, but she didn't realize that the other party still spoke quite nicely. Lin Jiao just nodded, that gaze once again fixed on the screen in front of her, but what came to mind was Zhuo Fan. Although her contact with Zhuo Fan is not much yet, but her impression of Zhuo Fan is very good. If there is really something inappropriate between the two, it is naturally that she is a bit old and Zhuo Fan is just a freshman who has just entered the school. But she was already 30 years old, and between the two of them, there was a full round of difference. But the words of her male coworker from earlier suddenly caught her eye. Not to mention, this little brother is pretty good. Fan didn't know that his previous few small actions would make the beautiful woman not far away have so much on her mind. After entering the practice room, he then utilized the ample spiritual chi in the cultivation room and began to flush his acupoints. He was worried about his lack of soul power before, but the chi and blood pills and soul condensation pills he had just received were more than enough to deal with all the scenes before him. Immediately, Fan held the soul condensation dan in his hands, and as the gong method was running, the soul power in the soul condensation dan quickly surged into the acupoints. After all, these acupoints, all of which had been flushed before, basically wouldn't have any problems. All that was needed was to replenish a large amount of soul power into them, and basically the fourth stage would be completely stabilized. But Fan's goal today was not to stabilize any realm. He is in need of another breakthrough. Boom! As the massive soul power gathered together, it rushed into the acupoints. Fan couldn't help but be energized as well. After all, before, when Fan mobilized the power of chi and blood, he would have to use his gong method and force it to work. But at this moment, with soul power added to the mix, manipulating the power of chi and blood would become much simpler and easier. It was like the difference between a barbarian and someone who could use tools. Even the operation of chi and blood became extremely smooth. The moment, Fan sort of understood in his mind. Previously, Senior Sister had already said that there was an essential difference between the third and fourth stages, and Fan had already had a certain understanding before. But it was only at this moment that he completely understood what this essential difference was. It's safe to say, although it was only a breakthrough of one realm, in reality, however, his strength had increased more than twice as much as before. At the very least, in terms of the operation of chi and blood, it had been smooth to the extreme, a feeling that was simply too good to be true. Fifth degree, Dravan hemmed and hawed, essence flashed in his eyes. The power of his chi and blood was already extremely strong. And even if he didn't use his soul power before mobilizing his chi and blood, he could still open up a divine palace in his body with the power of his chi and blood alone, let alone with the help of soul power. For a moment, Fan's gaze flashed with essence. He only felt that his entire body was surging with chi and blood, and his control over the power of chi and blood was more than 10 times higher than before. In other words, if he were to engage in a battle, wouldn't this be a tenfold increase in combat power? And, Fan still had some knowledge of the fifth order. At the fifth stage, one needed to use one's chi and blood power, and soul power, to punch open a divine palace in the small abdomen of one's body. Here, it was where the essence was nurtured, and if the essence was pure enough, it could be condensed into a shadow at the sixth and seventh stages. As long as the virtual shadow was molded, it could enhance the physical quality in all directions. At that time, the fighting power was naturally stronger. If I were to say that it was more similar to anything, it would be similar to cultivation, or the Taoist cultivation of the original god. Only, in Fan's opinion, the martial arts in this world were, more or less, still somewhat crude. It just has a foundation and roots. There is still a lot to be perfected. Let's get started then. Fan let out a low growl, his eyes flashing with essence. Powerful chi and blood forces, mobilized by the soul force, converged towards the belly. Boom! There was just a boom that seemed to startle the momentum. Fan's face, however, changed. Chapter 057, Downward Spiral, Under the Sovereign, Invincible. Chapter 057. This is the Palace of God? Fan narrowed his eyes, in which essence flashed. However, according to the usual practice, the breakthrough felt that it wouldn't be so easy. But, for Fan, this breakthrough, there really wasn't any difficulty. Just in the blink of an eye, he had already broken into the fifth level of the martial arts path. The fifth level of the martial arts path. A fresh start, so to speak. It can also be described as a thorough presentation of past accumulations. Fan felt the changes carefully, only to find out there was nothingness in his own divine palace. It was just a glance, but Fan froze. According to reason, the divine palace would never be this big, but his divine palace was huge. Even if one had just entered the fifth level of the martial arts path, it was still incredibly empty in it. In the middle of the empty divine palace, there was a shadow. The shadow was wrapped in chi and blood power and soul power, both of which intertwined and flowed on it. And although he couldn't see the appearance of the shadow, Fan knew that it was a shrunken version of himself. What's wrong with this shrine? Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes filled with suspicion. He had actually read the tutorial before he made his breakthrough, and the tutorial also said that the process of entering the fifth rank of the martial Tao was exceptionally difficult, and that even many amazing geniuses were stuck at the fifth rank of the martial Tao. It took several attempts and breakthroughs before the breakthrough was successful. In his case, this argument is completely untenable. What on earth for? Dravan didn't think it through. Since the divine palace had become a reality, there was no use thinking about anything else next. It was better to stabilize the realm first. Okay, This one was well prepared. His soul condensation pill and chi and blood pill would come in handy this time. Zhuo Fan's mind wandered. Run the kung fu. The moment the gong method was in operation, the aura and soul force in the entire cultivation room, as if it was being pulled by an inexplicable force, rapidly converged towards Zhuo Fan's body, and in this force, under the pull of the gong method, it entered the body. It then flowed through the limbs and bones, eventually passing through the acupoints, and then under the guidance of the gong method, it slowly flowed and entered the divine palace, eventually, converging on the still not so clear little man. After being nourished by the aura and soul power, the villain, who wasn't very clear originally, began to clear up, and Draven could feel it. From this moment on, one's perception of the outside world was gradually becoming clearer. Before, he could only have a simple perception of his surroundings through the operation of his soul power. But this moment was different. Even if he closed his eyes, his perception of his surroundings was clear and unrivaled, as if he had another eye. Nope. Even his eyes were not as clear as the world he now perceived. Feeling such a change, Zhuo Fan also sighed lightly. Originally, he thought that his senior sister had some special talent that he would be the first to discover whenever his strength progressed. It wasn't until he entered the 5th stage of the martial arts path that he clearly perceived how terrifying the gap between realms was. That's just counterintuitive. Zhuo Fan operated his gong method and frantically absorbed the surrounding aura and soul power, but outside the practice room, but it had already blown up. Sister Jiao, what's going on? Look, the aura and soul power inside the cultivation room. It's consuming too fast. Is there something wrong? In the office, the male teacher narrowed his eyes, and even a few more points of anger appeared on his face. The soul power and aura in the cultivation room were already incomparably precious, and even though there was a fee to enter the cultivation room, the school had only charged the most basic fee. If every student is wasted like that, and that's going to be a problem sooner or later, he must have some special means to steal soul power and aura in the cultivation room, which is expressly forbidden by the school. I'd like to see which student is so bold. The male teacher swept his gaze over the various data inside the cultivation room, only to find out the rate of soul power and aura depletion was a few points faster than before, and there were a few more points of panic on that face. Stop. It has to be stopped. If a stop is not put in place, the school has a lot to lose on this one. The other side. Lin Jiao, however, narrowed her eyes. As the manager of the cultivation room, she had encountered many situations of all kinds, but it was the first time that she had seen the aura and soul energy depleting so quickly. However, she purposely focused on the cultivation rooms that were depleting more quickly. At a glance, above the pretty face, the color of the face was also strange. Sister Qian, make a decision quickly, otherwise, both of us might be implicated by this kid. By Lin Jiao's side, the male teacher was already completely unable to sit still. How could this work? How can this happen? What do you know? I've already calculated that his consumption of aura and soul power is nothing more than what is needed for normal cultivation. Don't move. You immediately turn the supply to maximum now. Lin Jiao narrowed her eyes, her face filled with solemnity. Hear that? The male teacher froze as he stared dead at the data and then looked at Lin Jiao. He could only bite his tongue and do as he was told. He was new after all, and had little presence in the entire management office. Sister Jiao, this is not a joke. You do have the right to mobilize aura and soul power. If something goes wrong, the male colleague stared at Lin Jiao, although it was not clear what kind of medicine this Lin Jiao gourd was selling. But it's better to talk about this kind of thing sooner rather than later. Question: you'd better pray that the delay just now didn't have any impact on the student's cultivation. Otherwise this is not a consequence you can bear. Lin Jiao raised her eyebrows, a sneer on her pretty face. She really didn't know how this fool's brain grew. Even if this Zhuo Fan was the martial god's personal transmission, the information on the identity card had now been updated to top secret. And this time, the commotion in the cultivation room was not small, and it might have attracted the attention of quite a few bigwigs. So if something really went wrong, they would really be the ones to be implicated. The male coworker froze, more than a hint of panic in his eyes. What's going on here? And how can he know? Inside the practice room, Zhuo Fan slowly opened his eyes, and the essence in them flickered and glowed. Because the divine palace has been formed and is very strong, the little man in the divine palace, his body was also solidifying. At first, Zhuo Fan didn't know what this villain was, but at this moment Zhuo Fan knew. Since this is the palace of God, then this little man is the divine soul. According to normal circumstances, one was only at the 5th stage of the martial Dao. How could a divine soul appear at this time? Isn't the divine soul something you can only have at the 7th level of martial arts? But now that the realm has been stabilized, a big stone in Zhuo Fan's heart was also finally put down. He could clearly feel at this moment that his strength, it seemed, had grown tremendously after this breakthrough, though, on the attribute panel, values such as chi, blood, strength, etc., basically remained unchanged. However, after having a divine soul, Zhuo Fan's manipulation and mastery of these forces had even reached the point of extreme subtlety, and if he were to speak purely in terms of combat power, his strength, long ago, had grown by more than 10 times. To know, the divine soul was a power that could only be grasped after the 7th stage of martial arts. Instead, he is now in control. According to Zhuo Fan's speculation, after this breakthrough, he had basically become invincible under the sovereign. Chapter 058 consumed up. Report to the Martial Arts Alliance. Dravan was about to get up. After all, this time, the purpose of his visit to the cultivation room was to advance to the 5th stage of martial arts. At the moment the purpose has been accomplished. And, Zhuo Fan was still relatively satisfied with the harvest this time around. Besides, his master had already said before that he could go to her when he was at the 5th stage of the martial arts path, and at that time, she would personally teach him martial arts. As it is, it's about time too. But, at that time, Zhuo Fan still had some doubts in his mind. Why did he have to wait until the 5th stage of the martial arts? But now Zhuo Fan was already clear. To the 5th stage of the martial arts, for the body and the mastery of various strengths, has already been able to control it as he wishes. If it is at this time to learn, that's bound to work better. And that's exactly why Dravan was only a little anxious. Next, Dravan, however, froze. What's going on here? Zhuo Fan just now. The reason why he opened his eyes and ended his cultivation was also because he sensed that the aura and soul power in this cultivation room were almost depleted. As for the chi and blood pills, Zhuo Fan's own chi and blood were extremely thick. It was prepared but not on at all. The rate of consumption of the soul condensation dam was extremely fast, and basically, he had already consumed all 10 soul condensation dawn. All of them. Zhuo Fan reached up and stroked his chin, his eyes glowing with more than a touch of bemusement. Since this was the case, the aura and soul power in this cultivation room could not be wasted just like that. Martial Dao 5 Dan. For any martial artist, it was just the beginning. It wasn't the end, although the breakthrough was completed. But then again, no one stipulated that one couldn't continue since there is so much soul power in aura. Go on. Then, the things that Martial Dao 5th stage needed to do were naturally extremely simple. He needed to polish his divine soul through his own sense of martial arts. For others, it may be difficult. For Zhuo Fan, however, it was not difficult. After all, he is from the later generations. In other words, Zhuo Fan looked at the 5,000 years of Chinese history, which 5,000 years, how many amazing and talented people, left a large number of documents, and cultivation of insights. Zhuo Fan before it felt that the martial arts in this world is relatively rudimentary. Take something out of yourself at random, and for this world, it's a heavyweight. Before, Master mentioned it to himself. Going to her when she was at the 5th stage of the martial arts path was more than likely a consideration in that regard as well. Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan frowned. Inside his own brain, there really wasn't a lot of memories about martial arts. There are a lot of understanding, are seen from the novels and TV inside, even if you know the name of the gongfu, but also clearly know the gongfu, those dangling sentences, but after all, they are not the content of the completion. A sentence or two, taken out might be useful, but if the content is incomplete, it will be of little use to you. Zhuo Fan shook his head slightly. I was about to give up, but then I had a sudden flash of insight. Nope, those unusual feats, Zhuo Fan indeed do not remember. But, the 5,000 years of Chinese history also has a lot of extremely top-notch classics. One time, Dravan's eyes lit up. And, isn't the most appropriate one the Tao Te Ching, which is rumored to be an immortal cultivation technique? Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan cannot help but heartbeat accelerated. In fact, for the crystallization of the wisdom of China 5 years ago, Zhuo Fan has always been more recognized, but in his previous life there was no good opportunity to verify. This time can be different. If you use the Tao Te Ching to polish your divine soul, Zhuo Fan hadn't even dared to think about what the consequences of that would be. That's a condensation of 5,000 years of Chinese wisdom. I'm afraid that just a few words, a few sentences, can make one's divine soul gain great progress. Not to mention, Zhuo Fan had more knowledge about the Tao Te Ching, and that book had accompanied Zhuo Fan for quite a few years in his previous life when he was at a low point in his life. As for the content above, Zhuo Fan was also more than clear, not to say recited backwards and forwards. It was not difficult to write it down easily. Aha, that's it then. The corner of Zhuo Fan's mouth turned up. After taking a deep breath, he used his soul power as a pen and his chi and blood as ink, and began writing on the walls of the divine palace. That's why, for what it's worth, polishing the divine soul needs to be done only after having soul power. if there is no soul power as a medium in traction, that, unless a patriarch-level powerhouse, what kind of person would be able to do that? To control the power of qi and blood so exquisitely? Zhuofan closed his eyes and resumed his seat in the center of the cultivation room, with the gong method running. In the divine palace, a large amount of soul power and aura was induced, and the divine soul in the divine palace also made a move. This divine palace was also just opened by Zhuofan today, although the area was huge, but more places in it were dark and chaotic. Zhuofan didn't care about these, just a flash of his eyes, he invoked his divine soul. Tao, virtue, sutra, 3 words, under the guidance of soul power, were written out using the power of qi and blood as ink. Rumble, but just 3 words had already caused countless upheavals. Zhuofan could even clearly feel that his divine palace was gently vibrating. Wow! And the rich wedding and aura in the entire cultivation room was drained of most of it in just the blink of an eye under the triggering of those 3 words. Dravan, however, was slightly stunned. Under the gaze of the divine soul, the 3 molded words, which had only just appeared, became golden in color. 3 golden words. It was small at first, but as time went on, the 3 words continued to grow larger and eventually slowly rose into the air. Boom! With a muffled sound, these 3 words were actually engraved on top of the roof of the divine palace, and the 3 words flickered with golden light, actually making the originally chaotic divine palace have a hint of light in it. Rumble. It would have been a matter of the blink of an eye for the 3 characters to go from taking shape to flying towards the roof of the divine palace. 3 words successfully engraved on the roof. Zhuofan was unaware that the outside world, however, still induced heaven and earth anomalies. Although the sky was clear, a few muffled thunders came violently from the sky outside the cultivation room. Zhuofan knew nothing about the changes in the outside world. He could know very clearly that it seemed that the whimsical thoughts in his mind had led him to a very correct path. Otherwise, it's definitely not going to be that easy. Even, it was impossible to consume so much of the aura and soul power in the cultivation room, and that's exactly why Zhuofan reinforced the idea in his mind. Since it's the right path, then it can't be continued without it. Seeing the aura and soul power in the cultivation room, there was still quite a lot. Zhuofan controlled the divine soul in the divine palace and continued writing. The way can be the way, but not the way. The name can be the name, but not the name. 9 short words, but Zhuofan wrote them for a long time. It seemed to be that every word carried great power, so much so that he wrote extremely slowly, but Zhuofan knew in his heart that once he finished writing, whether it was his strength or his status, he could have a great improvement. Right, he must continue to write. It's the King of Heaven who comes and goes on. Inside the office area of the practice room, the male teacher's face, however, was thoroughly ugly. Sister Jiao, I'm afraid this is really going to be an accident. This kid doesn't know what he's doing in there. He actually consumed all the soul power and aura inside. The male teacher was on the verge of crying out. If it was operated like that before, they could still handle it internally. The kid is almost depleted again. And this time, it's a big deal. There's no harm in it. You'll immediately report this matter, both from the school and the martial league side. Lin Jiao, however, raised her eyebrows, and when she encountered such a thing, she calmed down instead. Yes, the male teacher, however, froze. Right, report it. It must be reported right away. As long as it's reported, it's nothing to do with them if something goes wrong. Chapter 059, he's making a splash. Chapter 059, the male co-worker's face was tinged with joy. He naturally knew that this matter was of great importance, and if it was not reported and something went wrong, it could only be considered theirs. Once things have made their way to the papers, they have little to do with them. As for the people inside the cultivation room, if he could make it himself, then he would naturally have to bear the consequences. It was no big deal at all. The man's name was Zhang Xian and he was originally not talented enough in martial arts. It was also a matter of finding some connections to get into the martial arts academy, which was one of the top academies in the country. Being able to work here, he was content in himself. Can't be fired for a job gone wrong. He was able to find a job here. Not only spent a lot of effort, but also spent a lot of money, and now he has not even earned back the money he gave away. If he loses his job at this time, it would be very troublesome instead. Therefore, from the very beginning, Zhang Xian was worried in his heart. Zhang Xian took a step to the computer. With that, he quickly boarded the official website of the Martial Alliance and used the permissions of the intranet to report this matter. Immediately, only then did Zhang Xian breathe a sigh of relief. Okay, luckily the woman in there is not the busty type. It seems, his own reminder was still useful, and the woman didn't dare to act recklessly because of the importance of the matter. Buzz, but violently, a muffled sound spread. Zhang Xian was taken aback. What's going on here? This was something that only happened when aura and soul power were heavily infused. After all, thereupon, Throughout the office, there was a constant vibration, a reminder that was mandatory, which meant that the situation, now, was just as serious as it could be. Zhang Xian's face changed completely. Lin Jiao, what are you doing, you crazy woman? How can you drain all the aura and soul power from all the cultivation rooms and give it to this guy? Ha, are you out of your mind? Zhang Xian was completely enraged. He couldn't help it anymore. And I shudder to think how horrible this thing is. This is a joke. Is this guy sick in the head? He just thought that this woman had a brain, and now it seems that he was wrong. This woman is obviously supporting herself away so that she can do more horrible things. And Zhang Xian quickly realized, Lin Jiao didn't just drain the aura and soul power inside all the cultivation rooms. Even the reserved soul power and aura were all channeled into Zhuo Fan's cultivation room as well. It's just not going to happen. The importance of reserving soul power and aura had long been self-evident. Even the dean was not qualified to use them alone. These reserves were only to be used under extremely special circumstances, and even needed to be decided by the Martial Alliance. This martial arts academy, despite its special status, could never overstep this rule. Isn't this a death wish? Lin Jiao, you're really crazy. Those things we did before, we might have been expelled at most, but you actually dared to use your reserved soul power? This is simply looking for death. Do you realize what you're doing? Zhang Xian had been completely dumbfounded. He couldn't figure out why on earth this woman was doing this. She can't be a spy of the demon race, can she? Is that Draven too? Otherwise, how could the two of them possibly join forces to do such a thing? Even when he thought about it, he wasn't sure why that was. Why exactly? Lin Jiao, I thought you had a brain before, but now it seems that you're really crazy. I will make it clear with the Martial League. This matter is all done by you alone, and has nothing to do with Lao Zi. Zhang Xian had already seen the situation at hand clearly. Once the people from the Martial Arts League arrive, this Lin Jiao is also completely at the end of the line. Lin Jiao, however, frowned and looked in the direction of Zhang Xian. Facing such a way, Lin Jiao did not want to respond at all because it was not interesting in itself. As for when this matter would have a result, soon, as long as someone from the Martial Arts League is there, as long as the Academy's top brass were present, he would soon be able to clear his name. As for why, a hint of a smile permeated Lin Jiao's face. If Zhuo Fan Martial God's own identity wasn't enough, then add the top secret identity level. The other side. Inside the schoolhouse, female martial goddess Chen Qingfeng's residence. Chen Qingfeng, who was wearing her practice clothes, opened her eyes violently and looked in the direction of the cultivation room. She herself was a top-notch powerhouse, and her perception of aura and soul power was far more sensitive than that of an ordinary person. And the fluctuations coming from the aroma of the cultivation room had a heart-stopping feeling even to her. With just a glance, Chen Qingfeng then frowned and took a step out. The other side. In the other cultivation rooms, many people were in the middle of cultivation, but suddenly, these people opened their eyes almost at the same time. What's the situation? It's not right. This is a cultivation room. I paid for it. This chi and blood concentration and aura. How come it's not as high as outside? Damn. What's the situation? It can't be that the teacher in charge of the office is asleep, right? I'm going to enter the 4th rank today. This wants aura without aura and soul power without soul power. What the hell is there to play with? What's going on here? This school must have some people who are using publicity for private gain. No, this matter must have a statement. Otherwise from today onwards, I'll have to sleep inside the cultivation room. At one time the doors of the various cultivation rooms opened on their own, and many students had already converged together. The faces of the crowd were filled with ice as they rushed together towards the teacher's office. But it all cost money, and since things have turned out this way, there has to be a statement, and it can't just be left alone. Plus, the time of the cultivation room had not yet arrived, and all the chi, blood, aura, and soul power in the cultivation room had all disappeared. So how could this not be justified? Right, this school is inactive, almost treating our lives as a child's play. It's not easy for me to come to the training room for once, and it's bad luck to meet this kind of thing. Our merit badge was not easy to come by. This is actually all spoiled. The school must be responsible. Yes, we must be refunded our merit value. Not only do we need to return it, but we also need to be compensated accordingly. Or else there's absolutely no way this matter can just be left alone. More and more students in the crowd demanded that the school return the merit value, and the bustle of the cultivation room immediately drew the attention of the other students in the periphery. All students, using their own communicators, contacted their buddies. Soon, just outside this cultivation room, several hundred people converged. This was the Martial God Academy. The academy had never had anything like this since its inception, so as soon as the matter arose, it caused an uproar. and quite a few people were in a state of mind to see what was going on, no matter what. What was going on here basically had nothing to do with them, which is to say, watch the fun, and to see what's going on is human nature. And the hundreds of people outside quickly spread the news, and in less than half an hour, it actually affected the entire martial arts academy. The number of people out there, it's growing. Even the school's leadership did not expect such an outcome, and could only go to the scene to maintain order. But the crowd was agitated, and even when the school leadership arrived, the situation was not effectively controlled. There was no choice but to ask the Martial Arts Alliance to step in. The Martial Alliance quickly made arrangements and mobilized their elite forces to bring the scene under control. And Chen Qingfeng, too, finally arrived. Martial God Chen, Dean Chen, Valkyrie. Chen Qingfeng's arrival at the venue instantly attracted the attention of many of the higher-ups. The crowd greeted them with greetings. Chapter 060, Scared to Death. Chen Qingshang is shocked. Chen Qingfeng didn't say much, but only nodded her head gently. She had already guessed something. It was just that she hadn't met Chuofan yet. Everything wasn't too good to say. Female martial god. The matter here is more complicated, and we have only briefly understood what happened. It seems to be related to your disciple. This, a cloaked youth from the Martial Alliance. His eyes flashing. There was a hint of hesitation on his face, and his words were only half spoken. Not continued. Chen Qingfeng's face was bland, still only nodding gently. There was more than a little bit of coldness in those eyes. I see. Here's the matter and deal with it personally. Noticing Chen Qingfeng nodding her head, the man just slightly froze, and wanted to say something, but in the end, he could only hold back. Chen Qingfeng's status was too high. Just a single sentence would be enough to decide everything. Yes, the man answered and retreated. Chen Qingfeng didn't stay too long and stepped into the cultivation room. Behind Chen Qingfeng, there were a few principals and vice principals, and behind these principals and vice principals, there were a few directors. Only these directors were directly stopped by the guards outside the door when they tried to enter. Now that the Martial Arts Alliance has come out, that's a big deal, and not just anyone can go in there. A few people made their way forward and soon arrived at the office area. Lin Jiao and Zhang Xian, although they were not controlled, but after the arrival of the crowd of the Martial Arts Alliance, the two had already been put under guard. Simply put, they had lost their freedom. Zhang Xian tried to explain several times, but they were all ruthlessly interrupted by the guards. Since the matter had involved so many people, it was not a small matter, and they, the guards, were not fools. It didn't give Zhang Xian any chance at all. Martial God Chen, this matter has nothing to do with me. I'm just doing what this woman tells me to do. It's all because she told me to do it, and I'm the one who reported this matter to the Martial Alliance. Noticing Chen Qingfeng's appearance, Zhang Xian's countenance took on an extra touch of urgency. He was still well aware of Chen Qingfeng's great reputation in the Martial God Academy. As long as he explained it clearly to Chen Qingfeng, he should have nothing to do with himself. It's all this Lin Jiao. It's all her. She's gone crazy. The whole soul power and aura thing. It's all her doing. Zhang Xian's eyes were slightly reddened. He wasn't like the others. It hadn't been easy for him to get this job in itself. Whatever. He doesn't even want to lose his job here. Although he knew some of the previous things, it was true that Lin Jiao had asked him to do all of them. Zhang Xian's face was blanched. A pair of eyes were secretly measuring Chen Qingfeng. He very much hoped that Chen Qingfeng stuck his mouth. But since the beginning, Chen Qingfeng didn't say a word more. She frowned just slightly. Because, when entering the office, Chen Qingfeng had already sensed that the smell inside this office wasn't quite right. Chen Qingfeng simply waved her hand and then asked the surrounding guards to take Zhang Xian away. This guy. I can't believe I peed myself. Chen Qingfeng's pretty face already had more than a hint of program. This kind of person didn't have a bit of bloodlust. Seeing the escort of the Martial Alliance, he could actually be scared like this. He was not a qualified martial artist, much less a qualified teacher. Wait for Zhang Xian to be taken away. Only then did Chen Qingfeng look at Lin Jiao. Tell me, what's going on? Chen Qingfeng had been observing Lin Jiao when she came in just now. Lin Jiao had always looked calm and relaxed, and obviously had a good idea of how to do these things, which caught Chen Qingfeng's attention in the first place. Lin Jiao nodded lightly, a full account of what had happened before and after. Lin Jiao was not a fool. This was a martial god. There were only 3 martial gods in the whole of Disxia. Chen Qingfeng was already in existence, standing at the peak of power. Facing such a person, how could she dare to have the slightest concealment? Not bad. This time, I'm going to take Chuofan's place and thank you. After Chen Qingfeng heard this, she also gently exhaled. She was originally worried that something was wrong with Chuofan. Now it seems, it was just a lack of soul power and aura, which was rather not a big problem. Previously, Chuofan's identity had been promoted, and to put it bluntly, as long as Chuofan needed these resources inside the school, he was free to use them as he pleased. Lin Jiao. however, froze on the spot, her eyes filled with dismay. This is. In the next second, a smile appeared on Lin Zhao's face. This is the god of wushu. That's a great example of a daxia woman. It was extremely difficult for ordinary people to see Chen Xingfang even if they wanted to, but they didn't expect Chen Xingfang to actually say thank you to themselves? Put it this way, Chen Xingfang recognized what she did. Otherwise why would she say thank you to herself? One time, an extra smile appeared on Lin Zhao's face. The other people who followed Chen Xingfang and also had an extra touch of eccentricity on their faces. Originally, Lin Zhao's future status in the school would be just like this, but Chen Wushan's praise had invariably affirmed Lin Zhao. That one sentence was enough to make Lin Zhao take a few more big steps forward. Kobayashi, you did a great job this time. Write a report as soon as you can. Since there is merit in dealing with the martial god disciples, then our school will make a distinction between rewards and punishments, and as for some people, it's not as simple as just expelling them. A middle-aged vice principal's eyes flickered, with a faint icy coldness in them. Some people's brains, they really don't know how to grow. That's the personal disciple of the martial god. He actually denigrates in front of people? Isn't this a death wish? Chen Xingfang didn't care about what was going on behind her. She came here to enter the office just to get a better understanding of Zhuo Fan's situation, and sensing that Zhuo Fan was just lacking soul power, then these things would be good in turn. But approaching Zhuo Fan's practice room, Chen Xingfang's face, however, changed color. This kid, what the hell is he doing in there? Chen Xingfang's face changed steeply. She naturally could feel that the entire cultivation room had a kind of hallowed power, and she wanted to take a look inside this cultivation room just now, to see what was going on. But, without warning, her powerful divine sense was directly bounced off. How is that possible? This kid, Zhuo Fan, isn't he a 5th dan martial artist? Even a powerful patriarch would not be able to block his divine thoughts in front of him. Thinking of this, Chen Xingfang sucked in a breath of cool air. It seemed that he had no problem cultivating this disciple. Say maybe, this Zhuo Fan's future accomplishments were even more impressive than his own as a master. Think about it. Chen Xingfang's wrinkled brow had already stretched out, and her eyes had a few more points of yearning in them. If the great Xia could have a few more top powerhouses like himself, the days would be better. With a thought, Chen Xingfang took out quite a few extreme soul condensation pills from her storage space and threw them in the cultivation room without the slightest hesitation. The cultivation room prevented divine thoughts from probing. It couldn't even prevent soul power, could it? Although Chen Xingfang didn't know what Zhuo Fan was doing in there, it was also clear that this kid was mostly lacking in soul power right now, and since that was the case, it seemed reasonable to be a master teacher who couldn't just watch and help him out. Chapter 061 Golden light rushes to the sky. The whole city shakes. Chen Xingfang narrowed her eyes. With that, he threw out a large amount of extreme soul condensation pills. Just the next moment, these soul condensation pills then transformed into powerful weddings at the first moment, quickly disappearing from sight. This is. Chen Xingfang froze again. What was this disciple of his own doing in there? The soul condensation pills that she had thrown out earlier had at least 20 of them, and the soul power formed from these soul condensation pills was enough for an unusual person to use for a year. But this kid actually absorbed it instantly? In other words, the soul power possessed within the 20-odd soul condensing pills was already so much that even if she were to use it, she would never absorb it in an instant. Think about it. Chen Xingfang shook her head. It was just a matter of consuming some soul condensation pills, which was actually no big deal, as long as Zhuo Fan can make a successful breakthrough. I didn't expect to consume so much. It's lucky I was prepared before, or else it would have been really troublesome. As for the martial side, we can only go back and prepare it. Chen Xingfang didn't care about the people around her, but instead took out all of the extreme soul condensation pills inside her carry-on space. Rough calculations, a full 100 or so. The amount of this soul condensing pill was already 10 times as much as before. With such soul power support, Zhuo Fan shouldn't have any more problems. Boom! A large amount of soul power appeared in the cultivation room, and Zhuo Fan, who was originally anxious in his heart, was relieved. Right now, one is reaching a critical moment. But I never thought that the soul power was insufficient. If that was the case, then I could only stop sketching the Divine Palace in a million ways. Every time the soul power is consumed and empty, new soul power will appear. And even when the soul power is sufficient, Zhuo Fan also violently found that it seems that the speed of his own writing will become quite fast, and this Tao Te Ching is only more than 5,000 words. It had also been more than 3 hours since Zhuo Fan had entered the cultivation room, and in these 3 hours, Zhuo Fan basically never stopped. With more than 5,000 words of the Tao Te Ching, Zhuo Fan had only completed 1/3 of it. You can see that the writing is not very fast. But, after having the soul power supplemented, Zhuo Fan's writing speed was violently accelerated by a lot. The opposite is the movement of the Tao, and the weak is the use of the Tao. Zhuo Fan's pen flew as his speed continued to grow. Soon, it was halfway done. Rumble. As soon as these words came out, Zhuo Fan could even feel that there was a new change in his divine palace. After the last chapter was written, the words first turned golden in color as well, just one size smaller than the 3 words of that Tao Te Ching from before. And instead of flying onto the roof of the divine palace, the words flew onto the walls of the divine palace around them, one by one embedded in it. Dravan could clearly feel it. With the addition of each text, one's divine palace became 1 point stronger than before. Even on these words, faint golden light flowed, and with each flow, it could actually generate soul power to feed the divine soul. One time, Zhuo Fan even felt that his perception of the outside world was many times clearer than before. Dravan exhaled softly. With that, he began to observe the divine soul villain. This look, immediately dumbfounded. Before this divine soul villain, or refuted color, and even able to see soul power and chi and blood power intertwined on it. The moment, and divine soul villain, actually turned golden, the color of pure gold. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Fan was first startled. He was naturally clear that this divine soul villain was able to help himself with the operation of his chi and blood and soul power, and was able to make a delicate balance between the two. And now if this thing turned golden, wouldn't it affect his manipulation of his chi and blood? Phew! But, soon after, Zhuo Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He was able to clearly feel the chi, blood, and soul power running through his body. It was even manipulated through the divine soul, the efficiency of which was countless times higher than before, and it even only required a single thought. Is this the benefit of a strong divine soul? The next second, however, Zhuo Fan's eyes widened. The eyes were full of surprise. It's like discovering a new continent. But, Zhuo Fan was also clear that the martial arts in this world, the development of the time is still short. Although there are many people, never stop exploring, but compared to the 5,000 years of history of Huaxia, it is still a bit inadequate. Boom! After a brief respite, Zhuo Fan continued to bury his head in writing. Before, he was worried about not having enough soul power and aura, but at the moment, he had no such worries at all. It was even possible that because Zhuo Fan kept writing, the divine soul had some sufficient understanding of such a power, and the writing speed became faster and faster. While Zhuo Fan was writing with all his heart, he didn't realize that the changes outside were enough to leave many people dumbfounded. When Zhuo Fan finished writing the first chapter of the Tao Te Ching, a pillar of light rushing into the sky outside the cultivation room had formed. As time passed, this pillar of light continued to rise. Even the brightness was increasing. When at first Chen Xingfang did not care too much about this change. As strong men, they knew everything about what they were going to encounter along the way of the martial way. Even Chen Xingfang knew very well in her heart that when a strong person made every breakthrough, there would be a heaven and earth phenomenon. And when she advanced at that time, there was also a heaven and earth phenomenon. But it was quite a bit smaller than the commotion that Zhuo Fan's breakthrough had created. Boom! But violently, a muffled sound spread out. The height and density of the light pillars were expanding rapidly. The bigwigs throughout Kyoto could see that a pillar of light was rapidly rising up. Even in the abyss, there were also quite a few powerful existences looking in the direction of Kyoto. This pillar of light was too conspicuous, and there were even quite a few people who were surrounded by the pillar of light at the first moment. Chen Xingfang was also one of them. Originally, Chen Xingfang's face still carried a trace of suspicion, but the moment they were illuminated by the light, Chen Xingfang froze. How is that possible? As a martial god-level powerhouse, how powerful was Chen Xingfang's perception? She naturally felt it, and the moment she was illuminated by the light, the various powers within her body slowly strengthened. Yeah, right, it's all about enhancement. For a moment, Chen Xingfang was completely nonplussed. How is that possible? For a moment, Chen Xingfang's eyes widened. The time she had become a martial god had been a full 2 years. In these 2 years, Chen Xingfang had been trying to find ways to enhance her strength. Basically, what kind of methods had been used? The role is not so great. So, Chen Xingfang could only put her focus on the life and death experience, and only in this way could she continue to progress. What's going on today? I can't believe there's actually a new method? For a time, Chen Xingfang was completely nonplussed. The other side, abyss, rejecting the North City. Qin refused to go north and narrowed his eyes as he looked in the direction of the light pillar. Excitement flashed continuously in his eyes. Could this be the commotion made by old brother Chen? A few months ago, I knew that this kid was not simple, and now it seems that this old brother of mine is truly not simple. This is the abyss, and I can see all the commotion he's making from here. Qin refused to go north and reached out to touch his chin. Chapter 062 Yang Bing's Mind. What's stopping me? Chapter 062. A little farther away. A tall woman, looking up at the sky, with a hint of brightness in her eyes as well. What's going on here? Even if it was a heavenly vision, it didn't seem to be this strong, did it? Chen Qingfeng, who was standing outside the door, narrowed her eyes, a hint of dismay in her eyes. This disciple has already gone against the heavens to this extent? And the impact caused by Zhuo Fan is far more than that. In Kyoto, many people have seen this scene, the first to be affected. Naturally, are these people in the academy? Many martial artists have found that their cultivation, as if they have refined a lot, original, stuck at a certain rank and never progressing. These people. Suddenly, he realized that his qi and blood flowed faster. The application of soul power was also a lot smoother, and as long as one was willing, it seemed as if one could break through at any time. The most shocked, naturally, were these students in the neighborhood, though most of the students simply do not know the direction of the cultivation room. What happened? But early also have a variety of news out. The crowd naturally clear. There has been controlled by the Martial Arts Alliance. Even if the crowd wanted to understand the situation, there's also basically no chance. One can only wait in silence, as well as the entire vicinity of the cultivation room was accessible to all but the school's top management, as well as those from the Martial Arts Alliance. This aroused the curiosity of the crowd even more. Zhang Miaoxue, what's going on here? You came early and didn't know? It can't be related to that young master of yours, right? Behind Zhang Miaoxue, a delicate figure approached over. Zhang Miaoxue was originally also paying attention to the situation inside, but this neighborhood was heavily guarded. She had long since discovered that those people who had gone up earlier to spy on the news, all were driven back by the guards around them. As for places farther away, quite a few people could only look around, and no one had the courage to go up and ask at all. You? What's it got to do with you? If it's my little senior brother, then it's none of your business either. Zhang Miaoxue clenched her teeth and instantly looked unkind. What else is there to say? Zhang Miaoxue had always felt that there was something wrong with this woman, Yang Bing, and she could even clearly feel that this woman was intentionally approaching Zhuo Fan. And as Zhuo Fan's senior sister, Zhang Miaoxue thought to herself that she had this obligation to help her junior brother keep such bad women away. Zhang Miaoxue, I still have one more thing. Yang Bing frowned slightly, looking over with some caution, and there was more than a touch of laughter in those eyes. Why don't you push your senior brother's Weibo to me? Yang Bing laughed lightly. You're suffering from some kind of serious illness, aren't you? Hearing these words, Zhang Miaoxue froze, and there was more than a touch of dismay in her eyes. If she remembered correctly, this woman had specifically targeted Zhuo Fan a few days ago in order to give herself a hard time. How many days has it been? I can't believe you're so proactive and want to tweet. What's wrong? Hearing this, Yang Bing instantly became vain, and there was more than a touch of helplessness in those eyes. In the beginning, she didn't even realize that Zhuo Fan, the martial god's own heirloom, was anything remarkable. But, with the passage of time, all kinds of news about Zhuo Fan came out, and Yang Bing keenly discovered that Zhuo Fan was growing faster and faster, and there had even been rumors that the upper echelons were paying quite a bit of attention to this kind of thing. This is no joke. Once it was confirmed that Dravan had talent, it was a flyer. Besides, Yang Bing also has a bold idea in her mind. Since Zhuo Fan is very good and is a neighbor to herself, why don't she just come to a near water tower and get the moon first? Otherwise, if we really let this woman Zhang Miaoxue get her hands on her, wouldn't she still be able to overpower herself in the future? Daydreaming. There's no way I'm going to give it to you. If you're really capable, you can ask for it yourself. Zhang Miaoxue lightly hummed, a touch of playfulness in her eyes. In the recent period of time, she had filled her junior brother with a lot of negative news about this woman. For the sake of keeping Junior away from this woman, she'd be damned if she'd ask for it. Okay, then if I have the chance, I'll ask him for it myself. Don't stop me. Yang Bing smiled, and even his gaze lit up as he spoke. She had known that Zhang Miaoxue would not give herself a call. As it is, well, you'll just have to ask for it yourself. She was confident that she was certainly no worse than Zhang Miaoxue, and since that was the case, what was there to say? If she could hook up with her own junior brother, then as a neighbor, wouldn't she be able to get close to the water as well? Otherwise, wouldn't that be cheaper for others? Zhang Miaoxue, we can be considered friends, right? Don't you want to know what's going on here? You're at least a named disciple of the female martial god, right? Since that's the case, why don't you just reveal your identity and take me in? You don't even know. All kinds of news are flying around outside right now. Why don't we go in and see what's going on? Yang Bing's gaze lit up. She was supposed to be the woman of the step. It was impossible to find Zhang Miaoxue without a purpose of his own. To phone number true or false, it has served its purpose anyway. Since this woman was a disciple of the female martial god, her identity was far more special than the others, and since this was the case, it would be better to go in with her and take a look, so that no matter what, one would not be at a disadvantage. Yeah. Hearing this, Zhang Miaxue's gaze lit up. She, the female martial god's registered disciple, in front of Zhuo Fan, might not be anything, but in front of ordinary people, this was the real deal. With this layer of relationship, was it not simple to get in? One time, Zhang Miaxue's mind turned quickly. Striding forward, he revealed his identity card. I'm a female martial god disciple. My senior brother and my master are both inside. I'm going in now. Zhang Miaxue tilted her head slightly, a hint of a smile on her face, and this sentence, although not loud, was full of momentum. One time, several people in the room froze. The guard at the head was slightly hesitant after hearing this. If he was in any other capacity, he would definitely not be able to enter at this time. But, Chen Wuxian is now in the middle of it. And, from the previous information, this matter did concern Zhuo Fan. The guard hesitated and quickly reported the news through the communicator he was holding. Not much longer. The head of the guards came with a step and rushed to Zhang Miaxue and saluted. Hello, progress. The other party did not hesitate in the slightest, and directly chose to release it. Zhang Miaxue, however, froze. Does it work that well? Actually, she was well aware of the statuses that her master had, only after Zhuo Fan had arrived. These didn't seem to be very useful all of a sudden, but today she realized anew how useful her status was. Present, Zhang Miaxue no longer hesitated and entered it with a big stride. Yang Bing, who was following behind Zhang Miaxue, was also slightly stunned, and then on that face, there was an extra touch of joy. She knew it was definitely right to follow Zhang Miaxue. Seeing Zhang Miaxue walking away, Yang Bing hurriedly took 2 steps forward. Idle people are exempt from entering, please step back. But, the guards at the entrance, their faces were completely cold. There was a bit more scrutiny in the gaze that was directed at her. This woman had been sneaky before. They had noticed it long ago. It was just that it was inconvenient to deal with it just now. But they didn't realize that she was quite bold. What are you guys doing? We are together. What are you stopping me for? Yang Bing, however, raised his eyebrows and still carried a hint of indifference on that face as he spoke. Can't they see the situation clearly at this hour? Chapter 063, Protective Measures. Special Squad. The chief of the escort, who was in the lead, also froze. They all came from the Martial Arts Alliance. It was very clear what kind of status Chen Xingfang had, and if he had come with a disciple of the Chen martial god, it would really be hard for them to stop him. It's something that's more or less embarrassing. Don't listen to her nonsense. I came here on my own. I don't know her at all. Zhang Miaxue had already passed the gatepost and was striding inside, but she stopped before taking 2 steps, and that eye light flashed with a hint of ice coldness. This person has been following me around and inquiring before. I suspect that there should be some unseemly purpose, so you guys shouldn't take this lightly. I think it's still a good idea to check up on her. Zhang Miaxue lightly hummed, her eyes glowing with playfulness. Wasn't this woman going to go after her youngest brother? As it is, so it doesn't seem like too much of a problem for her to throw in the towel, does it? You are simply unbelievable. How can you be like this? Yang Bing, however, froze in place, his eyes filled with dismay. But, soon, Yang Bing couldn't say a single word. After all, there were several guards, eyeing her intently as they looked at her. If she dares to say one more word, I'm afraid I'm going to be taken down immediately. The one who knows the time is the best. She doesn't want to let a few guards press her to the ground in front of a large crowd. If that's the case, then it would be too humiliating. The other side, Zhang Miaxue swaggered in. After all, with the identity of a female martial god's disciple, it wasn't very difficult to get in. The other side, Zhuo Fan squinted his eyes and was checking out his effects after this breakthrough. He had already written the complete Tao Te Ching. Originally, that golden light was only in the Divine Palace, but after writing the complete Tao Te Ching, his body also instantly turned golden, as if it was poured in gold. But it was good that Zhuo Fan stopped running his gung fu after. The body is also back to normal. Otherwise, he was really a bit worried. After all, once he operated his gung fu, his body turned golden, which if he went to the battlefield, he would immediately become that most conspicuous target, and the demon clan was afraid that they would be the first to cut him down. The practice is over. Zhuo Fan stabilized his realm again before taking a step out. Just after walking out of the door of the cultivation room, Zhuo Fan froze in place. There was more than a little consternation in those eyes. Master? Sister? Dravan subconsciously blinked. What is this? A few days ago, Master Teacher even said that he could go find her after he broke through. But Zhuo Fan had just completed his breakthrough here. How come Master Teacher came by himself? What surprised Zhuo Fan the most was that even if the master was here, there were quite a few people behind the master, and the gazes of these people looking at themselves carried a hint of scorching heat, and some of these people were people he had seen before, but more, he had not seen before. But the sizzle in the gazes these people were looking at themselves was the same. Chen Xingfang only nodded slightly, and an extra smirk appeared on that always cold face. Junior brother, you're really something, constantly creating surprises for us. You don't even know how big the commotion you made before was. Zhang Miaoxue shook her head slightly, but her face carried a smile. Ha! Dravan froze again. He was only trying to complete his breakthrough before, but as for what was happening outside, he was not at all clear about it. Immediately, Zhang Miaoxue, on the other hand, briefly talked to Zhuofan about what she had seen outside earlier. For his part, Zhuofan nodded thoughtfully. Immediately, they also validated what he had in mind. Actually, he had a suspicion from the beginning that the martial arts in this world should not be complete enough. The choice to use the Tao Te Ching when polishing the divine soul was actually, more than anything else, to validate the idea in his heart. You are indeed excellent. In fact, last time, we had a comment about you. Chen Xingfang's face also had an extra smile on it. We thought before that it would take at least 10 years for you to become a martial god, but now it seems that it's not necessary at all. We may have to reassess you. Chen Xingfang smiled. The others around them laughed along. Whatever. In the near future, Xia was going to have one more strong person, and this was all good. For the situation here, has been reported. The above even to make adjustments, but also need some time. You should be able to understand. What I said is the meaning. We wait for the results will be good. Originally, the words were not a lot of Chen Xingfang. There was a smile on his face the whole time. And, this time, a lot of words were said. As for the other powerhouses around him, most of the Zhuofan were unrecognizable. The gazes that these people looked at Zhuofan were scorching hot from start to finish. But, with Chen Xingfang here, there was naturally no chance for these people to open their mouths. The crowd could only nod softly. There were also some people who compensated for their smiles throughout the whole process, and there was a hidden hint of respect in their gazes towards Zhuofan. Before, they could all hear clearly what Chen Xingfang said. The meaning of that couldn't be more obvious. In fact, the upper echelons had long had an assessment of Zhuofan's strength. This guy was in the realm of the sovereign master. There was no threshold at all. That's why Chen Xingfang said that Zhuofan would be able to become a martial spirit within 10 years. Actually, this has been extremely high praise. Anyone in the room, I'm afraid, could have jumped for joy when they heard that. But, Zhuofan, however, had been as calm as water. In addition, the commotion you've made this time is simply too great, and although we've intervened, even then, the demons must have received the news. Chen Xingfang shook her head, a touch more helplessness appearing in her eyes. Hear that? Zhuofan also frowned slightly. That does seem to be a bit of a problem. Zhuofan wouldn't think that he was already strong enough to, well, face the various tactics of the demons. Any genius, it takes time to grow, and the more amazing the talent one showed, the greater the threat one would actually face. Something that was basically irreconcilable already. Zhuofan was also aware of this, so he didn't open his mouth. He did trust his master, and since his master had brought up this matter, he must already have a solution. You don't need to worry about this either. When you didn't step out of the cultivation room, we have already figured out a way. Chen Xingfang had been observing Zhuofan and realized that Zhuofan was only frowning, but instead, there was more than a hint of approval in those eyes. Whatever, Zhuofan already had the potential to become a strong man. In the face of danger, that's what's good. Talent was naturally extremely important, and what was even more important was naturally the heart to become strong. We're going to set up a special squad with you at the head, which is basically filled with the most powerful existences among your peers. You will be the captain of the squad, and once the squad is formed, you, as a squad, will act collectively, and you will only need to accept the supreme leadership after entering the abyss. These last two sentences, the master teacher did not directly say them. Instead, it was a direct divine soul transmission. Although Zhuofan was a bit surprised, he didn't show a hint of it on the surface. Chapter 064, Sister's Command. Yang Bing can't sleep. In addition, you don't need to worry. At the very least on the surface, these beasts don't dare to do anything. Chen Xingfang took a deep breath, and a few more points of sternness appeared on that pretty face as she spoke. Yes, Zhuofan gently nodded his head, and an extra smile appeared on his face. He hadn't spent much time with his master, but, for the master, however, there is absolute trust. Since master has said so, there must be nothing wrong with that. You may not be aware that in the fight between us and the demons, we have never been the weaker party. After all, we, Xia, are all three great martial gods. These three great martial gods, for the demons, are absolute power, which is why the demons are willing to unite against the human race. Chen Xingfang shook her head slightly. and there were a few more points of confidence in those eyes as she spoke. Dravan, however, was slightly stunned. So it is. In fact, regarding the overall situation of the demons, Zhuofan really wasn't very clear. He had even investigated it before, but there was basically no publicly available information about it. Basically, all the top brass have revealed very little information about this. Before, no one talked about it, and Zhuofan didn't take the initiative to ask. But since the master had already said it, Zhuofan was clear that he was afraid that his status, again, had been elevated a bit, or, in the Supreme Being's cognizance, he was already qualified to know about these things. No matter what, it's all good. Alright, that's basically all that's going on. Since you've just made a breakthrough, go back and rest. Chen Qingfang briefly finished the current situation and then waved her hand, temporarily allowing Zhuofan to leave with Zhang Miaoshui. Though, it's not very far from the villa in District A. But, for the sake of safety, Chen Qingfang had still arranged for experts from the Martial Alliance to escort Zhuofan. For such an arrangement, Zhuofan naturally has no opinion. That is also clear that the commotion that he has made this time is really too big. Since it is a big commotion, it is better to be careful. If any demon cannot think of it, want to make a move, the master, even if he can make the first move to rescue him, that will also take time. Zhuofan does have great strength, but, before fully growing up, Zhuofan didn't want to risk his life either. The two went back on their way. Zhang Miaoshui had a smile on her face the entire time. Junior brother, I really didn't expect that you were growing so fast. At this rate, it won't take long for you to surpass senior sister. Zhang Miaoshui was smiling. She had now recognized how powerful Zhuofan was. Wouldn't even compare himself to Dravan. Ever since she had witnessed Zhuofan's power last time, Zhang Miaoshui had suddenly figured it out. Although she, Zhang Miaoshui, was also a genius, there was a difference between a genius and a genius. She recognizes her gift. He also knew that he was a genius. Otherwise, he would definitely not have the chance to become the female martial god's registered disciple. After all, martial gods, in the entire Great Xia, there were only 3 of them. A female martial god. In the entire Great Xia, there was only one. She was able to become a disciple of the female martial god. Even if she was a registered disciple, that was still a very powerful existence. These still can't be compared to Zhuofan. Senior sister, I might just be lucky. You can do it too. Zhuofan shook his head slightly, a hint of indifference on his face. It wasn't that Zhuofan was lying, whether it's the emergence of the system or the Tao Te Ching, mostly because he was a traveler. Without this layer of identity, he knew very well that according to the original body's kind of talent, it was basically impossible. Junior brother is junior brother. Not only is he handsome, he also speaks well. Hearing this, Zhang Miaoshui burst into laughter. There was a little more appreciation in those eyes, but the next second, Zhang Miaoshui's face changed color. By the way, junior brother, that Yang Bing, is not a good woman. You'd better stay away from her. Zhang Miaoshui took a deep breath. In fact, she was a bit hesitant before. As a world, these words should or should not be spoken. But, in the end, Zhang Miaoshui made up her mind. It must be said. After all, now that one's junior brother was good enough, it was imperative to protect his junior brother well in this situation. Hearing that, Zhuofan, however, froze, his face filled with oddities. She wants your WeChat to get close to you. I'm telling you, this woman, her purpose is not pure. You'd better stay away. Zhang Miaoshui, however, did not care about Zhuofan, but spoke extremely seriously. Alright, senior sister, since it's what you said, I'll be careful. Zhuofan, however, nodded his head gently. The two simply chatted. After arriving at the villa, Zhuofan went into the bathroom. After rinsing off, he went back to his bedroom. He had originally planned to impact the 5th stage of the martial Dao today, after which he had planned to come back and rest, but who knew that after entering the 5th stage of the martial Dao, he had directly begun polishing his divine soul, which was still very consuming for himself. If not, he was now strong enough, he might have to have problems on the way. After packing up, Zhuofan lay on the bed, first looked at his WeChat. WeChat inside a lot of people are sending messages. Many people were there because they knew that Zhuofan was at the Martial God Academy. They knew that something big had happened to the Martial God Academy, but they didn't know exactly what had happened, so they asked Zhuofan about it, and regarding such news, Zhuofan directly ignored it. It wasn't that Dravan didn't want to reply, just, there are so many messages on WeChat, there are also too many people asking for this news. He had been busy cultivating lately, and he really didn't have any extra time to reply to similar messages. Some others. Instead, it was an inquiry from the girls who had previously attended in the class. These girls, on the contrary, did not connect this matter with Zhuofan. Although they were now participating in the wilderness survival training, they also knew some news about what was happening in the Martial God Academy, which was why they took the opportunity to chat with Zhuofan, who had only temporarily put up with these news. Subsequently, Dravan also noticed a few more friend requests for himself. After remembering what elder sister said, Zhuofan then couldn't help but be curious. Yang Bing? He had an impression of this Yang Bing. Naturally, just the impression that this woman's figure was quite good, and she actually wanted her WeChat? Dravan just clicked on the list of applications and took a look. It was quickly noticed that there was Yang Bing's avatar among them. For this woman, to be honest, because of what happened in the cafeteria last time, Zhuofan's impression of this woman was not very good. Want to see? It's also simply because, well, the other guy has a better body. Zhuofan glanced at the other party's circle of friends, and there were quite a few photos of good bodies inside the circle of friends. Subsequently, it was only then that Dravan chose to agree. But, this day today, Zhuofan's consumption, indeed, was quite large. He put down his cell phone, and it didn't take him long to fall asleep. Ding, ding, ding. Just after Dravan put down the communicator, the microphone inside the communicator, however, kept on making noises. There is no way around it. Zhuofan could only turn off his communicator for now. The other side, Yang Bing, however, was in the villa next door, having trouble sleeping and eating. This Zhuofan, what the hell is he doing? He had obviously agreed to his application just now, but why didn't he reply to the message again? Yang Bing frowned. Through the window, he looked toward Villa 36 where Zhuofan was. There was more than a hint of suspicion in those eyes. It's not right, is it? The villa lights were still on. Could it be him and that little sister of his, doing something? Chapter 065 Extreme Realm of Martial Arts. Above the Grandmaster. Chapter 065. Early the next morning, when Zhuofan was able to wake up from his sleep, he felt more relaxed than ever. After all that yesterday, Zhuofan's divine soul, thoroughly stabilized, also easily grasped the soul power. The future, so to speak, is wide open. Ding dong. Without waiting for Zhuofan to react, a crisp ringing sound came from the communicator. Dravan, however, was slightly stunned. Yesterday, in his sleep, he felt that his communicator had been ringing, originally thinking that it was a dream, but never thought that it was actually real. Zhuofan slightly froze, grabbed the communicator and glanced at it, only to realize that the time had actually passed 12 o'clock noon. But on second thought, Zhuofan understood that yesterday, although he had achieved rich results, however, in reality, the consumption of spiritual energy is also relatively high. Immediately after, Zhuofan began to check the messages above. There were many people who were still inquiring about the things that happened in the Martial God Academy yesterday. These were naturally ignored by Zhuofan for the time being. After all, though the word hadn't completely spread about the commotion he'd made, however, it didn't matter. As long as the time was long enough, many people would be able to receive the news, and they would naturally know about it by then. There was no need to notify them one by one. Soon, Zhuofan saw the message from his master. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lakeside Villa. Seeing this message, Zhuofan instantly realized that according to the last agreement, as long as he had broken through the 5th stage, his master would have to personally teach him. Immediately, Zhuofan simply replied to the message, then simply packed up and chose to go out. This place was still some distance away from the lake, and although Zhuofan rushed over as quickly as possible, after arriving at the venue, he found that his master had already arrived. This time, the master was not wearing armor, though, however, still wearing a black practice clothes. Practice clothes and armor is a little different, although the delicate figure will be hidden away, but it is more appear to have a little charm. Even if Zhuofan was prepared, see this figure, but also cannot help but slightly stunned. Under the tree, Chen Qingfang carried her hands behind her back, that delicate body standing tall. The long hair, which was casually draped behind his head, gently floated in the breeze, and just by looking at it, he had a bit of a warrior's demeanor. Master, Zhuofan stepped forward with some smiles in his eyes. Aha! On Chen Qingfang's face, there was little expression, just a gentle nod. The laughter in his eyes quickly tightened as well. I'll talk about the latest situation. I don't know what you carved down in the Divine Palace yesterday, but this matter has a great impact. Quite a few martial artists in my great Xia have gained benefits from your hatred. The speed of our qi and blood flow, at the very least, is more than 10% faster than before. You may not have a concept when you say it like this, but the impact of this time is far-reaching, meaning that in the next few years, there will be a lot more powerful people in Daxia than before. Chen Qingfang's face was bland, though that's a pretty bland statement, but Dravan froze. There was more than a hint of dismay in his eyes. Ha, master, I just vaguely feel that the martial arts are not very sound, and the thing I inscribed is actually nothing else but a piece of mantra that I obtained in my dream. Zhuo Fan was slightly stunned. He didn't even know that inscribing the Tao Te Ching in the Divine Palace actually had such a great impact. There's no need to explain this. Every strong person that is able to grow up has a chance that belongs to them, no matter if it's you or someone else. It's the same. Chen Qingfeng, however, gently shook her head, her face still carrying a hint of indifference. Hear that? Zhuo Fan was also slightly stunned. Then he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. A smile returned to his eyes. He was originally worried that if he was exposed, he might be taken and sliced up for research, but he hadn't thought that he was completely overthinking it. Stronger. All of them have a strong man's temperament. Understood. Zhuo Fan nodded lightly. Well, you're coming in with me. I've had a full day today, and I've pushed it into other things. Your progress above the martial arts is really too fast. The next time I leave, the time may be a bit long, so I need to talk to you about the martial arts as a whole. In addition to martial arts, I also need to give you a foundation. Chen Qingfeng had already taken a step forward as she spoke. There was a little more anticipation in his eyes. Whatever. Masters are all martial god level powerhouses. Aren't there only 3 in the entire Great Xia? Master Teacher's understanding in martial arts must be even deeper than his own. Even Master's teaching today for one day would definitely give himself a good foundation for his future path of martial arts. The two stepped into the room. Chen Qingfeng signaled Zhuo Fan with her eyes and sat down across from her. Barta! With a soft thud, Chen Qingfeng used a lighter and lit a sandalwood incense. Immediately, the eyes fell on Zhuo Fan. What I am about to say is very important, so you should memorize it clearly, and if there is anything you don't understand after listening to it, you can continue to ask me, but in order to ensure efficiency, I hope that you, at any time in the middle of it, will not interrupt me. Chen Qingfeng's voice came out. There was still a hint of coolness in it. Dravan, however, nodded gently. Budo, there are 9 stages. They are the first 3 dan of the early stage of martial arts, as well as the 4th 6th dan of the middle stage of martial arts, followed by the 7th through 9th dan of the late stage of martial arts. With each enhancement, the combat power is strengthened, but every step is extremely treacherous. Chen Qingfeng's words came, but Zhuo Fan nodded his head gently. But, in his heart, however, he was very curious as to what the so-called ferociousness of the martial arts path, as described by his master, actually represented. After all, he had come all this way extremely well, but then, Zhuo Fan realized that the reason for this was actually simple. After all, he, Zhuo Fan, was the one who had the system, and the system was able to continuously fuse words and strengthen himself, so it could be said that the foundation had been laid very firmly. Such is the case. For others, very sinister things. In front of Zhuo Fan, it was nothing. You are now in the middle stage of the martial Tao. What you need to pay attention to at this stage is that the process of polishing the divine soul needs to be gradual. After this breakthrough, you can listen to it for a while and focus on the search for advanced words. Chen Qingfeng opened her mouth, and Zhuo Fan followed with a nod. In fact, even if the master doesn't say anything, Dravan had also figured out what to do next. After all, he was able to be so smooth now, all because of the effects he possessed after he kept fusing words. Though, it wasn't a problem for Zhuo Fan to enter the 6th stage of martial arts now. But, to be robust, it's better to hold off. In fact, entering the sovereign realm is difficult to say and not difficult to say. After the 9th stage of martial arts, there is the 10th stage of martial arts. The 10th stage of martial arts is a special realm, under which word enhancement basically serves little purpose anymore. You need to put your main strength on the shaping of your divine soul. Your current divine soul should be in a state of emptiness, but this is not something to worry about. As your strength rises, and as you gain deeper and deeper insights into the martial Tao, by the time you reach the 7th and 8th stages of the martial Tao, your divine soul should be clear. Chen Qingfeng continued to speak. Dravan, however, froze. A brief moment of dismay appeared on that countenance. He was about to open his mouth, but remembering what Chen Qingfeng had said earlier, he could only hold back for the time being. After the 10th stage, naturally, it is a zongshi. You need to fuse the divine soul and body, little by little, and if the fusion is successful, naturally, it is a zongshi. And, the martial god above the patriarch is to transcend the physical body and possess special powers. Although Chen Qingfeng could tell that Zhuo Fan had something to say, she still continued to speak. Chapter 066, Dragon Slaying Squad. Zhang Miaoxue is shortlisted. Listening to Chen Qingfeng's words, Zhuo Fan always had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. To put it bluntly, this thing, isn't it similar to cultivating immortality? Besides, he even had a golden divine soul now. There was no telling what kind of stir this would cause if it was told. But, Zhuo Fan still chose to hold back his hand for the time being. After all, Master Teacher was already a martial god powerhouse, and since she had said that she would allow herself to focus on the words for the time being, she must be right. Say maybe. the word is the ultimate secret. Also, you may not have noticed that next, you are able to inscribe words on your divine soul. Engravings, they can be any words, but these are your understanding of the martial arts, and each word corresponds to a skill, so it's better to be careful with these things. Chen Qingfeng continued to speak. Dravan nodded gently. Luckily, it was inscribed on the divine soul. If it's inscribed in the middle of the divine palace, that's a lot of money. The Tao Te Ching is over 5,000 words. That's over 5,000 words. If they can all be turned into skills, Zhuofan could only think of 4 words. That is horrible. I had thought that this could be something I could come to if you needed engraving afterward. However, it seems that you gained a lot yesterday, and you should be able to handle it easily on your own. Chen Qingfeng shook her head slightly, a hint of eccentricity on her face, although she knew that this disciple of hers must have a secret. But, whatever the secret is, she couldn't even inquire. As a strong person, she had seen too much. Sure, if one day Dravan thinks these are okay to talk about, that's fine, but the next stage of the word, you can let the marshal come. Chen Qingfeng thought about it, and a touch more anticipation appeared in her eyes. Marshal, that's the presence that guards the wall all year round. Now, already at the very top of the martial god, although he hadn't figured out the next realm yet, he was, still, the strongest existence. For Zhuofan to have this treatment, it was basically something that no one else could even beg for. Upon hearing this, Zhuofan however hesitated, and there was more than a touch of helplessness on that countenance. Master, I actually think that the words on my divine soul are fine by myself. Zhuofan took a deep breath, although he felt that it was inappropriate to open his mouth at this time, but after all, this was a matter of great importance and he had to say it. What did you say? Chen Qingfeng, however, froze. If she didn't know this disciple of hers well enough, she would definitely think that this fellow really didn't know any better. But, after all, this was an existence that had broken through several realms in succession, and the breakthrough also caused so much commotion. As it is, then it can't be ignored. If there are no surprises, the commotion of my next breakthrough shouldn't be smaller than this one. Dravan thought about it. In the end, it wasn't going to be hidden. You heard this. Chen Qingfeng's eyes instantly widened, more than a touch of dismay on her face. Why doesn't that sound right? But, after all, it was Dravan who said it. If you can guarantee that it's this kind of situation, there's really no one else who has this qualification. Chen Qingfeng shook her head slightly. There was more than a touch of helplessness on her pretty face. However, as you are well aware, for unusual martial artists, advancing is already difficult. If you can't guarantee it, then it's better to play it safe. In the end, Chen Qingfeng couldn't help but persuade. Master, don't worry, I'm sure. How much certainty? Chen Qingfeng couldn't help but ask as her gaze flickered. About 90%? Zhuofan thought about it. In fact, these classics that he had carved out were all things that had been verified. Since the Tao Te Ching is okay, so the other classics should be okay too. As it is, then what's there to say? Just keep carving. What did you say? This time, Chen Qingfeng's voice finally changed. 90% sure? Doesn't this gas mean that it's basically something that has to work? Chen Fan, however, frozen couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. Could it be that I'm talking low? 90%? Since it's 90%, this matter needs to be reconsidered. I support you. Chen Qingfeng gently exhaled. After all, Chen Qingfeng had already seen how terrifying the visions produced when Zhuofan made a breakthrough were. As it is, then there's nothing to say. However, you should also be clear that every time, the difficulty increases geometrically. If that's the case, are you still sure? Chen Qingfeng's gaze flickered as she stared at Zhuofan. Yes, Zhuofan barely thought. Off the cuff. Good, since that's the case, you just go ahead and do it, and leave the rest to me. Chen Qingfeng gently nodded her head. Dravan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Whatever, the master is agreeing to this. Since the master agreed, the next thing, on the contrary, would be good. Immediately, Chen Qingfeng once again focused on explaining martial arts to Zhuofan. Next, Zhuofan did not intend to do so, and had been listening quietly. That I light through also threw a few points of brightness. You always manage to surprise people. I think the next one should be fine as well. Chen Qingfeng nodded, finally ending her lecture for the time being. Zhuofan, on the other hand, was delighted in his heart. Whatever, master teacher was now supporting himself, and since this was the case, the success rate would naturally be much higher. By the way, there is actually one last thing to note about this matter. After every breakthrough you make, the strength of your divine palace, and the strength of your divine soul, need to be checked by me. Only after you pass can you continue to inscribe. Chen Qingfeng knew very well in her heart that inscribing words on the divine palace divine soul, it appears to be engraved. Virtually every word of that word condensed one's own understanding of the martial way. It's easy to say. Doing it, naturally, is not that easy. It is naturally good for the apprentice to have confidence. But, it was natural for her, as a master, to do nothing. By the way, I already mentioned it to you last time, truly being to create a special squad with you in mind. The squad's role, for one, is to protect your safety, and on top of that, it's definitely to kill demons. Chen Xingfang's gaze flickered, and a few more points of seriousness were added to her face. Good thing. Dravan, however, nodded gently. Actually, the last time he had entered the abyss, he had gained a huge amount. In recent times, Zhuofan was indeed still thinking about when he would be able to enter the abyss. Just, with who you are now, entering the abyss was more or less difficult. The number of class hours and so on the squad was formed. Entering the abyss was naturally not a problem. Daxia needs geniuses, but these geniuses just need to be protected until they grow up. Once they grew up, every genius could be a nightmare for demons. Otherwise, it was also impossible for Daxia to invest so much resources in this genius of theirs who had yet to grow up. Well, right now the personnel are already being selected. Each and every one of them is a genius and a genius among geniuses. When there is a result in this matter, you will be notified. Chen Xingfang gently nodded her head. For such an arrangement, Zhuofan naturally had no problem with it. After all, there is ultimately a limit to how powerful one person can be. If a small team can cooperate, the killing power, naturally, need not be mentioned. What do you think? How is Zhang Miaoxue? Chen Xingfang looked at Zhuofan and asked with a smile. Chapter 067, The Cave of Heavenly Blessings. We'll be waiting for you, sister. Elder sister is not bad. She should be able to enter Zona soon. I've also gotten a lot of help from my senior sister in terms of cultivation, and there's really nothing to say about me. Zhuofan thought of something between the fierce people and could only say it truthfully. Well, that's what I mean. Chen Xingfang nodded her head gently. The gaze that looked at Zhuofan became more and more satisfied. After all, the talent of this disciple of hers was there for all to see, and now it seemed that his heart was also considered to be good, and under these circumstances, his future accomplishments would definitely not be lower than hers as a master. Immediately, Chen Xingfang chatted with Zhuofan about some other things, and in the process of chatting, Zhuofan's insights into the martial arts, into the divine soul, and into all aspects of the world, had made great strides. Thought so. After all, Chen Xingfang's current status was extremely high. These martial artists of theirs, back in the day, they all came out one step at a time. Not only were they strong, even their insights were far above the average. Besides, Master is now one of the three great martial gods of the Grand Xia. The position itself is also extremely high, so the perspective of the problem and unusual people compared to, I do not know how many times higher. Under such circumstances, more appear to be the value of this conversation. Zhuofan more often just listen carefully. If there is a real doubt, only then will you issue a query. Chen Xingfang saw all these behaviors in her eyes and naturally became more and more satisfied with Zhuofan. Right, there is one more thing. This matter of your senior sister becoming a member of your team. You need to keep it a secret. Chen Xingfang's gaze flickered, and she eventually brought the topic back. Right now, all the other team members are still in the process of being screened, and your senior sister still has the last part of the inspection that hasn't been carried out. Chen Xingfang's gaze flickered. Blandly, he stated the reason. Zhuofan also nodded his head gently, a few more points of recognition on his face. This squad, which was supposed to be extremely important, appeared to be there to assist themselves, but in reality, not one person in this squad was simple. So, to keep the squad stable, even more so, to ensure the safety of everyone on the team, in addition to looking at talent, it was natural to investigate everything. Also, the purpose of us forming this team is for you. Chen Xingfang did not hide it. Dravan froze as well, though the master had made his attitude clear before. Zhuofan, however, did not expect that the upper echelons were actually so assured about themselves. The other members of the team, although they hadn't been screened out yet, were actually, each and every one of them, first-class geniuses. These are the geniuses that are going to be on their team. It would have been extremely rare. After all, as long as they are geniuses, they all have their own pride. Since there is pride, then it is not easy to obey. Once something like this is put in plain sight, there is only one outcome: have to obey. Beyond that, they may have originally been some distance from joining the Night's Watch. However, after becoming a member of your team, you will be able to successfully join the Night's Watch, and you will also be able to enjoy all aspects of it. Chen Xingfang thought for a moment, but still spoke truthfully. Hiss, hear that? Zhuofan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. It seems, this time, the upper echelon is really determined. By the way, make your own squad with enough good people to join. It's kind of straight down the line. Also as Chen Qingfang spoke, she threw a jade tablet to Zhuofan. Dravan, however, froze. There was more than a hint of eccentricity on his face. In recent times, I've been collecting jade tiles for myself, and I've been collecting a bit too much. Last time, that one blood-colored token had already elevated one's identity information to the top secret level. What's this one this time? As if she could see the suspicion in Zhuofan's eyes, Chen Qingfang revealed a hint of a smile. Actually, we've all seen it. You're progressing quickly, but your need for soul power and aura is much higher than an ordinary person. Chen Qingfang stared at Zhuofan. This is a blessed cave in the back of the school. Since no one is using it nowadays, it will be given to you for the time being. Chen Qingfang spoke casually, but Zhuofan froze. Blessed cave? Dravan froze. Originally, in District A, that treatment had become set in stone. However, he never thought that he would be given a blessed cave at the moment. Since this was the case, Zhuofan would be bold in the future. Master, this blessed cave is? Although Zhuofan had already verified the guess in his mind, he was afraid that there was still some discrepancy in what he thought, so he opened his mouth to ask. This was decided by the few of us, together. Chen Qingfang, however, shook her head slightly, a smile permeating her face. In fact, the reason why the three of us can grow up has a lot to do with this place. This blessed cave heaven is also an extremely precious existence. In the whole of Great Xia, there are only a few blessed cave heaven. Chen Qingfang was afraid that Zhuofan would think too much. Continue to open your mouth and explain. Dravan, however, nodded gently. In the blessed cave, the content of both soul power, aura, and even chi and blood power is several times higher than in a cultivation room. This is also the reason why we are willing to enable this place. Chen Qingfang's gaze looked into the extreme distance, then slowly retracted again. Wimpy? Dravan froze again. The aura and soul energy in this cultivation room was already extremely dense. It has been extremely beneficial to one's practice and progress. If there was this blessed cave, then this effect, wouldn't it be as good as flying? This is good. At the very least, I won't have to worry about soul power and aura at all in a short period of time, and my progress should still be a little faster. Zhuofan gently nodded his head and his gaze brightened up. Dravan was clear. He was now with the rapid progress of his strength. Words were important, but the previous several word fusions had helped him accumulate a lot of reserves, and naturally he would need other cultivation resources next. This soul power and aura were also cultivation resources. Not as important as the words, but definitely not bad. This place is different from the cultivation room. The soul power and aura here can be constantly regenerated, so you can rest assured that you can do things boldly. Chen Qingfang introduced two more sentences, but Zhuofan couldn't help but nod his head gently. There was a bit more anticipation on that face. He knew very well that after reaching the middle stage of the martial Tao, the growth of the divine soul was, in fact, even more important. After having this blessed cave, one's own divine soul growth could also be high on the list. This is excellent, no matter which way you think about it. As a traveler, Zhuofan actually originally had little affection for Daxia, for these people around him, but since he could fuse words, from that test before the martial arts exam, a number of people have lent a helping hand along the way. Even more so, it was because of everyone's help that Zhuofan was able to get to where he was today, step by step. This also made Zhuofan, the idea of raising his strength in his heart, stronger and stronger. Only with great strength can one better kill demons. Though, it was all because of his rapidly growing strength, but Zhuofan could also clearly feel that everyone was really doing it for his own good. As it is, Zhuofan also felt the burden on his shoulders, something more than before. If it's anything more, in Dravan's opinion, that's responsibility, and you cultivate seriously. Master can put this. Here, we'll wait for you in the martial god realm. Chen Qingfang took a deep breath, a bright smile on her face. Master, I understand. Zhuofan froze. A few blares came out of his eyes as well. Martial god realm? If this progress was followed, Zhuofan knew very well that he probably wouldn't need too much time. Chapter 068 Going to the Blessed Cave. Master's advice. Actually, in terms of normal cultivation speed, a normal martial artist should have a slower rate of cultivation the later they get. But, in Zhuofan's case, it was getting faster and faster. Essentially, it was because, by fusing the words, it had already given him a good foundation, and these next cultivation resources quickly followed. Even if Dravan himself wanted to slow down, there's no way that speed is slowing down. In addition, the master's affirmation of himself also caused Zhuofan, who was already extremely confident, to look forward to a few more points. After all, Master was already a martial god powerhouse, and with such a powerhouse affirming himself, then Zhuofan naturally doubled his confidence. Actually, after polishing his divine soul, Zhuofan really didn't feel that he had any so-called shackles. If there is a need, It was only a blink of an eye for him to advance to the 6th stage. It was also clear in Zhuo Fan's mind that the words still needed to continue to be fused. After all, in other words, all that one had today was basically what one had gained after fusing the words. If one wanted to cultivate faster in the future, this matter of fusing words could not be stopped. Though, the words are, for the most part, to increase one's base attributes, but the more important part of them. On the other hand, there is an increase in the speed of cultivation. This was one of the reasons why Zhuo Fan was able to grow by leaps and bounds. Next, Chen Qingfang answered many more questions for Zhuo Fan. All the places in Zhuo Fan's mind that had doubts were temporarily answered. In addition, is to leave Kyoto tomorrow? You are also aware of the many affairs over the Great Wall. Only the Great General alone. I'm afraid I can't cope. After that, I'll be back once every month. If you have any more questions by then, feel free to come find me. Chen Qingfang nodded at Zhuo Fan. Yes, master. Zhuo Fan gently nodded his head. In his heart, however, he became more and more surprised. For the Supreme Being to be able to say such words, at the very least, it proved that he had already thoroughly recognized himself. After all, with a status like Chen Qingfang's, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to see it at all. Even if there was something he wanted to see, it was impossible. Even Zhuo Fan, who had become Chen Qingfang's personal disciple, had only met with Chen Qingfang more in recent times. As for the unusual aftermath, it was also after Chen Qingfang had a summons that Zhuo Fan had a chance. This will not be the case in the future. As long as Master Teacher was free, he himself could come any time. This, in Dravan's opinion, it's basically been considered the highest praise. Face it, Zhuo Fan was naturally happy. You shouldn't have much of a problem until the 9th stage of martial arts. When you achieve the rank of sovereign, be sure to tell me in advance. I will escort you then. Chen Qingfang took a deep breath, a touch more anticipation on her face. If this disciple of his own, being able to quickly grow into a patriarch, then the future path of martial arts would be much smoother. Only after I am present can you make a breakthrough in the sovereign realm. Chen Qingfang took a deep breath. Hear that? Dravan nodded softly as well. Since Master has already said so, Zhuo Fan naturally did as he was told. As one of the top 3 people in Daxia, since the Master has given such an explanation, then naturally there is a reason for it. After hearing these explanations from Chen Qingfang, Zhuo Fan's heart also instantly felt warm. Actually, at first, Zhuo Fan had no concept in his mind about the so-called pro-disciples. But, after the last few days together, it was only then that Zhuo Fan realized it completely. Just how awesome is it after having such an awesome master? Cool. Simply awesome. Even, these things don't need to be considered on their own. Master has already helped himself to think of all the possibilities and made the arrangements in advance. As it is, then just don't mess around. Isn't it basically just a layup? Let's go. Since we've pretty much talked about things, I'll now take you to the blessed cave. Chen Qingfang stood up. Zhuo Fan's face, however, carried a hint of suspicion. This blessed cave is in the back of the mountain. Regarding the back of the mountain, Zhuo Fan still knew something about it. Wasn't that just behind Area A? How did one need a master to lead them when they could just say the location and go over there themselves? But, even if Zhuo Fan had some doubts in his mind, he didn't immediately open his mouth to ask. The blessed cave heaven that is not an ordinary place. There are shocking dragon guards stationed there. Not just anyone can go there. If you don't have me to lead you, you can't reach it. Chen Qingfang seemed to have seen Zhuo Fan's skepticism and did not wait for Zhuo Fan to inquire. Then he took the initiative to speak. But, Dravan heard this. The mind was secretly surprised. It seems, this blessed cavern is really not simple. Actually there are amazing dragon guards stationed. At that moment, Zhuo Fan also no longer say more. But honestly, follow the footsteps of Chen Qingfang. Speaking of amazing dragon guards, Zhuo Fan from the completion of the first simulation test, has already obtained. But, for so long, there was no time to go out at all. In the middle of the academy, and simply cannot be used. So until now, Zhuo Fan has not seen, belonging to their own amazing dragon guards, what exactly looks like. But, he also knew in his heart that since he was able to become a surprising dragon guard, he was destined to not be bad. The two of them went out of the villa together and headed straight to the back of the mountain. Zhuo Fan stayed at his master's place for a full day. It was still morning when he arrived, but now the sun was sinking in the west. This and other conditions, Zhuo Fan didn't feel anything, which was enough to see that the master was paying enough attention to himself. Since it is valued, then Dravan naturally had to behave himself. Out of the villa, the two of them walked all the way to the back of the mountain, and it was originally dusk. The surrounding students had become less and less, but around them you could still see some small couples holding hands. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but nod secretly. It seems, no matter where you are in the world, things like falling in love are rare. Ding dong. The two moved forward together. Zhuo Fan's communicator, however, suddenly rang. Hearing this voice, Zhuofan didn't care. After all, in recent times, his reputation amongst the academy was growing. A day had passed since his last breakthrough. There's some news that should have gotten out a long time ago. It would be extremely normal for someone to approach themselves and ask questions. Zhuofan originally didn't intend to care. After all, his master was still with him, but the voice inside the communicator kept coming. Dravan could only open his communicator and look at it. Junior brother, where are you? I knew you needed the soul condensation pill recently, so I made a trip home this morning, and I've spoken to my father about the situation. Why don't you come to my house tomorrow? My father has a very high-quality soul condensation pill in his hands. Zhuofan froze when he glanced at it. It seems, sister is treating herself well. At unusual times, Zhang Miaoxue often sent messages to herself, asking questions, and even if there was nothing going on between the two of them, they would still make daily small talk. After all, in addition to being mentors and siblings, the two were also live-in roommates, and were quite a bit closer than normal. In the course of today's day, senior sister actually didn't send herself any messages. Now that I think about it, it makes sense. Original. Elder sister was using her connections to find the soul condensing pill for herself. After the divine soul awakened, the consumption of soul condensation pills was indeed great. This is also enough to prove that this senior sister is good. Something this is really on good, Dravan simply replied. Then he put away his communicator. The master, however, turned his head to look. The strength of the Zhang family is considered good. You can make more contacts. A sentence without a clue. Zhuofan was also stunned. However, since it was the master who spoke, Zhuofan could only nod his head gently. Chapter 069, Breakthrough Again. Master Protector. I suppose you've heard some of what's been going on lately. Officially, they've discovered swarms of shadow demons, so they're at war lately, to the point where things like Soul Dan, that's a strategic material. Chen Qingfang narrowed her eyes. It's naturally good that you can obtain some soul condensation pills from some other sources. Chen Qingfang laughed lightly. Dravan, however, nodded gently. Granted, there are practice rooms inside the school, and the blessed caves. Even the villa in District A is a good place to restore your soul power. But, it was still not as convenient as the soul condensation pill. In other words, this thing was like a mobile rechargeable treasure. Although the power was limited, it could be used in emergencies. It's also very easy to use. Although a low-grade soul condensation pill was nothing, and the effect was relatively poor. But, in fact, only the very best ones are considered strategic materials, but they are still relatively difficult to obtain. In addition, your usage of the soul condensation pill should be rather shallow. In fact, the soul condensation pill can also strengthen the divine soul, and after going to the battlefield, these are very good means, so knowing it now is not a bad thing for you. Chen Qingfang spoke again. Dravan, on the other hand, listened attentively. After all, these, however, were the experiences of a martial god. Where do you get this treatment in the ordinary course of events? Actually, Zhuofan's position on himself was also still relatively clear. He can fuse words himself, and if he were talking about attributes alone, he could crush many people. But, in terms of divine souls, everyone starts off on a comparable footing. This meant that Zhuofan's need for soul power would always be greater. As it is, then there's nothing to say. Emergency things like soul condensation pills had to be stocked up more often in hand. As the saying goes, with food in your hands, you can't panic in your heart. Zhuofan also found that unusual this master really do not talk much, and even words like gold can be a word to solve the problem. We'll never use two words, but face yourself and teach yourself the knowledge of your practice. But it's like a different person, basically able to think of aspects and basically say them. It was enough to see that the master was very attentive. Thinking of this, Zhuofan's heart felt another trace of warmth. Master, if I have too much contact with them, will there be any not so good effects? Zhuofan, however, frowned slightly. For these things, Zhuofan didn't have time to think about it, and he hadn't thought about it before. But, he really hadn't thought about it. Master Teacher had actually asked himself to have more contact with the Zhang family. It really is actually standing up for your own good. Basically, there is no selfishness. Impact? What impact? Chen Qingfang raised her eyebrows. You have to remember that strength is fundamental. As long as you have the strength, nothing else may be a problem. Chen Qingfang, however, shook her head slightly. Standing in a position like hers, the scenery she saw was basically not the same world as the scenery Zhuofan saw. She said so. That is naturally the truth in general. Also, your relationship with your senior sister. It's not bad, right? Chen Qingfang asked this, but Zhuofan froze. Well, it's not bad, though I don't know why the master asked that. But, since I asked, Dravan just couldn't keep his mouth shut. Immediately, Chen Qingfang fell silent, and neither of them opened their mouths, but continued forward along the winding mountain path. Soon, then he arrived at the halfway point of the mountain. Zhuofan clearly saw that the surroundings, if he did not look closely, it was indeed not much different from an ordinary place. But, in fact, if one were to look closely, one would realize that the surroundings were extremely different from the unusual. This neighborhood, the trees are taller and more lush than in other places. Chen Qingfang didn't say anything, but kept leading the way ahead. Soon, then he arrived outside a cave. Immediately, Chen Qingfang looked at Zhuofan. Use the jade token in your hand and open the door. Chen Qingfang reached out and pointed. Soon, Zhuofan saw that not far away, above the stone door, there was a hole similar in shape to the jade tablet in his hand. Zhuofan didn't hesitate, but instead, he placed the jade token he was holding, and put it up. Boom! With a muffled thud, the stone door trembled gently, and then it slowly opened. The moment the stone door opened, Zhuofan's eyes widened, because he had already sensed that inside this cave, not only was the aura abundant, but the content of soul power was also far higher than the outside world. Chen Qingfang, on the other hand, had a bland expression on her face. Obviously, been here many times. Go inside. The aura and soul power here are both more abundant. If your realm, you can't suppress it, then don't suppress it and directly break through here. This place is not much better than the environment of the cultivation room. With Chen Qingfang speaking, Zhuofan naturally felt relieved. A gentle nod followed. The two stepped into it. Actually, honestly, Dravan wasn't ready for this. But, since his master's father was present, Zhuofan didn't have anything to hesitate about. After entering the cave, just a brief check of the surroundings, Zhuofan, however, was a bit surprised. He had originally thought that this cave was previously for the use of the strongest of the human race, and that the environment in which these strong people cultivated shouldn't be so hard, because, in the cave, although the aura and soul power were very abundant, but, beyond that, surprisingly, there was no special setup. There were only simple tables and chairs, and beyond that, there was only a stone bed, and beyond that, there were actually no extra objects. Actually, after so many breakthroughs, it was the first time Zhuofan felt the benefits of having a strong person by his side. Nothing else. At the very least, with the presence of his master, Zhuofan would basically not have any problems with this breakthrough. In other words, even if there is something wrong with the means of the master's father, he was also able to solve it easily. Because of this, Zhuofan didn't make any preparations and also dared to make a direct breakthrough. And, according to Zhuofan, no. In fact, the college also has a similar service. Is the breakthrough? If the students do not have the courage, you can ask the college in the strong, at the side of the road. Although, Zhuofan's status position, simply do not see the so-called college inside the strong, because one of the three strongest men of the Great Xia stood beside him. But for the average student, it can be a different story. After all, ordinary students, to be able to contact the thought of the strong, in fact, is also these teachers inside the academy. If the teacher can help, in fact, is also considered a great degree of protection. As for, there were also some martial artists who hadn't been able to join the academy, except for those individual demons. In fact, the strength of most martial artists was not even close to that of those who had furthered their training amongst the academy, because there were many gaps in terms of the pace of the two sides from the very beginning, and, over time, that gap will grow. The other side, Zhuofan had already withdrawn his mind, and with a smile in his eyes, he sat cross-legged on top of the futon in the center of the cave. As a martial artist, it's natural to be courageous and vigorous, and with the master by your side, what's there to be afraid of? Chapter 070. Chen Qingfang is shocked. Another breakthrough. Chapter 070. Zhuofan was sitting cross-legged on a futon. For a time, the heart was like water, sinking his mind. Zhuofan checked the condition of the divine palace at the first opportunity, because the surrounding soul energy, compared to the outside world, was more dense. Zhuofan also felt the changes in his divine palace. Zhuofan looked at the same villain as himself. Now Zhuofan can already confirm that this is his own divine soul. With the operation of the Gong method, a large amount of soul power, after the transformation of the Gong method, rushed into the divine palace. In the middle of the divine palace, a little more dense, the golden villain, on the other hand, was rapidly absorbing soul power, strengthening his body bit by bit. As the Gong method was running, the huge soul power around Zhuofan formed a powerful suction, seemingly a vortex, attracting a large amount of soul power into the divine palace, which was also producing changes in the divine palace. When there was a lack of soul power, it was difficult for Zhuofan to notice this change. But, soon, Zhuofan then realized that the divine soul in the divine palace was like it had its own breathing, and with every breath, a large amount of soul power entered the golden villain's body. Next, Zhuo Fan's mind wandered. The golden divine soul villain actually slowly rose into the air, and without the slightest sign, it actually broke through the boundaries of the divine palace and appeared in the cave where the soul power was abundant. Zhuo Fan, however, shook his head hopelessly. Maybe the psionic energy outside is too abundant? But Chen Qingfeng, who saw the scene, subconsciously widened her eyes, and a touch of consternation appeared on her face. What is this? She knew very well that this disciple of hers was very strong, but it never occurred to her that Zhuo Fan's divine soul was actually golden in color? A golden divine soul? One time, Chen Qingfeng felt that her brain was, somewhat, not quite enough. She herself is an extremely powerful existence, and has even grown to become one of the top 3 powerhouses of the Great Xia, and has dabbled in an extremely wide range of things, but even so, a golden divine soul is unheard of and unseen. This, simply, did. One time, Chen Qingfeng's mind, more than anything else, did. The path of martial arts that he had taken before was faulty? Did. There is something wrong with practicing only physical arts and paying attention only to strengthening your body? Did. All of Zhuo Fan's achievements are related to this golden divine soul? Phew. Next, Chen Qingfeng gently exhaled, but her face carried a few oddities. That's all. These are not to be thought of for the moment. For the time being, as long as he ensured that he could make Zhuo Fan's breakthrough smoothly, the rest was basically not a problem. However, Chen Qingfeng still couldn't help but marvel. There was more than a little shock in his eyes. She was a martial god powerhouse. How amazing was her insight! With just a glance, he reacted that Zhuo Fan's divine soul was not only golden, but also extremely solid, and the degree of solidity was such that it could basically be turned into substance, or even the divine soul leaving the body? And Chen Qingfeng also made the first judgment that the strength of Zhuo Fan's divine soul was already comparable to that of a grandmaster. Even when they became martial god powerhouses, their divine souls were not golden in color. The divine soul villain left his body, but opened his eyes the next second. There was a flash of sternness in his eyes. Immediately, a large amount of soul power, as if summoned by some sort of call, rushed towards the divine soul villain. In just a few breaths of time, the soul power in the large blessed cave was already completely absorbed. Noticing this scene, Chen Qingfeng, who was standing on the side but froze. Her eyes were full of consternation. She had said before that the soul power here was a constant source, but she had never thought that in just such an instant, it was actually absorbed cleanly by Zhuo Fan altogether? Chen Qingfeng blinked her eyes fiercely. There was more than a hint of dismay in his eyes. How is that possible? How did this happen? As a martial god-level powerhouse, Chen Qingfeng knew very well in her heart how abundant the soul power was in a place that could be called a blessed cave. Even if she personally absorbed it, it would be impossible to absorb the soul power of this place without burning incense for a long time. But the teenager in front of me, it's only the 4th stage of Budo. Though, she knew very well that Zhuo Fan was very talented, even such a talent that Chen Qingfeng had never seen before, but was able to absorb all the soul power in the blessed cave sky in a few breaths of time. It's also something that is extremely several days old. Good on. This blessed cave heaven naturally has the special features of a blessed cave heaven. The soul power that had just been depleted to nothing was quickly replenished in just the blink of an eye. The large blessed cave was already filled with soul power, and as Zhuo Fan felt such a change, he also let out a soft sigh of relief, and his eyes became a bit more indifferent. As it is, then there's nothing to get hung up on. The other side, Chen Qingfeng, on the other hand, had been observing Zhuo Fan's changes, and by the way, she also had to observe the golden soul villain in the air, and as the golden villain continued to absorb soul power, the golden villain was actually a circle larger than before, and, ka-ching, a soft thud came immediately afterward. The golden villain actually swelled a circle from before. Not only was he bigger than before, but his face, which was not yet very clear, was also clear. Upon closer inspection, this golden villain actually had a little more divinity. See this scene. Chen Qingfeng was shocked again. Actually, this 5th to 6th level breakthrough, although it was not a great realm breakthrough, it was still extremely difficult. Even if one had the talent, it was not always possible to break through in a short period of time. But this breakthrough time was too short, right? According to Chen Qingfeng's prediction, it would take until tomorrow morning at the very least to see signs of a breakthrough. But I didn't expect it. Zhuo Fan was just about to break through within such a short period of time? For a while, all sorts of thoughts kept flashing through Chen Qingfeng's mind. Quick, seize the opportunity to break through. Zhuo Fan was still waiting quietly, and after hearing the voice, he let out a sigh of relief. There was a flash of sternness in those eyes. Bark! With a soft sound, the last bit of shackles were finally opened. As the shackles were opened, for a moment, aura, chi and blood power, as well as soul power, all rushed into Zhuofan's body at the first opportunity, and in their own ways, they continued to strengthen Zhuofan's body, and Dravan could feel it clearly. All aspects of myself, I'm getting better at it. Next, Zhuofan took a deep breath and began to observe his divine palace. In the divine palace, there was originally an engraved Tao Te Ching, and the original font of the Tao Te Ching was still a bit dull, but at this moment, the more than 5,000 words of the Tao Te Ching were actually as if they had been cast in gold, and they shone with a golden light. Even within that golden light, there was also an inexplicably powerful force constantly flickering. That easy? Zhuofan's mind moved. He had never felt that soul power could still be so rich. It's simply unthinkable. In that case, carry on. Chapter 071, Confession. 6 million white words. Just for a moment, Dravan then made a decision. After all, this place was extremely abundant in both spiritual energy and soul energy. Under these conditions, to reach the peak of the 5th rank was basically nothing difficult for Zhuofan. He just turned his mind and quickly operated his gong methods, while absorbing soul power to transform the divine soul. A large amount of spiritual qi also rushed into the body, transforming the body, and unconsciously, making the body's strength, little by little, increase as well. I don't know how much time has passed. Zhuofan slowly opened his eyes, and that gaze was full of unimpeded color. This time, I can't believe it went so well. For a while, Zhuofan felt that he was as light as a swallow, and his perception of his surroundings was unknown how many times clearer than before. Zhuofan just blinked his eyes and casually swung his fists, letting his body familiarize itself with the powerful force as soon as possible. Seeing this scene, Chen Qingfeng, who was standing behind Zhuofan, however, froze. A touch of coldness gradually grew on the face that was originally wearing a smile. Zhuofan, although you are a genius, but the path of martial arts still needs to be taken one step at a time. You've only just completed your breakthrough. The most important thing you need to do now is stabilize your realm. If the realm is unstable at the moment, it will likely affect your subsequent cultivation. Chen Qingfeng frowned, extremely serious. Dravan, however, froze. A few moments of dismay permeated his face. Senior, I have completed my breakthrough and my realm has stabilized. Zhuofan naturally didn't know why Chen Qingfeng suddenly changed her face. But, after all, this was his own beautiful master teacher, and for a while Zhuofan could only patiently explain. Chen Qingfeng, however, raised her eyebrows, her eyes filled with eccentricity. How is that possible? She had watched this kid break through with her own eyes, and it had been less than half a day since the breakthrough began. Even if the soul power in this blessed cave was abundant, it wouldn't be so fast, right? Isn't that the equivalent of taking the elevator? Immediately, Chen Qingfeng stepped forward, reaching out a hand. He put it on Zhuofan's shoulder. It was only when he sensed it carefully that a slight change in color appeared on his face. You've actually reached the peak of the 6th rank? Even if Chen Qingfeng is well informed, after noticing this scene, he was stunned. This kid is simply incomprehensible. How on earth did that happen? Well, although the realm has been stabilized, yes, I can see that your divine soul is still a lot different compared to others. The divine soul can still be continuously upgraded. You should grasp this yourself. In normal cultivation, the divine soul is extremely difficult to upgrade, and can only rely on lengthy accumulation. Chen Qingfeng nodded her head in a serious Ami. There is an abundance of soul energy here. In my opinion, it would be beneficial for you to stay here today. Chen Qingfeng spoke patiently. Yes, Dravan nodded. The better you perform, the better it is for you, so I can ask for more resources. I wanted to inquire before. Your golden words, how many more are you missing now? Chen Qingfeng's gaze flickered, looking at Zhuofan with some curiosity. This disciple of his, to be able to be powerful to such an extent, was definitely not a coincidence. The words he has are definitely extremely strong. Otherwise, it was categorically impossible to show this kind of cultivation speed. Master, I don't have a golden word yet. Zhuofan's eyes flashed, but he didn't tell a lie. Although he was very powerful now, the words, none of them were golden words, just through the fusion of white words to say, although the words in Zhuofan's body at the moment, only one step short of the blue words, but the attributes he actually possessed, had been stronger than some golden words. Dravan didn't tell lies either. All he has are green words. Chen Qingfeng, however, froze. A look of realization followed. Also right, Zhuofan, after all, had come from a small place, and this golden word was very precious after all. There were many martial artists who were only able to replace the words they originally possessed step by step, after they had achieved the status of sovereign master. Want to come? Zhuofan had been progressing in recent times though, and the resources he had obtained were extremely large. But, obtaining these resources and basically using them for realm advancement and not having a golden phrase per se made sense. You are currently at the peak of the 6th rank, and should be able to set 6 golden words. These, I will go and apply for you. Chen Xingfang thought for a moment before speaking. This, even though Zhuo Fan was prepared, he froze. Golden words? Ha! This thing is simply unattainable, although it is something that he cannot use at all. But for Zhuo Fan, it is not important to use it or not. As long as he can get these golden words, then he will be able to replace all of them with white words. A golden word, that's $500 million. 6 golden words, that's 3 billion. Combined with some of your own recent accumulations, you can easily do the next word fusion. Thank you, Master. Zhuo Fan took a deep breath, his face more sincere. That's a golden word. It's unusual to have money that can't be bought, but I didn't realize that the upper echelons of this kind of thing would be able to provide it. Golden words are precious though, but Dravan was not foolish enough to refuse. Master, in fact, golden words don't do much for me. I have a special physique and can't use golden words at all. Zhuo Fan shook his head slightly. There was more than a hint of bemusement on his face. Hearing this, Chen Xingfang but froze. She knew that this disciple of hers was very talented, but she didn't expect that these so-called talents had nothing to do with the words. There's no harm in it. Martial arts flourish for only 100 years. On the path of martial arts, even I don't understand a lot of things. The combat power that you have erupted is already enough for the upper echelons to focus on you. Chen Xingfang shook her head slightly. If you have any requests, you can feel free to make them. Chen Xingfang had a serious face. Master, I need to replace the equal amount of golden words with white words. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Fan still intended to say this out. After all, from now on, the number of words one needed to fuse was increasing. After all, the source of these golden words were rewards. If one traded in a large number of words for a long period of time, one would more than likely attract the attention of others. As it is, he might as well just go public himself. Oh, Chen Xingfang was suddenly surprised. Do you have some sort of talent for fusing words? Chen Xingfang, however, grew more and more surprised. Yes, if it wasn't for being able to fuse words, my progress couldn't have been so fast. Since the previous ones had already been said, Zhuo Fan had no intention of hiding it. Anyway, the existence of the system was something that could not be said to death. As for the gift of fusing words, it is indeed similar to the fusion talent. The surprises you bring to the table are just too many. A smile flashed above Chen Xingfang's pretty face. Your original performance was much better than what we thought, so you want you to grow up in peace. You will soon be able to become the backbone of the Great Summer. Since this is the case, this matter, I will be able to make the decision. How many white words do you need? Chen Xingfang's gaze flickered, a few more points of anticipation on her face. Dravan, however, froze. How much? It hadn't occurred to him at all. For the moment, the number of white words, naturally, is more than enough. 6 million pieces. In the future, I will need more. Still, Zhuo Fan didn't even think about it and spoke directly. Chapter 072 Master's Special Request. New Discovery. What? This? So much? Chen Xingfang, however, froze, then also relieved. White word 6 million sounds very fast, but with her energy, want to put together enough of these words, is also extremely simple things. Although a full 6 million white words, counting is also worth a lot of money. It's worth more than the 5 golden words, but the rarity of the golden words naturally goes without saying. Relatively speaking, just a couple million white words is no big deal. Well, it's indeed a lot, and it might need more and more in the future. Zhuo Fan also felt more and more pressure. After all, with the constant upgrading, the holes for words were now, again, more holes, which naturally meant that he needed more words. It had already caused Zhuo Fan to struggle a bit, although it was said that in recent times, he had gained quite a lot of rewards and support, but there was still a long way to go before he could fuse words without any pressure, which was why Zhuo Fan chose to talk about the fusion of words. After all, according to his ability alone, even if he was able to keep fusing words, then the fusion will get slower and slower. Since he had the ability to fuse words, it was natural to hope that he would be able to keep growing. Zhuo Fan, Master seldom talks to you about cultivation matters or discusses yourself, but there is one truth that I hope you always understand. Chen Xingfang took a deep breath, and a hint of a smile reappeared on her face. My human race is more powerful than you can imagine. My Huaxia, among the neighboring countries, is also a first-class existence. As long as you are strong enough, you can rest assured, we will definitely not drown out your light, and will only give you a higher, bigger stage. That is why the Master wishes you not to hide your own light. If you are good enough, you only need to do one thing, and that is to bring out your own light, and only then, we, the so-called strong ones, may be clear about what kind of methods and means we need to use to cooperate with you, and that's the only way you can grow with the fastest speed. The smile on Chen Xingfang's face was extremely nice, even if Zhuo Fan is not the first time to once again see the smile, but also cannot help but slightly stunned. In fact, the recent period of time, Zhuo Fan also have their own ideas. He naturally is able to feel the master of the kind of attitude towards their own. That's really for your own good. This was the real reason why Zhuo Fan had revealed a part of his undercard. Yes, master, if I need it, I'll be sure to say so at the first opportunity. Zhuo Fan nodded his head gently, and a trace of scorching heat had already been added to that countenance as he spoke. Master has said so. What else can he not let go of? After listening to his master's words, Zhuo Fan's heart, more and more settled. And such words, only a true great nation dares to say, and only a true strong man dares to say. Zhuo Fan also knew something about the background of this world. He's very clear. Daxia doesn't look as if it's powerful. But, in fact, Daxia was already the most powerful of the neighboring countries. And, the appearance of martial arts is only 100 years. But in the past 100 years of time, even if it is a battle against the demons, the Great Summer has been steadily pressing ahead of the war. The war did not fail to kill people. Both sides are in a back and forth between you and me. But, actually, Daxia has been struggling on a higher level. There is a definite advantage. And Zhuo Fan suddenly realized that it was precisely because Daxia had such a situation that it was able to let go of its hands and cultivate strong people. It's the only way to put a lot of resources. It's all placed on geniuses like him. There is only one reason for this, and that is that in these past struggles, Daxia has always had the power to spare. After Chen Xingfang finished explaining this, she was about to step away. Before, Chen Xingfang had then explained that she would be leaving Kyoto tomorrow and heading to the Great Wall, and that Daxia was indeed very powerful. But after all, the martial god powerhouses, there were only 3 of them. There were still many more events that needed to be handled by the bigwigs at their level. Zhuo Fan looked at Chen Xingfang's back, and an extra smile appeared on his face. It seemed that there was a powerful master teacher. It's really good. Basically, this mastermind can help himself with anything. This will basically make it a smooth ride in terms of future cultivation and growth. By the way, you can cultivate here on an unusual basis, but this matter of cultivation also requires tension and relaxation. In addition, your team members, they are not simple characters. If you only have the realm and not enough battles, you may not be able to completely convince them. The purpose of the lists is not only for display, but also to allow you to compete with each other. Otherwise these lists lose their original purpose. Chen Xingfang dropped a sentence before she stepped away. There was a bit more anticipation on that face. Dravan nodded softly as well. What Master Teacher said was indeed right. In the close to half a month since he came back from the Great Wall, Zhuo Fan had been progressing by leaps and bounds, and for that very reason, this matter of rushing the list was put down by Zhuo Fan for the time being. In fact, on second thought, Zhuo Fan understood the reason for this. Unusual martial artists who cultivate often enter a bottleneck, so they have to slow down the speed of cultivation. But Zhuo Fan is different. From cultivation to now, he's never been bottled up. In other words, with enough white words, he could always get stronger. That's what unintentionally gave up the various lists. Also, you must not lay your hands on martial artists of the same stage. Chen Xingfang had already exited the blessed cave and stood outside, rushing to Zhuo Fan to give an explanation, because the distance between the two of them was a bit far. Chen Xingfang's voice sounded a bit indistinct, but Dravan heard this, and yet, he couldn't help but freeze. What is this? Can't make a move in the same realm? Shaking his head helplessly, Zhuo Fan then already understood what his master meant. With his current strength, not only were his basic attributes strong, but in the divine palace, there was the existence of the Tao Te Ching, which could constantly nourish his divine soul. So, the battle that he had erupted from had long since been unknown how much more powerful than those experts at the same level. Even, although he had only just enrolled this year, he was quite a bit tougher than quite a few of the senior students. And if this came out, these people would not be able to hold them back. Dravan could only show his hands. It seems, still can't be too strong. It is also easy to have troubles if you are too strong. In addition, this time, when senior goes out, it will be for a longer period of time. So if I'm not mistaken, you've already set up a special reminder for your senior sister. If I'm not mistaken? Since that's the case, why can't we set one up for Master Teacher as well? Chen Xingfang's voice came again. Dravan, however, froze in place. What? Easy to contact? What? A special reminder? Oh, so Master Chief was talking about the communicator. Since his master had already said so, what could he say? He had to give one. Zhuo Fan blinked helplessly and immediately opened his own communicator, giving a special reminder to his master's account as well. But, the master's back had long been far away, and Zhuo Fan was in no position to tell her the news. Face to face, Dravan retrieved the communicator. Only then did he begin to seriously survey this blessed cave. To put it bluntly, from the moment he came in until now, Zhuo Fan hadn't seriously observed this place. After all, the soul power and spiritual chi here were extremely abundant. At the moment he came in, Zhuo Fan then could no longer suppress the realm. Where's the mind to look around? Only then did Zhuo Fan look around with interest, and at this glance, he was immediately attracted to a place in the cave. What is this? Chapter 073, The Scripture of Peace. The Surprising Dragon. Special plants within the cave. It caught Zhuo Fan's eye at the very first moment. After all, in the outside world, it was basically impossible to see such a thing. Zhuo Fan's eyes were dead set on a corner of the cave. There was actually a spring here, and the aura and soul power around the spring were the most concentrated. Just a quick look around, Zhuo Fan then saw the signs at the first moment. After all, Zhuo Fan was also now a peak 6th order existence. Speaking of which, during this period of time of enrollment, Zhuo Fan's progress was simply divine, and without realizing it, he was already a bit stronger than his own senior sister. And Zhuo Fan's gaze, on the other hand, was dead on. It was a 1-meter high plant, but on top of this plant, there was actually not a single leaf. There were just a few fruits, and the fruits didn't seem to have matured yet, except that Zhuo Fan felt a faint wetting flow on top of this fruit. What the heck is this? Zhuo Fan from cultivation to now, indeed did not have too much attention to this world. Now saw this fruit, face more a few points of curiosity. After all, this fruit above, actually have soul power flow. Zhuo Fan took out his communicator and took a few clearer pictures of the fruit. Immediately, start searching with the communicator. But, one search down, there was actually nothing to be found. On the entire network, there was actually no information about this kind of plant. Discovering this scene, Zhuo Fan was completely dumbfounded. This was the first time that he had discovered this kind of situation. Even though he had switched to many kinds of searching methods, in the end it's all just a result. And it's amazing that there's not even a hint of it. Pop. Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan casually took a few more clear pictures. He wanted to send it to his master to take a look, but on second thought, his master will soon leave Kyoto and head to the Great Wall of the Abyss again, and at this time he should still have other things to deal with. And in this case, this matter of his own is not particularly important. It's better not to ask for the time being. Immediately, Zhuo Fan felt his surroundings. It was soon noticed that the soul power here was extremely dense. Since this was the case, there was nothing to say. In this kind of ground, what else could one do if not cultivate? He was now at the peak of the 6th rank. It can also be considered a real stalwart. Although it couldn't compare to a sovereign powerhouse, against a sovereign, it should have the power to fight. Although still at the peak of the 6th rank, and he had no intention of quickly advancing to the 7th rank, the soul power and aura here couldn't just be wasted. The last time he wrote the Tao Te Ching, having already seen how horrible the drain on soul power really was. Since there's so much psionic energy here, what to write next? Zhuo Fan reached up and stroked his chin, suddenly in deep thought. Actually, the 5,000 years of civilization of the ancient country of China, the essence of which is still a lot, compared to the Tao Te Ching, there are still a lot of things at the same level. Zhuo Fan is now thinking about, just to write such a thing himself in order not to be too shocking. As for whether or not soul power and aura are plentiful, on the contrary, there was no need to consider it for the time being. After all, this was a blessed cave, and the abundance of soul power and aura was not only higher than the A-zone, but even compared to a cultivation room, it was unknown how many times higher. As long as he could write amazing works and continue to polish his divine soul and increase its strength, he would be able to go to the next level. Though, what one should write about is one's sense of martial arts. But, in fact, in the past 5,000 years of civilization, there were simply countless things about martial arts and cultivation, and since this was the case, pulling out just about anything, as long as it was inscribed and complete in the divine palace, it would be of great benefit to one's own cultivation. Immediately, Zhuo Fan closed his eyes and composed himself, thinking hard. Something like the Tao Te Ching is actually quite a lot. For example, the South China Sutra, also known as Laozi, the Tongxian True Sutra and the Taiping Sutra. All of these things in later times, basically familiar things, although the exposition of the natural Dao, but in fact, there are rumors that these things were originally to cultivation is also a great benefit. In Dravan's opinion, martial arts is practice, and so is doing anything else. It's basically a one-size-fits-all approach. And these are classics that have long been validated by later generations. Since this was the case, it would be far better for one to directly bring these things to use, rather than thinking about the so-called martial Dao sense on one's own. Actually, regarding his divine soul turning into a golden color, Zhuo Fan had his own considerations in his mind. If he hadn't written such a heirloom classic as the Tao Te Ching, how could he have turned his divine soul into such a color? Dravan frowned. By definition, The Tao Te Ching's status cannot be questioned. So what's next? The others? What should one pick? Zhuofan squinted his eyes, all sorts of thoughts flashing in his mind. How about just the Book of Peace? Zhuofan's gaze lit up. This era appeared to be peaceful, but the struggle between the human, demon and devil races never stopped. For martial artists, it is incumbent upon them to defend their country. But if this goes on, the only ones who will suffer are the ordinary people. Zhuofan also does not have that kind of mother of God complex. He is very clear. Like the demons, such things simply have the idea, naturally cannot suppress them. In addition to the iron blood means, in addition to the strong strength, basically there is no other way. One time, a brilliant light flashed in Zhuofan's mind. Beginning to use the power of qi and blood as ink and aura as a pen, he began to write slowly. Before the true man, Zelian came to learn the way. For the contents of the Taiping Sutra, Zhuofan was not as familiar with it as the Tao Te Ching, but still with the memory in his mind, he slowly began to write. And the good thing was that the soul power and spiritual qi here were both extremely dense, so much so that even though the Taiping Sutra's contents were relatively large, but the speed at which Zhuofan writes is extremely smooth. Boom! May. Just before a sentence was written, a boom spread out, immediately attracting the attention of many people in the outside world. However, this time, there were not many people who acted rashly. The big names with heads and faces could understand that it was the back of the mountain, and at unusual times, outsiders could not be allowed to enter and exit casually, not to mention this kind of time. Maybe it's someone breaking through in the backcountry. Perhaps at some point, the great Xia would be able to produce another martial god. May. Zhuofan knew nothing about the changes in the outside world, because there was no restriction of soul power or aura. The process of his writing was extremely smooth. Inside the academy, Chen Xingfang's residence. Seeing that the night was deep, Chen Xingfang stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, her eyes revealing a few points of sternness. Tonight, it was the last night of her stay in Kyoto, traveling to the war effort, and if she could return to the Great Wall as soon as possible, it would be of no small help to Daxia. May. Suddenly, Chen Xingfang's gaze froze, looking towards the golden pillar of light slowly rising up above the back mountain. The pillar of light only just appeared and dyed half of the sky a golden yellow color. What's wrong with that? Just looking at it, Chen Xingfang's face changed abruptly. Last time it was at least daylight, and even if there was movement, it wasn't much. What about this time? It's nighttime. Once they couldn't handle it, it was possible that the demon clan would launch a frantic assassination of their own disciples. Chen Xingfang frowned as she took out her communicator and dialed a number. Marshal, I shall mobilize the shocking dragon guards. Chapter 074, Sculpting completed. Farewell. Chapter 074. Early the next morning, morning light breaks through. Zhuofan slowly opened his eyes, and he knew nothing about the thrill of the outside world. He utilized yesterday's one night's time to write the entire Peaceful Sutra in its entirety. And the moment he opened his eyes at this moment, there was a flash of essence in those eyes. Just the moment he opened his eyes, there seemed to be a regal power in them. Before, when he wrote the Tao Te Ching and polished his divine soul, it could be said that it was a close call, and that wasn't because of anything else. It was just that within the cultivation room, the aura and soul power were not particularly sufficient, so much so, that several times when he wrote, it was almost interrupted. But this time was different, even if Zhuofan hadn't been adequately prepared. However, because in the blessed cave, the aura was very abundant and the soul power was sufficient. In order to write the complete Taiping Sutra, Zhuofan last night hardened the soul power in the blessed cave, several times consumed. Good on, this is the blessed cave. Even if one consumes a clean, can't Zhuofan take out the soul condensation pill? The consumption of this will be replenished in full at the fastest speed. It was no wonder that Zhuofan was consumed. After all, he was a traveler, and those things accumulated in his mind were the essence of the 5,000 years of Chinese history. And once these things could shine in this world, not only would it be of great benefit to himself, but it might be earth-shattering for the era before him. Original. Dravan was still worried. One's progress would be slower when one reached the later stages of martial arts. Although the words are the foundation and the top priority, but after all, in the middle and late stages of the martial arts, that is to cultivate the divine soul. But now Zhuofan is not worried about this at all. After all, to talk about the divine soul, I'm afraid it's the world. There was no one whose accumulation was more robust than Zhuofan's. Immediately, Zhuofan took a deep breath, then closed his eyes and sank his mind as he began to observe his divine palace. In the divine palace, just a glance, but could not see any changes. Tao Te Ching, 3 big words, is still on the top of the divine palace. Seems to be because of the surrounding soul power and aura are more sufficient. Tao Te Ching, these 3 words have been emitting a golden light. And next to the 3 words Tao Te Ching, it is the 3 words of the Taiping Sutra. although it was also dazzling, it was less interesting than the Tao Te Ching. On second thought, Zhuo Fan also understood. In any case, the first thing one writes is the Tao Te Ching, and in front of the Tao Te Ching, I am afraid that whatever one writes later on can only be at the level of a younger brother in front of it. But, Dravan reached up and rubbed his chin. The golden divine soul was indeed strong. But, that wasn't Zhuo Fan's ultimate goal either. If one day the divine soul violently becomes white and flawless, then I'm afraid that would be the highest realm. But, snapped. Zhuo Fan, however, frowned slightly. Having just polished his divine soul before, Zhuo Fan hadn't realized it yet, but at this moment, he noticed that a feeling of fatigue was actually coming from his body. But on second thought, Zhuo Fan understood. After all, he hadn't stopped for the whole of yesterday's night. The body now, though, is powerful. It's probably weaker than a divine soul. And, it had been a while since he had fused words because of his previous limitations. To put it bluntly, the current Zhuo Fan could only be counted as half of a 6th-rank martial artist. After all, the words of the 5th order, as well as the words of the 6th order, Zhuo Fan didn't have time to fuse them. To put it bluntly, it's just that the soul grows so fast that the body can't keep up a bit. Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan opened his communicator, intending to ask his master when those white words he wanted would be in place. As long as the white words were in place, he would be able to start fusing the words immediately. After the fusion, he then had a strong support. It was only at that time that one could completely show one's fighting strength. Ding dong, ding dong. Only just after opening the communicator, Zhuo Fan noticed that there was a crisp ringing sound coming from it. Zhuo Fan raised his eyebrows. He had long been accustomed to situations like this. After all, in recent times, inside his WeChat, as long as there was some kind of movement on his side, there would immediately be all kinds of messages. Good on, master and sister. Like this, the more important people, Zhuo Fan had set up special reminders. The first thing Zhuo Fan saw was a message from his master. Master is still sending messages from last night. Only a few short, but already the most important things. Said out. See, the master said. Zhuo Fan also gently spit out a breath. No matter how to say, master, this is the hard ah. The white words are ready, but they can only be delivered to the foot of the mountain. And tomorrow, at noon, you yourself will go to the foot of the mountain and take them away. The first batch of 6 millions are ready. You're growing too fast now, and we've received news that the demon race might want to assassinate you. So I took it upon myself to help you mobilize the surprising dragon guards. The surprising dragon guards will protect you in that kind of way until you are fully grown. Other than that, it will not affect your life in any way. After seeing his master's message, Zhuo Fan gently lifted his breath. There was also an extra smile on his face. Thank you, master. Zhuo Fan didn't expect that his master was so attentive to his own affairs, and only mentioned it casually last night. The answer has been given today. Jingle bells. Dravan was about to check for other messages, but then the communicator went off. Zhuo Fan was stunned, but he didn't expect that the one who called was actually his senior sister. Zhang Miaoxue just glanced at his chat box. There were quite a few messages sent by his senior sister in there. It was just that last night, Zhuo Fan was honing his divine soul, so naturally, he didn't know that his senior sister had sent so many messages. Junior brother, where are you? I've already arrived at Zone A, but I didn't realize you were here. Zhang Miaoxue's voice came. Dravan, however, froze. I'm in the back of the mountain. I wasn't in area all last night. Zhuo Fan shook his head slightly. In recent times, he had been busy cultivating, and it did seem that he had neglected quite a few other things. Backwoods. Then you go down. Zhang Miaoxue, however, was slightly stunned. She was already a sophomore, and she was still very clear about some of the rules of the Martial God Academy. The back mountain that was definitely forbidden land for unusual students. But, associating it with the fact that Zhuo Fan was with his master yesterday, then all of this, too, made sense. Good. Dravan nodded gently. Hurry up. I'll wait for you at the foot of the mountain and treat you to dinner to thank you for letting me stay in Area A for the recent period of time. Now that you've made breakthroughs one after another, it shouldn't be suitable for me to continue living here. So let's consider today as our goodbye. Zhang Miaoxue's voice came. There was a touch of complexity in it, but more than that, it was a loss. And in Zhuo Fan's ears, he was slightly stunned. What's the situation? When sister says that, why does it sound like a parting of life and death? But, with just a brief thought, Zhuo Fan realized that it wasn't anything else either. Mostly, it was the fact that senior sister was going to join the squad that had been notified down the line. Okay, then I'm on my way. The corners of Zhuo Fan's mouth rose, a hint of eccentricity permeating his face. Zhuo Fan had made breakthroughs one after another in recent times. Physical fitness, naturally, is as good as it gets. Seeing as the word delivery didn't arrive until noon, there wasn't anything else going on in the morning anyway, so it was a good time to have a meal with my sister. Chapter 075, Sister Wants to Confess? Sleepy thoughts flashed through his mind. Zhuofan just made a few prancing leaps. Then he had come to the foot of the mountain. Senior sister should have also put down the phone before coming in the direction of the back mountain. So much so that Zhang Miaoxue had not yet arrived when Zhuofan arrived. Not much longer. Dravan then saw a car coming slowly. Zhang Miaoxue's person hadn't gotten out of the car yet, but she had already waved her hand at the direction she was in, and there were a few hints of laughter in those eyes. Junior brother, you're quick, let's go. During this period of time, senior sister is living in District A. It's a lot of trouble for you. Let's go and have a meal together. Zhang Miaoxue smiled. Only Zhuofan could see that today's Zhang Miaoxue, for some reason, was more or less not quite right. Dravan could only nod his head gently as well. That's all. Zhuofan hadn't said that the dormitory over in Area A, although the conditions were quite good, but if nothing happened, the odds were that he wouldn't be able to use it. And thanks to you, it shouldn't take long for me to advance to the 7th rank. Zhang Miaoxue was wearing a smile and stood in front of Zhuofan. For a moment Zhuofan only felt the fragrant wind on his face and couldn't help but be a little distracted. Don't just stand there. The car is already here. Let's go. Senior sister treats you to a high-end meal today. You're not allowed to refuse. Zhang Miaoxue smiled and stepped forward as she spoke, but Zhuofan froze. What's the point of refusing? Doesn't senior sister often invite herself to dinner? The two of them had been together for this period of time. In fact, Zhuofan had gradually gotten used to having his senior sister by his side. In order to thank you. This time, senior sister has put in a lot of effort. You've been in the capital for a while. You haven't gone out for a good stroll yet. Senior sister has already made arrangements for today. You've killed quite a few demonic beasts, but you certainly haven't eaten much, have you? Last time, we were in the school small cafeteria, and that was at best an appetizer. Zhang Miaoxue tilted her head slightly, a few hints of complacency permeating her face. That's quite good. I'll let you arrange it today. Senior sister. Zhuofan laughed in his heart. It seems, you really think they're going to separate, don't you? But, in Dravan's opinion, the separation was more or less dramatic. As the captain of Zhanlong, Zhuofan knew very well that when Zhanlong was established, it took a period of time to gather training in secret, after which he would have to sneak into the abyss and make a move against the demon race and the demon race. And during this process, it was basically impossible for outsiders to get in touch with them. If it's normal, elder sister was attending a secret set of training, and the two were indeed going to be separated. But, unluckily, sister definitely didn't know that the captain of this chopper was herself. It's not known. What will be the look on sister's face when she realizes she's the captain? Think about it. Zhuofan laughed in his heart. The two men walked side by side and soon made their way to the business car. Zhuofan was secretly surprised in his heart after just one look. The car looks unusual, but in reality, in this case, it would be a custom model. Customization is even better. It's also basically a private customization with reinforcements and modifications afterwards. Just a car alone. This is not something that an ordinary person can have. Zhuofan now knows that the senior sister has an extraordinary origin, but he is more clear. Even if it is a big family, all the cultivation resources are limited. Even with the core disciples, if there is not enough talent, it can only be left far behind by the others. By that time, not to mention the tilting of resources, it was a toss-up whether or not they could get them from the family. This was probably the reason why senior sister had been working extremely hard despite her talent, right? Thinking of this, Zhuofan shook off his head. Just, for the time being, there is no need to think about this. Senior sister was able to join her own squad by virtue of her talent and so much of her own relationship. This should be considered as a satisfactory answer sheet to the family. With this layer, elder sister will be able to have a much better life in the future. On this level, if senior sister wanted to treat herself to dinner, or even thank herself, Zhuofan would be able to accept it all. Just, Zhang Miaoxue's mind, however, was a little apprehensive. She had originally come home this time to argue her case and get herself some more resources. After all, she was about to enter the 7th order. Among the young descendants of the entire family, although they were not considered the most outstanding, they were definitely at the middle to upper level. Not waiting for Zhang Miaoxue to speak, those that should be given, and those that shouldn't, are already in place. Even, the elders of the clan also knew about her and Zhuofan and made it very clear that since the two were already living together, it's time to make clear what needs to be made clear. After all, according to an identity and status like Zhuofan's, there would definitely be no shortage of girls around him in the future. Besides, she, Zhang Miaoxue, was still a disciple of her master, and Zhuofan was his personal disciple, so if the two of them were together, they could be considered close in the future. These words were heard by Zhang Miaoxue. Her whole being had gone down. She really didn't have any extra ideas when she first lived in District A with her youngest brother. just to be able to improve his strength as soon as possible. Even at first Zhang Miaoshui naturally thought that she was a senior sister and was able to help Zhuofan in many ways. Over time, Dravan's progress was too fast. Even having already vaguely surpassed her as a senior sister, Zhang Miaoshui had a sense of powerlessness that was beyond her reach. It never occurred to her that the two could develop any other relationship. Because of this time when she went home, Zhang Miaoshui had mixed feelings. At the same time, once again, the relationship between the two was seriously considered. That's true. Upon serious consideration, the two were really meant for each other. It was because of this that Zhang Miaoshui was eccentric. She found Dravan this time. One of them is to say goodbye. The second, naturally, is to make a statement. Zhang Miaoshui shook her head, temporarily putting some of such thoughts all behind her. That's all. There's nothing to say. It was a rewarding trip home, to say the least. She was able to have these gains, and again, with this junior brother in front of her, there were thousands of relationships. No matter what point the two could develop to in the future, she had to be grateful to her junior brother. The two stepped into the car together. The driver who drove the car had a smile on his face and looked deeply at Zhuofan. This driver, an old man beside his lordship, the ability to detect words and colors is naturally first-rate, and today's seemingly unusual arrangement was actually him thinking of helping his own young lady to keep a watchful eye on her. Zhuo progenitor, my young lady, unusually, is also under a lot of pressure. It's been a long time since I've seen her. So relaxed. The driver shook his head slightly, a few more smiles on his face, but Zhuofan froze. What's going on? Why did he feel that the atmosphere wasn't quite right? But, let's just forget about it for now, shall we? He had, last night, been working all night and was now more or less sleepy? Not as good as sleep first? Dravan narrowed his eyes. Moreover, you should also be able to imagine that my young lady grew up as a very active cultivator. So since she grew up, she hasn't fallen in love at all. So much so that she has no experience at all. From my point of view, you two, you are really made for each other. Isn't this the destiny arranged by God? Already? The driver started the car while the other side spoke to himself. Zhang Miaoshui, however, froze. How's that work? She hadn't even thought about confessing herself yet. So how come the driver beat her to it? Little master, you. Zhang Miaoshui was about to open her mouth, but she realized that Zhuofan, who was sitting beside her, had already leaned on the back of the chair and fell asleep. After opening his mouth, the rest of the words finally failed to come out. Chapter 076, Peak of the Sixth Order of the Martial Arts, shocking the entire arena. That's all. Little Master is also quite tired. From the time she knew Zhuofan, she felt that Zhuofan was like a gyroscope, cultivating day and night even though, moved to break through. Doesn't this mean that in junior brother's heart, he, as a senior sister, still has a very high status? He should have just finished practicing when he answered his phone call, right? No wonder. Zhang Miaoshui's gaze flickered continuously, before she felt that Zhuofan's voice seemed to be permeated with a trace of exhaustion, so to speak. Instead, there was no need to rush, since junior brother was tired. Let him rest. For a while, all sorts of thoughts flashed through Zhang Miaoshui's mind. Immediately, it was only then that she glanced at the driver, who was sitting in the driver's seat, still chattering away. Uncle Dong, stop it. Junior brother, he's already asleep. You'd better drive your car quietly. Zhang Miaoshui's eyes flashed. There were a few hints of anger in it. It was followed by a sweet smile. The driver also froze. Consternation flickered in his eyes. Take a look. It's called the Drexel Pro transmission. People outside who don't know the truth always think that these so-called geniuses rely on talent. But, in fact, even if you don't have the so-called talent, if you can make it this far, then it must not be bad, right? A thought flashed in his mind. The car had started. Soon, the car drove off under a smooth ride and stopped again. Most of an hour later, Zhang Miaoshui had been secretly observing Zhuofan. Noticing that Zhuofan hadn't woken up, he basically did everything carefully along the way. Even midway through, 2 calls came in on Zhang Miaoshui's cell phone, both of which she hung up directly. But, in the end, Zhang Miaoshui was still uneasy and didn't hesitate to put her cell phone into silent mode. It was hard for his own little master to rest for a while. She couldn't afford to have irrelevant people come and disturb her. As far as phone calls and stuff, let's put it aside first. Wait for your own free time. Anyway, in Zhang Miaoshui's eyes, the most important thing right now is this little brother. Except for the little master, there's nothing that compares to him. Even in terms of strength and realm, Zhang Miaoshui could be put aside first. The car stopped in the underground parking lot. It was only then that Zhang Miaoshui looked at Zhuofan, and there was still a smile in that gaze. How did you sleep on the road, junior brother? Okay. Dravan, however, was confused. Normally, although senior sister was good to herself, she didn't care to this extent, right? But, on second thought, the two of them were, after all, senior siblings, so even if they were a bit closer it didn't seem to be a big deal. Hearing this, Zhang Miaoxue spread a smile, and her eyes were even more cheerful. She didn't know why. Before, when she spent time with Zhuo Fan, she didn't feel anything, but since she had gone back to her home, returning once again, looking at Dravan as he did, this gave Zhang Miaoxue a feeling that her heart was racing. Oops, it's the heartbeat. Zhang Miaoxue hastily averted her gaze. Good on. After the car stopped, an attendant stepped forward and respectfully pulled open the door. Dravan, however, froze. This is. Zhang Miaoxue was obviously familiar with the situation here. Glancing at Zhuo Fan, he then smiled. This is a high-grade place. We will be served all the time from the moment we enter the parking lot. Junior brother, you can come more often when you are free in the future, and you will get used to it after a few more visits. So it is. Zhuo Fan nodded lightly. He thought darkly in his mind. From the time he became a martial god progenitor, not only was he able to obtain a lot of rewards, but he had also taken a lot of various supports, and he was considered rich when it was all said and done. Really, compared to these big families, Zhuo Fan quickly realized that although he had money, all of that money had basically been spent on cultivation, used to purchase words. Really, if you have free money, he really hasn't. Sir, miss, please follow me. I'll take you to dine first. The waiter pulled open the door of the car in the middle, smiled and bowed at the two, and then softly spoke. Zhuo Fan was attracted by the sound, and looked at the situation, which looked at it but froze. Although it is a waiter, this looks and temperament is absolutely first class. It wasn't as good as sister, but it wasn't bad at all. Such a beautiful woman can only be a waitress? One time, Dravan has gained some additional insight into the high end of dining establishments. No wonder they say rich people have fun. This kind of high-grade places, afraid of every link, have been all aspects. Since this is the case, it is possible to see a good deal. This, sir, can I take the liberty of asking what strength you are now? One of the waiters owed a slight bow at Zhuo Fan. Dravan, however, froze. What is this? It can't be that eating depends on strength, and if you're not strong enough, you're not qualified to eat, right? The waiter but bowed again. Obviously they have met this situation so many times, for the customer's reaction, also have long been seen strange. At that moment before staring at Zhuo Fan with a smile, sir, it is like this. The ingredients we have here are basically demonic beasts and magical beasts' blood and flesh, made. So if you are not strong enough to eat the blood and flesh of a high-level demon, we also need to arrange the appropriate ingredients for you based on your strength. After the waiter's introduction, Zhuo Fan instantly realized that there was nothing to hide about the strength. Zhuo Fan, I just made a breakthrough today, and I'm now at the peak of the 6th stage of the martial Dao. Zhuo Fan's face was bland. A word out. Several people in the room froze. On Zhang Miaoxue's pretty face, there was also a touch of consternation. Junior brother? What did you say? Zhang Miaoxue, however, instantly widened her eyes as she stared earnestly at Zhuo Fan, looking him up and down. She then said, before, Zhuo Fan's strength she could tell the realm changes just by looking at it. Lately it's been different. Since Zhuo Fan came out of the cultivation room, the two hadn't seen much of each other, and at that time, Zhuo Fan was only at the peak of the 5th stage of the martial arts path. But this was good. It was only a few days before they saw each other. Zhuo Fan was actually at the peak of the 6th stage of the martial arts path? This guy is a monster. Right. Zhang Miaoxue thought carefully, and then realized that things like cultivation, for Zhuo Fan, it seemed like there really wasn't much of a bottleneck. This guy seemed to be either breaking through or on his way to breaking through, which was simply outrageous. It's also luck. Master knows that I have a high need for aura and soul power, so he let me go to the back mountain, where I just finished my breakthrough. Zhuo Fan shook his head slightly. Although his strength was progressing, there was no hint of pride. Junior brother? How will you let your senior sister hold up her head in the future? Zhang Miaoxue shook her head slightly, but there was a smile on that face as he spoke. Zhuo Fan was her junior brother, and for Zhuo Fan to be able to keep growing, she as a senior sister was naturally happy. Besides, Zhang Miaoxue wasn't bad at all. Recently the master had informed that she was going to join a secret squad and was going to undergo intensive training. Originally Zhang Miaoxue had also inquired if her senior brother could join together. The master did not give an answer. That means, there are no junior brothers in the squad. Zhang Miaoxue was only briefly lost before she instantly came to her senses. Wouldn't she be able to soar after joining the squad and completing the intensive training? And, that time, Zhuo Fan was still his junior. Led by the waiter, the two of them went up the stairs and headed for the exclusive private room. Junior brother, you're really something too. How could you not tell senior sister after your breakthrough? Zhang Miaoxue wore a smile on her face. Zhuo Fan, however, shook his head slightly. This It's not that I won't tell, I just haven't had a chance to yet. May. While on her way to the private room, Zhang Miaoshui came to a violent stop, her gaze looking in another direction. There was a delicate figure stepping forward. Chapter 077 Words in Place. Fusion again. Zhang Miaoshui, how come you're with your little senior brother every day? This young master's face is quite big. Isn't Zhang Miaoshui annoyed at the sight of men? Yang Bing narrowed her eyes, and as she spoke, a pair of beautiful eyes kept roaming over Zhuo Fan's body, but Zhuo Fan froze. What's with this woman? Is it possible that the scale of chatting between girls has always been this big? But, even with these thoughts in his mind, he didn't show them. The two were neighbors, but they weren't very familiar after all. Zhang Miaoshui was originally in a good mood, but when she heard these words, her face suddenly became gloomy. A flash of teasing quickly flashed in those eyes. Some people, that's at best saying grapes are sour when they can't eat them. Zhang Miaoshui raised her eyebrows, her countenance was filled with eccentricity. I forgot to tell you, you don't have much time to be arrogant. Old me will soon be able to reach the peak of the 6th rank, and the first one to challenge you then will be you. So be prepared. When the time comes, don't get stepped on and called a punk by your old lady. Zhang Miaoshui was not polite at all. That's not bull on her part. Through those words from master teacher, Zhang Miaoshui was well aware that the squad might many be about to be formed. By that time, not only will there be intensive training, but there will even be resources tilted. And by that time, this Yang Bing will be nothing more than a clown. Humph, Zhang Miaoshui lightly hummed, and that pretty face was full of condescension. I forgot to tell you, my little senior brother is much stronger than a piece of trash like you, so figure it out for yourself. Don't hide and cry by yourself when the time comes. Zhang Miaoshui raised her eyebrows. She herself was not strong enough right now though, but junior brother is already at the peak of the 6th rank. But it's real. Hearing this, Yang Bing gritted his teeth and his face went green and white for a while. She had thought that Zhang Miaoshui would be somewhat restrained in front of Zhuo Fan, and in recent times, she hadn't taken advantage of Zhang Miaoshui at all, but she hadn't expected that this woman actually didn't play by the rules, and had actually still pressed her head. Zhang Miaoshui, don't be arrogant. Don't forget that I'm stronger than you now. When you break through, I won't wait for you to launch a challenge. I'll launch a challenge to you as well. Yang Bing shook his head, a few more points of teasing in his eyes, but Zhang Miaoshui, however, did not care about this at all. Instead, she rushed at Yang Bing, and gave a middle finger, and then she pulled Zhuo Fan into the box. Bing Bing, who was that before? Why so arrogant? Yang Bing watched the two of them leave, a touch of eccentricity in his eyes. Who? Yang Bing raised his eyebrows and gritted his teeth. It's the woman I always tell you about. The one beside her is Zhuo Fan, a first-class genius, a martial god pro-transmitter, the one who lives next to me. Yang Bing shook his head slightly, his face filled with indifference. The girl standing next to Yang Bing, however, froze. She looked at Yang Bing with some envy and shook her head slightly. Whether it was Yang Bing or Zhang Miaoshui, they were both from big families. The two appeared to be arguing, but to put it bluntly, they were both doing it for the sake of the family's face, especially in public, and it was simply impossible to back down. As for her, she was only from a small family, and she was nothing more than a small follower beside Yang Bing. Things at this level were simply not something she could get involved in. Zhuo Fan, no wonder he's so handsome. The girlfriend's eyes flashed, with more than a little curiosity in them. What? Yang Bing the first time to notice the wrong. Their own this girlfriend, unusual just a small follower. There is no right to speak, and even with their own side, more often than not, there is no opportunity to open their mouths, without ever thinking about it. I can't believe I'm talking so much today. Is this a sign that I've moved on to Zhuo Fan? You wouldn't have moved on to him, right? Yang Bing's gaze was dead on her best friend, with more than a few oddities in it. Moving? The BFF, however, froze on the spot. What kind of status am I? How could I possibly be attracted to someone like that? The girlfriend's gaze darkened and she shook her head slightly. It's good that you understand. Yang Bing, however, shook her head and looked at her best friend with more than a hint of warning in her gaze. After all, this Zhuo Fan was also a man she had her eye on. She herself hadn't even had the chance to lay her hands on him yet. Why was her best friend suddenly humming to insert a foot? Yang Bing didn't seem to have much presence in front of Zhang Miaoshui, but, at least this is a big lady from a big family. The deterrent is still high in the presence of unusual people. But, Bing Bing, that Zhuo Fan is really good. Have you already added him on WeChat? The BFF's eyes flickered. There was an extra touch of envy in the gaze that looked at Yang Bing. To put it bluntly, such a man she could only look up to. And, this time, it was the closest she'd ever come to such a wonderful man. If there's the slightest possibility, she was all for fighting for it. What do you mean? Yang Bing face completely gloomy down. She originally just a joke. but did not expect. This woman actually play really? Did. She's not sure. Dravan can only be his own? The other side. Zhuofan, however, did not know that just inside the corridor, there were already two women, who almost fought because of themselves. After Zhuofan broke through last night, he wrote the typing sutra to polish his divine soul. Strength progress, although great, but in fact for the body's consumption, is also very big. Right now into the private room. The waiter has long been prepared the menu. After all, it is the elder sister's treat. Zhuofan did not polite. The two had a full meal together. Original. Zhang Miaoxue also arranged some activities for the back. There was also a movie that he was planning to go see with Dravan, but Dravan's communicator rang. Zhuofan picked up the communicator and after briefly inquiring about it, he realized that it was actually distributing words for himself. Dravan then remembered. The master had already said that he had helped himself to 6 million white words. That's 6 million pieces. Present. Zhuofan could only bid farewell to his senior sister. Originally Zhuofan planned to take a taxi back, but Zhang Miaoxue made a phone call and called the driver to send Zhuofan back by himself. Another half-hour later, it was only then that Dravan returned to the foot of the mountain. Waving his hand at the driver, Zhuofan then walked towards the mountain. When he reached the foot of the mountain, Zhuofan realized that the people from the Martial Arts Alliance had already waited here. In addition to the people from the Martial Arts Alliance, Zhuofan also found a few surprising dragon guards, who were guarding the surrounding area. When Zhuofan saw the scene, his heart immediately settled down. I had long heard rumors that the surprising dragon guards were powerful, and now that master teacher was not in Kyoto, my own safety basically depended on these surprising dragon guards. There's nothing wrong with security with these amazing dragon guards present. Zhuofan used his spatial belt to collect all the words and then returned to the blessed cave. Zhuofan had originally planned to start fusing directly, but on second thought, the time needed for this fusion was not short. Dravan still took out his communicator first. First told the master, the word has been received. Afterwards, Zhuofan sent another WeChat to his senior sister, telling her that he might have to go into seclusion for a while recently, and that he would contact her again after the seclusion was over. Ding dong. Soon, Zhuofan also received a reply from his senior sister. Junior brother, when you leave the gate, senior sister will give you a surprise. Seeing Zhang Miaoxue's reply, the corner of Zhuofan's mouth turned upwards, and a few more oddities were added to his countenance. Surprise? Actually, Zhuofan had already guessed about his senior sister's surprise. Subsequently, Zhuofan put away his communicator, and with just a wave of his hand, the entire blessed cave was already covered with words, and although they were all just white words, the ones prepared this time were the most ever. A large number of words appeared here, and for a time, the aura stirred throughout the blessed cave. Ding! Massive infusion words detected. Is fusion in progress? Chapter 078 Successful Fusion. Massive increase. Fusion. A long-lost system beep was heard. Zhuofan's gaze lit up. The fusion command was given at the first opportunity. A full 6 million white words, piled up in the blessed cave. Under the agitation of the aura, it actually formed an aura vortex. The aura gathered around the words, and at first it was only a light golden color, but with the passage of time, this pale gold color was actually getting deeper and deeper. Dravan narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems, about the words, there are many more that martial artists don't even know about. Unusual people, who may possess a handful of words and will fuse them as soon as possible after possessing them. Even less people would be bored enough to pile a large number of white words on top of each other, and it was because of the fusion system that Zhuofan was able to pile so many words on top of each other and see this kind of magic happen. Be prepared for anything. Zhuofan took a deep breath and first dismantled all the 5 remaining words that he had on him earlier. Last time, Zhuofan already possessed 7 green plus 9 words, and after passing this fusion, the words would be able to advance into blue. The last time he fused, Zhuofan had felt it deeply, the increase in words after fusing them, how terrifying it was. And for now, Dravan already had 7 green plus 9 words. Separately, giant bloodline plus 9, strength increase, 157,280%, blood value increase 157,280%, golden bell plus 9, defense increased by 160,000%, extreme speed plus 9, attack speed increased by 160,000%, Jedi demon plus 9, cultivation speed increased by 160,000%, slasher plus 8, armor break plus 2000%, bleed plus 4000%, prancing plus 9, plus 160,000% movement speed, certain chance to enter sneak, flood plus 8, plus 20% luck. After wearing it, fusing words, there is a probability to make the word fusion plus 1. As for Hong Fu and the cutter, the fusion wasn't completed last time, because, regarding Hong Fu's words, Fan didn't find enough white words last time, and even if they were fused, it would be impossible for the words to achieve an upgrade. Immediately, Fan then took a deep breath. The fusion of the new words began, and as Fan's fusion order was given, the original 6 million words, too, quickly began to automatically fuse. Ding! Congratulations, host, the fusion is successful. Ding! Congratulations, host, the fusion is successful. Ding! Congratulations, host, the fusion is successful. A series of beeps spread out, while Fan chose to wait quietly. Although it was also said that the process of fusing words was also relatively long, it was better than many martial artists, who could only get the results after cultivating hard. Finally, after the 10th fusion, the words in Fan's hand had all turned green, and, looking at the close to 6,000 green words in his hand, Fan couldn't help but let his eyes light up. Ding! Detected that the host possesses a large number of fusible green words. Does he continue to fuse them? A crisp system beep sounded out. Fan, however, narrowed his eyes slightly. This, need you ask? He's been preparing for this moment for so long, hasn't he? Keep fusing. Fan's gaze was fixed on these green words that were emitting a glistening green light. A few thousand green words, stacked together, had far more aura than the millions of white words that had been brought together before. And, it seems to be for more energy. After the words finished fusing, the aura vortex formed in the sky above was actually a bit larger than before. Fan just looked at it and began to continue fusing. Ding! Congratulations, host, the fusion is successful. Ding! Congratulations, host, the fusion is successful. A series of beeps spread out, but Fan's eyes widened. Finally, after a full 9 fusions, Fan only had 11 green plus 9 words left in his hand. These 11 words had already possessed the same effect as the 7 words that Fan had possessed in his hands before. Subsequently, Fan fixed the words that he had before, the attributes. After all, the 7 previous words, their attributes were still very counterintuitive, and since they were going to be fused, it was still necessary to keep the attributes of the previous words. Besides, these words had been used by Fan for such a long time, and he had also thoroughly familiarized himself with the power that the words possessed. And, with all the current green words plus 9, Fan already had 18 of them. Keep fusing. Fan didn't hesitate to give the order. Ding! Congratulations, host, the fusion is successful. A crisp system beep came. Fan looked at the only 9 green words left in his hand, but Dravan was still a little disappointed. This time, a full 6 million words had been prepared, and after the fusion was completed, it was surprising that it hadn't advanced into the blue color. To follow that math, next time fuse the words. At the very least, 12 million pieces need to be prepared. But, for these things, Fan wasn't particularly worried. Now that his master already knew that he needed a large number of words, with his master's help, getting enough of these white words would take some time at most. After all, it had only been a day before, and master teacher had already prepared 6 million words for himself. That kind of speed, it's actually been anticlimactic. Immediately, it was only then that Fan looked at the attributes of those words he possessed. Oh look, Fan was instantly satisfied. Although, these words had not yet become blue words, from the attributes alone, they were not even remotely close to many poise words. Giant bloodline plus 10, strength increase, 314,560%, blood value increase 314,560%, golden bell plus 10, defense increased by 320,000%, extreme speed plus 10, attack speed increased by 320,000%, Jedi demon plus 10, cultivation speed increased by 320,000%, slasher plus 9, armor break plus 4,000%, bleed plus 8,000%, prancing plus 10, plus 320,000% movement speed, high chance to enter sneak, flood plus 8, plus 20% luck. After wearing it, fusing words, there is a probability to make the word fusion plus 1. Fan looked at the completed fused words and was instantly satisfied. This, with such unbelievable attributes, what more do you need a bicycle for? Beyond that, there are also 2 new phrases, and both of these new words, both fused 10 times with green words. Just in time, Fan was now at the peak of the 6th stage of the martial arts path, which just so happened to have 2 new extra word slots. It's safe to say, with this fusion, the words haven't quite grown to blue yet though. But, in fact, the increase in strength for Fan was extremely strong. Not only are the attributes doubled, but there are also 2 new words. Which, who can top that? Before his master left, he told himself not to seek out his own classmates in the same grade to spar, lest he hurt someone by mistake. But, just this property now, even juniors and seniors don't always top that, do they? While the thoughts flashed in his mind, Fan's gaze went to the 2 newly appeared words. Chapter 079, New Words, Welfare Benefits Update. 2 new words have been added, with attributes that were not there before. Zhuofan just glanced at it and instantly widened his eyes. Lightness of being +10, facing a high-ranked opponent. There is a possibility of a second kill. Currently 30% probability. Taunt +10, when facing a high-ranked opponent. You can reduce the opponent's combat power by a current percentage of 20%. Seeing these 2 words, Zhuofan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. I'll go. Is there actually such an amazing phrase? He was about to make a dash for the list. After all, according to what his master said, it wouldn't be long before the rest of his teammates would be in place. And these teammates, basically, were similar to Zhang Miaoxue in general, a heavenly pride in general. These people know their names though. It is also clearer that he Zhuofan is the martial god himself. But, these names, useful in front of ordinary people, not necessarily in front of these real geniuses work. Geniuses to see what? Naturally, it's all about real-world ability. He, Zhuofan, couldn't look straight at a vase with cultivation and no combat power, but without these 2 words, when Zhuofan met a powerful opponent, he could only fight hard and use his powerful attributes to suppress the other party. But now it was different. As long as an existence with a higher rank than his own stood across from him, without making a move, you have to lose half of it first. Zhuofan took a closer look at the word frivolity and quickly realized that if he wore such a word, he would enter the abyss. That was simply a nightmare for both the demon and devil races. What kind of change is this? There's a 30% chance of a direct spike, no matter how many powerful existences there were on the opposite side. As long as Zhuofan appeared, then these demons would only have one way to die. And wasn't the skill, to put it bluntly, equivalent to decapitation? It's just horribly strong. Subsequently, it was the inlay word link that Zhuofan was very familiar with. He looked at the words he had now and chose to inlay all of them. And, this time, the attributes of these words, compared to the last time, were directly increased exponentially, which at the very least already indicated that Zhuofan's strength, compared to before, was again more than just a star. With word after word embedded, Zhuofan felt an unprecedentedly powerful force that was rapidly surging into his body. Feel the scene. Draven fell back on a slight grin. He was now at the peak of the 6th rank, although he was still only in the middle stage of martial arts. May, actually, already had the ability to compete with the top powerhouses. Immediately, he looked at his attribute panel. At a glance, Zhuofan also froze. In recent times, due to a shortage of words, it had been a while since he had done a word fusion. Previous fusion words, Zhuofan was only of the 3rd order. But now, in the blink of an eye, he was already at the 6th rank. It's not far from being what is known as up and coming. Soon, the independent squad that belonged to him was then to be formed. When that time comes, it will be a nightmare for demons. With a flash of thoughts, Zhuofan's gaze was like a torch as he looked at his attribute panel. Name, Zhuofan. Rank, 6th. Word, white, infinite. Age, 21. Spirit, golden. Chi and blood, 317. 000. Power, 317. 000. Defense, 325. 000. Speed, 260. 000. High probability of sneaking. Attack speed, 230. 000. Just by glancing at his attribute panel, Zhuofan's eyes widened. He's known it for a long time. Although he hadn't fused the words himself in recent times, his strength had skyrocketed. Previously, regarding this issue, Zhuofan had also asked the system, and the system's reply was because Zhuofan hadn't fully grasped the power of the words yet. It's simpler to put it another way. It was that Zhuofan himself was not strong enough that he could not utilize the power that the words originally possessed. It is for this reason. It was only then that Zhuofan began to focus on his own breakthrough. But no matter what, Zhuofan did not expect that his own attributes actually managed to improve so much. If I had to describe it in 2 words, then it can only be described as scary. If I had to describe it in 3 words, it would be scary. It's horrible. Basically, all of his attributes had increased exponentially well, and even the strength of some attributes had even increased by a full 3 times. Triple. That's a triple. Even if Zhuofan had prepared for this, he couldn't help but stare in disbelief after noticing such a terrifying increase in his attributes. With such an attribute, when one had an independent squad, and then killed into the abyss, it would indeed be a nightmare for the demon and devil clans. Draven finished fusing the words. The first thing is to get yourself in a solid state, then felt the powerful force rushing through his body. Only then did he look to his communicator. There were quite a few new messages in the communicator, but most of them were completely ignored by Zhuofan. After all, Zhuofan had been busy practicing cultivation for the recent period of time. There were many other things that he had no time to participate in at all. As for those of his classmates, they were still undergoing training for wilderness survival. Ding dong! Ding dong! A crisp beep came through just as he opened his communicator. Zhuo Fan subconsciously looked at it, and a few smiles came out of his eyes. Zhuo Fan looked at the time, and the time was now evening. It seems he had spent a full afternoon fusing words this time, and the message in the communicator. There is the master Chen Qingfang sent, and the senior sister Zhang Miaoxue sent. In addition to that, it is some before Zhuo Fanzia wilderness survival before. Add those female classmates. For those female classmates in the news, Dravan didn't have the slightest hesitation in ignoring it. This was not because Zhuo Fan didn't like beautiful women. It was just because of the limited energy at the moment. Zhuo Fan couldn't care about this at all. Senior brother, I told you earlier that my father wants to see you and has prepared some extreme soul condensation pills. It was originally scheduled for this evening. If you are free, you must remember to come, but you shouldn't feel pressured. If you're still practicing, just do your thing without worry. After the two messages from senior sister came in, Dravan, on the other hand, smiled knowingly. There is no option to reply at this time. After all, Zhuo Fan also saw a message from his master. In the recent period of time, Zhuo Fan had contacted his master more frequently, which was enough to show that his master was more concerned about himself. No matter what, Zhuo Fan would put his master first. The second batch of words, already in the process of being prepared. Before, we used our inventory, so it was fast, but this time it may take a bit longer. About 3 days. If you have any special requirements, you can also say so. Chen Qingfang was dry. No extra words, just a complete accounting of things. When Zhuo Fan saw the scene, he couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. It seems that the master really took his business seriously. He just said he needed words, but it never occurred to me that the master had prepared 6 million white words in a single day. What was even more unexpected to Zhuo Fan was that the master actually had a second batch, so to speak. Wouldn't that be a third batch? If that was really the case, then Zhuo Fan's growth speed would be further accelerated. Thank you, master. I may need more words in the future, and it's still a sea of them. If there is a need, I can exchange it with merit value. Zhuo Fan was in a good mood, but on second thought, his master was so kind to him, he was more or less not too nice even if he had prepared for it. That's what added merit? No need. These, all of them, are free and counted in the added welfare benefits. Chen Qingfang replied quickly, but Dravan, however, froze on the spot. After thinking about it, Zhuo Fan didn't continue to reply. Since the master teacher said so, it has already proved her attitude. Say it again. Instead, it is Zhuo Fan himself who is outside. Elder sister, why don't you give me the address? I just finished my cultivation. Chapter 080 Meeting Father-in-Law? Satisfied. Ha, junior brother, your cultivation is already over? Where are you? I'll have the driver pick you up directly. Zhuo Fan had only just replied when Zhang Miaoxue replied with message after message. I'm still on the mountain. Just wait for me at the foot of the mountain. Zhuo Fan thought about it and said it anyway. After all, senior sister was not an outsider, and there was no need to hide such a thing at all. Okay, a few minutes. After Zhang Miaoxue replied to the message, Zhuo Fan then hiked down the mountain. Ever since the martial arts examination test, Zhuo Fan's life had been busy, with less leisure time, so he simply didn't have the time to observe the world properly, and since the awakening of the divine soul, Zhuo Fan realized that his insight was not much stronger than before. Under his careful observation, he realized that this blessed cave heaven actually did not exist independently. Even, Zhuo Fan could clearly feel that the aura below this mountain range was even more dense. All of a sudden, a thought flashed through Zhuo Fan's mind. This is the imperial capital. What's underground is most likely a dragon vein, and may even be related to the fate of the country. Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan suddenly realized why the blessed cave could be so precious. No wonder even the aura of the school's cultivation room had no way to compare with this place. Moreover, Zhuo Fan often cultivated in the blessed caves. It was natural to be able to feel how beneficial it was to cultivate here. Not only the aura, but also the soul power. The most crucial thing was that the aura here was infinitely regenerable, no matter which way you looked at it. These are all superbly blessed caves. As for the extreme soul condensation pill, if one had been in this blessed cave, naturally, there would be no need. But this thing is like the difference between household electricity and a rechargeable treasure. If you need to replenish your soul power when you go out, it's still troublesome without soul condensation. Dan. Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan shook his head. It seems that this time, going to his senior sister is right. Soon, Dravan reached the foot of the mountain, riding in the car arranged by Zhang Miaoxue. Soon, the car drove out. In the process of the car, Zhuo Fan did not say much. On the contrary, the driver, afraid of slowing down Zhuo Fan, has been gushing. Zhuo Fan just simply responded to a couple of sentences, and then began to close his eyes and rest his mind. And the driver quickly sensed the change in Zhuo Fan. Not a word more. This one is Zhuo's personal heirloom, and I've heard that many of the changes in Kyoto in recent times are related to this one. Since this was the case, the other party was in existence that could be on par with his own master. He was still very measured in the face of such a big shot. Soon, the car arrived inside an estate. Obviously Zhuo Fan's arrival was arranged in advance. The car was unhindered all the way and soon arrived inside. Subsequently, two pretty young girls, who had been waiting at the door, pulled it open. Dravan got out of the car, just briefly looking around. He couldn't help but secretly nod his head. This great family is a great family. There really is something remarkable about it. After all, to be able to have such a large manor in a place like Kyoto, where every inch of land was gold, had long since said it all. But Zhuo Fan knew very well that all these external things, which appeared to be very enticing, were in fact, all held up by a strong strength. Otherwise, even if you have more things, it's all for nothing. For these powerful lineages, it may seem like the scenery is limitless, but in reality, they still need to take on a lot of responsibilities and obligations. In other words, everything they have today is also the result of strong strength and contributions. Junior. Before Zhuo Fan could return to his senses, Zhang Miaoshue's voice came from the other side. Dravan nodded gently. Junior brother, my father and the elders in my family, all hold you in very high regard. These soul condensation pills, our family still has quite a few of them, so you don't have to be polite with them. Zhang Miaoshue smiled with a spreading smile, a faint blush on that pretty face. You're my senior sister, how could I screw you over? Zhuo Fan shook his head slightly. There was a smile on his face, although he needed to fuse words now, and every time he fused words, there would be a large amount of consumption. But for Zhuo Fan, these weren't very important. After all, the supply of words in the future was basically the responsibility of the master. And although Zhuo Fan does not have much money in his hands, but it's always not a waste of time. What are you always so outgoing for? Zhang Miaoshue froze, then gave Zhuo Fan an angry look. The two of them talked and laughed and soon arrived in the hall of the manor house. A well-built middle-aged man with a deep gaze noticed Zhuo Fan step in, and his eyes flashed with essence. This is the Zhuo progenitor, right? To be honest, ever since I knew you came to the capital, I've always wanted to see you. But you young people, you're all busy cultivating right now, so I was really embarrassed to disturb. Here are 100 soul condensation pills. I heard that you need them, so you can take them and use them first. Zhang Shiji narrowed his eyes, a smile on his face that he didn't hide in the slightest. This, Dravan, however, froze. Consternation flickered in his eyes. But, in a flash, Zhuo Fan understood. This can't be blamed on the other party to give more. Mainly recently their own growth is really too fast. If it goes on at this speed, the future is absolutely unlimited. Zhang Shiji this was already considered to be seeing his potential, and taking out these things was considered to be an early investment. Uncle Zhang, I do need the soul condensation pill, but I can't ask for it for nothing. Zhuo Fan shook his head slightly. If you trust me, turn around and I'll put together my own cultivation tips. When the time comes to hand it over to my senior sister, it will be considered a favor to my senior sister. Zhuo Fan gently nodded his head. Ha, this. Zhang Shiji was slightly stunned, then instantly his eyes widened. Cultivation tips? The cultivation tips of an ordinary peak 6th stage martial artist could be said to be worthless. But, Dravan is different. Zhuo Fan was not only a martial god progenitor, but after becoming a martial god progenitor, he had skyrocketed along the way, and no matter which way you looked at it, these cultivation tips were of immense value. Progenitor Zhuo, I've heard Schwer say that your divine soul is growing extremely fast. Is it related to this insight? Zhang Shiji instantly became serious. He was well aware of the position Zhuo Fan now possessed. There was no need for someone in this position to be polite with him just to save face. Even, as long as Zhuo Fan was willing, Zhuo Fan could not give him any face. Although the Zhang family was a big family, Zhuo Fan was after all the martial god's personal heirloom. In other words, if Chen Qingfan was at that level and wanted to cultivate the power, even if he didn't put his heart and soul into it, the one who cultivated it would definitely be the top of the line. This is the gap between the two sides. Naturally, Zhuo Fan gently nodded his head. In fact, it was reasonable to say that a top-tier existence like the Tao Te Ching would be a loss to anyone who took it out. But, this 100 soul condensation pills from the other party is already sincere enough. In this case, Zhuo Fan can't hide it. Moreover, the master has also said that he needs to make a good relationship with them. Since he has said so, there must be nothing wrong with it. Well, the Zhuo progenitor is really different. To be willing to share something like this is simply a blessing for my Grand Xia. Zhang Shiji laughed and looked at Zhuo Fan with increasing satisfaction. Actually, as the helmsman of the Zhang family, Zhang Shiji had heard a lot of rumors in recent times, all between this daughter of his and Zhuo Fan. If his daughter is involved in some of the ordinary poor boy, Zhang Shiji cannot wait to directly knock off the legs of the other party. But in the face of Zhuo Fan, he did not even dare to have such a thought. And at the moment, there was even more satisfaction in his gaze towards Zhuofan. Chapter 081 Zheng Miaoshue's Little Heart. Dear in Disarray. Uncle Zheng, you're too kind. Zhuofan shook his head slightly. Actually, Zhuofan had another thought in his mind. He had long felt that the martial arts in this world was more or less rudimentary. Since it was rudimentary, there was naturally a lot of things that needed to be perfected, and today he brought this matter up. If the Zhang family pays enough attention, it won't take long to see results. He was left alone to carve his divine palace with the classics of the sages, and it worked wonders. If others are equally valid, that's much better. Big deal. He'll come up with more of these in the future, and if they really do work, won't there be more than just Wu Dao in the future, and possibly questioning? When that time comes, what are some demons? Daughter, this live-in boyfriend of yours, he's not bad, you should take your chance. Zhang Shiji lowered his voice, his eyes shining with a few moments of appreciation. Dravan, however, froze. Uncle, we are all martial artists. Are you talking like that because you're afraid I won't hear you? Zhang Miaoshue on the other side, her eyes were filled with a touch of helplessness. What era is this? Besides, the two of them are really just living together and are living together to cultivate. In addition to this, it seems that there is nothing else. This if the blackmail, how to explain in the future. But, in the next second, Zhang Miaoshue's pretty face was slightly reddened. If, and she said if, it really couldn't be explained clearly, then simply don't explain it. There doesn't seem to be anything nonchalant about actually being with junior brother, does it? And again, junior brother was already so outstanding now. Even if she wanted to be with junior brother might not necessarily be willing to do so. Nope, after all, the two of them were now living together. To put it bluntly, she should be near the water. She still knew her little senior brother quite well. At the very least, she knew that her little senior brother had been busy cultivating for the recent period of time, and also did not have a girlfriend. Then since the two were living together, shouldn't she, as a senior sister, be braver? Progenitor Joie. Originally, I thought that these soul condensation pills prepared were somewhat less than sufficient. However, what is the situation at the front line now? Yuing AI are also clear about it. My Zhang family can only come up with so much for the time being. If there is still a need for it, I'll think of a way to get you some more from other channels. Zhang Shiji slightly shook his head. That's all for now. In fact, the front line needs the soul condensation pill even more, and I'm preparing these for a rainy day. Zhuofan gently nodded his head. To put it bluntly, this high-grade soul condensing Dan, or even the very best soul condensing Dan, Zia right now at this time, has been counted as a strategic reserve. The hands have food and the heart does not panic. There was no need for Dravan to prepare a whole bunch for himself. After all, it was clear in his mind that they were still more desirable to be in the hands of those who needed them. Only then could these soul condensation pills be utilized to their fullest potential. I also know that these soul condensation pills are already very precious. Uncle was able to prepare 1,000 of them in such a short period of time, and that's putting his heart into it. If you need me in the future, just ask. Zhuofan didn't make a fuss either. The other party had prepared so many soul condensing Dan, this thing even in the hands of his master. He didn't see much of it, but his senior sister's father actually prepared so much of it. No matter which way he looked at it, he should thank the other party. You're polite and courteous. We'll become a family sooner or later anyway. What are you being polite to me for? Zhang Shiji, however, smiled and shook his head. Dravan was slightly stunned. It seems that there is some misunderstanding here, but what could he say on the present occasion, when there was no explanation? He can't say that he and his senior sister are just living together. In fact, to be frank, there is no other relationship. Then I'm afraid, from now on, his own name of scum will be solid, though there is indeed no other relationship between the two. Even, he hadn't been living in District A for some time recently. But, no one else believes this either, right? That's right, Zhua kindred spirit. In fact, today, I'm looking for you, firstly, for this soul condensing pill, and secondly, it's about Xiao Shui. Zhang Shiji smiled, and this time, he didn't speak, but secretly transmitted his voice. Dravan froze. It was instantly clear. Granted, the formation of the squad was kept secret, but the Zhang family is after all one of the 4 great families of Kyoto. The other party must have received the news. In other words, this information was currently kept secret from Zhang Miaoshue alone only. You should be clear about the level of danger in this abyss, and I'm even more clear about what kind of character this girl has. Although Zhang Shiji was transmitting his voice, Zhuofan could also feel that hint of bitterness in the other party's voice. Uncle, don't worry, she's my senior sister. Zhuofan, however, smiled, though Zhang Shiji's worry like this was a bit redundant, but as a father, This worry is naturally not superfluous. Zhang Shiji is smart. Dravan can world say this. It was natural to recognize Zhang Miaoxue, and it would be meaningless to say this again. Good. Zhua's personal heirloom is different. In the future, just feel free to look for me if you need anything. Zhang Shiji laughed, and the next meal had a very cordial atmosphere. Several people were smiling. Finally, the business has been finished. Zhua Fan's gaze, however, once again fell on Zhang Miaoxue. Elder sister, are you going back today? Dravan didn't say school directly though. But, that's been said enough. 2. Zhang Miaoxue froze slightly and turned to smile. What does this mean, little brother? It's not an unsolicited invitation? In that case, there's nothing to say. You have to go back. Actually, Zhang Miaoxue has been looking for an opportunity to confess to Zhuofan in the last few days, but Zhuofan has been too busy in the last few days, and even if Zhang Miaoxue deliberately looked for an opportunity, she didn't find the right one. Unthinking, senior brother actually took the initiative to invite himself. Then isn't the next step a good one? After returning to the school's villa, it was their world of two, and basically nothing could disturb them. And, Zhang Miaoxue naturally understood that the aura and soul power in the school's zone were very abundant. In a place like that, one was not only more comfortable, but also made faster progress, and this time, after going home for a few days, it was considered to be full of rewards. Whichever way you look at it, it's the perfect day to go back. Let's be together. Zhang Miaoxue spread a smile. Then she looked at her father on one side, and noticed that Zhang Shiji still had a smile on his face, and only then did she put her heart down. In fact, some years ago, her father had said that if one day if she dared to stay out at night, he would definitely break her legs. Zhang Shiji was also slightly stunned after noticing Zhang Miaoxue's gaze. Daughter, this is not the same. This is Zhua's personal transmission. This is your youngest senior brother. It's not an outsider. Besides, you guys haven't been together for more than a day or two, so there's no need to be polite at all. Zhang Shiji shook his head slightly, but Zhang Miaoxue froze. What is this and what? But, with such an awkward scene at the moment, she naturally couldn't say anything more. Instead she directly pulled Zhuofan out of the door. Behind, Zhang Shiji kept a smile on his face and sent the two of them to the door. Two people get in the car. Zhang Miaoxue, however, was secretly observing Zhuofan. Now Zhuofan's face has no special expression. This is a sigh of relief. In fact, the father and daughter's eyes before the exchange of buildings, Zhuofan was seen. But, this is the other party's little secret. He naturally is not good to say anything. As for the matter between him and his senior sister, Zhuofan had his own considerations. Junior brother, you're going to go up the mountain after you go back to school today? Zhang Miaoxue pretended to inquire carelessly. 082 chapter sister is moved. Yang Bing wants to make a move. Well, there's a mountain to go up. Dravan nodded. Inside the blessed cave on the mountain, no matter if it was soul power or spiritual chi, it was far more dense than the bottom of the mountain. Although the surrounding area was sparsely populated, it was more convenient for Zhuofan to cultivate. Also, the progress is still relatively fast, so there's no reason not to live in it. Dravan laughed softly. Ha! Zhang Miaoxue, however, froze, her eyes filled with dismay. She had originally had it all figured out that she was going to confess after she returned to the villa with her senior brother, but I did not expect. The little master press simply did not intend to return to the villa. A time Zhang Miaoxue's heart lost. Could it be that the little masters simply do not see themselves? If that's the case, why did he go back to school with himself? For a while, all sorts of thoughts turned up in his mind. Eventually, Zhang Miaoxue could only take a deep breath and suppress all the various emotions in her heart. All of them were suppressed. The senior brothers had all gone up to the mountain now and were living in the blessed cave, although she was also living in Area A now. But, to put it bluntly, it was Dravan's doing. Without realizing it, the gap between the two had grown wider. Before, Zhuofan was at the very least much lower in rank than himself, but now it was different. The youngest senior brother was already at the peak of the 6th rank without realizing it. This guy had always been perverted, and it probably wouldn't be long before he would surpass himself. Then Zhang Miaoxue clenched her teeth, but in her heart, she secretly made up her mind. After going back this time, she must make use of all the time, and seize the time to cultivate. Although the youngest senior brother is very excellent, but at least, she can't lag behind him too much, or else she, the senior sister, in front of her senior brother, how shameless. Elder sister, there's something you just want to talk to you about. Dravan smiled slightly. Hearing these words, Zhang Miaoxue raised her head furiously, and her eyes were filled with light. What? Junior brother actually had something to say to himself? Could it be that junior brother is trying to confess to himself? What's going on here? Isn't it a bit sudden for happiness to come? Zhuofan, however, did not look at Zhang Miaoshui. In fact, he had thought about it for a long time. Perhaps in a few days, his senior sister would become a member of his own team, and at that time the two of them would still have to spend time with each other. And since it was the case, he was now often in the blessed cave. In addition to cultivation, life was naturally pretty much the same. After all, the aura of that place was extremely dense, and Zhuo Fan wasn't going to just change places after a long time. Besides, according to the master's words, this blessed cave is what one owns for a long time. Since this is the case, it is naturally a great benefit to live in it. Besides being a great benefit, Zhuo Fan naturally feels that he deserves it. The big deal was to kill more demons when he grew up. As long as one kills enough, one will naturally be able to stand up to the cultivation that their master has given them. What are you trying to say, junior brother? On the other hand, Zhang Miaoshui couldn't help but feel a deer in the headlights in her heart. Senior sister, I need to be inside the blessed cave for a long period of time recently, so the villa over there in District A, it's been empty all this time, so why don't you just live in it? This will be helpful to your cultivation, as well. With a smile on his face, Zhuo Fan looked at Zhang Miaoshui, who was slightly flushed, and under the light reflection in the car, her snow-white skin, as if it would glow, looked extremely beautiful. Zhang Miaoshui, however, froze. Such a turn of events by Zhuo Fan was so sudden that Zhang Miaoshui, for a moment, did not react. But this was no small surprise for Zhang Miaoshui. Junior brother, isn't this not too good? It seems okay for me to rub it in a little bit when there's where you live, but now that you've moved out, I'm living there. Zhang Miaoshui, however, blinked her eyes full of dismay. There's nothing wrong with it. I didn't move out either. It's just that I really can't use it for the recent period of time. If you move out from there, wouldn't you be wasting the resources there? Zhuo Fan, however, shook his head slightly. Actually, Zhuo Fan had already made his decision a long time ago. After all, he had obtained 1,000 extreme soul condensation pills from his senior sister's house this time. Soul condensation dan unusual time. Is the existence of extremely precious? And now, the front line in war. The precious degree of soul condensation dan naturally follow the rising tide. This situation can be divided into 1,000 to themselves. That's not a big payoff. As it is, then it would be better to tell the news to senior sister earlier. Zhang Miaoshui froze, dismay permeating her eyes. Although it wasn't a senior brother who was going to confess his love, this couldn't be said to be good news for Zhang Miaoshui. Okay, so how can I thank you? Zhang Miaoshui gently nodded her head, and even her voice softened as she spoke. At first, she only got along with Zhuo Fan because her master had explained it. And this one was still a personal disciple of the master, and she was just fulfilling her mission. But Zhang Miaoshui had never imagined that this junior brother of hers would be able to give himself such a generous reward. No need to thank me. You're my senior sister. I'm just doing what I can. Zhuo Fan shook his head slightly. The face was bemused. Zhang Miaoshui had originally planned to say that it would be better for her to pay more merit every month. For martial artists, money and wealth and these things belong to things outside of their bodies. But merit was different. As long as there were enough merit, it could be said that there was nothing that could not be done. On second thought, this little senior brother of his, compared to before, had long been different. For this amount of merit, it was rather a hair's breadth for Zhuo Fan. The car soon stopped outside the villa area. Zhang Miaoshui glanced outside, more or less reluctant in her heart, but on second thought, she hadn't taken the test yet. That matter might still have to wait a little while, and in the recent period of time, the two of them still had quite a lot of opportunities to meet. Naturally, I didn't particularly care. Thank you, junior brother. Let's all work hard on our cultivation. I hope that one day, we can fight side by side. Zhang Miaoshui glanced deeply at Zhuo Fan. This junior brother of hers was already good enough, and since that was the case, she, as a senior sister, had to be good as soon as possible as well. Zhuo Fan's heart fluttered and he felt funny in his heart, but he didn't show it. That special squad of his own, having his senior sister on it, was top secret. It must not be revealed until the last moment. Zhuo Fan turned to leave and Zhang Miaoshui returned to the villa. The other side, Yang Bing, who had already returned to the villa long ago, had a touch of eccentricity in his eyes. It's not right, is it? What's the deal with these two? During the daytime, she had already seen it. These two were behaving intimately. It looked like they were in love. How come Zhang Miaoshui was the only one who came back at night? Did Dravan so soon, and he's already sick of it? This thought flashed through his mind, and Yang Bing couldn't help but smile. Since Zhang Miaoshui, this woman was so indisputable, so if she did something herself, was it not her own fault? Plus, what woman wouldn't like a man as good as Zhuo Fan? Looking at Zhuo Fan's back as he left, a smile flickered on Yang Bing's face. If it was about looks and body, she was not the least bit worse than Zhang Miaoxue, and since Zhang Miaoxue had a chance, she must have a chance too. One time, Yang Bing had a thought in his heart that was rapidly going crazy. Although, Yang Bing didn't know what kind of emotion this was. But, needless to say, she was starting to get curious about Zhuofan. Immediately, Yang Bing took out her own cell phone and sent a message to Zhuofan. Chapter 083, Words in Place. Zhang Shiji's invitation. Zhuofan, I see you just came back. Why did you leave again? Yang Bing smiled. There was a tinge of anticipation in his eyes. She for her own, or more confident. In fact, Yang Bing all these years, has not taken the initiative to take action against any man, but now it is different. This Zhuofan is the first. If, tonight Dravan replied to his own message, then this man can't escape even if he can't. Thinking of this, Yang Bing's gaze flickered again, and a few more points of anticipation appeared on his face. Dravan, you answer the message. As soon as you reply to the message, the story of our 2 times can officially begin. Yang Bing smiled and looked out the window, but Zhuofan quickly disappeared into the night and the cell phone was lying quietly in his hand. The other side, Zhuofan looked around. It was already night, the sky was already completely dark, and in the night sky, there was only a curved moon hanging, the silvery moonlight, spilling over the earth. Instead, it made the surrounding scenery a bit cooler. Ding dong! Immediately after a soft ring came from the cell phone. Zhuofan, just slightly stunned, did not immediately check. Anyway, for him, as long as the person has set up special care, if this message was important enough, his own communicator would have gently vibrated, and since the communicator didn't vibrate, it wasn't an important message, or even this was a reminder that he didn't need to read it at all. Soon, Zhuofan had reached the foot of the mountain. Immediately, after a few leaps, he entered the blessed cave. To the door, Zhuofan opened the door with his identity card and then walked in. Zhuofan did not notice that after he entered the blessed cave, not far away, a few figures stepped out, and after looking at each other, from each other's gazes, they could see the faint message that they were all shocking dragon guards. In recent times, there has been only one mission, that is to protect Zhuofan's safety. After noticing Zhuofan's return, the crowd also let out a slight sigh of relief, because this one's status was too high and the level of protection needed was also very high. Even this was ordered by the martial god himself. This one can't have any little problem. As a shocking dragon guard, they often perform a wide variety of tasks. But, there still aren't really that many of these mission levels that can reach top secret. Zhuofan stepped into the blessed cave. Instead, there was no first choice to cultivate. He had grown so fast in recent times that Zhuofan himself felt that he was not robust enough in such a way. After just a simple adjustment, Zhuofan was able to feel his state, which seemed to be at its peak. It was only then that he exhaled softly. Before, Zhuofan was in his divine palace for several days in a row, carving out cultivation tips. Who knows that the Tao Te Ching, as well as the Sutra of Peace, such classics, are just too strong. Even if one's basic attributes were very heaven-defying, to put it bluntly, they were still not quite capable of carrying the power of a divine soul. But not now. He was already at the peak of the 6th stage of martial arts and had just fused the words. His body strength had already grown tremendously without him realizing it. This next, he could finally continue to carve out insights with confidence. Strengthen your divine soul. As long as the divine soul continued to grow, Zhuofan even felt that there would be no hindrance when he entered the sovereign realm. After all, he's not just strong in basic attributes. The power of the divine soul was not weak at all. Enter the zoner. Then it should not be difficult. Immediately, Zhuofan didn't continue to cultivate. He was now at the peak of the 6th rank of the martial arts path. It's basically okay to settle down and make the next breakthrough. Immediately, Zhuofan recalled such classics as Yongming Xinshui. Although it had little to do with martial arts, it involved a more profound theory. That is, cultivating the mind. And powerful martial artists should be clear, that is, the influence of the state of mind on the strength. But, after just a few moments of simple thinking, Zhuofan frowned slightly. Not that it was something he couldn't figure out right now, but it seemed like there was some force in the underworld that was preventing him from exploring in general. There are many ideas that only just appear and are quickly forgotten in the time that follows. Turning, Zhuofan let out a light sigh and put all of this down for the time being. Speaking up, Dravan was also well aware of what was wrong with him now. To put it bluntly, strength was not enough to be able to explore things on a higher level. Perhaps after one stepped into the shoes of a sovereign, these two would begin to open up. Think about it. Dravan was open-minded instead. Although he was about to enter the abyss after forming his own squad, strength was naturally the stronger the better. But there were some things that were more appropriate to progress gradually. After all, the way of the martial arts, there was a long way to go. And although the advancement in strength after successive breakthroughs was tremendous, it also meant that there could be a situation where the foundation was unstable. Zhuo Fan simply laid down on top of the stone bed for a short period of cultivation. For Dravan, in fact, more often than not, it was all about cultivation. And right now at this time being able to sleep comfortably was extremely enjoyable in itself. Wake up from a nap. It was already early the next morning. Zhuo Fan slowly opened his eyes, only to feel an indescribable relief throughout his body. Although he was sleeping last night, Zhuo Fan was clear in his mind that in this blessed cave, the aura was already extremely abundant, and even if he was sleeping, that effect might be better than cultivating outside. Ding dong, ding dong. The moment he opened his eyes, Zhuo Fan realized, however, that a crisp sound kept coming from his communicator. Dravan froze. When he was practicing, he would seldom pay attention to this, but at this moment, Zhuo Fan noticed that without realizing it, he had become a hot figure? Otherwise, how come your own communicator, early in the morning, can keep ringing non-stop? Immediately, Dravan grabbed the communicator, then start checking the messages. This look froze. The first few messages were from the master. Master Zun just told him that the new words are already in place, and that he needs to wait until one day, after which the new words will be in place. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Fan, however, could not help but have his eyelids jump. He had to say that the master's speed of action, was it not a little too fast? Wasn't this something that was agreed upon yesterday? And, he didn't want 6 million words this time, he needed 12 million white words. Dravan had done the math. As long as one was able to fuse words again, this time those words would all be upgraded to blue. What is the concept of blue words? For a while, Zhuo Fan hadn't quite dared to think about it. After all the words on his entire body right now, all of which were green plus 10, were already powerful to this point, so if they all became blue words, wouldn't that be even more heaven-defying? Zhuo Fan didn't bother to be happy, but first sent a message to his master to express his gratitude. After that, Zhuo Fan continued to look down, and soon enough, he already saw a new friend request. And, there is only one friend request. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Fan but slightly stunned. Their recent period of time, and did not do anything earth-shattering events. How this time, there is a friend application? But, just by clicking on it and taking a look, Zhuo Fan was instantly enlightened. Because, 3 words after the memo, S.J. Chang, isn't this sister's father? One of the 4 great families of Kyoto, the Zheng family's head. This one was considered to be in a high position of power. What was he doing looking for himself at this time? Chapter 084, Copyright Revenue. The Grand Marshal himself. Chapter 084. The mind was suspicious though, but Dravan added the friend anyway. After all, the other party was the father of his senior sister and had even given himself a lot of favors yesterday. Soon, friend added successfully. Seeing the other party's avatar, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Zhang Shiji was originally the head of the Zheng family and was already over 40 years old. When they met yesterday, Zhuo Fan already had a feeling. This square national character face, after sitting in the position of the head of the family, since it carries a kind of unruffled aura, and when he gets along with himself, the other party should deliberately lower his stature. But at this moment, he sees the other party's avatar. Even if Zhuo Fan had prepared for it, the eyes also revealed a touch of eccentricity. This avatar was actually a 5 or 6-year-old child with clear eyes and a bright smile. Associated with Zhang Shiji's unsmiling appearance, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud. What's going on? Is this the wind of contrast that has blown into the middle-aged and older circles? It's true that children want to grow up, but adults will always have a dream in their hearts to grow up. Ding dong. After passing the friend request, a crisp voice soon spread out from the communicator. Zhuo Fan looked at the communicator. Without the slightest surprise, the one who sent the message over was indeed Zhang Shiji. Prince Shua, do you have time today? The situation is like this. Regarding the matter of carving the divine palace that we talked about yesterday, I have prepared manpower on my side. The first batch is 20 people. All of them are from my Zhang family's direct line, and the people are absolutely reliable. Previously, we all used the cultivation tips of our family forefathers to carve the divine palace, but yesterday we used the Tao Te Ching that you provided. Although Zhang Shiji was using words to communicate with himself, Zhuo Fan could feel the joy in the other party's voice. After all, this is already the head of the Zhang family. Before he, the party himself, even opened his mouth, the other party had already begun to output. And, still such a long list. As a result, among these 20 people, 17 of them have already succeeded in advancing yesterday. The other 3 have also completed their advancement today, and we have made a preliminary assessment that the Tao Te Ching that you provided seems to be of great power. And with time, this power should be able to continuously nourish the divine soul. Zhang Shiji finally told the result. Zhuo Fan, however, smiled slightly. This situation is to be expected. And, Zhuo Fan was also clear that when used on himself, the effect would be the best, and when used on others, the effect would be worse at best. Dravan didn't expect it either. The Zhang family moves so fast, and preparing 20 martial artists at once. No wonder the Zhang family could become one of the 4 great families. No wonder the Zhang family could thrive all these years. To put it bluntly, this was the Zhang family having enough vigor. I see. Uncle, is there any other insights you need? Zhuofan was a smart man, and the other party had said so much. It hadn't been opened, mostly because it was embarrassing. But Zhuofan had no such qualms and asked bluntly. Yes, but progenitor Zhua, you can rest assured that although we are now a family, after all, these insights are all yours. So the copyright is yours, and we'll provide the appropriate royalties for each use. How about just 100,000 merit badges a time? If you have new insights, we are also more than willing to buy them outright. Zhang Shiji's words immediately froze Zhuofan. He blinked hard. I'm afraid I've misread it. This thing can still be exchanged for merit badges? If it was really 100,000 merit badges at a time, then weren't those 20 people yesterday actually going to give themselves 2 million merit badges? 2 million merit badges might not seem like much, but it was actually a profitable deal. 2 million merit badges. For Zhuofan, that was 2 million white words, plus the support from his master's side. It's hard not to take off on your own. Progenitor Zhua, consider this matter for a while. If it's possible, we can start cooperating on a large scale in the future. Noticing that Zhuofan did not reply to the message, Zhang Shiji sent a message again. I don't see the problem. I have some other insights here that are indeed available for buyout, and I haven't even used them myself yet. Since you are senior sister's father, it's fine for you to ask for the price. Zhuofan smiled, and then he also voiced out his thoughts. Yes, no problem. Zhuo progenitor, you are truly a credit to my disya. With these insights of yours, the martial artists of my Grand Xia can increase in large numbers within a short period of time, especially the middle-tier martial artists. And I'm afraid that the pattern of the future struggle between us and the demonic races is really going to change. Zhang Shiji accomplished his goal, for Zhuofan was naturally satisfied to the extreme. Dravan, however, smiled helplessly. Actually, he'd had similar thoughts before, he just hadn't thought of them. This thing is moving forward so fast, so it seems, one can still have a great deal of money coming in when one enters the abyss. It might even be possible to fuse the words a few more times with this, and by that time, it might be possible to have your own words, which were all purple. The blue words have been oxymoronic to such an extent. If one had purple words, wouldn't one just take off in place? Dravan was just about to put down his communicator. I didn't realize that sister's message had been sent again. Zhuofan looked twice, but realized that Zhang Miaoshui was thanking herself. In fact, this kind of thing was just a show of hands in Zhuofan's opinion. In the eyes of others, it's simply selfless. After all, Zhuofan is the martial god himself. And with the rapid progress, the cultivation tips he took out were extremely valuable in themselves. Besides, the Changs have also been tested, and the test, too, worked extremely well. Zhuofan was actually willing to work directly with the Zhang family? You can't thank me enough for this. Zhuofan simply replied with a couple sentences. Then he put down the communicator and prepared to cultivate. He was not short of words now, and his divine soul was extraordinarily powerful, so he did need to cultivate a lot. Only this, the rate of progress to keep it up. Ding dong. But the next second, the cell phone rang again. Zhuofan, however, was slightly stunned, and there was more than a touch of dismay in his eyes. What's going on today? It's not a special day, is it? Why are so many people looking for themselves? Dravan, where are you? The Grand Marshal wants to see you. These two messages were both sent by Master Chen Qingfeng. Dravan, however, froze. What is this? He doesn't seem to have done anything earth-shattering lately, does he? The Grand Marshal wants to see himself? For this Grand Marshal, Zhuofan naturally knew. This was one of the 3 great martial gods of Daxia, deservedly the strongest person of Daxia, and also today's Daxia, the first strong person to step into the realm of martial gods itself. There were then many rumors that this Grand Marshal could be said to be credited with the inception of the martial way. It's because of his exploration. It was only then that Daxia was able to rise rapidly in the midst of the crisis. There were even rumors that one's own master, Chen Qingfeng, was able to step into the martial god realm, which was itself under the guidance of this Grand Marshal. These thoughts flashed through his mind. Even though Zhuofan had long been accustomed to seeing a lot of big scenes, he couldn't help but be a little excited at the moment. That's a Grand Marshal, deservedly the #1 powerhouse. The things in that one's hands, I'm afraid, are not much less than one's own master. He wants to see himself? Your method of opening the Divine Palace, as well as your unique cultivation insights, are of vital importance to my Grand Xia. We're heading over to find you now. so get ready. Chen Qingfang sent a message once again. Good. Dravan froze and could only agree. Chapter 085. Chapter 085 Golden Soul. The Grand Marshal is shocked. Besides, this is something you must take seriously. You may not be able to imagine how important this matter is. After the Grand Marshal knew about it, he directly asserted that these things of yours are something that will allow him to improve his chances of entering the saint. Chen Qingfang didn't seem to be relieved and deliberately explained a couple more sentences. Dravan, however, froze. Breathing was rapid. What? Sainthood? Original. Zhuofan thought that the martial god realm was already the end of the martial path. After all, the strongest person in this world is the god of martial arts. But it never occurred to me that there was a saint realm above the martial god? But, on second thought, Zhuofan understood. What kind of person is this Grand Marshal? This is the white jade pillar through the sky, the purple gold beam that frames the sea, is the first person who deserves to be the first person in today's daxia, and he created the precedent of the martial arts way back then, and the first person became a martial arts god, and since then he has gone deep into the abyss and killed the demons and devils with fear and trepidation. Demons are rampant, but for the most part, the two sides are now only fighting with the wall as a boundary. It could all be attributed to the Grand Marshal, and such a being actually had such a high opinion of himself. One time, Zhuofan couldn't help but get excited as well. To this moment, it basically didn't matter what words or not, it didn't matter anymore, as long as one needed it, as long as the Grand Marshal was able to step into the holy realm in his own way. What do you want for yourself that you don't have? One time, Zhuofan couldn't help but get excited just thinking about it. Although he had a system, as a traveler, the 5,000 years of civilization in his mind about China was his biggest dependence. Master, I understand. Dravan replied to the message and waited quietly. He didn't expect that his master was only pulling up and leaving Kyoto yesterday, and today he actually had to return for his own sake, which was simply counterintuitive. Plus, if the Grand Marshal entered the Holy Realm, there would no longer be any danger, no matter if it was the Abyss or the Great Wall. This is something that will be of great merit and benefit to the current generation. It seems, there is nothing wrong with what Zhang Shiji said. This is to completely change the pattern between the human race and the demons. Not much longer. Zhuofan then heard outside the cave, came the sound of neat footsteps. At first, Zhuofan thought that it was the Grand Marshal arrived, but after looking at it for a couple of moments, he realized that it was not the Grand Marshal who had arrived, but rather, it was the surprising dragon guards that were guarding the outside of their own cave that had increased again. These surprising dragon guards were fully clad in blood-colored armor, with a straight body and a steady pace. Each of them had an overpowering aura about them. Each person's gaze seemed to have a murderous aura in it, and with just a glance, Zhuofan was secretly shocked. Protected by so many powerful people, even if it was a great figure of the demon race, killing over, one could still be safe and sound, right? Besides, Zhuofan also thought that this was the master's father thinking too much, and that it had been a long time since there had been an assassination of a human genius by the demon race within the entire Great Xia. It wasn't that the demons couldn't think of it, just because as long as they dare to make a move, they will have to pay a greater price. Such a cost, not something the demons could afford. Just like when Zhuofan was at the Great Wall, although the demon race attacked Xia's team of recruits entering the abyss, they ended up paying a heavy price for it. Treating the demons and these beasts can't be merciful. Thunderbolts must be used. Half an hour later, Zhuofan stood outside the cave and gazed into the distance. In sight, two figures, coming from the sky, were extremely fast. It was just a blink of an eye. Only then did Zhuofan see clearly that the visitors were a man and a woman. The female was wearing a Xian armor, which outlined that delicate figure, and the male was wearing a white armor, and was also holding a long spear with an extraordinary breath. Zhuofan Tailiang shrank, but found that the two men's armor, all stained with blood. Only, these bloods, were not the unusual blood red, but dark green and black. Just by looking at it, Zhuofan understood that these bloods belonged to the demon and devil races, which also indicated that the two were from above the battlefield, and rushed directly to it. Good apprentice, this is the Grand Marshal. The two quickly came to Zhuofan, their eyes flashing with surprise. Dravan nodded gently. First, he rushed at Chen Qingfang and bowed. Master, only. Then did he look to the middle-aged man on one side. The man was almost 5 feet 8 inches tall, with a stout figure and a white armor on his body. He looked exceptionally heroic and extraordinary. The most striking thing was the man's pair of eyes, which looked calm but extremely deep, like a black hole with the sun and moon rotating in them. Just looking at it, Zhuofan was then secretly shocked. Is this the strongest man in daxia? Zhuofan, after all, had also spent a lot of time with his master Chen Qingfang, and although his heart was alarmed by the aura on the other party, he still took a deep breath and stabilized his stance. Marshal, Immediately. Bow slightly. Ha ha ha, good boy. I've long heard your master chanting every day that she's taken in what she thought was a good disciple, but I never imagined that it's actually excellent to this extent. Good job. If all of my great Xia's descendants are like you, the demons will be killed clean sooner or later. Wang Yan, like juniors like you the most. It's just that next, there are some questions I want to ask you. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Wang Yan laughed and looked at Fan with a little more delight in his gaze. Marshal, naturally there's no problem. If there's anything, just order it. Dravan bowed his head again. There was more than a few smiles in his eyes. It seems, strong people are naturally strong, and although they are the strongest, they are extremely comfortable with each other. Facing such a strong person, Fan naturally had to give a few points of face, and his attitude became a few points more intimate. Chen Xingfang noticed this scene and couldn't help but secretly nod her head. She had known for a long time that this disciple of hers was not ordinary, but I didn't realize that the heart was actually so calm. Chen Xingfang still remembered what kind of scene she was in when she first met the Grand Marshal back then. That time, she was already a peak 9th rank martial artist though. But, facing the Grand Marshal, who had become a patriarch at that time, he was also so weak that he couldn't even stand up. But not so with Dravan, just a brief lapse of concentration. Then he recovered. The guess is not that this heart is not many times more powerful than his own back then? Chen Xingfang took a deep breath and was secretly shocked. In his gaze towards Fan, there were a few more points of appreciation. It seemed that he had really taken in a good disciple. Apprentice, you don't have to be polite. The Grand Marshal and I are also teachers and friends. Right now the frontline battle is tight. If you can help the Grand Marshal this time, you will be the one who will be credited for this battle. We can't stay for too long, so you guys hold on tight. Chen Xingfang nodded at Fan. Taking the lead, he walked towards the cave. Dravan hurriedly followed suit. Wang Yan was not in a hurry, but rushed to explain to the few people behind him before following. The three of them walked into the cave. With just a wave of his hand, Wang Yan used his strong qi and blood power to leave behind a barrier. This hand seems simple, but in reality, it could easily isolate the inside and outside. Right now, the three of them were talking, but the people outside couldn't hear a single word of it. Little friend Fan, may I, perhaps, take a look at your divine soul? Wang Yan smiled. There was a hint of probing in the gaze that looked at Fan. Dravan didn't say anything. Instead, he looked towards Chen Xingfang, who didn't hesitate but gently nodded her head. Immediately, Fan slightly narrowed his eyes and externalized his divine soul, which was in the divine palace. One time, the entire cave was tinted with a hint of golden light. Noticing this scene, Wang Yan froze, his eyes filled with shock. This one was only at the peak of the 6th rank now, and his divine soul had already turned golden. What's wrong with that? Chapter 86 Sculpting the Divine Palace. The Marshal enters the Holy Spirit. Little brother, your future achievements will definitely be higher than mine. From now on, I'm afraid that this war between the demons and my Grand Xia will really change the pattern. Wang Yan narrowed his eyes. Essence flickered continuously in his eyes. It's simply appalling. Actually, a normal divine soul should be cyan in color. But at this moment, Fan's divine soul had turned golden. This, coupled with the fact that the insights of martial arts have been verified by carving them out in the deep palace, it seems, the path of martial arts before, it did go astray. Can you share with me the insights you carved in the divine palace? Don't worry, I don't want it for nothing. I've heard that you need words, and all the words you need in the future can be drawn from the Martial League headquarters. Wang Yan was the first person in Daxia to be able to say something like that is bound to be solid in the future. Fan, however, froze, his eyes full of consternation. He originally thought that the most basic and important part of the martial way was the words, but he didn't think that now. It seems that he didn't expect that for the top powerhouses. It seems like the importance of the divine soul is more prominent. So to speak, one is kind of on a fairly correct path at the moment. Marshal, no need to be polite. If there is a need, I can always provide it. Fan took out a copy of the Tao Te Ching that had already been written before from within his spatial belt as he spoke. After all, Fan had already prepared a copy of the Tao Te Ching when the Zhang family needed it before. Fan also made a few copies for convenience and put them inside his space belt. Didn't realize, so quick to use it. The Tao Te Ching written on top of paper has no special power. 5,000 words, even photocopied, would require a thick collapse of paper. When Wang Yan saw the paper that appeared out of thin air, he was first stunned, and then an aura came out of his eyes, and without saying a word, he reached out and took it. Ha ha ha, Wang Yan laughed out loud, his eyes full of pleasure. The way is the way, not the way. The way can be the way, but it is not the way. Wang Yan muttered, his eyes became brighter and brighter. Then Wang Yan quickly looked backward. In just a few breaths of time, Wang Yan had already read everything. Fan saw the scene, but blinked his eyes. With that, he didn't care about the few people around him. Instead, he closed his eyes, seemingly absorbing the contents. Ha ha ha, I was right in considering this. If I inscribe such content into the divine palace, I will surely enter the saints. At that time, I will definitely enter the abyss and kill both the demon and devil realms, bleeding to death. Speaking of which, boundless killing intent spread out, cold and stern. There's even a bit of hallowed atmosphere. Even if Zhuo Fan had prepared for this, when he encountered such a scene, he was somewhat unable to withstand it. Under Wang Yan's powerful aura, Zhuo Fan only felt his eyes darken and almost fainted to death. Grand Marshal Chen Qingfeng, who was standing on the side, hurriedly spoke. She knew very well what strength this Wang Yan was, and if she didn't do some suppression of her breath, something was bound to go terribly wrong. Furthermore, Zhuo Fan was originally the topmost genius of the human race, so if there was an accident, it would be a huge loss. After letting out a cry of alarm, Chen Qingfeng outwardly released her breath to protect Zhuo Fan. For a moment, Zhuo Fan only felt that the powerful pressure on his whole body instantly disappeared, like a clear spring, instantly flowing from the body, indescribably refreshing. All the previous discomfort also quickly disappeared. Zhuo Fan's gaze trembled, and a few more points of shock were added to his face. Wang Yan, this one is really the king of living hell. This next, Zhuo Fan also finally realized just how powerful the so-called martial god was. Even the outward breath was not something he could withstand. Excuse me, Wang Yan also reacted. After all, he was in the martial god realm for a full 10 years. These 10 years, Wang Yan tried all kinds of ways, although he had been making progress, but from the final entry into the saints, after all, it was still a hair short. Actually, 3 years ago, Wang Yan had realized that the importance of the divine soul may, after trying so many methods, it didn't strengthen the divine soul to the extreme. Didn't realize, he had only glanced at the Tao Te Ching that Zhuo Fan had given him, and his divine soul had grown a touch. It's almost like someone who has been walking in the desert for a long time and suddenly meets a sweet spring. How could he not be excited? He had a strong premonition that as long as he inscribed these things in the divine palace, he would inevitably enter sainthood. Inform Abyss to hold out for another hour. Wang Yan took a deep breath and his gaze sank. Yes, Chen Qingfeng was also stunned, and then she took a step toward the outside. Wang Yan, however, looked at Zhuo Fan, a few smiles on his face. Little friend Zhuo Fan, you should also be well aware of what the situation is at the front line. For us at this level, any time is extremely valuable. However, as long as I can enter sainthood, the situation over there in the abyss is naturally not a problem, and I intend to enter sainthood first. Wang Yan's gaze was fixed. The words were not loud though. However, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. Besides, this is the blessed cave. Not only was there plenty of soul power, but the aura was also extremely dense. But to be able to enter sainthood within an hour, what kind of determination and confidence was that? Even if Zhuo Fan had expected it, he couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. Wang Yan didn't say any more, directly sitting on top of the futon. Then the breath of the body also began to gradually convergence. Not long. Wang Yan is like an ordinary middle-aged man in general. All the breath of the body all disappeared. Dravan froze as well. This was a situation he hadn't really seen before. Take a good look. Marshal entered the sacred. This kind of thing will definitely be of great benefit to you in the future if you observe it carefully. The other side. Master Chen Qingfeng's words spread. Zhuo Fan didn't say much, just nodded his head gently. This also shows that the master and marshal, for themselves, are still very trusting. After all, this is the entry saint, actually willing to directly and openly give themselves to observe. One time, warmth flowed through Zhuo Fan's heart. Phew! However, with a soft sound, Zhuo Fan then realized that all the aura and soul power in the blessed cave instantly disappeared. Above Wang Yan's head, there was a golden vortex that absorbed all the surrounding aura and soul power. Empty. But, it was good that this was a blessed cave, and even if all of it could be absorbed in a short period of time, it would be regenerated in an instant. Dravan, however, was taken aback. Is this the power of the god of Wushu? One must know that the aura and soul power in the entire blessed cave heaven was massive. This kind of situation, which he basically hadn't encountered before, but here in the martial, these auras and soul powers disappeared extremely quickly, not even a blink of an eye. The aura in the blessed cave heaven rose up again after disappearing. Zhuo Fan's eyes stared as he continued to look. As for Chen Qingfeng, her gaze also lit up. She was now a martial god realm powerhouse. It was just that she hadn't entered the martial god realm for a long time yet. She hadn't reached the peak of the martial god realm yet, and even if she was able to enter the sacred realm, she would need a few more years to accumulate. But, at her position, she could naturally see something in this that Zhuo Fan couldn't discover. Phew! After a full dozen times of cycling, Wang Yan opened his eyes fiercely, and a touch of clear coldness came out from his eyes. Boom! With a baking sound, a golden silhouette rose up in the air from above Wang Yan's head, standing in the void. His entire body was like gold infused, golden light shining. 2 entire caverns were illuminated. This is a saint? Zhuo Fan's gaze was dead on the golden figure. Chapter 087 Slaughtering Demons. 2 Demon Kings. Kill. This golden silhouette, the moment it appeared, there was already a long spear in his hand that was also golden in color. This is. Zhuo Fan was not calm. His own divine soul was also golden, but although the divine soul was golden, his divine soul had no weapon. He really didn't expect that the divine soul of the marshal actually held a weapon. This simply should not be too strong. Immediately after that, the aura on Wang Yan's body became stronger and stronger and stronger, and even the entire blessed cave sky was gently trembling. Zhuo Fan's heart tightened and he subconsciously looked at his master Chen Qingfang, but Chen Qingfang slightly shook his head. Noticing this scene, Zhuo Fan, however, let out a sigh of relief. Zhuo Fan was still clear about what strength his master was, and since his master felt that there was no problem, he naturally didn't need to worry. A few breaths later, this powerful force seemed to have reached some sort of critical point, and then, it quickly dissipated. Wang Yan once again reverted to that, as if he was a middle-aged man who was good for nothing. Dravan froze again. To be a saint is to be great. He was truly surprised that the saint could actually control his power to such an extent. What a way to put it away when you say you'll put it away. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, so that's how it is. Wang Yan snapped up, his eyes flashed with an unimpeded color. To be initiated into the Holy Spirit. He had been working on it for 10 full years, and before he couldn't figure it out, but now he had it all through. If 10 years ago, he could have found a way to enter sainthood, wouldn't it be true that both the demon and devil realms, now, had ceased to exist? Congratulations, Marshal! Congratulations, Marshal! The 2 people standing beside him, their eyes lightly trembled, then they hurriedly congratulated them. The Marshal entering sainthood. This was an extraordinary event for the entire human race. If this were to be said, I'm afraid that both the demon and devil realms would instantly collapse. I've already entered sainthood. The crisis in the birth source is naturally nothing. Even if I kill my way to the demon race's royal city, I'll be able to retreat in one piece. Wang Yan narrowed his eyes, killing intent in his eyes, flashed once again, a word out. In Wang Yan's eyes, there was once again a change. A yin and yang taijutsu actually appeared. It wasn't very obvious, but Zhuo Fan recognized it at once. Just, Chen Qingfang, who was standing on the other side of the room, frowned. Although she had never seen this thing before, she could still feel that it suddenly seemed to be very subtle, and with just a glance, she learned that there seemed to be endless changes in it, and Zhuo Fan also had a moment of clarity at this moment. If we were to say that the previous martial arts were for the pursuit of extreme power, with the addition of the Tao Te Ching, there seems to be a hint of the pursuit of the Tao. No wonder Wang Yan was able to achieve growth that no one else could reach in a very short period of time. It was because of mastering the power of the Tao. I don't know yet how strong I am. Wang Yan, however, shook his head slightly. The killing intent that flashed in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Immediately, while Wang Yan took a step, Zhuo Fan froze as he realized that the Grand Marshal, who had just been standing in front of him, had actually disappeared. Chen Qingfang was also slightly stunned. The whirlwind was understood. If it was said that martial gods were the strongest amongst humans, then to become a saint was to have completely transcended the realm of human beings. So, even if a martial had some special means, it was still understandable. Besides, after becoming a martial god, it was no longer difficult to carry out long-distance teleportation. Not to mention the Grand Marshal who had already taken it a step further. Possibly, the martial has entered a whole new realm. Even, there was a deeper level of understanding of the martial way. Zhuo Fan also nodded slightly. It seemed that the marshal had not gained much this time. Chen Qingfang wanted to speak, but snapped her eyes to the west, where a blinding bloodlight flashed by. Immediately, the bloodlight was, however, suppressed by the huge golden light. This golden light was even greater than the impact that Zhuo Fan had caused within the cultivation room that day. Even though it was far away, it still lit up the sky. It was as if a sun, bigger than the sun, had suddenly appeared in the sky. Even if, right now it was half-afternoon and the sun was already westward. The piercing golden light in the sky was yet exceptionally dazzling, even brighter than the midday sun. Dravan, however, was slightly stunned. Even in the moment when the golden light shone, he could clearly feel that the speed of the flow in his body, no matter if it was chi and blood power or soul power, was much faster. If he could be affected by this golden light for a long period of time, it is expected that one can make more rapid progress. But, turning to Dravan, he shook his head. He himself was in the Divine Palace, completing the engraving of the Tao Te Ching, and had become the ultimate beneficiary, presumably because the Grand Marshal was too strong. So when he engraved the Tao Te Ching, it had a greater impact on himself. If the others also had an effect on him, then he should have felt it yesterday. After all, the Zhang family's group of martial artists, although they had a lot of benefits for themselves after the carving was completed, they were of no use to Zhuo Fan. Boom! Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the direction where the golden light had been emitted before. Everyone's eyes north attracted and looked in that direction. Chen Xingfang also came back to her senses because of this loud bang. A trace of fascination came out from her eyes. For such a thing, Zhuo Fan could naturally understand. Chen Xingfang was also a martial artist, and an extremely powerful one at that. The moment, seeing that the marshal had succeeded in advancing, there was inevitably some envy in his heart. Zhuo Fan, however, was clear that the success of the Grand Marshal's advancement was significant for the entire Grand Xia, and it wouldn't be long before the master would already be able to advance as well. After all, for Zhuo Fan, inscribing the so-called insights in the Divine Palace was extremely simple, and he simply didn't have too many insights in his mind. Even if the Tao Te Ching is not suitable for the master, he can also identify similar or more suitable beings. That direction is the abyss. The marshal should have already made a move against the demon and devil races. Chen Xingfang had a hint of a smile on her cheeks. That movement before was not small. Perhaps the marshal's previous movement had already dumbed down quite a few of the strongest members of the demon race. Dravan, however, froze. He had also been to the abyss and knew very well that Kyoto was not close to it. Didn't realize the marshal actually had the ability to do that, just in the blink of an eye? But, on second thought, it was normal. The marshal was already in the sacred realm. Since he had entered the saints, he had already transcended the realm of what ordinary people could understand. Immediately, before the person even appeared, that bright laughter had already spread. In the next second, without waiting for the two to react, Wang Yan had already reappeared in the blessed cave. Smooth, boom. With a muffled sound, Wang Yan threw the two demon kings onto the ground. Kid, you've done me a big favor this time. It will take some time to promise you the words, but this is good stuff. Wang Yan pointed to the two demon king corpses thrown on the ground. Demon king? Zhuo Fan couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The demon king, in fact, was already comparable to a human martial god, which was basically already the topmost fighting force of the demon race. Although, rumor has it that the demon race has a demon saint, but for so many years, it has not been met. And this, two demon kings have been slaughtered so easily? They are not open to their own eyes. They actually took advantage of my absence to stage a sneak attack, so I had no choice but to slaughter them. Wang Yan, however, shook his head, his face bland. Chapter 088, too weak? Massive reward. Zhuo Fan originally wanted to praise a couple of sentences, but on second thought, this is not really a good description. Eventually, all he could do was take a deep breath. Bull. With the exit of one sentence, the two people present were stunned, their gazes instantly focusing on Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan, however, could not help but blush with an old face, although he was considered a junior in front of the two, but at least he had been a man of two lives. It was not too much to say that it was an old face, and the two men looked at Zhuo Fan with a hint of suspicion shown in their gazes, but immediately afterward there was a hint of confusion. He was at least the martial god's own disciple. At least this martial arts insight was so well written. How could he say such level-less words? But, Zhuo Fan, however, didn't care about that and just inhaled deeply before exhaling. After meeting the gazes of the two men, bull indeed, Chen Xingfang froze, throwing Zhuo Fan a blank stare. He simply stopped counting. Wang Yan, however, laughed out loud, and there was more than a hint of pleasure in his eyes. I've known for a long time that little brother isn't an ordinary person, or else he definitely wouldn't be able to write something this amazing. With that, Wang Yan looked at Zhuo Fan. The key to my sainthood is you. Word how much you want. Let me know anytime. Besides, Wang Yan looked at Chen Xingfang. Two demon king corpses, plus 20 million white words. Chen Xingfang suddenly spoke. Dravan, however, froze. Nesting grass. What's going on here? Could it be that this is not a reward for yourself? But the next second, Zhuo Fan slightly shook his head. This is not too much. He is very clear in his heart. The existence of such a level of the Demon King, not only the words in the body are worth money, the body is worth a lot of money. Just so to himself? These are for you. What you did this time means a lot to us. Don't feel like giving much. These are worth it. Chen Xingfang shook her head slightly, noticing the solemnity of the two men's faces. It didn't seem like a joke at all, and Zhuo Fan could only nod his head gently. That's all. Even if there were some elements of favors in it, he didn't want to count them at this time. The big deal was that when he was strong, he would contribute more to Xia, enter the abyss a few more times, and kill a few more demon kings. But the demon king was still a bit far away from himself right now. Zhuo Fan also simply didn't care about that. Instead, he stared at Chen Xingfang. Master, does this demon king's corpse have some kind of wonderful use? Zhuo Fan quickly thought of the key point. After all, the academy and the higher-ups are responsible for basically all of his expenses now. In other words, money means nothing to him. Wonderful? Chen Xingfang shook her head slightly. This, I can't tell you at the moment, and even if I did, you wouldn't be able to use it. Chen Xingfang hesitated for a moment, and finally shook her head slightly. But you don't have to worry, when you achieve the position of patriarch, you will naturally know. At that time, these things will be useful. Chen Xingfang laughed lightly, fearing that Zhuo Fan had misunderstood something. However, at the moment, since these two beasts have been brought, let's throw them in the blessed cave. Chen Xingfang shook her head slightly. There was a hint of eccentricity on his face. Dravan, however, froze. What's going on? This thing is inside a blessed cave? No. This area in the middle of this blessed cave was not very large, and at night, one would have to sleep here. Would there be any problems with this thing being placed in the cave? And again, this is a high martial arts world. Don't let these two beasts swindle in the middle of the night. Won't that be more troublesome? There are still benefits to leaving this here. At the very least, it will allow the recovery of your soul power to speed up quite a bit. Other than that, there might be some other effects. Chen Xingfang seemed to have seen Zhuo Fan's concerns before she opened her mouth. Dravan instead nodded his head gently. That's all. In fact, there were some things that the master chose not to say now, mostly because there was nothing to be gained by knowing it himself. He wasn't one of those people who didn't understand the human condition. His master had already said so he naturally wouldn't continue to pursue the matter. Also, that's 20 million white words. In addition to these 20 million, the master should also have prepared a wave of his own. All of these all together, but tens of millions of words. Zhuo Fan is difficult to imagine. With these words, their own strength exactly will grow to what kind of point? In addition, you will contribute the martial arts insights inscribed in your divine palace this time. Something that is incomparably important to the entire Grand Xia. It really has been possible to change this era in front of us, but there is a lot involved, and what kind of influence it can have needs to be evaluated slowly, after which it will all be exchanged into merits. Chen Xingfang contained a smile. Obviously, the events of recent times had put the master in a better mood. Otherwise, Zhuo Fan couldn't see any smile at all on his master's face a while ago. Go! After the matter here is over, shouldn't we go back to the Great Wall and do a good job on those beasts of the abyss and clean up a bit? Wang Yan narrowed his eyes, killing intent rising in his gaze as he spoke. Chen Xingfang froze. The eyes went cold with it. Noticing that both of their faces were solemn, Zhuo Fan also put away his joking mind. For Dravan, although the knowledge of the demon and devil tribes was not a lot, but for both of them, this kind of mood was extremely understandable. It's like the kind of attitude the Chinese on the blue planet had towards the Japanese. Just mentioning it makes you want to break it into pieces. It's a blood feud. There is no reprieve at all. I'll send you guys. This time gained such a great benefit. Zhuo Fan was in a good mood, and opened his mouth at that moment. The two looked at each other. Their eyes carried a hint of laughter. Or else they said that Zhuo Fan, this kid was pleasing to the eye? It's not just that this is a great talent. There is nothing remotely wrong with being a human being. If there were more such existences amongst the young juniors of the Great Xia, the Great Xia would basically be on a higher level. By that time, what's a so-called demon? The three of them headed outside together. After exiting the blessed cave, Zhuo Fan froze on the spot. In the open space in front of the cave, there were quite a few shocked dragon guards and night watchmen. They looked at the three of them, their gazes filled with respect. Although Zhuo Fan's strength was not very strong right now, but being able to make the two martial gods come out together was enough to see Zhuo Fan's importance. Thank you, two martial gods, and thank you, Zhuo Progenitor. Thank you, two martial gods, and thank you, Zhuo Prodigy. The open space. Hundreds of people stood upright, each with a hint of respect on their faces. Dravan, however, froze. At first, he didn't really understand what was going on, but upon closer inspection, it dawned on him. Original. When the marshal entered the sacred before, the commotion formed was so great that even he himself felt that the operation speed of his soul power accelerated quite a bit, not to mention these people outside, many of whom were amongst the elites of the Great Summer. It may have reached a bottleneck. Any little opportunity for a breakthrough could be a chance for them. Out of the hundreds of people, 1/3 of them had actually broken through the realm. Saw the scene. Dravan, however, froze. There was more than a touch of consternation on that face. Turning to Zhuo Fan, who finally reacted with hindsight, he finally knew that the martial arts insights that he had written, how useful it was. Probably in the short term, the increase for Daxia was not very strong, At best, it would make the growth of the martial artists faster, and make Daxia's base become more robust. And the real effect was to give these martial artists, who were stuck in the same realm, an additional possibility to move up. And after decades of accumulation, how many strong people like the surprising Dragon Guards and the Night Watchman were there in Daxia? Chapter 089 Participation. Spiritual Spring. Zhuofan took a deep breath, finally realizing why his master respected him so much. To put it bluntly, master's eyesight was not known to be much higher than his own, and I'm afraid that he had already thought of this point. Zhuofan looked at Chen Qingfeng. Right now, the sky outside was already completely dark, and the silver moonlight spilled down from the sky, reflecting on Chen Qingfeng's fair face. And from Zhuofan's point of view, for a moment, there was actually a sense of beauty. And Chen Qingfeng didn't care about Zhuofan's gaze, but instead revealed a bright smile. Did master has known for a long time that his talent is about to? Having these shocking dragon guards to protect themselves was one of the purposes, and staying by their side to observe and learn was another? Zhuofan, on the other hand, was well aware that in recent times, the number of surprising dragon guards protecting him had been increasing. And it's an uninterrupted increase. One is because one's importance is increasing. The second was that when he grew up, these shocking dragon guards would inevitably be his die-hard loyalists. After all, now that there were already so many people breaking through in situ, it was important to realize that although these people were geniuses among geniuses, but actually wanting to break through the realm wouldn't be as easy as Zhuofan. Not as easy as senior sister Zhang Miaoshui. With so much effort, 2 years, it's also just the peak of the 6th order. And if senior sister wanted to enter the 7th rank, besides putting in a lot of effort, more than likely she would need to wait, the soul power in her body gradually accumulating, waiting for the soul power to accumulate enough before she could look for the opportunity to break through. And these surprising dragon guards were merely responsible for keeping themselves safe. It then directly broke through in place, which could already make these shocking dragon guards die. And the current top brass of Daxia, including both Chen Qingfeng and Wang Yan, were once from the shocked dragon guards and the Night Watch. Wouldn't that mean, as long as he, Zhuofan, grows up, he'll be able to directly become a high-ranking member of the Great Xia, become the true first person of Daxia? Thoughts turning in his mind, Zhuofan swept his gaze from the crowd in front of him. He felt it for the first time, unconsciously, the responsibility on his shoulders. It seems like it has been heavier than before by an unknown number of times. Originally Zhuofan had no father or mother in this world and was just a person, but now with the help of his senior sister and the unconditional support of his master, Zhuofan has been linked to more and more people, on a deeper level. It's all because the master has paved the way for himself. He was now at the peak of the 6th stage of martial arts. In fact, the basic attributes, basically, were not even remotely close to some of the 9th dan of the martial arts path. Even if he meets a patriarch, he can still fight. Actually, previously, Zhuofan was more envious of strong people who could step out in a single step and travel in the air. In fact, since the last time he fused words, Zhuofan's speed, too, had reached an extremely terrifying level. In this case, even if you can't fly in the air, with that kind of speed in place, it was also terrifying to the extreme. Short-distance low-level flight should be no problem. He even jumped and fell again. In this short period of time, bursting forward 1,000 meters was not a problem. Thinking about all these things that had happened to him in recent times in his mind, Zhuofan was still in some kind of trance, knowing that a few months ago, he was still a waste of space that could only fuse white words. Just 2 short months. It's amazing how much he's grown. It's simply horrible as hell. Chen Qingfeng, on the other hand, glanced deeply at Zhuofan, signaling her to follow her forward. Zhuofan was stunned and quickly realized that it was mostly because his master had something to explain, and instead of asking, he silently followed. Chen Qingfeng walked towards the distance, foot out a long way. He stopped only when he was almost at the foot of the mountain, and Zhuofan just followed behind silently. Snapped. Chen Qingfeng turned back. Your strength is now soaring, and you are taking up more and more resources. You're also clear about the situation of our Daxia. Basically no one dares to say anything with us around, but this is never a long-term solution, so it's time for you to show some performance. Chen Qingfeng contained a smile and looked at Zhuofan with a gaze full of appreciation. Performance? I don't have a problem with that. If there is a need, I can always enter the abyss. Zhuofan smiled. He had gained a great deal of growth in recent times, since the last time he left the abyss, up until now, although it hadn't been long. But strength has come a long way. This is the case. Zhuofan was naturally not a wimp. No, who knew that Chen Qingfeng heard this? But he couldn't help but facepalm. There was more than a little helplessness in his eyes. Your importance right now is self-evident. You cannot enter the abyss until you are absolutely certain. And you should also be clear that when you grow up, you will be of even greater use to the Grand Xia. Chen Xingfeng's face was serious. The smile above his pretty face also disappeared. I understand. Then what does master mean? Zhuofan but froze. You're no longer comparable to your peers, but there are a few lists at school that you can still try out for. You just need to remember. Don't hit too hard. Chen Xingfeng shook her head. Ha, Dravan, however, was helpless. What's this going to make you do? In addition, there are also leagues you don't know about, to put it bluntly, that were previously organized by various countries, and these leagues are mainly for competing for some disputed resource points. For my Grand Xia, the importance is naturally self-evident, and at these matches, you are representing the face of my Grand Xia, so there is no need to hold back in the slightest. Chen Xingfeng shook her head. Zhuofan sort of heard it now. Sentiment. Master is giving himself a mission. Ha, the league between the countries. In fact, the players participating, the situation is similar to yours. Basically they are all existences that are expected to achieve the status of a grandmaster. You can't take it lightly. Chen Xingfeng shook her head once again. Understood. Dravan nodded gently. The eyes lit up with a bearish battle intent. In recent times, he had been raising his strength. In addition to raising his strength, he was cultivating, and it was time to test the results of the recent results. In the end, you can actually show strength and end up managing your team members well. All I can say is that it won't do you any harm. Chen Xingfeng looked deeply at Zhuofan. This matter had actually been brought up several times by his master. Even if Dravan was patient, after hearing it a couple of times it's also a bit hard to resist asking about it. Understood. Zhuofan nodded again. Actually, for the matter of your own exclusive squad, Dravan was still curious. All he knew now was that one of the team members was his own senior sister, Zhang Miaoxue. As for the rest, nothing is known. But it doesn't matter much. After all, it was all arranged by the master, so I thought it wouldn't be too bad. Alright, that's all for now. We can't leave the Great Wall side. We still need to return as soon as possible. Master took another look at Zhuofan. Without saying much, after a few dodges, he disappeared from Zhuofan's field of vision. Watching the master leave, Dravan straightened up and called out the bull. Although, he is now also some small means of catching up, but compared to the master, this is nothing. As his master left, Zhuofan had to return to the blessed cave, and it was not easy for him to have some time to be able to be idle. Zhuofan came to his senses. He had entered the blessed cave for a while though. Haven't really looked at the place closely. Turning, Zhuofan turned his gaze to the side. There was a spirit spring. Zhuofan had noticed it before. The spring was often full, but now, it had dropped by a large amount. See this scene. Dravan, however, froze. It's not a bad idea to enter the Holy Spirit. Is the aura consuming so much? Chapter 090, The Grand Marshal comes. The Demon King and the Demon Emperor. Chapter 090. Immediately, Zhuofan only felt a wave of fatigue hit him. He didn't care. He laid down and went to sleep. To say the least, he had been through quite a lot today, but his spirit had been in a state of exuberance, and he didn't feel anything, but wait for everything to pass. It was only then that Dravan thought, even if one just saw something one hadn't seen before, one felt a few moments of fatigue. This kind of fatigue was not as bad as the kind of fatigue brought about by cultivation, but it also made his brain a little drowsy. Lying on his bed, Zhuofan opened his own cell phone and looked at it. Found out there's some new news. But the senior sister was quiet, and hadn't contacted herself since the separation. Zhuofan thought for a second and realized that it was most likely that his senior sister had already been notified to join the mysterious squad, and should be preparing for it with all her heart right now, or else she shouldn't have not contacted him. Immediately, Zhuofan gradually fell into a deep sleep. Opening his eyes again, he only felt refreshed, and his strength seemed to have increased a bit more. After all, this is a blessed cave, and there is also the corpse of the Demon King. The operation speed of soul power and aura, compared to before, is indeed much faster. Zhuofan secretly nodded his head. It seems that the master's arrangement is, indeed, nothing wrong. Just, Zhuofan couldn't help but be curious as to what use this Demon King's corpse would be after he became a grandmaster. But, on second thought, the speed of his own breakthrough was very fast. Others who wanted to step into the shoes of a grandmaster might need several years, but he didn't need it. Immediately, Zhuofan rose up from above the stone bed. After tightening his fists, he realized that his strength, compared to yesterday, was indeed much stronger, and once again nodded his head gently. Although he was now at the peak of the 6th stage of martial arts and could enter the 7th stage at any time, Zhuofan was not in a hurry. He understood that the speed at which he had broken through was just too fast, and if he continued to break through, his achievements should be even more dazzling than they were now. But, Zhuofan is more clear. Those external things, in fact, flashy, what he needs will be his own foundation. Build strong enough, only then, can rush to a higher level. Otherwise, it is really quite difficult. Although it wasn't difficult to advance to the level of sovereign, even advancing to martial god was also just a matter of time for Zhuofan. He has seen today. Amazing talents such as Wang Yan are trapped in the realm of the master for a full 10 years, if not because of their own, this time maybe even more to extend down. Since this is the case, then Zhuofan looked back at their own. Then the goal was reset. Although it was difficult to enter sainthood, Zhuofan had decided that he would lay a good foundation and enter sainthood as well. Only that way, to see new horizons, it is only by guarding this world. Actually, at first, Zhuofan did not have much of a sense of belonging to this world, but as his strength continued to progress and his vision continued to improve, he had already seen too many things that even his former self could not see. Inside, too, the idea wavered once more. Besides, the master has given so much for himself. Even for the sake of these people around himself, Zhuofan would keep refining. Little friend, in or out? Outside the door, a heavy voice spread. Hear this voice, Zhuofan but froze, because this voice he is too familiar. This is the voice of the marshal, but only yesterday the two only met, and the marshal is busy with official business. Having just entered the sacred, he should be busy killing demons. Why was he free to come to his place early in the morning? Marshal, how are you? Hearing this voice, although Zhuofan was a bit confused, he still hurriedly greeted him. After all, this was the number one person in Disya today. Just like this, Zhuofan couldn't take it lightly. Ha ha ha, what do you see here? In the next second, a bright laughter spread out, but Zhuofan's gaze was dead set on Wang Yan's hands. That's true. In his hands at the moment, he was carrying something. It is. Next, Zhuofan, however, froze, his face filled with dismay. What's the situation? This demon king's corpse, is it a cabbage on the side of the road? Didn't we just get 2 yesterday? Why are we getting 2 more? Thoughts flashed through his mind. Zhuofan's gaze was fixed on the 2 demon king corpses. Just by looking at them, Zhuofan could see the difference. Although these were also demon king corpses, the difference was still very big from yesterday's. Those 2 demon kings from before were the ones that had already been bled. Although they were powerful, their breath was no match for these 2 heads in front of them. And these 2 heads, at this moment, although also has been dead, but the body is intact. Zhuofan immediately understand. Yesterday those 2 heads are afraid of coincidentally encountered, casually give a kill, but these 2 heads are not the same, most likely is carefully selected down. Well, take that. Wang Yan didn't talk nonsense. With just one sentence, he threw the corpses of 2 intact demon kings at Zhuofan. Zhuofan, however, could not help but have a steep change in color. The strength of these 2 demon kings should be very strong, although the body was intact, but the moment it flew towards himself, there was an extremely heavy bloody gas. Just sniffing a trace of it, Zhuofan only felt that his eyes were blackened. That's just counterintuitive. This couldn't be the aura that top demon kings have, could it? Next, Zhuofan, however, froze, did not expect that after the corpses of the 2 demon kings were close, there was actually no more feeling of the previous fishy odor. There was only a faint fragrance. This was simply marvelous. There's more. Don't panic. Instead, Wang Yan hemmed and hawed and turned toward the back. This time to Zhuofan hole will not be. What is this situation? In theory, this is extremely valuable, but in the marshal's case, how come it's like a cabbage on the side of the road? And, look, it's freshly killed. Where do people get this stuff? That was only a demon king just now. This is a demon emperor. Wang Yan hemmed and hawed. Zhuofan's face changed again. Watching Wang Yan throw his corpse at himself, Zhuofan, however, froze on the spot. The corpse of this demon king has almost reached the limit of his ability to bear. How can this demon emperor still be good? Regarding the demon emperor, Zhuofan still knew something about it. That was the realm above the demon king. Demon king, equivalent to the human race's patriarch. Demon emperor can be different. That is equivalent to the human race's martial god but after that, the realm, it's very different. The strongest of the human race is the martial saint, the strongest of the demon race is the demon saint, and not to mention the demon race, the strongest of the demon race is the demon saint. Although Zhuofan's strength was very strong now, he still had a very clear perception of himself. This thing can't catch a break. A thought flashed by, but Zhuofan dodged out of the way. Wang Yan, however, was slightly stunned. With that, he slapped his head and looked at Zhuofan with a few apologies in his gaze. No, sorry, forgot. You're only at the 6th rank now. Wang Yan's gaze flickered, and a few more points of curiosity appeared on his face. This kid in front of him is not simple but he recognizes his own strength very clearly. It seems that this kid's future achievements will definitely not be lower than his own. The thought flashed by. Wang Yan looked at Zhuofan's gaze with a few more points of appreciation. if it was said that before. More thoughts in Wang Yan's mind was to repay the favor, but at the moment, Wang Yan was from the heart that Zhuo Fan was able to be on par with himself. After all, although this kid's strength was not strong enough, but this heart, it was really not something that ordinary people could have. Chapter 091 Miraculous Effects. Great plans. Boom! With a muffled thud, that demon emperor's body fell to the ground. Although the ground in this blessed cave was hard, it was also smashed with cracks by this demon emperor's body. Just by looking at it, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. Terrible. Scary. Luckily, I dodged it. Otherwise this thing would be a pain in the ass if it hit you instead. Seeing that this demon emperor's body had fallen to the ground, Zhuo Fan also gently exhaled. Okay, it's always good to know that you're disciplined and haven't messed anything up, otherwise you'd be in real trouble. He took 3 steps and walked forward, his eyes flashing with curiosity. To put it bluntly, Zhuo Fan was still very curious about the experts at the level of martial god, but the ones he was able to see before were all alive. Even if he was curious, he couldn't observe them so closely. Otherwise, people around you must think they are perverts, but not now. This was the body of the demon emperor, and it was very well preserved. And this Wang Yan must have used a lot of heart when he killed the demon emperor. After all, not even a single drop of blood was spilled. This thing basically couldn't be done if it wasn't done with heart. The body was now just slumped on the ground. And again, because there were no wounds to be found on the body, that looked like it was sleeping instead. But soon Zhuo Fan blinked his eyes. This thing is really strange. Far away, it can be said that the fishy odor is filled with the sky, but a little closer, it actually smells good. And the scent, how to put it, very special. Immediately, Wang Yan took a big step forward, throwing the demon king's corpse, and the demon emperor's corpse, all by the spring. Next, miraculous things happened. This original spring water was consumed by the part, actually at an extremely fast speed in the recovery. Just a few breaths of time, will actually completely recovered? Perceived this scene, Zhuo Fan cannot help but marvel. Nesting grass. How much energy was contained within the corpses of this demon king and demon emperor, to actually have this effect just by placing them next to each other? This was simply heaven-defying. Immediately, something even more miraculous happened. Under Zhuo Fan's gaze, on top of the corpses of these demon king demon saints that had no wounds, a light blue liquid actually began to escape and quickly fused together with the spring water. This is, Zhuo Fan instantly widened his eyes. He had asked his master yesterday, but his master did not give a clear answer. And now, looking at it like this thing is really not simple. That's blood. Wang Yan shook his head slightly and looked at Zhuo Fan with a smile. Seems to have seen the thoughts in Zhuo Fan's mind, which opened his mouth to remind Zhuo Fan, but slightly stunned, or else said that the corpses of these powerful people are all treasures? That is not true at all. Original. It was the blood of the demon kings and demon emperors that formed soul power and aura after passing through the spring's transformation. Zhuo Fan thought that he understood this world a little more than before, but it always felt like there was something else that he couldn't see through, so he simply just shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Anyway, these things, wait for their own strength is strong, will slowly know, now cannot think. There must be now cannot think of the reason, but there is no need to dwell on these things. After thinking through this point, Zhuo Fan instantly feel that their thoughts than before a lot of understanding. Immediately, the spring water, having recovered, spread out throughout the cave. In just a few breaths of time, the aura and soul power in the cave was many times denser than it had been before. And even though Zhuo Fan had been in the cave before, he could feel that the cave was different from before. That's the word. On the other side, Wang Yan opened his mouth. 12 million pieces. You can use them first. The rest, I'll give them to you after I get enough. Wang Yan threw a spatial ring to Zhuo Fan as he spoke, but Zhuo Fan froze. This character who had entered sainthood was different. Actually, the two were talking about the body of the demon king yesterday, plus 20 million white words. Originally Zhuo Fan did not even consider when to cache things. After all, such a big person, unusual time is very busy. Zhuo Fan did not expect the other party actually for their own things specifically run a trip. As for the demon king corpses, those two yesterday were just after I returned to the Great Wall. They happened to be making a mess, so I killed them casually. That's why it's being re-prepared again today. Wang Yan didn't look at Zhuo Fan, but opened his mouth while walking towards the cave, while Zhuo Fan followed behind Wang Yan and looked at the spatial ring in his hand. In fact, what he had been using before had been a spatial belt, but it was only now that Zhuo Fan realized that it seemed like it would be good to use a ring. The power on it regarding the divine soul had been completely erased, and Zhuo Fan easily grasped the ring after releasing the power of his divine soul. Next, Dravan, however, froze. This spatial ring appeared to be small, but the space inside was actually quite a bit larger than one's own spatial belt, and it was growing geometrically. Marshal, words of thanks, no more. If you need anything in the future, just ask. Dravan hemmed and hawed. The heart is so happy. Now, the words are there too. There were also so many more goodies out of thin air, and after he digested all of this harvest, he really didn't know how powerful he would be. You really shouldn't be polite with me on this one. Wang Yan, however, shook his head slightly. You know what? The opportunity to enter sainthood. I've actually been searching for a long time, even before I became a sovereign. I've been planning and exploring. After all, a strong person who doesn't want to become a martial artist can't become a strong person at all. Wang Yan shook his head slightly. Dravan, however, was slightly stunned. Yeah, also as a martial artist, Zhuo Fan was very capable of understanding such a feeling. It's not a joke. Instead, it's real. Since the opportunity to make a breakthrough had been found and succeeded in one fell swoop, the significance of this was just too great. And even if the acknowledgement given to Zhuo Fan was 10 times more than what it was now, it would not be much at all. Well, the corpses of these demon kings, demon emperors, will still be of no small use to you in the future. Putting it in this blessed cave is also very safe, and it will be more useful for you. You have to cheer up and grow. When you grow up, there are still a lot of things that we can accomplish together. Wang Yan's gaze flickered. Dravan, however, was slightly stunned. Finish together? Could it be that this Grand Marshal has other plans? Chapter 092, The Marshal's Guidance. Full of expectations. Marshal, I will definitely contribute to the future. Dravan laughed softly. Essence flashed in his eyes. Demon Emperor is a little bit worse. If there is a chance, I will find a demon saint. Demon saint. For you, it will definitely be of great use when you become a patriarch. Wang Yan narrowed his eyes, in which an inexplicable light flashed. Dravan hemmed and hawed. A few oddities came through on his face. A devil's saint? It would indeed be a great benefit to actually get one. By the way, in fact, these demon kings and devil kings and whatnot, their entire bodies are treasures. You should know all of this, but in fact, quite a few of the things on the bodies of demon kings and devil kings are much more valuable. For example, the demon king's heart blood. Wang Yan hemmed and hawed. A few moments of anticipation came out of his eyes. Heart's blood? Zhuo Fan, however, froze, his eyes full of oddities. This was the first time he had heard this statement, but since Wang Yan had said it, it must be useful. However, don't be in a hurry. These things are not important for the time being. They will only be of great use after you become a patriarch. And at that time, whether it's your master or me, we can help you. Wang Yan laughed. Ha, why does it have to be after becoming a sovereign again? Zhuo Fan was instantly helpless. Don't worry, when you become a zone master, it will definitely be something you will use. Wang Yan shook his head once again. In fact, he still understood Zhuo Fan's kind of mood, but understanding is understanding. Not being able to say is not being able to say. After all, Zhuo Fan is strong now though. It's also a peak martial arts 6th order. Future, there is still a long way to go. In that case, as the saying goes, a good meal is not afraid of being late. And since you are not afraid of being late, you should wait a little longer. Older brother, you shouldn't know that our Xia, no, or the entire human race, has yet to cultivate a genius in this way? Although there are quite a few demon kings and devil kings in this world, in reality, to put it bluntly, there are more people, and there are more martial artists. They are simply not enough to share, and we don't have the heart to use such means to cultivate a few more geniuses. And to put it back, you are the first. Wang Yan gently shook his head, but Zhuo Fan froze. He took a deep breath. He still believed in what Wang Yan said. I see. Zhuo Fan nodded gently, his heart on fire for a moment. Zhuo Fan originally wasn't very concerned about things like breakthroughs. After all, he still had a lot of time to complete his breakthrough. Let's reach the sovereign as soon as possible. Zhuo Fan secretly resolved in his heart that after Wang Yan left, he would start to continue fusing words. Only then would his strength continue to progress, and he would be able to reach the zone master as soon as possible. Think about it. Zhuo Fan's gaze swept over the corpses of the several demon kings, but there were a few oddities in his eyes. Okay, right now, these things were in their own blessed cave. Even if they hadn't yet broken through to become a grandmaster, these things had still been in their own blessed cave, and after they broke through, they could be used directly. Compared to other martial artists, this was actually quite happy. Dravan hemmed and hawed. Instead, relax. Whatever. Behind him now stood the powerful, and as long as after needed, it might just be a matter of words. How? The feeling is really cool. Wang Yan then looked around. There was more than a little trance in his eyes. I'm not going to hide it from you. In fact, some years ago, I was in this cave. I also had cultivation. About more than 10 years ago, because at that time the demons were rampant. I also had no choice but to go into the abyss for the sake of the survival of my great Xia, to guard the Great Wall. And here, it was blocked off by me directly. In the past 10 years or so, the aura and soul power here Have been recovering? I didn't expect that my dasha had produced an existence like your kid. Since there is an existence that is even better than me, then this cave, for you to use, I think it's nothing. Instead, in your hands, you can bring out the greatest effect of this cave. Wang Yan hemmed and hawed. Dravan, however, froze. It's really fate. But, on second thought, Zhuofan realized that the so-called blessed caves were extremely rare. In the entire Daxia, there were only 3 of them, and there were still quite a lot of strong people in Daxia, so it was normal that whether it was Master Chen Xingfeng, or Grand Marshal Wang Yan, they all used this place. I'm just now figuring out, actually, that this place is really for you boys, so don't need to have any burden. Work hard. The current you is not the same as us back then. We back then, step wrongly, all may die at any time, but you are different. You can completely hide behind us, slowly go and grow. Wang Yan shook his head again. There was also a slight change in the face that looked at Zhuofan. Dravan, however, nodded gently. Actually, in recent times, he had naturally been able to feel the effort and attention that everyone had poured into him. Whatever for, he all had to grow up fast. Although Great Xia was very powerful now, the entire Great Xia was just 3 martial gods. Sure, now that there was another martial saint, in order to lie flat and live well in the future, such power was still somewhat not quite enough. Originally, Zhuofan still thought that this so-called blessed cave could really produce soul power and aura in a constant stream. Now it seems, however, it was not the case. The aura and soul power here was accumulated over the past 10 years or so. In fact, after yesterday, Zhuofan could feel that the soul power here was slowly being consumed, and even the degree of richness was no longer comparable to before. Well, the Grand Marshal's side was timely. With the corpses of these demon kings, demon lords and whatnot here, the speed of recovery of the aura and soul power here was significantly faster, and had even surpassed that of before. And these, all of them, surpassed that of before, and with even more sufficient replenishment. The next time one cultivated, one would naturally be able to relax quite a bit. By the way, the special squad that was formed for you is actually almost ready. You guys are going to start your mission soon. Your master has told you about it, right? Wang Yan looked at Zhuofan with a touch of anticipation on his face. Actually, as strong men, they were all clear that although this Zhuofan was now a first-class genius, if he hadn't gone through enough trials and tribulations, even if the cultivation continues to progress, the future combat power is also very limited. Then the role for Daxia is not very useful. So, even geniuses have to be honed within reason. Wang Yan didn't see any outsiders either. Drop a line. Also does not care about Zhuofan, but very comfortable lying on top of the stone bed. This looks like relaxation. In fact, Zhuofan's heart is clear. This is more like a kind of nostalgia. It's also like a remembrance. It's your own youth that you're remembering. It's those green years of the past that are being remembered. Zhuofan also stood on the side in silence. This appearance of the Grand Marshal, it was more like all the things had been done, which only began to relax for a while. For the top powerhouses, such an opportunity, or not many. It's been said, but I'm not very clear on who exactly are there. Zhuofan shook his head slightly. There was more than a hint of anticipation on his face. In fact, he was also clear that the members of his squad, that were all first-class geniuses, and being able to grow up with these geniuses was a good choice for himself. It's much more comfortable than practicing by yourself. Originally, at this time of the year, Zhuofan should be participating in wilderness survival with his classmates, but that level of training had lost its meaning for Zhuofan. There's no rush. Soon you'll know. Wang Yan hemmed and hawed, and there was more than a hint of indifference on his face. Chapter 093 Mundo. Only 3 months? We all know very well that you're progressing fast. No matter what, fast progress is a good thing. Wang Yan narrowed his eyes. The eyes swept over Zhuofan. But you should know better than that. Solidity comes first. As long as it's steady enough, even if it's a bit slower, it doesn't matter. We can all afford to wait. You're still young now, and how far you can go in the future is also important for you. Wang Yan's tone solemnized. Dravan, however, froze. The master had said similar things to himself. That's exactly why Zhuofan only cherished the present time even more. He was aware that he was now in these peaceful times. It didn't come out of nowhere. Rather, it is because there are people in front of oneself. Is that there are still people for oneself? For the countless people of Daxia, for these more than ordinary people, in constant endeavor. There was only one goal, and that was to kill all the demons. Give the world a clean slate. Actually, Zhuofan had long known that a long time ago. In this world, even if it was the abyss, that was also human territory. It was only because of the sudden appearance of the demons that there was the abyss, and there was the depths of the human race. Don't worry, these people, even though they are geniuses, they also specialize in their craft. At the very least they can work with you. Wang Yan smiled and opened his mouth. This squad was originally prepared for Zhuo Fan, so naturally, Zhuo Fan was honored. Steadiness aside, that's the other requirement, the need for war power. You should also be clear that segmentation and battle power are basically two concepts. However, in this world, there will also be some literary Dao experts. After all, we martial artists can use the power of qi and blood, while literary Dao experts are different. They can use the power of words. Wang Yan spoke in a graceful manner. Dravan, however, froze. He had originally thought that the martial arts in this world were not complete enough, but I didn't realize that it had actually developed to such a point that it actually produced the way of the man. But this was also a good thing. It was only because Zhuo Fan's own previous segmentation was a bit too low. This situation, even if a lot of news appeared, Zhuo Fan couldn't know it in the first place, and it was because he had helped the Grand Marshal this time, and his status had been raised a lot more in an invisible way, that some news could be made public. Understood. Dravan nodded gently. In fact, the matter of him entering the abyss a month ago was clear to everyone. Basically, you can say that you know it all, but that kind of behavior, other people in the eyes of a strong person of Wang Yan's level, Zhuo Fan's experience a month ago, it is like playing house almost. For Wang Yan, what kind of please see the strong man, the Demon King saw and said to kill, has long been not the kind of level that one understands. Well, there's no rush, take your time. For you, there will actually be a lot of time to grow. Wang Yan slightly shook his head. He naturally knew clearly that perhaps it was them people who were a bit too demanding of Zhuo Fan. But it can't be helped. As the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. And in this case, Zhuo Fan himself has the ability, so naturally he needs to take on more things. Otherwise, there would still be worries in Wang Yan's mind. Although De Xia was now the strongest, to put it bluntly, the number of strong people was still limited after all. And this time, there were quite a few people who were influenced by Zhuo Fan and grew faster, which was a very good phenomenon in itself, but it would take some time for these people to grow up. When you enter the wall later, you will know what the so-called experience means to you. You want to become strong? Becoming a strong person is no problem, but that process, it must be grueling. Wang Yan hemmed and hawed, but when he heard this, Zhuo Fan froze. In fact, Zhuo Fan had already realized it before. Wang Yan no longer had the air of a grand marshal in his body. Just, at first, when you first see it, there may still be some halo present. But, after these few times of contact, Zhuo Fan came to understand that, in fact, these strong people had given themselves no face, not because of anything else, but just because they were the martial god's own heirlooms. And in recent times, on the other hand, the Tao Te Ching, which he had inscribed in the divine palace, was useful to a number of people. If someone else said something like this, Zhuo Fan might still think that such a person was not qualified to educate himself. But this one here is different. This is the number one person in Daxia. It was quite a bit stronger than his own master, and with such a strong person who was willing to talk to him more, Zhuo Fan couldn't wait to memorize every word he said. After all, no matter what, these words were a treasure to Zhuo Fan. But, turning to Zhuo Fan, he suddenly remembered something. Martial. In fact, for the way of literature, I've always had some ideas. I wonder how this way of literature, how to start. Zhuo Fan hemmed and hawed. A bright luster flashed in his gaze. Zhuo Fan was not talking nonsense. Actually, he knew very well that the things he held in his mind, if he took out just a little bit of it, it was basically an existence that could astonish the world. Since these things work better in martial arts, then, on top of window, it must not be too bad. It was because of this idea that Zhuo Fan intended to learn more about the things above the way of letters. Even if he could not go on the way of letters, wouldn't it be possible to play a role in corroborating his own martial arts cultivation, ultimately complement each other? This, Wang Yan but slightly cold. Actually, we now don't know much about the way of letters, but it's certain that your kid is so promising in the way of wushu. If you take the way of letters, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Wang Yan nodded slightly. Even I think that your achievements above the way of literature won't be lower than the way of martial arts. It's just that you have to make a trade-off yourself. The way of literature or the way of wushu. If you want to take the way of literature, these things above the way of wushu have to be given up appropriately. Wang Yan's gaze flickered. Although this was not explicitly stated, it had actually been made very clear. I understand. Dravan nodded gently. He was naturally aware that this world thought to be fairer, and if he only followed the martial arts path, he had a lot of energy. But if one follows the way of literature and martial arts, then naturally one has to divert some of one's existing energies, even if those aren't a lot of hours. But it was also a distraction for Dravan. So, it's better to think clearly. Don't look at your current speed of progress in the martial arts, but if you take both paths together, this means that the speed of your progress in the martial arts will be slowed down. and the achievements above the literary path are not very good to say right now. Wang Yan shook his head. Dravan nodded gently, but soon realized it wasn't quite right. This kind of thing is put on someone else's body, and it basically corresponds. But he, Zhuofan, hadn't even been that month since the mock test. Even if you double that time, 6 months? There's not a single person who's become a peak martial arts 6th degree in half a year. Is there? Marshall, actually, I still think I can give it a try. After all, I've only been cultivating for less than 3 months now. Don't you think so? Zhuofan hemmed and hawed, his eyes glowing with a few oddities. This, Wang Yan, however, froze. The eyes were full of dismay. Yeah, said this kid absolutely cannot be common sense to speculate. Already he has only cultivated less than 3 months. Has risen from hum to this point. Unusual people 3 months can progress to become the 3rd stage of the martial arts. Has not been easy, right? Chapter 094 explanation is a cover-up. Immediately afterward, Wang Yan shook his head. It was fortunate that he had seen it with his own eyes. Otherwise, if someone else had told him about it, he would have thought that it was bragging. After all, who is Wang Yan? In Daxia, this is a well-deserved first person of the human race, not to mention that he has now stepped into the realm of the martial sage, and his battle power is many times stronger than before. Plus this itself is a living yin Wang among the demon and devil tribes. Amazing Wang, this is really the king of hell in reverse. He had now become a martial saint, so it could be said that he had taken the first step of the all-human race. He wasn't just the first one to enter sainthood in Daxia. Even if he looked at the neighboring countries, he was the first one that deserved to be there. But Wang Yan suddenly realized that even if he had become a martial saint, in front of this kid, he would have to be short of him. Other than that, after all, his opportunity to enter the saint was still given by this kid. Hiss. Thinking about this, Wang Yan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The bright light in the eyes flashed. This kid is really not simple. Since that's the case, there's nothing more I can say. It's still you. Wang Yan blinked and could only choose to change his words in the end. This was no joke. After all, this Zhuofan was really not simple. Just 3 months, and all of them were already at the peak of the 6th stage of the martial arts path. Such an existence was already heaven-defying. Even if you look around the world, it's only one of a kind in the whole world. If this guy wanted to cultivate the way of literature, there was really nothing he could do to stop it. At Wang Yan's realm, not only did he experience more things, he even looked at the longer term than others. If it was an unusual martial artist, he naturally did not recommend the way of literature and the way of wushu together. After all, every martial artist's energy was limited. Few people, too, can make several things happen at once. This Zhuofan guy is not your average martial artist. He was able to step into the peak of the 6th stage of the martial arts path in 3 months, so he might be able to create what kind of myths he could create on top of the literary path. After all, the martial arts insights that this kid inscribed in his divine palace were able to inspire him so much, and even not only useful to himself, but also to the entire human race. Since this was the case, what else was there to say? One can only choose to believe him. If there was any need, as long as Zhuofan opened his mouth, he would definitely choose to support it as well. I found that the things you carved in the divine palace can be said to be atmospheric and grandiose. This is really not something that ordinary people can do. And taste carefully, there is also a sense of heaviness in it. You really don't say. If you take the path of the way of the literary way, maybe it's really good. Wang Yan smiled, then muttered, that, like he's saying it to himself, like he's convincing himself with all sorts of reasons. Zhuofan, however, blinked his eyes and secretly laughed in his heart. To put it bluntly, it was fortunate that Grand Marshal Wang Yan was now a martial sage, or else what he had been able to accomplish in the past few months was already enough to make him feel inferior. But Dravan is smart, even if you see the layer, and it won't show. By the way, if you're studying the way of literature, there shouldn't be any good teachers right now, so there's no rush in this matter. I have a few close friends who should be very willing to get in touch with you if you need them. Wang Yan looked at Zhuofan. Dravan, however, froze. Willing to engage yourself? Before that, Zhuofan had the title, Martial God Progenitor. That was, after all, following the path of martial arts, and it was thought that these people were willing to come into contact with themselves not because of anything else, but simply because these things they had inscribed in the divine palace were too shocking to the world. Well, thank you Marshal. Dravan nodded gently. It wasn't really that Zhuofan was interested in Wendo, although he had a system and was able to fuse the power of words. After all, he was also a traverser, and as a traverser, he had so many shining achievements about the Blue Star civilization in his own mind, and these things if he didn't make use of them, it's really too bad. TSK, your kid is also lucky. Not to mention, if you want to take the literary path, there are really people who can let you study. Wang Yan shook his head slightly, a few points of excitement in his gaze, but Zhuo Fan couldn't help but be curious. Actually, from the previous conversation between the two, Zhuo Fan was also able to sense it. That is to say, although there was the way of literature in this world, the development of the way of literature should not be as flourishing as the way of martial arts. After all, Mundo is powerful though. It is even capable of fighting across the ranks, but the actual growth rate is not fast enough. To put it bluntly, the situation that the human race is now facing is still relatively complicated. Under such a complicated and severe situation, the probability is that there is not too much time for a scribe specializing in the way of literature to grow up. So, it was only then that Dravan asked curiously, could it be that there are still quite a few literary geniuses in this world? These guys, they're not travelers too, are they? Zhuo Fan shook his head slightly. There were more than a few oddities on his face. Nope. The idea of owning this is more or less outrageous. You don't know that, do you? Wang Yin hemmed and hawed, raising his chin slightly. Dravan, however, froze. It seemed that this martial saint was trying to get back in front of himself. But, turning to Zhuo Fan, he then shook his head slightly. This after all is also an elder, even if it is to give face to the Grand Marshal. In fact, Zhuo Fan is also quite curious, as the strongest person of the Great Summer, how there is still a child's heart this side. Turning, Dravan then laughed. Marshal, you have a wider network in this area, and with this relationship between the two of us, it's better if you don't sell out, right? It's not much. That person isn't from our Disya, but from the next country over. Dayen has a female emperor who does have talent in this area, but our Disya's territory is vast, and there are quite a few bordering places with the demon race's demonic territory. So, we, Disya, martial arts flourish, which is for better survival, but Dayen is different. Compared to Disya, Dayen can only be considered as a backwater, because we passively help Dayen, and bear a lot of pressure, so Dayen still has a chance to breathe, which is why there are more people who cultivate the way of literature. Wang Yin hemmed and hawed. Before following the introduction, Dravan froze as well. It seems that this Grand Marshal is a Grand Marshal, and his perspective on things is really not quite the same as the average person. This was an angle that had never occurred to my previous self. Hearing him say that, it seemed as if there was an instant relief from some of the questions that had been confused before. Quite a number of things that could not be figured out before were followed by a clear understanding at this moment. But I don't know much about that one, and there's quite a bit of information that comes from hearsay. But there is one thing that can be confirmed. That person has a title of being the world's most talented woman. Wang Yan smiled. An inexplicable look flickered in his eyes. Although such a change was not very obvious, it was also captured by Zhuo Fan at the first time. No, Dravan, however, hemmed and hawed. How is it that the marshal looks like this? A bit of a love-struck sadness? Could this be a case of feeling wrong? Actually, after becoming a martial artist, Zhuo Fan was still more willing to believe in his own feelings. Feeling wrong about such things, Zhuo Fan still felt more outrageous. What are you kid talking about? I'm talking to you about serious things. If you're interested, when I'm free, I can pull the strings for you guys. Wang Yan, however, had a straight face, and Zhuo Fan froze again. This guy, maybe it's hiding something? Chapter 095, Dual Cultivation and Disclosure. Then I'm grateful to the Grand Marshal. I'm actually just more curious about the story behind you too. Dravan laughed softly. Then he looked at Wang Yan. The words exit. Wang Yan, however, froze, and then extremely incredibly there was actually a trace of scarlet on that face. This one, Dravan, however, read it. That's not love without love. It should be an attempted crush. If Wang Yan hadn't taken the initiative to show it himself, who would have thought that this hallowed no one in the world of martial arts actually adored the no one in the neighboring Wendao? So to speak, love is something that is still hard for the average person to understand. Good on. Although Zhuo Fan was young, but after all, he was a man of two lives and had a lot of energy. Don't talk about useless things. You are the genius of my Disya. Me and her, that's all in the past. I don't even care. What do you care? Wang Yan, however, shook his head, his face solemn. In fact, I'll put it bluntly, you're my great summer talent. Ordinary people are not really qualified to be your teacher. Wang Yan shook his head again. Dravan, however, froze. Marshal, that's too much to say. I'm just interested in the way of letters. Zhuo Fan, however, shook his head helplessly. He knew that such a group of people who stood in front of him had actually helped themselves to do a lot of things in places they couldn't see, so it wasn't something particularly necessary. Zhuo Fan also really didn't want to bother them. Alright, stop it. This matter is settled. If you can't see it after the introduction, we'll think of another way. Wang Yan, however, shook his head slightly. his eyes full of smiles. Dravan opened his mouth. I wanted to talk some more, but in the end, I had to give up. After all, although he hadn't spent much time with Wang Yan, Zhuo Fan had some understanding of his character. Since the marshal had spoken, if he continued to persuade, instead, it comes across as a bit pretentious. What everyone had done for themselves, Zhuo Fan naturally kept in his heart. If one day other people needed it, Zhuo Fan would likewise choose to be righteous. And even these things had no explanation at all. There's another thing we need to discuss with you. Wang Yan's gaze flickered as he stared at Zhuo Fan. Marshal, if there is anything you need, you just ask. As long as it can be done, the kid will never excuse himself. Zhuo Fan also solemnized. Wang Yan is now a martial saint level powerhouse. To be able to make Wang Yan say so, this matter is naturally not trivial. Zhuo Fan could naturally hear some of the clues. It's nothing really. I'm going to publicize the Tao Te Ching inscribed in your divine palace on a larger scale. Wang Yan laughed lightly and looked at Zhuo Fan. After all, this was something that Zhuo Fan had originally brought up. Since that was the case, it would have to require Dravan's consent. You can rest assured, after the public not only to my dasha, has a lot of benefits, is to your own, the benefits are also a lot. In addition, you can rest assured, after the public, each use is required to pay. After all, I listened to your master said, you to the word demand, is relatively large. Wang Yan heatedly smiled, his eyes were more expectant. No problem. Zhuo Fan didn't even think about it and agreed straight away. After all, Zhuo Fan had already begun to have cooperation with the Zhang family. This was naturally partly due to the face of the senior sister. After entering the Martial God Academy, senior sister had taken good care of herself in every aspect, which could be considered as fertilizing. Ha, you kid really surprised me, actually agreeing so dryly? Wang Yan, however, froze. In fact, there was naturally no need to talk about the role of the Tao Te Ching. Moreover, this thing was engraved inside Zhuo Fan's divine palace. If it was made public, that would mean that Zhuo Fan had already leaked out a part of his undercard. But where there isn't enough of a bottom, neither could have agreed to this dryly. It's okay, I can still carve the others. Zhuo Fan, however, shook his head slightly. What? This time Wang Yan froze. Carve out the others? This kid is so unbelievable. Are you saying that your divine palace can withstand the others? You don't have any better insights, do you? Wang Yan blinked fiercely, and if he hadn't heard it himself, he would have thought that he was too excited and misheard it. After all, this is something that everyone knows. When the divine palace just appeared, it was relatively fragile. So much so that most martial artists, when they first started to have a divine palace, didn't have a divine soul in existence at all, because the divine palace was relatively fragile, and it did take a much longer period of time to conceive a divine soul. But this kid not only has a divine soul, and the divine soul has turned into a golden color. Before Wang Yan just thought, this instead confirms that this kid is talented. After all, one step fast. Besides, this kid body has happened a lot of magical things, even if it is one or two more, they were all able to take it. But now it seems as if that's not the case. This kid in front of me, the hiding is quite deep. Unusual martial artists, in their own divine palace, carved out an insight, have been considered a very remarkable thing. After all, not only is the chi and blood value limited, soul power and aura are extremely limited, but this kid actually has room to write something else? I'm not sure of the exact reason. It might be because my foundation is better. The divine palace should be a bit stronger than the others, and I should still be able to carve other insights. I just don't know what special changes will happen to the divine palace after I finish carving. Dravan was also stunned. With that, it was just a random excuse, ready to be put off. After all, it was also his first time to cultivate, his first time to carve out a divine palace, and although the process was relatively smooth, it also led to Zhuo Fan instinctively thinking that everyone was like this, and in fact, Zhuo Fan's divine palace didn't just have the Tao Te Ching in it, and the Sutra of Peace, and for the most recent period of time, he planned to strengthen his body once again after he finished fusing the words, after which he would continue to inscribe other classic writings in the divine palace. Only this, your own foundation in order to be absolutely solid. In this way, one's advancement to sovereign was basically stabilized. Who knows? I can't believe other people aren't like that. I should have thought that your kid is not simple. I didn't expect. Your kid is the one who hides the deepest. I thought before that as long as I gave you enough time, it shouldn't be a problem for you to achieve the position of martial saint, but now it seems that you've gone farther than I expected. Kid, do your best. If you are fast enough, I should be able to see it in my lifetime. I want to know what realm is above martial saint. Wang Yan hemmed and hawed and looked at Zhuo Fan with a little more anticipation in his gaze. In just a short time of half a day, Wang Yan's attitude towards Zhuo Fan had changed several times. This wasn't Wang Yan's problem, But the secrets on this kid Zhuofan were just a bit too much. Even, there have been more than enough to go around. The marshal is too kind. Zhuofan, however, shook his head slightly. He felt violently that he had quite a lot of secrets on him. First of all was the system, which was already considered his biggest secret, and on top of that, there was also the divine palace. Words and phrases which were basically countless times more powerful than an ordinary martial artist. Dravan also suddenly began to understand. Why did the master and the marshal both look favorably on themselves, and were willing to pour a great deal of resources on themselves? It seems, it's not like it doesn't make sense. Right. Lastly, confirm one thing with you. Don't be in a hurry about your dual cultivation of literature and martial arts, and I will truthfully tell the above what you think. Wait for the news. It took a long time for Wang Yan to come back to his senses from the previous shock, and there were a few more points of appreciation in his gaze towards Zhuofan. Chapter 096. Wang Yan is shocked. He can carve multiple times? Thank you, Marshal, but I myself mean that there is no need to rush this matter. Zhuofan, however, shook his head slightly, a few more oddities on his face. Actually, he still had quite a bit to do these days. The first thing was to fuse the words, and after that, one had to inscribe new martial arts insights in the Divine Palace. After these two things are done, it is estimated that one's cultivation, then there is a great progress. There are still things behind the squad. These things one after another. Zhuofan has actually felt there is a hint of pressure. But, on second thought, that's actually a good thing. After all, he had lived a rather monotonous life for some time before, apart from cultivating. Under such circumstances, there is really no other time to contact other things. But this is good. When these things are busy, Zhuofan can be passively contacted quite a few things, so that you can have a better understanding of this world. Anyway, it won't take long. Zhuofan should then enter the abyss, but kill the demon. With more exposure and understanding, these can be used very quickly. But, the marshal said that this matter needed to be reported to the top. But to put it bluntly from Zhuofan's perspective, it was actually a nail in the coffin. After all, several of the strongest men of the Grand Xia, except for that one of them whom he had never seen, the marshal was designated to be on his side, and the other was his master. What's there to discuss? Isn't that the nail in the coffin? However, Zhuofan, I have to remind you that no matter how powerful a person's divine palace is, its tolerance is actually limited. Turning to him, Wang Yan's face turned solemn. You should be clear that an unusual person's divine palace is already a remarkable thing just by inscribing a segment of insights. Wang Yan looked at Zhuofan again, his eyes shining with unprecedented solemnity. Marshal, I understand. Dravan nodded back. Actually, he naturally sensed that people were able to say that, essentially are for their own good, even stand Xia over the point of view, and do not want to be detoured. But, for Dravan, he was also well aware that he had his own path he needed to take. There are some things you need to take on for yourself, and in Zhuofan's heart, there was also a kind of unexplained self-confidence. After all, the Tao Te Ching that he had written, not only gradually had some status in this world, even in the Blue Star in the past, it was a good thing that had been passed down for thousands of years. Perhaps it was inscribed in the Divine Palace. What about an enchantment for the shrine? On top of that, because of the stack of words, Zhuofan was already fundamentally different from other martial artists. After all, writing and inscribing in the Divine Palace required the use of qi and blood as a guide. And to put it bluntly, the more robust the qi and blood, the more you are able to write. Besides, he hasn't made his next word carve yet. Now, tens of millions of words were already in place, and with those words, he would immediately have blue words. At that point, he wasn't even sure how powerful his attributes would actually be. With such a powerful attribute, it was definitely able to support himself in the Divine Palace, making multiple, even uninterrupted carvings. And although such a path had not been traveled before, Zhuofan did not care. Others don't go, probably can't see the future. The fact that others don't, moreover, doesn't mean that it's the wrong path. You should know that no one has been able to make it this far in all the years that the martial arts have flourished. You are the future of my human race. No matter what you do, we can be your supporters. But you also have to be clear that the risk of doing so is actually still quite high. A trace of heaviness was unconsciously added to Wang Yan's countenance. Marshal, I understand, but I want to give it a try. And since Master Teacher already knows about it, she said that I can try if my body is strong enough. Zhuofan gently nodded his head, and that I light was filled with sincerity. When these words came out, Wang Yan, however, froze. If that's true, then one can't really say anything. After all, Chen Xingfeng was Zhuofan's master. Zhuofan was also Chen Xingfeng's personal disciple, and he trusted Chen Xingfeng's vision. Since Chen Xingfeng had already opened her mouth, there was naturally not much of a problem. This time, Wang Yan was also silent. Actually, the matter of inscribing multiple insights in the Divine Palace was not without successful precedent before. It is also true that some people who have done so have gained great benefits, but there are just as many people who have paid a heavy price after being overly ambitious in doing so. After all, if the engraving failed and the Divine Palace couldn't withstand such a powerful force, causing the Divine Palace to crack, or leaving hidden dangers in the Divine Palace, it would have a great impact on future breakthroughs. Wang Yan frowned. However, it soon stretched again. For an unusual martial artist, it was indeed risky to do so, but for Zhuo Fan, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. After all, every time before, it was Zhuo Fan who made the decision first, even into the Saints. It also had a lot to do with Zhuo Fan, not to mention how amazing Zhuo Fan's talent was. To be able to do this, at the very least, it showed that Zhuo Fan's body was blessed with great fortune. The world, as always, is balanced. It is precisely because it is balanced, that's why it can be sustained. And if Zhuo Fan is strong enough, then it naturally has a reason to be strong enough. Wang Yan spread a smile. He understood that it might be that he wanted to give more protection to the teenager in front of him, to the point of limiting their thinking. Marshal, I understand your concerns, but I feel that the reason why the human race has been able to thrive and stand up under attack after attack by the demons is not because we have enough strong people in the human race. Zhuo Fan smiled. Rather, it is because we, the human race, have an instinct called dwelling in peace. I know, now that I have you powerful people as my backing, I'm growing at a rate that doesn't even need to be that fast. What I can't solve, you can, but this is different, and I want to grow up as soon as possible. Dravan smiled. Wang Yan fell back and froze on the spot. Actually, as a martial artist, Wang Yan is naturally clear. To be able to become strong, first of all, to be able to become strong heart. If facing these unknowns, facing these difficulties, if one chooses to retreat, then there will definitely not be today's achievements. Even back then, Amazing Wang was able to step out of the way. It wasn't because of anything else. It was just because Wang Yan was able to be braver than other martial artists, and that's exactly why. It took a long time to become the person I am today. You kid, you're not very old, but you see far more thoroughly than I do. This is my problem, and it's only because of you. After reminding me that I was able to realize, I have to say, you kid is really my nobleman. Wang Yan was worthy of being the strongest. In just a few words, the most fundamental problem has been seen. There's nothing wrong with Marshall. It's just that both of us are standing in different positions. If I were in your position, I would definitely take steadiness as my first priority. Zhuo Fan shook his head. In fact, this exchange between the two was not just Wang Yan who felt shocked. Zhuo Fan, himself, had made a considerable gain. Marshal, just rest assured, if the physical conditions are not in order, I won't make fun of myself. Zhuo Fan took a deep breath before he opened his mouth to give his assurance. Yes, yes, yes. With these words from you kid, I'm relieved. Ha ha ha. Wang Yan laughed out loud. It's true that the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. Chapter 097 Soul Beast, Son of Qi. Hear that? Wang Yan couldn't help but laugh. He then realized that this kid was not only talented, but his heart was also quite good, and under normal circumstances, he would not go to do anything out of the ordinary. It's only normal that you have this realization. We need strong people in Xia, but we all hope that you can grow up safely. This you should understand. Wang Yan stared at Zhuo Fan, a few more points of appreciation in his eyes. Don't worry Marshal, I understand. Dravan nodded gently. Fortunately, these strong people around himself were more reasonable. If he needed some that were not reasonable enough, then he would simply be annoyed. Wang Yan looked around the cave again, and his gaze snapped to that spiritual spring not far away. Noticing this scene, Zhuo Fan also froze. How could he not be clear? Wang Yan has always been more relaxed with each other, but just now that moment, Zhuo Fan clearly perceived that the other party's body's aura. There has been a few changes. Marshal, what's wrong? Zhuo Fan blinked, withdrawing his jest for a moment. There's something inside that spiritual spring. Wang Yan looked deeply at the spiritual spring twice, and did not choose to hide what he saw. After all, this cave is now being used by Zhuo Fan. The right to use it is Zhuo Fan's. Maybe as Zhuo Fan continues to grow, even the ownership can be his. Something? Dravan, however, froze. He blinked his eyes. Every word that Wang Yan said, he could understand. How is it so hard to connect the dots and understand? Wang Yan also did not explain. Sprinted forward. Zhuo Fan also followed up. The marshal has now entered the holy realm. His eyesight was not something that ordinary people could have, and the things in this spiritual spring, actually able to make the marshal so solemn. This, nature is not a simple thing. The two of them moved closer to the past, and only then did Zhuo Fan see clearly that there was something swimming in this spiritual spring. Just previously, the distance was too far, and the light in this cave was a bit dim. so much so that Zhuo Fan didn't even see clearly at first. After approaching, everything is clearly seen. Roar! A low growl spread out. Dravan, however, was confused. What's this? Could it be that those demon kings, demon emperors and whatnot that were thrown in before have come back to life? This spring is actually not a spring, but a spiritual spring. The so-called spiritual spring, just after the aura is concentrated to a certain degree, it becomes liquid and molded. To put it bluntly, it is the different forms of the aura. Zhuo Fan also followed this spiritual spring before to observe. In addition to the surrounding aura is sufficient. There is no special place at all. How is it that there are still living things in here in a matter of days? But, on the other side, Wang Yan, who was experienced in dealing with such things instead, just laughed lightly. Then he operated his soul power and waved his hand at the spirit spring, in which a small thing quickly scurried out, and, extremely fast. Even Zhuo Fan didn't see clearly what it was. When Zhuo Fan took a deep breath and looked again, he realized that the little thing had already landed on Wang Yan's palm. But, this thing obviously wasn't born very long ago, only the size of a palm. To put it bluntly, it looked like a snake, but Zhuo Fan instinctively thought that something like a snake wouldn't even appear in the spirit spring, and upon further scrutiny, Zhuo Fan sort of realized that this thing, it couldn't be a dragon, could it? Because there are antler-like horns present on this guy's head, and there are also several dragon claws under the belly. Isn't it the green dragon? I really don't know what to say. This luck of your kid, it's simply heaven-defying. Wang Yan stared at the small thing on his palm. A touch of eccentricity added to his face. What kind of luck is that? He had also used this cave for a long time before, but in the past 10 years of practice, no creature had been born in this spiritual spring, but he had never thought that when it came to Zhuo Fan, there would actually be such a change. This thing is a soul beast. Soul beasts were already extremely precious, let alone the fact that this was actually a soul beast green dragon. For soul beasts, you kid may not know much about them, but soul beasts are actually graded. There are 4 grades, heaven and earth, Xian Huang, and yellow respectively. Wang Yan stared at the small green dragon in his hand, and looked at Zhuo Fan as if he was looking at a monster. This kid is unbelievable. Previously, Wang Yan had already said that this kid, mid-rice, could simply be described as having unbelievable luck. But I never thought that it would actually go against the grain to such an extent. Even the lowest level yellow grade soul beast is not something that everyone can have. Wang Yan shook his head slightly, a few moments of envy in his eyes, and the highest level of heaven level soul beasts, no matter in battle or in cultivation, have a great role, so the unusual martial artists, for the soul beasts, that is also extremely favorite. The price of soul beasts has long surpassed the words. Wang Yan exited with one sentence. Dravan, however, stared in disbelief. But on second thought, it made sense. Indeed there is nothing to say. After all, words this thing is precious, but after all, a lot of them, even if it is a golden word, as long as there is enough money, and then have some patience to wait, will always have. Soul beasts are a different story. After all, there were only these 3 blessed caves in the entire Grand Xia, and what Zhuo Fan possessed was just one of them. Coupled with the fact that Wang Yan had already said in between that he hadn't even encountered a soul beast in the past time years. What did this mean? It was enough to show that this soul beast was an extremely precious existence. Value beyond words was outrageous, but Zhuo Fan was still able to accept it. Soul beasts serve many purposes, but soul beasts also need to be cultivated, and there are many things that can be used as food for soul beasts. A powerful soul beast can not only accelerate cultivation, but even be a first-class helper when fighting. After all, this soul beast and its master have a common mind. If it has a strong combat power, its future role on the battlefield, to a certain extent, surpasses the martial artist himself. Wang Yan swept his gaze over the little green dragon. Instead, he ended up looking at Zhuo Fan. Listen to this. Zhuo Fan couldn't help but be surprised. There were more points of joy on that face. His own cultivation speed was already not slow. If he added this soul beast booster, wouldn't it be even faster? Daily, you can let it stay inside your divine palace and slowly nurture it with the power of your divine soul. Your divine soul is already extremely powerful. I believe that the growth rate of this little guy will not let you down. Wang Yan placed the soul beast in Zhuo Fan's palm. Zhuo Fan, however, nodded his head gently as he couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. In theory, it wouldn't take long for Zhuo Fan to enter the abyss. Acquiring a soul beast at this time, the soul beast would soon become a major combatant in its own right, and if it was cultivated well, it might become a major combatant after entering the abyss. When this little green dragon was lying in Zhuo Fan's hand, it used that petite dragon head and rubbed against Zhuo Fan's thumb, showing a close look. Seeing this scene, Wang Yan couldn't help but envy. It seems, this kid thing was born not long ago, Zhuo Fan often cultivates in the cave. Little green dragon has already familiarized itself with Zhuo Fan's aura. Otherwise, it shouldn't have acted so close. And the other side, Zhuo Fan, however, smiled slightly. Since this little thing was destined to be with him, let's enter the Divine Palace first. Staying in the Divine Palace was also quite good. At the very least, it could help restore one's soul power, and it could also speed up the operation of one's chi and blood, which had already enhanced one's combat power in an invisible manner. And it was a good thing no matter which way one looked at it. Chapter 098 U, the contracted soul beast. The marshal is shocked. Immediately, following Wang Yan's guidance, he directly put the green dragon inside the Divine Palace. Ordinary soul beasts are extremely precious, not to mention the so-called soul beasts. Soul beasts, but compared to the word, is a more precious existence. Word, as long as there is enough financial strength, or enough strength, there's a high probability that it can be obtained. But soul beasts are different. Even with money and status, neither is always available. Soul beasts and unusual things are not the same. Not something you can have if you want to have, even if the soul power reaches the standard. It depends on chance. It's really not something that anyone can have if they want to have it, so the degree of treasuring of soul beasts is naturally self-evident. Roar! The little green dragon let out a low roar, and a touch of excitement came out even more from his eyes. Zhuo Fan also heard the excitement in the voice and grinned, his eyes many a smirk. Contract soul beast. Zhuo Fan naturally know what is the case. Originally thought that this process is very difficult, but did not expect. The small green dragon for their own actually did not have the slightest resistance. Zhuo Fan just thought of a movement. This small green dragon will be contracted successfully. Immediately, not waiting for Zhuo Fan to react, the small green dragon in the eyes of the two people, the small green dragon in the air to leap up. Then, without waiting for Zhuo Fan's reaction, it drilled into Zhuo Fan's Divine Palace without any sign. Zhuo Fan's Divine Palace. There is still a great difference between the ordinary peoples. The small green dragon. Under the watchful eyes of the two men, the small green dragon leapt up in the air. It was extremely cramped in the Divine Palace at the 6th rank of the ordinary martial arts path. But, Zhuo Fan was different. Zhuo Fan's Divine Palace was not only large, but also extremely sturdy. When the little green dragon entered it, it was like a dragon entering the sea, behaving extremely freely, as if it had found its home. Saw the scene, Zhuo Fan also completely put down his heart. After all, this small green dragon was originally a heavenly order soul beast. Zhuo Fan originally thought that this small green dragon would be more difficult to tame, but never thought that from the beginning to the end of this little guy did not have the slightest resistance. Zhuo Fan thought that this little green dragon was, after all, a heavenly ranked soul beast, and even if he wanted to tame it, he would need to spend some effort himself, but he never thought that it would be so simple. The moment the soul beast enters the body, Zhuo Fan clearly felt that the flow of his soul power was already speeding up, and in the Divine Palace, it was also because of the existence of the little green dragon. Changes were constantly being produced. Noticing this scene, Zhuo Fan gently exhaled. Originally, he thought that this soul beast was not such a good contract. Lack of thought. It was as simple as drinking cold water. Wang Yan had been quietly observing Zhuo Fan. Noticing the scene, he stared in disbelief. How is that possible? It was normal for the soul beast to not resist in his own hands. After all, he was the former owner of this cave. But, what makes this kid in front of me? Isn't he the peak of the 6th rank of the martial arts? The 6th rank could actually contract a soul beast with ease. This matter if it was spread out. I don't know how many people's jaws would be dropped. But, on second thought, this was actually a normal thing to do. After all, this kid was able to do the unexpected from the very beginning. It's natural to have some excesses. I've known for a long time that you boys are not simple. I just didn't expect it. What we couldn't do, you can actually do it so easily? Wang Yan, who was standing on the side, had been completely dumbfounded. Let's just say, it's all about the people. There is no way to do anything beyond that. It wasn't easy. I just secretly used quite a few methods. Zhuo Fan shook his head helplessly. No matter what, one's own basic attributes and systems, they can't just be revealed. Even if the man across from himself was a marshal, and it wouldn't do. Kid, actually, I still believe in my own intuition. I have always felt that you are the future of the human race. You can't let me down. Wang Yan's gaze flickered, and in his gaze towards Zhuo Fan, there were a few more points of appreciation. Have to say, the young man in front of me is all truly excellent, and the extent of it has gone beyond one's imagination. The process of contracting a soul beast was very fast for Wang Yan, but for Zhuo Fan, the process was actually very long. After the little green dragon entered Zhuo Fan's Divine Palace, Zhuo Fan realized that his Divine Palace was inadvertently experiencing all sorts of changes. Though, some changes like that, in Zhuo Fan's opinion, he wouldn't even notice a difference without looking closely. But for better or worse, Zhuofan is now the peak of the 6th stage of the martial arts path, has been able to use the power of the divine soul, so that Zhuofan's insight has long been not ordinary people can be compared to. He just carefully observe, has already discovered, his own god palace, there is a change in the middle. For example, his own divine palace was even stronger than before. For example, the moment the soul beast entered the divine palace, he felt that the power of his divine soul had been strengthened, and even, his perception was much sharper than even before. After a long time, Zhuofan only felt that it was no longer a problem for him to enter the 7th level of the martial arts path now. After contracting the soul beast, Zhuofan's control over his own power had already gone to the next level without him realizing it. So, advancing to the 8th stage of the martial arts path was just a thought for Zhuofan. But, Dravan, however, took a deep breath, pushed down all the thoughts in your mind. He turned to Wang Yan. The one in front of him was the strongest person in Disya today. Zhuofan couldn't help but be curious about Wang Yan's soul beasts. What kind of soul beasts they were. For this kind of top powerhouse, there was no more point in trying to understand each other's words by himself. After all, the words were just tools for Dravan to get himself out of the body layer. As time gets stronger and stronger, Zhuofan can already clearly feel that words, for the truly strong, the role is not so great. At first Zhuofan is not very understanding of these, but after just a simple reflection, Zhuofan understands. If the word thing was just a foundation, martial cultivation was a high floor. It is true that words have a great impact on martial artists, but not so great that nothing needs to be taken care of. The words are just the foundation, just the groundwork. There are a lot of important things that come after the standard has been reached. Kid, with this one soul beast, your future is, well, unlimited. Don't you want to take the Sibyl path? This marshal has agreed. Wang Yan's voice suddenly came, but Zhuofan froze. Chapter 099, Great Harvest. Goal. Master. Ha ha ha, kid, cherish it. With this one soul beast, you already have a future and a foundation in the way of killing. Wang Yan laughed. Dravan nodded. Since the marshal had already said so, he was affirming himself. With this affirmation, Dravan will also be much firmer in the future. After all, this soul beast was the divine beast Qinglong. Even if it was still weak now, when it grew up, its upper limit must be very high. And, Zhuofan also had some knowledge of soul beasts. When the soul beast entered the divine palace, his soul power was growing. Feeling this scene, Zhuofan also finally realized why soul beasts were precious. Words were indeed precious, but the enhancements were all basic attributes. Soul beasts are different. Not only can it enhance soul power, it can even enhance the divine soul. This, not something that words can increase. Your kid is definitely the luck against the heavens. I do have a soul beast as well, but that was when I was practicing at the Great Wall and killed an unknown number of demons, and that soul beast came out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and it was precisely because of the soul beast. My growth rate, my chi and blood, and my divine soul all grew tremendously, and it was under these circumstances that I gradually stood out. And that's what you're seeing right now, as I gradually became the number one person in Disya. Amazing Wang Hamdan Had. Zhuofan, however, couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. That's why I said what I said. Your chi must be very strong. It's not something that ordinary people can obtain. To be able to obtain it, it must be because of the great fortune itself. Wang Yan laughed out loud, and his eyes were a bit more unrestrained. Thinking of this, Zhuofan's mind came alive. To say the least, this soul beast was not there before. But why now all of a sudden? Is it because you inscribed the Tao Te Ching and the Sutra of Peace? One time, Zhuofan's heartbeat accelerated. By carving these things in the divine palace himself, he was ostensibly enhancing the divine palace and strengthening the divine soul, but in reality, he was most likely increasing his own fortune. If so, then if one carries out these carvings, is it not, to a certain extent, increasing one's chi? Hey, I'm really looking forward to it. When you kid grows up, we'll fight side by side in the abyss together. Wang Yan looked at Zhuofan, and in those eyes, there were a few hidden expectations, which was not nonsense. Zhuofan is not only growing fast, and what has been shown so far is essentially no shortcomings. No shortcomings? What class of existence would that grow up to be? It's downright scary. But, turning to Wang Yan, he shook his head. Zhuofan's importance to Disya now had long been self-evident. Before being prepared, before Zhuofan had truly grown up, no one would allow Zhuofan to risk his life. After all, he has grown by leaps and bounds all the way from the moment he was discovered. So, it wouldn't take long to become truly strong. Shui Yuan, don't worry. I think this day should not be far away. Zhuofan also tightened his fists and couldn't help but look forward to it. Well, soul beasts are not plentiful in the whole of Great Xia. As far as I know, right now there should be no more than 10 people with soul beasts besides you and I. Even your master teacher doesn't have a soul beast. Wang Yan slightly shook his head, a touch of eccentricity in his eyes. Hearing this, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but shrink his pupils. This is outrageous. He finally realized what it meant when the marshal said that. Master Chun Qingfeng, that is also a first-class powerhouse, but never thought that the master does not even have a soul beast? It seems, this soul beast was indeed a very important existence. Otherwise, if master is so strong, if he wants a soul beast, he should be able to have one even if he uses some special means, right? This thing, I'll send it to you. Wang Yan shook the communicator in his hand. Zhuo Fan also looked at his communicator, and at a glance, he was pleasantly surprised that there was already an additional document on his cell phone. Soul beasts are a relatively rare thing nowadays. In all the teaching materials, including the public information, there is nothing about how to cultivate soul beasts. However, I have owned soul beasts for a relatively early period of time, and I have compiled some insights, and these things should be useful for you. Wang Yan rushed at Zhuo Fan to explain. Alright, it's almost time for today. Wang Yan noticed Zhuo Fan looking out of his mind and didn't have the heart to disturb. Drop a line. Wang Yan stepped away. A few more smiles came out of his eyes. Zhuo Fan followed and sent Wang Yan away. The marshal looked for himself today. It seemed to be a casual conversation, but Zhuo Fan himself knew that he had gained a lot today. Marshal, take care. Zhuo Fan hemmed and hawed, stood at the entrance of the cave and arched his hand at Wang Yan. Let's go. There's still something big over at the Great Wall. Wang Yan waved his hand and took a step out. It had already disappeared from Zhuo Fan's field of vision. Dravan, however, froze. The marshal said it simply, but Zhuo Fan could easily feel that aura on the marshal. Ling Ling, vicious. Actually, the reason for this naturally needed no explanation, not because of anything else, but simply because the marshal had now become a martial saint. Before, when he was just a martial god, he was a disaster-like existence for the demons, let alone now. Actually, the human race has been able to come this far. There are countless people who are like marshals, and it is because of the quiet dedication of these people that they have come this far. And right now, the fact that the human race was able to have a back and forth with the demons, and even establish the Great Wall in the middle of the abyss to counteract the demons, was actually the result of the efforts of countless forefathers. The marshal, on the other hand, is the most powerful being among the previous generation. Even here at the marshal, the human race has gone to unprecedented heights, and from here on out, it may actually be a matter of offense and defense in the future. Under these circumstances, Zhuo Fan would basically have a great deal to gain if he were to enter the abyss. Think about it. Zhuo Fan also stopped staying and turned around to go back inside the cave. Strength. Strength was the most important thing for his current self. As long as he had strong strength, killing demons would not be a difficult task. He was only at the peak of the 6th stage of martial arts now. After he was ready to fuse the words, when the words became blue, he would directly start advancing to the 7th stage of the martial arts path. And when he became the 7th stage of the martial arts path, he would be one step closer to being a zongsher. In fact, right now Zhuo Fan had some of his own understanding of the path of cultivation. Becoming a zongsher was basically about completely fusing the body and soul together, a matter that was both difficult and simple. So simple that, like placing an elephant inside a refrigerator, it only needed to be done in 3 steps. But there is one more prerequisite to make it this far. That is to make this refrigerator of the elephant big enough. Zhuo Fan's understanding of martial arts was similar to this. As long as the body and aura were fused together, provided that the soul was strong enough, and as long as one's attributes were strong enough, he, now, has extremely strong base attributes. The soul power is also extremely strong. So, basically becoming a sovereign was not difficult for Zhuo Fan, and it was difficult for others, but only because the basic attributes of these people were not that strong. After all, he still has capital in his hands, except for the words. There were also so many classic works on cultivation, one of which could strengthen one's body, and the other could then strengthen one's soul, which was not something that ordinary people could have. Also, now he had some more confidence. Wasn't there still a soul beast here? With these things, it would only take some time to become a martial god, not to mention becoming a grandmaster, right? Chapter 100, Fusion again. Blue word. Zhuo Fan also took this opportunity to briefly organize all these things he possessed. Immediately, Zhuo Fan took out the 20 million white words given by the marshal. Either way, becoming a patriarch was an afterthought. But, right now, it was to first fuse the words and strengthen the basic attributes again. With a strong basic attribute, the next breakthrough for himself could also become easier. Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan first completely closed his cave. With that, he ran his gong method and adjusted his state to the best. It was also fortunate that Zhuo Fan was now in the blessed cave heaven, where not only was the aura abundant, but even the soul power was also extremely abundant. And in this case, even if he removed his own words, there would not be too much discomfort. After all, Zhuo Fan had experienced it before. That feeling of words being removed was like someone with great power being completely drained in an instant. And although it wasn't said to be particularly unpleasant, it was still extremely uncomfortable. This time, after Zhuo Fan took down all of his green plus 10 words, there was no difference in his body. Zhuo Fan hemmed and hawed. His face had more a touch of anticipation. He had worked so hard for so long. From the beginning of obtaining the system, he had started to fuse words. After having green words, after many fusions, none of them had become blue words. As you can see, it is extremely difficult to upgrade words, but access is different. Zhuo Fan was well prepared this time, with a full 20 million white words, and after the fusion was completed, he could basically succeed in breaking through to become a blue word. And after becoming a blue word, not only would his attributes skyrocket, and the blue word continues to grow. If the blue word ever becomes a purple word and becomes a gold word, there will be even more progress. And after Zhuo Fan possessed the blue words, breaking through the zone master would become easier. Zhuo Fan just moved his mind. A large number of words and phrases then appeared in the blessed cave. His current cave was completely closed, and unless Zhuo Fan agreed, it was impossible for anyone else to enter. Plus, there were also a large number of surprising dragon guards guarding the surroundings, under a state of absolute safety. Looking at the full 20 million white words under his eyes, Zhuo Fan only felt that the richness of the aura and soul power in the cave had been increased by several times at some unknown time. A large amount of aura gathered, and because of these words and phrases triggering, it actually began to gently ripple. Dravan just looked at it, then he got excited. 20 million pieces, with a full 20 million words. As long as one's fusion was complete, one's strength would basically change drastically. Immediately, Zhuo Fan looked into his hands. Heart in the possession of these words. Giant bloodline plus 10, strength increase, 314,560%. Blood value increase 314,560%. Golden bell plus 10, defense increased by 320,000%. Extreme speed plus 10, attack speed increased by 320,000%. Jedi demon plus 10, cultivation speed increased by 320,000%. Slasher plus 9, armor break plus 4,000%. Bleed plus 8,000%. Prancing plus 10, plus 320,000% movement speed. High chance to enter sneak. Flood plus 8, plus 20% luck. After wearing it, fusing words, there is a probability to make the word fusion plus 1. A total of 7 entries. 5 of them, all of them have fused themselves to the top of the green words. The rest of the cutter, and Hong Fu, is only later and then get, and because the attributes of these 2 words are more special, Zhuo Fan did not continue to fuse these 2 words. But, this time, it was different. He had a full 20 million words in his hands. Even if the fusion was carried out, there might still be some surplus. In that case, one must fuse all the words in one's hand, all over again. If nothing else, this fusion is complete. All words will turn blue. Strength was able to increase several times when the fusion was complete. Ding! A large number of infusion words have been detected appearing. May I ask the host whether to perform the fusion? A crisp system beep came. Dravan, however, narrowed his eyes. With 20 million words piled up together, it was fortunate that his cave was large enough. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to fit so many words. Fusion! Zhuo Fan let out a low roar. These words then quickly began to merge 2 by 2. When it was too late, it was too soon. Just in the blink of an eye, the words in front of Zhuo Fan were already half less compared to before. Keep fusing, as Zhuo Fan ordered. The words in front of him had become less and less. Every fusion, the number of words is then doubled compared to before. Even though the number of words was decreasing, the aura that this word possessed above it did not decrease at all. The large number of words gathered together seemed to have invoked the aura of the entire cave, emitting a faint white glow. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The fusion is successful. Finally, after the 10th fusion, these words in front of Zhuo Fan had all turned green. After becoming a green word, the original white light on top of the word had turned green, and the entire cave was a green piece under the light of these words, which seemed to be permeated with infinite vitality. Perceive such a change. Zhuo Fan's gaze lit up again. Aha! All of them became green words, but this time Zhuo Fan prepared a large enough number of words, and after all the words, all of them became green words. There were still more than 19,500 green words in his hand. Ding! A large number of fusible green words have been detected. May I ask the host, do you want to fuse them? The crisp system beep came again. Zhuo Fan's eyes flickered. Anticipation was thicker on his face. Continue the fusion. Zhuo Fan took a deep breath and gave the order. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The fusion is successful. Continue the fusion. The fusion had reached the most critical moment, and Zhuo Fan naturally could not stop at this time. As the fusion continues, The number of words is getting smaller and smaller. As time passed, the smile on Zhuofan's face grew more and more intense. Finally, once again the fusion is complete. Phew! Zhuofan also couldn't help but gently exhale. 10 fusions 10 fusions later, there were still 19 newly fused words in Zhuofan's hand, but these words, all of them, were already green plus 10 in existence, plus the original 5 left in the hand. Zhuofan was now in possession of 24 green plus 10 words. Just one last fusion. These 24 green words can then become blue words. Keep fusing. Almost without the slightest hesitation, Zhuofan opened his mouth again. There was a flash of light in front of his eyes. The light blue light spread over the entire cave in an instant. Chapter 101 Terror Increase. Demon Reaper. Seeing the blue light flashing, Zhuofan instantly became excited. From obtaining the system, it had been a few months now. A few months to finally fuse all the white words, all of them, into blue. It was a grueling process, though, but Zhuofan felt a million times more elated. Either way, right now it's all finally here. Looking into his hands again, Zhuofan had a smile on his face. That's tens of millions of white words spent. It took countless fusions before the white words, all of them, were fused into blue. Holy Light Giant Bloodline plus 1, increase in strength, 1,258,240%. Increase in Qi and blood values, 1,258,240%. Damage to demons, increased by 10%. Increased bleeding effect by 10%. Anti-damage Golden Bell plus 1, defense increased by 1,280,000%. 10% rebound of damage sustained. Shadow Extreme Speed plus 1, attack speed increased by 1,280,000%. In the darkness of the night, in a shadowy environment, speed is increased by 10%. Absolute Demon. God plus 1, cultivation speed increased by 12,800,000%. Cultivation speed increased by 10% for each rank of cultivation. Slasher plus 10, armor break plus 8,000%, bleed plus 16,000%, leap, wind plus 1,280,000% movement speed, high chance to enter sneak, Hung Fu plus 10, plus 80% of Chi luck. After wearing, fusion of words, there is a probability to make the word fusion plus 1, just by glancing at the attributes after the fusion. Zhuofan couldn't help but have his heartbeat accelerate. The words increased dramatically once they were promoted to blue. And this kind of increase is also not the so-called single attribute increase. Even the original name of the words have produced a great change. Originally Zhuofan also clear. Words promoted to become blue. All the attributes will have a great increase. Yet it had never occurred to me that this increase had been terrifying to such an extent. First of all, this Holy Light Giant Bloodline, not only the basic attributes, has been 4 times more than the green words, and also added a special attribute, is the increase in damage to the demon. It seems that this increase of 10% of the damage is dispensable, but it couldn't be helped that Zhuofan's basic attributes were already heaven-defying. Under such a powerful increase in the basic attributes, even if the damage is increased by 1%, can already decide the winner of a battle, not to mention the damage directly increased by 10%. And again, now these words, but it is just blue plus 1, growth attributes and also unlimited plucking. When the next fusion was successful, the base attributes of the words would be doubled again, and it would already be considered heaven-defying. Zhuofan swept a glance at the attributes of these words, and found that not only was the Holy Light Giant Bloodline, which had increased tremendously, but the other words, the attribute increase was not weak at all. Basically all the attributes of all the words had increased exponentially. That's not all. Things like haste and golden bell, such seemingly ordinary phrases, had also changed dramatically this time. The golden bell, which has grown into the anti-wound golden bell. For every damage taken, 10% of the damage is returned. Extreme speed, on the other hand, had directly changed into shadow extreme speed. For such a change, while others were not clear about the value, Zhuofan was clear about it. After all, in the abyss, especially in the darkness of the abyss, it basically belonged to the home turf of the demons. Not only will the demons' combat power be strengthened, what's more, the demons' perception in the darkness of the night would also be strengthened. But with shadow extreme speed, the demons' previous so-called increases basically became extremely ridiculous when facing Zhuofan. After all, Zhuofan already had an advantage in speed, and if he added the increase of the shadow, his speed had already reached an extremely terrifying point. In other words, these words in Zhuofan's hands could basically be said to have been born specifically for the purpose of killing demons. Demon. In the future, there was no longer any advantage to speak of when facing Zhuofan. In addition to these previously mentioned phrases, Zhuofan's other words, such as Tangyu, Hong Fu, and Cutter, had also increased tremendously. Although Hong Fu and the Cutter are now only green top words, the attribute increase is still very scary. After this fusion, Zhuofan's strength, compared to before, was already unknown. How many times it had increased. He tightened his fists. The smile on his face grew stronger. Subsequently, Zhuofan also remembered that he still had 2 new words in his hand from the last fusion. Lightness of being +10, facing an opponent of a higher rank, with a possibility of a second kill. Currently with a 30% increase in probability. Taunt +10, when facing a high-ranked opponent. You can reduce the opponent's combat power, currently at a rate of 20%. These 2 words, in itself, it was extremely powerful, and with this fusion, Zhuofan didn't really find a suitable word to fuse, so these 2 were put on hold for the time being. In addition to these 2 phrases, all of Zhuofan's main battle words had grown to blue, and the self, no matter if it was battle power or various attributes, had an extremely terrifying increase, no matter how you look at it. This fusion, worth it. Immediately, Zhuofan brought up the system panel to check his attribute increase. Name, Dravan. Level, Peak 6th Order. Word, White, Infinite. Age, 21. Divine Soul, Golden Plus. Blood, 1268000 plus 50,000. Strength, 1268000 plus 50,000. Defense, 1300000. Speed, 1040000. Attack speed, 920,000. Hiss. After browsing through his attribute panel, Zhuofan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This isn't a joke, is it? According to reason, it was impossible for any unusual patriarch to be this powerful. Sure, Zhuofan is also clear that the patriarch-level martial artist, and unusual martial artist then, will have more means, pure attributes above the crush. In fact, the significance is not very large. After all, after becoming a patriarch, can mobilize the soul force, are likely to be an extremely horrifying value. Even in front of a truly powerful patriarch, Zhuofan had no chance at all to strike. Strong people, and strong people before hands, cannot be so much fancy, but instead maybe a light, is life and death. But, this is the only attribute that is, to put it bluntly, truly counterintuitive. And, this fusion, compared to the last fusion, the increase was truly terrifying, a full 4-fold increase. In other words, on the bright side, Zhuofan's strength had already increased by a full 4 times compared to before. If it was said that Zhuofan had already had the ability to go through with a Zongshi before, this time, Zhuofan actually had the possibility to kill in seconds. Also, Dravan also noticed, behind his own blood and strength, there was a separate marking that increased his attributes by 50,000. At first Zhuofan thought that this was some kind of alternative way of calculating, but after confirming with the system, Zhuofan understood. This, because inside Zhuofan's divine palace, with the soul beast, it was because of the soul beast's presence that the blood value increased by 50,000. This 50,000 attribute value could be said to be nothing in front of Zhuofan's words that had fused to become blue. But, not to mention the 50,000 increase in blood value, even a 5,000 blood value increase could easily determine the winner of a battle. After understanding the various increases in the body, Zhuofan began to be foolish. Before he was also at the peak of the 6th rank, but compared to now, it was a heaven and a hell. With such strength, if he entered the abyss now, wouldn't it be just the right time to build a career? Chapter 102 Sister is shocked again. Thinking of this, Zhuofan's heart surged for a moment. Actually, he also wanted to enter the abyss as soon as possible to kill the demons. Although his strength was not bad before, he could not affect the demons on a larger level, but now it was different. Before Zhuofan could only be considered invincible in the same realm. Now even when facing a Zongshi, it was equivalent to being invincible. With so many means of combat, once he entered the abyss, Zhuofan would also become a nightmare for the demons. Since, after fusing the words and gaining a significant increase in strength, Zhuofan also wanted to take a good rest. After all, for Zhuofan, for a long time before, he was busy raising his cultivation, which was for no other reason, just to be able to unleash the power of the words he had gained, completely, as soon as possible. And, after this fusion of words, Zhuofan's traveling in all aspects was increasing dramatically, and in this case, it was indeed possible to take a good rest. Next, it was up to the master's side to arrange for his own entry into the abyss at some point. As long as he entered the abyss, after formally starting the squad's training, he would be able to once again obtain a significant increase. That condition, Zhuofan then go to consider when to enter the 7th stage of the martial arts path. After all, the recent period of time, Zhuofan's strength, the progress is really too much. If one were to rocket all the way up the ladder like this, it might actually cause one's foundation to be less stable. Plus, in so many months, Zhuofan has already experienced the appropriate combination of relaxation and cultivation may be more conducive to their own progress. Otherwise, it's not really good to say that. a single-minded cultivation, but also will not necessarily make their strength have a substantial increase. Dravan took a step toward the outside end. His eyes, however, revealed a few moments of consternation. He had forgotten that when he had fused the words earlier, he had completely closed the cave, and now if he wanted to go out, it would be necessary to first strike the boundary before he could do so. Dravan laughed softly, casually set the token that opened the cave. Boom! With a muffled sound, the door to the cave's room opened, and a smile was added to Zhuofan's countenance. Step out the door. The door to the cave room then closed. Zhuofan also does not care. He strides out, took a deep breath. Maybe recently the strength of the progress of the faster. Zhuofan's propagation power, compared to the previous, also has a lot of enhancement. Zhuofan can clearly feel that the surrounding air, and before compared to a lot of fresh, and, just because his speed had also increased quite a bit, with just a thought, he took a step out. The area of this back mountain, which was originally not small, and the path down the mountain, was also extremely long. Zhuofan only took a few steps and his person had already appeared at the foot of the mountain. When we get to the bottom of the hill, Zhuofan thought for a moment that recently he was also considered a popular person inside the school, and sensing that there were quite a few people in front of him, he simply dodged and disappeared in place, choosing a small path without many people and continued to move forward. Not much to say. Zhuofan was then already standing in front of the door of the villa in Area A. Zhuofan laughed lightly, then opened the door with the identity card in his own hand. In this month's time of arriving at the school, in fact, Zhuofan's identity card had been replaced a few times, but every time it was replaced, the higher the level of the identity card became. It was also fortunate that all of the school's information was tied up. Otherwise, Zhuofan didn't know how many identity cards he would have to have in his hands. Enter the villa. Zhuofan's face, however, carried a touch of eccentricity, because his perception was stronger now, and just by simply checking it out, he had already determined that senior sister actually didn't cultivate? That's not true. According to this unconquerable nature of senior sister, when she lived with herself recently, her cultivation was still relatively hard. And, the moment he saw his senior sister, Zhuofan, however, froze on the spot. A hint of dismay followed closely in his eyes. Unusually, although senior sister was not an unkempt kind of girl, at the very least, she would not spend her precious time on things other than cultivation, such as putting on makeup. But, today's senior sister was dressed very formally. Moreover, that face had been painted with delicate makeup. Even Zhuofan was slightly stunned. I have to say, makeup this kind of thing, the role is still very big. Originally the feeling given by the senior sister is the kind of gentle existence. Even before it is also very beautiful, but the feeling given and now is completely different. The current senior sister had a bit more of a mature flavor to her. It also has to be said, for such a senior sister, Zhuofan was still very fond of her. Junior brother, how come you're willing to come back? On the other side, Zhang Miaoxue also noticed Zhuofan, and a touch of surprise appeared on her face. After returning to the school this time, the contact between the two of them had been much less. For one thing, Zhuofan was busy with his cultivation, and Zhang Miaoxue's side wasn't easy at all. I just finished practicing and came back to see you. Zhuofan had a smile on his face. Ha, so junior brother, you still remember me as a senior sister? I had thought that you, a cultivation fanatic, was about to forget about me. Zhang Miaoxue was stunned, and even in her smile, there were already a few more points of sweetness. But junior brother, don't pay any attention to these. Look at senior sister me. Now I am also at the 6th stage of the martial arts path. After reaching this stage, the progress will indeed not be the same as before. This is the so-called bottleneck. You just need to feel that the time is almost right to make another attempt. But Zhang Miaoxue had obviously misunderstood Zhuofan's meaning. Thinking that Zhuofan and her should be similar, they just met the threshold in cultivation. It's fine, although we are both martial arts 6th dan. But, said Zhang Miaoxue, who had already reached out and pressed one hand on Zhuofan's shoulder. Zhuofan was also slightly stunned. Originally, I wanted to open my mouth to explain, but on second thought, there was really no way to explain this. After all, the last time he went out with his senior sister, he was still at the peak of the 5th stage of the martial arts path. After breaking through again, it was the peak of the 6th stage of the martial arts path. And although Zhang Miaoxue knew it, it wasn't clear that there was actually a considerable gap between the two. Zhang Miaoxue narrowed her eyes slightly. He carefully perceived Zhuofan's state, but he couldn't help but stare blankly in the next second. This, little master, you, Zhang Miaoxue's eyes widened, surprised to look at Zhuofan. She naturally sensed, Zhuofan's body, whether it is chi and blood, or soul power, are far above her. How can this be the 6th stage of the martial arts? Are you actually this powerful? Zhang Miaoxue froze for a long time, but eventually opened her mouth. Immediately, Zhang Mianshua's gaze flickered and quickly calmed down. Actually, she should have thought of it long ago. After all, for Zhuofan, the realm really didn't seem to have any special concept for him. The only difference was that it depended on whether Zhuofan wanted to break through or not. To know, this kid, Zhuofan, hasn't even been in school for a month, right? Isn't it just a month full time? After all, freshmen are surviving the wilderness now, and it's not even over yet, okay? And again, it seems like the two of them have been in less contact for just the past 2 days, right? How on earth did this guy do that in such a short period of time? The chi and blood and soul power within Zhuofan's body had reached an extremely terrifying point. Facing this majestic chi and blood and soul power, Zhang Miaoxue could only feel a strong sense of oppression, and even had completely failed to feel Zhuofan's realm. Terrible. It's just horrible. If this is your enemy, I'm afraid it's already karma now, right? Chapter 103, New Characteristics of a Soul Beast. Meeting Yang Bing by chance. Elder sister. It's nothing. It's just that I met with the Grand Marshal and he gave me some pointers. I'm still at the peak of the 6th stage of martial arts. Only in other aspects, I might be a bit stronger. Seeing that he couldn't hide these things anymore, Zhuofan could only sigh softly helplessly. Zhang Miaoxue, however, froze. Every word that came out of Zhuofan's mouth was understandable to her, but linked together, how was it completely incomprehensible? Grand Marshal? That's the no. One man in China? Original. For two people to be able to touch their master, it was already a very heaven-defying thing, and this could already be beyond the reach of quite a few martial artists. But they didn't expect that the youngest junior brother had now reached a different level altogether. He actually has access to the Grand Marshal? And what do other levels of enhancement mean? That's a little weird, isn't it? She knew that Zhuofan's basic attributes had always been not weak, and on top of that, not weak, there was also Zhuofan's divine soul. Could it be that Zhuofan was already strong enough to master other special powers? Thinking of this, Zhang Miaoxue only felt for a moment as if it was her own brain, which was no longer quite enough. And again, Zhuofan will be these out to say, or have their own intentions, whether it is the master teacher, or the Grand Marshal, have told themselves to be inside the school to punch the list. This kind of thing, since they want to do it, then they should do it properly. It's a good thing I have my senior sister by my side. She had been at the school quite a bit longer than she had been, and knew more about this aspect of the process than she did. So, by telling his senior sister about his strength, he would also be able to let her help him counsel in the middle. Junior brother, you are really too heaven-defying. Before, when we were at the same realm, I was still thinking in my heart that you were not as powerful as me as you progressed at such a fast rate. Designation. But today I realized how ridiculous I was. Zhang Miaoxue shook her head slightly. There was a bit more complexity on his face. Hey, if I stay like this, I feel like I don't deserve senior brother at all. Zhang Miaoxue let out a light sigh. But it was just a thought in her heart. After all, facing such an excellent Zhuofan, she simply did not have the courage to open her mouth. Isn't that a little too wimpy? By the way, senior sister, this time I came back. I actually really have something that I need your help with. Seemingly catching out that Zhang Miaoxue was a bit disoriented, Zhuofan however shook his head slightly and simply did not dwell on this previous topic. Hear that? Zhang Miaoxue instantly snapped out of it. Yeah, it didn't matter how powerful Zhuofan's strength had become now. Senior brother still recognized himself as a senior sister at the very least. And again, although she was not as strong as her senior brother, she was still very familiar with these things in the school. As long as her senior brother had the need, she can help with all of it. Put it this way, there's still a chance between the two. As these thoughts flashed through her mind, Zhang Miaoxue's mood was, at once, much better. That's right. At this time, we absolutely can't take the bull by the horns. If we let our senior brother find out our small mind, we might even look down on ourselves, right? No problem. Junior brother can look for me if he needs anything. By the way, junior brother, the master's side has been looking for me in the last few days. It seems like there is some kind of special mission. Junior brother, don't worry. As long as I join that special squad, I will definitely be able to catch up my strength in the future. And when that time comes, senior sister will still be able to cover for you. Zhang Miaoxue smiled. A few more points of brightness on her face. Right, I'm going out now. You have to wait for good news from senior sister. If you have anything, come back at night and we'll talk about it. Zhang Miaoxue waved her hand and put on a confident look. Pulsing his slender legs, he was already out the door. Draven, however, blinked. Special squads? It seems, this fusion of words by himself was just in time for the team's recruitment, which should have come to an end. I just don't know. What kind of thoughts would senior sister have after she knew that she was the captain of the special squad? Zhuofan laughed in his heart. Original. Draven was going to say it, but Noticing that his senior sister had already taken some blows just now, Zhuo Fan simply had to endure it. Forget it, when the right time comes, senior sister will naturally know. It's still good to be young as a senior sister. Zhuo Fan smiled, a few more points of yearning on his face. Dravan was a traveler after all. Half a life had been lived before the crossing. Oftentimes, it does seem more interesting to see the reactions of the sisters. And there was another more important thing. After touching his senior sister's soul force earlier, Zhuo Fan actually found that his soul force had a very strong characteristic, which was that it could actually devour soul force. What's going on here? Is it because of the soul beasts? Originally, Zhuo Fan thought that soul beasts could only enhance their soul power. If they were able to devour soul power, wouldn't that be already heaven-defying? Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan hemmed and hawed. It's quite good. Originally it was just to enhance the soul power and increase the operation of qi and blood, but I never thought that it was actually strong to this extent. Devouring soul power? Wouldn't that make the speed of cultivation even faster in the future? Turning, Zhuo Fan stepped out the door, a few more smiles in his eyes. No matter what, today is considered a windfall. Zhuo Fan stepped out the door and couldn't help but see a blur before his eyes. This is. Zhuo Fan's gaze was attracted to the beautiful figure. Yang Bing's body was wearing a white dress and her eyes were smiling. Junior brother Zhuo Fan, what a coincidence. How come I haven't seen you for days? Yang Bing waved his hand at Zhuo Fan, his eyes shining with a few more points of light. Dravan, however, froze. Not quite right. How come all these little girls become so gentle when they are alone with themselves? But, turning to Zhuo Fan, understand over. At least he has been a man for 2 lives. These things basically take a look. Can also understand. Not much to say. Must be Yang Bing has some small mind. But on second thought, in fact, it is because of oneself itself is more attractive. So, that's what makes these little girls around you swoon. Well, a little hungry. Go eat. Although he could see through the other party's mind, Zhuo Fan still nodded his head gently and didn't rush to break it down. Dinner? That's really coincidental. I'm actually going to dinner as well. Why don't the two of us join together? Yang Bing's gaze brightened. Have to say, this is a good opportunity for yourself. After a long time, Zhang Miaoxue, that little wavy hoof is not there. Does that not mean that Zhuo Fan, little master, today is his own? No problem. Zhuo Fan nodded gently. This little girl in front of me, she also looks really good, and is sent to the door by herself, and the two of them are just having a meal together. So how can this not work? Okay, fine. Then wait for me. I'll treat you later. Yang Bing was instantly excited. There was more than a few smiles in his eyes. She knew it. Junior Master Zhuo Fan was interested in himself. Otherwise, how could he agree to his request so easily? By the way, Junior brother Zhuo Fan, didn't the two of us add WeChat? I have something I don't know if I can ask you? Yang Bing smiled and looked at Zhuo Fan with more than a hint of anticipation in his gaze. Ha, Dravan, however, froze. This little girl does know a little something, doesn't she? How can you be so formal when you're just asking a question? Junior brother, didn't we add WeChat before? I just want to know. I sent you so many messages. Why don't you reply me? Yang Bing looked towards Zhuo Fan, and without any trace, the distance between the two was brought a little closer. Chapter 104, Sensational. Xin Yang, it's mainly because I'm busy cultivating, and it's unusual for me not to look at my cell phone. Zhuo Fan was slightly stunned. Panic ensued, but in reality, Zhuo Fan really didn't look at his cell phone when he was practicing. The only difference was that he still looked at his cell phone while he was practicing. The only ones you see are those labeled with special warnings. Junior brother, you are so diligent. Your own talent is already very good, but you are still so diligent. How can you let us ordinary students? How can we live? Yang Bing's face added a few more points of laughter. Not to mention, where would an ordinary little girl have a chance to get close to Zhuo Fan? But, she's different. Not only was she also from a big family, but she didn't think she was any worse than Zhang Miaoxue. What Zhang Miaoxue didn't have, she had. And what Zhang Miaoxue had, she wasn't the least bit bad. And now she had hooked up with Zhuo Fan herself. Nature. The mind just makes a few more comparisons. Zhuo Fan just lightly laughed and shook his head. On the way both of them didn't speak. Just Yang Bing's eyes have always been fixed on Zhuo Fan's upright body. I don't know how to say. Anyway, the more I see, the more I like. Yang Bing had been half a step behind Zhuo Fan. But, the two were just shoulder to shoulder, walking together as the others looked on. Zhuo Fan didn't mind, but the surrounding crowd that noticed this scene exploded. This is big news. After all, Zhuo Fan was in the school. His fame was not small in the first place, and he appeared in all kinds of big and small news in 3 days. It was already unknown how many pairs of eyes were resting on Zhuo Fan. Yang Bing, who was following Zhuo Fan's side, after noticing this scene, gradually added a few points of laughter in her gaze. she was considered to be hitting the right target. If this matter spread, Zhang Miaoshui, that woman, wouldn't she be directly angered to death? Yang Bing just used this opportunity to move a lot closer to Zhuo Fan again. Around the two, a lot of students had gradually gathered, and there were even people who took out their cell phones to take pictures, and some people simply took good pictures and sent them online. Although Zhuo Fan had already seen everyone's small actions, but nothing more was said. He had just finished fusing words earlier. Consumption is still relatively large. At the moment do not want to care about other things, just want to eat quickly. And, Yang Bing, on the other hand, had been observing the surrounding crowd, noticing that there were more and more people in the vicinity, but instead, the smile on her face became sweeter and sweeter. Horror, that's the effect to have. It seems, the choice of Zhuo Fan is not wrong at all. The two just go out together did not expect to use such a high degree of attention. She was also a little glad that she had done it to Zhuo Fan. Not too early and not too late. Wasn't that just right? The two traveled on and soon arrived at the small cafeteria. This little cafeteria, it's not like the big cafeterias out there. After all that was sold here was magical beast meat, demonic beast meat and whatnot, and anything other than meritocracy would not work well here. A random meal, all have to be several hundred merits. If it is really ordinary students, really can not afford to spend here. But, Dravan didn't matter. In other words, he's now a big player. With the increase in cultivation, the school had given himself better and better treatment, and, with the merits in his hand, for the time being, he didn't need to exchange for words, and that meant that, with these merits, he could spend them as he pleased. As it is, that instantly swings into the dirt. That seems to be Zhuo Fan? The person beside Zhuo Fan is Yang Bing, right? If I'm right, the two of them are coming together. The combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman is not bad. It's over. My manhood has been snatched by someone else. No, right. This Zhuo Fan seems to have a senior sister. Isn't it Zhang Miaoshui? I seem to have met Zhang Miaoshui before. That looked as if she really wasn't very happy. So that's what happened. I see. Various discussions came from the surrounding crowd. Zhuo Fan, however, couldn't help but have his eyelids flutter. What's all this? Original. This is the original version of the story, isn't it? Not even out of your sight, and you're already this far off the mark? Yang Bing, however, had the corners of his mouth turned up. This woman's strength wasn't weak, and what Zhuo Fan was able to hear, she naturally heard as well. But, Yang Bing's face has been with a smile, but also from the beginning to the end of the distance Zhuo Fan is very close, as if the surrounding these voices, originally and he has nothing to do with the same. She does not care. They still care about what? What are you eating, young master? As promised, today is my treat. Yang Bing smiled, his face revealing a few moments of indifference. Still, magical beast meat is fine. This is something I like to eat. Zhuo Fan thought about how every time he came over with his senior sister before, he ate this stuff. It tasted good, and it also replenished his chi and blood. No matter how you put it, it's a first-class good stuff. Besides, he had a small fortune now, but today was different. This was a treat. Hey, progenitor Zhuo, you and senior sister are here again today? What are we going to eat today? Back room, came the enthusiastic inquiry from the owner. Yang Bing, however, froze, a brief moment of dismay appearing in his eyes, but soon, he returned to normal. When the owner stepped out and saw what was in front of him, he hastened to smile again. Both of you, please do. Things will be ready soon. The owner smiled and turned around to enter the back kitchen. Immediately, out of sight of the crowd, he took out his cell phone and quickly edited the message. Sent out. Xiao Zhang, let me tell you something. Your boyfriend has been hooked by another woman. After sending this message, on the boss's face, there was more than a hint of a relaxed smile. As a boss, he was also a more conscientious boss. This Xiao Zhang often takes care of his business and is considered a big customer. How can you not even have a conscience just for the sake of money? Zhuo Fan and Yang Bing naturally didn't know that the boss had already stabbed the news out. The two finished ordering. Just turn around. Zhuo Fan, what are you? Not 2 steps away. A familiar voice came from not far away. Zhuo Fan also froze, while Yang Bing, on the other side, looked over with a smile. I see, brother, awesome. Qin Yang gave Zhuo Fan a thumbs up. Hear that? Dravan got it too. Wanted to open his mouth to explain, but on the other side, Yang Bing had already raised his eyebrows. Qin Yang, now you know, don't you? If you challenge me, there will be consequences. Dropping a sentence, Yang Bing's face was even more playful. Qin Yang, however, froze, after looking at Zhuo Fan, and then at Yang Bing, the smile on his face was suddenly thick. You two eat slowly, this meal is on me today. Zhuo Fan, however, was stunned. This becoming a celebrity is good. No matter where you go, there are people treating you? Qin Yang finished the sentence before walking towards Zhuofan. Having already met, it was still necessary to say hello, but, just after taking 2 steps, Qin Yang froze on the spot, more than a touch of dismay in his eyes. Actually, after getting closer, he could feel that Zhuofan had become extremely dense, no matter if it was his qi and blood, or his soul power. The last time they met, Zhuofan was still just the more prominent among the freshmen. But this time, Qin Yang had also already discovered that even when placed amongst these students of the junior and senior years, Zhuofan was not weak in the slightest. How are you? You so strong now? A slight change appeared on Qin Yang's face. This Zhuofan is worthy of being the martial god's own heir. It's only been a few days since we met? It's amazing that it has grown to this point, which, to put it another way, is unbelievable. Dravan froze as well. Other than senior sister Zhang Miaoxue, this was the second one who was able to see his cultivation level. Chapter 105, he's a dragon guard. Yang Bing, however, raised his eyebrows. There was a bit more coldness on his face. You still know that old me is stronger. So it seems that you're not a fool, so the next time you see me, stay away from me. Yang Bing laughed coldly, and there was more than a touch of smoothness in her eyes. It seems, being with Zhuofan still had quite a lot of benefits. Only just being together. Someone actually took the initiative to admit their weakness? It seems so true that one's choice was immensely correct. Zhuofan on the other side, however, frowned slightly, his face adding a touch of eccentricity. This guy shouldn't be weak either. The senior sister had to touch her own body before she could find out, but this guy was just close enough to find out the end in the first place. It seems that he really can't underestimate these seniors. After all, speaking of which, this Qin Yang was also an existence that had been on the heavenly ranking for a long time. To be able to stay on the heavenly ranking for a long period of time, there's nothing to say. There must be 2 brushes. Don't be surprised. I just have a few tricks up my sleeve. I'm just more glad that when we first met, Yang Bing asked me to challenge you. In fact, at that time, I did have some thoughts, but now I'm just glad that I luckily didn't listen to her. Otherwise, I might not even know how I died. Qin Yang was a smart person. There was a smile in his eyes. Zhuofan froze and instantly reacted to the fact that this was a completely kind reminder from the other party. On the other hand, Yang Bing changed his face. What's the situation? She had been with Zhuofan before. How come she hadn't felt anything? What are these 2 doing? Is this a riddle in front of your face? She can't understand. One could only treat Qin Yang as a straw man. But, seriously, in front of Zhuofan as a straw bag, it seems that there is nothing unseemly. After all, Zhuofan is the patriarch's personal biography, but also successive breakthroughs in several realms. Even the freshmen need to participate in the survival training. Zhuofan can be directly exempted from the test. It is a statement of strength. As the saying goes, knowing the time is a wise man. This Qin Yang is still relatively smart, but Yang Bing is from the heart cannot see this guy, and there's no need to look away. These thoughts flashed through the nurturing mind. She couldn't help but look deeply at Zhuofan twice, wondering if she had a good eye or was just lucky that she could actually walk with Zhuofan. Seriously, if the current situation continues, the 2 of them will have 2 more meals, and by then there will be nothing for Zhang Miaoxue, right? Yang Bing took a deep breath and looked at Zhuofan with a touch more tenderness in her gaze. Nothing else. As far as Zhuofan's identity and status is concerned, if he can really come together with himself, it is something that can completely change his destiny. In other words, looking around the whole of Kyoto, in addition to Zhuofan, I'm afraid that other people can't give themselves what they want. Just thinking about it made Yang Bing feel super cool in his heart. After all, previously, she was always pressed by Zhang Miaoxue, if she could be with Zhuofan, not to mention Zhang Miaoxue, even if she looked around this entire martial arts academy, there was no woman that could compare to herself. As it is, what's that got to do with anything? Zhuofan, on the other side, frowned slightly. He suddenly a little doubt his own choice. This woman in front of him is not too normal? You can forget about holding my arm. Why are you holding on so tight? Besides, what's with the giggling? Qin Yang stood to the side and watched all these small movements of the 2 in his eyes. But, Qin Yang was a smart person, and even if he saw all this through, he didn't show any emotions. Instead, he looked to Zhuofan. I really didn't expect that you have actually grown to this point. I don't even dare to imagine what kind of performance you can have when you enter the abyss. Qin Yang smiled that face with a bit more sincerity. You're not bad either, facing this Qin Yang. Not to mention, Dravan's impression is still good. And, Dravan was being honest. The fact that this Qin Yang was from Region A before proved that the other party was, at the very least, one of the strongest 36 people inside the Martial God Academy. Besides, Zhuofan has been a man for 2 lifetimes, and for some things, he sees the difference. How can I say it? This Qin Yang was only in his early 20s now, just the time of blood and vigor, and in the face of such a situation, he was actually able to be calm and self-contained, not caring at all about Yang Bing who was standing on the side. It would have been very rare. Don't you dare rob me this time. Qin Yang smiled. I wanted to invite you to dinner last time and you didn't give me a chance, so there's no reason to refuse this time, right? Moreover, I'm also about to leave the school. I've joined the surprising Dragon Guards, and the basic vetting, I've already passed. I really don't know if I'll be able to see you guys again in the future. Qin Yang shook his head. An inexplicable look flickered on his face as he spoke. Dravan, however, froze. To actually be able to become a surprising Dragon Guard? Zhuofan glanced at Qin Yang with some surprise. It seemed that what he thought was really good. This guy was really strong. Otherwise, there was no qualification at all to become a surprising Dragon Guard. To become a shocking Dragon Guard, there is another prerequisite. That is absolute innocence, and no betrayal can occur. It is because of knowing this news, Zhuofan for this Qin Yang's impression, and a little better. But, that said, Zhuofan now had quite a few surprising Dragon Guards around him, and all of them were ones that he could directly command. Therefore, Zhuofan's awareness, compared to the average person, is also much higher. It is not that Zhuofan is willing to pretend. It is just that he is now surrounded by people who are basically the top management of Daxia, and what these top management think in their hearts, Zhuofan can also know some. It's better if you don't say anything. These are confidential. Zhuofan shook his head slightly and opened his mouth to remind. However, Qin Yang smiled slightly, obviously had a plan for something like this for a long time. Zhuofan, however, froze. This Qin Yang smiled at himself. If he did not smile, there is no problem. This smile, Zhuofan basically understood a lot. At the very least, it shows that this Qin Yang knows more things than he thinks. That, Qin Yang thought about it. There was more than a hint of brightness in his eyes. Actually, I was present when that one advanced. It was just one sentence, but Zhuofan froze on the spot. Amazing Wang became a saint. This matter is not known to several people in the whole of Daxia, but this Qin Yang is now also a part of the surprising Dragon Guards. He was able to be at the scene. Zhuofan is not surprised at all. Zhuofan unexpectedly, just this guy, actually said it in front of his face. One time, Dravan froze on the spot. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was a part of the surprising Dragon Guards, Zhuofan would have thought that the other party's previous words were provocative. But, on second thought, Zhuofan completely understood. The reason why the other party said that was mostly just to draw closer to him. Plus, the scrutiny of the surprising Dragon Guards was extremely strict, as if they were preparing a squad for themselves. To put it bluntly, this matter had been prepared for a long time, and now it hadn't even officially begun. And there was only one reason for that, and that was that the official government was extremely concerned about this matter. So the vetting process is longer than the usual thing. This Qin Yang is actually a surprising Dragon Guard? So why is it good to talk? The matter of Wang Yan becoming a martial saint was a big deal, and being able to have him present at least proved that the person was fine. And the surprising Dragon Guards were people who could go and die for Daxia at any time. For a while, Zhuofan also had a little more respect for the one in front of him. I probably know, but live well and we can all become stronger. Zhuofan took a deep breath, his gaze a little brighter. Chapter 106, Commitment? I don't believe it. I reject it. That goes without saying? Qin Yang, however, was slightly stunned. With that, he revealed a bright smile. If it was said that entering the abyss in the past, all of them were indeed in no small danger. But, now it was different. The marshal had become a martial saint, and his combat power was unknown how much more powerful it had become compared to before. In this condition, it was basically extremely difficult for them to enter the abyss, even if they wanted to encounter danger. Immediately, both of them nodded tacitly and didn't dwell further on the matter. Both understood. The marshal had already been canonized, and that could be said to be significant in terms of its impact on the entire Grand Xia. The demons at this time were no longer enough to be feared, and entering the abyss was merely for the sake of practicing and improving. Kill. The demons could only run for their lives now. Yang Bing, who was standing on the side, was at a loss. She understood the things the two said, but for some reason had no idea what the two meant by this. Just kidding. What Dragon Guard? What Marshal? What last night? What the hell is all this? But then, Yang Bing's face returned to normal. He couldn't care less about other things. She just knew clearly that Zhuofan was now standing beside her. As long as he grasped Zhuofan, this little master would be his own in the future. As for the rest, let's get together first. Although she was also from a big family, her status in the family was not high. If she could be with Zhuofan, her status could be raised several times in an instant. It didn't matter what strength Zhuofan was now, just by virtue of the fact that this person in front of him was the martial god's own heir. Being able to be with Zhuofan, his own life in the future, definitely belonged to the kind of life that had opened up. There's simply nothing too suspenseful about it. Qin Yang did not stay too much, just in two people after a greeting, then step away. Just Yang Bing has never figured out. This man's brain is not too normal. Meet Fan dare not get angry is over. I can't believe you left with a smile on your face. This is outrageous. It didn't take long for the two of them to sit down, and those things they had ordered earlier were egged on. And what was different from before was that every time Yang Bing had come over before, it was delivered by the waiter. But this time the one who came over to deliver the food was actually the boss. Yang Bing himself was from a big family, and he had some knowledge about this boss. It may seem like it's not very impressive, but I actually heard that it was a relative of one of the leaders of the Martial Arts Alliance. And, in these days, the Martial Arts Alliance could be considered the real power department. Even if they met the disciples of these so-called big families of theirs, the other party wouldn't necessarily be as polite. But, today was different. The other party was not only polite, but also stared at himself. Wasn't it because he came with Fan? However, the owner didn't stay too long after that, but flew away. Just what the two didn't know was that after the boss left, he once again sent the message to Zhang Miaoshui, the other side. Qin Yang ate relatively quickly, and after finishing his meal, the other party settled the bill and rushed to greet Fan. Dravan nodded politely as well. In fact, the previous exchange between the two amounted to nothing. It was also the equivalent of saying anything, and inside the restaurant where people were coming and going, there was basically no one who would pay attention to the scene. Dravan didn't have much to say. Instead, he had been burying his head to eat. He was really too busy in the last few days and had not had much chance to eat properly. It was not easy to eat such a delicious magical beast meat. It was not polite at all, but it was Yang Bing who took the initiative to sit opposite Fan. After just a few bites, he looked seriously at Fan. Fan didn't even look up during his meal, nor did he care about Yang Bing's gaze. Fan is now at least considered a celebrity. Unusual to walk on the road, basically do not recognize will look at two more eyes. For this situation, Fan has long been blind. Finally, Fan alone had eaten most of the food on the table. All of it. That's what makes you feel full. The satisfaction in my heart was indescribable. Immediately, raising his eyes, the two men met each other's eyes. Fan, there's something I want to tell you. I just don't know whether to say it or not. Yang Bing looked at Fan seriously. Hear that? Dravan, however, froze. Why did he feel, all of a sudden, a bad feeling? He just came out to have a meal together. He's not going to give himself trouble for eating, is he? Since you don't think it's appropriate, you can leave it out. Fan hemmed and hawed and spoke half-jokingly. Speaking, Dravan grabbed the napkin on the tabletop and wiped his mouth. The eyes were filled with a faint smile, but on the other side, Yang Bing froze. What is this? Well, at least you've been brewing yourself for half a day and already feel the emotions are in place. It's not like he didn't get a chance to talk, is it? Dravan, I like you. Yang Bing took a deep breath and looked at Fan's gaze in each. There was also more than a touch of deep love. Dravan, however, froze on the spot. That's not the right script, is it? College students, nowadays, are already so outspoken? It's just a meal. Why did you start confessing straight away? And, this is just a bit too enthusiastic in Fan's opinion, and he can't afford it himself, right? I don't believe it. Fan shook his head decisively. A few more points of helplessness on his face. How's that work? This thing has basically been kind of a wake-up call, right? He just went out for a meal with a girl and he was straight up confessed to? This is unacceptable. It seems, what the seniors said is exactly right. Children are out there and still need to protect themselves. Good on. He had good strength, so even if he refused the other party, he would not be in any danger. Fan, this sentence will not. Almost to Yang Bing whole broken defense. Good, and Yang Bing has long been psychologically prepared, but also has thought of a variety of possibilities. A time pretty face, although some ugly, but after a deep breath, will return to normal. Junior brother, what I said is true. I basically didn't have the time to fall in love all these years. Moreover, I didn't have that heart, but after I met you, my heart really moved. Yang Bing's gaze was bright, deadly, staring at Fan, which was full of laughter. She had thought it through, and even if she was rejected today, she would still have to keep her poise. Even if he was rejected today, as long as he kept his poise, he would still have a chance for himself tomorrow. Couldn't ruin his impression in Fan's mind. If that's the case, you don't stand a chance. Well, I believe it. Dravan, however, shook his head helplessly. Great. Then, I confess to you so seriously. Let's be together. For a while Yang Bing was ecstatic. She herself did not expect that her confession actually went so well. She had a bunch of words already behind her. It hasn't even been said yet. No, the smile on Zhuofan's face disappeared completely. This is the first time I've ever confessed to a guy. Sorry, I still have that answer. No, Zhuofan's face was expressionless, and after dropping a sentence, he stood up. Yang Bing, who was frozen in the back, was completely dumbfounded. What is this? Refuse so dryly? At least, her family and the value of force are not bad, and then again looks so beautiful. Actually was mercilessly rejected. Even the room for discussion? Chapter 107, Sad Sister. Warning. Yang Bing narrowed his eyes and his face went green and white for a while. There was more than a little bit of coldness in his eyes. How's that work? She had basically thought about what she and Zhuofan would do after they got together. As a result, he actually, without hesitation, turned himself down? How in heaven's name is that possible? Turning to Yang Bing, a smile appeared on his face. No way. She could still fight for it. If she was rejected like that, wouldn't she be completely behind to Zhang Miaoxue? It was still unknown how this woman, Zhang Miaoxue, was going to taunt herself. Zhuofan, you're still young now. You probably don't know that elder sister actually knows quite a lot. Yang Bing clenched her teeth. A smirk came out of her eyes. In fact, this had already been said quite bluntly. But, Dravan, however, was slightly stunned. What's that supposed to mean? What do you mean? You know quite a lot? Is it a big deal how much you know? Get lost. Do you still have a face? Who's your little brother? What does the fact that you know a lot have to do with my young master? A clear and cold voice from the other side spread out. Dravan, however, froze. Before Zhuofan could make a move, he realized that his arm was already being held in his arms, and for a moment, a faint tingling came from his arm. Zhuofan turned his head, but he saw Zhang Miaoshue's pretty face with a few points of anger, and there were more points of laughter in those eyes. What is this situation? Shouldn't senior sister be attending the special squad interview today? What's with the sudden appearance? And today's Zhang Miaoxue was obviously well dressed, so much so that in terms of her aura, she had long since won. Caller in. Zhang Miaoxue had received some rumors before, only that there had been little evidence. Even if she wanted to take action, there was no way to do so, and today it was hard to seize the opportunity, so how could she just let it go? Putting on this imposing look, it instantly gave Yang Bing a whole won't. Yang Bing also froze, opening his mouth. A touch of dismay also permeated that countenance. She had already thought about how she was going to express herself next to have a better chance of winning, but unexpectedly, all of a sudden, she was killed halfway through? How's that gonna work? Yang Bing, you're really a woman. How come I heard that you change boyfriends quite fast? How can a woman like you have the nerve to lay hands on my little master? My little senior brother only knows how to cultivate every day. People are so simple. What do you want? Zhang Miaoxue snorted lightly, and there was more than a touch of mockery in her gaze towards Yang Bing. Isn't this a joke? Luckily, I was the one who realized it early. Otherwise, this little junior brother of his own would have become this guy's dry food. Zhang Miaoxue was really furious. What kind of person is this? How to see the needle? Besides, Zhuofan is his own little brother, not Yang Bing's little brother. This Yang Bing exactly what is the mind? To actually call out something like junior brother? Zhang Miaoxue glared at Yang Bing, but Yang Bing froze on the spot for a while. She took a deep breath, all the anger in her heart, temporarily suppressed. She is a smart person, naturally clear. This time cannot show a trace of stage fright. If it is really suppressed, it will be harder to fight back in the future. Zhang Miaoxue, what do you mean? The two of us, we just came out for a meal together. Are you as far as that? Yang Bing lightly hummed, and there was more than a touch of icy coldness in her eyes. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of this woman, Zhang Miaoxue, no matter what, she could have easily taken Zhuofan down today. At that time, his own status will also rise, and at that time, what does Zhang Miaoxue count for? You're quite a woman, aren't you? You think I'm the one with bad ears? Zhang Miaoxue, however, narrowed her eyes, a cold smile on her face. Speaking, Zhang Miaoxue looked around. But immediately froze. She knew that her youngest junior brother is now considered half a celebrity, but did not expect this side of the commotion can in such a short period of time to attract so many people. That's a little scary, isn't it? Yang Bing, today, old maiden is just warning you that you'd better stay away from my junior brother. Zhang Miaoxue snorted lightly, and her eyes were more than a little mocking. She still had some knowledge of Yang Bing as a woman. More often than not, it can be said that you will do whatever it takes to get what you want. Arguing with someone like that is bad for you, and even worse for your little brother. Besides, she, now, was not the same as before. Her application to join the special squad had been approved today, which was a good thing to be happy about no matter what. Go! Zhang Miaoxue looked at Zhuofan, and without saying a word, she pulled Zhuofan's hand and quickly did not leave behind. Instead, it was Yang Bing's voice that nearly collapsed. Zhang Miaoxue, what are you pretending to be? If you've got it, stand there for your old lady. Who are you to talk about me as if you're so good yourself? Yang Bing's face was a shade of green and white, and even her breathing was a little short, but Zhang Miaoxue had no intention of stopping at all, and the two of them went all the way forward, while Zhuo Fan's face wore a smile. Junior brother, you have to know that inside the university nowadays, there are all sorts of people. That Yang Bing is not a good thing. You'd better stay away from her. Zhang Miaoxue lightly hummed, her eyes filled with ice coldness. Zhuo Fan, however, shook his head helplessly. Actually, he was tempted to say that Yang Bing came to the door by himself, and I didn't even spend any money on dinner today. Besides, after this Yang Bing was scolded, I'm afraid that for a long time, he wouldn't dare to make any moves. It's nothing, don't worry, senior sister is very powerful now. Basically, if there's anything you can't handle, senior sister can take care of it for you. Zhang Miaoxue, however, slightly raised her chin, a smile on her face. It's such a good feeling. After all, junior brother was already outstanding, and if she didn't have any aura, it would be a bit embarrassing for her to stand together with Zhuo Fan in the future. But, how nice now. Senior sister, did you pass the test today? Zhuo Fan's gaze lit up. Pretty good. His own special squad, which had been in the process of preparation, was now smoothly joined by senior sister by the looks of it. In that case, there wasn't much time left for his own squad, before they completely entered the abyss. Just right, he is now at the peak of his strength. Once you enter the abyss, it's a nightmare for demons. Junior brother, in the recent period of time, senior sister might not be able to stay by your side. Turning to Zhang Miaoxue's face, a touch of eccentricity came through. Hear that? Zhuo Fan's heart fluttered. Elder sister has already joined the special squad, and the specifications of this squad are very good. It is possible that for a long time to come, I may not be able to stay in Kyoto. Zhang Miaoxue shook her head helplessly. Dravan froze again. Junior brother, in fact, I should have followed my master's instructions and helped you more in your cultivation, but I didn't expect that we would have to part ways after knowing each other for just over a month. Zhang Miaoxue furrowed her brows as inexplicable colors flickered continuously in her eyes. Zhuo Fan secretly laughed in his heart, but didn't show the slightest on the surface. After all, only Zhuo Fan knew clearly that what senior sister was talking about now was to join the special squad. Every member of the team who joined the special squad, the first thing to do is to keep it secret. What can be said has been said. The senior sister now may not be able to hold it in her heart how hard it is. Junior brother, let me tell you, that Yang Bing really isn't a good person. You must not fall in love with her. Zhang Miaoxue took a deep breath and spoke the words that were pressed in her heart. Chapter 108, All Out War. Punch list. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Fan, however, froze. What's this all about? That's a lot of words to say, and it's not what we were talking about before. But, on second thought, Zhuo Fan realized that the root cause of all this was not other than the fact that senior sister thought that the two were about to be separated. Well, because this woman isn't very womanly, and she doesn't suit you at all. Zhang Miaoxue was very serious and took a deep breath before speaking. Moreover, your main task right now is to cultivate. It's fine if you meet a good girl. You can support each other, but Yang Bing herself is not a good girl. After you get together, you will definitely be influenced by her. At that time, it might even affect your cultivation. Zhang Miaoxue gritted her teeth. This Yang Bing, really shameless. How is it that all of a sudden he's going to go after his own little brother? No, not suddenly. It was because Yang Bing, this woman, should have had feelings for junior brother from the very beginning. It was just that she had been by junior brother's side every day before, so this woman didn't have a chance to get her hands on him. You should also be clear that there are actually a lot of geniuses that aren't geniuses when they haven't grown up. If this woman, after hurting you, and you are unmotivated to cultivate, think about how terrible it would be. Zhang Miaoxue thought about it, but decided to increase her tone. Well, senior sister is right. I'm definitely not with Yang Bing. Zhuo Fan nodded heavily. In his heart, he felt funny. It seems that this senior sister of his is really good, thinks for himself and everything, and since that's the case, there's nothing wrong with that. By the way, you shouldn't stop falling in love because of this. Only those bad people with no character will affect you. Turning to Zhang Miaoxue, she felt that she had still gone a bit too far in saying these words, and thought about changing her words. That woman, Yang Bing, indeed can't be in a relationship with junior brother. But, she, Zhang Miaoxue, was different. She would definitely not try to influence her youngest brother if she was with him. Only all considerations can be made from the little master's point of view. This way, it can only be good for the youngest master as well. Zhang Miaoxue, on the other hand, put on a posture of a passerby. wanting to give Zhuofan pair some care, but nay, Zhuofan is a traverser, itself 2 lifetimes ago, only to feel that at this moment's senior sister, more or less a little bit of a joke. Zhang Miaoshui came back to her senses, noticing Zhuofan's silence, thinking that Zhuofan had already listened to all those words she had said before, which made her sigh with relief. At least this way, the youngest senior brother could take less detours and suffer less. That's right, junior brother, as long as you remember what elder sister has done, you will definitely not suffer at the hands of that woman, as long as you stay away from her. Zhang Miaoshui spread her face and smiled, clearly putting all those unhappy events from before behind her. Junior brother, you should not yet know. Marshal, Grand Marshal, it's the first person in our great Xia, the one who is on par with our master, has already entered the saints. This is the first martial saint in the entire human race. Zhang Miaoshui lowered her voice. Moreover, I heard that because of the marshal's entry into the sacred, our Grand Xia and the demon race have long since changed their positions of offense and defense, so it's all-out war, so maybe it won't be long before this world will undergo a sea change. Zhang Miaoshui smiled. A few moments of anticipation were hidden in his eyes. With the Grand Marshal holding down the fort, we can basically walk sideways in the abyss in the future. However, there are also rumors that the Marshal feels that this is not enough. He even has the idea of bringing his army out together to repel the demons by 1,000 miles. And if he can get to the bottom of Wolf Jushu Mountain, he will follow the example of the one from back then, and seal Wolf Jushu. Zhang Miaoshui continued to speak. Hear that? Zhuofan couldn't help but be energized. Although there was a lot of information that Zhuofan had already known before, the words that Zhang Miaoshui had said were still very important. Follow the course of history in this world. It was also more than 100 years ago that demons appeared in this world, and just when there were demons, humans hadn't mastered the power of words, and those years were simply incredibly dark. Even now, there were quite a few people who gritted their teeth when they brought up that part of history back then, not because of anything else, but simply because the human race had been oppressed for too long back then. People who grew into that era were on the verge of losing their power to resist. Now, the news of the Grand Marshal's entry into sainthood had gradually spread. No matter what, this was first-class good news for the human race. Not only can you press the demons to fight, what's more, to a great extent, it deterred the demons. It might even be possible to drive the demons out, take back all those lands that were lost. It is also recently, this 100 years ago, the human race has grasped the power of words, and with the passage of time, the strongest people in this, also more and more. It is because of this, the human race has a chance to breathe. It was because of the presence of Wang Yan and Daxia that the attitude towards demons had always been very tough. Besides, that was then, not to mention now. Now, the Marshal has been sainted, most likely to kill the demon cleanly. After all, if we were talking from the time when the demons had not descended, the land in the abyss now, as well as the location where the Great Wall was located, it could all be owned by the human race. Though, it doesn't always have to be Daxia. May definitely can't be so easy and give these places to demons. Dravan thought about it. If he was a marshal, he would also definitely take advantage of this opportunity in front of him to attack the demons in a big way, and take advantage of the fact that these beasts didn't react to it, and reclaim all of those lands that were originally taken away from him. Zhang Miaoshui was equally excited, although she was from a big family, but the so-called big families, those were the ones who had contributed for the Great Summer. The ancestors of the great clans who died at the hands of demons were even more numerous. Besides, senior sister's status has also risen now, and she is able to know more inside information, so she naturally has even less of a good face for the demons. These, all extremely normal. Zhang Miaoshui looked at Zhuofan, a few moments of joy in her gaze. After all, she knew that her junior brother was now extremely high and knew a lot of things that she didn't know, but from the time she joined the special squad, her own identity had also been different for a long time. Besides, this time the specification of joining a special squad by yourself, still extremely high. Moreover, it was the master himself who took the lead. She also met a lot of big names today that normally even her father wouldn't get to meet. That's exactly why. The excitement in Zhang Miaoshui's heart became uncontrollable for a moment. I know, but these things are still a bit far away from me. Zhuofan shook his head. There was something odd about the face. Actually, this he did not lie. After all, his own special squad, even if it was about to be formed, but there would still be a period of time to break in. If the marshal himself led the team, this war might not end at any time. But, Zhuofan wasn't worried. He didn't have any demons to kill. After all, the demons in the abyss could be said to be completely endless, and even if the marshal were to go full scale, it would be as a vanguard of the human race. The struggle with the demons would never, ever end so quickly, either. In fact, Master has explained to me that if I'm free, I can go ahead and charge the list. Zhuofan shook his head slightly. The list? It's something he hasn't done before, so it should be interesting, right? Chapter 109, Revenge, War. Zhuo Fan was calculating how he could maximize his benefits by punching the list tomorrow. The other side, Zhang Miaoxue, however, looked at Zhuo Fan. After a moment's hesitation, he took the lead. Junior brother, there's something I need to tell you. Probably tomorrow. I'll be leaving. Zhang Miaoxue's voice was lowered. Ha! In the next second, Zhuo Fan froze. Tomorrow? It's not right, is it? If it's tomorrow, you should be able to get the message yourself, right? This special squad, itself, was set up for himself, and the members were to be assembled together. Did he not have anything to do with himself as the captain? It really shouldn't be. Well, it's indeed tomorrow, because we're going to start our intensive training tomorrow, and you shouldn't be able to imagine that this special squad is prepared for a certain big shot, and the other party, Ing AI, is of a very high rank, and at the very least, it should be about the same as a marshal. Zhang Miaoxue put on a mysterious look. Dravan, however, froze, nesting grass. Where did this rumor come from? It shouldn't. He, Zhuo Fan, was indeed a celebrity, but with such a high status already? If that's true, then how come he doesn't know it himself? Junior brother, in fact, your potential is very high and your strength is not bad now. Such a team without you is mostly trying to protect you. Zhang Miaoxue looked at Zhuo Fan and noticed that Zhuo Fan didn't seem to be very excited, so she added a sentence. Mostly because she thought there was some imbalance in Zhuo Fan's heart, right? But, Dravan, however, smiled. Since the above had already made it clear to himself that this matter could not be allowed to be spoken of his own accord, it was not really good for Zhuo Fan to open his mouth. Plus, Zhuo Fan was still looking forward to what kind of behavior the senior sister would have when she saw that she was standing with her and that she was the captain. Senior sister, since that's the case, let's go out and get high today. Zhuo Fan hemmed and hawed and temporarily threw all these things to the back of his mind. For the thoughts of his senior sister, Zhuo Fan could still guess in his heart. Since elder sister is leaving tomorrow, that was mostly because she wanted to spend more time with herself today. In fact, Zhuo Fan had previously wondered why senior sister stormed out when she faced Yang Bing, but now Zhuo Fan understood. After all, senior sister thought that she didn't have too much time left to spend with herself. It also has to be partially divided by Yang Bing. Naturally the heart is uncomfortable. The two of them rushed out of the school gate together. This way such a handsome man and beautiful woman combination naturally easily became the focus of the crowd. And Zhuo Fan also found that there were quite a few people were using their own hands on their cell phones, taking pictures. For something like this, Zhuo Fan naturally didn't care. He was now even a celebrity in his own right. Basically in the imperial capital, there were very few people who didn't know Zhuo Fan. But, probably more people have just heard of themselves and haven't met them. Zhang Miaoxue was different. She herself was the Zhang family's eldest miss, and was also a disciple of the martial god, although she was only a named disciple of the martial god. To put it bluntly, such a position was already in existence beyond the reach of many people, and Zhang Miaoxue's unusual opportunities to show her face in public were still quite numerous. Zhang Miaoxue only frowned slightly, but directly ignored these details. She's leaving tomorrow. There wouldn't be much time left to spend with junior brother in the future, so it was better to cherish these moments in front of us. As for these people around here, let them be. The two took the afternoon to eat, watch a movie, and do some shopping along the way. Since Zhang Miaoxue was leaving tomorrow, Zhuo Fan had already made the judgment that since it was an intensive training, most likely all of them would have to enter the abyss. Even now, with the Grand Marshal at the helm, the battle with the demon race had been fully opened. But Dravan was clear. Even if it was safe in the abyss, it wasn't as safe as it was in the city. The two of them shopped for half a day, and Zhang Miaoxue even purchased some things that could be used in the abyss. Also, it's all kinds of snacks, and soul-condensing pills and stuff. Zhuo Fan, on the other hand, quietly accompanied. Although the two were still in a squad afterward, Zhang Miaoxue did not know about this matter. Anymore, Zhuo Fan needed to pull the emotional value full. The two stayed until late afternoon, both somewhat unfulfilled. But, looking at the time, Zhuo Fan still collected himself. It's okay. It's not like he and sister are really separate. Tomorrow, after the team had assembled, Zhuo Fan would also show up, and then the truth would basically be revealed. The sun was sinking in the west by the time the two returned to school. Zhuo Fan was not in a hurry to go back to the mountain. After all, this time, his words had already fused almost as much as possible, and in this situation, it was good to relax appropriately. Relaxing, not to be lazy, but just for the next time, to be better able to devote myself to practicing. Plus, immediately the special squad will be assembled. Zhuo Fan whole day cultivation is not a good thing. Before the squad assembly, or to punch the list, whether it is the master's side, or marshal there, have already accounted for their own. before the squad assembly, to complete the action of punching the list. As for the results of the punch list, Zhuofan was naturally not worried. According to his current level, even if he were to face these juniors and seniors, he wouldn't have any pressure. Not to mention these additional attributes of the words, but in terms of the basic attributes, it was basically already invincible under the patriarch, and coupled with the powerful divine soul, it was just so terrifying to see how invincible it was, and how there were no shortcomings in the opponents. Let's not talk about how to win against each other. As long as Zhuofan stood on the field, it was basically impossible for the opponent to win. Evening. Zhuofan had already washed up and was ready to sleep comfortably tonight. Tomorrow is going to be the official start of the punch list. But, next, dang, 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 a dull ringing sound spread out, and when he heard it, Zhuofan froze, his face filled with oddities. If it was expected, the sound was a long chime. How? It was only the first time he had heard it once himself during the martial league test. It's been a long time since I've heard that voice. Dang, 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 who knows? The dull ringing sound spread again and Zhuofan had already stood up. It seems, this is something big happening to the whole human race. How else could that sound be possible? And, under Zhuofan's sidelong listening, it had soon been confirmed. This time, no more, no less, enough 9 voices, if it is expected well, it should be the marshal, has been deployed to complete, most likely to lay hands on the demon and devil tribes. Notice from the Martial Arts Alliance. Important notice from the Martial Arts Alliance. Next, the martial artists led by Great Xia, the demon suppressor army, will launch a full-scale war against the demon and devil races. Next, we'll use our force value to reclaim the land we've lost over the years, and to avenge our deceased relatives, as well. Vengeance, vengeance. While the notice from the Martial Alliance echoed away in his mind over and over again, Zhuofan narrowed his eyes. Though, he had known the news for a long time, but when it really came to this moment, he still couldn't help but feel excited in his heart. Martial ordination. The crusade against the demons is basically a nail in the coffin. Only, even Zhuofan hadn't expected it. This time, I can't believe it's so fast. Almost at the same time, the entire territory of Daxia, or rather the entire human race, devices capable of producing sound, televisions, radios, even communicators, of all the means capable of transmitting, there is only one voice. That would be the Great Xia leading the charge to take action against the entire demon and devil races. In the last few hundred years, nothing like this has ever happened. Even if Zhuofan had been a man for 2 lifetimes, he couldn't help but be moved by it. Chapter 110, Internal Disintegration. Recruiting Zhuofan. Chapter 110. Amidst all the various electronic devices, only one voice remained for a while. That is combat. It was a direct declaration of war against both the demon and devil races at the same time. Actually, it was clear in the minds of all the martial artists that the demon race and the demon race were 2 different things. It was just that in these recent decades, the power of the human race was growing, so the demon race and the demon race, without even realizing it, had already begun to wage a joint war. That's how you get to the point where you're on par with the human race. In the past 10 years or so, in fact, the human race had been slowly progressing, even the demon and devil races. It was clear that the rise of the human race might just be a matter of time. But the matter of the marshal ordaining the saints was only made public within a limited scope. More people, who don't even know about it. Nowadays, the word spreads that it is in full swing. At once, it caused an uproar among the entire human race, and even among the demon and devil races. It is tantamount to throwing a deep water bomb on the surface of a calm lake, and the impact is far more than what it seems. Zhuofan also frowned slightly. This is not a straightforward message, but, having gone public with the move, there are bound to be a lot of obstacles encountered along the way. It also shows, to a certain extent, that the marshal is absolutely confident. Even if it is the demon and devil plans, there are other means. These things in the eyes of the marshal, this is estimated to be nothing. Otherwise it is impossible to directly publicize the news. In addition, Zhuofan quickly thought of another layer. Full-scale combat? Even if it's going to be a full-scale battle, it can be done quietly. So what did the marshal do that for? Thinking of this, Zhuofan's gaze condensed, and a few more points of indifference were added to his countenance. Perhaps, it was to utilize this opportunity to deal with some internal matters of the human race, or to deal with the internal matters of Daxia. Anyway, at that level of marshal, things were more thorough. It must be impossible to fight unprepared battles, and after thinking clearly about this point, Zhuofan's countenance had an extra touch of relaxed smile on it. Whatever, this was considered a feat for Daxia and for the entire human race. This is something that has never happened in the last 100 years or so. What is this situation? This is Qin, not Daxia. Daxia doing this is already equivalent to tearing up the convention. We, Qin, don't even know about this. At this moment, the Great Qin government office. A middle-aged man had a gloomy face, a few scornful glints in his eyes. Qin in the human race countries, indeed is not the strongest first echelon, but for the national security, is also extremely important. This daxia is indeed very strong, but they actually tough open this matter? Isn't that the equivalent of a provocation? The other side. The Wei people were also shocked. In the middle of the governmental hall, many of Wei's top officials looked at each other speechlessly. Both saw a hint of shock in the other's gaze. Why is this daxia so excessive? They did have a consensus that the Grand Xia was strong enough, and the Grand Marshal of the Grand Xia was also very strong. But wasn't that a martial god? Martial god. There were some small countries that didn't, but Wei also had a martial god. Just not as much as daxia. And isn't such a move by daxia tantamount to provocation? Do you really think Wei has no one? Situations like this have spread around the world, and many people have mixed feelings. Only a few remain silent. Daxia was not a reckless country. Since they dared to do so, they naturally had a reason for doing so. How could they possibly, for no reason at all, make such an unintelligent behavior? Could it be that the first person of the Great Summer had already taken that step? Could it be that Wang Yan has already been sainted? Many people had this thought in their minds almost at the same time. If that was really the case, then their attitude towards daxia would have to change in the future. This Wang Yan, Ben was the number one person in the entire human race, and if he really took it a step further, perhaps the future pattern within the human race would have to change. Hurry! Contact daxia immediately. We can bow down to daxia. Yes. We will also increase our trade with Great Xia this year, and as long as Great Xia needs it, as long as we have it, we will supply it with all our might in the future. One time, a variety of voices, spreading in various parts of the world. The repercussions of this are too great. It probably won't settle down for a while. Instead, it was Dravan, had turned on his communicator and started browsing the internet for a variety of voices. The internet is virtual, but quite a few of the views expressed above are still somewhat informative. After a brief look, Zhuofan had made sure of it. The voices on the internet are basically divided into two factions, those who support and those who denounce. But the vociferous criticism was only a very small part of the voices that only just appeared, and it didn't take long for them to be reported down by excited netizens. Perceive the scene. Zhuofan immediately put down his heart. It seems that the wind direction of public opinion. There is not a little problem. The whole daxia, good things patriotic more. The other side, the great kingdom of Yen, being next to daxia, he was also more aware of the various movements of daxia. Even this great Yen empress didn't have too many surprises about Wang Yan's approach, and had even thought of it long ago. After all, in the recent months, daxia's movements were still relatively numerous. In addition to the last movement in Kyoto, when Wang Yan was canonized last time, De Yen had actually sensed something as well. But that kind of movement only just appeared and was directly shielded. As the great Zhou Empress, her strength is not weak, and she is a Wendao pioneer. Such an existence, although in the realm is a little worse, but the strength is not bad at all. And to be able to become a female empress, whether it is the eyesight, but in other aspects, are first class. Wang Yan's sainthood is an absolutely great thing for the entire human race, but it's not a good thing for my great Yen. The empress narrowed her eyes, a few more points of indifference appearing in her eyes. Whatever. Before Wang Yan could free his hands and deal with great Yen must prepare his means. Otherwise, there might be trouble then. The world, as a whole, had mixed feelings when the news was made public. After having such internal and external problems like demons, even if there were any conflicts within the human race, on the surface it still looked like a harmonious group. But right now, Wang Yan had already been ordained as a saint, and for other countries, the demons might not exist for that long. Next, they may have to think more about themselves, those weak countries, but the idea is very dry. For daxia, these small countries are not much of a threat. If they are obedient, they can stay. If you don't listen, that's not much to go on. If you don't listen, you don't listen, and if you don't listen, you're perfectly capable of becoming a province of daxia. And at the moment, in the middle of the great Yin palace, the empress narrowed her eyes slightly. She reached out and tapped her hand on top of the dragon chair behind her. In fact, daxia seems to be very powerful now. In fact, at this moment in time, it is also the time when daxia is most if down. If I use some means at this time to disintegrate daxia from within, I wonder if it is feasible. The empress murmured. In the twinkling of an eye, that gaze lit up. Wang Yan is indeed a first-class powerhouse, but this person is loyal to daxia. But that Zhuofan is not weak. Why don't we start with Zhuofan? Chapter 111, Reactions from All Sides. Broadcast in real time. Your Majesty. Below, a woman frowned slightly. The face was full of oddities. The Empress reached out to hold her chin, and the light of those clear and cold eyes fell on the woman, but there was not the slightest fluctuation in her eyes. What's the matter? You speak straight. The Empress narrowed her eyes, her face still carrying a faint smile, but the female officer standing below was slightly stunned, and after taking a deep breath, she revealed a look of hesitation. What? The Empress, however, raised her eyebrows. The female officer gritted her teeth and spoke anyway. According to what we've learned, this Xuefan is held in very high regard in Daxia. Even if we had the will, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to do anything about it. The female officer sighed softly. Actually, officials of the Great Yen country had already paid attention to Xuefan a long time ago, and were even collecting Xuefan's information bit by bit. Only the effect had not been very good. About Dravan, the first time they learned of the news was just when Xuefan completed the first test, causing the chimes to ring long, and then after that, this Xuefan was like disappearing in Daxia. Even if they used many means, they didn't receive any news of Xuefan, and when the news of Xuefan came again, it was already Xuefan entering the Martial God Academy. After then, once again, there is no trace of a stone. This Xuefan was even quite a bit more mysterious than Wang Yan. At the very least, they could receive news from Wang Yan frequently, and even because Wang Yan's status was relatively high, prying into Wang Yan's news was relatively easy for Great Yen. Waste. The Empress grunted softly. You have to use some tactics with men, like throwing your weight around. Whatever he likes, you guys can give. What Daxia can give, we can give the same. Even if Daxia can't, we can give the same. Understand? The Empress raised her eyebrows, a few more points of confidence on her face. Actually, to put it bluntly, the Empress knows more about men. Still, if she didn't know enough about men, how could she, so easily, ascend to the throne? Back then, when she ascended the throne, there were still a lot of people who opposed her. But, even so what? Has she not, step by step, accomplished her purpose? Thinking of this, the Empress's face gained a bit more confidence. You guys should know that the fight for Xuefan is our top priority next. We can't afford to have any problems. The Empress grunted softly. There was a bit more anticipation on his face. Although this Wang Yan was strong, the Empress had other thoughts in her mind. Strong? What happened to John? She had a hunch that Dravan might be the future. Since, in this generation's struggle, it had already been lost, there was no hurry, according to the talent Xuefan had shown. In fact, this young man's growth rate and growth ceiling were both extremely high. Even the news obtained from various channels had proof that this Xuefan's status in Daxia was being raised little by little. This situation, if you don't make another move, by the time Xuefan really grew up, it might be too late for everything. Changhua, at the border wall, a middle-aged man stood upright with a few stern glares in his eyes as he looked out of the Great Wall. The eyes were vaguely more than a little excited. He had already heard clearly about Daxia's previous announcement for the entire human race, which meant that soon the human race was going to carry out a major attack on the demon race. No, not the offense. Instead, it's a counterattack. The situation between the Chen Kingdom and other countries was, again, different. In the entire Chen Kingdom, there was only one martial god. So, for the defense of the Great Wall, it was more or less a struggle, and he was the strongest man in the Kingdom of Chen, and for the sake of the country behind him, he hadn't left the Great Wall for 3 years. Finally, the day has come. Actually, in these 3 years at the wall, he has seen many of his comrades die. He himself has a more important task. In order to guard the Great Wall, many times, simply cannot rescue. After all, the demon and devil two tribes, all the time in the eye, once he left, he held the Great Wall, will be immediately broken. Now, there was this big comeback. Not only was he less stressed, but all the hatred and resentment he had accumulated over the past 3 years could be vented on the demon. Even, he could all but storm the wall to fight, and that, he had longed for 3 years. Right now, finally a chance. General, word has come from the national capital that the demon suppressor army needs to be mobilized back to Kyoto. Suddenly, there was a sound at his side. The general froze, his face interviewed in dismay. He blinked hard, afraid he'd heard wrong. What? Transfer defense, back to Kyoto? How is this possible? General, the henchman seemed to have sensed the general's ugly face before he frowned and continued to ask. Could be, but this general will not leave the wall. The general stared, an inexplicable look flickering in his eyes. The communicator, at this point, was still spreading the news that Daxia was about to counterattack. This Sumran is so good that he's actually starting to prepare for infighting? But, he was a soldier, and he had only one duty. That's to protect the family and the country. Anything else has nothing to do with him. If it is possible, this general would be willing to be a Daxia person. at the very least bright and open. The general hummed lightly, his eyes more than a little helpless. Actually, to put it bluntly, or is everyone selfish? If it was really like that of the great summer, one's own country, though weak, could certainly be strong. But since ancient times, people's hearts are unpredictable, and who can read people's hearts? And who is there? Who can manipulate hearts and minds? Such a situation is playing out almost everywhere in the world. At the same time, the reactions are different though. But, really, more are thinking about the future of their country. But, Daxia, however, was different, and after receiving the news, then almost instantly, it went into a complete frenzy. After all these years of waiting, can we finally wait? It's not easy, it's not easy. It's lucky that the Grand Marshal is here. We can still see the scene in our lifetime. This is like a dream. Yes, Daxia is mighty. Offenders of my Daxia will be executed even if they are far away. Ha ha ha, it's still the Grand Marshal who's awesome. If we can make it this far, won't we be able to unify the world? Daxia territory. Almost everyone stopped what they were doing. Everyone was venting their excitement in their own way. Daxia was indeed very strong over the years and was constantly developing. But this also meant that Daxia had suffered the most at the hands of the demon and devil clans. The Daxia people have backbone. The casualties were huge, although the price paid was huge. None of this matters. Finally waited for this day. Dravan is also keeping a close eye on new developments. After all, according to his understanding of the Marshal, if there was not enough preparation, the Marshal would certainly not do such a thing. Is it ready to give the demons a big firework? Thinking of this, Jofan's gaze lit up. Not to mention, since he had become a martial artist, the Marshal was really a role model, and after he was ordained a saint, he pointed his sword at the demons. It's the big boys. That's a good man of Daxia. Immediately, on many of the big outdoor screens, the picture had begun to change. Even on everyone's communicators, the images began to be relayed in real time. Just a glance, Jofan then widened his eyes. Nesting grass. Bull. It's actually real-time footage of the battle outside the Great Wall. This is a big deal. Chapter 112, Wang Yan, God of Killing Domain. From an OB perspective, just a glance. Then the blood boils. Bull. It's simply awesome. The Great Xia Demon Suppressor Army, neatly arrayed, was more of an army than just martial artists. Army perimeter. It's the charging martial artist. Each of these martial artists had a straight figure and grinning robes. Many people had a few glares in their eyes, and millions of armies are displayed together, arrayed in a vast expanse of land. And, here, it's no longer inside the wall, it's beyond the wall, beneath the blood-colored sky, one after another of the demon suppression army. Their bodies were straight and their gazes were like torches. Millions of people lined up together, and the solemn and murderous aura that was formed quickly spread out in all directions, frightening some of the weaker demons in the surroundings to the core. What the hell is going on here? How many years? It had been many years since they had seen that any human race actually dared to step out of the Great Wall. Or millions of human beings. These human beings, is it possible that they have gone mad? All men, charge! Immediately, Wang Yan, who stood in front of the whole army formation, raised the lance in his hand. He wore white armor, his eyes were stern, and that already tall figure, under the reflection of the bloody sunlight, appeared even more heroic and unusual. Just one sentence, then it makes everyone's blood boil. The human race, or rather, Daxia, has been waiting for this day for far too long. Really, it's been too long. The entire army began to advance forward step by step. If they met a large-scale demon, they would use the military formation to deal with it. If there was a slightly more powerful existence among the demons, the surprising dragon guards would be mobilized. If you meet the demon king, the patriarch then stepped forward to answer the battle. Every step, all of them are exceptionally steady. And although there are many demons, and although the space outside the Great Wall is exceptionally vast, all of these demons encountered are not a single enemy. As long as there is an enemy, and as long as the army passes through, all the obstacles were swept straight away at the first opportunity. Even, at first these demons, there was some resistance, but as time passed, these demons could only collapse. After all, the number of armies, it's just too much. The number of powerful people that Great Xia had sent out this time was also simply too many. Even if these demons had the intention to resist, the power to resist simply did not exist. And, in addition to the demons being shocked, it was only then that those countries that had each had their own intentions before realized that the Great Summer had become powerful to such an extent. No wonder Daxia dared to do so, facing demons that were even more powerful than the human race. Daxia was not even the slightest bit hindered, facing a powerful demon king, even the demon emperor. All can only be killed in seconds. Even, there were a few demon kings who, after seeing the army approaching, didn't put up any resistance at all before routing away at the very first moment, and as time passed, the strength of this army once again surpassed everyone's expectations. Ahead, a full 30 demon kings, 3-headed demon emperor. Behind the demon king, there were also countless 8th and 9th order demonic existences. It seemed that because the demon race had been given some time, these demons had also reacted, and then began to organize an effective resistance. The demon suppression army, which hadn't stopped for a single second from the moment they stepped out of the Great Wall, finally stopped this time. The 3-headed demon emperor stood in front of both military formations. The eyes swept over Wang Yan, who was at the forefront. You are Wang Yan? I know you. You're very strong. But this is where we demons live. If you retreat back to the Great Wall now, if you are willing to leave the abyss, this emperor will pretend that what happened before never happened. The demon emperor's voice came out as if it was thunder from the 9 heavens, and many of the warriors standing in the front rows only felt their hearts a little heavy. More people just felt like their minds were a little heavy after hearing those words. Even those who were watching the live stream, after hearing this, they all couldn't help but feel a few scruples. This is the strength of a demon emperor? But it was clear in everyone's mind that the so-called demon emperor was nothing more than the strength of a human martial god, only that there was some disparity between the two sides in terms of physical qualities, per se, to the extent that an unusual martial god was not a match for the demon emperor at all. This time, Amazing Wang is well prepared. Noticing the dissimilarity of the army behind him, Wang Yan's face, with a hint of a cold smile, just hummed softly, and his eyes instead had a few more moments of playfulness in them. With a soft grunt, the crowd instantly felt a lot more relaxed, and the discomfort that they had felt before was gone in an instant. Quite a few people are waking up like a dream. Damn! These animals! Kill all the demon race! It was not easy for us to step out of the Great Wall, and this time we are here to kill the demons, so if we don't kill enough, how can we possibly go? Yes, 3 years ago, my captain died while on a mission. At that time, I swore to avenge him. One day I will step out of the Great Wall, and I will definitely avenge him. I've waited 3 years for this opportunity. How can I just give it up so easily? Wang Yan didn't open his mouth. However, these demon suppression troops behind Wang Yan suddenly reddened their eyes. Only, the demon emperors, never took a glance at those human races not far away. In their eyes, these human races were just too weak. So weak that they didn't need to look at them at all. If need be, just by blowing a breath, we can suppress all these humanoids. The gazes of the 3 great demon emperors coincidentally looked towards Wang Yan, and in their eyes, a few inquiries were revealed. From start to finish, they all agreed that the man in front of them was the strongest. Human race king amazing. Our 3 major demon emperors coming out together is already giving you face. You also have to take what you can get. If we really make a big mess and we completely tear our faces off, will you and the people behind you be able to stand up to our wrath? Noticing that Wang Yan didn't open his mouth, the one demon emperor standing in the center, however, narrowed his eyes. Behind the 3 demon emperors, quite a few demons, all let out angry hisses. They hadn't tasted the flavor of fresh human flesh for a very long time. If this human race in front of them doesn't know how to behave, they wouldn't mind rushing in and killing all of these people. Wang Yan, this is your last chance. If you don't retreat, the great war between our 3 clans will begin today, without end. The 3 demon emperors looked at each other, and from each other's gazes, they all saw a hint of surprise. They haven't really noticed this human race in front of me. That's pretty tough. I just don't know. This guy, how long can he be tough? Joke, this marshal has already been ordained as a saint. You guys suffer death. Wang Yan gazed at his eyebrows and dropped a sentence. His entire body was like an out-of-body sword, stern and unrivaled. This, what? Ordained? The 3 great demon emperors all froze, their faces filled with dismay. How is that possible? It's been decades, and the human race doesn't even have any powerful people to take out. How can someone be canonized all of a sudden? Die. Wang Yan, however, did not care, dropping a sentence. The whole person was like a god of killing descending to the world. Above the body, dark red chi and blood power, tumbling up, just like a sea of clouds, will be surrounded by dozens of miles, all covered. This is actually the realm of the killing god? How is that possible? What's this? Bang, bang, bang. For a while, shrieks and muffled sounds spread. The demons that were enveloped by the god-killing domain, one by one, were like blown-up balloons that exploded. Chapter 113 Strong and terrifying. Put, demon after demon, wrapped in blood mist. Then, it exploded without warning. All the demons froze. Even the demon kings were dumbfounded. In front of this powerful power of chi and blood, even the demon kings could feel the unprecedented power of suppression. such a power might not seem strong, but it actually directly affected the chi and blood operation. Even, it made the chi and blood flow speed of all the demon kings, compared to before, had slowed down quite a bit. What is this? No, this fellow is too strong. But how can he be so powerful as this when it's just a human race in the district? The demons were in disarray. A few demon emperors also froze, their faces filled with dismay. This isn't right. They knew that Wang Yan was very powerful, and they were also clear that Wang Yan had more means. But even if he was more powerful, he wouldn't necessarily have a chance of winning against the three of them. 1 year ago, they had also fought with Wang Yan, but when they fought, this guy, he wasn't so ridiculously strong. One time, the three great demon emperors looked at each other in dismay, and a bad premonition quickly surfaced in their minds. Could this be that this guy has become a martial saint? That's absolutely impossible. Martial saints that has never appeared existence. Even the powerful demon and devil races, there are decades no demon saints appeared, just a weak human race. And on what basis? On what grounds? This martial, having been ordained a saint, today, I will sacrifice the blood of millions of demons to the heroic souls of my human race. Wang Yan narrowed his eyes, and the voice that was originally like a flood bell, under the drumming of the power of chi and blood, was as if it came from the 9 heavens. Just a word. Countless demon clans, in an instant, were scared out of their wits. Many of the weaker demon clans, after hearing these words, were directly scared out of their wits, and they could no longer even stand at the most basic level. The three great demon emperors had their faces steeply changed. Ordained? How can this be a fight? Run away! Run away! Yes, the human race has already sealed their saints. Even if we make a move, we're basically sending them to their deaths. Retreat! Retreat! Almost instantly, the three great demon emperors has made a decision. This human race's power has long exceeded their imagination. In the face of such a powerful opponent, millions of demons simply cannot give birth to the slightest resistance mind. In an instant, it routed away. Quite a few demon clansmen didn't even have the courage to run away, but the moment the voices of the three great demon emperors rang out, quite a few demon clans came to their senses. Those who reacted slowly were directly trampled to death alive by their companions who turned to flee. One time, miserable screams spread through the camp of the demon race, and this miserable scream, even more invisible fear, spread out, so much so that many demon clans, with a trace of scorn in their gaze, Wang Yan, however, narrowed his eyes, and there was more than a hint of icy coldness in his gaze. Kill! The voice wasn't very loud, but under the drumming of chi and blood power, it seemed to have been amplified countless times, and after all the demon clans heard this voice, there were a few more points of scorn in their gazes. How can this be a fight? Even in the voice, the murderous aura it carried, all of them made the hearts of the many demon clans tremble. The entire camp of the demon race was like a fading tide, and the battle was as if it had started at the touch of a button and ended quickly. The demon race was completely dumbfounded, as well as, in the middle of the broadcast video, this scene was thoroughly presented to the entire human race. Woohoo! Bull! This, combat power of my human race? Since it is so powerful, if that is the case, then the demon race is not to be finished? That's not quite right. The strongest of both the demon and devil races haven't even appeared yet. If the strongest of the demons really appeared, my human race would be in danger instead. In the live broadcast room of the relay, many people were excitedly discussing. Dravan also watched the broadcast, but, a little differently than the others, what he cared about was the strong battle power he possessed after entering the Saint. And, on the broadcast screen, the battlefield, changing rapidly. Wang Yan found the right opportunity and rushed forward with great strides. He didn't care if the unusual demons fled. After all, there were still so many Jin demon armies. These Jin demon armies, who were now as powerful as rainbows, had no problem in decimating these unusual demons. His targets had always been the three great demon emperors. In this battle, one does not seek to kill all the demons, but the three great demon emperors that had appeared with great difficulty could not be let go just like that. Not to mention, just how strong these demon emperors were. Simply the magical ability of this demon emperor's body was priceless. Kill! Wang Yan let out a low roar. The lance in his hand had already stabbed out, but the three great demon emperors seemed to have long thought of Wang Yan's power. Almost without the slightest hesitation, the three great demon emperors wanted to flee in three different directions. If it was an unusual time, Wang Yan could only give up two of them. Now that Wang Yan had become a martial saint, dealing with a few demon emperors was not a difficult task. With a low roar, his speed had exploded to the extreme, and in just the blink of an eye, he appeared beside a demon emperor, and without waiting for this demon emperor to react, he used the lance in his hand and easily pierced through the opponent's chest. The other two demon emperors, after noticing this scene, were even more terrified. Without saying a word, he accelerated his escape. But, suddenly, a figure in Xian armor snapped out on the road fleeing ahead. That figure was delicate, just with an icy cold gaze. In her hands, she was likewise holding a long spear. The moment the figure appeared, almost without the slightest hesitation, she directly launched an attack, and in the broadcasting screen, it also cuts the camera over instantly. The person on the screen was none other than Chen Qingfang. Chen Qingfang's gaze was icy cold, and the lance in his hand was waved with a tiger-like wind, and just in the blink of an eye, he had already fought with the fleeing demon emperor. Boom! A stern aura erupted from the spear, instantly making it difficult for that demon emperor to fight. If it was unusual, the demon emperor and the martial god, who were existences of the same level, fighting head-on, would never be so easy, but it was because Wang Yan released his killing god domain. All the human races, in the domain of the fighting power, had a certain increase, and the demon race's combat power would be somewhat reduced in the middle of this field. The demon emperor noticed that the one who stopped him was only a martial god, and a touch of cruelty was added to his gaze. This time, the loss of the demon race could not be described as heavy. Even if they escaped, they might be punished themselves, but if they killed a human martial god, it would be a different story. Even if they escaped, they would not be chastised. Chen Qingfang, however, did not know what this demon emperor had in mind. The lance in his hand grew more and more powerful as time passed. Not long after, that demon emperor had clearly fallen into a disadvantage. Eventually, but by Chen Qingfang, a shot pierced through his throat. Immediately, that demon emperor's life force, on the other hand, was rapidly draining away, and in the live broadcast, Zhuo Fan had been observing his master's battle, and the essence of his eyes flashed in that light, and he really hadn't expected that his master would actually be powerful to such a degree. It was clear to him that the Grand Marshal was indeed strong. But, I didn't expect that the master teacher, who hadn't yet been ordained as a saint, would be so strong. For the first time, Zhuo Fan recognized the importance of practical combat skills. They were all strong, and the combat skills, too, were first-rate. So, it's what makes the demon race scared. This battle, because it was led by Wang Yan, the entire demon race did not have the slightest resistance at all, and the battle lasted for 8 hours. The human group, on the other hand, advanced 200 miles. The great victory, unprecedented success. Chapter 114, Shocked. The Empress Transformation. The broadcast is live in the broadcast room. Naturally, I saw the result first. The entire human race rejoiced. Many people were already too excited to help themselves, and the entire human race's forefathers had a feeling of seeing hope. My human race is mighty. The human race will win. Yes, with such a strong person in my human race, what will the demon race take to play? Yeah, no, I can't help it. I want to join the demon suppression army and kill demons too. One time, all sorts of comments resounded in the relay broadcast room, while the morale of the human race, after this battle, was at an all-time high, and there were quite a few youths who, in an instant, applied to join the demon suppression army. Before, the power of the human race's top echelon could be said to be on par with the demon race. But, now, it's different. The power of the higher levels had basically been completely crushed, which then gave these martial artists at the bottom a desire to fight. It was a great thing for the entire human race, and at the very least, it was a complete turnaround in terms of morale. And, the end result of this battle was that Wang Yan killed 5 demon emperors and hundreds of demon kings with his own strength, slaughtering unusual demon races by the hundreds of thousands. As for Master Chen Qingfang, she had also killed 2 demon emperors and dozens of demon kings. Without Wang Yan's god-killing domain, the thought of killing the demon emperor alone would actually be difficult. But with the god-killing domain Jihong, the fighting power of the demon emperor had been weakened so much that Chen Qingfang, too, had become a rising star of the human race, seen by countless others. Even Chen Qingfang's disciple, Zhuo Fan, received a lot of attention. And, Zhuo Fan, on the other hand, directly left the live broadcasting room after watching the battle. Zhuo Fan's own talent was good, and after watching the battle of the strongest person, he had some enlightenment in his heart. Originally, he was planning to go back to the blessed cave once. Because of the realization of the heart, returning to the blessed cave at this time was a sure way to make a breakthrough. But, in the end, Zhuo Fan held back. After all, he was about to start charging the list. Charging the list was extremely simple for the current Zhuo Fan. If he finished charging the list, there would be one less reward. This, not something Draban would want to see. So, even though he felt the signs of a breakthrough once again, Zhuo Fan eventually held back. No way. Absolutely not. Absolutely not break through at this time. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a loss? How can you have one less reward? He is now although there is no lack of resources, but to the hands of the resources, if you do not take, this is not equivalent to, cooked duck flew away? How can this thing be tolerated? And, Zhuofan, after feeling the power of Wang Yan, there is a new understanding of what it takes to elevate one's realm. After all, according to the previous understanding, the martial Dao's first to 10th stages, although every breakthrough, for the enhancement of strength, was great, even doubling the enhancement every time, so the realm's influence on strength was extremely great. Mei Dravan, however, did not expect it. The difference between a martial god and an entered saint was actually so great. Wang Yan's strength had increased, and he was afraid that it had increased more than 10 times compared to before. Zhuofan was still a bit surprised why Wang Yan suddenly declared war on the demon and devil tribes, even though his strength had improved. But there was still some risk for the whole Xia, but now Zhuofan understood, because the strength boost was too much, to the extent that Wang Yan made a brand new assessment of the situation at hand. Then, the demon race is not enough to be feared, and the whole process of the battle are almost with a real-time live scene, show out. Already will Wang Yan's strength show to the fullest. This situation, if no one brain is not enough, definitely didn't dare to find trouble with Wang Yan. To know, demon emperors were extremely powerful, and it was unusual for 3 martial gods to join forces to deal with a demon emperor. Today, the battle power displayed by Wang Yan, however, was extremely terrifying. Just one person, he killed 5 demon emperors. Is this the kind of combat power one can possess? Wouldn't that be one person, on top of 30 martial gods? What kind of concept is that? All the human powerhouses who saw the scene instantly short-circuited. Becoming a martial saint was actually so powerful? They also want to be sanctified. They want to be strong too. But, it's just a thought in the mind. There is simply no such avenue but to look to the ocean. Nay, to the Holy Spirit. After all, the fighting strength of those 5 demon emperors was only stronger than the 10 human powerhouses. And when one looked around, it was impossible for the entire human race, any country, to possess such a powerful strength. If Wang Yan is not happy in his heart, one man, all of them, can face a country. This is as horrible as it gets. One time, the human powerhouses who originally still had some small plans in their hearts were completely silent, almost as if they had negotiated. Facing such a powerful martial saint, they could no longer muster the slightest bit of resistance. And everyone noticed that Wang Yan was very relaxed when facing those demon emperors, and didn't even use his full strength at all. Or rather, he was afraid that after he used his full power, he would scare away the prey that came to him. After watching the contents of the live broadcast, various countries were completely dumbfounded, and the great kingdom of Yen, in the palace, quite a few people were staring at this scene with dead eyes. A female officer narrowed her eyes, her gaze fixed dead center on the screen, afraid that she had missed some detail. Your Majesty, this Xia is so powerful. If we make any moves, won't that leave an excuse for Xia? Do we still have to pull in Zhuofan? The female official Zhou frowned, more than a hint of helplessness on her face. If she were to draw Zhuofan in at this time, wouldn't she be looking for death? Do you really think Wang Yan has no temper? The Empress, however, narrowed her eyes, her face with a faint smile. This Wang Yan's is very strong. It is because Wang Yan is very strong, but there is no way to stop pulling on Zhuofan. After all, Wang Yan is already very strong. It wouldn't be long before Daxia would have 2 strong men, and at that time, they would just be Daxia's neighbors, and maybe Daxia would be the first to turn on Great Yen, and at that time, it would be too late. It must be pulled together, and at all costs, even, the sooner the better. The Empress narrowed her eyes, and a touch of anticipation came out from those beautiful eyes. However, you have to understand that this time it can't be a rebellion, nor is it pulling the strings. I only have one request, to leave a good impression on the other party. Do you understand? The Empress took a deep breath and eventually exhaled slowly. There was more than a touch of scorn in his eyes. Wang Yan was too strong to be offended, and dare not be offended. But there was nothing wrong with making friends with Zhuofan. But even if Wang Yan knew about it, what could he say? You have to know, an existence like Zhuofan is not only talented, but his strength is even better. If we can leave a good impression on him, what will be left for us when this Zhuofan takes the throne? The Empress smiled, her face a little more helpless. She also wanted to make Great Yen strong. What could she do now that the external circumstances simply didn't allow it? Beyond that, the attitudes of the various countries towards this matter, though not identical, are practically none of them dares to have an extra heart. Even if there is, faced with such a strong Daxia, it didn't dare to show the slightest bit. Everyone understands. To say it at this time is to seek death. Chapter 115 Surfing the Charts. Little helper. Even though all the people watching the livestream were shocked by Wang Yan's astonishing field, Zhuo Fan was unperturbed. It's an understatement to say that the heart is pounding, but one still had to grow slowly in the blessed cave. But, even if we go up the mountain today, there is nothing to do, just stay in Villa A. Unconsciously, he fell asleep watching it. When Zhuo Fan woke up, it was long past dawn. He stretched and began to wash up. With everything taken care of, he grabbed his communicator and scanned it. Ding dong, ding dong. The calls were ringing off the hook. To the eye, there was a message from Chun Qingfang. It seems that they are supposed to be resting as the battle is over for the time being. Master has already gone out with Wang Yan to exterminate the demons in the Great Wall, and is still mindful of himself, and at once a warm current came from Zhuo Fan's heart. How's the punch list coming along? No slacking off. Although the words were simple, it was like Chen Qingfang was still around to teach. This is followed by a few scattered admonitions. There are only 5 words in short. Punching the charts is important. Zhuo Fan had long been clear in his heart that the rewards must be taken. Not taken. The school's rushing the charts. Isn't that just a handful? Finally, he saw a line at the bottom, directly charging the heavenly ranking. These things were also explained by the master before. Zhuo Fan guffawed and prepared to put away his communicator. He just wasn't very clear about the school's list. He still had to check it out for good, and pick 2 dishes to practice on first, so he could also work on his ability to let go of the water. Seeing his master's father go out of his way to send so many messages, Zhuo Fan was grateful and then returned a good one. Subsequently, it was senior sister Zhang Miaoxue who posted the most. We've already left. Remember to eat breakfast. By the way, after we train, senior sister has something else to tell you. Oh, the matter of rushing the list. I've talked to you pretty much earlier. You remember to stay away from that woman, Yang Bing, a little bit. Out of Block A, Building 36. Dravan looked around. Such a coincidence? The warm voice came with a smile, and Zhuo Fan looked in the direction of the voice. Yang Bing walked over. Junior brother, what are you doing? Making people wait for so long? She had changed into a new outfit, and a fresh scent emanated from her, causing the gazes of the other students around her to turn to her. Damn it, I've been licking my schoolmate for so long. Have you heard? It seems like Zhuo Fan rejected senior sister Yang. No way? Then we still have a chance? People have been waiting here for so long for Zhuo Fan. You're thinking of farts to eat. The students passing by on the side, whispering, received Zhuo Fan's ears. His face was unruffled, but in his mind he couldn't figure out the world of dog licking. Nice guy. With a squat? Didn't you get rejected once before? Why are you still here? That's all. Anyway, there's business to be done today. Master's orders are hard to disobey. Zhuo Fan shook his head and lost his smile. Eyes but bright. We have to rush the list, or else when master returns, there's no way to explain. With a bland face, Zhuo Fan turned around and walked away. Yang Bing froze, but sprinted to keep up. The list? It's something she's familiar with. She was a woman who was determined to take down Zhuo Fan. Zhuo's own heir. How can you give up because of one failure? Maybe Zhuo Fan got a taste of it this time and suddenly opened his mouth too? She knows. Although she came from the 4 great families, she was not the same as a full-blooded family like Zhang Miaoxue. She was only a collateral descendant, and the only way to change her destiny against the heavens was to take down Zhuo Fan. The thought flashed through her mind, and she took a few more quick steps, reaching out and wrapping her arms around Zhuo Fan. Aren't you afraid my senior sister will eat you? Zhuo Fan laughed lightly, feeling the faint warmth on his arm, and flirted nonchalantly. Isn't she not there? What's wrong if she is? I'm not afraid of her. That crazy woman. If I meet her outside, I'll punch her out. Yang Bing swung his fist. It was said with vigor, but the eyes drifted, obviously weak-minded, squatting and waiting for himself, and now getting his hands on him. He obviously has some kind of inside information. The matter of senior sister Zhang Miaoxue entering the secret squad for training was supposed to be top secret, and it was impossible for her to know about it. But there was nothing new about the fact that if you squatted, you must know that sister had gone out. Having been a man for 2 lifetimes, Zhuo Fan instantly saw through this. My hands are a bit numb. I have to challenge the list later. Not afraid. Sister will rub it for you. Yang Bing snorted, but there was no letting go. You're a freshman and you don't know that it's normal. Every year the best juniors and seniors are recruited to leave the school. Yang Bing laughed lightly. Dravan nodded in a trance. As a traveler, how could he not know? Isn't this the college student with clear eyes, transformed into a social animal? Seeing Zhuo Fan nod his head, Yang Bing was instantly energized. She tilted her head slightly. There was a hint of smugness. Close to the water. Soon you'll know that your sister is good. Then she also seemed like science. Continued to open her mouth. In fact, these are very common. By the time you reach your junior or senior year, many outstanding students will be recruited by the Martial Arts Alliance, Demon Suppressor Army, these, and then not so good, The major consortiums will also accept people to go over to the internships. Why are you still in school when you're a senior? Dravan looked careless. Instead, the corners of his mouth had lifted into a small smile. Ha! Yang Bing froze. This, so blunt? This young master is not giving face at all. This gave Yang Bing a whole lot of trouble. You really don't know what you're talking about, do you? Luckily I have patience. Che, the demon suppressor army is too hard, and the martial alliance is just average. The other consortiums, I'd have to ask my family first. She ruffled her hair with her hand, casual and condescending. Reasons, of course, are readily available. The real reason? It's a girl's secret. Actually, well, I have another one that I'm better at. As soon as she said that, her lips came close to Dravan's ear. At this moment, the scent of Yang Bing's breath and the wisp of fragrance had passed along. I'm better at teaching children, like you, and our children will be excellent. Hearing this, Zhuofan didn't have much heart. The corner of Zhuofan's mouth twitched. But sister said that this woman is a bad woman. If he really took this woman in, I'm sure you'll be out of breath. And again, he hates bad women, but loves pretty ones. With Yang Bing as a pundit, today's rush to the top of the list must be smooth. What kind of relationship? Who are you in love with? How do you fall in love? 800 question marks in one head. Good people, who the hell is in love? The mind sputtered. The face was calm and collected. I just want to punch the list. It's so hard to look at those lists without me on them. I'm just all over the place. Throwing in a few words, Zhuofan had already walked out a long way. Instead, it's once again Yang Bing who won't be able to straighten it out. Hey, wait a minute. I'm just about to check out the list too. Why don't I take you there? Yang Bing quickly followed his footsteps. I'm also familiar with this school. It's easier for you to follow me. That's fine. Thank you, senior sister. Zhuofan's face was quite polite, but in his heart he secretly sighed. Why is this woman like a piece of plaster? It wouldn't have made a difference if someone had taken it anyway. Would have had to go on my own. He deliberately slowed his pace behind Yang Bing. This looked at the backtracking a few Yang Bing licking dog classmates as hated to gnash teeth. It's heaven's grace that Sister Yang favors you so much. What class are you in? You uneducated, stinking junior? But they can only watch the indifferent Zhuofan, so dislike Yang Bing. Out of the A-zone, the two went straight to the drill hall. Arriving at the list, Zhuofan saw a lively scene. Some students were looking at the names on the list, and there were also quite a few students watching the duel on the trial arena. Zhuofan wasn't interested in this, and only wanted to look at those few names on the list, since Master said to charge the heavenly ranking. Then charge the heavenly ranking. Just as he wanted to squeeze over to see what was going on in the list, he was candled by Yang Bing. I don't suppose you've been here before? She deliberately stood shoulder to shoulder with Zhuofan and pointed to the list in front of her. This is the list within the school, and most of the people on the list are juniors and seniors. Chapter 116, Seconds to Kill, shocking the whole stadium. Chapter 116. Zhuofan looked in the direction Yang Bing was pointing. Follow Yang Bing's introduction. Zhuofan sort of understood. There were three main categories of lists, which were divided into the human list, the earth list, and the heavenly list. Only the top 10 will be published for each list. Among them, the heavenly ranking was again the highest of these three lists. With the success of the Dasha demon suppressor army out of the gate, the enthusiasm of the schoolchildren was driven. The list confrontation is also getting heated. Listening to the explanation, Zhuofan nodded his head absently, his eyes instead surveying the surroundings of this martial arts arena. There were 60 trial rings in total. Whether it was a competition to hit the list or a sparring competition between students, there were a large number of students watching. At this time, hearing Yang Bing's voice of introduction, many male students gathered around. Senior Sister Yang, you're here too? Senior Sister Yang, which list are you going to challenge today? Senior Sister Yang, have you eaten yet? I heard that there's a new store outside. You can try it out, my treat. Yang Bing simply pretended not to hear and continued to introduce Zhuofan. I'd recommend that you try the ground list first. It shouldn't be particularly hard for you. With that, she pulled Zhuofan forward 2 steps. I'll just look at the sky list. Dravan scratched his head. Sooner or later, the list will be a big brother. Anyway, Master said to rush to the heavenly ranking. Then it will be the heavenly ranking. Hearing this, a group of male students were excited. The worst one on the heavenly ranking list also had the peak of the 7th rank of martial artist. What grade are you in? The heavenly ranking is something you can challenge? Waiting to make a fool of yourself? Well, let's just challenge the 10th place first. Zhuofan didn't care in the slightest about the barking of the licking dogs around him, and in passing, he saw the 10th place senior called statement. Let's go through the process first, when it's familiar, and then clean up the remaining 9 on the list. This way, I'll take you to enrollment. Yang Bing gave a gentle little tug on Zhuofan's arm and walked all the way to the enrollment office. She was also a little speechless, challenging the heavenly ranking. Isn't this purely looking for abuse? Even if he is the martial god himself. 6th order and 7th order. But it's a chasm apart. On second thought, wait for Zhuofan to lose the competition and go and comfort himself again. What a beautiful rescue. Doesn't this pinch Zhuofan's heart to death? She was so happy. Along with the two of them, there is a group of lickers. Bastard. Waiting for you to make a fool of yourself. Not only can we get close to Sister Yang later, maybe she'll just ditch it when she sees your boy's eyeballs. Isn't this the Zhuo progenitor from before? A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and those male classmates whose eyes were on Yang Bing all of a sudden focused on Zhuofan. Most of the people, however, still felt that Zhuofan was wildly out of control, even if the future is promising. Now it was no match for the peak of the 7th order either. When I arrived at the registration desk, the teacher was concentrating on returning messages. The trial arena is full, but there are few challengers. Those on the list are all the hardened seniors. Where are the ones with so much thick guts to challenge? So he went along with chatting with the female teacher to enhance the relationship. Let's sign up for the challenge list. I'm going to challenge the 10th statement on the heavenly ranking. Hearing this cry, this teacher snapped his head up and sized up Zhuofan. As some of his classmates whispered on the sidelines, he recognized Zhuo Kisan. Mr. Zhuo, the heavenly ranking may not be suitable for you. Why don't you try the earthly ranking? The teacher's kind voice was laced with a hint of laughter. Even the martial god's own heirloom can't challenge him across the ranks, right? No need. Just the 10th place on the heavenly ranking. Seeing Zhuofan's insistence, the teacher could only open the form to subsequently contact the statement. I'll have to take a good look at the first battle of the Zhuo progenitor. What are you looking at? Can the 6th order still win against the 7th order? That's right. It's more like it to see Zhuo Pro Transmission make a fool of himself. Don't you dare defame my boy god. The man and woman behind Dravan were arguing. A few moments later, the 30-second trial arena where Zhuofan was located was ready. A large number of students poured in, all wanting to see how the Zhuo progenitor would fight across the ranks. Why don't we just forget about it? With so many people watching? Yang Bing asked in a small voice, even leaning her head on Zhuofan's shoulder. The other party is your senior's senior, the peak of the 7th order. Her mouth filled with worry that, in his mind, he was thinking of the scene when Zhuofan was defeated and he consoled him. Never wimp out. Be sure to go up and fight. How else can I comfort you? Take down Dravan. Today, Zhuofan felt the fresh fragrance coming from Yang Bing's hair and faintly returned 2 words. It's fine. Tomorrow we'll go straight for the kill? Is it too wild? Never mind, first I'll deal with one today and get on the list. A few minutes later, statement was notified to come to the tryout. Seeing Zhuofan's cultivation, he fell into a sneer in his heart. I don't know how to die. It's better to talk him out of it first. So thinking, he walked to the center. Dravan, right? I'd advise you to quit. Seeing Zhuofan walking towards him, he coldly spoke. I've been sort of recruited into the inner circle by the Martial Alliance, and I'll soon be graduating as well. You actually shouldn't be so eager to come to the challenge. The statement sized up Dravan. His cultivation was not even at the 7th rank. How could he fight with himself? The peak of the 7th rank? Just be careful. Just don't get hurt later. Dravan's words made the statement freeze. Ha? I'm careful? Crazy schoolboy? That's not true. How does crazy get recruited into a school? Don't blame me if you want to make a fool of yourself. He sneered and drew his sword, thinking to strike the enemy. However, Zhuofan was seen holding the stranger's sword, and his body erupted with wave after wave of fluctuations. Millions of qi and blood instantly filled his entire body as if exploding from within him. Before the statement could take a step, his own neck got a little wet. Zhuofan was already 2 steps away from himself, and the stranger's sword was already on his neck. The blade leaned against the statement's neck, slightly leaving a small scar on his skin. It's too fast. What the hell happened? All the students watching the battle were silent. They don't know what the hell is going on. Only to see Zhuofan's body explode with qi and blood, then in the blink of an eye, the knife was already on the statement's neck. Ha? That's the end of it? Even the teacher who was notarizing from the sidelines didn't realize it. He had expected to be playing for a while, so he thought he'd play with the calm to talk to the female teacher again. As a result, the battle was over in the effort of returning a message. And, it's the statement that loses. Told you to be careful, Zhuofan said as he put away the stranger's sword, and in his heart, he was a little alarmed. Putting in too little water, almost shoved a knife down his neck. I lost. The statement could only recognize the result even if it was unwilling. He could feel that if Zhuofan's knife went towards the chop, he would definitely die. Stating, defeat. The new 10th place on the heavenly ranking is Zhuofan. The teacher had completely frozen and could only mechanically announce the result, which he hadn't even expected. Hearing this result, Yang Bing was dumbfounded. That's not the right result. Wasn't he going up there himself to console Zhuofan, who had lost the match? That's downright scary. Worthy of being the martial god's own heirloom, worthy of being the man who lived with Zhang Miaoxue, strong and scary. The whole room was silent and you could hear a pin drop. Only, Yang Bing's gaze was bright and uncertain. How can such a strong man be someone else's? It's a must. It's hers. Chapter 117. This is the strong one? The entire trial arena instantly quieted down. Even though they had already heard Zhuofan winning, none of them reacted, except for Yang Bing. She had gotten up and ran excitedly to Dravan's side. You're awesome. Senior sister has to reward you. Yang Bing's soft voice was mixed with a hint of joy, and a few more points of flattery were added to her pretty face. Shouldn't we celebrate when we win? We'll eat alone later, and drink some more. If we drink too much, won't this be anything? Not to mention hand-to-hand. Say, where do you want to eat? Today's treat from senior sister. The dog lickers on the stage all woke up when he said this. Obviously, I came to see Zhuofan get brutalized and make a fool of himself, but this was the result? They gritted their teeth and listened to that senior sister reward in Yang Bing's mouth. The more they thought about it, the more angry they became. And loaded you up. Don't you know there's a world out there? When the heavenly ranking experts come, they'll clean you up sooner or later. Resentful eyes were staring at Zhuofan one by one. This resentment was washed away by the frantic cheering. After a brief moment of total silence, Zhuofan's female fans let out a loud cheer. Truly a man I look up to. You're so handsome, Prince Shua. The Zhuo progenitor is still powerful. If Yang Bing hadn't been there, he probably would have shouted even more blatantly. However, Zhuofan still had a flat face and didn't even bring a single movement. Dinner will come later. I'm not hungry right now. I'm going to punch the list again. At those words, Yang Bing froze. You want more? Isn't one day on the list enough? Besides, it wasn't like everyone on the heavenly ranking was good to deal with. But then she thought about it. It only took Zhuofan falling 10 seconds to easily resolve the battle. A little expansion would be nice. If you win, you have to celebrate properly. And if you break your drink, you can just make a meal out of it. If you lose, you can console yourself, or you can get him drunk and do the job. We need to take down Zhuofan today. With that thought, she gave a warm smile and nodded slightly. It didn't take long for the teacher to come along with quite a few things. Congratulations, Mr. Dravan. The statement has been signed, and you'll have to sign it too. The teacher came over with a smile on her face, bringing something. In addition to your regular monthly allotment, these are your rewards for making it to the top of the list. Zhuofan nodded slightly when he immediately opened the box to take a look. All the students outside the arena also stretched their necks in curiosity. 10 extreme soul condensation pills, 10 extreme chi and blood pills, and 1 golden word. At this moment, both the angry dog-licking male students and the female fans who were cheering were left with only one expression. Envy. Extreme soul condensation pill and extreme chi and blood pill. Or 10. And the golden words. Which one gives himself not a flying start? In fact, the teacher is still in a daze as well. And all the movements are mechanized to go through the process. 6th order to fight 7th order. Can we win? Haven't seen it. It's kind of an eye-opener. Student Zhuofan. It seems like it's your first time participating in a list competition, right? I'll explain it to you. The reprieved teacher also explains some of the basics of the list. Those on the heavenly ranking receive additional resources every month. However, the resource ratios are different. The resources received for each place forward from 10th place onwards are vastly different. I'm going to keep punching the list. Zhuofan signed and received the reward, faintly opened his mouth. The teacher, who had just slowed down, froze again at this. Still coming? Wasn't it enough to rush to 10th place at once? You've got to know the restraints. It's all about juniors and seniors. Don't they want to lose face? I'm going to challenge the top 3. With Zhuofan's words, the students under the field all went crazy. The martial god's own disciple, once he came to the heavenly ranking, dry shattered the 10th place. Now it's going to be a straight-up top 3 fight? Zhuofan, you're bloated after all. Yeah, you're gonna make it to 10th place. Easy. Can that be the same as playing in the top 3? This can't challenge so many at once. Mr. Zhuofan, you're tired too. Why don't you go back and rest first? The teacher gulped and had a few moments of discouragement. Call them all. I'll just challenge them one by one. Dravan insisted on it. Come what may. Choose your day. Today, we'll get it all done at once, so we can go back and give a message to our master. Save her from urging herself to rush the heavenly ranking every day. Well, then, please wait. I'll get the form and I'll let you know once you've filled it out. The teacher had a few moments of helplessness but it's not something that's forbidden. Where in the past have we gotten this kind of swell stuff to challenge us? With Zhuofan filling out the form and the teacher's notification, all the college student groups exploded. Have you heard? The Zhuo progenitor is going to take on 3 in 1. What 1 against 3? It's challenging the top 3 of the heavenly ranking. He's going to challenge them one by one. What 1 by 3? Even with the blackmail, the news quickly spread throughout the school. More and more students rushed towards the 30-second trial arena. Even though there aren't many seats left in it, there are still people who would rather stand than squeeze in to find out what's going on. This is a historic moment. On one side were the top 3 top experts of the school's heavenly ranking. On the other side were the martial god's own disciples. Whether it's the top 3 on the heavenly ranking winning, or Zhuo's own heirloom winning, undoubtedly, enough to explode. How can one not be there to witness history? As more and more students enter the field, the voices in the 30-second trial arena changed from small cheers to frantic shouts. They all can't wait to witness the school's greatest battle. Looking around at his classmates, Yang Bing was also excited. She jumped into Dravan's arms. She wanted to make another confession, but she suddenly broke that thought. Confessions are good, but Dravan hasn't quite gotten the hang of it yet. Being rejected again in front of so many people, one is going to be treated like a dog licker. Thinking so, she immediately changed her words. If you win this time, you have to buy me dinner. I refuse. Zhuofan was nonchalant. You go down first, I'm going to start the competition later. As we were talking, the teacher came onto the field with a few other teachers. Student Zhuofan, since you're challenging the top 3, you'll need multiple teachers to testify. The top 3 have all been contacted and they're on their way. By the way, the third is going to forego the competition because he's too busy. The teacher who was in charge of pronouncing the judgment explained. You only need to race against the second in first place. Prince Zhuo really does have guts. No one has been able to challenge the top 3 on the heavenly ranking at once since the school was founded. Several teachers nodded frequently and complimented. That's a strong man. They all didn't know how many times they had heard about Zhuofan, the martial god's personal heirloom. Today's sighting was truly extraordinary. Challenging the top 3 at once is also gutsy. It didn't take long for second place to fall first. Zhuofan vaguely remembered that it seemed to be someone named Li Qi. Just by looking at the name, I thought it was a tall and attractive schoolmate, but the one who walked up was a baby face. It's hard to call her a schoolteacher from her small, Lolita-like figure, Zhuo proclaimed. I heard about it a long time ago. Her voice was less mature and more tender compared to Yang Bing. Chapter 118, Seconds again. Dinner on the house. Seeing Li Qi greet him, Zhuofan also clasped his fists and saluted in return. Hello, Sister Li. I was ordered by my master to challenge the heavenly ranking. He took 2 steps forward as he said, how about some more additions to the bout? However, he saw Li Qi directly pull out a fine soul condensation pill. First time I've met, and I didn't prepare any gifts. It's not a rare thing, consider it a gift. At those words, Zhuofan was somewhat secretly surprised. Although the fine soul condensation pill is not as good as the extreme soul condensation pill, it's not something that just comes with the territory, either. This little loli is not easy. Thanks, sister. Zhuofan accepted the fine soul condensation pill and raised his eyebrows slightly. But I won't be merciful in the competition. Actually, it's been ready to release water for a long time. Are they so polite? Put in more water later. Are you guys ready? Hearing the impatient voices of the students around him, the teacher inquired. The 2 were speechless, nodding slightly. Each then pulled back 3 paces. Li Qi pulled out a red tasseled hook and sickle spear that was almost half her size and crossed the spear in front of her. His body was filled with qi and blood, bursting with a hint of volatility. The fluctuation even made the students watching from outside the arena feel their bodies being shaken. Before he even made a move, his breath had already taken the entire room by surprise. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. The petite lowly schoolmate was so terrifying, truly worthy of being the second place on the heavenly ranking. The crowd took a closer look at her. This 8th rank of the martial arts path was not something to sneeze at. That earlier 7-paragraph statement was a watered-down version of a watered-down statement. Yang Bing's lickers, get excited. There is no room for complacency. You can deal with this watery 7th order pinnacle in front of you. This 8th order is not something you can deal with. Ha ha, it's finally time to see Zhuofan make a fool of himself. Those female fans of Zhuofan, on the other hand, had their hands clenched tightly and their palms were sweaty, are already imagining the scene where Dre's own passer is brutally beaten. Yang Bing was much calmer in his heart. The mind was already prepared, so naturally how not to panic. Go up and celebrate when you win. Go up and console when you lose. It has to be taken anyhow. Zhuofan hadn't even started yet, so he watched Li Qi's gun come out like a dragon. The qi and blood-filled stab connected with a strong wind to kill. Before the audience could react, Li Qi's second stab had already struck. In a flash, it seemed like there were 3 or 4 Li Qi on the field charging back and forth to kill Zhuofan, but see Zhuofan unharmed. Only the clothes were slightly stained, a small hole or two. Not even blood. The several Li Qi phantoms on the ground charged back and forth, while the real Li Qi had already leapt up with his pestle and spear. Relying on the speed bonus of the fall, it headed towards Zhuofan's shoulder. Boom! as a loud bang traveled through the. Zhuofan already had a tight grip on the stranger's sword in his hand. The moment, he was straight and steady as a mountain. Phew, the stranger's sword danced. Next moment, he used the side of the stranger's sword to directly block the swift as the wind, yet powerful stab. Even with Zhuofan as the center of the circle, the ground around the 3 meters was hit and sunk a few points. No way? Already some of the students were screaming out in surprise. They all saw Li Qi's pestle and spear leaping up, but they could not see the falling move at all. Upon closer inspection, the tip of Li Qi's gun was like a drill still spinning. But as strong as this, Zhuofan's stranger's sword was as completely unaffected as the others. Zhuofan did feel that his qi and blood were weakened a bit during the battle. But, the chakra is so strong that a little less won't hurt. It's kind of a face saver to not explode in front of this, isn't it? Then, next, dry. Sister, it's my turn. As he said that, he swept the stranger's sword in his hand, forcing Li Qi to only pull away. The moment she pulled away, she saw the qi and blood erupting from Zhuofan's body. This is by no means 6th order. Even his own 8th rank couldn't burst out with such ferocious qi and blood, did he? The rising qi and blood wrapped around Zhuofan, easily leaping high into the air. He then slashed. Li Qi could no longer see clearly the knife that fell from the sky, and could only rely on his instincts to block it horizontally. Boom! Zhuofan's slash was like a meteor descending from the sky. Thunderous. Smoke billowed out and all the students stood up and stretched their necks. But the smoke was so heavy that it was impossible to know what was going on in the middle. It's likely that we'll lose Sisterly with this cut. I think this 30-second trial arena will take a long time to repair. I thought the Zhuo progenitor was going to die, but it turns out he's still hiding? The students who couldn't see the situation in the center were talking. I lost. The smoke cleared, accompanied by a childish female voice. However, he saw Zhuofan's stranger's sword, stopping at the top of Li Qi's head. A few strands of hair had fallen to the ground where the blade had touched them. Li Qi's lance was easily slashed in two. Dravan was slightly relieved. It's harder to release this water than not. Again, it was close. To the demons, it is possible to go all out and slash one, but these students, they really have to. At this moment, Zhuofan seemed to understand something. Master's purpose would not be, let yourself learn to put it away? The room was silent again. No one thought that it might have been Li Qi who originally wanted Zhuofan's life. How could the Big Dipper be reversed and become Zhuofan, nearly killing Li Qi? The Lickspittles were greatly disappointed and indignant. The second place, which was expected to be the best, had lost to this Zhuofan. In contrast, there were cheers from Zhuofan's fans. Zhuofan, victorious, promoted to second place on the heavenly ranking, the teacher immediately announced. Putting away his weapon, Li Qi walked up to Zhuofan. This is the fine soul condensation pill you won. Li Qi smiled and pulled out another one, but in his heart, he felt thrilled. If I hadn't sent something in advance, I'm afraid it's questionable whether or not I'll survive this competition. Thanks, sister. Zhuofan also respectfully accepted it. By the way, can you give me a copy of that Tao Te Ching of yours as well? Li Qi hurriedly took this opportunity to inquire. How much you just have to ask. Hearing this, Zhuofan became even more certain that this elementary school sister was definitely not simple. It's good to talk after this. Dravan tooted, and saw a teacher coming over with a reward. Mr. Zhuofan, congratulations. The teacher handed the reward box to Zhuofan and was just about to leave when he was chased by Zhuofan. Teacher, where's first place? The first one's a little busy. Might not be back for a couple days. We'll have it ready for you as soon as he gets back, the teacher said, rushing through the process to go down. He had been the only one of several notary teachers who hadn't looked confused. It was expected to be an even fight at best. Who knew that Zhuofan, the personal biographer, had hidden such fierce strength? Yang Bing watched the teacher go down and immediately rushed up to the stage. My turn. It's raw. Ha ha ha. Yang Bing, how have you been? It's not bad. It's all pretty smooth. She was still smiling with excitement as she faced Li Qi. Just a hint of hostility was revealed in his eyes. Women can know best. What's the point of sticking your nose in here like that? Zhuofan is mine. Between the greetings, Zhuofan also learned that Li Qi was actually the first lady of the Li family, one of the 4 major families in Kyoto. Are you a couple? Li Qi looked at Yang Bing's arm around Zhuofan and deliberately asked. Yeah, no. Both gave different answers at the same time. As soon as he heard Zhuofan's not 2 words, Li Qi immediately had a glimmer of light in his eyes. Thought you guys were bound, so it didn't work out? Your Yang family can't accommodate such a big god. Enough about that for now. Celebrate your promotion to second place. My treat. Let's go out to eat. Yang Bing immediately changed the topic and pulled Zhuofan to go celebrate. Wait, I'll go too. Chapter 119, No. 1 on the heavenly ranking, Zhao Xian. Chapter 119. Li Qi was also stunned when he saw that Yang Bing wanted to take Zhuofan away. This woman is quite a familiar face, isn't she? It's clear that Dravan hasn't even established a relationship with you. Why should you have it all to yourself? No way. I have to take it too. Besides, you're not as big as me where you should be, and not as curvy as me where you should be. Where's the confidence in that? I still have to thank Prince Shua for showing mercy. She whispered softly, put on a ladylike air. And, let's eat together then. Crowds are lively. Yang Bing laughed lightly, raising his eyebrows between his four eyes and Li Qi's. It's quiet all around. But, Zhuofan didn't feel right. Why was there a smell of gunpowder? He looked between the two women. Ultimately, he shook his head. That's all. What's with the jealousy? What's the point? It's not like I'm interested in you guys. He sighed softly and turned to his communicator, swiping up the heat. Well, hot searching is much more interesting than women. Li Qi also raised his chin and looked at his chest in passing. For just a moment, there was a little more confidence between his brows. You want to steal my man? What's your condition? Men can love my gorgeous body. Finally, Li Qi took the lead. You can't tell the front from the back. What are you doing here? Her eyes contained a smile, and she came close to Yang Bing's ear, appearing to be a good girlfriend whispering. You. Yang Bing stiffly failed to utter a complete sentence, simply grunted softly and turned his head away. These chicks, every easy one of them, this round, she's finished. There was a few broken points on the 30-second trial arena, and there was a sudden increase in the anxiety of love rivals meeting. Caught in the middle, Zhuofan was not in the mood to watch these two women pulling hair, and turned to walk in front of the teacher. In the words and actions of the teacher's award just now, Zhuofan had already seen through it. It's not that the first place can't come, it's that there was no notice at all. Maybe these teachers didn't even think they could win. Nowadays there are only pretexts. Teacher, is it true that the first place winner can't come today? I'm still going to continue to challenge the number one on the heavenly ranking. These words from Zhuofan, coupled with the strength he had shown earlier, made the teacher sweat. Li Qi on the side wasn't happy about it either. Progenitor Zhua, isn't it enough that you won against me? What's the point of having dinner together? In an instant, she was already close. The words are soft, the eyes, however, can breathe fire. It's like if you don't invite me to dinner today, I'll dare to get you killed. Dravan just waved his hand. Tell her to stay out of trouble for now. Instead, he looked at the few teachers in front of him. Teacher, I'm serious. I want to challenge. Number one on the heavenly ranking. A couple of slowed down teachers had just come up to congratulate the next second. It froze. Are you done? Isn't second place enough? You've got to stop at the right moment. Classmate, don't you understand the combination of work and rest? Student Zhuofan, it's already great to be able to obtain the second place in the heavenly ranking. How about next time? A middle-aged teacher, pushing the glasses on the bridge of his nose, was full of difficulties. Yeah, the first place is already half a step ahead of the sovereign. You can't be too good at the martial arts path. The other teachers followed suit, seeking to get Zhuofan to see the light. Are you kidding me? This was the martial god himself, and they were naturally happy to win. What about defeat? If Chen Xingshang says something bad about my disciples, will they still be in the game? But when he heard about the half-step sect master, Zhuofan instantly became energized. These previous ones really weren't enough. I almost didn't even get it. This half-step sect master was quite a bit of a challenge. Teacher, strive for a defeat. This is the master's arrangement. Zhuofan amplified his voice to the point that it could be heard throughout the trial arena. In this voice, it was also wrapped in soul power. The voice was not loud, but it spread throughout the martial arts arena. At once, the field was abuzz with all the students watching. Holy? Striving for a defeat? Martial god Chen has a big pattern. Yes, no wonder it's one of the three great martial gods of my Grand Xia. This pattern, heaven-defying. Various murmurs spread. Immediately, the fast ones have already started calling their friends. Are you kidding me? The martial god's own biography challenges the number one on the heavenly ranking. It's a once-in-a-century occurrence. They immediately contacted their close friends, and even the students who had taken half a step away from the 30-second trial arena immediately turned back. Prince Shua just 1 second, and now he wants to challenge first. I heard that the first place is a half-step sect master. Is he asking for trouble when he's not even at the 7th step? These students spread the word. All the students and teachers in the entire school knew about it. They all flooded into the martial arts arena, surrounding the 30-second trial arena. Even students from outside the school flocked to the Martial God Academy, wanting to catch a glimpse of Zhuo Progenitor's battle against the number one on the heavenly ranking. The students are gathering more and more. It directly alarmed the major leaders of the school, who contacted each other on their communicators to discuss what to do. The martial god himself. There mustn't be the slightest damage. How dare we disobey martial god Chen's arrangements? He has spoken. The word is out. There is always a fight. There is a lot at stake. So please ask the Martial Arts League to hold down the fort. The venue needs to be changed again. the news spread, and many teachers and school administrators made a busy mess. Soon the bylaws were all listed. Security was also in place at the first opportunity. A word from Dravan mobilized the Martial Arts Academy, all administrative forces. He challenged it once. The Martial Arts Alliance was shocked to personally suppress the scene. This was the influence of the martial god's own legacy. On Zhuofan's side, it was up to the teachers present to convey it after they were notified. Student Zhuofan, there are too many students coming to see you in this competition, so we're going to move to the larger trial field number 1. So please follow me. So saying, the teacher led the way and Zhuofan followed behind and left. There was a flurry of students who got the news of the change of venue. It was like a tidal surge crowding the audience of the No. 1 trial arena. The whole school was gathered, and there were even students and faculty from outside the school. The scene was already no less than some dasha domestic competitions. While resting and waiting for the first in the sky, a few close students sneakily jumped off, continuously giving Zhuofan a popularization of the origin of the first place in the heavenly ranking. This No. 1 on the heavenly ranking is a great beauty, definitely more beautiful than senior sister Yang. What are you talking about? Say its strength. Several students scrambled to be the first to speak, but it was Zhuofan who was confused. At this time, Li Qi, who was on the side, slowly introduced the opening. This number 1 on the heavenly ranking is called Zhao Xian, and she's my cousin. She's a big star in our Li family, and she's already a half-step sovereign, often enters the demon abyss trials. She revealed a few moments of envy as she said, I heard that she seems to have been chosen by the demon suppressor army to garrison the Great Wall. Saying so, Li Qi had a few more expectations in his eyes. If I can get you into the Li family, I'll be able to fight with my sister. It's also senior year, and you get to practice. At least, my sister has been stationed at the wall. Definitely, gotta take you down. Thinking so, she pulled out another fine quality qi and blood pill. Use this and recover properly. It wasn't long before the door to the martial arts arena. One more figure. She is the number 1 pride of the Martial Arts Academy. Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian walked into the No. 1 trial stadium. She came one step at a time. Between the looks, there was a disdainful momentum flowing out. It seems to be one person, who was overwhelming the entire field. For a moment, all of them stood up and stretched their necks to catch a glimpse of the mysterious face of the No. 1 on the heavenly ranking. She's coming. The aura of a half-step sect master is different. I see that Prince Joy is going to be abused. Half-step sect masters still don't hang around to beach was protégé. Instantly, the attention of the entire room was focused on Zhao Xian here. Many students greeted him on stage, and she turned a deaf ear. It seemed that, in this world, no one could get into her eyes. Noisy, get out if you don't want to see. She chortled and there was silence. Zhuofan raised his head slightly to look at it, and a few more moments of curiosity appeared on his face. TSK, this appearance, this aura, it's not simple, with a baby face like Li Qi's, and still have the body of Yang Bing. No, it's over Yang Bing's figure. These science students on the side were right. It was indeed a great beauty. However, he saw Zhao Xian walking towards Zhuofan here. Close. Dravan, however, froze, too far away just now to notice the advantages. This look, boy, those longer-than-life legs. It's good. It's good. You're the one. Who's going to challenge me? The martial god's own legacy. Nothing more than that. Zhao Xian smiled contemptuously and crossed her arms. To remind you, this lady's time is precious. Come on, I'll take it. But when she saw Li Qi at the side, she greeted her gently. After learning that Li Qi was unexpectedly killed in seconds with ease, Zhao Xian revealed a playful smile. The attitude towards Zhuofan changed a bit. Interesting, no wonder I was called back in such a hurry. Kid, you're going to have to keep me entertained in this duel. Sister doesn't bully you. She'll give you 10 minutes to warm up, Zhao Xian said and sat next to Li Qi. Chapter 120 Finally, no need to let go of the water. Dravan was going to have a fit. Eventually it was time to take a deep breath. Hold back for now. Ro, you're the most pretentious woman I've ever met. Woman, you'll have time to cry later. Collecting his thoughts, Zhuofan took a closer look at Zhao Xian. Not only are you pretty, but you're also proud of your height. Especially those legs. It's almost as if they outlive themselves. If you didn't have to focus on cultivation right now, you could go deeper. He shook his head slightly to calm himself down a bit. People are half-step masters. You can't put too much water in the water. Yang Bing, who was on the side, wrapped her arm around Zhuofan, but her gaze was towards Zhao Xian and Li Qi who were chatting happily. A sense of inferiority sets in. Even if Li Qi's body is a piece of iron, her face is not lost to me. Zhao Xian's looks were not to mention that she had a tall, striped and plump figure. In comparison, I can't compare at all. From strength to size, there's also their status as the direct line of the Li family, versus my young family sidekick. Yang Bing slightly lowered her head, her eyes a few shades of red. If we don't get Chuafan today, by the time they both get down to it, they'll have no chance at all. Luckily I had a good eye and found it early. At that thought, she raised her head and looked at Chuafan with a little more longing in her eyes. Mr. Chuafan, Mr. Zhao Xian, are you ready? A couple of impartial teachers have come over. If you're ready, please come up to the stage. When Zhao Xian heard the words, he walked straight up without looking back. The thin sword at his waist was sheathed and at the ready. Immediately, the two had already leapt into the ring. One that's dashing and ethereal, one that is proudly unrivaled. Chuafan, you must win. Yang Bing didn't know how, but these words came out of his mouth. Aha! Chuafan nodded and walked towards the center of the ring. At this point, the atmosphere on the field had gradually warmed up. Many eager eyes were fixed on the field. One is the martial god himself, having already defeated the second on the heavenly ranking. Strength cannot be underestimated. The other, the absolute no. One in the heavenly ranking, a half-step Zongshi, possessing absolute strength. Do you think the Zhuo progenitor can win? Think fart eat it. It's okay that he can fight 7 or 8 orders at the 6th order. This is a half-step sect master. Even if the talent is high, you still have to practice. He's so much worse than our sisterly. You said the same thing about the second place battle before. There was a lot of talk among the students, and even a large group of students from outside the school were involved in these discussions. Begin! With the teacher's order, the competition officially began. The entire arena was instantly silent, and all eyes were gathered on Zhao Xian and Chuafan in the ring. The stranger's sword in Chuafan's hand carried the force of 1,000 pounds. The thin sword in Zhao Xian's hand was a 2,000 kilogram one. However, Chuafan's body was wrapped in qi and blood, which traveled through his tendons and veins, causing his aura to instantly rise. With a single leap, it carried a thunderous fluctuation. Dang! With a loud bang, his stranger's blade was easily blocked by Zhao Xian raising his sword with one hand, as if her sword was alive. It not only finished unloading its strength, but even softly rebounded part of it. If this is your strength, then I advise you to admit defeat. Save it, when I accidentally kill you. Zhao Xian just held his head high with a hint of displeasure on his face. How did you beat your cousin at this level? Can this thing be second? But, is a really fierce move. Arms are a little numb. If I get another hit, I guess I'll have to eat it. Instead of attacking immediately, she watched as Dravan pranced up and pulled back 2 steps. At this moment, Chuafan resized Zhao Xian. A half-step sovereign is indeed not bad. You use 60% of your strength but you were able to block it easily? It's finally possible to not let go of the water. Seeing this move, the field was shocked at Chuafan's strike, and even more shocked that Zhao Xian was able to block it with ease. The same trick, but Li Qi was almost killed. I told you that our senior sister Li is powerful. That's right, the Zhuo progenitor is only better in terms of potential. I see that your prodigy is just that cut. Who wouldn't be able to do the 3 axes? The wind in the arena suddenly turned one way, and the vast majority began to support Zhao Xian. Gotta teach this boxy no-boundary kid a lesson. Never let him get inflated. The constant shouts were distracting Zhao Xian. Noisy, be quiet. After the sound, the room fell silent. They were reminded again of the time when this grumpy senior sister took the number 1 spot on the heavenly ranking. Hokage, be careful. I'll use all my strength. Dravan also got serious. It was time to take a good look at what kind of a gap there was between himself and a half-step sovereign. Subsequently, his qi and blood filled up once again. This time, just the qi energy rushing out from the outburst of qi and blood had already caused the students who leaned close to them to break out in a cold sweat. The stranger's sword he wielded carried a strong cyclone. The air around him had all been stirred up with ease as well. This is the strength of Zhuo's protege. That's right, how can my boys lose? It was all a test run just now. It's only now. See Zhuofan power. The field of fans also began to power. However, he saw Zhuofan's body emerge with a dark red qi and blood glow, and each step carried a strong wind. The speed could no longer be captured by the surrounding spectators. Only Zhao Xian could see it clearly. This speed was by no means inferior to the 8th rank, 6th order kid. He does have some skills. Then let my lady see what you're really capable of. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Xian's qi and blood exploded out as well. Between the swings of the swimming dragon fine sword, it was already so fast that multiple phantoms appeared. Not only were the spectators outside the arena unable to tell which Zhao Xian was the real one, even Zhuofan had some difficulty in distinguishing Zhao Xian's location. Kill. Zhuofan didn't care which one was true. 1 power down. Just kill them all. Anyway, people are half-step masters. They can't be hacked to death by themselves, right? As some light slowly emerged from the words on his body as well, Zhuofan's speed grew faster and faster. The spectators outside the arena have no idea how the fight is going. They can only hear the sound of dang 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 sword clash. It's too strong. Is this the battle of the strong? Can't see it at all. It should be filmed to aid in playback to be sure. The few teachers on the side who hadn't reached Zongshi had also looked frozen. Is this the wave of the Yangtze pushing forward the waves of the past? It's amazing that two top students can have such an aura. The battle on the field was scorching. Zhuo Fan relied on his chi and blood advantage and continuously suppressed Zhao Xian with his wildly dancing stranger's blade. Zhao Xian, on the other hand, did not show any weakness and was also relying on his maneuverability advantage to circle back and forth. Under the clash of swords, it only felt like he had to endure stronger attacks each time. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 knives. Each of Zhuo Fan's slashes were not only powerful, but they also found Zhao Xian with precision. Dang! In the last clash of swords, the already exhausted Zhao Xian was able to block Zhuo Fan's slash though, but the additional strength that came with it was no longer defensible. Boom! Zhao Xian was knocked straight out of the ring and slammed into a sidewall. Everyone stood up, eyes wide open. Their gazes were fixed on Zhao Xian, who had crashed into the wall. First place, defeated? Many people rubbed their eyes to make sure they hadn't misread it. I lost. Zhao Xian slowly got up, put away his sword, and retraced his steps to the ring. The room was silent. A pin drop. Chapter 121, Sweeping the Heavenly Ranking, Taking Pictures. The corners of Zhao Xian's eyes were reddened, and there were a few tears in them, which was quite a bit of a Me Too flavor. A few leaps and she rolled over and down, sitting down on the field. His eyes looked at Zhuo Fan intentionally or unintentionally, immediately, and quickly retracted again, as if he was avoiding the stares around him. There is no longer the vestigial sense of pride that existed before. The entire room had not yet recovered from the battle in the square. Whether it was the teachers of the notary, the large number of students from this school and other schools watching, or the security responsible for maintaining law and order, even those professional martial artists from the Martial Arts Alliance. I've never seen such a fight. It was quite like the soundness of a battle with a demon king. Not only did he use his power to the extreme, but he also displayed his outbursts in a violent and subtle manner. The smoothness and beauty of the battle was, at this moment, thoroughly presented. It has been taken, and raised to the level of the Tao. Those executives who had seen the Tao Te Ching were in deep thought. The collision of having and not having, the grasp of entering and retreating, all seemed to be perfectly held by Zhuo Fan. It's it's genius. They were all stunned. What was that fight just now? It's too powerful. It's hard to imagine that this is the kind of game two students can play. That's not right. At the 6th level, you have the combat power of a half-step grandmaster. The future is unlimited. Dumbfounded, they were still recalling the stellar fragments they could make out earlier. Immerse yourself in it. Yang Bing was numb and only felt that he was dreaming. I thought killing Li Qi in seconds was already Zhuo Fan's upper limit. Now even Zhao Xian, the number 1 on the heavenly ranking, was unable to defeat him in a forceful battle. The other party is a half-step sect master. Zhuo Fan was actually able to win against the Patriarch? Then wait until after Patriarch Zhuo Fan. Absolutely take Zhuo Fan today. Never let Li Qi take advantage of this. She glanced at the not yet relaxed. The dull and numb Li Qi on the side also felt the hostile gaze. I'll take Zhuo Fan. How can you, Yang Bing, compete with me? I'll get him for dinner alone later. By the way, be sure to call your sister later. Our sisters are united in their strength. Unconsciously, her body trembled. Excitement, jealousy, also bewildered. She stared dead in the field at the traces of the sparring that had taken place, couldn't help but think back to his own battle, and was slightly relieved as well. Sure enough, Dravan, you're still showing me mercy? As it is. Hey, must have feelings for this lady. For that, you can't take it from me. After a long time, there was still a lively discussion on the field. There is no way around it. It took the returning teachers to reach down and keep order. But, and it didn't help a bit, the implications of this battle are just too great. Half a quarter of an hour had passed. The teachers then remembered to announce the results. They were busy running up to the ring and announcing, Zhuo Fan is victorious and advances to the first place in the heavenly ranking. The whole place went crazy. Cheers that drowned out the entire first trial arena. Even the Martial Alliance members in charge of security couldn't help but scream in excitement. This is too strong for a Zhuo progenitor. It's really worthy of being my male god. Being able to single-handedly kill a half-step sect master. You guys saw it. This is the awesome power of our family Zhuo's own heirloom. Truly worthy of being the personal disciple of martial godchen. Zhuo Fan's fans immediately went into group mockery mode. It drew the indignation of multiple lickspittles, who fired back instantly. Damn it! Is there no one who can cure the Zhuo progenitor? Didn't you see? He was with both Sister Yang and Sister Li just now. The Zhuo progenitor is a scumbag. But those voices were eventually drowned out by the cheers altogether. This is a really exciting fight. Dravan the first. It is well deserved. Students still on the field immediately made a video of the message. Within half an hour, postings, videos, and endless live explanations of it spread throughout the Martial Arts Academy. It then spread, and the Martial League, and even half of Kyoto, knew about it. Anyone with so much as a passing title began to bring gifts and head to the Martial God Academy. Chen Wuxian himself is as terrifying as he is. At the 6th rank of the martial Dao, one could overcome a half-step sovereign. Then when he reaches the sovereign, wouldn't he be able to compete with the saintly Wang Yan? How can you miss such a supreme genius? The hot searches were filled with news of Zhuofan becoming the number 1 on the Martial God Academy's heavenly ranking. Videos of Zhuofan fighting Zhao Xian from various angles were being circulated everywhere. These videos don't slow down and are only fun to watch. After slowing down the playback, one could savor the moment when the qi and blood exploded in one of the moves. There were even media outlets that played the match between Zhuofan and Zhao Xian, frame by frame, with detailed commentary. Under the frame-by-frame playback, anyone who saw the video sucked in a breath of cold air. This is the kind of combat power someone of the 6th rank can have? Strong. Strong as hell. The inverse order inverts the Big Dipper. Since the beginning of martial arts, Zhuofan was the first, far beyond the abyss of the Great Wall. Chen Qingfeng, who was dressed in a mysterious armor, throwing the lance in his hand aside, stepping on the corpse of a demon king, opened his communicator. Humph, this kid. The corners of her mouth quirked up slightly in a knowing smile. Finally, I didn't teach you for nothing. There are a few moments of being a teacher. Not bad indeed. Chen Qingfeng laughed lightly. Between the look and the look, there are a few flirtations in the coolness. Turning, she shook her head gently. The mind pondered. Just in time to take a look. 2. Where can you kids drift off to with all this commotion? In fact, Chen Qingfeng had long expected this outcome. The real trial she was giving Zhuofan had just begun. With Zhuofan's strength, he would become famous sooner or later. What's really hard is to stay true to yourself after fame and fortune have been added to the mix. The way of the martial arts. Just strong. Just genius. Probably not quite enough. Granted, this personal disciple of his own, mindfulness is far beyond his peers. But, it is only through this trial of heart that one can truly become a strong person. Chen Qingfeng put down the communicator, and the long spear in her hand flipped and killed again. Inside the refinery, beneath the cheers, Yang Bing, who had slowed down, immediately picked up his communicator to order food. The thoughts in his mind, however, flashed in succession. No way, not this one. This one won't work either. Be sure to look for one with a room. Aha, this one will do. Just come with a high-strength white wine, convenient to get him drunk. However, you can't go wrong with a beer and coke. You must be taken down today. Definitely. Show you the power of a childhood friend. The other side. Zhuofan walked towards Zhao Xian with a smile on his face. One step. With a smile on his face and an apology. Hokage, I'm sorry. I was the one who struck too hard just now. I don't suppose you're okay with that? Dravan laughed softly. The depression in Zhao Xian's heart was a few points less. No kidding, this was her first fiasco. And, the loss was very complete. But since the kid apologized, it's no big deal. Who hasn't gotten acquainted a few times? Zhao Xian raised his head, but froze. A complex color flashed above his pretty face. It was actually a cell phone camera pointed at her. This, how can I? What the hell is this? The guy was indeed smiling, but how did that smile look so unlike a good guy? Click, crisp rattling sounds spread out. Zhuofan smiled and stepped forward, the photo function of his communicator not stopping for a moment. Multiple angles, no dead spots, above, below, left, right, and by the way then yeah? Hey, what are you doing? Is this lady something you can shoot? Zhao Xian couldn't be bothered to hide his sadness and got up angrily. What's wrong with you? I've lost and I don't want to be consoled. But I'm taking pictures? It's too much. See if I don't kill you. She picked up the thin sword that had fallen to the side and was about to swing it. TCH, such a pretty beauty. It's kind of pretty when you cry. Dravan took a picture while tisking. Gotta keep a souvenir. Keep it you big head. Delete it for this lady. Zhao Xian's face was suffocating, and he reached out to grab it. But he was exhausted from the match just now and couldn't grab Zhuofan at all. Zhao Xian consumes a lot, but Zhuofan doesn't consume much. The two looked like a young couple flirting on the field instead. Even the teachers on one side could only wait with smiles on their faces. Are you kidding me? This was the martial god himself. This was a future rookie who had swept the heavenly ranking by himself. What can they do? Even when the principal comes, he has to save face. Okay? Finally, watching the farce end, the teachers opened up. Congratulations, Mr. Dravan. We've been informed that a number of owners and celebrities want to meet with you. I don't know if it's convenient to stay later. A couple of teachers glanced at their communicators and immediately stepped forward to congratulate them. There were already a few people waiting behind them with gift boxes in their hands. However, he saw Zhuofan put away his communicator and put away his playful appearance. Another time. I'm hungry and already have a dinner date. He spoke indifferently and turned around to head towards Yang Bing's side. Seeing this, The teachers sweated as they explained to the bigwigs behind them. Mr. Zhuofan should be a bit tired, and there should be a chance to meet up afterward. A few of you are aware of the intentions of Zhuofan's classmates. With their combined explanations and persuasions, these bigwigs could only shake their heads and leave with a sigh. There's always a chance to get access to Zhuo's pro transmission in the future anyway. Zhao Xian followed behind Zhuofan with a bad temper. Hear that? Delete it. She gritted her teeth and lowered her voice in warning, or I'll make you suffer. Chapter 122, Moving in Drunkenness. Hot topic. Delete or not? Zhao Xian angrily rebuked, his fists already clenched. No deletion. Zhuofan spoke faintly and walked over to Yang Bing and Li Qi's side. Delete it for this lady, or else this lady is not finished with you today. Zhao Xian was really pissed off. Are you still justified in stealing photos? You scoundrel. Bullying. I'll have to strangle you later. Strangle you. Asshole. You asshole. Sister, don't be angry. Li Qi immediately came over to care. He will definitely delete it. Zhuofan will be your brother-in-law from now on. Why are you so angry? We'll try to get drunk and take it at dinner later. Dravan, you really are too. You can have my picture too. As many as you want. As many shots as you want. Yang Bing heard the noise and probably knew what was going on, and immediately came to Zhuofan's ear. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, even more than a little pouty. It's just a photo thing, isn't it? I'm a little less fit than Zhao Xian. Doesn't it look good on camera? I don't lose my face to them. Not deleted. Who knows that Zhuofan's mouth is hard as hell, and he won't delete it to death. Unless, of course, you beg me. When these words enter your ears, Zhao Xian froze for a long time. What the hell? Taking pictures and threatening me? Do you really think I'm a soft touch? At least, I was number 1 on the heavenly ranking, okay, but not anymore. In Zhao Xian's heart, there seemed to be two villains fighting. One thought becomes a Buddha, the other a devil. In the end, Zhao Xian had to change his strategy. Eat soft, not hard, then I'll come in soft. Zhuofan, this lady is losing to you, isn't that enough? Just please, Zhuofan, you're the best. She changed just tough. Face more than a few points of petulant shyness. Photos are deleted well. This lady can accompany you to eat a meal or something. If you hadn't won, this lady would have to kill you. Dare to sneak a peek at this lady. Pissed off. At his words Dravan froze. Oh ho, Zhao Xian still has this look? It's true that everyone has an unknown side. No, I have to record it. Listen well later. Zhao Xian looked at Zhuofan's reaction and said it again. His attitude was even softer, and even his movements were a bit more enchanting. Drop. Well, it's all on tape. I didn't realize this unknown side of you was quite interesting. The corners of Zhuofan's mouth rose slightly. Put. Finally, a few people around them couldn't help but laugh out loud. There's still such a side to this hallowed Zhuo's personal heirloom? They wouldn't have known it if they hadn't been up close and personal. Hearing the laughter around him, Zhao Xian gritted his teeth in death, turning instantly on fire. Good you Zhuofan. If this young lady doesn't kill you today, she won't be called Zhao Xian. She drew her sword and used the last bit of qi and blood in her body. Take your life. Unexpectedly, the scene was seen by a few students watching from the sidelines. TSK, TSK, TSK. I didn't expect senior sister Zhao to be like this, losing and bullying others. They had a look of food on their faces and rustling sounds. Zhao Xian finally clammed up. Sitting on the floor, he couldn't stop the tears from falling. Who could bear to be humiliated like that? I can't tell you how much I've suffered. Holding back. It's too suffocating. Tears fell. A pearly look that really brought a little more pity to one's heart. But then he saw Zhuofan immediately pull out his communicator again. That camera was already aimed at Zhao Xian. So precious. We'll have to take a few more. Immediately, Zhao Xian wiped away his tears. Can't even cry? Okay. The old lady admits it. The old lady put up with it too. Her eyes were sharp, staring angrily at Zhuofan, like a hunter staring at his prey with ferocity. When these photos and recordings are deleted, I will kill you. The results are in. The heavenly ranking has been updated. With that sound, everyone's eyes looked toward the nearby heavenly ranking list. Zhuofan's name was already in first place. Why don't we just go eat first? I'm set. Yang Bing immediately spoke. It's not a good idea to dwell here. Still have to take down Dravan as soon as possible. The white wine is all ready to be poured into him later. When it's time to take it to bed, let's give him a raw deal. Steady. I'll come along. Cousin, are you coming too? Li Qi immediately followed. Trying to create solitude? No way. Dravan is mine. You'll never take it today. I'll keep a good eye on you later. I'll get you drunk first. Take Dravan away again. Zhao Xian gritted his teeth with a few moments of hesitation. Dining with such an unlucky thing. Holding back. But he's got the photos and the recordings. What to do? I'm gonna order a couple more bottles of white wine for dinner. Get him drunk. When the time comes, grab the comms and give him a crunch to delete. I'm in. Together. Zhao Xian wiped away his tears and got up. A few people left the trial grounds and went to the hotel. The private room is ready. This way please. The hotel attendant had just been watching the news about Zhuo Fan's victory over a half-step sect master against the rank. Wow. I can't believe it's Zhuo Fan himself. She was on the verge of passing out with joy, if not for the fact that professionalism is still alive and well. I'm afraid I'm already getting carried away with excitement. The trembling voice was followed by a careful lead. Come to the booth. When Zhuo Fan sat down, Yang Bing sat on Zhuo Fan's right and Zhao Xian, however, took the initiative to sit on Zhuo Fan's left. Unable to do anything, Li Qi could only sit on the other side. 3 women each with their own agenda. Yang Bing had a smile on her face, and every now and then she touched Zhuo Fan's limbs to declare her sovereignty. I'm the childhood friend. I'm the one who came first. First come, first served. Okay? I'll have to get you all drunk later. I'll take Zhuo Fan by myself. Li Qi also had a smile on his face, but his eyes carried a murderous intent towards his love rival. Can you compare your face and body with mine? I'll have to get you drunk later. I'll see how much you can drink. When the time comes, I'll take Zhuo Fan with my sister. Zhao Xian was much simpler. She didn't smile. Her eyes were all fierce, and she kept staring at the communicator in Zhuo Fan's hand. Humph. This lady is considered to be able to drink in the demon suppression army. I'm going to dunk you straight later. Right. That young Bing can't get in the way. Gotta dunk it. 2. The 3 women's minds. Zhuo Fan had already noticed. He did get hungry though, and had to return for a meal. The wine and food came up. Zhuo Fan ate the food one by one. The 3 women. There is not a little chance to get down. They both felt that before getting Dravan drunk, they should get in the way first. Then, Dravan was dripping with alcohol and the 3 women were drunk. Mr. Shua, do you want more food? The waitress looked at the 3 drunken women on the side and then at Zhuo Fan. No, check out. Zhuo Fan looked at the plate. This meal, not cheap ah. You 3 didn't get drunk on purpose to make me pay, did you? TSK, 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 women's hearts. I picked the most expensive one on purpose, and ordering so much wine? End up drunk on purpose and make me pay for it? Forget it. Let's take you guys back first later. He sighed at the thought. It's a good thing that there are a lot of deposits, and the owner of this hotel waved the money once he heard that it was Zhuo's own. He also gave his business card on the way out and kissed several asses. Zhuo Fan helplessly returned to the area of villa with one hand supporting while carrying, throwing the 3 women onto the bed. He then sat down in the hall and sighed deeply. It was late in the day, but he was seen by many students along the way. Immediately they were all stunned. Zhuo Pro transmission. Is it really a scumbag? Not only did she live with Zhang Miaoshui of the Zhang family, and now you're even getting it on with the first ladies of the Yang, Zhao and Li families? Overnight, the news of the scumbag Zhuo's kiss and pass also rushed to the hot search. Chapter 123, Share a room. Don't go. Night. Dravan wasn't in the mood to care about the hot search. Couldn't even look at the communicator. He had 3 women with him and couldn't really spare his hands. Call it heavy, but these 3 are not. But it just doesn't fit in 2 hands. It's like picking up a delivery with a big bag. Not heavy, but big. Especially with Yang Bing and Zhao Xian's chests rising open. It simply became the biggest liability. It was hard to walk into area A36. Dravan couldn't spare his hands for the key. There was no choice but to put the drunken and unconscious Zhao Xian and Li Qi by the door first. Carry Yang Bing to the side 35. Dravan was halfway through pulling out the key on her. Ha, don't you ever leave home without your keys? Came for nothing. Never mind. I've got plenty of room here anyway. It's not so bad. He shook his head and could only carry Yang Bing back again, into the 36th of the A block. Dravan is carrying it in one hand and carrying it in the other, like carrying 2 sacks of goods. Throwing Yang Bing onto the bed in one guest room, he threw Li Qi into another. It was only when she turned back to deal with Zhao Xian that she realized the stains on her body. I thought it was more drinkable. Why are you all so brave? Again, I'm footing the bill and now I have to wipe your asses. TSK, let it be. Not with you few women. I can't believe you guys look so slim. One is solid. Dravan had a few distractions on his face. Taking off Zhao Xian's dirty coat and throwing it into the washing machine, carried her into another room. Phew. With everything done, he leaned back on the couch and let out a long breath. Finally, it's done. The villas in District A are not good for soul power anyway. Besides, it's already rushed to the top of the heavenly ranking today. No more practicing. Those teachers made a good point. It does have to be a combination of work and play. Let's see. What's new today? Ding dong, ding dong. Unmute the communicator. Various messages kept popping up with 99 plus in them as they went along. There were even a number of friend requests. It's probably those teachers. What about Mr. Zhang of the liquor business? Mr. Chen of the restaurant? At a glance, The avatar looked just like a few of the previous bosses and celebrities who were planning to give gifts. Dravan sked. All such messages have been read and not returned. After clearing these read and not returned, the first entry in the eye is that of Master Chen Qingfeng. Well done. Still needs work. These 8 short words caused Zhuofan to freeze a little. That's not true. Doesn't Master like to send a lot of messages? What happened today? Only 8 words? Could it be that he was too cold before? Thinking back to his one word, Zhuofan did feel that the joke was a bit too big. We'll have to explain that when Master returns. Immediately after that, Zhang Miaoshua's messages alone were fast stuffing up to more than 50. Did you have a good breakfast today? I have to train later, so I'll post it later. Rested. What did you do today? By the way, don't ever get involved with Yang Bing. That bad woman. She's got it in for you. Zhuofan was a little numb. This one message that was like a live broadcast of. It was as if Zhang Miaoshua hadn't left at all. Maybe this is the crisis of distance. Dravan smiled. Yang Bing is not the only bad girl now. Li Qi also came to be a bad woman. That Zhao Xian. I don't think it's possible to be a bad woman. Dravan continued down the page. The messages were separated by a paragraph of flesh. This was followed by congratulating himself for becoming number 1 on the heavenly ranking. You've got to hold it together. Li Qi and Zhao Xian aren't good women either. Be sure to wait for me when I get back. In the end, apparently she has seen that there are 2 other bad women beside her. Zhang Miaoshue also sent these 2 additional sentences. Dravan scanned the other messages with some bemusement. Much the same. They all came to celebrate their first place in the heavenly ranking. Rather, it was the gossipy girls in the class group that, even in field training, they're all well informed. Already, they are talking non-stop about how many more beautiful women they are surrounded by. Did you guys see that? The ones beside your progenitor on that trial ground. See, it's all so beautiful. I really don't know which one Prince Shuo will like. I think it's that young schoolmate, so long ago together. No, that Li schoolmate. How cute. The Zhuo progenitor must like the younger ones. Then why don't you say that all men like Zhao Senpai's long legs? Hey, forget it. We don't have much of a chance with this posture anyway. What if all of the Zhuo progenitors want it? It's not like Zhuo Pro Transmitter is a big scumbag, is it? Stop. You're going to get a fan internet storm here. Dravan smiled without saying a word, watching them gossip about themselves inside. I have to say, sometimes there's something so interesting about God's perspective watching people gossip about themselves. Early the next morning. 3 screams, coming from different rooms at the same time. The disturbance was such that Zhuofan was woken up straight away. Yang Bing lifted the quilt and there was nothing. There was a pang of disappointment. Bad. Didn't take down Dravan today. Did Dravan go to Li Qi's place? Listen to the screams. It seems like Zhao Xin called too? Can't it be that Zhuofan has those 2 sisters? At once, there were some tears in her eyes. Alas, a childhood sweetheart is never as good as a heavenly beauty. Li Qi was also confused for a while on the bed. It's broken. Give Yang Bing his way. Zhuofan wasn't in his bed. He must be at Yang Bing's. Wait, there's still a chance. Yang Bing has touched quite a few men. Be sure to attack hard later. The 2 rushed out the door, looked from side to side, and froze again. Zhuofan wouldn't be in Zhao Xian's room, would he? I saw him staring at Zhao Xian's legs yesterday. As Zhao Xian slowly opened the door to the room, the 2 women gazed at Zhao Xian, and Zhuofan did not appear behind them. You guys awake? Downstairs Dravan spoke faintly, stretching out on the couch. Yang Bing and Li Qi unanimously sighed in relief. At least the other guy didn't get his way. But there were a few small disappointments in not taking down Dravan today. Hey, it's about time you deleted the picture of my lady, isn't it? And the recording. Zhao Xian's cheeks were slightly flushed and he hadn't yet recovered from yesterday's drunkenness. The gaze that wants to kill is still the same as yesterday. Let's eat first. Zhuofan directly ignored it and spoke coldly. 3 women sitting at a table. Yang Bing and Li Qi stared at each other, neither giving the other a single chance to interact with Zhuofan. Eye contact has been noisy on. Zhuofan likes me. Yang Bing. Humph. Not at all. He prefers me. Li Qi. How can you compete with me with your thick arms and legs? Where are your 2 older brothers? What are you comparing me to? Zhao Xian's ferocious gaze stayed fixed on Zhuofan. Hey, did you hear that? Calms out. She spoke indignantly, reaching out to grab it, but with a burst of weakness. Too much consumption yesterday. Plus the hangover is still fresh. I'm not leaving until you delete it today. She rephrased. I can't beat you. Then I'll stay. Bugger you. Had to force you to delete the photos and recordings. Burp. The well-fed Zhuofan pressed and went straight to his room. Chapter 124, The Surprising Dragon Guard. Who is he? Returning to his room, Zhuofan immediately began to write the Tao Te Ching. The way is the way, not the way. The beginning of the nameless heaven and earth. The mother of the named heaven and earth. After writing it, he used the communicator to record it again. In the future, If someone wants to just give the picture, it's done. What a no-brainer. And then we'll make him billions. Freedom of the word. Casual bulk fusion is only comfortable. He opens the door with the Tao Te Ching, but the three women who had been listening against the wall fell right in. Hey, we are curious about what you are doing. Li Chi scratched his head and hawed. On your hand this is the Tao Te Ching that was promised to you, Zhuo Fan said and handed the written Tao Te Ching to Li Chi. Li Chi, who had gotten the Tao Te Ching, was elated. She looked at Yang Bing with eyes full of bragging. See, Yovan loves me. Go into the room just to prepare me for the Tao Te Ching. Only I have. You have no face, no body. How can you be liked by Dravan? It's yours. Zhuo Fan gave the other copy to Zhao Xian. Seeing this, Li Chi did not panic at all. One for each of us sisters. It's that you don't. You just cool off on the side by yourself. Zhao Xian had a few surprises in his heart, but the face remained defiant and angry. You know you're begging for mercy? Trade this for my picture? No way. But we do need the Tao Te Ching in our house. Your counts as. No way. The photo has to be deleted by you. The Tao Te Ching. I've passed it on to the family. It's about time you deleted your picture, isn't it? And the recording. Not a single one of them should be left behind. Zhao Xian remained unforgiving. Zhuo Fan ignored them and went straight out the door. Yesterday was a wasted day. Gotta hurry up with the Grey Havens. Get some good practice. It should be possible to break through to the 7th rank. Hey, where are you going? Get back here for this lady. Zhao Xian watched Zhuo Fan leave and chased after him with fire. I have to show you my lady's methods today. She followed Zhuo Fan all the way to the back of the mountain. As he watched Zhuo Fan leave, Zhao Xian followed closely. I'm sorry, you're not allowed in. This is the backwoods restricted area. A tall man blocked Zhao Xian's way. What about Dravan? If he can get in, can't this lady get in? Why stop only this lady? Zhao Xian looked unconvinced, but after taking a closer look at the man, he looked at the other men who were following him. A burst of breath then rushed in as if to warn Zhao Xian. She frowned at once. This scent, not a normal person by any means. These guys back here are pretty good, too, and all with an air of sandy conquest. Should have been stationed at the wall in the past as well, but how did they end up in the back of the school? Unintentionally, she swept a glance at the waist tag hanging on this man's body and, shocking Dragon Guard? Why are the Dragon Guards here? And the person in front of us is a dragon-level powerhouse. That is, the Sovereign. This Zhuo Fan should be more than just the Chun Wuxian himself. There must be some other mysterious identity. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible to have such a powerful surprising Dragon Guard guarding again. No way, I'm playing must see what the hell Dravan is up to. No comment, ma'am. The man spoke indifferently, blocking it with one hand. The majestic qi and blood directly stopped Zhao Xian, as if the city walls were not approachable in the slightest. At this time, Zhuo Fan had already returned to the blessed cave. Take a deep breath and feel refreshed. It's time. The 7th rank of the martial arts path. He sat cross-legged in the center, and once again took a few deep breaths and, feeling the dense gathering of soul power around him. In fact, while watching Amazing Wang's livestream, the feeling of breaking through the 7th order was already there. Only, he was restraining. But now that the rich soul energy is stirring up, the scent of his own breakthrough had fully flushed out. The qi and blood emanating from Zhuo Fan's body fused with his soul power, as if he had become one with his environment, light as a feather. He only felt incomparably relaxed, the pores of his body opening up to absorb the essence of heaven and earth around him. Some of the Demon King and Demon Emperor corpses in the surroundings continuously emitted blood-red qi and blood power. All the essence of the entire blessed cave has been evaporated. Qi and blood, soul power, aura, and even the air he breathed carried a marvelous power that rose up. Dravan groped for a feeling in his mind. It's about time. The gong method was running, and everything around him slowly rotated, surrounding Zhuo Fan. It continuously wore down and fused. It eventually became part of his body. At this moment, he was already at the 7th stage of the martial Tao. But, the feeling of breaking through the shackles isn't over yet. The body is still greedily sucking in all the soul power and aura around it. At once, he felt that he was hot and dry, as if he was a Dan furnace that was fusing everything around him. Clenching his teeth for a moment, his breath exploded with. The entire blessed cave sky emitted a slight vibration. Open your eyes. Zhuo Fan felt the changes in his body. Lightness was incomparable, not to mention that the strength of his body was more solidly coalesced than before. With a single wave of your hand, you can send out a small qi, even blasted a small rock through the air. I didn't expect that this time. Not only did I break through the 7th stage of the martial arts path, or even outright peak, he felt the psionic energy in his body and, no longer nebulous and uncatchable. Instead, he was able to play with it in the palm of his hand and rub it all over himself. Slightly release some soul power. These soul forces can change their shapes and even swim back and Fourth, according to their own preferences, Zhuofan keeps releasing soul power to make various utensils out of it. What with the cups, tables, and chairs, it just feels as easy as playing with Play-Doh, playing around. He felt a strange power running through his body. This power swam between one's dantian, as if it was within reach, but it suddenly shattered the moment he tried to grab onto it. The power to shatter, to run through the whole body. Dravan was amazed for a moment. Is this soul magic? It seems like making things with psionic power is more stable. Nope, psionic power can be released more too. I can't. It's too much fun. I need to play more. Thinking so, Zhuofan played with his soul power in the blessed cave. Zhao Xian didn't go in hard and left the back of the mountain. Take a step back. Big deal. My lady won't go in. Wait for Dravan to come out on his own. When we catch him, make sure he deletes all the photos and recordings. Wait, do you talk nonsense when you're drunk? Not good. Maybe he shot it when he was drunk. Damn it. With that thought, she picked up her communicator. Instantly, she took a step back the more she thought about it. Dravan's circle of friends is full of pictures of himself. Zhao Xian gritted his teeth and instantly became enraged. Good for you, Dravan. I can't believe I had the nerve to put the photo in my friend's circle. Pissed off at this lady. No, it has to be up the hill. See if this lady won't beat you to death. She twisted her head and was about to rush up the back of the mountain to find Zhuofan to vent her anger. But from afar, he could see the few shocking dragon guards. At once, she wimped out again. Chapter 125 Can't Sleep. Zhao Xian, who saw the surprising dragon guard, calmed down slightly. I'm no match for that. Can't be impulsive. Let's go back first and ask for clarification after he comes down. She turned away, patiently. On the way back, Zhao Xian kept scrolling through messages and circles of friends. I didn't realize it was only a few steps away. She then saw that other friends also have their own shameful photos, all forwarded from Zhuofan's circle of friends. Lit. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Other platforms began to flood with reposted photos and messages. There are even some marketing numbers that, a picture that goes with 1,000,000 kinds of copy. A young girl lost and crying by the side of the road? After being bullied by punks, all she could do was cry. Helpless girl on the side of the road, mocked by a group, and the truth turns out to be, the weeping maiden. How many unspeakable things have happened behind her back? Of these texts, Zhao Xian became a peasant orphan one moment, and was trafficked the next. Still have to act as a delivery boy or a down-home student girl. You marketing guys, what's wrong with you? You like to get attention, don't you? I'll gouge your eyes out. Dravan is pissed off enough as it is. You're still here? Zhao Xian immediately called the family and found his father. Zhao Liren, I can't make it to the back of the hill. Can't you get rid of your impudence? Dad, the streets are full of pictures of my daughter now. Those shameless things scribble copy. Zhao Xian growled. It's all Zhuofan's fault. He's taking pictures indiscriminately, so quickly tell him to delete them all. Later, Daddy will punish you all severely, and the culprit, Dravan. This, on the other end of the phone, Zhao Liren, who was being wrapped up in his official duties, froze in his tracks. When he heard the name of Zhuo progenitor, his scalp went numb. But listening to my daughter's angry face, I don't think it's odd job himself, is it? Obviously I'm expected to crack down on these marketing numbers. Yes, they're abominable. Dare to get on my daughter's head. Those marketing announcements. Good deal. Daddy will get it for you in a minute. Zhao Liren replied gently. And Dravan, tell him to delete those pictures. The circle of friends is all full of those shameful pictures of me. Zhao Xian's anxious voice was tinged with indignation. Drexel's procirculated photos aren't just going to be deleted. Zhao Liren was silent for a while and slowly spoke. You should just get along with Zhuo progenitor. Dad, how you help outsiders? Zhao Xian was immediately unhappy. He's not just a wushu god himself. Could it still be bigger than the Zhao family? Oops, daughter, let your mind go. Zhao Liren still continues to gentle persuasion. Chuk passed on a photo of his daughter. What's this? It's a sign of interest in her heart. Pull it together. I'm the one who passes on the old man's name to Chuk. There's some glory to be had in the future. You two fit together quite well, too. But I heard his voice with a smile. And these photos of you, and drinking and eating, this is not all you are willing to do it. If you don't want to, Daddy can't even force you. Besides, if the Zhuo progenitor is patting you down like this, he must be interested in you. Zhao Liren got more and more outrageous as Zhao Xian fell silent. You like me? Are you kidding me? My lady can't wait to kill him. This nasty thing. Listen to your father. Good boy. And have a good talk with the Zhuo progenitor. Maybe the Zhuo pro transmission isn't what you think it is. Zhao Xianclam couldn't help it and immediately hung up the phone before Zhao Liren finished. Each and every one of you, just know how to bully me. This lady has to charge up your broken backwoods today. Not only do you have to delete the photos, and to humiliate you, Dravan. You wait. In a fit of rage, Zhao Xian gritted his teeth and rushed towards the back of the mountain. One hand, already resting on the thin sword at his waist. Today this lady is going to kill her way in. Standing in front of her was still the astonishing dragon guard. Miss, the forbidden area in the back of the mountain. You may not enter. This time, Zhao Xian didn't say a word as his body's qi and blood rose up and a powerful shockwave erupted. Drawing her thin sword, she took a step and rushed off to. There was a great sense of death for those who stood in my way. Dang! With a muffled sound, Zhao Xian only felt the heavens spinning and the earth spinning. Her sword didn't even touch the man. Collapsed to the ground instantly. In the next second, she was immobilized by the dragon-level shocking dragon guard in front of her, with his knee on her back. Let go of this lady, or I'll let daddy make you look good. You on the wall's side, you don't want to have a good time either. Zhao Xian struggled, tears popping out of his eyes. Get out of here. Why does Dravan have this outrageous escort? Why does he get to go to the back of the mountain? Why can't you take revenge for being bullied? Holding back. It's too suffocating, and please leave. The dragon-ranked surprising dragon guard spoke coldly. Considered Zhao Xian's greatest tolerance. Or are you going to make a move against your captain? You're the one who didn't have a good time. You're a reserve under Team 8. Am I right? Hearing this, Zhao Xian was startled. When he looked up, he realized that this surprising dragon guard was, in fact, his own captain. She had only met the captain a few times. Now that the captain is not wearing armor, plus the anger that just went to my head, Zhao Xian really didn't see it. She fell silent, calming down. What exactly is Dravan's identity? All my captains are assigned to guard the backwoods? How strong is he? Pressing his saliva, Zhao Xian nodded slightly and could only leave with a confused look on his face. Zhuo Fan did not know anything about this matter. Still in the blessed cave play with Play-Doh. Suddenly, he remembered that last night, after seeing the first. I'm tired of those bosses congratulating me. Just ran off to dinner. The first place reward hasn't been taken yet. Gotta go and get the stuff before I do. It's all too good to go to waste. All the way down the mountain, Zhuo Fan passed by the cultivation room. It was a bit of a reminder of his past in the cultivation room. Not for long. I wonder how Ms. Lin Jiao is doing? So many students come and go every day. I haven't been to see her in so long. I don't know if it still rings a bell. Sister Jiao. Zhuo Fan knocked on the door, but saw Lin Jiao sleeping on the table. Ha! Lin Jiao was sleepy and rubbed her eyes that were filled with dark circles. Mr. Shua, what brings you here? She was instantly energized. I spent all last night looking at my friend's circles. It's all the pictures that Dravan sent. The heart is fearful. Again. Worry. Compared to someone like Zhao Xian, who's young and pretty and has a family to back him up, one's vulnerability is too obvious. Worried and scared, staring at these pictures all night long, she froze and didn't sleep a minute. What happened to your eyes, Sister Jiao? Dravan's voice held a touch of concern. I didn't sleep well yesterday. It's not. You took first place in the heavenly ranking, and Sister Jiao is happy in her heart. Lin Jiao laughed. I couldn't sleep all night. Chapter 126, Receiving Rewards. Treating dinner. Sister Jiao must take care of her health. Zhuo Fan's concern caused Lin Jiao's heart to burst with warmth. You're surrounded by so many beautiful women, and care about me. Hey, it would be nice if the blind date was something like Zhuo kissing Xuan. Let me help you with your practice room first. You're number 1 on the heavenly ranking now. You can add extra time. It's 5 hours now. Lin Jiao rubbed her eyes and then began to record on the machine. Then, well, thank you Sister Jiao. Dravan would have liked to claim his prize straight away. On second thought, it's a waste of time not practicing. Just in time to see if anything has changed in the practice room. Although it is not as good as a blessed cave, it is also considered a cultivation treasure. It couldn't be letting her work for nothing. After practicing a little bit in the cultivation room, Zhuo Fan walked out. Is the day over so soon? Lin Jiao, who had been sitting awake for a while, had more than a few moments of surprise on her face. It's been a while. Surprisingly, he was already at the 7th stage of the martial arts path. Nope, still the pinnacle. Wait, isn't the first place on the heavenly ranking list a half-step sovereign? Zhuo Fan can win against a half-step grandmaster by relying on the 7th rank? Is this the personal disciple of martial god Chen? It's too strong. Sister Jiao, I wanted to ask you about something. Zhuo Fan thought for a moment and spoke slowly. This practice room is not as good as a blessed cave. You can't practice here. Gee, put it away. 2. Why don't you use it to generate income? Go ahead. Lin Jiao immediately warmed up a bit. Sister Jiao, can I rent out my practice room time? Just redeem the merit badge. I can rent my time to someone else. Zhuo Fan opened his mouth in some confusion. Try it first. If it doesn't work, sell it directly to Yang Bing. Nope, no merit badge for her. Wait, Zhao Xian seems to have merit. Sell it to her directly and screw her good. Yes, there are some formalities that need to be done. Hang on, I'll get right on that. How much time do you need to rent? Lin Jiao took out the form and instructed Zhuofan to fill it out. 5 hours all rented out. Zhuofan didn't think twice. The price. Sister Jiao. You said it. I'm getting merit badges for nothing. Anyway, as much as you want. Ever since the breakthrough to bring to the peak of the 7th stage of martial arts, Zhuofan felt like he couldn't use up all the power in his body. There were signs of soul power spilling out of his body. Can't press it at all. Looking at Lin Jiao being so helpful, Zhuofan thought about how he didn't even call her for dinner yesterday. Sister Jiao, are you free tonight? Shall we eat together? Dravan signed and immediately asked. My treat. Yes. Lin Jiao agreed without even thinking about it. The head is dazed and the heart is thumping. Ha? Dravan invited me to dinner? Is it a crush on me? That's great. Blind dates can be so annoying these days. Then we'll eat this one later. Zhuofan searched for the restaurant that dined yesterday was not bad, so he sent her the address. The two agreed to meet at that restaurant. After collecting yesterday's reward at the martial arts arena, Zhuofan thought about how it was quite inconvenient to go out with his senior sister yesterday. It's got to come with a fancy seat. If not, it's a good way to get around. He directly dialed Chen Xingfang's phone number. The abyss beyond the wall. Chen Xingfang ran a shot through a shadow demon. Demon blood splatters. Sweeping around. This demon nest had been cleared pretty much. Ding dong ding dong. The comms are ringing. The corners of her mouth rose slightly when she saw it was Zhuofan calling. What? Remembering me as master? She spoke easily. This kid called. It's not good. He. Master teacher has worked hard. Zhuofan's small voice made Chen Xingfang confirm her suspicions even more. Does the Night's Watch have a seat? I, for one, would like to match a car. Hearing this, Chen Xingfang fell silent. Why does this kid want a car all of a sudden? Is it time to go out and show off? So be it. So young, there's always a time to drift. I didn't before, but I can add you. Thinking for a while, Chen Xingfang replied. Without even looking, she casually stabbed her gun sideways, and a small demon that tried to sneak up on her exploded. What model do you want? I'll sit on whatever master teacher gives me. Dravan immediately replied. What's the point of picking when you can have a car? Anyway, master's vision certainly can't be wrong. Just wait, you'll be contacted afterward. I've got a few things going on. After saying that, Chen Xingfang hung up the phone. After briefly dealing with Zhuofan's matching vehicle, he continued to search for the remnants of the demon race. Dravan heard the phone hang up less than 5 minutes before an unfamiliar call came in. Is that Mr. Dravan? Your car is ready. I'm your driver. The car is already in front of the school. You can come whenever you want. Hearing the call, Zhuofan was thrilled for a moment. Master's father is just so efficient. It's only been 5 minutes and there's a car. He immediately headed for the school gates. On the way, the driver also sent over a photo of the car for Zhuofan's confirmation. The school entrance at this time. A brand new Bentley Mulsanne was parked prominently in front of the school. The driver was very dedicated in the car and how many students came around and he ignored them. Whose house is this? It's so grand. Isn't that the customized Bentley Mulsanne? I didn't realize it until you told me. Hurry up and shoot it. Doesn't this have to be a squat to see whose car it really is? Even the students who had seen a lot of luxury cars took out their communicators at this point to take pictures of the customized Bentley Mulsanne. Cross your fingers as you shoot, waiting for the owner to come. Dravan came to the gate and looked for a long time without finding a car. Finally, among the people, he found a seat. Move over, I want to get in the car. Zhuofan spoke faintly and walked through the crowd. The driver saw him and immediately got out of the car and opened the backseat door. Mr. Shua, please. Facing the envious gazes of the students, Zhuofan got in his car and left in a cloud of dust. True to form, Shua's own car is customized. Yes, he won the first place in the heavenly ranking yesterday. I guess he's some kind of boss, right? Watching the car's distant shadow, the students gathered at the entrance finally dispersed. Arriving at the hotel, Zhuofan asked for a private room straight away. When that waiter from yesterday saw that it was Zhuofan, he immediately brought the boss here. Pro-Chancellor Zhua, is it the same dishes as yesterday? The owner rubbed his hands together while smiling. It worked yesterday. If it could be a restaurant exclusive to Chuk's family, that's a lot of business for the future. I'd like to see the menu. There's another one called Lin Jiao coming later. Sitting in the box, the boss handed over the menu before Zhuofan's words left his mouth. It's a shock not to look at it. Yovan only felt that he didn't eat enough yesterday. So much demon beast meat. Demon generals. Ha! Women, being a vegan for the sake of your figure? I'm in charge today. With that, he ordered a lot of meat. Ready to go. Zhuofan picked up his communicator and sent a message to Lin Jiao. Not long after, with a sound of high heels de, Lin Jiao walked in. She's wearing light makeup on her face, in a red dress, a little more mature beauty. Before he sat down and had taken a few bites, the waiter walked in. MS. Lin Jiao. Someone outside is looking for you. Chapter 127, White Boy. Looking for trouble? Seeing this, a wave of surprise passed over Zhuofan's face, but he reacted quickly. Lin Jiao was originally a native of the imperial capital. There's always contacts. I guess there's someone who wants to help or something. Aha. Also normal. Excuse me, I'm going out. Lin Jiao had a few apologies on her face, wiping his hands slightly with a wet wipe. He got up and went out with the waiter, but the door to the room wasn't closed tightly, and Zhuofan could catch a glimpse of movement outside. A big, burly man was talking to Lin Jiao, peeking through the doorway. This person should also be a martial artist. His voice, though, it was rather gruff. Every word came with a heavy growl, and the blame was unspoken. Be shameless? You're keeping a gigolo behind my back? Is it good? When I'm what? Along with the angry voice, Zhuofan knew it was bad when he saw the man's open teeth and claws. Even a couple of hotel attendants came and couldn't talk them out of it. Dravan smiled and got up, slowly opening the door. He happened to see the scene where this person was making a move on Lin Jiao. He kicked at it without saying a word. Put. A muffled sound. The man fell to his knees, covering his stomach. My stomach turned over and I almost threw up. Which one are you again? Dare to hit me? Do you have any idea who I am? The man endured the pain and struggled up with a face full of anger, lunging towards Zhuofan. At once, Lin Jiao's face turned white and her heart was filled with fear. Mr. Zhuofan, it's better not to cause trouble. I'll take care of this. You go back first. She tugged on the corner of Dravan's coat and whispered close to her ear. Dravan can be offended, but I can't afford to offend myself. It's okay. Dravan waves his hand. A step forward and a punch. The man was just about to return the favor when he saw Zhuofan pick an elbow again. Roll. After a fat beating, Zhuofan spoke faintly. The man's eyes were still fierce, but his body obediently turned away. Grandma. A good man refuses to be forced to do what he has to do. Let's see how long you little white boys can fool around. Seeing the man leave, the two returned to the booth to continue their meal. But in the time afterward, Lin Jiao became distracted. Sister Jiao, who is he? Dravan asked with some curiosity. Lin Jiao is a teacher at the martial arts academy anyways. How is it possible to cross paths with such evil people? Besides, shouldn't all the natives of the imperial capital be gentle? Is it hard to be some kind of lone shark? It shouldn't. His name is Zhou Yang. He is a blind date arranged by his family. As you know, teachers aren't getting any younger. The marriage thing is at home, and it's being rushed. Lin Jiao slightly covered her mouth, as if she had not yet recovered from the shocking scene just now. Yovan actually helped me. He had me in mind. Is it the right clothes? No, no, no. Those big ladies have better bodies and faces. But what if he messes with Zhou Yang by doing this? That's a bit wild. This blind date of yours. Dravan was still a little confused. Don't you pick your dates anymore? This kind of person can still come on a blind date? Although Lin Jiao is slightly older. Nice looking body too. It's a decent job. How come the blind date is this kind of thing? Take a step back. Not to say that the door is right, but it shouldn't be so wilder. Should it? Could it be that Lin Jiao's family is really in a hurry? Hungry for more? He's just a rich cockney. Usually just like to hang out on the street with my little brother. Just a dude. Full of bullies. Lin Jiao explained. The family had to think he was good. Her face was filled with disgust for Zhou Yang. He's not going to be done with you after you hit him like that. At once, Lin Jiao was scared again. Her eyes filled with worry for Zhuofan. The half-step master who won the first place on the heavenly ranking was also in the ring. Zhou Yang's men wouldn't follow the rules of the ring. No way. We can't let Dravan get hurt. I am the teacher of his ashram and I have to take responsibility. Thinking of this, Lin Jiao immediately spoke. Mr. Zhuofan, you'd better go first. The teacher here will handle it. You can't afford to mess with him. Hearing this, Zhuofan's face was a bit odd. As a rule, now that I'm energized, I don't think there are many people in the imperial city that you can't afford to mess with. Are there? Even if you can't afford it, you have to look at your master's face, right? Is there some kind of master behind this one? TSK. It's nice to have it delivered to your door. It was just the right time to try out what kind of combat power the peak of the 7th order was. The big deal is to bring up the master. Sister Jiao, it's okay. Let's keep eating. Zhuofan shrugged and signaled to just keep eating. As he was talking, he heard a bang. The door to the room was kicked in. Zhou Yang made a comeback with a few minions. Behind him these few are also martial artists. But the rank is a bit touching. Gigolo, you can't touch my woman? How dare you hit the old man? Zhou Yang, who had the backing of his little brother, was arrogant all of a sudden. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you still don't know who's a master. Zhuofan turned a deaf ear and calmly clamped his food. Press didn't take Zhou Yang seriously at all. Hey, hear that? Stand thee up. Seeing Zhuofan like this, Zhou Yang was instantly furious. Kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. and this will be over today. Otherwise, I'll make your whole family suffer. Bang! He pounded his fist on the table, and a small dent appeared in it. Hiccup! Eat up! Zhuofan calmly put down his chopsticks and looked up at the horrified Lin Jiao. He also swept Zhou Yang and his minions with his afterimage. Just you guys? Can't move me. Zhuofan spoke faintly, getting up and stretching. If you don't believe me, you guys just try it. Welcome. At those words, Zhou Yang rolled up his sleeves and stared viciously at Zhuofan. How can you be such a pimp here? Lessons owed. Let's see if I don't give you a flying today. Are you still pretending, you little white boy? Zhou Yang took advantage of Zhuofan stretching and threw a punch. The qi and blood rose from the dantian, and the power converged into the fists. This is his strongest punch. An eye for an eye. You hit me first, but you're not a good fighter. This time I'll give you a taste of what it means to have a head start. In the next second, Zhuofan's outstretched hand instantly elbowed out. There was a pft sound mixed with the sound of bones cracking. Zhou Yang's fist missed and his entire body was knocked to the ground. The ground was instantly covered with small humanoid craters. What are you waiting for? Hit him for me. Zhou Yang didn't believe it and covered his arm, gritting his teeth and screaming, Grandma, I can't move alone. It's a crowded day. See if I don't beat you to a pulp. Seeing his boss get knocked down in one go, the group of minions behind Zhou Yang were all goated. The boss's 7th-ranked martial arts expert was all ate up in one go. How are we going to make it with all these people? The family is still yelling to get back for dinner. A few juniors took a step backward, their faces showing fear. Chapter 128, is he Zhuofan? All on. What's the holdup? Zhou Yang got up and took several steps back, staring at Zhuofan in front of him. This little white boy has some skills, but there's no such thing as too many men. I've brought so many people and I still can't take you? But none of the minions behind him moved. The farce in the box attracted many people to stop and watch. The heat is not too much, as long as they don't implicate themselves. Eating melon is fun. The crowd looks strangely familiar, as if it's Zhuo's own? No way? It looks rather similar. A few of the eaters recognized Zhuofan. Hearing all the rustling, Zhou Yang's little brother panicked a few more times. The junior brother who leaned close to him directly whispered, Boss, this can't really be Zhuo's own pass, can it? So many people talking back there? Why don't we just forget about it today? Another junior spoke up with a panicked look in his eyes. Fart. What Zhuo Pro transmission? The Zhuo progenitor can seduce Laozi's woman? If you look like that, you're a Zhuo progenitor? Zhou Yang looked disdainful. Fight as usual. With that, his gaze went to Zhuofan. White boy, I'll give you two choices. Either kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times now. Either that, or you won't walk out that door today. He had an angry look on his face, as if he had forgotten the lesson of being knocked to the ground with a single blow. Zhuofan was a bit distracted when he saw that Zhou Yang was not relenting. I didn't want to call anyone. You people are blocking the road and you won't let me out? Forget it. He sighed, picked up his communicator, and dialed, Come here. He then hung up the phone and sat back in his chair, taking a few leisurely sips of tea. At this time outside the blessed cave, captain of the surprise dragon guard, being stationed, he straightened his back and his eyes did not slacken. I'm afraid even a fly couldn't slip under his nose. The phone rings. Seeing that it was Zhuofan, he immediately picked up. When he heard the word come, his expression became serious. Those 2 from Team 2 come with me and fill in the rest of the spots on Team 3. He ordered immediately. There was no way that Dravan couldn't swing those goods. Ask me to go. It should be something special. Anyway, orders are orders. In the blink of an eye, the men were in place, and the captain of the surprise dragon guard set off immediately. They're usually just responsible for guarding the perimeter of the blessed Tongtian, ensure the safety and secrecy of Zhuofan's cultivation. Beyond that, however, they would also spare some manpower to secretly protect Zhuofan. School grounds are followed directly. Outside of school grounds it's the eyes and ears of the men who pass on the information. So, before Dravan called, the captain already knew what had happened in the hotel box. He was merely waiting for Dravan's order. Now that Dravan's order has come, they can then go out. The frightened dragon guards usually didn't show up, and even within the Great Xia, there weren't many that had actually seen the frightened dragon guards. They are also not obligated to be in the public eye. In just a few minutes, the trio arrived on the scene. The surrounding Guagua crowd saw that these few people, the captain of the surprising dragon guard, carried an extraordinary aura all over their bodies. This is an unusual group of people. 80% of them are garrison troops from the wall. Let's stay away or we'll get hurt. It looks like it should be a big fight. I didn't realize that progenitor Zhua could call such a powerful person. Look at the one leading the way. At a glance he's a Zongshi. What's the point of this fight? So as not to spill the beans, they'll either go back to dinner and, either that or voluntarily back out of position and let him and them pass. What? You want to start a fight? Noticing the surprising dragon guards coming, Zhou Yang let out a cold smile. So the call was for someone? Do you have enough men to fight? And I don't know where it's coming from in the wild. 3 men. It's not enough to stuff your teeth, boss. They seem to be coming from a lot of places. The little brothers on the side, seeing the 3 of the surprising dragon guards, each with superior strength, panicked even more. Joke. What kind of goodies can a little white boy like him call in? Even if it's from the Martial Arts Alliance, they still have to sell my father's face. Who can move me? Zhou Yang had a disdainful look on his face. Just listen to this crappy little white boy pretending up, huh? The terrified Lin Zhao on the side, however, was no longer afraid at this time. More, was surprised. Why are the dragon guards here? Aren't they in the back of the mountain? It had already felt that Zhuo Fan's status was not low, but even the amazing dragon guards can command. How far has Dravan come? It could never be the martial god himself alone. No wonder even Zhou Yang wasn't afraid. Get out of the way. The captain of the surprising dragon guards spoke slowly and unhurriedly. What's your deal? What part of the martial league? Or where wild? Zhou Yang was still arrogant and domineering. How dare you tell me to get out of the way? All the top officials of the Wushu Union have to call my father master. What grade are you in? Are you qualified? I'm going to block it for you. Brothers, block it for me. No one is coming in today. Before the words left his mouth, the 3 minions under him had already crashed into the wall. Seeing this, Zhou Yang became furious. His body was filled with qi and blood, and he was about to teach these 3 guys of unknown origin a good lesson. The qi and blood in the dantian instantly exploded into the whole body. This all-out punch of his carried a powerful wind and violently killed. Now there's something to see. What's there to see? These 3 strengths aren't on the same level as them. It's always good to fight and see, right? Passers-by saw the hands, naturally a melon look, and even took out their cell phones to shoot records. It's not often that you get into a fight in this mid to high-end venue. The foodies are still excited about it. But just as he took out his communicator, Zhou Yang was smothered to the ground in one fell swoop. Nosebleeds are coming out. That's too soon. The faces of the melon eaters showed a spoiler, but they were also surprised by the strong strength of the shocking dragon guards. This can't be the person invited by your progenitor, can it? Tisk this kind of strength. It's really killing a chicken with a bull's knife. Those few really don't know how to live. How dare they mess with the Zhuo progenitor? In order to make the trip worthwhile, the audience still picked up the communicator to shoot. Room. Zhou Yang, who had fallen to the ground, only felt dizzy. Before he could look back, he was pinned to the ground by one of them. What's the deal with these 3 guys? Strong. It's too strong. How can I say that I've seen 1 or 2 of such strong ones in the martial league? But they who? Never seen it. With shock in his heart, Zhou Yang saw the captain of the surprising dragon guards pull back his coat slightly. The token of the surprising dragon guard is in plain sight. Zhou Yang immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Fear traveled from his face to his entire body. Is it true that the shocked dragon guard is real? Why didn't my father say that the surprising dragon guards would come to the imperial capital? Did that little white boy really call the dragon guards? Even though his head was spinning, his gaze went to Zhuo Fan, who was sitting not far away. Please cooperate in the future. The captain of the surprising dragon guards redrew on his coat and came before Zhuo Fan. Dravan, we're here. Along with the voice, the captain of the surprising dragon guards knelt in front of Zhuo Fan with 2 of his men, clasping his fists and saluting. That kind of strength. How dare you have to kneel in front of him? Who the hell is this guy? It can't really be Zhuo Fan, can it? Chapter 129, Divine Level Technique. Zhuo Fan slowly stood up and walked to Zhou Yang with a smile. A martial artist from Disya should be guarding Disya, not to be used as capital for your arrogance. While saying that, Zhuo Fan crouched down and helped Zhou Yang up. Zhou Yang, whose face was full of shock, froze. What is he doing? Shouldn't you be kicking my ass while you're at it? You're going to step on me? How? Could it be that there is some other conspiracy? That smile. It's not a smile and a knife, is it? This time, forget it. If, that is, you have a next time. Zhuo Fan's face suddenly became serious. I won't forgive you lightly. Zhou Yang's entire body froze, not getting it at all. Zhuo Fan turned out to be such a generous person? I'm being petty-minded. Obviously, there's a shocking dragon guard around, and to be so forgiving, that's a direct pro-transmission. No wonder he was able to become the personal heir of martial god Chen. Mindfulness is as strong as martial arts strength. It's horrible. Big brother, you'll be my big brother from now on. With Zhuo Fan's tenderness, Zhou Yan also followed the 180-degree turn in attitude. There's no such thing as big brother or not. You just have to remember my words. Zhuo Fan waved his hand slightly, letting him leave. Zhou Yan was so grateful that his eyes were a little red. I've never met anyone so forgiving in my life, or an existence whose strength was absolutely crushing. I'm going to do well for Daxiao as well. All of this was unintentional on Zhuo Fan's part, but the melon eaters had a heart. Zhuo Fan's normalization of the bullies was filmed by many people. It went viral on the internet and there was more than a little discussion. Have you heard? The Zhuo progenitor has actually indoctrinated a dude. It can't be, can it? Let me see. I'll be damned. It's still true. I've long looked at that Zhou Yang with displeasure. A daily bully. Great joy. With all the comments and chats on the internet, Zhuo Fan's indoctrination of the playboy Zhou Yang has exploded. The heat of Zhuo Fan winning the first place on the heavenly ranking hadn't yet passed, and there was one more entry on the hot search. Today, 3 of the top 5 hot searches are related to Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan himself, however, didn't care at all. After having dinner with Lin Jiao, he went straight back to the blessed cave. Ding dong ding dong. Zhuo Fan, who was having fun with his soul power, heard the sound of the communicator and hurriedly picked up the phone. On the other end of the phone was Chen Qingfang. What are you up to? Forgot your master for dinner with the teacher in that ashram? Chen Qingfang slowly asked. Zhuo Fan then realized that he had played with his soul power so obliviously that he hadn't even returned his master's message. Dinner is long overdue. I'm cultivating in the blessed cave. He answered with a straight face, playing with psionics. It should be considered part of the practice, right? Master, what are your orders? His voice softened a few notches at the thought of not returning the message. Master wants to see me. It must be something important. Is it taking me to the abyss? Or is there something better? I think it's because my secret team is in good hands, isn't it? I'm going to take a trip back to the imperial capital soon. By the way, let's see the progress of your cultivation. Chen Qingfang said as she glanced out the window. The likeness of the imperial capital could already be seen below. Wait for me to arrive. Hang up the phone. After an hour, Zhuo Fan saw the master teacher, who was dressed in an unusual outfit, walk over. Even in her unusual dress, she couldn't hide her marvelous body. You bring out that stranger's sword of yours. Chen Qingfang didn't talk nonsense and spoke straight away. Dravan was a little puzzled. What does master want with my stranger's sword? It's not going to be an awesome replacement for me, is it? There was doubt in his mind, but he did as he was told. Drawing the stranger's sword from his space belt, Zhuo Fan saw the spots on his blade. It seemed like it was left over from the match with Zhao Xian. Even the blade had some tiny nicks in it. However, he saw Chen Qingfang throw out a bloodied arm. It's 3 meters long. Some purple and cyan auras were constantly emanating from it. It even looks alive. Zhuo Fan was really taken aback. I'll be damned. It's rare to have arms this big. It should be the demon emperor of the abyss, right? It's alive and kicking. Still fresh. It's supposed to be a trophy, right? This meat should taste good. Master is having a hot pot? Stranger slices the meat. It's not like it won't work. This is the arm of the demon emperor. More powerful than the demon emperor. Chen Qingfang explained while observing Zhuo Fan's stranger's blade. It's just right that you can use it to strengthen the stranger's blade. After being reminded, Zhuo Fan then reacted. Yeah, it can also be used for reinforcement. Before, when he competed with Zhao Xian, this blade was scarred. Now that the martial arts are at the 7th level, maybe the blade can't even keep up with the strength of my cultivation. It does have to be reinforced. The master is in the abyss, and thinking of me as a disciple. It's so touching. Thinking of this, a warm current ran through Zhuo Fan's heart. Smilingly, he plunged his sword on top of the arm of this 3-meter-long demon emperor. Come to the lake house when you're done. Before leaving, Chen Qingfang spoke about the arrangement. I have something else to tell you. Refining these little things. I'll stop watching. On the contrary, this time the abyss is not a small harvest. Also found some great stuff. Okay, take care, master. I'll be right over. Zhuo Fan snorted and devoted himself to strengthening the stranger's sword. Coupled with his earlier playing with his soul power, he realized that he could even use his soul power to shape his sword. Soul power wrapped around the powerful aura of the demon emperor slowly penetrated into the stranger's blade. The gaping hole in the stranger's blade disappeared as far as the eye could see, with all the breath from the demon emperor's arm entering the stranger's blade. Instead, Zhuo Fan felt that his stranger's sword was much lighter. Not so much the actual weight, but the feel of the swing. At once, he felt a one-way channel between him and the stranger. Qi and blood could be infused directly into the blade without going through the body's explosion. Even if one did not deliberately infuse it, a portion of qi and blood would still be left on the blade. Even this chakra can be used to repair the wear and tear on the blade. In the blink of an eye, there were worn-out stranglers everywhere. It's like brand new from the factory. Dravan looked at his masterpiece in shock. This knife, it's scary even for me. It's too strong. That's how I can keep up with the intensity of my future. Putting away his knife, he rushed to the cottage by the lake. In the villa, Chen Qingfang had been waiting for a long time. Go to the abyss this time and find something that suits you, she said, placing 3 martial arts books on the table. A book of sword techniques, a book of body techniques, and a book of boxing techniques. Each martial art book carried a rather strong spiritual energy in itself. Absolutely superb. Zhuo Fan looked along and was instantly moved. These can be the ones I'm missing. Don't talk about good swordsmanship here. It's just a struggle to find the blade. The stance is just the right thing to step up to the real thing. Boxing. Last resort. Maybe it can be used with a knife technique. Aren't you lacking in sword skills? You happened to see it when you cleared out a demon cave earlier. Chen Xingfang said and waved her hand. Take a look. They should all be useful. Chapter 130, The Great Success. Sister's Invitation. Zhuo Fan looked down and the blade technique called Demon Breaker was right in front of him. The rest were the body technique called Return to the Source and the fist technique called Open Heaven. The name. It's also too common. Could it be that this is the legendary? A heavy sword without a blade is too big for its own good? The strong spiritual power of these three martial arts told Zhuo Fan that they are by no means simple. With excitement, Zhuo Fan opened it and looked at it slightly. What's this? He wasn't even looking hard enough. Just opened it up and glanced at it twice. The spiritual energy on the book penetrated along Zhuo Fan's hand as if it had found its master. In a flash, a powerful force rushed into his mind. Let's not talk about practicing carefully. Some of the action shadows of the blade strikes had come into his mind. Interesting. It's so much fun. With that came some moves in bodywork and boxing. It's like they're alive. The moment Zhuo Fan touched it, he reaped no small amount of enlightenment. Only the legendary heavenly rank martial arts can have such an effect, right? Good man. Senior went to the abyss and casually found what was basically a heavenly rank martial skill. If you practice carefully, that's a big deal. Thank you, Master. I'll start practicing. Zhuo Fan couldn't wait to put away the returning yuan and opening sky, and with the demon-breaking blade technique in hand, he was ready to go back to the blessed cave and start practicing. Slow down. Chen Xingfang waved her hand slightly, and her face fell a bit more serious. This kid, it's really getting everything in one lump. It was like this before when you were practicing, wasn't it? With a glance to the 7th rank, it was estimated that the foundation was not even solid enough. Gotta work on him before we go to the deep end. Otherwise it's too late. What a good seedling. If you're free you have to keep an eye on it. These martial arts skills, you can't practice them now. You can't start until you fully understand what's in there. She explained, if you just take a cursory look at it without thinking about it, you can go off the deep end at any time. You wouldn't want, would you, to have a big devil in this imperial capital and have me come and clean it up myself? Hearing this, Zhuo Fan was a bit puzzled. What do you mean? You understand completely? It's not just a matter of looking at it? Forget it. Master must have his reasons. What Master said, so I'll read it here first? Zhuo Fan said and began to flip through the pages of the demon-breaking blade technique. He also knew that these three martial arts, if he were to learn them all, would be a qualitative leap in his combat power. Although at the peak of the 7th stage of the martial arts, that is also purely original strength. If there were no martial arts skills, it would be no different than just swinging up and carrying a brick to smash it. Cultivation is like a lake, and as much water as there is, you have to have the tools to take it out. Martial arts and words are such tools. The original cultivation was sufficient, and only words and martial arts techniques were added to bring out absolute strength. Immediately, he remembered his earlier match with Zhao Xian. Actually, I don't even have too many chapters for my combat moves, completely relying on his strong qi and blood and a reckless energy to fight. Therefore Zhao Xian's sword was not broken even if it was fragile and thin. Instead, I'm scarred on this stranger's sword. One power down is certainly tried and true against those whose qi and blood are weaker than their own. But the ones to be dealt with in the future were all powerful demon kings and demon emperors. Thinking about it, Zhuo Fan became more and more serious. Maybe other people are slow to practice. It's really all about spending time on it. Afterward, Chen Xingfang explained some key points to Zhuo Fan, even as she took the test and gave pointers. For example, the method of power generation, qi and blood release. Listening to Zhuo Fan was mesmerizing. Master is more than just a tough fighter. Even the theoretical knowledge is so rich. Once you've explained it, you'll understand it. Once you've heard it, you'll know it. It's still a heavenly ranked sword technique. What teacher is capable of that? The remaining 2 books of stances and boxing techniques. Chen Xingshang also gave Zhuo Fan clear instructions together. By the time I finished listening, it was late at night. Zhuo Fan also had a comprehensive understanding of these 3 martial arts. In short, these 3 martial arts had only one core, the balance between offense and defense. Whether it's sword, body, or fist, it's all about a chain of elimination, and offense and defense can be interchanged at any time. This is where flexibility begins. Go to the blessed cave. Chen Xingfang looked at Zhuo Fan, who had basically comprehended the main points, and nodded slightly. Good comprehension skills, too. The rest is just good practice. That should be enough time. You should be able to practice him before you leave. Thinking so, she brought Zhuo Fan back to the blessed cave. The cultivation location is placed here. Not only the soul power here, there's also the thick defense within the cave. After so many years of being impregnated with the corpses of demon kings and emperors, the blessed cave is not only supported by powerful soul power, the protection is even more overwhelming. Otherwise, with this heavenly ranked blade technique, Zhuo Fan would be destroying the world with a casual practice outside. Practice first to see how much you understand. Chen Qingfang stood at the edge, watching Zhuo Fan draw his stranger's sword. As Zhuo Fan followed the key points in the sword technique to use his qi and blood, the stranger's sword vaguely carried a thin protective layer. Even before the knife struck the ground, shallow marks already appeared on the ground. Apart from the components that had been strengthened with the demon emperor's arm, Zhuo Fan felt that making the stranger's sword was now incredibly easy. Each slash was a loop, each stroke going in the right direction. Throwing it out is an offense. Pulling it back in the right direction is a defense. Under the unity of attack and defense, the entire blessed cave heaven shook before 30% of the force was used. This surprised Chen Qingfang for a few moments. This kid's qi and blood really isn't according to rank. The peak of the 7th rank of the martial Dao can shake the blessed cave heaven? If you want to continue to improve and surpass me, it shouldn't be a problem. Change the knife, Chen Qingfang said, using her soul power to crush the stone on the side and make a similar knife. You use this, first use this well, then use the stranger's sword. Subsequently, Zhuo Fan's release of qi and blood wasn't as intimidating. Chen Qingfang could also start pointing with precision. In addition to swordplay, bodywork and boxing began to be practiced non-stop, until Zhuo Fan exhausted the last ounce of strength in his body. At this point, he was drenched in sweat and his shirt and pants were soaked. Even his legs were a little weak as he stood, not to mention his arms that trembled more than a little. Good man, it's legendary. As long as you don't die from practicing, just practice to the death. In just a day's time, Zhuo Fan's sword technique, body technique, and fist technique had all become small accomplishments. After a few days of draining practice, Chen Qingfang was finally satisfied. You've progressed at a much faster rate than I did even back then, especially the sword technique. It fits you well. Zhuo Fan didn't have the strength to answer at all and just sat on the ground and kept panting. He was surprised to find that his blade technique had, in fact, reached the grand completion stage. It does fit. It fits so well. Sure enough, understand and practice later. It's a great effect. Ding dong ding dong. The communicator rang, and Zhuo Fan let out a deep breath and picked it up with trembling hands to check it. It was a message from Zhang Miaoxue. Junior brother, I'm coming back. Training is really hard. I'll tell you in secret when I get back, so don't tell anyone. Right, let's have dinner together when I get back. I happen to have something to tell you too. Chapter 131 Sister's Confession. Seeing the message, Zhuo Fan breathed a long sigh of relief. Senior sister is coming back, and want me to join you for dinner. Let's end it today? He looked at Chen Qingfang with a longing face. Give me a break for working so hard these past few days. I promise to practice later. Just as well, for the next 2 days, get some rest. A combination of labor and rest. Chen Qingfang nodded slightly, considered to have let Zhuo Fan off the hook for the time being. There might be something else later. Go eat. It's been a pretty good couple of days. The general direction is there, so at least it won't be off. It's a good growth spurt. 2. After giving Zhuo Fan a vacation, Chen Qingfang took the lead and left, seemingly with something to do. Zhuo Fan, who cares about this, all the way to the 36th of District A in a hurry, and took a good shower. These days are killing me. A whole lot of sweat every day. Dry and wet, wet and dry. I can't stand the salty smell on my clothes myself. He threw the clothes into the washing machine and ordered several successive washes. Dravan himself threw himself into the toilet and rubbed his whole body twice, with the hot water rinsing him off. He could just feel all the good in the world here. Although his hands were still shaking, the hot water cured him. The body is mostly relaxed. Thud. The sound of the door closing came as Zhang Miaoxue dragged her luggage to the living room. She covered her mouth and snickered when she heard the constant sound of running water coming from the toilet. Knowing that I'm back, and a special shower to greet it. Looks like there's something in it this time. Senior sister, you're back? Zhuo Fan, who had changed his clothes, walked out to greet him with a smile. It's about time to come back. This is the way you're practicing. Guess I'll be adult dry in a few days. Come on, let's eat. You must be hungry. Zhang Miaoxue immediately got up and approached Zhuo Fan. The body fragrance wafted in, and Zhuo Fan noticed that Zhang Miaoxue had deliberately dressed up. Zhuo Fan put down the towel and was let out by Zhang Miaoxue's hand. The school's small cafeteria. Zhuo Fan unprecedentedly ordered 5 pounds of demon beast meat. When the food was served, he gobbled it up. Didn't even react to that. Haven't had a good meal in days. I'm definitely going to eat a big pound today. Hey, eat slower. No one's taking it from you. Zhang Miaoxue smiled and put the food into her mouth in a graceful manner. I'm away for a couple days. Yovan must be starving. How can you have an appetite eating with those women? However, when she took a closer look, Zhuo Fan had actually broken through to the peak of the 7th stage of the martial Dao. I've only been in training for a few days. Zhuo Fan has reached the 7th rank? I'm sure he's a keeper. How else could you break through so fast when you're desolated? Hey, it must be all about me. It's only been a few days and you've broken through to the 7th rank? Something must have happened in the last few days? Zhang Miaoxue immediately pursued. Dravan was still wolfing down the food, not taking care of it. Only after Zhang Miaoxue asked again and again did he realize that Master Chen Qingfang had been instructing him in the past few days. Even in one day and one night, the martial art had become a small success, and in the following days, one's own knife skills had become greatly accomplished. At once, her heart shook and her face was filled with envy. Master has never taken a whole day to teach me before. One day? You learned your martial arts skills to a small degree in one day? A few days for the blade technique to come to fruition? Envious, Zhang Miaoxue was dumbfounded. What kind of demon is this? Come on, you're a demon. What human race would be so goddamned? In retrospect, Dravan seems to have always been pretty demonic. Previously from the 3rd order to the 7th now, it's been rising continuously without stopping. With that thought, she was relieved. Ahem, I'm going to say something big next. Zhang Miaoxue put down her chopsticks and became slightly more serious. I've passed the training test. Later, you can go to the secret squad. Hearing this, Zhuo Fan immediately congratulated. Congratulations. His face was flat, not a ripple, not a hint of joy or excitement to be seen beyond those 2 words. So, that's what you were going to tell me when you came back. Actually, I think, with senior sister's strength, it's a solid pass. Zhuo Fan slightly squeezed out a smile and, it felt like it was just too bland. At least you're a senior sister. Gotta give a little face to that. Zhang Miaoxue slightly lowered her head. Her cheeks slightly reddened. There are actually some other things. She bit her lip lightly, as if something was difficult to say. The earlier training started out as a total confinement. Later on it was slightly more possible to read some of the messages. Zhang Miaoxue, who knows nothing about what's going on in the outside world, finally saw those pictures of Dravan. It was then that a sense of crisis surged through her. Zhuo Fan is surrounded by great beauties. Who can handle that? No, when I get back, be sure to grab a confession. Which brings us to the current scene. Dravan, I have another thing to tell you. It's important. Zhang Miaoxue said as she exhaled deeply and gathered her courage. Zhuo Fan, I like you. Dravan froze. Ha, that's what's important? Sister is really good to me. It's a thing. It's not easy to say no. After all, in the beginning, sister was busy helping out a lot. The silent Zhuo Fan lowered his head and glanced at Zhang Miaoxue from time to time. A favor is a favor, but there's no provision for anyone to help anymore. You're going to give yourself to me, right? Be a little more decent with your wording. It can't be like rejecting Yang Bing. Zhang Miaoxue, who was sitting opposite, instantly looked like she had deflated after the confession. It was as if he had used up all the qi and blood in his body. Her eyes were fixed on Zhuo Fan and her whole face was red. Gosh, what did I do? I think Zhuo Fan is still thinking about it by the look of him. What if it's a yes? But what if you don't? Why am I suddenly thinking like this? But those beauties are hanging around here. Sooner or later, Dravan will be fond of him. Her mind, too, was torn. However, he saw Zhuo Fan was silent for a long time and slowly raised his head. Elder sister, you've been very kind to me. I thank you very much, but not enough to like it. Dravan spoke slowly, also thinking of wording. I refuse it. So euphemistic. That should be enough, right? Aha. It won't hurt your pride. I won't be kicked out of my room when the time comes. Zhang Miaoxue froze and trembled. She covered her mouth and her eyes were a little red and tears were welling up in her eyes. The smile on his face was full of embarrassment. It seemed that what had just happened had left her at a loss. Sure enough, I shouldn't have asked. Should have been a little more patient. There you go, totally rejected. No, I still have a chance. Living together breeds fondness. There's a sidebar for later. Aha, that's all. Zhang Miaoxue deliberately glanced down at the communicator. It seemed to hide the embarrassment on his face. Zhuo Fan, the squad is about to gather. It should be something important. I'll go first, he said, getting up immediately and scrambling away with his bag. It's better to escape the embarrassing rejection of the confession in front of you. Chapter 132, Meet the Squad Members. Seeing Zhang Miaoxue leave in a hurry, Zhuo Fan froze. This squad was prepared for me by Master Shifu. I, the captain, haven't even been notified yet. How could you possibly know to assemble? Obviously looking for an excuse to leave. Alas, the wording is still too direct. Zhuo Fan sighed and looked at the half-eaten demon beast meat on Zhang Miaoxue's seat across the room. Hey, senior sister, it's not that I don't want to talk about it. Conditions are not favorable, he muttered, shaking his head slightly. Now I'm focusing on my martial arts training. That master's training alone is exhausting. The future is even less so. Where's the spirit to talk about love? with the ding-dong sound of the communicator. Immediately following was a message from Zhang Miaoshui. Senior, it was a prank on you just now. Don't take it to heart. I'm still your good sister. How could Draven not know what this meant? There is always something to say to save your honor when you are rejected for confession. It's not impossible to start all over again. When I've perfected my martial arts, it would be good to talk to sister. After all, within these few people, the one who treats me the best is elder sister. Thinking that I had been too direct in my wording, Draven replied with a straight yes, to show that one pretends not to hear. It's better than having read and not answered and having read and messed up, right? Returning to the blessed cave, Zhuofan sat in the center and straight away began to cultivate. Hiccup, a belch shook the sky. The last 2 days have been really consuming, but after a full meal just now, it's supposed to be restored, isn't it? During the cultivation process, Zhuofan was very puzzled. Before the peak, soundly, his body was absorbing power, both aura and soul power. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, feeling it carefully. As he settled in, his body's qi and blood came out of his dantian and slowly rose up. The pores on his body gradually opened up, crazily absorbing the surrounding aura and soul power. The qi and blood contained in the meat of the demonic beast inside his stomach followed suit as it was frantically refined and absorbed internally. It was only at this moment that Zhuofan felt his power begin to grow again. What had been consumed earlier was slowly being replenished, and the speed was even faster than when they were practicing before. After some time, Zhuofan slowly opened his eyes. Hands aren't shaking anymore, and they're not tired. Spirits are renewed. So it is. He was full of wonder. It seems that only after draining all my qi, blood, soul power and spirit power to the limit, it's what allows for faster absorption and replenishment. Mastery of methodology. The cultivation afterward would be a bit faster. On the other hand, Zhang Miaoshua went straight back to Area A. No. 36. Hiding under the covers, she wiped her tears and pulled out her communicator. Looking at Zhuofan's friend circle full of photos of Zhao Xian, tears began to drip. Why did Draven take her picture? I'm a little out of shape. It's not that bad. Flipping through the photos, Zhang Miaoshua received quite a few more tidbits of information one after another. Only then did he realize that Zhuofan had become a hot search celebrity. A whole lot of marketing numbers, all opening with one chart and the text all made up. What with Zhuofan having a crush on Zhao Xian and Zhuofan getting Zhao Xian drunk. A glance at the fake made-up story. Zhang Miaoshui is not believed at all. But these pictures taken by Draven are nagging at her. At once, Zhang Miaoshui came to her realization. Finally, the reason. No wonder it was rejected. Zhuofan only took pictures of Zhao Xian, because Zhao Xian was awesome and hardworking. At such a young age, he was already a half-step sovereign, good enough and willing to work hard. It's what makes Draven interested in taking pictures. LOL. In the end I should have tried harder. I drifted away when I could make the squad, which is what Draven was reminding me of. I can't float. I have to be worthy of him. Aha. The direction is right. Just keep trying and redouble your efforts. When I'm better, Yovan is going to love me. He really took this confession as a prank. 2. It's a time to make sure you take advantage of the opportunities that never let a couple of them bad girls get away with it. Thinking of this, Zhang Miaoshua pulled herself together and her confidence came back. Ding dong ding dong. The word is out. The squad is assembled. She didn't realize that her random excuse was true. Looking at the communicator. Emergency rendezvous in half an hour. Location has been location marked. The simple sentence made Zhang Miaoshua even more excited. Aha. God still favors me. Just thought about trying. The order to assemble the squad came. Make sure you come more seriously this time. Evening. Zhuofan was inside the blessed cave, constantly absorbing the soul power around him. Lay a good foundation for the subsequent breakthrough and a series of subsequent cultivations. With total devotion, he had reached the realm of forgetfulness. After absorbing it, he picked up the stone knife that Chen Xingxuang had easily molded and practiced. I'm going to use all of my moves to their fullest potential. It was just like when Chen Xingfang was giving instructions at that time. After quickly exhausting himself to the limit, he sat down again with his legs crossed to meditate, absorbing all the soul power and aura around him. With this repetition, Zhuofan had adapted to this high-intensity cultivation. The body is even pleasant. Master is right. You should know that martial arts skill well. It's what makes it so useful. Nowadays, Zhuofan was able to do whatever he wanted when he wielded a stone blade of unknown weight. Even one-handed waving is not a problem. Thinking that it was about time, Zhuofan reconditioned himself and planned to go back to rest. Ding dong ding dong. Turn off silent mode, only to hear and see the message come through. However, the message is not sourced. It said that the squad was to meet urgently, and the location was labeled instead. In a small, relatively secluded playground off the back of the school. It wasn't exactly a no-go area, but there weren't a lot of students there. The message was sent in the middle of Zhuofan's training. By projecting this time for half an hour, It's long overdue. This was followed by a succession of messages from Chen Qingfeng. Where are the people? Where did it go? Let's get you assembled. Hurry over. One after another. While Zhuo Fan was cultivating, Chen Qingfang sent out more than 50 whole messages. Ha, really assembling? Ha, looking at this secret message with no source, Zhuo Fan then reacted. Is Zhang Miaoshua really going to the assembly? No way. The time has passed. I should have known that I wouldn't practice today after eating my fill. Hiss. Master won't blame me, will he? I did practice today. Working on it. It's always extenuating, isn't it? No, I'll rush over there first. Let the master blame it. Dravan hurriedly wiped off his sweat to make himself look refreshed. Afterward, he immediately ran out of the blessed cave. The little playground out back. A number of students were neatly lined up and waiting. Chen Qingfeng, sitting on the edge of the stool, was also constantly looking at the time. Due to the long wait, she let the students, too, take a short break. At this point the students are sitting on the floor, waiting and discussing. We're all elites inside this squad. Guess who's the captain? It's hard to say. Maybe Martial God Chen himself will lead it. Then aren't we all disciples of Martial God Chen? Chatting so much, their faces were filled with anticipation. Zhang Miaoshua kept looking around the front row, curious as to who exactly would be the captain of their squad. A short while later, Dravan arrived in a hurry, glancing at a bunch of students on the right who had already arrived, while on the left was Chen Qingfang who froze with a blank face. Chapter 133 Demon Extermination Squad. Dravan, why are you late? Chen Qingfang stared at Zhuo Fan with a cold face. There was a bit of anger in his eyes. This is the squad for you. You're not on your own at all. Is this decent? Seeing this, Zhuo Fan was still scratching his head, thinking of an answer, while Zhang Miaoshui, who was in the team, froze. Ha, Dravan's in? How come I've never heard him talk about it? And he didn't even attend the previous set. I guess it's already set in stone, isn't it? It's great to be with Shidoshi again. I must show him what I'm trying to do. But then he saw Zhuo Fan slowly speak. Hey, master, I am not serious about practicing, he said, and a few deadpan smiles fell over his face. You should have told me earlier. Good notification long ago, half an hour early. Who knew? I'm so serious about my practice. Of course I have to mute it. Sense a lot of things. That's why I forgot about it. Zhuo Fan scratched his head while looking at Chen Qingfang's face, cold as ice with a hint of seriousness. Chen Qingfang carefully observed Zhuo Fan. His qi, blood, and soul power had both increased, and judging by the aura he gave off, he should have just finished practicing not long ago. Well, let's forget it this time. In the future, always keep an eye out for news inside the squad. Her face was still serious, but it had eased up quite a bit. The corners of their mouths were all slightly upturned. Misplaced, indeed. This kid is still quite dedicated to cultivation. With the fame, and not playing around with it, mindfulness is kind of a pass. Just forgive him this time too. Okay, all stand still. Your squad, code name, Demon Destroyer. Chen Qingfang cleared her throat and announced. Hearing this code name, everyone's heart was shaken. From now on, we're all official. Zhuo Fan, you as the captain. The team will be assembled by you after that, said Chen Qingfang as she glanced at the team. Your team, among the younger generation, is the team with the highest rank, but you still need to cultivate, and you won't be assigned tasks for a while, she slowly explained. Only when all of you have reached the sovereign realm will the squad dispatch missions and some corresponding benefits will open up. Familiarize yourself first. Hearing this, Zhuo Fan let out a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. A glance swept his team. The first one standing was Zhang Miaoshui, followed by Zhao Xian. The remaining three, on the contrary, have never been seen, but judging from the aura they revealed, never an ordinary strong man. It's supposed to be the kind that's full of talent. If I didn't have the system to protect me, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to reach it at all. At this moment, Zhao Xian's eyes that wanted to kill stared at Zhuo Fan dead in the face. On what grounds? He's only at the 7th level. What makes you a captain? Strength aside, surreptitious photographs and surreptitious recordings. How can you be a captain with this kind of behavior? I'm not convinced. Isn't it the Chen Wuxian himself? That's where all the connections come in? She gritted her teeth, fire in her eyes, holding back an indescribable rage. Hello there. Zhuo Fan smiled and spoke. Senior sister, we're familiar with each other, so there's no need for introductions. He then walked over to Zhao Xian. Isn't this our second on the heavenly ranking? Miss Zhao is here too? A joke from Zhuo Fan ignited Zhao Xian's anger. Zhao Xian, who had wanted to be strong all his life, chose to hold back this anger. There was no other reason. Chen Qingfeng, being able to enter this squad himself, he was also considered Chen Qingfeng's subordinate. For the sake of Martial God Chen, I'll spare you today. Photographs and recordings. I'll make you spit it all out and delete it sooner or later. Senior, just talk properly. Don't piss off Sister Zhou. Zhang Miaoshua's sudden opening was adding fuel to the fire. Instantly, Zhao Xian's murderous gaze looked at her. Hold back. It must be held back. A little impatience goes a long way. Chen Wuxian is present to remain calm. When it's over, be sure to snitch away. Let Chen Wuxian know the ugly face of this Shuofan. I wonder what these guys call themselves. Dravan said as he came back up inside the rear trio. My name is Li Xiangzhou, and this is my brother, Li Kaijun. The tallest of these three cupped his fists and spoke. I've heard of the name of Zhuo progenitor a long time ago, and indeed a glance is an extraordinary talent. How can it be seen with the eyes? It wasn't even that he came back from special training and saw Zhuofan at the top of the list that day. The 6th rank of martial arts was able to press a half-step sect master to fight and even win. Now at the peak of the 7th stage of the martial arts. In any case, it was able to compare to the strength of a sovereign. When compared like this, the three of us, the half-step sect masters, are completely inadequate. Greetings to progenitor Zhuo. Being in the same squad, we will have to work together in the future. Li Kaijun was also very humble and courteous. I am a member of the Zhang clan's collateral lineage, Zhang Xingqi. With that Zhang Miaoshua's schoolmate, there are a few relatives. Zhang Xingqi also clasped his fists and slightly saluted. These three people, they were all half-step sovereigns. It was actually the hidden 10th rank of the martial arts path. Nice to meet you. It's all fate that we're here. Zhuofan smiled and was also quite down to earth. This was somewhat surprising to Li Xiangzhou and the three of them. The Zhuofan that he had always thought of was the kind that didn't smile and had a serious look on his face. Today, I see that there's no sign of a stand. It's even so down to earth. Seeing that they were almost done introducing each other, Chen Xingfang slowly got up. It's all pretty much introduced. Tomorrow, your squad will begin training. All training should be focused on cooperating with Captain Zhuofan, she said, scanning the hand-picked team members. Family background, in her case, is of no use at all. Only strength and talent. The Demon Extermination Squad. However, there is still someone who hasn't come, so you won't be introduced to the rest of the squad for a while. Chen Xingfang explained. Once all of you are in place, I will introduce you to other squads and train together. So saying, Dravan froze. Ha, any more absences? So it's not hardcore. Ha, I should have known to go back to sleep. Can't I just come back afterward when there's a full house? He beamed at the thought, a little annoyed. However, hearing that there were other squads, Zhuofan still had a few more points of anticipation. That said, Master said so. It means there are other squads with the same rank as yourself. Wait, didn't Master say we're the highest rank? Oh, forgot. We're the younger generation. Then presumably there were top squads in the previous generations. Maybe, when the time comes, we can even cooperate and work with each other. Wait, this Tao Te Ching in my hand will have a sale. Gotta think fast. What price to sell it for? You guys take a rest first. Zhuofan and I have some things to talk about. Dravan, come here. Chen Xingfang waved her hand slightly, interrupting Zhuofan's thinking. Master, what else? Chapter 134, A Gift, the first of the young generation. Chen Xingfang brought Zhuofan slightly more than a few steps away. Then, straight afterward, he spoke. Dravan, there's actually one more person who didn't show up today. It's your deputy. Hearing this, Zhuofan immediately asked after him with some excitement. Deputy? Who is he? I have deputies? Look at Master's mysterious appearance. It's supposed to be a superb master, isn't it? And to be a deputy, should be pretty well acquainted with me. I have familiarity with. Another one from the top of the heap. There aren't many, are there? He's on a mission right now. When the mission is over, you will naturally return to the team. You'll find out then, who he is. Chen Xingfang replied coldly, hard not revealing a single key piece of information to Zhuofan. Alright, I have to be busy. Take this team by yourself and familiarize yourself with it. With that, she turned straight away. Dravan returned to the group. Immediately, Zhang Miaoshua became embarrassed. Her cheeks flushed slightly and she was at a loss for words. Shitty. Good nope. Going to call you captain from now on. She stammered and stammered. Full of heart. Done. I just failed to declare my love. It's really awkward to meet now. I can't even talk. What to do? We'll see each other every day from now on. Wouldn't it be so embarrassing all the time? What if he tells the truth about my failed confession? Don't ever say that. Good day, senior sister. We'll work together from now on. Zhuofan smiled, but didn't mention anything. Zhuofan, it's time for you to delete the picture of this lady. And the recording. Zhao Xian's voice suddenly straightened out. You've got Chen backing you up. Not anymore. You must be forced to delete it. Otherwise, when you're a solid captain, and stomp on your nose. Not deleted. I shot it on merit. Why should I delete it? Zhuofan spoke indifferently, completely ignoring Zhao Xian's anger. At most, if you beat me to tears, I'll let you shoot too. Don't you bully me too much. Zhao Xian said that he was about to draw his sword and fight Chuafan soundly. I accidentally lost to you last time. My lady will never let you halfway this time. I've heard that Zhao Xian is short-tempered. Today, I see that it is true to its name. Li Xiangzhou smiled. Since Chuafan can serve as the captain, he has the strength. Or are you going against the captain on your first day on the team? Hearing this, Zhao Xian froze. She remembered what happened a few days ago when she rushed the back of the mountain after Chuafan, the same captain who held him down at the time and warned said, it's the same words. She took a deep breath to calm herself a little. Getting into this squad might as well be at the wall. You know it's under you, Dravan. I'd rather be a reservist at the wall. Forget it. I'll let you off the hook for today. After that, I'll report to Chen Wuxian. Quit the squad. Wait, always on the team. There's always a chance that. Snatched the communicator when he's not looking. Deleted photos and recordings. Wouldn't that be nice? And you get to shoot his ugly ass. 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking so, Zhao Xian's heart balanced out quite a bit. Li Xiangzhou, I see that the aura on you is different from us. Hasn't it graduated already? Zhuofan noticed that among these 3 people on the side, the aura on Li Xiangzhou was more robust and sophisticated. It seemed to have been through quite a few battles, and even his footsteps were filled with caution. This is definitely someone who has been in combat. He's been in combat, too, for 2 months in the summer, so there's a certain sensitivity to that kind of footwork and movement. Captain Zhua, amazing observation. Not bad, I'm already in the demon suppression army. Li Xiangzhou slowly opened his mouth with a smile on his face. He has already broken from the Martial God Academy in his junior year, and has been in the abyss, fighting for some time now. This Shuofan does have a good eye. A glance at my demon suppressor army will tell you who I am. Although the eye is only at the 7th rank of the martial arts path, I guess a lot of work went into the rest of it. It led to slower progress in cultivation. Looking at his strong chi and blood, I'm afraid that even a Zhongshe powerhouse might not have it. Wait, I remember. You wouldn't be the same as before. Suddenly Zhao Xian reacted. About 2 years ago, she was only the 10th in the heavenly ranking. The one at the top of the heavenly ranking was indeed out of reach. 1 day later, she suddenly realized that she had become the 9th on the heavenly ranking. Said the first in the sky list graduated early. Zhao Xian had wanted to go and take a look, but he realized that the name on the heavenly ranking had already been changed. Not bad. I used to be number 1 on the heavenly ranking, occupied for 3 years. Li Xiangzhou said, looking at Chuofan, it's a bit similar to you, already breaking through the first place of the heavenly ranking in your freshman year. Hearing this, Chuofan was a bit shocked. Although Li Xiangzhou's overall strength may still be below mine, but with such strength and talent, indeed, it's already a genius at the top. To have such a genius on my team, it seems that Master really did pick them with care. The remaining Li Kaijun, naturally, was not an idle person. Although he didn't challenge the heavenly rankings, but every summer vacation, he would follow his older brother Li Xiangzhou out on some simple missions. What remained was that the Li family had spent extra money and merit to create a special cultivation place for Li Kaijun. As such, he had just been a sophomore in college, and he was already at the 9th rank of the martial arts path. In comparison, Starry Chung, a junior, is a little worse for wear. Only recently did he break through to the 8th stage of the martial arts path. It's collegiate, practicing after yourself. However, in his freshman year, he was only at the 2nd stage of the martial arts path. The last 3 years seemed to have come on in leaps and bounds as if they were getting the hang of it. Especially during this time at the beginning of his junior year, he suddenly rushed from the 6th rank of the martial arts to the 8th rank of the martial arts. A late bloomer, but with a fair amount of power. Dravan looked at them with some surprise. It's all ho-hum. Unbeknownst to them, these 3 also looked at Chuofan with great surprise. I didn't expect to be able to be on Zhuo's own team. What an honor. Chuofan, this strength, the future to the Zhongshe. It must be a commission. Our squad, in the future, can be the top pillar of the entire Disya. Right, since our squad welfare isn't turned on right now, I can't lose you guys either. Dravan suddenly remembered something. Now this squad, it's all our own people. Since it's one of our own, we can't afford to treat it poorly. How can you meet someone for the first time without a gift? The Tao Te Ching is idle. Anyway, selling money to other people. Inside these good brothers, it should be free. Tell you what, moral scriptures you take and use. Free of charge. Consider it a meet and greet. As Zhuofan's words fell, Li Xiangzhou and the 3 of them froze. Ha? Meet and greet? How can such a valuable thing be used as a gift? Isn't this a poker game where you hit the king bomb first? Even the Tao Te Ching is handy. I'm sure we'll all benefit from this in the future. Zhuo's own passages are truly remarkable in terms of temperament. Zhang Miaoxue herself had Zhuofan's Tao Te Ching. Zhao Xian took it last time too. Therefore, this Tao Te Ching in hand now is just put away on the body to read and use. Li Xiangzhou and the 3 of them received an electronic version of the Tao Te Ching. like a treasure. Even his eyes were a little moist. Chapter 135, Fusion Again, Ninth Order. After Zhuo Fan confirmed their cultivation status, he sat to the side and began to consider the squad's planning afterward. Except for me and sister. In fact, all four of them, their cultivation levels were not low. It was only a step away from being a sovereign. I'm gonna have to ask my sister to step up her game. Why don't we throw sister into the Cave of Blessings as well? Aha, that's it. When the time comes, ask the master. It's a good idea to do this. On the side, Li Xiangzhou and the three of them, after getting the Tao Te Ching, looked at it. Every word in there carries great wisdom. It made them feel emotional in their hearts. If only I had seen this treasure earlier. Maybe the speed of cultivation. It also boosts quite a bit. What kind of captain is this? The great publicity. I'm not hiding anything from us. A captain like that deserves to be followed for the rest of his life. I don't know how Zhao Xian came up with this. How dare you charge the captain? Just a couple of pictures? I can't get my temper back. It's so unworthy. Let's friend each other and form a group. It's also easy to notify when it's time to train. Making plans for afterward. Zhuo Fan looked up. Except for Zhang Miaoxue and Zhao Xian who have already been added, leaving Li Xiangzhou and the others, both added Dravan's friends. That's it for today. Afterward I'll figure out where and what to train. Zhuo Fan smiled. It's so late. You guys need to get some rest too. The captain is right. So Jie Zhong and I will go back first. Li Xiangzhou clasped his fists and saluted before leaving. Zhang Xingqi chatted with Zhang Miaoxue for a little while and also went back to rest. Instead, it was Zhao Xian, who had an angry face. On second thought, there's no fear of not finding an opportunity as the days go by. This lady will spare you for today. Poof. She snorted coldly and twisted her head away. That, Zhuo Fan, what was said today? You, don't take it seriously. Alone, Zhang Miaoxue's cheeks flushed red. Somewhat fearfully, he looked at Zhuo Fan. Whether he's serious or not, it's better to ask. Aha. Zhuo Fan nodded his head indifferently. Senior sister, let's go back and rest. Alas, Zhang Miaoxue is always a bit of a pain in the ass when she's like this. Gotta keep her mind on her training for that. I can break through with my hands. Though, she can't. The 8th rank of the martial arts to the sovereign. It's easy to say. It's hard to say that it's hard. But since master has asked her to join, talent should be enough. Returning to his room, Zhuo Fan immediately called his master. Is master busy? I'd like to ask a question. At this time, Chen Qingfeng, who was still busy with other things, heard the voice with only one word, speak. Can the blessed cave be used for their training? Otherwise, some people might have a harder time cultivating. Besides, our secret squad has to be secret, right? Zhuo Fan's words, the busy Chen Qingfeng basically did not listen in, only heard the squad to use the blessed cave as well. No, figure it out yourself, Chen Qingfeng said and hung up straight away. The blessed cave is for you, the others are going. There are still a ton of approvals to go through. It's not like they can rattle the entire hierarchy like you can. I don't want to, again, get into so much extra paperwork. Phew, finally, it's good that the words are down to go for approval. Putting down the communicator, Zhuo Fan's brows furrowed. TSK, blessed cave won't let you use it. What about this? There has to be a good place to practice, right? A training room? Aha, this is the only place. The big deal is not to rent it. It's not like I'm short on merit. Early the next morning, Zhuo Fan woke up and knocked on Zhang Miaoxue's room door. Senior sister, get up and cultivate. While talking, Zhuo Fan also sent a message in the group. Have them meet at the entrance to the ashram. In fact, Zhang Miaoxue woke up long ago and heard Zhuo Fan's knock on the door. Heartfelt. Sure enough, Yovan just wants me to try to get stronger. He still has me in his heart. Last night. Or am I just being rude? This kind of thing just has to be taken slowly. Instantly, refreshed and changed, she opened the door. After eating, they came to the door of the practice room. Li Xiangzhou and a few others were already waiting early. Zhao Xian was still staring at Zhuo Fan with an angry face. Sister Jiao, is it okay if I don't rent that cultivation room for a while? Zhuo Fan smiled and faced forward. I'm going to use it during this recent period. Lin Jiao's heart was also more than a little joyful. Immediately formalize the paperwork for Dravan. Take a few people to the highest specification practice room. Let's cultivate here for a while and then go to the back of the mountain. Dravan arranged. No blessed caves, just don't go. Let's go to the back of the mountain. It's not against the rules, is it? Afterward, they each meditated and cultivated in their rooms. Zhuo Fan, on the other hand, was pointing at Zhang Miaoxue's side. Zhang Miaoxue's heart was suddenly deer in headlights, but in order not to disappoint Zhuo Fan, she suppressed this excitement in her heart as much as possible. It's not even 2 hours yet. Chen Qingshang found here. Dravan, come out here for a minute. Something's come up. Saying so, Zhuo Fan settled Zhang Miaoxue and got up to follow. Your word has been approved. Check it out. she said as she handed the words to Dravan. In addition to a whole bunch of green words and white words, there were even 2 blue words. The above attributes were all theoretically what Juefan needed the most. If there is no system integration, these words can really come in handy. That's all there is right now. You'll have to make do with what you've got. After that, I'll pick some more nice words for you. After saying that, Chen Qingfeng then left to get busy again. Juefan, who had obtained the words, immediately traveled to the blessed cave. Large number of entries detected. Is it bulk fusion? Fusion. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The fusion is successful. After successive fusions of a large number of green and white words, plus the blue words that we originally got, Juefan realized that his blue words were rapidly changing. Holy Light Giant Bloodline +2, strength increase, 2,516,480%. Blood increase 2,516,480%. Damage to demons, increase by 20%. Increase study abroad effect by 20%. Anti-damage Golden Bell +2, increase defense by 2,560,000%. Rebound 20% from damage taken. Shadow Rush +2, attack speed increased by 256,000% speed increased by 20% in night and shadow environments. Absolute Demon. God +2, cultivation speed increases by 256,000%. For each rank of cultivation, cultivation speed increases by 20%. Leap. Wind +2, +256,000% movement speed. High chance to enter sneak. All blue words became +2 and the effect was directly doubled. Good man. Is changing blue words all such a simple and violent addition? I like it. Simple and violent. Just great. Looking at the words on it, Juefan felt that it was time to raise his martial arts rank again. There is an indicator of reaching the clan master anyway, isn't there? Cross-legged, he sat cross-legged in the very center of the blessed cave. Soul power, aura, and chi and blood accompanied him as he rose just a bit. After filling up, in less than a moment, he had then rushed to the peak of the 8th rank. Feeling that there was still power left, Juefan continued to break through. In just half an hour, he had rushed straight to the 9th rank. Almost there. There's still a bit more to build up before the zoner. Thinking so, Juefan let out a deep breath and left the blessed cave. Not long after he stepped out, he saw Zhao Xian rushing up. Dravan, delete the photos and recordings for this lady now. Chapter 136, Persuasion. Virtuous sister. Zhao Xian was filled with anger, his eyes never leaving Juefan's annoying face. Not deleted. I'm the captain now. You have to listen to me. Juefan spoke faintly with a relaxed face. Didn't I tell you guys to cultivate properly? We'll have to have a full complement of zoners. There was no way to divert Zhao Xian's attention. No, you're deleting it for this lady right now. She was relentless and dead set on the matter. Even Li Xiangzhou and the others came in a hurry. Zhao Xian, you can't do this. Go back to practicing. There was some displeasure in Li Xiangzhou's voice. It was not easy for Captain Zhua to take out the highest specification cultivation room and use it. This Miss Zhao's temper is too explosive. It's one thing to be great at cultivation. Character has to keep up. For such a trivial matter, just to mess with Juefan like that, that's rude. Li Zhejiang and Starry Chung arrived late with the same idea. Tell you what then, you call me dad. I'll delete it, Dravan said casually. Instead, it shocked Li Xiangzhou's heart. It seems that this was Dravan's ploy. Compared to what Dravan already knew, Miss Zhao has a violent temper. If it is not tamed, the battle is bound to go so wrong when the time comes, especially in the future. Our squad's fighting. I'm afraid it's unusually dangerous. It's true that only a captain can be so thoughtful. Thinking of this, Li Xiangzhou smiled without saying anything and nodded slightly. Suddenly he noticed Juefan's cultivation. The party's cultivation room was only at the peak of the 7th stage of martial arts. In a few short hours. Surprisingly, it's already the 9th rank? Sure enough, he had been suppressing his breakthrough. That's a pretty solid step. It's really worthy of being passed down by Chen Wuxian himself. Such a strong chi and blood. Even if it was an unusual sect master, he would never be his opponent. That, right there, is talent. I'm still a little anxious to break through in comparison. Li Xiangzhou let out a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. Are you saving yourself to fool this lady? Zhao Xian roared. Don't think my lady doesn't know what you're up to. This dad called out. Could be the new handle. The front photo's been deleted. The recording's been deleted. And leave this shameful evidence. It's never over? She was shaking with anger, and not a single word popped out of her hardened mouth. Well, and you stop. Li Xiangzhou spoke. From now on, we'll all be in the same squad. A little photo doesn't hurt. With Captain Zhua's fighting strength, I'm afraid that even a Zongshi may not be able to win. Li Kaijun also followed to comfort. It's not a shame if you lose. 80% of us here can't win against Juefan. It's only an honor. You, so don't get too hung up on that. Starry Chung followed suit to help persuade. He also noticed Zhuofan suddenly jumping 2 steps in a row. If we hadn't suppressed the breakthrough and submerged ourselves in accumulation, how can you have such strong chi and blood? Compared to Dravan, a couple of us, not really a genius. Zhao Xian's face was red with anger, and even though he wanted to make a move, he couldn't fight. Even if they made a move, Li Xiangzhou and a few of them were on Zhuofan's side. Zhao Xian, who was trembling with anger, suddenly got wise in a hurry. Since he has a photo recording of this lady, then I'll have one, too. Do unto others as they would have them do unto you. Then this young lady still has to thank you? Zhao Xian collected himself slightly and faked a smile. You're welcome, Zhuofan replied lightly, waving his hand slightly. But in that instant, Zhao Xian took the communicator and suddenly collapsed, leaning directly into Zhuofan's arms. Dravan thought she was up to something. Trailed direct residence. Kaching. She took the communicator and snapped several shots. Humph. Now this lady, too, has a picture of you. If you don't delete it, this lady will publish these too. The corners of Zhao Xian's mouth rose as his ambition rose. Ha ha. Now that my lady has something on you, too, when the time comes to publicize it. Look at how those marketing numbers are made up. I'll get a charge of molesting Miss Zhao. Make you lose your name. This time, you gotta be scared sometime. It has to be deleted, right? Let's show you what it's like to be photographed. MS. Ben. That's pretty smart. It's a wonderful idea to come up with this kind of decision. Zhuofan didn't have much of a reaction. Instead it was Zhang Miaoshui on the side who looked dumbfounded. Ha? Zhao Xian is going straight for it? More publicity? I've known for a long time that Zhao Xian she was up to no good. Pretending to be angry and pestering Dravan. It's really about wanting to be with Zhuofan. But, now Zhao Xian is in Zhuofan's arms. I can't go up there and pull it off, can I? Dravan, you mustn't be confused. 10 million. You're going to have to wait for me to be with you. However, he saw Zhuofan, with an indifferent face, helping Zhao Xian up. You send it, casually, but in his heart, he was concerned about cultivation. Just fused the words. Another breakthrough in a row. The body still needs to adjust. It feels like the movements and the strength are still getting used to it. Gotta work on that. Next time, it's better not to jump so fast. It's got to be gradual. But that indicator of mastery does make me anxious as well. Well, go back to practicing. Time's not running out over there, is it? The master has given us a target. Seeing that Zhuofan didn't care about the photo in the slightest, Zhao Xian gritted his teeth. You asshole. Shame on you. Can't that make you delete the photos? Maybe they haven't reacted yet. I'm going to threaten you again. Look at you. You wooden asshole. Do you know that you're afraid? The captain is right. Let's go back to cultivate first. It's all up to the sovereign to go on a mission. Li Xiangzhou followed in agreement. It was mainly said to Zhao Xian, as the son of a great family. There are some things that can't be said openly, or else, he would have cursed it out long ago. You're so talented. You don't think about practicing every day. All this photo crap, it's annoying to watch. Those words never came out. Li Xiangzhou is still mainly persuasive. Returning to the cultivation room, the crowd continued to cultivate in a state of soul power abundance. Dravan, on the one hand, adjusted himself. On the other hand, it was constantly instructing Zhang Miaoshui, striving to raise Zhang Miaoshui, who had the worst cultivation level. Zhuofan, don't take that incident just now to heart. Zhao Xian just did it on purpose. Zhang Miaoshui was still haunted by the previous scene. Elder sister, I know. Better focus on practicing. You're trying to get stronger. Zhuofan sighed, trying to get Zhang Miaoshui to focus on her cultivation. But to Zhang Miaoshui's ears, it's just something else. Dravan is concerned about me. He had me in mind. He actually secretly likes me. How else could I be guided so carefully? It's true that I was in too much of a hurry before. I have to practice hard and surpass Zhao Xian. That's how you can be worthy of you. A big smile appeared on her face. And with a warm heart and an endless amount of elation, he continued to work hard on his cultivation. Chapter 137, Entering the Masters. Shocking. Zhuofan stayed in the cultivation room for the full time. While instructing Zhang Miaoshui in every way, he himself did not forget to cultivate. While practicing, he himself was constantly adjusting his physical state. Well, that's enough for today. He would have liked to have practiced with his team a little more next. It's just that after adjusting to the state of the body, the strength of the chi and blood was enough, but the soul power was somewhat stretched. It's even a little difficult to be plastic. No. Gotta beef up the psionics a bit. You can't worry about them and forget about yourself. You guys go back and get some rest. I'm in a bit of a hurry. Zhuofan waved his hand slightly and hurried away. I've enhanced my soul power. It always has to be a first-class emergency. After saying that, he got up and left the cultivation room. Although Zhao Xian's face crumbled, he secretly laughed in his heart. What could be your emergency? 80% of the time, it's this lady who takes the pictures and sends them out. I've been hiding and looking at my friends. I won't send it. You're in a hurry. Piss you off. Li Shangzhou. A few people did slightly see some clues after Zhuofan's breakthrough. Obviously the body isn't adjusting well. In this state, definitely gone to improve myself. Sure enough, Dravan is indeed a serious and responsible person. He really deserves it as captain. Well, let's go back and rest too. Don't forget to cultivate the goal of the patriarch. None of them can relax, Li Xiangzhou said and took Li Kaijun to get up and leave. On the other hand, Zhuofan returned to the blessed cave and immediately sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the surrounding soul power. But no matter how he absorbed it, he always felt that something was lacking inside his body. What's missing? Right, Palace of God. Immediately, he closed his eyes and felt the changes in his body's divine soul, having long ago touched the divine palace. This time the entry was very smooth. Looking at the 3 words of the Tao Te Ching above his head, Zhuofan felt the power in it. Alas, just 3 words and a part. Still not quite enough. It's now at the 9th rank. 2. It was time to firm up the divine palace and finish carving all of the Tao Te Ching. Zhuofan let out a deep breath and took out the Tao Te Ching from the book and silk. Every word of the Tao Te Ching up there is very powerful. It even had a bit of aura to it, as if it were alive. The Tao Te Ching in this book and silk and the electronic version, although they are the same words, but the power is a world of difference. Words written by hand, stroke by stroke, infused with qi and blood. Can it be the same as the dull, stiff song font in the electronic version? Immediately, Zhuofan began to continue carving downwards on it. Absolute sainthood and abandonment of knowledge. The people benefit 100-fold. If you abandon benevolence and righteousness, the people will return to filial piety and mercy. He began to carve words into it, stroke by stroke. He had just written the word Ren when he felt that all his strength had been sucked out of his body. It was like a huge pump that sucked his organs dry. It's a good thing there's enough soul power within the blessed cave. On one side, the pain of sucking it dry, and on the other, after constant replenishment, the relief of a reprieve. Sure enough, hard is really hard, but this Tao Te Ching, today, has to be carved all the way through. Zhuofan sighed slightly, then gritted his teeth, as he inscribed within the divine palace. In the sky above the blessed cave, a forceful force twisted the surrounding clouds into a spiral. As time passed, the strength grew larger and larger, and the entire sky seemed to be drawn into the blessed cave by a powerful force. The vortex grew larger and larger, covering the entire imperial capital. All those who walk on the road and sit in the office are able to look up and catch a glimpse or two. In just 1 hour, the people of the whole of Daxia, as long as they looked up, could vaguely see this huge vortex. As the vortex continued to expand, so did the qi, blood, and spiritual energy contained within. In the abyss, countless demon clans, large and small, were originally living as usual. When they looked up, they also saw the corner of this huge vortex. What's this? It can't be any demon emperor setting up a formation, can it? Doesn't look like it. One of the little demons in the discussion had not yet finished, and all that was left was a skeleton. Its flesh and blood were surprisingly, in an instant, drawn out. Even the blood mist visible to the naked eye was taken away by this huge whirlpool. 1, 2, 3. A natural disaster. This is a natural disaster. Everybody run. The demon race that was close to the human race's territory began to frantically flee. One by one, the little demons were sucked up and swept into this huge vortex in the sky. Even some of the great demons were hardly spared, except for the demon king above, who was spared the moment a large number of demon races saw the swirl of. If you don't, your head will explode, and your soul will be drained. If it is heavy, all the flesh and blood of the body will be involved in it. As the border demon race was in chaos, the demon race followed suit and was shocked. In the midst of this great holocaust, millions of demons were sucked away by this vicious vortex. At the same time, the best of the human race felt the flow of qi and blood in their bodies begin to become faster. On them, both their soul power and aura had been further enhanced. Chen Qingfeng, who was sitting at the lakeside villa resting at the beginning of this vortex, just feel the change in your body already. She didn't think that the changes in her body could be so drastic. Even, all of them had felt a hint of the beginnings of sainthood. It can't be Zhuofan carving again, can it? No way. I'll have to check it out. Thinking so, she instantly ran to the blessed cave. Among the blessed caves, Zhuofan had also sensed some changes in the outside world. After all, this palindromic version, even better. It's just much harder to engrave. He gritted his teeth as he continued to carve the words down. The qi, blood, and soul power in his body had dried up for an unknown number of times, and I don't know how many times the blessed cave has replenished him. Dravan were firm in their resolve. Just carve through. Entering the sovereign is never difficult. The foundation of soul power and chi and blood should be well established, even if it sucked the blessed cave dry. Outside the blessed cave heaven, the swirling visions in the sky had already attracted the attention of countless people. It's just that no one dares to come close with the surprising dragon guards around. Wang Yan and Chen Xingfeng had already rushed to the scene. They were also shocked to look up and see this sky vortex. The vortex was wrapped in a large amount of psionic energy, together with the soul power emanating from the blessed cave itself. Amazing! It's amazing! Dravan's in there? Wang Yan asked Chen Xingfeng with some surprise. I didn't expect this kid to break through. Make more noise than I did. Who else could it be? Chen Xingfeng let out a deep breath. Such an amazing vision. Only this kid can, right? Behind them were a number of vigilantes and surprising dragon guards. All eyes were fixed on the blessed cave, all staring at the huge vortex in the sky. For an entire day and night, the vortex showed no signs of dispersing. Dravan is sweating it out in there. It's like he's a medium. The soul power that was replenished in would be drained away in an instant. Phew! Finally! Dravan himself didn't know how long it had been. When he finished carving the last word, his whole body sat down paralyzed. Chapter 138, The Chime. Strong. Dravan wiped the sweat off his forehead and a smile appeared as he looked at the shrine that had carved the entire book and silk version of the Tao Te Ching, with the Tao Te Ching engraved. He also felt a tremendous amount of soul power coalescing within him. I've been pressing for a breakthrough. It's all about getting the roots down. Now, the foundation of the body and soul power has been laid. It's time for a breakthrough. Zhuo Fan exited the divine palace and slowly opened his eyes, and no longer suppressing the feeling of breaking through. A dry, hot sensation rose from the dantian. It only felt like every bit of chi and blood in his body was about to boil. The chi and blood rising up around them was like a black hole, crazily sucking in the surrounding soul power, as if he was able to fit this entire blessed cave within his body. In just 1 hour, Zhuo Fan had rushed to the peak of the 9th rank. Go on, he breathed a long sigh of relief, then continued to muster the energy to break through. Next, it's the patriarch. Zhuo Fan, slow down. Chen Xingfeng's voice came out. Don't break through yet. Zhuo Fan was puzzled in his mind. The foundations are laid. It's not a one-time rush to the Grandmaster, is it? Forget it. Master must have had a point. Try listening to him first. Thinking of this, he took a breath and suppressed the feeling of a breakthrough within him. Swallowing his saliva, he slowly got up and walked straight towards the outside of the blessed cave. Outside the blessed cave, there were quite a few people standing. Most of them were unknown to Zhuo Fan. With a glance, Zhuo Fan was surprised to find that Zhang Miaoshua had broken through to the 9th rank. However, in the front row, Wang Yan and Chen Xingfeng were waiting. A dozen or so huge corpses lay beside them. This is the demon emperor, or the whole body. Shouldn't Wang Yan be outside the Great Wall? He's all here? Marshal, Master, how are you guys? How can I not be present when you're going to break through the sovereign? Facing the surprised Zhuo Fan, Wang Yan smiled faintly. You guys put the bodies in. Isn't this because I'm afraid you don't have enough soul power? Chen Xingfeng explained from the sidelines. Alright, go. The entire corpses of a dozen or so demon emperors were sent to the blessed cave. Now, the entire blessed cave was almost filled with the corpses of demon emperors. The soul power and chi and blood in them had also reached their peak. Zhuo Fan nodded slightly and immediately entered the cave. Sit down, cross-legged. Every breath he took flowed with rich chi, blood, and soul power. Shrine engraving complete. Breaking through to the sovereign would have been a breeze. Now there's such a huge amount of soul power added to it. A burning sensation came up from the dantian and it was as if they were going to peel a layer of skin off of him. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels, as if they were all going to burn as well. Zhuo Fan felt like a newborn in nirvana. There are only 4 words in my head to describe the feeling. Stripped down. Outside the blessed cave, the visions struck again. Everyone felt the ground shake. Perimeter instruments detected no earthquake. Some looked down at the cup in their hands. The water was still. No ripples. It was at this moment that they realized it wasn't an earthquake, but their hearts were shaken to the core. Boom, boom, boom. A streak of golden light continued to spread out with the blessed cave sky as the center. Each golden light shook one's heart to the core. If this kid is on the clan, there shouldn't be any clan masters to fight, right? Wang Yan looked at the golden light and rejoiced. With such strong chi, blood and soul power, together with the heaven and earth anomaly at the time of the breakthrough, it's not even an exaggeration to say that he's been sanctified. Great Xia was going to add another top powerhouse, and in the future it could be 4 martial gods. Throughout the imperial capital, everyone felt the ground shake in their hearts. The heart is in turmoil. Running up the street, they realized that no earthquakes. Did you guys feel the earthquake and run out too? You too? But it seems like the building hasn't changed. With such a strong tremor, we can't afford to have these houses, can we? The streets were abuzz with talk. Crossroads, traffic paralyzed. all felt that jolt in their hearts. It was as if he had suddenly fallen into an abyss and was suddenly lifted up by 1,000 pounds. Many people even had chills down their backs, thinking that a demon race was attacking from underground. Eventually, they all saw this golden light coming from the Martial God Academy. After each golden light, their hearts had to follow and shake a share. It's not just the Empire. The golden light spreads to neighboring cities and is causing riots. An entire state stopped dead in its tracks. Stopping his work, he looked at the golden light coming from the direction of the Martial Arts Academy. Their eyes were like torches as they felt the great shock in their hearts. At this point in time, the Wushu Union. Under the chimes, the guards were still chatting. Their faces were very relaxed. A huge golden light came from the direction of the imperial capital. The strong shock in his heart came. In a flash, the guards of the entire martial alliance all tensed up. Reporting for reporting, detecting for detecting. Each one is like an enemy. Dang! The chime was struck by the golden light and let out a loud bang. What's the situation? Another strong man? No way. It only just rang 10 times over 2 months ago. Report first. The guards were puzzled by the. I thought it was some kind of enemy. But see the bells and chimes ringing. Dang! Second and third voices. Dang! By the 10th tone. The guards were shaken to their core. The last one, the Zhuo Pro transmission, went up to the 10th voice. Could it be that there's a new Zhuo progenitor? Dang! 11th voice. Jesus! What kind of monster is this? Could it be that there's one out there that's even fiercer than Zhuo's own? All the guards under the chimes were frozen. Without realizing it, the weapons in his hands fell to the ground. Dang! 12 voices. The entire martial alliance instantly boiled over. What kind of heaven-defying talent has come out of the woodwork? 12 whole voices. But the bell was still ringing, and the entire martial alliance was already ecstatic. The senior management is constantly contacting relevant experts for joint discussions. The lower levels are also constantly messaging friends and family to find the truth. Dang! The bells are still ringing. Everybody's thinking, how demonic is this? The bell rang out so many times? It took a full 30 strokes before the chime slowly stopped. There was even a hint of a crack on it from being struck by the golden light. The whole of Daxia went crazy. 30 clicks. From time immemorial, the chimes never rang more than 30 times. Outside the blessed cave, Wang Yan and Chen Qingfeng, coincidentally, learned the news. 30 rings. This kid has made a big enough fuss. Wang Yan's face was a closed smile. Then he coughed and became slightly more serious. We have to block the news. He coincided with Chen Qingfeng. The 30 chimes, caused by Zhuo Fan, must not be revealed. At least, until Dravan and his squad are fully formed. Only when there is enough fighting power. Immediately, they ordered people to go down and start keeping it a secret. What did the Martial League say? Wang Yan looked at Chen Qingfeng. Some people can't be left out, right? Top secret and they can't. Chen Qingfeng frowned. If word leaks out and Zhuo Fan's fame goes too far, drawing the attention of the demon race, this secret squad, it also becomes an open squad. Then their future battles start off at a disadvantage. Chapter 139, 30 Rings, All Zones, Chapter 139. While the whole of Daxia was still rejoicing over the 30 chimes of the, Wang Yan and Chen Qingfeng had teamed up to block out the relevant news. I can't believe it rang 30 times. It must be one more sainthood entrant for Great Xia. It should be Martial God Chen, right? I saw that Chen Martial God was on the verge of entering sainthood before, but last time when Martial Wang was canonized there wasn't this much commotion. It's hard to say. Perhaps Martial God Chen has recently comprehended something? There are similar discussions among the people everywhere. You guys, is it possible that it's Zhuo's own? Just as a bunch of people were enthusiastically discussing the 30 chimes, such a voice suddenly came out. Immediately, this possibility is actively ignored by the population. Go go go. Zhuo Pro transmitter 10 strokes to hold up. Is he even more talented? He can't be that fast. If the Zhuo Kiss clock can ring 30 times, I might as well think about how to pick up actresses. In this way, Zhuo Fan stepped into the clan master caused the bell chime 30 ringing thing. Soon no Zhuo Fan 2 words. Almost no one knew that the incident was caused by Zhuo Fan. Just know that the bells and chimes ring 30 times to boost the nation's fortunes. Outside the blessed cave, Chen Qingfeng had just completely blocked the news with Wang Yan. Suddenly, she felt a ferocious aura rising up from her dantian within her. That fast? Chen Qingfeng murmured. A few surprises in her heart. Zhuo Fan carved the shrine. It can indeed change the present ecology of qi and blood. How? Changed that much? Could it be that he's finished carving the Tao Te Ching? Now this state of qi and blood and soul power is full, even out of the wall fighting. None of it was ever owned. The churning qi, blood, and soul power continue to rise. Marshal, please tell them to recuse themselves. Just as Chen Qingfeng said this, she had already released a powerful golden shockwave. Everyone's hearts fluttered violently. If it weren't for the fact that there's still some distance to go, I'm afraid, immediately, even the heart will be shocked to stop beating. Immediately, Wang Yan understood. Today, it wasn't just Zhuofan who stepped into the clan. Da Xia, to have one more initiation into sainthood. All withdraw and form a protective formation, Wang Yan yelled, and the surprising dragon guards and night watchmen on the side hurriedly began to evacuate. The entire back of the mountain, and even the outer perimeter were all filled with shocking dragon guards and vigilantes. Even these few from Zhuofan's squad were asked to leave. This is the Chen martial god going into sainthood. When he left, Li Xiangzhou noticed the aura on Chen Wuxian and naturally had a few senses. Better not talk about it, a few of you go out first. The shocked dragon guards on the side were still reminding. By the time they left, they also each felt some surges within their bodies. It's clear that this is taking advantage of the momentum to break through. Practice room assembly. In Zhuofan's absence, Li Xiangzhou felt that as the demon suppressor army, he should take the lead. Since I'm having a breakthrough, then inevitably a few others as well. It has to be in a place where the soul is strong. Then it's in the practice room. Immediately, several people went straight to the lounge. Lin Jiao did not stop them and directly led them to the previous cultivation room. Anyway, with Dravan around, all can be given the green light. They then began to break through their cultivation levels in the cultivation room as well. At this time, outside of the blessed cave, Chen Qingfang's entry into sainthood was imminent. Wang Yan alone was present. Chen Qingfang, take this, stabilizing the divine palace. This item is excellent. After saying that, he handed Chen Qingfang the Tao Te Ching on the book in silk. Chen Qingfang nodded slightly and accepted the book in silk, then began to break through straight away. The Palace of God. It can wait for a few more engravings. But, this momentum towards sainthood, be sure to take advantage of it. Immediately, the soul power and qi and blood within the blessed cave heaven were sucked out by Chen Qingfang. Warm currents across the odd meridian. A rush of momentum that, through the spirit of heaven, Chen Qingfang only felt light and airy, with inexhaustible strength, both in terms of qi and blood and soul power. It's as if you can reach out and gather large swaths. Chen Qingfang radiated a terrifying aura all over her body. The eyes were infinite with killing intent, but she was seen rushing up to the sky, carrying a golden light across the sky. Like a meteor, it rushed into the abyss. Boom! The moment it smashed down, it was thousands of great demons that went up in smoke. Even a demon king would find it difficult to keep a whole body. In the abyss, tens of thousands of demons were instantly annihilated by Chen Qingfang's long spear that ran through the stars. As she swung her lance, a few steps to the ground, then evaporate a piece of the demon. Under the massacre, millions of demons lost their lives in one day. The abyss is flowing with blood. Immediately, the news of Chen Qingfang's entry into sainthood flooded all the hot searches. No one cared much about the long, 30 ringing chimes that couldn't even find their source. Or, they only felt that 30 bells and chimes. It was Chen Qingshang who caused this. For a time, all the countries of the human race were shocked. In a few short months, after Wang Yan entered the Holy Spirit, Great Xia had unexpectedly produced another saint. Xin, Wei, and Yin are all under this horrible force. Shivering, he instantly scrambled to make a show of goodwill, even if they're still internally bickering. It was also the first to issue a diplomatic announcement of goodwill. Not to mention, some of the other smaller countries. There are 2 initiates. It was only a matter of time before the Great Xia unified the human race, only to find a way to avoid armed unification, to prevent the destruction of life. Inside the blessed cave, Dravan opened his eyes and let out a deep breath. He's already a master. Even 1,000 times beyond the ordinary clan masters. He slowly walked out of the blessed cave, looking toward Wang Yan. Marshal, where is master? She has entered sainthood and slaughtered millions of demons. Wang Yan replied briefly, and Zhuofan gulped. Master has entered the saints? There are only 2 saints in Disya, the backcountry, which has been de-alerted. Captain, Shidoshi, Li Xiangzhou and the others came quickly. Each of them had a delighted smile on their faces, except for Zhao Xian, even if she's already in the sovereign realm. Nor did he give Zhuofan any good looks. My lady is simply coming over to take a look. Li Xiangzhou and Li Kaijun and Zhang Xingqi had already rushed into the sect master realm, even if not as good as Dravan. That was also the realm of a solid sovereign. Even Zhang Miaoxue was already a half-step zongsher. Elder sister, you use this, Zhuofan said, immediately taking out the book and silk version of the Tao Te Ching from his belt. Zhang Miaoxue understood and excitedly accepted the book and silk. She sat down in place, cross-legged. Start carving out the divine palace. I can't get it all in, though, but, simply inscribed with a few words. She then felt the strong soul power. The divine soul is solidified and powerful. Between open and closed eyes, Zhang Miaoxue stepped into the clan in situ. The entire squad, in an instant, was full of zoners. I'm back. Chen Qingfang landed on the ground, her face full of joy. After initiation into the Holy Spirit, a strength that can be destroyed at will. It's really exciting. Dravan carved the divine palace. It is indeed highly effective. Dravan, is there anything else you need? Ask freely, and I, with the marshal, can fulfill it. She spoke immediately. This article, without thinking, Juefan immediately spoke. No matter what color, no matter what attribute, I want billions of words. Yes, Wang Yan agreed in one bite. Immediately, the two of them directly used all of their connections to, whether purchased on merit, or sold in bulk on the market. Buy them all, under search, in just half a day. 300 million words. Chapter 140 Fusion again, against all odds. Dusk, under the slanting sun, a few shocking dragon guards cautiously stepped forward. Marshal Wang, Marshal God Chen, words delivered. As the captain of the surprising dragon guard stepped forward to report, a spatial storage bag had been delivered. That's a total of 300 million words. Dravan, take these words. Wang Yan nodded slightly, maintaining his majesty slightly in front of the surprising dragon guards. This spatial storage bag, you take it and use it as well. But in his mind, he was still puzzled. That's a whole 300 million words, but these unselected words that, how powerful can it be? And, there's no shortage of weak attributes in there. It may even be counterproductive. If you want to integrate, one by one, it's all fused together. There's a cap not to mention. It's also quite time-consuming and labor-intensive. I really don't know what you think. Chen Qingsham on the side, although she kept silent. But in his mind, there was also some doubt. So many words. I guess it's a good idea to sift through then look for useful fusions. Actually, you could just ask us to help you find it. There's a description of what's needed. It can be filtered out directly. Never mind. These things are hands-on. It's also a sign of seriousness. Thank you, Marshal and Master. Juefan excitedly took the spatial storage bag. Not too heavy and can be lifted with one hand. Open the bag and take a look at it. It is the deep, dense word. Of course, white is seen more often. So many words. Start fusing now, Marshal and Master. I have to cultivate for a few more days. Here's a compliment to you both, he said, a touch more respect on his agitated face. So many words. What's the difference between that and being a breadwinner? I'll have to thank you later as well. Thinking so, he entered the blessed cave with gusto. Now that you've stepped into the clan, and 2 more word slots, not only do they have to blend in well, still have to see what's awesome. Ding! Large number of words detected. Are they fused? Yes. Dravan can't wait. Congratulations to the host. The fusion is successful. Keep going. Second fusion. Third fusion. 300 million words. The entire batch was fused 28 times. He immediately looked to his current words. Holy Light Giant Bloodline +4, Strength increase, 10,065,920%. Blood increase 10,065,920%. Damage to demons, increase 40%. Increase bleeding effect 40%. Anti-damage Golden Bell +4. Defense increased by 10,240,000%. Rebound 40% from damage taken. Shadow Rush +4. Attack speed increased by 10,240,000%. 40% speed increase in dark and shadowy environments. Absolute Demon. God +4. Cultivation speed increased by 10,240,000%. For each rank of cultivation, cultivation speed increased by 40%. Leap. Wind +4, +102. 400,000% movement speed. High chance to enter sneak. Green word to +10 has been capped, but that's an extra +2 to the blue word. The effect on the top of nature. The whole thing doubled twice. If the number is small, poor results. Double it twice and it may not be visible at all. But now that those words have doubled twice, it is the difference between heaven and earth. Dravan gulped and took a look at his current attributes. Name, Juefan. Level, Grandmaster. Word, white, infinite. Age, 21. Spirit, golden plus. Blood, 5072000 plus 50,000. Strength, 5072000 plus 50,000. Defense, 5200000. Speed, 4160000. Attack speed, 3680000. With the explosion of words that have been raised, his own attributes followed suit and doubled twice in a row. Is this the power of infinite fusion? Seeing these horrific numbers, even Dravan himself, it's all a little scary. Good man, if we were to go to war, how hard? But then again, those demon kings and demon emperors, these fighting strengths were not bad. As it is now, I guess I can only single out a demon general. Play well, should be able to spike. Anyway, I'm already capable of defending myself. Dravan was excited for a while before he reacted. I've got 2 more card slots, just in time. There's about 40 million words left. We'll use them as material. Let's see what we can fuse. As bulk integration proceeds, Dravan was completely numb. It kept ringing in his head. Congratulations, host. The fusion is successful. I don't know exactly how many times the batch fusion has been done. Eventually, 2 plus 4 blue words appeared. Dravan rattled off the rest of the words that hadn't been used yet. Took out the first word. Chi blood station plus 4, receives the shelter of the power of nature. Restores 8% of maximum chi blood value per second. And gains a chi blood shield of 12% of maximum chi blood value, with any damage to chi blood preferentially decreasing the shield. Dravan froze. That's it? Is this the blue word? What do I need this resilience for? Even if I have a lot of gas and blood, 8% already recovers a ton. But, people can't even break the defense. Will I lose blood? At most, we'll encounter perverted demon emperor like this. Save your life? He sighed and thought, I'll just buy the phrase, but seeing the second entry in the word, he froze again. Bloodthirsty power plus 4, any way of enhancing oneself that consumes chi and blood is boosted by 800%, and a single attack can be boosted by 1200% at the cost of consuming 10% more of one's maximum chi and blood. This. Dravan took a deep breath to think carefully. The two phrases, take it apart. None of them are strong. One is the ability to recover without the need of a strong man. One is a fight for your life stream that the weak simply can't use. But, these two things add up. Against all odds. Unlimited recovery on one side. On the other hand, it was also possible to use this huge amount of chi on his body as a means of attack. A word berserk output that. One word but offers unlimited range. Horror. It's horrible. Immediately, Zhuo Fan loaded the two phrases. With a rush of heat through his body. He felt close to his girth. There was a thin barrier of chi and blood. Even if it's 12% of your maximum blood value, that would be tens of thousands of chakra. Moreover, when you deplete your own chi with the stranger's blade, you can also prioritize the depletion of the barrier's chi. Hiss. Now that's true invincibility. After all the excitement, it was late at night. Zhuo Fan calmed down completely in the blessed cave. He finally realized he had something else new, the field. Sea of Blood domain, gain bonuses by decapitating enemies, gaining a random bonus of 0.001% 1% off tier blood, depending on the size of the enemy's blood value, stacking indefinitely. Dravan glanced again at the following note. As long as the stronger the enemy you kill, the greater the chance of getting a high percentage. Can you fold it again? Although 1% may seem small, if it's one of those powerful monsters with tens of millions of blood, that's 100,000,000 stacks, to say the least. Zhuo Fan gulped and trembled with excitement. Although it was a hair's breadth behind Wang Yan's domain, but if you become a martial god, absolutely ever, the strongest martial god. Chapter 141, Dragon Slayer Program. The Future of Demons. Zhuo Fan left the blessed cave. The Night's Watch and the surprised dragon guards, who had been gathered around, had all left. Only the few surprising dragon guards left guarding the back of the mountain were still doing their duty. Ding dong ding dong. A message came over the communicator. Congratulations, the Demon Extermination Squad has all been promoted to Sovereign. Squad welfare has been officially opened. Please check it out and collect it on a working day. Abyssal missions will be scheduled from time to time in the future, so please take care to prepare for them. Captain, the message is unsourced. Is the same as the previous notification set. Dravan was struck by a wave of drowsiness. Welfare. Let's go tomorrow. Sleep beautifully today. We can't just take it today and void it tomorrow, can we? Zhuo Fan here was not shocked, but the entire upper echelon of Daxia had gone crazy. The Wushu Union, Chen Xingfang and Wang Yan were already in the large conference room on the top floor. In addition to some of the top echelons of the Martial Alliance, even the representatives of the Demon Suppressor Army had spared no effort to come all the way here. So these 30 chimes were caused by Zhuo Fan stepping into the clan? After listening to Wang Yan and Chen Xingfang's report, the faces of all the top brass were filled with incredulity. Chen Wuxian has entered the Holy Spirit. 30 is more like it. Zhuo Fan is a master. Just enough for 30 voices? Not bad, even for an instant zoner. Wang Yan immediately spoke. Along with his squad have been all Zhongshe. The whole room was shocked to hear this report. Dumbfounded. The brain stopped spinning. What kind of demon is this? Even the demon race wouldn't have such a powerful existence, right? One person is more than a patriarch, and raise the whole team to zoner in seconds? Ahem. This marshal thought that, in this case, Zhuo Fan should still be honored. Moreover, the current demon extermination squad should be able to carry out some missions. Wang Yan cleared his throat and suggested, more than that, he should be given more authority. In the future, he's the top pillar of the entire Daxia. The representatives of the first higher level and the Demon Suppression Army conferred with each other throughout the night. No results at all. Might as well listen to Zhuo Fan himself. I don't know who said that. At once, the room agreed. Looking out the window, days, It's already lit. It was noon when Zhuofan woke up. Ding dong ding dong. The unmuted communicator kept ringing. What's the rush to get a squad benefit? It seems to be really on the ball over there. It's just a little annoying. Picking up the communicator and looking at it, it wasn't the exclusive information communication of the secret squad. Instead, it was an urgent message from Chun Qingfang and Wang Yan. Together, the duo posted more than 100. All of them were asking Zhuofan to make a trip to the Martial Arts Alliance. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Knock knock, is the Zhuo Proctor here? Looking through the doorway, the shocked dragon guards were all already at the door, probably sent by the marshal and the master. It should be important for them to be in such a hurry. With that thought, Zhuofan opened the door. Aya, Prince Shua, you finally opened the door. The surprising dragon guard breathed a sigh of relief and revealed a relaxed smile. The Martial Alliance invites you to make a trip. What's up? Dravan pursued. I can finally find someone to ask. Gotta figure it out. Yo, I'm sorry, Dre Proctor. I just got orders to come and invite someone. Other than that, not enough levels. The surprising dragon guard gave an awkward smile. This made Zhuofan a little nervous. Not even at the level of the amazing dragon guards? It's a bit of a big deal. Better hurry. Before long, Zhuofan had appeared in the large conference room on the top floor of the Martial Alliance. Dravan, you're invited this time. It's mainly all you Daxia executives that want to hear what rewards you want. Amazing Wang was in charge of the opening. It's a high-level decision. He's familiar with Zhuofan, and he's also considered the highest rank in the military here. Ha, squad rewards. Is that how you receive them? Dravan's face was more than a little surprised. Ouch. So the secret squad can still see the top brass. Wait, Daxia executives? Meaning, all the best people in Daxia are here? Looks like the treatment is still this really good. It's not the squad, it's you. Chen Qingfang reminded. You are now also considered a high-ranking member of the Great Xia, and your identity secret level has been raised. Not bad, Zhuofan. You're now in the top echelon of Xia. According to the authority, even recruiting and building your own army is okay. One of the executives explained. It's got to be any way you can. Let Zhuofan feel the importance of Daxia. Forget this. I'm not really interested in building my own army. Dravan waved his hand straight up. Can I keep this what reward? Hearing this, not only the Daxia executives present, but even the more stoic ones were dumbstruck. According to reason, in a position of great power and authority, shouldn't it be cast properly? But Dravan surprisingly chose not to build his own army. A young man. How can you be so indifferent to fame and fortune? Chen Qingfang let out a deep breath and resized Zhuofan. This kid's heart is not normally good. Perhaps, it's this obsession with getting stronger. It's what's gotten him this far. I've seen no shortage of young men. Far from being extravagant. Perseverance. Only Dravan won. Wang Yan also looked at Zhuofan with admiration in his gaze. Good boy. A single mind cultivates the mind without distraction. So great is the temptation to. It's amazing how calm you can be. Not bad. Not bad. Daxia is destined to have a successor. Also, Zhuofan, if you need anything in the future, just ask. The whole of Daxia will give their all for you. This was the meaning of the senior who spoke, and the meaning of the entire Daxia senior. Thanks guys. I still have to collect my squad reward, Zhuofan said, led by Wang Yan and Chen Qingfang, leaving the top floor conference room, all the way to the night watchman's department. The list of rewards for the demon extermination squad is here. Please ask Captain Zhuo to confirm his signature, and then we'll release it within 3 working days. After the receptionist searched for information, he handed the list and confirmation documents to Zhuofan. Within the squad, each person will receive 80,000 merit badges per month, 10 top-grade chi and blood pills, and 3 top-grade soul condensing pills. On top of that there are tons of premium materials. Inside Daxia, with special transportation, all purchases can be made on credit and settled by the night watchman. Looking at the perks, Dravan was surprised for a few moments. Is this the perk of being on the top team? It can only be described as horrible. Beyond the wall, in the middle of the abyss, the matter of Zhuofan stepping into the zone sure causing a vision. I don't know who leaked it. Demon and devil hierarchies, gathered in a circle, pondering the response. This little thing, if it becomes a martial god, I'm afraid we'll have to exterminate our species. Good, he must be stifled. What about Wang Yan? All people have a lifespan. Just drag them to death. As long as the subsequent talents are cut off, what else can their human race do? But now he's in Daxia. How do we get in? You can't go in. Just wait for him to come out. I've arranged for an inside man to see if I can swindle him out. They discussed and resolved to nip Zhuofan in the bud, luring them into the abyss. Straight up dead. Get dead. It must be killed. A dragon-slaying plan, so that the genius of the Great Summer will die in the bud, and only then will there be hope for the future of the demon and demon clans. Chapter 142, Into the Abyss. 300 miles. Martial League Vigilante Headquarters. Draven counted the rewards and passed the file shot to the team. Along the way, there were constant greetings, and although Zhuofan didn't recognize any of them, he still nodded his head in greeting. Many of the members of the Night's Watch were inextricably linked to the surprising Dragon Guards. Zhuofan knew it in his heart, so naturally he wouldn't be slow. When he turned to leave, he saw that Wang Yan and Chen Xingfang were still behind him. It seemed to have something to say. Chen Xingfang and Wang Yan glanced at each other and finally came to a decision. There is indeed something for you to do. In a couple of days, your squad is going on its first mission to the abyss. Wang Yan opened his mouth, but there were a few serious moments on his face. Come with me first. So saying, Zhuofan followed the duo to a small, relatively quiet conference room. If he hadn't seen the furnishings inside, didn't even realize this was a conference room, there wasn't even a hint of the aura he was emanating. This is a small, highly classified conference room. In about 2 days, your squad will need to depart for the abyss. Details of the mission should come down afterward. Wang Yan closed the door and opened his mouth. There were still a few moments of hesitation in the mind. Either, it's better not to tell him, right? What if he sees a problem and doesn't move forward? Forget it. It's better to be clear with him. It's better if I do the talking. When you're on a mission, remember one thing, keep pushing forward. Wang Yan made up his mind. He should know. All other squads and teams will have orders to stop advancing, but you must ignore the orders and continue to advance. Hearing this, Zhuofan frowned slightly. Keep pushing? What are the marshal and the master trying to do? You want me to die? Definitely not. There should be some kind of scheme, right? I know. You may be wondering, but please trust us. After advancing, you will encounter quite a few powerful demons. Wang Yan spoke. Play well. Also, you can't say anything about this to anyone, not even your demon extermination squad. Remember? Chen Xingfang reminded seriously. Okay, Marshal. Yes, Master. Zhuofan immediately replied. I'm kind of at the top now, and hope for the future. They can't hurt me. This information is so confidential. There must be another arrangement. Then I'll go ahead and get ready. With that said, Zhuofan left at the duo's behest, all the way back to school in a special bus. Zhuofan then told the team about the possible combat mission afterward. Of course, the things that have been advancing. He didn't say a word. At this moment, they were all in the lobby of Area A, number 36. It's finally our turn. Li Kaijun and Zhang Xingqi's faces were agitated. After becoming a patriarch, they often imagine themselves killing it on the battlefield. We still have to be cautious. Jie Jun, you've been on a few missions with me as well, so you should know the situation as well, right? Li Xiangzhou nodded his head slightly, but he was more than a little nervous. We're only masters. Being careful is a good thing. Only by becoming a super powerhouse like Marshal Wang and Chen Wuxing can you relax a bit. Whatever. This young lady is now a clan master. Zhao Xian's attention shifted quite a bit when he heard that there was a mission, or at least he didn't get too obsessed with the photo. Anyway, I have it in my hands. He's not deleting it. This lady doesn't delete either. Senior, what do you think? Zhang Miaoxua moved her but slightly closer to Zhuofan. The heart was rather excited. Finally, I'm going to fight alongside my senior brother. I'm also a clan master now. Let's carry out the mission first. When the time comes, let's see what happens on the battlefield. Zhuofan spoke faintly. What's coming is always coming. As he was talking, Zhuofan's communicator started to ding dong ding dong. Here comes the mission, Draven said, stopping abruptly. Inside the communicator, in addition to the order, there is a map attached. Demon Squad. Assignment No. 090-3001. Mission content. 1. Clean up the remaining demon races between north of the wall and the northern front. 2. Expand the western section of the front line and establish a line of defense. Note, subject to message delivery time. Get on the bus at the west gate of the 1 Hour Emporium, and take a day off after arriving at Reject North City. Tasks with few words are big things. Even Draven didn't expect that. The so-called push to the northwest. Surprisingly, it is expanding the western section of the front line. Isn't that using us as the main force? At that moment, Li Xiangzhou had all but settled down, past the half-step of the master. I was just performing some unusual tasks in the demon suppression army. This time it's a straight-up starter. You all see it, right? Dismissed now. Then, and get ready. Draven got up and loosened his muscles. Finally, I can see how good I really am at this clan master level. An hour later, the demon extermination squad was fully loaded and gathered at the west gate of the imperial capital. After getting into an ordinary-looking car, they made their way north. The car was going extremely fast, ignoring the speed limit. License plates with classifieds let them travel unimpeded. Toward evening, the city of Reject North. Qin refused to go north and the city owner Tianqi waited outside with his guards. I also wonder, what is the origin of this demon destroying squad? New group? Zhang Tianqi's face carried a few moments of doubt. Forget about it for now. I heard that they are the main force in this western sector attack. Sheen refused to go north, also had some doubts, but the orders from above could not be questioned. A car pulled up in front of them, and the first person to get out, the Dravan. Sheen refused to look at the north with a torch-like gaze, keeping his eyes on Zhuofan. It's only been a few months since I've seen. He's already a grandmaster? Nope. There was definitely more than just the sovereign in terms of strength. Zhang Tianqi on the side was also dumbfounded and, is this the same kid who came to work over the summer? General Qin, City Lord Zhang. It's been a long time. When Zhuofan saw them, he immediately greeted them. Indeed, it's been a long time. We have prepared lodging and a feast for you. Zhang Tianqi shook his head slightly, which slowed him down from his surprise. Please also ask a few of you to follow me. The demon extermination squad came in secret. The so-called dinner party. Not hilarious. Dravan sat down with the crew, drinking and talking, a meal and a drink. After the dispersal, Sheen refused to sit in his seat inside. I didn't expect that. So soon. The size of another top powerhouse. The higher-ups of Reject North City all followed suit inside. Early the next morning, the demon extermination squad then hoofed it into the armored vehicle. Quietly, the journey continues north. Along the way, whenever a demon is hit, or a new nest is detected, the demon squad is walking and stopping. Zhuofan hit his head with a stranger's sword, and these small demons didn't even have a chance to escape. Cleaning up along the way, they crossed the front line. Finally, a large number of demons stood in front of them in hordes. Make preparations to do it, Dravan reminded. Get off yourself already. It's a bit of a walk from here. He clutched the stranger's sword in both hands and, the body's chi and blood rapidly rose from the dantian. With a horizontal swing of the sword, with a chakra-killing slash, accompanied by flashes of word power, the armor breaking, bleeding, wound enhancement, a series of effects instantly triggered in one fell swoop, with just one slash, flying horizontally out of the, everywhere you go, whether it is grass, trees, flowers and birds, or large and small demon clans, the light is cut in two, and the heavy is ashes and ashes, as Zhuofan's chi and blood continued to be exported to the stranger's blade. Behind him, Zhang Miaoxue had been dumbstruck. Is this still the senior brother I know? Li Xiangzhou was also shocked by the same patriarch. Captain Chook's strength. It was by no means below the martial god. After the shock had passed, they too began their own offense. Under Zhuofan's leadership, within a day, they directly and frantically advanced 300 miles. Chapter 143, Pursuit, Continue Deeper. Chapter 143, Captain, the Demon Destroyer Squad is pushing too fast. We can't even keep up. General, the Demon Extermination Squad is too fast and has already pulled away from us by 200 miles. Captain, I've done all I can on my side to shorten the distance to 100 miles before nightfall. Can we have the Demon Extermination Squad pull back and rest first? The Frontier West Command in the Abyss. It's already a mess. It never occurred to them that this rate of advancement can create such a hectic situation. Ahem. What's the situation? Wang Yan learned the news and came to the Western Section Command, reporting to the Marshal. The Demon Extermination Squad is advancing too fast. It has advanced 300 miles to the northwest this morning. The General in Command replied immediately. This was also somewhat out of Wang Yan's expectation. That speed, it's really good. I would have thought that it would take you 2 or 3 days to push 300 miles. Ahem. All the other teams, just do your best to keep up. I'll order the Demon Extermination Squad to stop advancing, Wang Yan said and immediately turned around to go back to his camp. Chen Qingfeng, it's time to do something. They're advancing faster than I thought they would. Hearing this, Chen Qingfeng gave a slight nod and immediately followed suit to begin preparations. 300 miles northwest of the abyssal front, in front of Zhuofan's eyes, all of them were fleeing demons. Eat something and keep pushing. He put away his stranger's sword and ordered straight away. Captain, the push is too deep. Li Xiangzhou was worried. I'm afraid something big will happen if we go in alone. My brother's right. The captain has to think about it. Li Jiejun immediately agreed. Push on 300 miles. This is a great achievement. A few of us are no more than clerics. If it gets really tricky, I'm afraid the follow-up reinforcements won't be able to make it. Senior brother, just listen to senior sister. Let's pull back and wait for reinforcements. Zhang Miaoxue's heart was also filled with worry. Brother, you can't be so adventurous in war. I've just asked the master as well. And the master has also said to pause the advancement. She sent a message to Chen Qingfeng and immediately blurted out the reply. Keep moving. We're going to write it out. Kill them in their guts. Zhuofan shook his head slightly. Take a 10-minute break and continue on later. Wang Yan can't get us killed. Advancing is just that anyway. Besides, in this abyss, how many more can there be that I'm not a match for? Zhang Miaoxue was silent. I've always been steady, and things are done with thought. There must be a bottom to doing so. Zhao Xian, which was leaning against the tree with his hands stuck in the air. Yo Van, you've got a bit of a bad taste in your mouth, though, but not so stupid as to be so alone. There should be some kind of reason. I've never had a good fight. Anyway, you're the one who cleared it all. Gotta give this lady a chance to play. Okay, I get it. Li Xiangzhou let out a deep breath and calmed down a bit. Captain, I support whatever you decide. Even the short-tempered Miss Zhao has her way. Captain Zhou must have his own ideas, since he's all righteous. Why am I still cowering? As Li Xiangzhou opened his mouth, Li Kaijun and Zhang Xingqi followed suit. A 10-minute break for 6, replenished with water and dry rations, continue to kill towards the northwest. As he advanced, Zhuo Fan released his qi and blood all the way, leaving behind some small marks. The entire squad is a Zhongsher, and they're all young geniuses. How can you not find out about this? Although Zhang Miaoxue did not say anything on her lips, her heart was more than a little relieved. Senior must have received some news. We should just move forward. Zhao Xian instead had the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. It's not stupid. At least know to point the rescue in the right direction. Li Xiangzhou's heart was also a little excited when he saw the marks left along the road. Behind us. There must be reinforcements. No wonder. The captain said to write it out. For a while, the entire squad's confidence increased greatly, and even the speed of their advancement accelerated quite a bit. Through a grove of trees, they had come to grassy terrain. Here, it's already considered the depths of the abyss. Boom, boom, a dull thud came out of the distance. Two huge figures surrounded over with a large number of demon race and devil race. As the figure drew nearer, two demon kings, with huge firewood swords in their hands, were charging towards them. Every step of the way, both erupted in terror, and the smell of blood coming from that giant woodchipper. It is estimated that more than tens of thousands of experts have died under this sword. With the added power of these two demon kings, the great demons on the side all had a stronger aura. This is the Demon King, senior brother. Let's retreat. We can't deal with it. Seeing these two demon kings running wildly, Zhang Miaoxue's heart was weak. Master can't even fight until he's a saint. Or two demon kings. We are all just masters here. Captain Zhua, we can't advance. This demon king is already at the level of a half-step demon general. I'm afraid that even the martial god may not be able to fight 2 in 1. Li Xiangzhou's brow furrowed. Behind us is the grove. We can still drag it out for a while, even if there is a rescue. Gotta drag it out too. These two demon kings are not bad in strength. Never something we can deal with. The rest of these great demons around us. It's not always easy to deal with such a large number. One moment, Dravan replied faintly. Instead of retreating, it's advancing. With the stranger's sword in his hand, the rising qi and blood kept pouring in. Stepping on the ground and taking to the air, Zhuo Fan leapt high into the air and the stranger's sword was raised above his head and charged head-on at the demon king. The golden light of Zhuo Fan's divine palace radiated out. The words glisten and the speed of the frontal kill was even faster than the demon king's sprint. For a while, it seemed like there were countless Zhuo Fan in the air, killing them head-on. Brush! But then I heard a loud bang. Zhuo Fan went straight through the first demon king. Knife, not a drop of blood. And behind him was the corpse of a demon king that had become 2 halves. Even the woodchipper in its hand, which is full of demonic and evil power, all of them had been split by Zhuo Fan at once. It's too fast. The crowd can only surmise from the results that Zhuo Fan was supposed to do away with the demon king in a state where he was blocking with his sword across his body. This slash, released by chakra alone, the light of the blade, just cut a demon king in 2. Strong. It's too strong. Dravan slowly lifted his head and took advantage of the momentum to, viciously glaring at the demon king behind him who was planning to follow up. This demon king who was still alive immediately turned and a slinky escape. Even the huge woodchipper in his hand was lost. The demon army was demoralized and followed the fleeing demon king, routing towards the depths of the abyss. All team members, seeing this scene, has frozen motionless. This is the demon king. It was still a half-step demon general level demon king. What a top-notch existence for a demon king. Why did Captain Zhua do it with one cut? What was that phantom just now? A few of us have been grandmasters. Be reasonable. It can't be so fast that it's a mirage when we look at it, can it? Zhuo Fan, as the martial god himself, it's not a bad strength. Indeed, available at. Is this not a good strength? Strength against all odds. Keep after them. Dravan turned around and shouted. That's what brought them out of their stupor. Each of them took a deep breath, adjusted themselves, and, following behind Zhuo Fan, he continued his pursuit. Chapter 144, A Little Witch is a Big Witch. Zhuo Fan ignored the other lesser and greater demons and chased after that demon king furiously all the way. The team also followed Zhuo Fan all the way. Occasionally, demons of all sizes will come and attack in the neighborhood. Without exception, they were all splattered on the spot. Zhuo Fan carried the stranger's sword and chased after him for 50 miles. Instead, he saw In the distance, a small hillock with black gas. Without realizing it, they had already chased after the demon race's hinterland. Not far ahead of them, it's the main camp of the demon race. At this moment, the demon king, who was being chased wildly by Zhuofan, suddenly turned around. Zhuofan also saw the strength of that demon king. Something's wrong, although he is a half-step demon general, but this one's better than the one I just caught. Quite a bit stronger. This kind of demon king would never escape with such a hasty collapse of morale. Ha 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 ha. Dravan, do you think that we are really afraid of you? However, the demon king laughed coldly, with scorn and mockery in his eyes. You fell for it. Look around you. You're isolated. As the demon king laughed out loud, a kind of big and small demons around him followed and gathered around. The jeers were loud and clear. Li Xiangzhou was immediately shocked. Not good. Fong was in a feverish state of mind when he was fighting. I can't believe I didn't think of that. Just now all the way. Captain Zhuo also did not leave a mark. Done. Li Jiejun also looked nervous. Not good. I forgot to leave a mark. 2. This time around in the thick of it. Finished. Although Zhang Xingqi was flustered in his heart, he saw that his cousin Zhang Miaoxue still had a determined face. At least there were a few moments of composure in. There must be a way. Captain Zhuo will surely find a way. That demon king was also easily resolved just now. Zhang Miaoxue, her eyes were firm, but in her heart, there were still a few worries. With Dravan around, it'll definitely take us out. We must fight to the end. Zhao Xian's face, on the other hand, was very calm. Is it finally time for my lady to make her move? I'm not enjoying myself at all. Rather, it's these demons in front of us. You can look twice. Senior brother, I will fight with you. Zhang Miaoxue let out a deep breath and came closer to Zhuofan to open her mouth. Zhuofan, if you don't have the strength, just tell this lady. Zhao Xian followed suit and drew the thin sword at his waist. No need. Protect yourselves is coming. With a cloudy face, Zhuofan took a step forward. An air of arrogance emanated from a stranger's sword in his hand. Dead to the world. Are you still going to be a trapped animal? The demon king laughed coldly, and instead felt some pity for this genius. In a minute, you're going to die, and we, the demon race, will immediately counterattack. Oh, Zhuofan responded indifferently, as if he was looking at a corpse. With that, he pulled back. Qi and blood rose up from the dantian and crazily infused into the stranger's blade. At the same time, the rest of his qi and blood surrounded him and rose. There were even a few shades of blood, visible to the naked eye. The aura of an absolute powerhouse, constantly emanating from under the surrounding demon kings. None of them dared to approach. An unwarranted fear arose in all of them. It was as if it was like earlier when that heavenly and earthly apparition and the vortex in the sky had eaten them up like a windstorm. Break! Dravan didn't even jump. Straight to an empty swing of the knife. The light of the knife, wrapped in qi and blood, and even interspersed with already plasticized soul power. It swept towards this demon king. The ground cracked open in a regular seam, and the grass and trees around the blade's light were wrapped and uprooted. Sculpture. Even if you could kill my brother, it would be impossible. Before the words were finished, the blade light had already killed the demon king. It used all of its chakra to fend it off, full of confidence, only to find that this blade light, surprisingly, directly penetrated the defense of its qi and blood. How is that possible? These were the last words spoken by the demon king while he was alive. Before the words fell, the blade light pierced right through it. As it traveled through, the qi and blood injected by Zhuofan exploded crazily within it. The shaping of the psionic power was also like a spike that tore through its bloodstream. One cut later, the demon king, it's gone. A thick fog of blood filled the surroundings of the demon extermination squad. The smell of blood was everywhere. As this demon king died violently, the encircling circle instantly collapsed. One demon king. It was still a half-step demon general level demon king. Who's going to be able to handle that? Seeing the large and small demons that surrounded the perimeter, dispersing in a flurry of, Zhang Miaoxue slowly sighed in relief. That's great. Luckily Dravan is strong. Otherwise we're screwed. Zhao Xian instead had the corners of his mouth rise slightly. It's not bad. Pity. This lady is going to be an audience member today. The squad members behind Zhuofan all ran up with joy. Captain Zhuo, if you had said you had this kind of strength, what else are we worried about? Li Xiangzhou smiled and went up to pat Zhuofan's shoulder. The smile was still on his face, though, but he was already shaken. Not to mention the fact that if an unusual patriarch faced a demon king, it would be best for both of them to lose. It was fighting that would consume a large amount of qi, blood, and soul power, available at. How come Captain Zhuo is unharmed? Not even attrition? He's full of gas and blood. There was no sign of any depletion in his body either. Could it be that this slash, he just hit it out of the blue? I'm guessing that Captain Dread is still swimming. We should be safe. Better get some rest. You must be tired from earlier, Zhang Miaoxue said, pulling out the water bottle she was carrying. Come and drink some water. It's letting others have relaxed and intend to rest here for a while first. However, he saw Zhuofan's brows furrowed and called out to the crowd. Wait. He stared in the direction in front of him, unblinking. The breath is not right, and the enemy, and staring, the mist of blood that surrounds us, can't even cover it up. It should be a top-tier powerhouse. The stranger had felt it too. This stranger's sword, which had been previously enhanced, it had been fortified with the chi, blood and soul power of the demon emperor's corpse. Naturally, you will also be able to sense demons, enough to be able to sense them. As for Zhuofan himself, after the Divine Palace engraving was completed, the Divine Palace had expanded by a few points, and his sensitivity to the surrounding changes was also much stronger than that of an ordinary patriarch. Both the knife and himself. There were a number of threats in the mists ahead. If we rest now, we will surely be taken by surprise. Back off, all of you. Saying that, Zhuofan stretched out his stranger's sword and pointed it straight ahead. Come out. How long do you plan to hide? With a furious roar. However, a dozen more figures slowly appeared in the place where the blood mist and black mist intermingled and filled the air in front of them. At Zhuofan's yell, the crowd was also alerted. They were constantly feeling the changes in breath and flow, but under the blood mist, they threatened to feel nothing. But the figure in front of him was getting closer and clearer. The dozen or so demon kings at the front had already revealed their hideous faces. Behind them, a dozen demon generals. There was even a demon emperor. As they appeared, they were surrounded by an endless number of demon and devil races. Circle around again. And, the encirclement just now, compared to the present, it's nothing short of a minor. Chapter 145 Arrive. In the face of a large number of demons surrounded by demon kings and generals gathered together, and a demon emperor, outside of Dravan, the entire demon extermination squad really panicked. With fear in her eyes, Zhang Miaoxue came closer to Zhuofan and pressed against him from behind. So many demon kings, and the demon emperor. This, can't finish the fight. We're alone. What do we do? To keep Dravan from worrying, she was silent, gazing around her. Zhao Xian also panicked and gulped, subconsciously approaching Zhuofan. So much? This lady can't fight any better. Against so many. Li Shangzhou, although his face was still calm, his heart was already afraid. Captain Zhuo will definitely win. We will survive. These two phrases were constantly muttered over and over again under his breath. A spell that seems to put your mind at ease, even though I'm a member of the demon squad. Never seen such a big row either. On the side, Li Kaijun and Zhang Xingqi were even more panicked. There was more than a little trembling, and on his face was an indescribable fear. Dravan, the demon emperor, walked out from the group of demons. Ice-cold voice. It stimulated the hearts of every member of the demon extermination squad. Desperation. Not just on the inside. The look on his face. It's all twisted. Except for Dravan. Do you, have any last words? The face of this demon emperor. 6 eyes, staring at Zhuofan in unison. All eyes, filled with mockery. This rising star of the human race. Quite the ego. Set up a trap and just drill yourself in. The arrogance is written all over his face. But with the strength of a single zoneshur, even if he was crazy, his strength wasn't enough to match. Pity, the genius of the human race. Today, they're all going to die here. Last words can't be said. I just want to warn you not to get too happy too soon. Haven't you ever wondered why I was so bold as to come in here? Zhuofan spoke faintly, a hint of killing intent wiping across his eyes. Prepare for battle. A high-pitched bellow. It instantly swept away the fear in the eyes of the players behind him. Even if there is any fear left in your heart. At this moment, all of them were transformed into full battle intent. But he saw Zhuofan. The stranger's sword plunged into the ground. The majority of the stranger's blade went deep into the land, and a golden light radiated out. The field of the sea of blood. Open. I'm going to see that today. How far can this blood sea field and my strength kill? The golden light dispersed, and all the demons felt a hint of doubt. It wasn't Dravan who was puzzled. Rather, they are themselves. After being passed through by the golden light, his own strength was actually weakened by a few points. The closer they were to Zhuofan, the more they were weakened. Only the demon king above was barely unaffected. Kill. The demon emperor coldly issued an order. Even if there are fields, in the end you're just a cleric. Do I need to do it? Demons of all sizes, demon kings and generals, instantly killed towards Zhuofan's location. Stay in formation. Not much training, but try. Saying that, Zhuofan was the first to kill out. The chi and blood of his body continuously erupted out. A blood-colored shockwave that emitted a violent vibration within this blood-golden domain. The stranger's been pumped full of chi. A red light appeared. Immediately, Zhuofan transformed into a red flash and traveled through the demons. Between flashes of light, The blade light flew out accompanied by a powerful force of chi and blood, whether it was a demon king with a strong defense or one with a large amount of chi and blood. In just a moment, it was torn apart by the light of the blade, not to mention those who came around. Small unformed demons, only a demon general could barely resist. With the armor-breaking word bonus, the demon general could also only rely on his strong chi and blood to eat the attacks hard. Subsequently, it survived by relying on the demon bloodline's own recovery ability. Zhuo Fan traveled through this blood mist. Not even a single drop of demon blood touched his body. Beneath the realm of the Blood Sea, the demon extermination squad also killed out of blood. Between the sweeps and picks of Li Xiangzhou's lance, there was a constant stream of blood and light. The chi and blood, accompanied by the soul power released, continuously killed and wounded the group of encircling demons. Even if these demons are for the rank of Demon King and Demon General, it's just a bunch of assholes. But in such numbers, it was also already difficult for an unusual patriarch to resolve. Li Kaijun held his sword beside Li Xiangzhou, at least maintaining the habit of helping his brother in the past to carry out tasks in the demon suppression army. The twin swords in Zhang Xingqi's hands were also swinging and chopping, in spite of a few minor injuries. But he's gone berserk, in a state of killing red-eye. The unimpressive demons were easy toys to hold. Zhang Miaoxue held her sword and had wanted to follow Zhuo Fan, but Zhuo Fan was too fast and could only hug Li Xiangzhou and the others. Zhao Xian's arms and shoulders, there were quite a few traces of abrasions, but her step was light, and almost no demons could really hurt her. The thin sword is like a swimming dragon in the hand, offense and defense in one. The watchman's skills were brought out, and they fought this battle with great vigor. It was supposed to be a battle of encirclement and annihilation of the demon race, but after a spirited effort by the demon extermination squad, the hit into a center bloom, especially Zhuo Fan, the demon king and demon general, could not bind him at all. Wherever the red light went, there was only a mist of blood. The demon emperor, finally, couldn't look at it anymore. This kid, it's a bit of a powerhouse. If we give him a chance to really develop, what's left of it? This bunch of losers. I still have to do it myself. Zhuo Fan, take your life. The demon emperor let out a roar. The huge body transformed into lightning. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan, danger! Looking at the demon emperor's sharp claws, which were about to tear Zhuo Fan apart, Zhang Miaoxue's eyes were wide with rage. A roar that tore at the heart of. But movement-wise, it's impossible to pull away. One could only watch as the demon emperor made his move. No good. Save the captain. Li Xiangzhou also wanted to pull out and rescue him, but a demon general was killed right in his face. It was impossible to die, but there was no way to spare the body for the rescue now. Immediately, all the members of the demon extermination squad realized that the remaining demon kings and generals, it's coming together, had completely blocked the space for his own rescue of Zhuo Fan. Dang! With a loud bang, the claw that the demon emperor attacked with broke. Zhuo Fan took advantage of this gap and instantly drew back. He spun his body and directly tore apart the mouth blocked by the demon king and demon general like a storm. Zhuo Fan released a vicious shockwave, directly deterring the demons that were still going to attack. Then he spoke. Are you alright? It's good that it's not dead. Li Xiangzhou squeezed out an awkward smile on his face. I was thinking of saving lives. I didn't realize it was Captain Chook who turned around and rescued. Who? The demon emperor roared. New claw tips quickly sprouted where the claws had broken off. Human geniuses. It's not your turn to threaten demons. If you kill him, all the 10 million people of the demon clan will have to be buried with him. With a roar, Wang Yan descended from the sky. It was like a fire meteor that smashed directly into the ground. The ground shook, and the little demons on the occasion all exploded in place into a bloody mist. The great demons all spat out blood and were seriously injured, constantly retreating with fearful eyes. Boom! The second meteor hit. Under the shockwave, only the demon king above could survive. Chan Xingshang, holding a long spear in her hand, she stood valiantly in front of Zhuo Fan. On top of that, the earth-shattering sounds of killing had come from Chapter 146, killing the Demon King in a second. Shocking the whole scene, the Demon Suppressor Army, the surprising Dragon Guards, and the various ministries of the Night Watch, swept in. Even if Zhuo Fan had advanced nearly 400 miles this time, they also arrived at the scene on the hoof. On the ground, were countless armored vehicles of the Demon Suppression Army, who got out of their vehicles and charged all the way. The earth-shattering sound of killing came from them. In the sky, it's a million little shooting stars. The Scare Dragon Guard and Night Watchman ministries descended from the transporter at speed, leaning on the newly developed cushioning gear. It falls straight down. After landing, he quickly took off his equipment and shielded himself in front of Zhuo Fan. It can't be that this was arranged long ago, can it? Li Xiangzhou sat on the ground and let out a deep breath. 80%. Captain Zhuo should know, otherwise he wouldn't be so reckless. See a smile on the corner of his mouth. Dravan didn't say anything, just nodded. Soon, the team in charge of medical care followed, and the other members of the demon extermination squad were properly treated. At this time, in the hinterland of the demon race, have been brought in by the army of Wang Yan and Chen Xingshang cluster. Zhuofan then realized that there were already hidden cameras filming his every move. Even the war correspondents who followed up, also under the protection of the demon-suppressing army. Shoot carefully. Global live streaming opens. Only then did Zhuofan understand what Wang Yan and Chen Xingfang were planning. I am both the centerpiece and the bait. Just take it in stride and attack. The focus of the demon race has always been on me. Then the marshal and master will be able to complete the subsequent layout. Now, it was the right time to wage a war of annihilation against the demon surprise. This is one that is about to finish live. Demons, good day to you all. To the head. Wang Yan let out a roar as his domain unfolded. Chen Xingfang also unfolded the field at the same time. Zhuofan took 2 steps forward. Knight unfolded his blood sea domain. 3 major areas of development. Under the wildly oppressive force of the, without the level of a demon king, don't even think about moving. Even if you're a demon king and haven't reached the half-step demon general. Also inch by inch, the 3 of them lead the way, and their chi and blood continue to erupt. The Dao shockwaves instantly annihilated most of the surrounding demon race. The speed of the trio had already caused even the cameras to show heavy shadows. There are even some camera positions that don't capture it at all. They could only film the images of the dead and wounded of the demon race. All those present had only 2 words in their minds. Slaughter, kill. With Wang Yan, Chen Xingfeng and Zhuofan leading the way, the army behind them began to move as well. Then with the overlapping fierce fields of the 3, all the way to the top, along the way, we'll kill all the demons we meet. In the mist of blood, add splattered blood. Zhuofan is in the demon community. The light of the sword is like lightning, weaving and slashing. It was like a hungry wolf pouncing on a flock of sheep. 2 demon kings approaching. Before they could take their positions, Zhuofan had already raised his hand, without even touching the stranger's sword, just by the light of the blade that releases chi and blood. Instant seconds. It's also one of the few times that the back camera was able to capture the chopping. Within the wall, families were sitting in front of their screens watching this live stream. Seeing Zhuofan kill the demon king in seconds. Add to that the blood spurting all around us and the mist of blood filling the air in every direction. Everyone's shocked faces were filled with excitement. The younger generation. There are already such peaked powerhouses. It's a blessing for Daxia. It is a blessing for the human race. Zhuofan's former classmate from Qingzhou Martial Arts School. Seeing him kill the demon king in seconds on the screen, all of them were dumbfounded. They know that Zhuofan is already the martial god himself, but it didn't occur to me that, in a few short months, it can be so off the charts, ridiculously strong. Inside the martial arts school, Principal Chang Huaishan was also watching the demon slaying live. Seeing the figure of Zhuofan, the heart was thrilled. It's true, I really wasn't wrong about anyone. Zhuofan was never a pool animal in the first place. Under the martial god's personal transmission, one could have such terrifying combat power in just a few months. What a great addition to our school. The Meng family at this time. Meng Qiubai had thought that. It's been a few months since that incident with Meng Yuntao. A little mercy. It should be possible to sneak back to Meng's house. The big deal is that Meng Yuntao has to suffer a little more from the family law. There's always a chance. But while waiting, they saw the live feed that the image of Zhuofan killing the 2 demon kings in seconds was even replayed as a wonderful shot. Pop. Meng Qiubai couldn't hold it together. A direct slap to Meng Yuntao's face. Why are you such a? Why did you mess with him in the first place? His face was full of anger. One slap wasn't loud enough. Several slaps in a row couldn't dissipate the anger in his heart. Zhuofan was so green that he didn't stand a chance. It's all your fault. You ungrateful thing. I thought I came to plead for mercy. What are you hitting me for? Meng Yuntao covered his palm and argued. Who knew he was like this now? And sophistry. Pop. Another slap. What are you doing here? This is the Meng family. Get out. The head of the Meng family, seeing the 2 of them immediately shrugged off their hands. Immediately, the security guards kicked Meng Qiubai and Meng Yuntao out. Meanwhile, before the live broadcast of the demon slayings, Zheng Jiao was in tears. Zhang Yuan was also filled with anger. I made you apologize last time. What's the result? His mind was indignant. If you're serious about Yovan, he's been our Zhang family's son-in-law for a long time now. Now this achievement. Along with that, our Zhang family should soar. I apologize. Zhang Jiao cried while arguing. It's me. I can't even see him. Who knew Dravan could be like this now? Who knows? It's only been a few months. He's actually become an existence that kills demon kings in seconds. And who can know that? Do we have to pay attention to just any dog or cat? It's all an excuse. You get out of here now. If the apology isn't forgiven by the Zhuo progenitor, just don't come back. Zheng Yuan stormed out. Zheng Yuan, will not have a daughter like you. And within another unranked university, Chen Jiang was instead all smiles. Sure pro tem, my brother, if he tells me to eat live over the summer, I'll eat it live. Seeing this image now, the gloom in his heart had long since disappeared. What's wrong with eating? What's the point of eating live? We're the boldest of the bold. Dare to apologize. With that connection, what's the point of going to this pheasant school? Kyoto, Martial Arts Academy. Tuhan looked at the screen and, the mind was shaken. As the vice dean, he could never forget the moment before summer vacation when he pulled in Zhuofan. Nor could he forget the moment when Zhuofan finally entered the Martial God Academy under the admiration of Chen Qingfeng. It was definitely the best decision I've ever made in my life. But then again, even if it's the god of Wushu himself, not everyone has that kind of speed either. It's only been a few months. Zhuofan had stepped into the clan. It could even kill a demon king in seconds. Who can do that? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, already pondering how to go about preparing for the celebration when Dravan returns. The other teachers, too, were staring at the screen at the moment. They can't imagine how. Zhuofan, who had just joined the school a few months ago and was but a fourth order man, it was surprising that he had now stepped into the clan. They're even less likely to think that Zhuofan was already able to kill demon kings in seconds on his own. Chapter 147, Open Heaven. Kill. The Yen Palace. The Empress was leaning sideways on her couch. I heard about the Daxia army, offense in the abyssal hinterland, and live. I had nothing better to do than to take a look, but when the live feed came through, she can't be relied on anymore. The Empress stood straight up, staring intently at the live feed. I thought, the Daxia army is already considered to be at the end of its rope when it rushes out of the Great Wall, available at, and now it's even rushing into the abyssal hinterland? Seeing the main camp of the demon race looming inside the screen, she was shocked beyond belief. How is that possible? Wasn't the Grand Xia army sainted by Wang Yan alone? How can it be so powerful? Even the god of martial arts, Chen Qingfeng, followed into sainthood. Not so much. In the hinterland such carnage, as Zhuofan killed the second demon king with one hand. She was even more shocked. Dravan is not just, she muttered, her eyes going wide. It's only been a few months? It should be less than 3 months, right? Zhuofan is a grandmaster now? It's still a Zongshi who can kill a demon king in seconds. No, we have to move. The Yen Empress immediately suppressed the shock in her heart and sought out the female officials around her. How are things going with Dravan? She let out a deep breath to calm herself down. Your Majesty, the female officer stammered and looked embarrassed. There is no chance at all. No way. Zhuofan was only at the second or third rank at that time. There were plenty of ways to approach him. How are you guys doing it? Under the thunderous wrath of the Yen Empress, the female officer could only kneel down to forgive her. Your Majesty, I have confirmed that there is indeed no progress. By Zhuofan's side, there are often shocking dragon guards secretly watching. Some of the eyes placed in Daxia don't stand a chance. The female officer looked helpless. If I can get close to Dravan, I did it early, even if it's in the form of a body. We have to trick him into coming here. 2. Scared dragon guard? The Yen Empress fell silent. He can have the shocked dragon guard protect it? The Daxia hierarchy was really protective of him. I know. When Zhuofan returns to Daxia, find a way to continue the connection. Just ask him one thing. To welcome the Yen Empress. Hearing this, the female officer shuddered. She stared at the Empress with horrified eyes and, as if asking repeatedly, did I hear you wrong? Go. Prepare now. If we waited for Zhuofan to return, it would be too late to prepare. You're the only one I'm going to ask. The Empress let out a deep breath before putting away a face that had a few fierce moments. Daxia, if I were to give myself to you, how do you respond? As opposed to being an instrumentalist in your Daxia, he became the king of Yen. How tempting is that? The outskirts of the imperial capital, a heavily guarded quadrangle, beneath the green waters and mountains, there are shocking dragon guards hidden everywhere. Even all of them were above the level of a Zongshi. Ha 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 ha. Laughter continued to come from it. A couple of cranberry-haired old men that, while watching the live feed on the screen, while calmly drinking tea, the excitement and joy in his eyes, however, could no longer be concealed. Daxia, indeed, did not cultivate the wrong person. With such a young talent, I guess we won't need to make a move in the future. That's not true. It's good to finally enjoy life in peace. They were all shocked at Zhuofan's fighting prowess, and a hint of relief wiped across their faces. At this time in the abyssal hinterland, the battle continues. As Wang Yan, Chen Qingfeng and Zhuofan attacked fiercely, the demon race suffered heavy damage, and a large number of demon kings and generals died violently on the spot. There are even a few demon emperors that, all were easily decimated. The whole battlefield, festering demons could be seen everywhere, even the demon emperor with superior recovery ability and terrifying strength. At this time, It was also under siege by the human race, a few feet tall. Even if it's flexible, it's also hard to get rid of. Facing Chen Qingfang and Wang Yan, the demon emperor had already used all of his strength. The lance and the claws kept interlocking in the air. The outbursts of chi and blood continue to wash away the blood mist, and the demons that die violently add a new mist of blood. Humph! With this much strength, how dare you attack the abyssal hinterland? The demon emperor coldly snorted as the shockwaves formed by his soul power directly sent countless soldiers flying. Still talking tough at the end of your life? Wang Yan didn't hold back at all, and with the long spear in his hand, he quickly jabbed. The chi and blood transformed into a blood dragon and tore up the. This was followed by a steady stream of cold awnings, no matter how much the demon emperor dodged, all hard to escape. Chen Qingsheng, on the other hand, is attacking from the flanks. Under the golden light, the icy lance kept on blitzing and it seemed to instantly freeze the blood that splashed out. With a roar, the soul power and chi and blood on the demon emperor's body suddenly increased exponentially. Even the domains of Wang Yan and Chen Qingfang were difficult to suppress. A horrifying purple aura pierced through the blood mist. It was already able to separate itself from Wang Yan's and Chen Qingfang's domains. This was the true strength of the demon emperor. Even if you're a saint, both could only battle to a draw. The demon emperor moves more rapidly than the parties. The soldiers who are still here in the center of the battlefield, not even a shadow. Then his body and head were separated, and blood was splattered. The only ones who could keep up with the speed were Wang Yan and Chen Qingfang, relying on mutual field effects. Barely for the battle. Dang! With a loud bang, the claws of the Demon King crashed into a knife. Dravan's Stranger's Blade. After harvesting a large number of Demon Kings and Generals, Zhuofan's Blood Sea domain madly stacked countless damage. The suppressive power of the Blood Sea domain also rose by leaps and bounds. Brush! The Demon Emperor sidestepped and dodged the combined strike of Chen Qingxuang and Wang Yan. He would have liked to have been in the moment. With his other claw, he repelled Dravan, without realizing that after this claw of his own, the strangler didn't move. Claws shattered. There was even some psionic energy that was like spikes sticking into one's palm. Put! The Demon Emperor broke his wrist immediately. From Wellspring's arm, a bloody hand regrew. At once, he felt a great pressure. It's not just Dravan. How come even Wang Yan's and Chen Qingfang's attacks had gotten a lot stronger? Could this be that Zhuofan's true strength? No way. Only a moment ago the words glistened on Dravan. Armor breaking, bleeding, and anti-injury, relying on the power of the domain to crazily weaken the Demon Emperor. I could have talked to Wang Yan and Chen Qingshang. Almost a draw for the Demon Emperor. At the moment, it's a mess. What he can do, only constant recovery. In the midst of dodging, the Demon Emperor stared at Zhuofan. It was a draw. It's hard to resist. Now, it must be Dravan. He has a gain effect. With that thought, he instantly moved to Zhuofan with a move. Both claws out. Huge amounts of blood chi kept exploding out between the claws. The special black-purple aura that only belonged to Demon Emperors covered the sky. However, he saw Zhuofan lifting his stranger's sword and moving even more quickly. He didn't expect that either. Shadow haste can trigger under these conditions, although 40% seems to have little effect. But with the huge amount of attributes and other bonuses stacked on the 40% had made him almost comparable to a martial god. Even together with the constant superimposition of the Blood Sea domain, his attack, it was almost no different from the saintly Wang Yan and Chen Qingfeng. No, probably more so. You picked the wrong opponent. Zhuofan's gaze was like a torch, and the stranger's sword dragged it back. The strength of his body's chi and blood gathered on the sword. He had consumed exactly half of the chi and blood in his body. The chi and blood on the stranger's sword had condensed into a giant sword that opened up the sky. Extinguish! With a furious cry, Zhuofan slashed down. Chapter 148, Shock. Distribute the loot. The Demon Emperor was controlled by the powerful chi and blood emanating from it. Facing Zhuofan's slash, he couldn't move at all. He went straight through the large gaping hole that had broken through the Demon King. The knife was deeply embedded in the ground. The tremendous vibration directly overturned the land in a 10-mile radius. The chi and blood will not stop, and the gale will not stop. Under the storm of chi and blood, the Demon Emperor's head shattered in half. All the recovery abilities were used, and they couldn't top the kill. A large amount of demon blood splashed out. Boom! The storm blew up. Will all demons within range, all cleansed. Wang Yan and Chen Qingfeng, who were close by, both felt a considerable oppressive force. The two men were alarmed. The future of Yovan is unlimited, even now, and definitely someone who can hold his own. The two of them looked at each other in disbelief. Shocking. It's all written on the face. The soldiers in the surrounding area stood frozen in their tracks, watching the storm kill large swaths of the demon race in seconds. Is this something a human being could do? It's a good thing we pulled away, or else, we're all gonna die. They were For the first time, heartbroken, not for fear of being decapitated by the Demon Emperor. Instead, he was afraid of being instantly obliterated by this overwhelming strike from Zhuo Fan. Even the Demon Emperor was killed in seconds. Although the Demon Emperor is equivalent to the intensity of a human martial god level, but the physical attributes of the body itself were far beyond that of a martial god. It was possible that 3 martial gods joining forces wouldn't necessarily be able to take down a Demon Emperor. Dravan, just do the Demon Emperor with one cut? The Demon Extermination Squad that was resting in the back was also shocked when they saw Zhuo Fan kill the Demon Emperor in seconds, especially Zhao Xian. This time, she couldn't reserve herself any longer and was dumbstruck. This is the Demon Emperor. Zhuo Fan is not even a martial arts god. How did this happen? This kind of strength can never be instantly increased in a day or two. Is he fighting root to the point where the Demon Emperor can be killed in seconds? The previous game. How much water did he put in? Even in the rear security area, the reporters filming froze. They gulped and let the machine shoot the image in front of them. This can no longer be described as strong, fierce, bully. For a moment countless words describing powerful instantly flashed through their minds, but none of them able to describe the scene in front of me. Even the 2 martial god saints fought with great difficulty. Dravan's entrance is a slash in a second? This, still human? Can the human race really do this? The footage they captured. There's also an ongoing global livestream. All the people who saw Zhuo Fan kill the Demon Emperor in seconds all froze. It's as if you're doubting that this live stream in front of you is fake. How can a person slash the Demon Emperor in a second? Silence. Dasha was silent. The small nations around us were silent. And the whole world. All were silent. After a short silence, the cheers drowned out the whole world. The demon race is the common enemy of the human race. Whether Dravan is from Dasha, him, it's the human race. There has never been a human race that has killed a Demon Emperor in seconds. This strike by Zhuo Fan told everyone that it's doable. The cheering gradually turned into madness, wherever that may be. Which country? They all took to the streets and celebrated with each other. The world went crazy because of Zhuo Fan's slash. In the center of the battlefield, Zhuo Fan slowly put away his sword and a glance at the 10-mile radius that has been cleared. Wang Yan sized up Zhuo Fan. The qi and blood were full, and there was not the slightest trace of being consumed in sight. It really is a successor. When you step into the clan, it's already like this. Wait until you become a martial god. That is to overturn the lair of the demon race along with it. Why don't we just keep going deeper? Chen Xingfang also noticed Zhuo Fan's full status. In front of us is the demon race's main camp. If it is completely cleared, it will usher in a long period of peace. Well, gotta see Dravan. Although he has full blood, it's unclear how much strength he still has mentally. Wang Yan let out a deep breath. Chen Xingfeng and I were both half consumed in our battle against the Demon Emperor. If we really want to move on, it actually depends on Zhuo Fan's state. With the battle over, the main task of the soldiers, only to sweep the battlefield. Wang Yan and Chen Xingfeng called Zhuo Fan to them. Zhuo Fan, Chen Xingfeng and I, we also discussed it. Finally decided to ask you. Amazing Wang spoke slowly. Do you want to push on? In front of us is the main camp of the demon race. If we make a big effort, this time it would be a good idea to do it once and for all. Chen Xingfeng followed suit. Even if there are still demons in the depths, then we can still have enough bases. I want to keep going deeper too. Zhuo Fan didn't think twice. The Demon Emperor is dead. The demon race must be in chaos. That doesn't ride the wave? Directly give them all a run for their money as a group of demons. Instead, you can't completely get rid of the demon race even if you mess up like that. There are tougher demons deeper down as well. Waiting to keep playing afterward is, well, for that. Wang Yan nodded slightly as he looked at Zhuo Fan's high morale. Then when this side finishes cleaning up the battlefield, we'll take over the demon race's base camp. With that said, the 3 of them began to help clean up the battlefield as well. In this battle, tens of millions of demon clans died. A large number of words and bodies and materials were collected up. White, green, and blue words are everywhere. There were also corpses of various sizes of demon clans, and there were not a few demon kings and generals. The corpse of the demon emperor could also be seen for a moment or two, and the demon emperor that Zhuo Fan killed directly exploded with 2 golden words. Soon the loot was organized and laid out in the back. The demon emperor's corpse and its trophies were put aside to be guarded closely by the surprising dragon guards. Demon Extermination Squad. What's the situation now? Wang Yan looked at Zhuo Fan and asked in passing. The 3 of us. Offense is never a problem. It's the people behind you who have to keep up. If this credit was given to the Demon Extermination Squad, it would be possible to publicize them a bit more. Become the absolute benchmark for the younger generation. It's all no big deal. Recovering nicely. Zhuo Fan also chatted slightly with the people in the squad after cleaning up the battlefield. None of them were hurt much. It's also mostly Dravan that attracts enough attention. Alright, rest for 10 minutes. and the demon extermination squad, along with Chen Qingfang and I, will set off together, take down the demon race's main camp completely. After Wang Yan had made the arrangements, he asked the logistics and soldiers to be ready to follow. Afterwards, Chen Qingfang led the demon extermination squad onward. The demon race had already been completely crushed in the battle just now. Right now, there's only the reaping. Even if the demon race's main camp is easy to defend and hard to attack, there weren't many resisting demon clans left at this point. Not to mention, the two great saints, Chen Qingfang and Wang Yan, led the charge. Zhuo Fan, the heaven-defying patriarch who had killed the demon emperor in seconds, quickly followed. Zhang Miaoshui and Zhao Xian, they followed behind, which was to clean up the remnants of the demon race. Half an hour later, the entire demon race base camp fell. An hour later, the follow-up troops followed, and the loot and supplies were all brought into the demon stronghold. Wang Yan has made arrangements to keep guard. All the talent gathered in the hall to begin distributing the loot. Chapter 149, The First Merit. Rest. Zhuo Fan takes the first credit for killing the demon emperor. So the demon emperor's corpse, and the two golden words that burst out, belong to Zhuo Fan. Hearing Wang Yan's words, everyone present felt that there was no problem. The strength and merit of Dravan, worthy of the reward. Other than that, the rest of Zhuo Fan's rewards, which will be the same as yours, will be publicized later. Wang Yan said and handed the golden words to Zhuo Fan. Thanks, Marshal. Dravan, as a matter of course, stepped forward and claimed the word. The words have to continue to merge and, it's only going to be more after that. Now that I have these two gold-colored phrases, instead, you can save a lot of white words and green words, in disguise. It's also saving money. The corpse of the demon emperor will be sent to the blessed cave afterward. Zhuo Fan, the demon race you killed this time should be able to be exchanged for a few 100 million merits. More merit badges have to be prepared. A mysterious smile wiped across Wang Yan's face as he said this. It's about time for you to break through to martial god. Ha? Hundreds of millions of merit badges aren't enough? There was some confusion on Zhuo Fan's face. All those merit badges can be used by me to trade for words. Break through to the god of Wushu? Absorbing the demon emperor should be almost enough, right? Do we still have to use merits to break through to the martial god? You'll see when the time comes. Wang Yan's face still had a mysterious smile. Merits to be had. Only more. Well, you go ahead and rest. The logistics car is already following. Chen Qingfang patted Zhuo Fan's shoulder. Her face was very pleased. Let's go see your rooms first. Indeed, Zhuo Fan's strength now is supposed to break through to the martial god. It's not estimated that it will take long to enter sainthood, able to kill the demon emperor in seconds. In the future, against the demon clan, it will also be the backbone of the force. Dravan, you have indeed stood up. With the logistics trucks in place, a large amount of supplies were sent into the demon race's main camp. It's also being used as the newest frontline headquarters for the Daxia army. Large numbers of soldiers from the original front line are also beginning to advance. As for the lands already under control north of the wall, instead, it was built by soldiers of all types, in the reserves, or build a road, or a city. Various other facilities are already in the construction program. Captain Zhuo, please follow me. Your camp is ready. A soldier of the Demon Suppression Army wearing a logistical supply uniform came to report. A few others from the Demon Destroyer Squad. Following Zhuo Fan, he left the hall. All the way up the stairs, through the dimly lit corridors they came to the upper-level location. A huge room appeared before them. Electric lights and some wiring have been laid. Large displays, tables and chairs, and even areas for practicing and relaxing, especially if it's directly across from the door and overlooks the balcony and windows. The sunlight poured into the whole dimly lit fortress. All lit up with a hint of brightness. This big room, or a suite, each person in the Demon Extermination Squad had a separate room. And even a simple toilet and shower were prepared, leaving aside the fact that the walls still have remnants of the simplicity that existed when they were occupied by the demons. There are only two words to describe the room. Luxury. This is too luxurious, isn't it? Li Xiangzhou exclaimed. We are here to fight, not to travel. The barracks of the Demon Suppressor Army are used to simplicity. This room, it's kinda uncomfortable, especially one glance into the single room inside at the fluffy queen-sized bed. The Demon Suppression Army barracks in the rear. None of them necessarily have that. Brother, if there's a good place to stay, stay there. Li Jejun is considered to be in his first long-term battle, live in the barracks. In the past, when he went to follow Li Xiangzhou to do quests, he did more than one day or so. Not bad. My lady is satisfied. Zhao Xian tensed his face and pretended to be high-strung. In his heart, however, something was not right. It's all Joven's fault. I haven't killed many demons, miss, but that demon emperor. Zhuo Fan, how much have you secretly practiced? What kind of person jumps from 2 or 3 ranks to a sovereign in 2 months? And the kitchen, senior brother. Senior sister will make you something delicious. There happened to be so many demonic beast materials. Zhang Miaoxue was excited to see the kitchen. That's great. Yovan must be hungry. I'll have to interact with him properly this time. This is definitely the best opportunity. No way. Patience. One step at a time. This is even. Dravan. With a small hiss. Zhang Miaoxue is cooking. I'd rather just run the cafeteria and check it out. Let's just go in first. Zhang Xingqi was a bit impatient, because this time the demon extermination squad, as the main force advances fast, again, very bright in the subsequent battles. So this room, it's for your use, the soldier in charge of logistics explained. This is the room with the highest treatment, and it was arranged here considering that you are all in a squad. There are still some resources left, all for giving the demon extermination squad a tilt. After the list, someone else will send it, said the soldier in charge of logistics, left his keycard and left. The crowd slowly walked into the room and each sat down on the couch. Suddenly, psionic energy emanated from the room. The thick psionic energy relaxed everyone's mind and body. These 2 days of exertion, just for a moment, all restored. By the time the logistics soldiers who delivered the elixir and food and drink came over, when you ask around, it was only then that the crowd realized that this was the Demon Emperor's chambers. It is the marshal's order that we rest here for a day, and then we are to resume our journey, the soldier said, handing over Wang Yan's order. Get some rest. Status all set. This offense, it's not over. Zhuo Fan took the fruit order and spoke slowly. It's true that we need to take a break. This base camp's been circling all over the place. It's all winding me up. Fighting the Demon Emperor wasn't even this much work. In the evening, the squad members went to their respective rooms to rest. Zhang Miaoxue lay in bed tossing and turning. The images of Zhuo Fan beheading the Demon Emperor during the day were all in his mind. Excited, loving, hesitant, a mixture of mixed emotions. Even with my eyes closed, it's also hard to get sleepy. Better go find Dravan? I'm also a grandmaster now. Should be able to try, right? No. What if he refuses again? Wait a minute. It's late at night. Just me and him. No one should know if they're rejected, right? Available at. You don't get a chance after you've been rejected. Hesitating, Zhang Miaoxue was getting more and more sleepless. Finally, she gathered her courage. After getting out of bed, he even found a more elegant outfit. Slightly lighter makeup in the mirror. Well, that should be fine. Looking at herself in the mirror, Zhang Miaoxue muttered. After giving myself a pep talk, she tiptoed around and pushed open the door to her room and Ben thought, it's the middle of the night and everyone else is asleep. Instead, he heard the door to his room being pushed open. Zhang Miaoxue carefully observed through the doorway. He didn't see anything and thought he was scaring himself. Pushing the door open, she sidled out into the hallway. Unexpectedly, Zhao Xian was already at the door of Zhuo Fan's room and went straight in. Chapter 150 Stop. Seeing Zhao Xian quietly enter the door, Zhang Miaoxue's heart was shocked and even a little anxious. Not good. It must be Zhao Xian's secret love. I could never let her get away with that. Zhuo Fan, senior, it must be mine. Definitely. With that thought she immediately went out the door, careful with every step, fear of disturbing the other members. But she's taking one careful step at a time. It's also slow. With each deep breath, meditate and listen for any sounds around Dravan's room. At this moment, Zhao Xian had quietly opened the door to Zhuo Fan's room. There were a few moments of nervousness in her mind. MS. Ben. Yes, have to. Thank you. But, must not be seen by other lets. Actually, Zhao Xian tonight. Also sleepless nights and tossing and turning. The scene of Zhuo Fan killing the Demon Emperor in seconds was also all in his mind. Just, the surprise and shock in her mind was on the high side. It's obvious that they're all practicing the same thing. Why do you, Zhuo Fan, surpass this lady? Then she thought of before. For the sake of the squad itself, these few guys back in the defense scene, even the most unruly. There was also so much more gratitude in my heart at this point. Zhao Xian, who had pushed open the door, saw Zhuo Fan through the doorway. He didn't sleep either. Seeing that Zhuo Fan, who was cross-legged on the bed, was surrounded by qi and blood, soul power and aura were also radiating out. It's practicing. Zhao Xian's gaze followed the flow of soul power. She was surprised to find that the soul power in Zhuo Fan's body that, surprisingly, it formed a marvelous loop. The soul power above his head was continuously absorbed and replenished into Zhuo Fan's body, and the psionic energy that was emitted returned to the surroundings. As this cycle repeated, the qi, blood, and aura in Zhuo Fan's body increased even more. It was the same time that Zhao Xian looked at it for a moment or two. She felt Zhuo Fan, and the qi and blood in his body had unexpectedly thickened quite a bit again. At this moment, Zhuo Fan had actually sensed the movement around him. Aside from Zhao Xian, who was peeking at the doorway, even Zhang Miaoxue, who was tiptoeing down the corridor, felt it. The soul power in his own body was constantly circulating with the surrounding soul power. Dravan only felt everything around him that all were able to see through psionic insight. What are those two doing here? You're up all night. Come for a peek? If I hadn't been in such a hurry to sense today, had to ask for clarification, but it's good that the two of them can learn. It would be a good thing to follow suit and get stronger. Forget it. Leave them alone. Today's daytime battle and the Demon Emperor's bloodbath. Zhuofan did feel like he was in great shape, even a bit out of his element. It's not that the Demon Emperor is easy to fight against. Rather, it's an indefinable, vague feeling. The Demon Emperor's kind of recovery ability, including one of its moves. It was actually one that could only be accomplished after being able to communicate with the surrounding psionic energy. And by doing so, it was even able to keep the soul power all replenished at all times. Sitting on his bed, Zhuofan kept thinking back to today's battle. I've been thinking about how to communicate with the psionic energy around me. Now that my shrine has been enlarged, and there's a whole book of Tao Te Ching, it should be able to be comprehended. If I could only comprehend the mystery of it all. It's not hard to break through to martial god. Thinking so, Zhuofan continuously released his chi and blood. Add in your own soul-shaping abilities and repeat the attempt. Zhao Xian watched from outside the door and froze. What exactly was this cultivation method of Zhuofan? Could this be the secret to his ability to get stronger quickly? No way. This young lady must take a closer look. She took a deep breath and slowed down and, carefully watching Zhuofan's cultivation. In his mind, he also silently followed his method to try to use his soul power. Suddenly, she sensed someone coming. Turning his head, he saw that it was actually Zhang Miaoxue following him. Zhang Miaoxue's face was a bit angry and she muttered her mouth as if she was going to say something. Shoo! Zhao Xian was the first to speak. Don't make a sound yet. Her voice was small, afraid of disturbing Zhuofan's cultivation. Zhuofan is still cultivating. Wait a moment. Saying that, Zhao Xian unexpectedly sat directly into the room and quietly closed the door. Stranded Zhang Miaoxue at the door. Immediately, Zhang Miaoxue got angry. Zhao Xian, good for you. Just left me out in the cold. Hooked up with Dravan on your own? Talking about hating Dravan. Call him a pervert. In fact, she was the one who had been deliberately seducing Zhuofan all along. Now, I'm also a grandmaster. My strength. It's not like you're losing. Scared of what? Although she was tempted to just break into the house and deliberately crash Zhao Xian's hookup. But, Zhang Miaoxue never did. What if Zhuofan is really practicing? You can't disturb it yourself. Right now, Zhuofan was definitely in the process of breaking through to martial god. Hey, sure enough, it's a man I'm looking out for. Night. There was a rustling sound from beyond the base camp. Then an alarm came. Demons attack. Attention all units. With the alarm following, the troops stationed at the demon race's main camp immediately began to move. The demon attack was small. Zhuofan had even just collected his powers to try and check it out when it was already over. He got up and turned his head, and he saw Zhao Xian peeking around the door. He then opened the door and saw, again, the muttering and puffing Zhang Miaoxue. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door rang out, waking up all the members of the entire demon extermination squad. Dravan changed his clothes and opened the door. What's up? He looked very calmly at the person in front of him. We are the demon suppression army that just came in for support. This place was just attacked by a demon race. It's about time we got to the order. The person at the head, his brows furrowed as he slowly spoke. But we've already cleared out that small group of demons. Dravan looked at them calmly. Why do you report these things to me? One look and you'll know what else you're asking for. So, what are you guys up to? Dravan continued to press the issue. We just don't have a rest camp for a while and would like to borrow a room on your side of the fence. The general at the head of the group spoke slowly, even if the face looks like a smile. It's the type of person who's very talkative. But Zhuofan, who had been a man for 2 lifetimes, had seen through it long ago. So many rooms not used. This is it? It's clear. It's just looking towards the psionic intensity here. It's not up to me to decide the room arrangements. You talk to the marshal. Zhuofan slowly opened his mouth and righteously refused. This is just a temporary loner. The leader of the generals is still sophomoric and then squeezed in hard with his soldiers. On the couch, rest go. Off the porch, all sit several soldiers. Ergo, this is a nice room. No one yet. The 2 soldiers looked towards Zhang Miaoxue's room. Immediately, he headed that way. Zhang Miaoxue, who already had an exasperated face, was already angry. The 2 soldiers were seen to be even angrier. This is our room. What right do you have to come here? This room is mine, Zhang Miaoxue said, blocking the meeting. Miss, it's not up to you to decide if this room is yours or not. Besides, we're just staying for a bit. The soldiers fell back on the fact that they had come to the rescue and insisted on resting here. Stop. Zhuofan's eyebrows saw another fluctuation, blocking the doorway of these 2 soldiers. This is the room arranged by the marshal. All of you get out. Chapter 151. Get out of here. When I, Zhuofan, Open my mouth. It seems like no one has dared to disobey. Juefan lightly snorted, his face even colder. With the exit of one sentence, the temperature in the room all seemed to have lowered quite a bit. You are. The few people present froze, looking at Juefan with dismay in their gazes. Isn't that the one who appeared on the air earlier? Isn't this the god of wushu himself? The reason why they came to start the reinforcement was because they were inspired after seeing Juefan's hot-blooded video after killing the demon. But I never thought that I would be able to meet my honors. Zhuo Pro transmission. The face of one of them was filled with dismay. The two of them looked at each other and instantly realized that they were indeed reinforcement troops and did hope that they would be treated better, while the one before them, at a young age, had already become a patriarch. Could it be that there was some kind of relationship between that girl and the Zhuo progenitor? If that's the case, this time, I'm afraid it's over. No need to explain. Get out. I don't want to see you guys again. Juefan hummed lightly, his gaze ghostly cold. They hadn't seen these people before when they were running on the front line. They didn't see these people even when they were bathing in blood, without ever thinking about it. Only just achieved some results and these guys jumped out? If it wasn't for the sake of internal unity, the stranger's sword in his hand would have already chopped out. Yes, we'll leave right away. The two heard this, but their faces changed steeply. One sentence from Juefan had basically cut off the possibility of them wanting to use this operation to brush up on their military industry. After all, Juefan was already the number one person of the younger generation, and between his hands and feet, he had a great influence. Such an existence, not to mention a sentence, even if he frowned, it was not something that the likes of them could withstand. Juefan, however, grunted softly, more than a hint of helplessness on his face. He does grow, and grows fast, but doesn't give good protection to those around him. Behind, Zhang Miaoxue had a hint of eccentricity in her gaze. Little master, you. Zhang Miaoxue's gaze flowed. In fact, to say the least, Zhang Miaoxue was still a bit angry in her heart before. Juefan had rejected her before, and before that, Zhang Miaoxue didn't know why. But starting a while ago, Juefan was surrounded by all types of beautiful women, and that Zhao Xian, more so, it was the most outstanding of the few. She saw Zhao Xian drilling into Juefan's tent with her own eyes, and for a moment in Zhang Miaoxue's mind, she seemed to instantly understand that this seemed to be the reason why Juefan had rejected her. Right? Also right. After all, Zhao Xian had been the number one person on the heavenly ranking before, and his talent was far above his own. Although, now she is already a Zongshi, but in reality, she is more than aware of how she came to be a Zongshi. That is only because she was favored when Juefan became a Zongshi, although she was also a Zongshi. In reality, Zhang Miaoxue couldn't pass this hurdle in her own mind. She had even decided, when this mission is over, it will leave the squad, not because of anything else, just not willing to stay in Juefan's side and get in the way. But what is going on here? How did Juefan come over by himself? Does he still have himself in his heart? One time, in Zhang Miaoxue's mind, all sorts of thoughts were spinning rapidly. Sister, remember to call me if you need anything in the future. Juefan hemmed and hawed, and a touch of eccentricity was even more evident in his eyes. Junior brother, you're already very good now, and senior sister, I know that, so why are you rejecting me? After this mission is over, I will leave the squad. Zhang Miaoxue frowned, although these thoughts had been circling in her mind before. This was the first time she had said them. What? Why? Juefan, however, froze, his face filled with dismay. I'm not strong enough and I'm always dragging my feet. Zhang Miaoxue froze on the spot before she could finish a sentence. Okay, stop it. You're my senior sister. When I was in school, you covered me. Now I'm covering you. Juefan had a smile on his face. You, Zhang Miaoxue, however, froze, her eyes filled with dismay. But soon, Zhang Miaoxue shook her head slightly. Since junior brother couldn't see himself, there was no point in dwelling on it. Little master, no need to say it, I understand it all. Dravan, however, shook his head. Actually, his rejection of Zhang Miaoxue was not because the senior sister was not good enough. All of his mind before was on the martial arts path, even if it was a different girl. In Juefan's opinion, it was still the same thing. You, Zhang Miaoxue, however, froze and wanted to say more, but realized that Juefan had already walked away. Zhang Miaoxue froze on the spot. First, he frowned, then a smile came through that face. That's all. It's just that, no matter what, this guy will always be his junior. As for the other women around junior brother, they might get tired of playing with them at some point and let them go aside. The thought flashed by, but Zhang Miaoxue gently exhaled a breath. Right, it's small. It's still a small grid. The next day, early morning, Juefan stepped out from his own tent. In fact, the intensity of the battle in the recent period of time has been relatively large, and every night before that, Zhuo Fan was cultivating with all his heart and soul. Only last night he did nothing. Instead, it was asleep until you woke up naturally. He stepped out of the tent, but found that many people around him had already begun to reorganize their provisions. Zhuo Fan also began to observe the surrounding demon suppressor army. By all rights, for such a large-scale operation, the number of supply troops should be extremely large. But, soon, Zhuo Fan realized that in fact, many of the soldiers in charge of supply wagons were also combat troops, only that the strength of these demon suppression troops was a bit weaker. And when he saw this scene, Zhuo Fan, however, was slightly stunned. After all, according to the current population of Daxia, there was no shortage of people in the whole of Daxia at all. There is no need for such distribution. Otherwise, once the battle starts and the troop types are not clear, there may be command problems. He nodded softly. In his heart, he thought that if he had the chance, he would have to tell the upper echelons of the hierarchy about his suggestion, which might give the demon suppressor army a new direction. But turn around. Zhuo Fan then understood, secretly sighing in his heart. In fact, the idea of the higher-ups, or more far-reaching, after all, this era in front of him and before his own location of the Blue Star, there is a fundamental difference. Blue Star is also very well developed in terms of transportation though, but in reality, there is no way to compare it to the world in front of us. After all, this side of the world, there is space for storage. That is to say, the logistical supplies carried by a supply soldier might be enough for an army, or even, as in the case of a middle or high-ranking person like him, even if he had been out on the battlefield for 10 years, he might not have needed much supplementation. Captain, let's go. Captain, good morning, Captain. A thought flashed through Zhuo Fan's mind, and then he heard many people greeting him. Dravan nodded gently and looked over. Zhao Xian, Zhang Miaoxue, and a few others, all took a step forward, and after a night's rest, many of them had a trace of relief on their faces. It seems, it was right to stop last night to rest and recuperate, even though everyone was a martial artist. But essentially, when marching and fighting, one still needed to combine labor and rest. Go! Zhuo Fan nodded gently. Today, we expect to push forward another 50 miles. Zhang Miaoxue looked towards Zhuo Fan. After that one incident last night, Zhang Miaoxue had actually figured it out, and her pretty face carried a smile. More than that, there was a hint of anticipation. This little senior brother of her own was not an ordinary person by nature, and she already didn't dare to imagine what kind of amazing profit this mission could bring to Daxia. Chapter 152, Advancement. The demon race appears. 50 miles, ha? Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes, and there was something odd in his eyes. 50 miles? That's a little low. Yeah, not only is the terrain complicated next, but we also have to face the demon race. I think 50 miles is already the limit. Most crucially, we still have a large force behind us, and the unusual soldiers of the demon suppression army are simply not traveling as fast as us. So in order to take care of the overall progress, it's already very reasonable for us to advance 50 miles forward. Zhang Miaoxue smiled, her eyes all glowing with wisdom. Dravan nodded gently. It seems that in recent times, Senior Sister's state is quite good, and it's already too much better than yesterday. I think, let's go forward 100 kilometers. Zhuo Fan, however, shook his head slightly. In fact, what the Senior Sister said was right, but in Zhuo Fan's opinion, it was not all right. Although the traveling speed of the unusual soldiers was taken into consideration, but as long as it was a war, the battlefield is all about rapid change. The demon race has already suffered a lot of losses in the hands of Daxia before. According to the nature of the demon race, it will definitely not just let it go. The demon race is likely to join with the demon race and act jointly. Once the demons and devils act jointly, the situation will become more complicated, and at that point, it will be a matter of trying to move forward. That's a much bigger price to pay. 100 kilometers? The others around them froze, looking at Zhuo Fan with dismay in their gazes. 100 kilometers? This speed was actually not much worse than what they had before. Several of them were the first echelon amongst the younger generation. Even if the advancement speed was doubled again, it would not be much of a difficult task for them. Into the abyss these days, the members of the team have not only made great strides in working together, but they have also gained a lot of trust in each other. If it was normal, they wouldn't have any thoughts about Zhuo Fan's decision. But, a full 100 kilometers of advancement has been quite outrageous indeed. Captain, that's not good, is it? Marshal and Marshal God Chen. No, it's Sage Chen are both present. Why don't we consult them? The people present looked at each other with a few concerns in their eyes. They very much recognized Zhuo Fan's battle prowess. Without any hesitation, the combat power that Zhuo Fan possessed was already the strongest amongst the several people. Even if the crowd had also progressed tremendously recently, they were not at all in the same league compared to Zhuofan. Marching to war. Basically, it has nothing to do with battle power. Even if Zhuofan is strong in battle power, it doesn't mean that Zhuofan is able to make the right decisions in the process of marching to war. Let's push forward first. Zhuofan nodded gently and didn't say anything more. Just a few moments of helplessness in his eyes. Hearing that Zhuofan didn't insist anymore, several people nodded gently and gradually sighed in relief. A few people just maintained their formation and continued to push forward. The abyss was vast and the terrain was extremely complicated. Plus there was no normal sunlight at all. If not for the fact that all of them were extremely physically fit, it would be very difficult to carry out exploration under such circumstances. But, after all, several people were all powerful martial artists, and this kind of thing didn't have too much of an impact on them instead. Not only was his eyesight excellent, but even his hearing and perception were extremely strong. Even if there was any wind blowing hundreds of meters away, it could be detected in the first place. The crowd first dispersed out to explore. Zhuofan also released his perception. As his soul power spread, Zhuofan gradually frowned. Hundreds of meters ahead, there was fighting going on. A dozen soldiers were lining up to kill a ninth-order demonic beast. This demonic beast was very powerful, and its physical quality was extremely good. Even if dozens of demon suppression army surrounded it, the damage caused was extremely limited. Well, the battle had been going on for some time. Even if this ninth-order demonic beast was powerful, it simply couldn't hold up. Not long after, the ninth-ranked demonic beast had fallen to the ground. Seeing this scene, Zhuofan only frowned slightly. The human race's high-level combat power right now has been increasing, but in the real battlefield, it was still the demon race that held the absolute advantage. After all, they entered the abyss, and the ones they bumped into were basically the demon race. The devil race is like it has disappeared. If the devil race also joins the battlefield, it is not really known what kind of price the human race needs to pay. Not much longer. A slight change appeared on Zhuofan's face. In his perception, a large number of demons were rapidly approaching, and while there were quite a few demonic beasts among them, more of them were demons. Demons? Zhuofan's frown tightened. To put it bluntly, the demon race was just physically powerful, like a tank in a game, and at best, it was thicker and harder to kill. But the demons were different. Although both were monsters that survived in the abyss, there was a great difference in nature. Although the demons' bodies were relatively weak, their abilities were very bizarre. In the face of a powerful martial artist, the demon race might not have much to offer, but in the face of ordinary soldiers, these are just their prey. After all, with all sorts of weird abilities, even if you want to be on guard, it's a bit of a defense. Originally, under Zhuofan's perception, the speed at which the large force was advancing was not fast enough, but it wasn't slow either, and at the very least, it maintained a normal speed. But, ever since these demons appeared, it seemed as if everything had changed. It was like a car that had been traveling at breakneck speed, got stuck in a mud puddle, and came to a violent standstill. It's actually the demon race. The demon race has actually started to reinforce. Fall back, we need to fall back immediately. These beasts are weird, don't engage these beasts. It's a shadow demon. It's actually a shadow demon. All sorts of cries spread around, and a trace of coldness grew on Zhuofan's countenance. On the periphery of their squad, there were actually still quite a few ordinary soldiers. These soldiers, although they were part of the demon suppression army, but their own strength was not strong enough. Some people like this, when they encountered the shadow demon, it could basically be said that they were dead. Boom! Next, the powerful aura that burst out from within Zhuofan's body was basically without the slightest surprise. Zhuofan unfolded his domain completely. The moment the domain unfolded, it spread out in all directions with Zhuofan as the center, and soon, it covered all the areas where all the members of the demon suppressor army and the squad were located. Even though the domain was not yet as powerful as Wang Yan's domain, but, as long as they were in the realm, as long as they were members of the demon suppression army, they could be fully increased. With such an increase, even if they couldn't kill these demons and fiends, they could, to a large extent, increase the soldiers' possibility of survival. As the top human genius, Zhuofan knew very well that he was able to have today, not because he was good enough, but because he himself was born in Daxia, and had a powerful country like Daxia to give him support. While each of these ordinary soldiers around him was a member of Daxia, the field spread out in an instant, like a locust transit, and the effect it produced was immediate. Although there were still soldiers taking casualties, these weak demons around them burst into flames as if they had met their natural nemesis. Boom, boom, boom. From near and far, one demon after another died. The surrounding demon suppression army, who had originally clenched their teeth, at this moment, breathed a sigh of relief. Regarding the power of this domain, they had already seen it a long time ago, and within the domain, their own strength, too, would be strengthened. Facing the demon again now would not be the same as it was just now. Kill all these beasts. Yes, kill all these beasts. For a while, one soldier after another, with red eyes, charged towards the demons that were not far away. Zhuo Fan, however, flickered his gaze and looked a bit further away. Chapter 153, Kill. Reinforcements. Actually, he'd noticed it a long time ago. The devil race has vaguely made some movements, but I just didn't expect that the speed of these beasts would be so fast. The other side. The other squad members, in the first instance, also converged on Zhuo Fan's side. Captain, what do we do now? Yes, Captain, there are too many demons. Although a few of us are stronger in combat, we can't control the situation at all for a while when facing so many demons. Why don't we ask for help from the higher-ups? Captain, we believe in you. No matter what the final result is, we can face it with you. The gazes of several squad members flickered. Zhang Miaoxue, Zhao Xian and the others looked at Zhuo Fan, but Zhuo Fan was slightly stunned. It seems, in recent times, not only was he himself growing, but these members under his command, after experiencing the baptism of blood and fire in recent times, were also growing rapidly. Granted, the front wasn't very smooth. Granted, up front they've had some victories. Facing so many demons, even Zhuo Fan, for a moment, didn't have anything too good to do. How about this? You guys join the battle first, since these beasts dare to come, I will dare today, so that they have no return. Zhuo Fan lightly grunted, then took out the special communicator that he had prepared long ago. This abyss was the land of demons after all. It was originally inconvenient for the human race to communicate in the midst of great distances, but many of the strongest members of the human race had special communicators, not to mention those who had already reached Zhuo Fan's level. As long as there was a need to do so, delivering messages might be difficult for others, but for Zhuo Fan, it was very convenient. Master, we have encountered a demon attack. Dravan was straightforward. What? Among our intelligence, there is no such thing. You guys stabilize the situation first. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Chen Xingfang's words in the communicator were more or less unexpected. After all, the human race was entering the abyss. Back-to-back victories, so to speak. Moreover, this war was already very different from the many times before, when demons and devils had appeared together. But, this time, it was actually the demon race that had just appeared. As for the demons, only a few scattered existences could be seen, and those powerful demon clans, as if they had received the news in advance, all chose to withdraw. This situation, in fact, the entire army of Daxia was still advancing very quickly. There were various reasons for this, one of which was naturally because the Great Summer's strength had progressed a bit too much this time around, and the unusual demon race simply couldn't hold up against the attack. And, other than that, it was naturally because the original alliance of demons and devils didn't have a powerful demon race. But now, the sudden appearance of the demon race was not a good thing by any stretch of the imagination. The first time she put down the communicator, Chen Xingfang made the arrangements, and the night watchmen and surprising dragon guards who were closest to Zhuo Fan had already headed towards where Zhuo Fan was at the first opportunity. The other side, Zhuo Fan, on the other hand, didn't sit back and wait for death, but led all the squad members and charged up. Though there were many demons present, but the strength possessed by Zhuo Fan's squad was so extremely strong that the unusual demons did not even have the heart to resist after seeing them. The demon suppression army that was scattered around also drew closer to where Zhuo Fan was at the first moment. Through the previous battle, the entire demon suppression army had greatly recognized Zhuo Fan's strength. Even among the demon suppression army, there were already rumors that Zhuo Fan was likely to become Wang Yan's successor. For this kind of bedside, Zhuo Fan didn't feel anything at first, but as the rumors continued to grow, Zhuo Fan had also realized this might also be a kind of recognition that these existences among the demon suppressor army had for themselves. Military nature honors the strong, and this is a law that applies permanently, no matter where you are. But, as the demon suppression army scattered around converged, Zhuo Fan's face was gloomy to the extreme. These demon suppression army were the ones that started with him in the morning, and to put it bluntly, they were all soldiers from the headquarters. In the morning, Zhuo Fan had also seen that many of them had smiles on their faces. But, right now, Zhuo Fan, however, realized that many of these soldiers had been injured. Even some are already missing arms and legs. Although the logistic support was extremely in place, Zhuo Fan could also perceive that the previous encounter, these demon suppression army, had been reduced by 1/3. If this continues, I'm afraid most of these people will be left in the abyss. Boom! Zhuo Fan drew the stranger's sword in his hand, charging up. All the anger was turned into power at this moment. He alone, it was already powerful when it exploded at full strength, like an army of 1,000 horses. The crowd, which was already somewhat disorganized, breathed a sigh of relief after noticing this scene, and it seemed that Zhuo Fan's power was unquestionable. Follow Zhuo Fan in battle. They are safe and most secure. Everyone retreat. All the demons here, leave them all to my squad. Our reinforcements will arrive soon. As long as the reinforcements are in place, your safety will no longer be an issue. Zhuo Fan took a deep breath and explained to the many demon suppression troops around him. For an army, a 1/3 attrition is already considered a great loss. He couldn't let these people keep fighting. Immediately, many of the demon suppression army behind them nodded their heads gently. They basically recognized what Zhuo Fan had said. This was at the very least guaranteeing their safety, and it was only by following such a person into battle that they would feel that they had been seen to be giving their all. The battle continues. Zhuo Fan felt that the stranger's knife in his hand was like a scythe for cutting grass. No matter how many demons rushed up, as long as they touched their blades, there could only be one eventual downfall. Dead. And Zhuo Fan also noticed that as the battle continued, the words on the ground around him, too, had multiplied. Even more, because the demons killed were simply too many. The words around them had gradually converged into a small mountain. But in front of him is the Great War. Zhuo Fan for these words, but there is no interest. Besides, all the fusion of words he needs now are provided by the above to themselves, although there are many words here, but Zhuo Fan has been a little to see. Boom! Finally, as a muffled sound spread, Zhuo Fan had already killed the surrounding demons, and, behind them, the demon suppression army, which had originally suffered a defeat, were also still somewhat depressed, after seeing this scene, but snapped his eyes wide open. How is that possible? Originally they thought they were going to die here. They thought they would never see their families again, but I never thought that the demon race here would actually be solved all so easily. Doesn't this mean that they have escaped with their lives? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to think that it was happening. Zhuo Pro Transmitter, the reinforcements have arrived. Your squad has performed well this time. Leave the next matter to us. A messenger behind him looked at Zhuo Fan, and there was a touch of dismay in that gaze. It's not. What's going on here? Is this the one who lied about the military? Such a large number of demons were actually killed cleanly by him alone with ease? No. The demon race and the demon race were fundamentally different. The demon race was physically powerful and better at fighting head-on. The devils, however, are extremely good at sneak attacks. Emotionally, this one in front of you is already powerful to such an extent. Since the battle is over, what is the point of reinforcements coming here? Chapter 154, Master Teacher himself arrives. Shocking dragon guards. Good, since the reinforcements have arrived. Next, there's nothing for us to do. Zhuo Fan grinned, his eyes a bit more indifferent. Hearing this, everyone in the room froze. It seems, the previous battle, in their eyes, was rather tragic, but in reality, for Zhuo Fan, it might not be much. Progenitor Zhuo, the battle before was tragic. This place can be temporarily handed over to us. You guys can rest first. The reinforcements that had rushed here were originally Chen Xingfeng's close associates, and there were quite a few powerful shocking dragon guards among them. The battle power of the surprising dragon guards was not as good as Zhuo Fan's, but it was much more powerful than the unusual demon suppression army present. With some people like this around, Zhuo Fan could also completely put his heart down. No, we have other tasks. The injured soldiers, hand them over to you, and in addition, these demon suppression troops, also hand them over to you, and you will be responsible for their safety. Zhuo Fan wore a smile on his face as his eyes swept over these soldiers from the headquarters. Actually, according to Zhuo Fan's current status, every action was allowed to be accompanied by an elite amongst the Jin demon army. And, at first, Qin refused to North 9 to give Zhuo Fan 10 surprising dragon guards. But, Zhuo Fan is now in a high position though. However, the squad that he was in now was rather special, so if he brought along the scary dragon guards, it would be less convenient to move instead. So he did not bring these scary dragon guards with him. Dravan thought about it. Actually, harmonizing the surprising dragon guards who followed him. They also had their own mission. If he didn't use these people for a long time, it would be unfair to them instead. Speaking of which, the master's father was much stronger, and it might be more convenient if he acted alone in the abyss as well. Thinking of this, a hint of clarity appeared in Zhuo Fan's gaze. As it is, there was nothing to say. Zhuo Fan took out his own communicator and first contacted his master, indicating his thoughts, but when Chen Xingfeng heard this, he was first slightly stunned, then he nodded his watch head in relief. It seems, this disciple of his own was, indeed, a workable talent. Not only was his strength good, but his talent was also first class, and now it seemed that there wasn't even too much of a problem with his heart. It seems, it didn't take long at all for her, and the marshal's successor, to be well on their way. Chen Xingfeng didn't hesitate, she just nodded her head gently, and after asking Zhuo Fan's coordinates, She said that she would have the shocking dragon guards from the headquarters come over as soon as possible. Hearing this, Zhuofan also breathed a sigh of relief. Since these people were his own people, then helping his own people grow was naturally what Zhuofan should do. After communicating about this, the surrounding squad members, on the other hand, quickly approached towards Zhuofan. During the time they had entered the abyss, the gang had developed the good habit of converging at the first opportunity after a battle to check on each other's situation. One is because of the confirmation of everyone's safety. The second is to facilitate the deployment of the next operation. Captain, Junior brother, it seems that you're getting stronger and stronger. Before you faced so many demonic beasts and killed them with ease. Remarkable. The surrounding team members opened their mouths, and a smile permeated Zheng Miaxua's countenance. Elder sister, you're too kind. This is actually everyone's credit. Are you all alright? As he spoke, Zhuofan's gaze swept over several people. Many people's faces had an extra touch of respect on them. Actually, these people present were all high-minded and proud. At first, although everyone had endured Zhuofan's not-so-small favor, but to be frank, in fact, deep down, there were still quite a lot of emotions, wanting to prove themselves, but after a long period of time with Zhuofan down, the crowd's heart. Instead, there has been a change. After all, the captain in front of me was not just nice to them all. Moreover, they were extremely strong themselves, and although they were top geniuses, the fact that they could follow such a captain was a heavenly gift in itself. Ask yourself, in terms of that previous situation, it would have been impossible for any of them to be so good, or rather, if they were to conduct the command instead, they really didn't know what the final situation would actually turn out to be. By the way, next, we'll be in charge of moving forward and continuing to push. What do you guys think? Zhuofan's gaze swept over the crowd, and although his tone was flat, there was more than a hint of determination in it. Hear that? The surrounding few people looked at each other, but froze on the spot, with more than a hint of oddity in their eyes. Actually, Dravan had mentioned it before. They were all presumptuous enough to think that there was something wrong with Dravan's idea. But, now it seems, Zhuofan wasn't just powerful, and the vision is far superior to those present. In that case, what else is there to say? Naturally everything is at the captain's disposal. Not only do we need to move forward quickly, but we also need to map out what's ahead of us. All of it. The large force behind us is important. As long as we are in front, the damage at the rear will be much smaller. Zhuofan had a smile on his face. Actually, it was true that Zhuofan hadn't thought of this before, but after what had just happened, there was nothing to say. It was true that it would be much easier for them to march with a large force, but the price these unusual soldiers paid was a little too high. Captain, I don't see a problem. I don't see the problem either. Well, we totally agree. Several people present had smiles on their faces. Dravan nodded softly as well. Since everyone is already okay with it, we can report to the master later, and then we can go straight away. And, this time, Zhuofan would also directly utilize the surprising dragon guards on his side. And if there were no surprises, this operation, in principle, would still be relatively smooth. Zhuofan was about to take out his communicator to communicate with his master. But the next second, the heart felt something and looked in one direction. Zhuofan's gaze lit up. Then he quickly got up. Master? Dravan was slightly stunned. Aha! The next second Chun Qingfeng, who was covered in Xian armor, stood beside Zhuofan. The few people present froze, then they stood up and saluted Chun Qingfeng. Chan Wusheng, Chan Shang, Master. Several people present also stood up and greeted Chun Qingfeng, while Zhang Miaxue took a deep look at Zhuofan. To put it bluntly, Zhuofan's current strength was really strong. After all, Zhuofan had already sensed it before the master had even appeared. But, he himself only realized it when his master appeared, which already revealed the gap between the two. Aha! Chen Qingfang nodded her head gently, and there was more than a hint of lightness in her eyes. I came. It's no big deal. You guys go on. Chen Qingfang nodded her head gently. There was more of a smile in his eyes. In fact, for these two disciples of his, Chen Qingfang was still relatively satisfied. With such disciples, the problem of his successor in the future would already be considered solved. Not just that, maybe, if they behave well enough, you can still retire early yourself. Several people present were slightly stunned when they heard this, even as they felt Chen Qingfang's cordiality. However, in the face of a martial saint, the various people present did not dare to be reckless at all. Whatever, this is all a martial saint. In the entire Grand Xia, nay the entire world, there were only 2 martial saints right now, and even though all of them were geniuses of the human race, the future backbone of the human race, they didn't dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect in the face of Chen Qingfang. Chen Qingfang withdrew her gaze from a few people and looked at Zhuofan. In fact, ever since becoming a martial god, Chen Qingfang had to face quite a few of these people every day. regarding the attitude of the crowd. Chen Xingfang had also gotten used to it a long time ago. Zhuofan, I came over this time in order to deliver the surprising dragon guard to you. Chen Xingfang wore a smile on her face. Chapter 155 3000 Surprising Dragon Guards. How does this break through? Thank you, Master. These surprising dragon guards. The time has come for me to utilize them. Zhuofan's gaze flickered, and an extra smile appeared on his face. What? Chen Xingfang, however, froze. A flash of dismay flashed across her eyes. Only in a split second, she realized that Zhuofan had carried out the lone army thing before. But the dangers of the previous times hadn't caused Zhuofan to have the idea of using the surprising dragon guards. And the kid is trying to go deeper? Thoughts. Chen Xingfang's face was slightly cold. Zhuofan, there are actually some things that need to be done gradually. Are you thinking to continue deeper with the shocking dragon guards? Chen Xingfang, who was Chen Xingfang, just looked at Zhuofan twice and realized what was going on. Yes, Zhuofan looked straight at Chen Xingfang. The eyes were calm, but they didn't blink. Chen Xingfang froze again, then took a deep breath. That icy face eases again. To put it bluntly, for men, building a career is a topic that can never be bypassed. According to Zhuofan's current status is high enough. But for men, what is all this to a man chasing power? Special, for a genius like Zhuofan, this is just the beginning, right? Even what the predecessors of Daxia have not realized, in Zhuofan here, is very hopeful, into reality. Otherwise, if Zhuofan couldn't accomplish anything, if he waited for someone later, he wouldn't know when he would have to wait. These thoughts turned rapidly in Chen Xingfang's mind, and his countenance eased once again. You can go deeper, but safety first. In addition, the timing of going deeper is also more important. If you go deeper at this time, it will be very dangerous. It can be said that both of the demon and devil clans, now the eyes are on you. Even if we pay a greater price, I think it's worth it. After all, Yu Zhuofan is different in terms of your significance to my human race. As long as you're there, the hope of the younger generation is there. As long as you're there, the future of my entire human race is there. Chen Xingfang took a deep breath, and there was more than a touch of helplessness in her eyes. Master, words are too strong. Zhuofan, however, gently shook his head. He recognized his recent accomplishments, also recognized that everyone behind him or her. In fact, if you just rely on your own strength, to get to this point, you have to pay extremely much. Even, it takes longer to grow. Master, actually, originally I wanted to play it safe, but that battle before made me feel a lot, and most of these demons were there because they were targeting me. I can't abandon the lives of these unusual generals, because of my own safety. Zhuofan took a deep breath. In fact, that previous great victory was extremely important for the entire human race, for the entire Daxia. But, war, it's always fair, and to put it bluntly, a victory here may have to be returned in the next place. The war between the two sides is actually a competition on all fronts. It's just a matter of seeing which side ends up not being able to top it first. Zhuofan looked to be only in his early 20s though. But, to put it bluntly, he had been a man of two lives and saw these things very thoroughly. He naturally wouldn't think that that previous victory was entirely his own doing. And that view, too, was very unscientific. Even if it is, that's what everyone around us thinks. Zhuofan himself had an extremely sobering realization. Hear that? The surrounding crowd fell silent. Chen Xingfang also fell silent. The struggle between the Grand Xia and the demon race had been going on for many years. How could these people present not understand this? But, even so, the arrangements for Zhuofan needed to be made carefully. It's the middle of summer. This is the hope of the human race. Even if it is because of Zhuofan, sacrificed a lot of unusual soldiers, we all believe that someday these payments are worth it, and even from the hands of those demons, all the payments, all recovered, or, call it an exponential retraction. But, we, Daxia, have such strength. Do you understand? Within Chen Xingfang's voice, there was already an extra hint of resonance. Master, I understand the reasoning, but since this is a war, we should do something that will make the other side cold. Maybe only then will the war stop. Also, I'm confident in my own strength right now. Dravan grinned, saying the same thing. Just according to their own now this chi and blood, and other basic attributes of the superposition, that is absolutely very horrible existence. Simply not that whoever let get killed himself, can get killed. Well, in that case, move yourselves. If there's any danger, we'll also be able to be there in the first place. Chen Xingfang nodded gently. Actually, as a top-notch powerhouse, Chen Xingfang knew better in her heart. To become strong, naturally, you need to be baptized in blood and fire. Even if Zhuofan was strong and hadn't been tempered, the future would just be an empty realm, but the combat power would be unbearable. Understood, I agreed, but on the marshal's side, I can only try my best. Chen Qingfang shook her head helplessly. Don't worry, master, the marshal will agree. Zhuo Fan, however, shook his head slightly. In fact, Zhuo Fan had quite a bit of private contact with the marshal. Naturally, I know the marshal's character. After all, it was from among the corpses of the demons that the marshal became powerful, step by step, and he, Zhuo Fan, naturally possessed this strength now. Master, don't worry, we are not far away from each other per se, and I also have the surprising dragon guard with me, with my own heaven-defying attributes. Do you think anyone can hurt me? Zhuo Fan spoke again, and helplessly, Chen Qingfang could only nod her head gently. Besides, everyone in our squad is improving. I just don't believe that those demons can resist so many of us. When Zhuo Fan's sentence was uttered, several people around him were stunned. Chen Qingfang nodded even more gratefully. Anyway, Dravan has not forgotten the dedication of those around him, and only such a strong person is a strong person who can go far. After all, in the history of the human race, there had already been many conceited geniuses who had paid a great price because of their arrogance. The people present were not just geniuses, they were people of understanding. How can you not understand the relationship? Alright, you guys set off, but before you set off, bring all these people with you. As he spoke, Chen Qingfang looked towards a short distance away. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Fan however slightly froze as he looked in the direction of Chen Qingfang's finger. At first glance, he froze. He remembered that Qin refused to go north and only prepared 10 surprising dragon guards for himself at that time. How could there be so many shocking dragon guards after the passage of a few months? Chen Qingfang, however, spread her face and smiled, with a hint of eccentricity in her eyes. This disciple of her own, before, most likely still thought that she had good eloquence, but in reality, Chen Qingfang was able to agree to it, not because of all the splendor that Zhuo Fan had said before, simply because, herself, she had prepared enough backhanders. Even if Zhuo Fan had any problems, having these people around would absolutely guarantee Zhuo Fan's safety. This can't be any more than a few thousand shocking dragon guards, can it? Zhuo Fan froze, the corner of his mouth twitching lightly. The face was full of helplessness. To put it bluntly, bursting forward, that's only suitable for small groups of people to do. If there are too many people, it's too big a target. Bursting in by yourself with a couple thousand men? Wouldn't that make you a living target for the demons? Chapter 156, Absolute Enforcement. Demon Squad. In fact, these are all the amazing dragon guards you have now. Chen Qingfang shook her head helplessly. There was more than a hint of eccentricity in the gaze that looked at Zhuo Fan. Original. These that Zhuo Fan was following around were just unusual soldiers. This was good. These unusual soldiers were replaced and became the most elite surprising dragon guards. Then no matter what Zhuo Fan was going to do next, the safety factor was definitely the highest. After all, among the surprising dragon guards, they were all first-rate experts. 10 surprising dragon guards arrayed together. Even if they were to face a Zhongshe level powerhouse, they would still have the power to fight. Besides, at the moment, it was such a large number of surprising dragon guards. Even from now on, Dravan was lying on the ground. Safety is also absolutely guaranteed. You become a patriarch, and you have 1,000 amazing dragon guards in yourself. The previous 2 treatment enhancements were also 1,000 stunning dragon guards respectively. As for the rest of these, they are all attached to various rewards each time. Before you were still in the high-speed growth period. These things, I didn't help you to take inventory. In addition, after the end of the last Great War, your reward should also include 1,000 stunning dragon guards. It's just that the time is too short. We haven't had time to prepare them yet, and when they're ready, they'll also be integrated into your current team. Chen Qingfang wore a smile on her face as she continued to explain to Zhuo Fan. The corners of Zhuo Fan's mouth gently drew out. There was more than a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Alright, I've brought you the people. These people are absolutely loyal to you. If it's not enough, I can mobilize some more people from the Night Watch side. For you. Chen Qingfang shook her head slightly. Dravan, however, could only wave his hand. To put it bluntly, Zhuo Fan himself was fond of being alone. Originally he had an extra squad around him with only so many people, and after everyone familiarized themselves with each other, their fighting strength was greatly improved. But, after having these amazing dragon guards, Zhuo Fan was more or less confused. That's thousands of people. How thousands of people are commanded, and if they are lined up, is actually very telling. To put it bluntly, it's not a thing that, by itself, you can do whatever you want. Zhuo Fan, you are already a patriarch-level powerhouse. You need to forget about the so-called solo fight. After all, it's not just me. There's also the marshal. Behind us, we all have too many people we need to be responsible for. You've long since been more than just one person. You haven't been alone either. You should understand what I'm talking about. Chen Qingfang shook her head slightly, more of a smile on his face. That, others can be unintelligible. But Dravan was understanding. This also reflected that the master teacher valued him as a disciple, and what he could fight for from the beginning had already been fought for him. Alright, the shocking dragon guards are in formation. Chen Qingfeng waved her hand, and the team not far away, after hearing this, sprang into action. Although there were a large number of people, after Chen Qingfeng gave the order, these surprising dragon guards also acted at the first time. Many of them had an extra touch of reverence on their faces. Many of them had previously seen the images of Zhuofan's combat a few days ago, and many of them, even more so, were very much looking forward to being able to fight with Zhuofan, but they never thought that the time would actually come so quickly. Zhuo Pro Transmitter, Patriarch Shua, Patriarch Shua. Many people had smiles on their faces, and without waiting for Zhuofan to open his mouth, many of them had already started to greet Zhuofan. Well, it's the first time I faced so many surprising dragon guards, and all of you are my human race's elites, so you'll still dominate the next action. Zhuofan gently nodded his head, his gaze sweeping over the thousands of people present. The people in the room, however, froze. After hearing these words, many people had an extra touch of eagerness on their faces. Dravan, however, continued to speak. I was able to get so many amazing dragon guards to serve me. I'm actually still very surprised. I've come this far. In fact, I have a relationship with each and every one of my predecessors in the Great Xia, and in the future, we're going to work together. I won't say anything else. I only hope that all of us will be able to share honor and disgrace from now on. Zhuofan spoke again. A few more smiles on his face. Boom! With these words, the originally quiet team instantly roared. But this lasted only a moment before it was quiet again. Original. A few people standing not far from Zhuofan, however, their gazes instantly brightened. Is this the disciplined shocking dragon guards? Even if a special situation arises, even if you have to discuss something, you can recover in an instant? It's not wartime, so you guys shouldn't be formal. Zhuofan, however, shook his head slightly. I only hope that when you are fighting, you can all trust each other enough. I think you should understand this feeling that I am talking about. Zhuofan opened his mouth again, but all of the shocking dragon guards who had originally said nothing, it didn't let up on that, even not looking around. Alright, it can be disbanded now. Taking this scene in his eyes, Zhuofan, however, shook his head once again. In fact, the power of the shocking dragon guards was obvious to everyone, and this powerful. There's a reason for that, too. What's the reason? Isn't that because of discipline? After all, if it were an unusual army, things would have basically fallen apart long ago if it came down to it. These shocking dragon guards in front of me didn't. Thank you, Prince Shua. We will do anything because of Prince Shua's order. Yes, Progenitor Shua. In the future, we will be your right-hand man, and we will be absolutely responsible for your safety. No matter what situation we face, the gazes of these amazing dragon guards present burned. Looked to Zhuofan's gaze, a little more eager. All the surprising dragon guards, all of them divided into squads of 10, a squadron of 100 men, then start moving normally. Our goal is to break through 100 kilometers to the front. Zhuofan hummed lightly, his gaze filled with sternness. You are all shocking dragon guards, the best amongst the martial artists. It shouldn't be difficult to accomplish such a task, right? Zhuofan smiled, his gaze swept over the crowd, and the surprising dragon guards present couldn't help but be shaken in spirit. Many people's faces carried a tinge of excitement. They had wanted to follow Zhuofan in battle for a long time, and they didn't expect to be involved in such an important mission for the first time. Kill, promise to finish the job. A number of people in the room laughed. Moreover, the shouts of killing were warm for a while, and Zhuofan felt the enthusiasm of the crowd and was relieved. These surprising dragon guards were extremely loyal to themselves. As long as it was an order issued by themselves, they would normally carry it out unconditionally. If they then cooperated with the squad members under them, what follows is sure to be an extremely dazzling achievement. Subsequently, all of the surprised dragon guards acted. Quite a few of them had solemnity on their faces, basically not making any extra movements, just thoroughly carrying out Zhuofan's orders. Soon, all of the surprising dragon guards were completely dispersed, as if they had disappeared into the vast abyss. After this scene was seen by a few people around them, they were all slightly stunned, and a few of them even blinked their eyes, thinking that they had misread it. How could this be possible? In just a few breaths of time, there were thousands of scary dragon guards present, and in just a few breaths of time, these scary dragon guards completely disappeared? Do these guys just never show up? Zhuofan blinked along with him, his face filled with oddities. This shocking dragon guard was truly extraordinary. The degree of execution of the order is really too much higher than that of the ordinary demon suppressor army, and since there is this powerful force joining in, let's get started. Battle. Chapter 157, Mass Marking. Shadow Demon. the team moved quickly. Because of the scary dragon guards in front, Zhuofan's original speed of action was not delayed, but instead, because of the large number of powerful scary dragon guards joining in, the speed of proceeding, compared to before, had already been quite a bit faster. After quite a few surprising dragon guards joined in, they cleared out all the demons that were originally traveling on the path. Zhuofan led the group and traveled 10 kilometers, not encountering a single demon all the way. One time, Zhuofan is actually a bit uncomfortable when the small team started to move. In fact, Zhuofan also need to be responsible for other things, just such as will suddenly jump out of the other demonic beheading. Meet the demonic group. If the number is too much, will be done after marking, handed over to the subsequent large force. After all, when small units break through, it's mostly for speed of travel, and also to get first-hand information into your hands. Only in this way, the speed of the follow-up team to carry out. In order to have a guarantee, in fact, to fight, there is a principle, is not to see the enemy. We have to charge up, but to pay attention to summon. The power ratio is not disparate. Destroy as many enemies as you can, and the battle with the demons, to put it bluntly, is not a conventional war, but the reasoning is the same. After all, these teams led by Zhuofan are the amount of elite amongst the elite. If they meet the demons after that, they will rush up to kill them. Then the point of the breakthrough is lost. Because of the absence of the influence of these demons, the team led by Zhuofan, the speed of the breakthrough was extremely fast, and even, compared to the expected speed of advancement, it was also shortened by more than double, and very soon the team had already broken through 20 kilometers forward. And, because of the assistance of the surprising dragon guards, the demons encountered along the way had basically been decimated. Finally, Zhuofan's eyes stared at a mark not far away. With just a glance, Zhuofan's gaze finally lit up. Right now, the breakthrough had been extremely fast. At such times, if you meet a demon, you can fight, and Zhuofan saw very clearly. In front of him was a shadow demon. After seeing this shadow demon, Zhuofan's gaze flickered with a touch of eccentricity in it. He naturally remembered that when he had just entered the abyss, he had encountered the demon in the ranks of the new recruits. At the time, then he met a shadow demon. Speaking of which, this shadow demon and shadow demon had similarities, only that the shadow demon's methods were even more bizarre. There were also more means than the shadow demon. Just, the current Zhuofan has long been different from the past. Although the shadow demon is powerful, Zhuofan is also not weak. Even if you meet the demon king, for the current Zhuofan, is nothing. Dead in the hands of Zhuofan's demon king, basically has been counted. Plus, demon generals, demon emperors, kill over. A mere shadow demon was nothing to Zhuofan. According to Zhuofan's understanding, this shadow demon's means were, indeed, quite a lot. And moreover, according to the breath escaping from the other party, Zhuofan could distinctly feel that the other party was an 8th order shadow demon. This shadow demon wasn't considered strong for Zhuofan. However, for the surprising dragon guards that had appeared here before, it was already considered an extremely powerful force. Even if the two teams of surprising dragon guards were to join together, it would still take a lot of effort to successfully kill this shadow demon. So the surprising dragon guards only made a mark after learning about the situation here. With that, he quickly moved forward. After figuring all of this out, Zhuofan's gaze flashed with a refined aura. Captain, there's quite a bit going on in the neighborhood. What do we do now? Zhuofan was about to gather the squad members, when a voice with a few points of excitement came from behind him. When he heard this voice, Zhuofan however froze. He naturally knew that this voice belonged to his senior sister. But, Zhang Miaoshua had a good grasp of proportion. And now, after all, she was on a mission. Zhang Miaoshua would not call Zhuofan his junior brother. Senior sister, there's no one else around right now. What's the point of being polite with me? Zhuofan, however, shook his head slightly. Naturally, he had found out. As he continued to grow and strengthen himself, these people around him were becoming more and more polite to him. Zhuofan was also clear that since he had entered the Martial God Academy, he had been getting along with his senior sister. And although there was some unhappiness between the two of them, his senior sister's help to himself was great. And in that case, the feelings between the two were extremely good. For a while, Zhang Miaoshua's transformation made Zhuofan somewhat less adaptable, but on second thought, he's in the middle of his big summer now. Hands of authority although not yet all mobilized, but has long been not unusual. Around these people on their own some reverence, also justifiable. It's on a mission now. Junior brother, this is the last thing that senior sister will hand over to you. You should be able to understand that there are countless pairs of eyes falling on you right now. Every move you make is not just on behalf of yourself. Zhang Miaoshua wore a smile on her face. Hear that? Zhuofan, however, froze, more than a touch of dismay in his eyes. In fact, it wasn't that these things hadn't occurred to Zhuofan. Just, he knew better than that. Having already stood in such a position, he didn't need to care about those dispensable things at all. As long as he was strong enough, he still needed to care about what was in other people's hearts. Good, Dravan nodded gently. Now, after all, is on the battlefield. Although the surrounding demons have been completely purged, basically there is no danger. But after all, this is on the battlefield. Zhuofan, although not afraid, but also to give the battlefield the most basic respect. By the way, we found quite a few markers up ahead, and the feedback from the other team members. There are quite a few troubles that the surprising Dragon Guards couldn't solve on Friday. Zhang Miaxue's eyes flickered as she told all of the situation she currently had, but Zhuofan was slightly stunned. What is this? Originally, Zhuofan thought that this one shadow demon was already considered a powerful existence. How could there be more? And according to Zhang Miaxue, there should be quite a few of these markings around. Captain, without waiting for Zhuofan to react, on the other side, Zhao Xian approached with another member of the team, and both of them carried a trace of gravity on their faces. What? Just by taking a look, Zhuofan realized that the situation was not right. These team members followed him and had already experienced quite a lot of battles. In this situation, even if they were facing a worse situation, their ability to resist pressure was extremely strong. Definitely not. In the unusual case, it would not be able to top it. There are too many markers around. A few of us, we've already discovered 500 to 600 of them, and we've also made amazing discoveries after connecting these marker points. Zhao Xian raised her eyebrows slightly. In fact, she had been having some trouble with Zhang Miaxue both explicitly and implicitly in recent times, so the two actually struggle a bit when they are on a mission. Zhuofan seemed to have seen this, but there was not the slightest change on his face. As the captain, he must be balancing the internal relationship, but as a junior brother, Zhuofan naturally stood on the side of his senior sister, Zhang Miaxue, unconditionally. There's not much hesitation at all. Zhao Xian, what you said about the situation, senior sister has already told me. Zhuofan laughed lightly. Although his face was ancient and unperturbed, the words were very obvious. The people present obviously did not expect that Zhuofan was so biased in favor of Zhang Miaxue, but on second thought, this was all normal. After all, Zhang Miaxue was Zhuofan's senior sister, and the two were extremely close. Even, the crowd had heard some rumors earlier, between Zhang Miaxue and Zhuofan. There were also some peachy scandals, although these were rumors and the crowd didn't take them seriously. But with things having developed to this point, there was no way for the crowd to disbelieve them. The captain is right, so what do we do now? Zhao Xian, however, frozen after glancing at Zhang Miaxue, a touch of helplessness was even more evident in those eyes. That's all. Since they're close, it's good to let them be. But, she, Zhao Xian, was originally the number one person on the heavenly ranking, and had her own pride in place, so how could she possibly admit defeat so easily? Alright, let's solve the immediate trouble first. As for the marking matter, we'll deal with it later. Zhuofan shook his head slightly, his eyes glowing with eccentricity. Actually, this shadow demon was indeed very powerful. The unusual members of the team might not be able to deal with them, but to Zhuofan, they were nothing more than words lying on the ground. Clang! With a soft thud, Zhuofan drew the stranger's sword out, meeting a shadow demon not far away. Chapter 158, Half-Step Demon King, actually dodged? Boom! With a muffled sound, Zhuofan's stranger's sword hadn't even reached his eyes yet, but the powerful power of qi and blood had already spread out in the first moment. Under the strong qi and blood pressure, the body of that 8th-order shadow demon gently trembled, and although it was still standing unmoving, it seemed as if that body had fallen into a quagmire in an instant. Roar! That shadow demon let out a low roar and charged towards Zhuofan, but in the next second, that shadow demon's roar came again, because it found itself slow and body-heavy. Seeing this scene, Zhuofan's face but more than a touch of helplessness. Originally, he thought that this shadow demon should be very powerful, and even ready to go all out. Who knew that it was actually weak like this? Clang! Clang! But in the next second, the sound of gold and iron striking once again came from not far away from his side. Zhuofan was slightly stunned, as he could tell from the sound that the battle not far away was still quite intense. It shouldn't, should it? These people present were all members of their own squad, and they were already the most powerful existences amongst the younger generation. Other than themselves, they faced the shadow demon and actually needed to fight with this intensity? Just, in the next second, Zhuofan understood. It wasn't that these shadow demons were too weak, it was just that he, Zhuofan, was simply too strong under the superimposition of various attributes. Immediately, Zhuofan looked toward Feng Yuan's place. Zhang Miaxue had long been fighting with a shadow demon. She was holding a long spear in her hand, killing and destroying, among becoming a zongsher. Zhang Miaxue's own combat power had also been greatly improved. Even so, against a demonic beast of the 8th or ninth rank, they could only all fight back and forth. This was not because Zhang Miaoxue was weak, but because the demonic beasts were already extremely powerful. And now Zhang Miaoxue was dealing with an evil demon that was even more bizarre than the demonic beasts. And a little farther away, Zhao Xian had also long since joined the fight. Obviously, Zhao Xian's strength was even stronger, which resulted in Zhao Xian's battle being even easier. Even though both of them had joined the battle, Zhao Xian obviously still had some strength left, so much so that Zhao Xian looked in Zhang Miaoxue's direction from time to time. Actually, at first, Zhang Miaoxue didn't even notice any of this, but Zhao Xian's small movements were just a bit much. It was no longer up to Zhang Miaoxue to not see it. She gritted her teeth just slightly. One could only be more attentive to the evil demon in front of him. Zhuo Fan looked at this scene in his eyes and just shook his head slightly. In fact, the competition between these two great beauties was something he really didn't notice at first, but it seemed that it was all within control, so it wasn't too good for Zhuo Fan to intervene. After all, these two people are now competition or not, infighting or not, more or less in their own some relationship. Zhuo Fan, even if you want to do peacemaker, also cannot be right now at this time. Dravan shook his head, continuing to observe the entire battlefield. He soon realized that the team members were doing their jobs, and the battle on his side ended so quickly that the crowd didn't react. Zhuo Fan didn't bother the others, took a deep breath, and continued forward. The next shadow demon was soon found. This shadow demon was the most powerful existence amongst a group of shadow demons, and Zhuo Fan instantly rushed up after just a glance. The shadow demons around them were all only of the 8th rank. However, this one head was above Zhuo Fan's perception. The magic power on his body was extremely strong. If he didn't make a move now, maybe it wouldn't be long before this shadow demon would become a demon king level. And the demon king and the human clan's patriarch were of the same level though. Zhuo Fan, however, clearly knew that the most powerful of them all was the demon king. The strength of an evil demon is extremely strange, and once it becomes a demon king, its own strength will have a great leap. It seems that this beast has been preparing for a very long time, and it might be able to become a demon king at a certain moment. A thought flashed through Zhuo Fan's mind and he simply stopped thinking about it. Instead, with the stranger's sword in his hand, he rushed forward. Clang! The stranger's blade was already long, so the attack distance was adequate. Coupled with Zhuo Fan's current attack speed, it had reached an extremely counterintuitive point. In the eyes of the surrounding crowd, Zhuo Fan's speed of the sword was slow though. But, in fact, in a split second Zhuo Fan's hand's stranger's sword had already slashed out an unknown number of blades under the addition of haste. Originally, Zhuo Fan's attack speed like this had already been counted as absolutely heaven-defying. Even if the Demon King was standing in front of him, he wouldn't dare to be the slightest bit careless when facing this blade. This time, Zhuo Fan froze. He blinked, thinking he'd misread the situation. How is that possible? With his own attack speed so fast, this guy actually dodged it? Out of the way? Zhuo Fan took a deep breath and suppressed all the emotions within himself. It's not simple. Other people don't know his own attack speed. What kind of ground has been reached? But Zhuo Fan himself is very clear. Tens of thousands of times the attack speed bonus. That's not a joke. Even if it's a casual slash, the speed after that elevation had all reached the point of being heaven-defying. Besides, under Zhuo Fan's observation, this Demon King, which shouldn't only be considered a half-step Demon King, actually dodged? One time, even if Zhuo Fan's heart was good, he felt his breathing, which had been scattered for a few moments. Fortunately, Zhuo Fan was no longer the kind of rookie who had just entered the battlefield, and Zhuo Fan had already participated in quite a few battles of all sizes in recent times, so even in the face of such a situation, he quickly calmed down. Battlefield. It is different from unusual times. Even with great strength, on the battlefield, facing one's opponent, one needs to have a clear head. Zhuo Fan was shocked at first, but still did not show it very obviously. Good on. Although the shadow demon in front of him was powerful, his brain shouldn't be quite enough. Otherwise, the moment Dravan froze before, something was bound to go wrong. In the next second, Zhuo Fan lightly hummed and completely unfolded his domain. In fact, in recent times, Zhuo Fan often used his domain. After all, this thing was indeed good on top of a large-scale battlefield. Not only can you increase your own teammates, but you can even have various weakening effects on your enemies. And, Zhuo Fan also wanted to try out his own domain. For the suppression of evil demons, just what kind of degree can it be? After all, there are many markers in the vicinity. Zhuo Fan has already guessed that there is bound to be a shadow demon gathering place in this vicinity. Once the battle dragged on for too long, he himself could retreat in one piece, but the safety of these teammates beside him would not necessarily be guaranteed. The blood-red field, under Zhuo Fan's control, quickly unfolded in all directions. Just the blink of an eye, It has been put within a radius of 10 miles, all wrapped up. Recently Zhuofan had been using the field very frequently, which naturally had some considerations in it, because Zhuofan had seen Wang Yan's use of the domain, although it seemed to be similar to his own. In fact Zhuofan felt that Wang Yan's control of the domain compared to his own was almost to the point of great subtlety. As for Zhuofan's manipulation of the domain, he was more like a child who hadn't grown up with a divine weapon in his hand. So how can you grow your field as quickly as possible? Zhuofan naturally has a way. That is to be used constantly. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. This has been the unchanging truth for ages. The field expanded, and the teammates around them, too, suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. All of them looked towards Zhuofan's direction. Although the people didn't say anything, but in their gazes towards Zhuofan, there was already more than a touch of gratitude. After all, with this field in place, their battles were already able to be many times easier compared to before. Kill! Zhuofan let out a low growl and charged up again. Chapter 159 Illusionary Realm. Too unsafe. Clang! This time, the stranger's sword in his hand was, without any surprise, directly draped over that demon king. But the next second, Dravan froze again. Under Zhuofan's gaze, this demon king actually split into two. Is this a diversionary ability? In the next second, Zhuofan had reacted and looked at this half-step demon king. It was indeed something. If it was an ordinary demon king, if he was attacked by his own stranger's blade, even if he didn't die, he would have to pay a great price. After all, on top of his stranger's blade, there are words. Not only does it have an armor breaking, but it also has a bleeding effect. Not dead? That can also be drained. In the next second, Zhuofan once again opened up the hand of the stranger's sword. But that devil king although cannot avoid, but has been Zhuofan's stranger's sword, cleaved into the next second. Zhuofan once again opened up the hand of the stranger's sword, but that devil king although cannot avoid, but has been Zhuofan's stranger's sword, cleaved into several sections. But, even so, that demon king still stood in place, even in Zhuofan's field of vision. A wry smile had appeared on this demon king's face. Zhuofan snapped to attention and looked around. The surrounding scenery wasn't too different from before. But after taking a closer look, Zhuofan couldn't help but squint his eyes. Nope, this has to be wrong. How could this happen? Even if the other party was a demon king, it was also impossible to remain unharmed even after one attacked himself like that. However, this one in front of him was clearly only a half-step demon king. Facing under the sovereign, Zhuofan naturally had some absolute confidence. But, what exactly was the problem? For a moment, Zhuofan froze. This was only a half-step demon king. But it seemed to be the one Zhuofan had faced, the most dangerous one. Only this time, the powerful attributes of oneself seemed to be, for a moment, out of effect. And, even with powerful attributes, it couldn't solve the trouble at hand. Creepy. It's actually indescribably creepy. Zhuofan looked at the half-step demon king, and then looked around. Around the environment, there is no change? No, there must be. It was just that the change seemed to be very subtle, and even when Zhuofan was carefully observing, he didn't find anything wrong. Aha! In the next second, Zhuofan's gaze lit up. He finally realized what was wrong. All of this that had unfolded before him before was too reasonable. Even using the power of the divine soul to perceive it, there was no abnormality at all. The problem, then, does not arise elsewhere, but rather in the perception of the divine soul. What's wrong with the perception of the divine soul? For a moment, Zhuofan seemed to have found a direction, and the essence in those eyes flashed. Then instead, he slowly closed his eyes. Phew! Dravan gently protruded a breath, instead allowing himself to be completely quiet. There was an indescribable silence all around. Zhuofan, however, was not moved. Not long after he snapped, opened his eyes, that which had more than a hint of brightness. He had come to his senses. Previously, it had been beyond normal to close your eyes and not hear your teammates fighting at all. Then it all makes sense that this should be an illusion. Right now Zhuofan was just trying to figure out when exactly he had started to be affected by this illusion. Wanting to break the illusion, the purely basic attributes no longer had any too obvious effect. Zhuofan had no results even after thinking hard about it. But, soon Zhuofan laughed. How could he have forgotten that at this moment in time? The Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. For a moment Zhuofan sat cross-legged on the ground, but in his mouth he began to chant softly. Tao may be Tao, but it is not Tao. Name may be name, but it is not name. Name is the beginning of heaven and earth, and no name is the mother of heaven and earth. Zhuofan recited under his breath, while the scenery around him was rapidly changing with the passage of time. Boom! Finally, Zhuofan realized that there was a slight ringing sound coming from his sea of consciousness. In the next second, Zhuofan opened his eyes. He blinked, dismay filling his gaze. his own domain, had completely unfolded, but there was no more fighting around him, and a few of his teammates were standing around Zhuofan. Seeing this scene, Zhuofan then breathed a sigh of relief. "Captain, you're finally awake." Zhang Miaxue's face was a bit ugly, but sensing that Zhuofan was finally fine, she also let out a sigh of relief. Was I caught in an illusion?" Zhuofan froze, although there was some reluctance to believe it, but what happened before? The feeling was just too real. Even if Zhuofan was unwilling to believe it, most likely it had already happened. "It should be. All of our battles have ended, but you've been standing still. If you don't wake up yet, we might contact Master." Zhang Miaxue's face had an extra touch of helplessness. In fact, Zhang Miaxue wasn't quite sure what was going on with regards to what had happened before. Seeing Zhuofan in danger, the crowd was powerless to do anything about it, something that Zhang Miaxue absolutely could not hold back. "It's alright, it should be that half-step demon king from before. I should have been dragged inside the illusion by it. It's a good thing that I have my own way, otherwise it would have been really dangerous today." For a while Zhuofan had also realized the seriousness of the problem. One's basic attributes are indeed powerful, and very few people can get themselves hurt as long as they keep themselves awake at all times. Once something goes wrong with the soul, then even the strongest body can't hold up, right? Zhuofan shook his head slightly. In fact, he was still quite fortunate in his heart. It was good that he had inscribed the Tao Te Ching in the Divine Palace. Otherwise there really wasn't any means that would allow him to kill himself out of this illusionary realm in a very short period of time. It's also basically a small probability event. And Senior had been in the abyss for such a long time, and if there were more demons that would be illusions, Senior would definitely remind himself at the first opportunity. But regarding this aspect, Master Teacher hadn't mentioned a single word about it, and that was basically already very telling. Actually, in the first moment of exiting the illusionary realm, Zhuofan himself had already figured out that this was mostly these demons in the abyss, targeting their own special tactics, and the demons were well aware of how powerful he, Zhuofan, was. The usual means are almost ineffective against oneself. That's the only way to come up with this tactic. Actually, I was just inside the illusionary realm. I realized that something was wrong, and I thought of many ways, but I couldn't come out. But this is good. Fortunately, I walked out. Zhuofan shook his head slightly. At the same time, his mind had already had one more thought. Originally, he thought that his divine soul was already very powerful, but after such a time today, Zhuofan instantly sobered up. No, still not strong enough. It is still necessary to continue to carve in the middle of the Divine Palace. Otherwise, it's too unsafe. Chapter 160, Breaking Illusions. Shocked. This evil demon is weird. Next, everyone should be more careful. Zhuofan took a deep breath. After this battle, he also already had a relatively deep understanding of the evil demon's weirdness. After all, the illusion thing, to put it bluntly, when the other party unleashed the illusion, it was silent. It was only a ninth-order evil demon that could actually have an effect on a patriarchal powerhouse like himself. No matter how one thought about it, it didn't make sense. "Captain, do we need to back up first? After all, we don't have a good way to deal with problems like the illusion realm. And once something goes wrong, there may be no telling what the consequences will be." Zhang Miaxue took a deep breath. In fact, she hadn't thought too much about it when she was competing with Zhao Xian before. Though, right now it looked like she was at a disadvantage. There was a great need to prove himself in the next battle, but right now it was already related to the safety of his junior brother. Then Zhang Miaxue naturally had to think more about issues like this. Zhuofan's importance to the entire human race had long since been self-evident. As it is, then naturally, the safety of junior brother should be the priority. No need. Zhuofan, however, shook his head slightly. The eyes were full of bashfulness. Things like illusions were indeed bizarre, but the good thing was that Zhuofan knew exactly what his strengths were, and after continuously fusing words, Zhuofan also realized that his basic attributes, basically, were already considered to be top-notch powerful. In this situation, even if he fell into the realm of transformation, the evil demons around him could not affect him at all. Even if it was affected, Zhuofan had found a way to do it now, and since that was the case he could only go forward. After all, the gaze of these evil devils, from beginning to end, is to target Zhuofan, but if at this time, Zhuofan chooses to retreat, then the large force behind is bound to suffer. Since the evil devils are rushing towards themselves, then just let them come. But Zhang Miaxue clenched her teeth, and a touch of helplessness was added to her eyes. She still wanted to persuade again, but after getting along with Zhuofan for a long time, she knew Zhuofan's character very well, and in this situation, even if she continued to persuade, there was no longer any meaning. Also, Zhang Miaxue was naturally clear. This junior brother of his own, on the surface, He seemed to be adventurous, but in reality, making all the decisions was based on his own strength. It was all because of self-confidence, and since this was the case, it wouldn't be too much of a problem. Captain, these illusions may have little effect on you. What do we do if the other side targets us? Zhao Xian, however, laughed softly and a touch of wit came through in his gaze towards Zhuofan. In fact, Zhao Xian was also persuading Zhuofan, but the method used was different from Zhang Miaoshue's. The other members of the team around them, when they heard this, there was an extra flash of understanding in their eyes as they looked at each other and all nodded their heads gently. Entering the abyss during this recent period of time, they basically spent time with Zhuofan, and for Zhuofan as the captain, they were also very much recognized, so they naturally didn't want Zhuofan to have any problems, and right now at this time, Zhao Xian's kind of persuasion was obviously better. Captain, yeah, you're strong, you shouldn't be worried, but the brothers can't, right, when we take on the evil demons, at the very least, we need 2 people to deal with one, and after getting caught in the illusion, there's no way to deal with it, and it's an invisible danger to the brothers, and we're afraid that if the evil demons start to make a move, we'll be downsized in our squad. What happens at that point? A few others around them began to persuade, but there was an extra smile on Zhuofan's face. In fact, as far as the members of these small minds, Zhuofan from the beginning to see the understanding, he did not roughly interrupt, but listen to these people around, will be said all finished, after all, we are all life and death of the brothers, since it is so, he naturally want to listen carefully to the end. This, Dravan reached up and rubbed his chin, there was more than a hint of a smile in his eyes. Don't, you guys wonder how I exited from inside the illusion? Zhuofan laughed, the eyes swept over the few people present. Ha, Captain, you, could it be, that you have some kind of card? A few people around them froze, and there was more than a hint of oddity in their eyes. Zhuofan's strength was recognized by everyone present, and since it was recognized, it was naturally clear that Zhuofan's strength was powerful, firstly because of his talent, and secondly because of enough effort in cultivation. Then the positive case, it will definitely lead to positive results. That strength must be strong. It also meant that Zhuofan had more cards. You all have the Tao Te Ching, right? Do you really think that carving in the Divine Palace can only strengthen yourselves? It seems to me that it's so profound that even though I wrote it myself, there's still a lot of prowess that I actually don't understand myself. You guys can try it too. Zhuofan shook his head slightly. A few people in the room, however, froze, just by looking at each other. They detected a hint of shock on each other's faces. What's going on here? This captain, should he be so powerful? Besides, they are clear. There are actually 2 versions of the Tao Te Ching that Zhuofan is talking about. The 2 versions came down to the so-called new version of the Tao Te Ching being the more powerful one, and Zhuofan didn't say the new version of the Tao Te Ching before, he just said the Tao Te Ching, and that meant that what the people had in their hands, it must have an illusion-breaking effect. How can you be so rebellious? The human race believes that the evil demons are stronger, not because they are strong in battle, but because they have many strange abilities, and even if they are several levels higher than the evil demons, they can only use their strong strength to suppress them. Dravan after this hand. It would mean that humans would naturally have a new and more effective means of targeting evil demons afterward. Just publish these means. The strength of the entire human race would have a great increase in a short period of time. As long as these martial artists were in the Divine Palace and had inscribed the Tao Te Ching, their ability to survive in the face of evil demons in the future would be greatly enhanced. It means more. From then on, the struggle between humans and evil demons would also change dramatically on top of the overall war pattern. Captain, you're unbelievable. Yes, with you, there doesn't seem to be anything my Disya can't solve, right? Oh Captain, how on earth did you do that? Zhang Miaoshua and Zhao Xian both got excited, to the point where both of them temporarily forgot that they were still in competition with each other. Because, after having this happy news, the strength of the human race from now on, will have a great leap. What happened to the demon race, will also surely be staged again in the bodies of these evil demons. No matter how you say it, this is a heavenly good. It wasn't much, I just, at first, didn't realize it and fell into a so-called illusion. Only after realizing it did I try it out, and I didn't expect it to be extremely effective. Zhuofan shook his head slightly. Anyway, I'll only recognize one from now on. Yes, and I recognize only one thing, and that is that the captain is awesome. In the future, I don't care who dares to question the captain. That's a disagreement with me. The eyes of several members of the team flickered. They hadn't realized until now just what kind of potential Zhuofan had. This guy, wasn't he just cultivating for a few months in the Kyoto Martial Arts Academy before? After entering the abyss, he created miracles in succession, which was simply heaven-defying. It's so anticlimactic, so much so, that several people present, in private, had discussed how much merit value this captain had now accumulated. Could it be that it won't be long before it surpasses the big boys up there? Underscore underscore underscore.